This is an ordinary-looking level 1 novice iron sword. No one is willing to use it voluntarily, but soon after, this weapon will make even those who disdain it drool with desire. It even prompted top experts worldwide to revise their definitions of novice weapons overnight. All because this weapon has added a legendary golden magnet. Reaper's Blade, level 1, can be carried. Each normal attack increases attack power by 10 points for 180 seconds. Continuous attacks can stack this effect infinitely and refresh the duration. Little did you expect that when you arrived at the dungeon entrance with the iron sword, a large group of students gathered to farm the dungeon burst into laughter, saying, "You, a mere blacksmith, think you can join the dungeon? We won't carry such a burden." You weren't going to pay them any mind, but then you thought, this guy jumping around in front of you and mocking you is just a walking novice gift package. You, a privileged second generation, actually think you're the dean. If you have the ability, let's compete in the dungeon. The loser voluntarily leaves Tianwu Academy. Yuan Zhang laughed so hard he almost cried, thinking, did I hear that right? You, this kid, want to compete against my necromancer in the dungeon? I've really seen it all. Of course, if you, Qin fan, want to die, then today I'll teach you how to be a good dog. But unexpectedly, what you said next left everyone present stunned. Alright, then let's do a hell level dungeon. Dungeons are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Even with a full team of 5, Yuan Zhang wouldn't dare to easily challenge the hell difficulty. Your words left him baffled, but after regaining his composure, he replied with a smile, what do I have to fear? But for such a high difficulty dungeon, just making you drop out isn't enough. We need to raise the stakes. I heard you have a pretty sister. If you lose, you bring her out to accompany me for 3 days. If I lose, I'll give you an extra 7 million. Though she didn't know what scheme you were plotting, she was confident in her full team configuration, while you, Qin fan, were just a powerless weakling blacksmith with no chance of winning. Alright, if we both clear the dungeon, the winner will be determined by completion time. If neither of us clears it, then it will be based on survival time in the dungeon. As soon as you finished speaking, without waiting for Yuan Zhang to react, you stepped straight into the hell-level dungeon alone. The onlookers were all astonished, thinking, is this guy insane? He actually dares to go in alone? Hell difficulty isn't something anyone can just farm. But soon they realized something was off, as they were convinced you wouldn't last a minute before running out. Yet, 3 minutes passed and you still hadn't emerged, leaving everyone increasingly amazed. Yuan Zhang's expression darkened as he glanced at the 4 bodyguards his family had arranged for him, saying, let's go in too. I don't know what trick that kid is using, but we can't let him outshine us. Inside the dungeon, you stood on a tree, using the level 2 giant mutated rat's inability to climb to your advantage, continuously chopping at the mutated rats trying to jump up. Although you were just a powerless blacksmith, your less level talent advantage began to show. Because hell level dungeons offer rich experience, 8 times that of normal dungeons, and the better the talent of a class, the more attribute increases they get per level, equivalent to you leveling up several times compared to others. More importantly, your stacked attack power has now reached a terrifying 200 plus, comparable to a level 10 or higher swordmaster. But this is just the beginning. As the second wave of mutated rats appeared, your attack power reached over 300. Allowing you to take down a monster with almost just 5 hits. The 20 or so mutated rats beneath the tree lasted less than 5 minutes before you killed them all, dropping 4 low-level equipment pieces and a dozen rat teeth materials. You didn't have time to check the dropped equipment's attributes. You quickly put on a piece of leather armor and rushed to the next group of mutated rats because you had to attack the next target within 180 seconds. As time passed, these dense low-level monsters posed little threat to you. You could take them down with a single blow, and your experience skyrocketed, leveling you up to level 4 in just half an hour. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the dungeon went from astonished to various curses, wondering how he managed to do this in just half an hour. That kid must have some tricks we don't know about. Otherwise, how could a newly transferred blacksmith with no equipment or skills last this long? As the dimensional gate opened, everyone turned to look and saw Yuan Zhang and his 4 teammates, all pale-faced, their armor tattered as if they had just escaped from a battlefield. Yuan Zhang ignored the gazes of others and immediately turned to look at the large screen above the dimensional gate. The large screen displayed that their team's survival time in the dungeon was an impressive 34 minutes and 9 seconds. Even if it didn't surpass the record of those freaks from a few years ago, it was still enough to stand out. But when his gaze fell on your completion record, he was instantly dumbfounded. The large screen showed that you were still inside the dungeon, with a survival time of 39.5 minutes, and the time continued to increase second by second. It's important to note that the health and overall strength of 8 times the number of monsters isn't just a simple addition of 8 monsters. Faced with the overwhelming number of giant mutated creatures, they had nowhere to escape and suffered unimaginable beatings. The healer's staff was nearly smoking from overuse, and they ultimately met their fate, being torn apart by the mutated creatures, exiting the dungeon in disgrace. This is impossible. It absolutely can't be. There must be a glitch in the dungeon's mechanics. I need to complain to the dean. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, an elderly dean with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles stared in shock at his niece. What the hell is this Reaper's Blade? Each normal attack adds 10 points of attack power? If this attribute is real, that would be insane. Dean Li Jingdao instantly envisioned a terrifying scene of a level 1 novice wielding this iron sword, rampaging through the dungeon for a full 180 seconds. If he maintained the high attack from the stacking effect, wouldn't he be able to take down the dungeon boss in one hit? Moreover, if the military leaders responsible for clearing dungeons learned of this novice iron sword's existence, they would surely rush to Tianwu Academy to snatch it away. Seeing her uncle so moved, Li Qingxue immediately voiced her deduction, "Uncle, I've never seen a novice blacksmith able to forge a blank equipment with legendary attributes. Qin Fan must have awakened some kind of passive skill that enhances blacksmiths." Li Zhangdao nodded and said, "Qingxue, you're right. Go to the dungeon's dimensional gate and wait for that kid to come out. Have him see me immediately." At this moment, deep within the dungeon, you easily defeated the boss towering as high as a 30-story building with a single blow, and your level instantly rose to 11. You calculated the time and realized you had been in the dungeon for nearly 2 hours. Even though you could deal 120,000 damage with one hit now, taking down one after another still required a considerable effort to finish them all. Of course, being able to withstand the boss's first attack also relied on the shield you crafted at will within the dungeon. Rough wooden shield, defense 8, with the unique effect of absorbing 5 enemy attacks with 100% effectiveness, taking no damage until the energy shield is broken, cooldown of 60 seconds. The Tree King dropped over 20 pieces of enchanted wood, along with 1 epic and 3 extraordinary pieces of equipment, but you didn't care for these at all. Compared to the gear you forged yourself, these were just trash to be sold for money. Before long, a flash of white light appeared outside the dimensional gate, and your figure followed suit, but what you didn't expect was, above, the big screen displayed dazzling fireworks effects and golden text announcements. All dungeons are connected nationwide, and only upon successfully clearing a dungeon for the first time or achieving a certain milestone do fireworks appear, affectionately dubbed "going on TV" by the students. Hearing the sound of the fireworks, everyone was drawn to the big screen, followed by a chorus of gasps and various sounds of shock and skepticism rising one after another. Yuan Zheng's expression darkened ominously. Something that even the Yuan family's wealth couldn't achieve was overshadowed by someone as ordinary as you. Everything before him felt absurdly dreamlike. "I refuse to accept this. You must have some insider knowledge about the dungeon, otherwise how could an unarmed, unskilled blacksmith solo a hell dungeon? I'm going to report you." At that moment, a booming laughter suddenly came from afar. "Yuan Zheng, a bet is a bet. I already heard about your bet. I just contacted Master Luo in the capital and checked the situation in the dungeon." Everyone turned to see President Li Zhangdao, revealing looks of disbelief. If even the president was astonished, was it possible he had cheated? How else could he solo a hell dungeon? In response to the students' skepticism, President Li waved his hand and said, "The reason Qin Fan was able to clear the dungeon is due to a weapon he crafted, the attributes of which are highly confidential and cannot be disclosed at this moment. All you need to know is that he didn't cheat." What? A newly transitioned blacksmith crafting a weapon that involves highly confidential information? Not only Yuan Zhang, but all the students from Tianwu Academy were completely bewildered. At this moment, an old man standing behind President Li suddenly spoke. "Are you the kid who first crafted a weapon with golden attributes? Show me your infinite stacking knife." His voice dripped with disdain, clearly indicating he didn't take you seriously at all. His tone was commanding, as if issuing an order. You didn't move. Although you knew this was the old dean of the academy, and even the current dean Li Jingdao had to show utmost respect in front of him, you clearly disliked the tone the old dean was using. The old dean frowned, staring at you with a cold smile. "Did you not hear what I just said?" Beside you, Li Qingxue hurriedly pulled you forward. "Hurry up, bring your infinite stacking knife for the old dean to see. He is a level 50 blacksmith, renowned far and wide, even throughout Huagua, he ranks among the top. If you earn his favor or can become his apprentice, your future will be limitless." But unexpectedly, the old dean sneered again. "You really take him seriously? Does he think he's qualified to be my apprentice? I've never crafted a weapon with golden attributes. He must have used some trick to fool you. The world of blacksmithing is quite deep, many rely on underhanded methods to deceive, and it's normal for you outsiders not to see through it." At this point, the old dean fixed his gaze on you again and said with a smile, "If you really can craft equipment with golden attributes, then I should be your apprentice. As soon as he finished speaking, the old dean waved his hand and placed a pile of forging materials in front of you. Come on, I'm here to oversee Zhang Yao. If you can forge a piece of equipment with golden attributes right under my nose, Long Yaozu will bow down and become your apprentice on the spot. Upon hearing this, both Li Zhangdao and Li Qingxue immediately tensed up. After all, who could consistently forge equipment with golden attributes? That was simply unrealistic. Even a veteran blacksmith of the old dean's caliber might not be able to achieve that every time, let alone forge equipment with golden attributes. Wasn't this asking for trouble? At this moment, the previously silent Zhang Dashui spoke up. No need for golden attributes, a blue attribute will do, or just forge a piece of purple extraordinary equipment. Li Qingxue suggested, how about this? It's impossible to succeed in forging every time and also get attributes, so let's give Qin Fan 5 chances. The old dean replied solemnly, no, 5 chances are too many, at most, 3 chances. As Li Qingxue was about to argue for you again, you interjected, just 1 chance will be enough. In an instant, the old dean, Zhang Dashui, Li Zhangdao, and Li Qingxue all showed expressions full of questions. This kid was so arrogant. Li Qingxue was anxious for you, thinking, what do you mean just 1 chance? You just awakened, and you don't understand much about the blacksmithing profession yet. Don't boast recklessly. Ignoring everyone, you directly tossed all the forging materials given by the old dean into the forging space. Seeing this, the old dean shook his head again. He initially thought you resembled him in his youth, but he still found you too young and too unaware of the world's gravity. Unexpectedly, within a short moment, you pulled out a blue longbow from the forging space. Upon seeing this, the old dean let out a cold laugh. Ha! This is just an ordinary quality rough bow. It's difficult for items of this quality to have attributes. It probably doesn't even have any ordinary attributes. You said nothing and directly handed the bow in your hand to Li Qingxue. After receiving the bow you handed over, Li Qingxue examined its attributes closely, suddenly freezing in shock. Two golden attribute effects. Li Zhangdao noticed Li Qingxue's strange expression and hurriedly took the bow to check it himself, his expression now even more incredulous than Li Qingxue's. 2 golden attribute effects, Eternal Flame and Void Sword. What kind of concept is this? How can an ordinary piece of equipment have these? With 2 golden attribute effects attached. Eternal Void, Rough Bow, Legendary Effect 1, as long as the target's defense is breached, they will be burned by the eternal flames, losing 1000 health points per second. Legendary Effect 2, the bow ignores distance and obstacles, ensuring a 100% hit rate on the target. These attributes are simply outrageous. The old dean and Zhang Dashui looked at the bow's attributes with disbelief in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Finally snapping back to reality, Long Yaozu was the first to speak. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary bow have 2 golden attribute effects? On the other side, Zhang Dashui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at you as if you were a treasure sent from heaven to Huagua. A single Qin Fan could rival 1,000,000 troops. Qin Fan, now as the commander of the Jiangbei camp of the Demon Suppression Division, I formally invite you to join the division and become part of my Jiangbei camp to serve the country and achieve great deeds. I assure you, your future will be limitless. You hesitated a bit, thinking wisely that you should prioritize your studies. After all, you had just awakened and still didn't understand many things. Your current strength wasn't enough, and you needed to grow. At this moment, the old dean's attitude shifted dramatically, taking on a kind demeanor. Young people indeed need to grow. Joining the Demon Suppression Division at such a young age is certainly a big step, but don't let those with ulterior motives stifle your potential before you even have a chance to grow. Moreover, prioritizing your studies is correct. Serving the country does not conflict with that. You can continue to grow in your studies while also finding time to forge equipment for the Demon Suppression Division. Isn't that right? Zhang Dashui insisted. Joining the Demon Suppression Division can also allow you to continue your studies. There's no conflict there. Moreover, your talent is invaluable to the division and to all of Huagua. We cannot afford to lose someone with your abilities. Qin Fan, think carefully about the saying a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime. Only by joining our Demon Suppression Division can you be protected. We will treat everything about you as military secrets, saving you from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Is that the case? I'll get someone to arrange for a few female bodyguards for you. After saying this, Zhang Dashui immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Unexpectedly, Long Yaozu knelt down in front of you with a thud and said, "Master, please allow me to pay my respects. I, the old apprentice, did not recognize your greatness earlier, and I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please forgive me, Master. Now, I, the old apprentice, will fulfill my promise and formally become your apprentice, ready to follow your orders," the old dean said with an unusually loud and serious tone, as if fearing that others might not hear. This move left Li Zhangdao and Li Qingshui utterly baffled. What was going on? Just like that, he declared himself an apprentice? But you are our old dean. However, thinking about it, with Qin Chen's abilities, it seems he really does have that qualification? Just the infinite stacked blades he forged are enough to qualify. Not to mention he also forged the Eternal Void Bow with dual golden attribute effects? Master! Long Yaozi reacted quickly and moved swiftly, not waiting for Qin Chen to respond before starting to ingratiate himself. This is the key to my Long family's villa. Consider it a gift of respect for your mentorship. Additionally, my old friend has a granddaughter named Shasha. Master, you should know her and have probably met her. In the future, let her serve you closely. Master, wait a moment, I'll call Shasha right now and have her come over. Qin Chen was confused. Shasha? The school beauty of Tianwu Academy, Long Shasha? This old man is really generous. But thinking about it, someone like Qin Chen, with such talent, would attract countless superpowers vying for him. So it's clear that the old dean wants to get close to the water tower first to get the moon. First give, then gain. Truly worthy of being the old dean, a cunning old fox. Qin Chen. Zhang Dashui returned after making a call, excitedly saying, I've arranged everything, specially transferred 3 female generals from the military, 1 level 39 sword cultivator, 1 level 43 archer, and 1 level 45 alchemist. In the future, these 3 will be responsible for your personal safety. No matter how you think now, you will always be one of us in the Demon Suppression Division, and a core member, forever. Of course, the equipment you forge will not be taken for free. We will purchase each piece at a high price. Like this Eternal Void Bow, although it's only of ordinary quality, the 2 golden attribute effects are indeed valuable. I'll offer 10 million in military funds to buy it. What do you think? 10 million? Qin Chen was taken aback. So generous? Beside him, the old dean was anxious. Wait, Zhang Yao, you can't do this. The materials for this bow were all provided by me. It was a gift from my master to me for my mentorship, so it definitely can't be sold. Clearly, the old dean was also coveting that bow. After all, it had dual golden attribute effects. This thing truly isn't something that can be bought with money. It's absolutely something that can be encountered but not sought. However, what does this mean for Qin Chen? That's easy, I can just forge a few more. With that, Qin Chen directly tossed the unused materials the old dean had just given him into the forging space. In a moment, several pieces of equipment were produced. All were of ordinary quality, but all had golden attributes. Poison Rough Dagger legendary effect. Poison can poison the target after breaking defense, causing 1% of maximum health as true damage per second. Breaking defense Rough Iron Sword legendary effect. Breaking defense ignores all defenses. Each sword can cause true damage. Counterattack Rough Shield legendary effect. Counterattack has a 70% chance to reflect damage each time. When the old dean and Zhang Dashui looked over the attributes of these pieces of equipment, they fell silent once again. Not only was the forging success rate 100%, but how could it also be 100% to produce golden attributes? What kind of talent is this? Is Qin Chen even human? How can others compete with this? In shock and awe, both were overjoyed in their hearts. Their eyes were fervent, like a miser seeing a mountain of gold and silver, or a pervert seeing a stunning beauty. This treasure, Qin Chen is truly a treasure. He must be supported. Like this. After regaining his senses, Zhang Dashui immediately stated, I'll take all 3 of these pieces of equipment, 1 million each. Also, the 3 female bodyguards I assign to you will soon come to report, and they will bring a bunch of forging materials for you to use freely. If you need anything, just let me know, and as long as the military can manage it, I will do my best to fulfill it. Furthermore, whether you choose to join the Demon Suppression Division or not, our division will provide you with a monthly salary of 500,000, and we will purchase every piece of equipment you forge at a high price, ensuring you never work for nothing. There is only one condition: all the equipment you forge must be prioritized for our Demon Suppression Division. If you want to keep some for yourself, that's fine, and giving them to friends and family is also acceptable, but they must never fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. At this point, Zhang Dashui's tone became noticeably serious. With the Abyss invasion and the rampaging beasts, various factions and rebellious forces are stirring, and many powerful individuals are abusing their strength to bully the weak. Heroes disrupt the law with their martial prowess, and the world is quite unstable. Qin Chen, you should understand what I mean, right? If the equipment you forge falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand. Qin Chen nodded. Don't worry, I have it all under control. I won't just give away this equipment. After all, I'm not doing charity. Good. Zhang Dashui clapped his hands sharply. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I was genuinely worried you might do charity, but since you say that, I can rest easy. So, I'll take these 3 pieces of equipment and leave first. This is a serious matter, and I need to report it up the chain and arrange for confidentiality. The 3 female bodyguards will be coming to find you soon. They will bring the cooperation agreement between you and our military and handle the handover with you. In the future, you can maintain contact with our military through them. Just give them any tasks directly. Lastly, I sincerely invite you to officially join our Demon Suppression Division. Our doors are always open for you. With that, Zheng Dashuai left cheerfully with the 3 pieces of equipment. Let's go, Master, we should leave too. The old dean immediately pulled Qin Chen, eager. Come on, I'll take you to find Shasha, and then she can take you to the villa I prepared for you. From now on, Shasha will serve you on my behalf, Master. All your expenses will be covered by my Long family. Your matters are our Long family's matters. Just let me know if you need anything, no need to trouble the military. My Long family can handle it. With these words, the old dean dragged Qin Chen out of the office. Li Zhengdao and Li Yanan stood there, completely bewildered. How did it end up that they had nothing to do with this? It was simply outrageous. Originally, Li Yanan had thought about having Qin Chen take the whole class through a dungeon to improve their grades, but now it seemed unnecessary. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Someone as capable as Qin Chen shouldn't be burdened with the entire class. If he were to take anyone, it should be the most talented few from Tianwu Academy. Among them was Long Yaozu's granddaughter, Long Shasha, one of the 4 school beauties of Tianwu Academy. Long Shasha was a level 12 assassin, a rare profession among rare professions. Not just in Tianwu Academy, but in all of Jiangbei, and even Jiangzhou, there was only one. She had 2 combat skills, Hidden Kill and Absolute Kill. Hidden Kill allows her to become invisible and rush behind the target to deliver a gravity strike with double attack power. Absolute Kill means if the opponent's health is below 50%, she has a 50% chance to deal triple damage with each attack. Clearly, Long Shasha was a solid damage dealer, and what she lacked was equipment. If she had a full set of defensive gear along with a suitable weapon, her combat power could multiply several times. Therefore, Long Yaozu wanted to arrange for his granddaughter to be by Qin Chen's side. How could Qin Chen not know what the old dean was planning? Thus, he was actually refusing. Maybe it's better to pass. Old dean, this isn't right. I've only just awakened my profession, and your granddaughter is a renowned genius beauty throughout the entire academy and even Jiangbei. How can you arrange for her to be by my side? She won't agree, so let's forget it. Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Long Yaozu immediately glared. Can we let her decide? Master, don't worry. This family is under my control. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Let's go, we're almost there. I just spoke to her on the phone. She's waiting for us at the training ground over there. As Long Yaozu spoke, he quickened his pace. It was clear that the old dean was somewhat impatient. At the training ground, a stunning girl with bright eyes and white teeth was sparring with others. She was taking on 3 opponents, moving like a shadow. She stealthily advanced and instantly took one down. Then, she transformed into a blur and launched a fierce attack on another. The girl's assault was so fierce that her opponent couldn't withstand it, and their health quickly dropped below 50%, triggering the girl's ultimate skill. Each strike had a 50% chance to deal triple damage. This girl was none other than Long Shasha, one of the 4 top beauties. True to her title, Long Shasha swiftly defeated all 3 of her sparring partners. 3 weaklings, is that all? Who else dares to come? If anyone can beat me today, I'll give them a kiss. This young lady keeps her word. The training ground was set up with formations, similar to a dungeon. In sparring mode, death wasn't permanent, but the pain of being injured or defeated was very real. Therefore, while it was sparring, it was equivalent to actual combat. In real combat, assassins were the most formidable. They could kill without a trace. In a battle against them, many times, one wouldn't even know how they died. After all, it was a rare profession among rare professions, even considered a hidden class, and many people didn't even know of its existence. Thus, although she spoke confidently, no one dared to step up to spar with her. Many wanted to receive a kiss from this genius beauty, but how many could actually win against her? At least in this Tianwu Academy, not a single one could. The other 3 top beauties were merely her equals and could not surpass her. Seeing no one stepping forward, Long Shasha couldn't help but frown. Are you all this useless? Are you still men? You used to say you'd be my loyal followers, but now you don't even dare to spar? Useless. A bunch of useless people. The many boys exchanged glances, all wanting to speak but holding back. In fact, they weren't useless, especially the 3 who had just teamed up against Long Shasha but were swiftly defeated. Those 3 were all geniuses already reserved by higher academies, considered the top of the 2nd tier in Tianwu Academy, their strength only below the 4 top beauties. Yet, even these 3 combined were no match for Long Shasha. How could the others compete? So it wasn't that they were too weak, but rather that Long Shasha was simply too strong. Suddenly, someone noticed Qin Shen, who had just arrived with the old dean. Isn't that Qin Shen, who just cleared the hell dungeon? He's so impressive. Let him spar with Long the Great Beauty. Upon hearing this, people turned their attention to Qin Shen. Then someone immediately started cheering. Yes, yes, yes. Long the Great Beauty hasn't even cleared the hell dungeon yet. It's perfect for Qin Shen, who has already cleared it, to spar with her. Exactly. If he can clear the hell dungeon, why would he be afraid to spar with Long the Great Beauty? I never believed he could clear the hell dungeon. The dungeon must have had a bug that he exploited. Now it's time for him to prove his true level. Yes, Qin Shen, if you really have that ability, hurry up and get on stage to spar with Long the Great Beauty, or else you just cheated to clear the hell dungeon. You're right, Qin Shen. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. You easily handled the hell dungeon, so why fear this dragon school beauty? Go beat her and let her give you a kiss. That's an unparalleled honor. The crowd erupted in cheers, clearly eager to see Qin Shen make a fool of himself. They didn't believe he truly had the strength to clear the hell dungeon. They all thought he must have cheated to clear it. Just then, Lu Kuan, the brother of Yuan Zhang, the richest man in Jiangbei, was also present. Previously, Yuan Zhang had lost 7 million to Qin Shen in a bet, losing face, and Lu Kuan was looking for a chance to avenge his brother. This was the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Lu Kuan stepped forward and said directly to Qin Shen, I heard you cleared the hell dungeon and won my brother 7 million? Since you have that ability, it shouldn't be hard for you to spar with Shasha and win, right? Come on, prove it to us. I'll add another £1. If you can beat Shasha, I'll give you another 7 million. But if you can't win against Shasha, it proves you cheated to clear the hell dungeon, and you'll have to return the 7 million you took from my brother double, and you'll have to leave Tianwu Academy, following the bet you made with my brother, letting your sister accompany him for 3 days. So, what do you say? Do you dare to bet? Qin Shen smiled. With someone offering money right at his doorstep, what was there to be afraid of? Although he wasn't exactly short on money now, who would ever say no to more? Naturally, he welcomed it all. But there was one thing he needed to clarify first. Isn't this dragon school beauty your fiancée, Lu Kuan? Are you sure you want to bet with me and let me go on stage to spar with her? She just said that whoever can win against her will get a kiss, so if I win and she kisses me in front of everyone, won't you be furious? Can you still fulfill the bet? The fact was, Lu Kuan indeed had an engagement with Long Shasha. Although Long Shasha had never acknowledged it and didn't take Lu Kuan seriously, Lu Kuan had spread the word far and wide, wanting everyone to know that Long Shasha was his. But now, hearing Qin Shen's words, Lu Kuan sneered, Qin Shen, what are you talking about? Do you really think you can win against Shasha? You can cheat your way through the dungeon using bugs, but do you think you can cheat in a sparring match here? What are you thinking? Cheating to clear the hell dungeon makes you think you're something special? Do you enjoy being the center of attention? Finally found a sense of existence? So much so that you've forgotten your own name? Completely unaware of your own limitations? Fine, it doesn't matter. If you can really win against Shasha today and she kisses you, what's the harm? I don't care. I guarantee I'll give you 7 million as promised. With so many witnesses here, do you think I can go back on my word? But the question is, can you win? You probably don't even dare to go on stage, do you? Qin Shen, do you dare? Wow, Lu Kuan even resorted to provocation? Afraid that Qin Shen wouldn't dare to spar with Long Shasha? In Lu Kuan's eyes, this was to force Qin Shen into a corner. But in Qin Shen's view, Lu Kuan was actually afraid that he wouldn't get a kiss from Lu Kuan's fiancée in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the rarely noticed old dean watched with deep eyes, a hint of amusement in his expression. Previously, he had thought it would be good for his granddaughter to marry Lu Kuan. After all, the Lu family was wealthy and was the most likely to replace the Yuan family as the richest in Jiangbei. Moreover, the Lu family's other strengths far surpassed the Yuan family's, which the old dean valued the most. But now, compared to Qin Shen, what did the Lu family amount to? Just the equipment Qin Shen had forged with those golden attribute effects was enough to crush the Lu family. Not to mention, Qin Shen had a future that was far beyond measure. Who was light and who was heavy? The old dean Long Yaozu naturally knows how to choose. Therefore, at this moment, the old dean stepped forward and said loudly, I also think Qin Shen, you have great problems in clearing the hell dungeon. So, you will go on stage now and spar with Shasha to prove yourself. At the same time, your bet with Lu Kuan is still valid. I will witness it for you. If he loses, he not only has to give you 7 million but also cancel the engagement with Shasha. However, if you lose, you will have to return double the 7 million you won from Yuan and leave Tianwu Academy. Go now, go on stage and spar with Shasha, let us all see your strength, Xin Chen, and see if you really have the ability to clear the Hell Dungeon. The old dean's words were casual, lightly brushing over the cancellation of Long Shasha's engagement with Lu Kuan, but that was indeed the point he truly wanted to express. This sparring was his excuse to kick the Lu family out. Unfortunately, Lu Kuan did not notice at all and felt that the old dean was supporting him, becoming even more smug. Xin Chen, did you hear? Even the old dean is questioning you. Do you still dare to say you didn't cheat to clear the Hell Dungeon? Go on, if you didn't cheat, then go on stage and prove yourself. If you don't dare, then you are cheating, and no amount of quibbling will help. Xin Chen shook his head, smiled, and directly went on stage. On stage, Long Shasha, the proud school beauty, couldn't help but frown, puzzled. Did he really dare to go on stage? Did this guy really clear the Hell Dungeon by himself? Was it really not through cheating? Below the stage, everyone was mocking, laughing to death. He really dares to go on stage to spar with the great school beauty Long? This is hilarious. Does he really think of himself as something? Doesn't he know that the great school beauty Long is a hidden class assassin? I heard that even many instructors don't dare to spar with the great school beauty Long. Isn't Xin Chen just looking for punishment by going on stage? Come on, let's bet. Place your bets. Haha. Damn. What's there to bet on? Is there any suspense? Exactly, there's no suspense at all, okay? I dare say Xin Chen can't even last 10 seconds. 10 seconds? The great school beauty Long only needs one move to take him out, okay? No skills needed. Of course, if Xin Chen can last 3 seconds under the great school beauty Long, that would be impressive. 3 seconds? Does he even deserve to be called a 3-second man? Listening to the various voices from below the stage, Xin Chen silently took out his rough wooden shield with the golden attribute of Holy Guardian. Holy Guardian absorbs the enemy's 5 attacks 100%, converting them into an energy shield, and before the energy shield is broken, it takes no damage, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. First, it absorbs 5 attacks, then uses the absorbed energy to withstand 5 attacks of the same energy, which means he is invincible within 10 moves. Within 10 moves, his infinite stacking blade can also stack about 10 times, increasing his attack power by 100 points. But how would others know this? The people below the stage saw his rough wooden shield and burst into laughter. What the hell is this? No way. He's using this broken wooden shield against the great school beauty Long? Oh my, I really can't stop laughing. What kind of junk is this? Where did he pick it up from? A trash can. So this blacksmith just forged something like this? Useless. This profession of blacksmithing is really wasted on him. It's simply hilarious. Where does he get the courage to use this broken wooden shield against the great school beauty Long? Laughter erupted continuously, but Xin Chen ignored it and took out the infinite stacking blade and the rough bow and arrow of eternal void still in his hand. This bow and arrow had 2 golden attribute effects. Eternal flame, as long as it breaks the defense, will cause the target to be engulfed in an everlasting flame, dealing 1,000 points of damage per second. The arrow of void, ignoring distance and obstacles, hits the target with 100% accuracy. He had it all planned out. Within 10 moves, he would use the Holy Guardian wooden shield to protect himself while stacking blades, and after 10 moves, he would break through defenses with the attack power of the stacked blades, then launch a counterattack with the Eternal Void bow and arrows. 3 pieces of equipment, 4 types of golden attribute effects, equivalent to 4 skills, while Long Shasha, this talented school beauty, had only 2 skills at most. How could Xin Chen possibly lose? It was truly impossible not to win. He genuinely didn't know how he could lose. But at that moment, the jeers from the audience grew louder. Laughable, broken blades, broken shields, broken bows. He has quite a few pieces of equipment, but what use are they? No way, a poor student has a lot of stationery. He can't be thinking of using these broken pieces of equipment to prove his identity as a blacksmith, right? I wouldn't even want these broken pieces if they were given to me. Who the hell cares? They're just junk, alright? Don't underestimate junk. This kind of whiteboard equipment isn't even wanted by scrap collectors. It has no value at all because it's everywhere. Now, who doesn't have some whiteboard equipment at home? This was indeed true. With the Abyss invasion and the rampage of beasts, every household had some equipment prepared to prevent accidents. Now, globally, everyone was basically a soldier. Whiteboard equipment was truly everywhere and was worthless. Who would look at the shabby broken blade, broken shield, and broken bow in Xin Chen's hands? Are you planning to fight me with these things? Long Shasha couldn't help but say. After all, she was an 18-level assassin with 2 combat skills, and her dagger was a blue rare quality, with a similarly rare blue attribute, critical hit, adds a 10% chance of critical hit. The critical damage was 75% of normal damage, and the two combined made it 175%. With such a blue rare attribute effect, Long Shasha had a 10% chance to deal 175% damage with each attack, significantly enhancing her output as an 18-level assassin. This critical dagger was specially crafted by her grandfather, the 50-level senior blacksmith Long Yaozu, for his precious granddaughter. Only she had a 50-level blacksmith grandfather, so she could possess such a rare quality weapon with an attached rare attribute. What about others? Take Yuan, the wealthy heir of Jiangbei's richest family. He only had a green excellent quality skeleton staff, let alone others. Therefore, the critical dagger in Long Shasha's hand could be considered a sharp weapon. Come on. Qin Shen, however, didn't take it to heart and said directly, "You go first. I'll hold out for 10 rounds. 10 rounds? Long Shasha smiled. This kid was quite confident, thinking he could last 10 rounds under her hands? I'll make sure you can't last even 1 round. In an instant, the talented school beauty struck, her figure turning into an afterimage as she lunged at Qin Shen. The cold gleam flashed, and the critical dagger aimed for Qin Shen's throat. Qin Shen raised his shield to block while swinging his sword to attack. The battle officially began. The wooden shield with the golden attribute effect of Holy Guardian successfully absorbed one attack, and Qin Shen simultaneously stacked a blade. Long Shasha was astonished. Her strike hadn't taken down Qin Shen? How could that be? Was this kid's defense really that high? She had indeed underestimated him. Well, then I won't hold back. Long Shasha became serious and immediately activated her skill, Hidden Kill. Invisibility and double attack damage. The talented school beauty vanished in place, and Qin Shen's attack lost its target, unable to stack blades, but his shield could absorb 5 attacks within a minute, so Long Shasha's Hidden Kill skill also failed to harm him in the slightest. The sneers continued to rise and fall, but Qin Shen paid no mind, taking out the Reaper stacking blade and the Hell's Soul bow and arrows still in his hand. This bow and arrows had 2 types of golden attribute effects. The flames of hell, once they break through defenses, will cause the target to be engulfed in an eternal, unquenchable fire, dealing 1,000 points of damage per second. The death arrow ignores distance and obstacles, hitting the target with 100% accuracy. He had it all planned out. Within 10 moves, he would use the satanic protective wooden shield to defend and stack his attacks, and after 10 moves, he would break through defenses with the stacked attack power, then launch a counterattack with the hellish death bow. 3 pieces of equipment, for golden attribute effects, equivalent to 4 skills, while Long Shasha, the talented school beauty, had only 2 skills at most. How could Qin Shen possibly lose? It was impossible not to win. He truly didn't know how he could lose. But at that moment, the jeers from the audience grew louder. This is hilarious. Broken sword, broken shield, broken bow. He has a lot of equipment, but what use are these things? What can you do? Poor students have a lot of stationery. He can't be thinking of using this broken equipment to prove his identity as a blacksmith, right? I wouldn't even want this broken equipment if it were given to me. Who the hell cares? It's just some junk, okay? Don't underestimate junk. This kind of whiteboard equipment isn't even wanted by scrap collectors. It has no value at all because it's everywhere. Now, who doesn't have some whiteboard equipment at home? This was indeed true. With the Abyss invasion and the rampage of monsters, every household had some equipment prepared to prevent accidents. Now, basically, everyone around the world was a soldier. Whiteboard equipment was truly everywhere and worthless. Who would look at Qin Shen's unremarkable broken sword, broken shield, and broken bow? You're planning to fight me with these things? Long Shasha couldn't help but say. After all, she was an 18-level assassin with 2 combat skills, and her dagger was of blue rare quality, with a similarly rare blue attribute, critical hit, adds a 10% chance of critical damage. Critical damage is 75% of normal damage, and the two combined make 175%. With such a blue rare attribute effect, Long Shasha had a 10% chance to deal 175% damage with each attack, significantly enhancing her output as an 18-level assassin. This critical dagger was specially crafted by her grandfather, the 50-level senior blacksmith Long Yaozu, for his precious granddaughter. Only she could possess such a rare quality weapon with an attached rare attribute, while others would have to settle for less. Take Yuan, the wealthy heir of Jiangbei's richest family. He only had a green quality skeleton staff, not to mention others. Therefore, the critical dagger in Long Shasha's hand could be considered a formidable weapon. Come on, Qin Shen said dismissively, you go first. I'll hold out for 10 rounds. 10 rounds? Long Shasha smiled. This kid was quite confident, thinking he could last 10 rounds under her hands? I'll make sure you can't last even 1 round. In an instant, the school beauty shot forward, her figure turning into an afterimage as she lunged at Qin Shen. The cold gleam flashed as the critical dagger aimed for Qin Shen's throat. Qin Shen raised his shield to block while simultaneously swinging his sword to attack. The battle officially began. The wooden shield with the golden attribute effect of holy protection successfully absorbed one attack, and Qin Shen also stacked an attack. Long Shasha was astonished. Her strike hadn't taken down Qin Shen? How could that be? Was this kid's defense really that high? She had indeed underestimated him. Well, then she wouldn't hold back. Long Shasha got serious and immediately activated her skill, Hidden Kill. Stealthy advance, double attack damage. The school beauty vanished in place, and Qin Shen's attack lost its target, unable to stack his attack, but his shield could absorb 5 attacks within a minute, so Long Shasha's Hidden Kill skill didn't harm him at all. What the hell? Someone in the audience exclaimed in shock, how is this possible? This guy actually survived Long Shasha's Hidden Kill skill? Good heavens, how is this possible? How did he do it? My goodness, Long Daxiao is an 18th level assassin, with incredible attack power, and the critical strike dagger in her hand is also extremely powerful, plus it has a blue attribute critical strike effect. No one can withstand her stealth kill skill, so how could Qin Shen endure it? This is outrageous. Is Qin Shen really that strong? Could it be that he passed the Hell Dungeon without cheating? Amidst the exclamations, Long Shasha furrowed her brows, clearly unable to maintain her composure. After all, she was the pride of Tianwu Academy, yet she couldn't even defeat a mere Qin Shen who had just awakened his profession? How would she manage in the future? The cooldown for the stealth kill skill was 20 seconds, while the finishing move could only deal triple damage when the opponent's health was below 50%. There was no choice now but to use normal attacks. Attack fiercely. So what if it was a normal attack? Normal attacks could also be fierce and were definitely not something an ordinary person could withstand. After all, she was an assassin, with a speed advantage. How could she not deal with a mere Qin Shen? And indeed, when she unleashed her power, Qin Shen felt the pressure increase significantly. This was because her agility as an assassin was incredibly high, and her speed was astonishing, making her fast enough to be unbelievable even without the teleport-like stealth advance skill. Qin Shen's Holy Guardian wooden shield could only absorb 5 attacks within a minute, and even if he converted the absorbed attacks into an energy shield to block 5 more, he could only last for 10 rounds in total. 10 rounds passed quickly, and Qin Shen began to sustain injuries. Blood flowed from his wounds, and the pain was unbearable. Fortunately, his Death God stacking knife also began to show effects. After 10 rounds, he had stacked over 90 attack power. Long Shasha was suspicious, clearly noticing something unusual. The power of the broken knife in this kid's hand was gradually increasing. It was almost enough to break through her defenses. At the same time, Qin Shen deeply realized, fighting a person was completely different from battling in a dungeon. The wild beasts in the dungeon were brave but foolish, and he could use the terrain to create advantages there. But in this open arena, how could he create any advantage against a person, especially against an outstanding assassin like Long Shasha? It seemed he had been rash to step onto the arena. Learning from mistakes, he had to take this as a lesson. He couldn't be crushed in the cradle before he even had a chance to grow, wasting his godly talent with a 100% gold attribute. Fortunately, Long Shasha also held back, slightly easing her offensive, wanting to see what abilities Qin Shen truly possessed. As a result, she gave Qin Shen an opportunity. She wanted to know how he had managed to pass the Hell Dungeon. She also wanted to try the Hell Dungeon herself, perhaps learning something from Qin Shen. But she was wrong. He relied on equipment, so she couldn't learn anything at all. Instead, it allowed Qin Shen to stack his Death God knife. After 30 rounds, the infinite stacking knife reached over 300 attack power. That was already enough to break through Long Shasha's defenses as a 38D school beauty. At that moment, after breaking through her defense, Qin Shen unleashed the Hell's Death Arrow. Long Shasha wanted to dodge, but the Death Arrow ignored distance and obstacles, hitting 100% of the time. Thus, in front of everyone, Long Shasha was struck by the arrow, her body engulfed in hellfire, starting to lose 1,000 health points per second. And what did losing 1,000 health points per second mean? How much health did Long Shasha even have? It should be noted that this was a golden attribute, a legendary effect, and losing 1,000 health points per second was comparable to legendary level strong opponents or dungeon bosses, so how could an 18th level Long Shasha withstand it? In just a few seconds, before the audience could even react, the battle was already over. Long Shasha's health was completely depleted, automatically exiting the sparring mode, defeated. In an instant, the entire venue was in shock, everyone staring wide-eyed as if petrified. How could this happen? Long Shasha, the 38D campus beauty, was filled with disbelief. She actually lost? To Qin Shen? How could this be? How did Qin Shen manage to do it? What was that flame that burned through her health just now? What exactly was the bow in his hand? How did it suddenly hit her? The talented campus beauty was full of questions, while Qin smiled and clasped his fists. Thank you for the match. Upon hearing his words, the audience below suddenly snapped back to reality. What the hell? Qin actually won? No way. The campus beauty Long actually lost to Qin? Is this for real? How did Qin win? I completely didn't understand. It seems like the campus beauty was burned out by that strange fire. Strange fire? Yes, I saw it too. What was that fire? It burned through the campus beauty's health in just a few seconds? The crowd buzzed with discussions. At that moment, Long Shasha, filled with shame and anger, suddenly stepped forward, acknowledging her defeat and fulfilling her promise, kissing Qin on the cheek. Instantly, a lip print appeared on Qin's face from the campus beauty. However, before he could react, Long Shasha had already fled, disappearing without a trace. Below, Lu Kuan's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly. That was his fiancée. His fiancée actually kissed Qin in public? Damn it, Qin, you're asking for death. Lu Kuan roared angrily as he charged onto the stage, launching an attack directly at Qin. In an instant, a sword energy shot straight for Qin's throat. Note, this was not a sparring mode. Although Lu Kuan was on the stage, he hadn't activated the sparring mode. He intended to kill Qin in a real duel. This bastard dared to touch his campus beauty fiancée. He must die. Clearly, he had lost his mind in his rage, completely forgetting that Qin had just defeated Long Shasha. Even Long Shasha, a level 18 assassin, was no match for Qin, let alone Lu Kuan, a level 7 sword cultivator. The key was that Qin's death god stacking effect could last for 180 seconds, or 3 minutes. With 3 minutes not yet passed, the hundreds of attack power he stacked from Long Shasha were still active, and as a result, with just one sword, he instantly shattered Lu Kuan's sword energy and his own defense. Fortunately, Qin withdrew in time, otherwise, Lu Kuan would have surely died. But at the same time, Qin raised his leg and kicked Lu Kuan flying. Bang! With a loud crash, Lu Kuan flew off the stage and hit the ground hard, instantly bruised and bleeding from his mouth. The crowd was stunned, once again in shock. What was Qin doing? Just now he was sparring with the campus beauty, but now this was not a sparring mode, it was real combat. He actually made Lu Kuan bleed in a real fight? Was he seeking death? Wouldn't the Lu family want to wipe him out? Moreover, the old dean was also present, and Lu Kuan had already been betrothed to Long Shasha, making him the future son-in-law of the old dean. It seemed that the Lu family wouldn't even need to intervene. The old dean would make sure Qin paid dearly. Unexpectedly, after the old dean stood up in front of everyone, he directly scolded Lu Kuan. You attacked without activating the sparring mode. Do you understand the rules? Do you know this is a serious violation of discipline? I clearly saw you had murderous intent just now. It's simply outrageous. Has the academy not warned you against being reckless? Awakening and cultivating to become strong is for punishing evil, not for competing with each other. Otherwise, do you think the academy goes to such lengths to set up this sparring formation? Lu Kuan, you seriously violated the rules, and you deserve to be heavily injured. You will receive a major demerit and will not be allowed to participate in the college entrance examination this year. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew gasps of surprise. A major demerit? And not allowed to take the college entrance examination? Such a heavy punishment? The old dean must have mistaken the target, right? Lu Kuan is his future grandson-in-law. Shouldn't he be helping Lu Kuan to severely punish Qin instead? Why is he turning his elbow outward? Before people could react, the old dean had already taken Qin away. At this moment, someone suddenly remembered, wasn't Qin just with the old dean? They came together and are leaving together? What's going on? Soon, when the old dean brought Qin in front of the school beauty, Long Shasha, she was also a bit dazed. What's happening? Why did Grandpa bring this jerk in front of her? Is he trying to embarrass her even more? Just now, she had fulfilled her promise and kissed this jerk in public. Shasha. The old dean stroked his beard with a kind smile, looking very amiable. Your grandpa has taken a high-ranking master as his teacher today, and it's this person in front of you. Wah! What? Long Shasha's heart trembled, and she was dumbfounded. Qin was also very shocked. Is the old dean serious? At his age, and with his high reputation, he can really lower himself like this? Originally, Qin had little regard for the old dean, thinking he was just an old man who looked down on others, but now it seems that's not the case? Grandpa, you can't be serious, right? Long Shasha asked in disbelief. Of course I'm serious. The old dean said solemnly, his expression serious. Don't look at my master being about the same age as you, he is indeed a high-ranking person. Just now, he personally forged 4 pieces of equipment. Although they are all of ordinary quality, each one comes with a golden attribute legendary effect. In a short time, Long Shasha was stunned again. The old dean continued seriously, one of them even has 2 golden attribute legendary effects, which is the bow he used when sparring with you on the arena. Long Shasha was even more confused. That unremarkable broken bow? It actually has 2 golden attribute legendary effects? So she didn't lose to Qin Shen's own strength, but to the equipment he forged? But can he really forge equipment with golden attributes? This is something her grandpa couldn't do. He, Qin Shen, is still so young and seems to have just awakened the blacksmith profession? So how did he do it? A multitude of questions flashed through her mind, and Long Shasha was dazed for a while before finally coming back to her senses. At this moment, the old dean said again, Shasha, you should follow Qin Shen from now on. He is my master and also your master. As your master, he will definitely not treat you unfairly. He is a blacksmith, and you are an assassin. He lacks combat skills, and you lack equipment. You two complement each other perfectly. Although Qin Shen felt that the old dean was somewhat unreliable, he still thought the old dean's words were not wrong. Just now, when he sparred with Long Shasha, he could only be considered lucky to win. If Long Shasha, an 18-level assassin, really wanted to go all out, he wouldn't have had a chance to win. And this was just a spar. What if it were a life-and-death struggle? One must know that equipment is not omnipotent. He must clearly realize that his own strength is indeed insufficient. He really needs someone to protect him closely. Only then can he ensure he won't be crushed in the cradle. Therefore, he appreciated the old dean's goodwill. In the future, he would let this school beauty, Long, stay by his side. He would tell Aunt Bai about this when he got home. Qin Shen had been in this world for 18 years, growing up in an orphanage. Aunt Bai suddenly appeared 2 years ago, claiming to be his mother's childhood friend, who had been looking for him for 16 years and finally found him, so she would take care of him from now on. At first, Qin Shen was of course skeptical, but unknowingly, 2 years passed, and Aunt Bai indeed took care of him meticulously. Aunt Bai's daughter, Bai Ying, was also very good to him. Therefore, Qin Shen had been living with this mother-daughter pair for the past 2 years. Now he wanted to keep Long Shasha by his side, so naturally, he had to inform Aunt Bai. However, in the afternoon, when he brought Long Shasha home and explained the situation to Aunt Bai, she was skeptical. Oh, are you really thinking of keeping the school beauty Long around to avoid being stifled in the cradle? Are you sure it's not for any other reason? What else could it be for? Qin Shen was puzzled. Aunt Bai smiled slightly, then reached down to tug at the flesh-colored stockings under her tight-fitting skirt, meaningfully saying, You're 18 now, little guy, you've grown up. It's time to find a girlfriend. Qin Shen hurriedly replied, Aunt Bai, what are you saying? What do you take me for? I have a clean relationship with the school beauty Long. You mustn't talk nonsense. Aunt Bai nodded, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she said, No nonsense, but I only have 3 rooms in this house, and now there are 4 people. How will we sleep at night? Are you sharing a room with the school beauty Long? Or with your sister Bai Ying? Or with me? Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's expression froze. How could he have forgotten about this? Qin Shen. Aunt Bai approached with a fragrant breeze, smiling sweetly, and softly added, Actually, Aunt Bai still has her charm, right? Cough, cough. Qin Shen coughed, quickly changing the subject. Well, I'll first forge a piece of defensive equipment for you, Aunt Bai. For the past 2 years, you've been taking care of me, and now that I've awakened my blacksmith profession, I can forge equipment that will definitely be useful. I must prioritize taking care of you and sister Bai Ying. Wait, I'll start forging right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shen took out a pile of forging materials given to him by the old dean and tossed them into the forging space. Aunt Bai smiled, Great, I want a whip. A whip? Qin Shen was taken aback. Why would Aunt Bai want a whip? At that moment, Aunt Bai added, It should be long, and not too thin. Qin Shen was speechless. It was obvious Aunt Bai was teasing him again. This was not the first time. Although he had crossed over, he was still reborn in this world, just with memories from his past life. So if Aunt Bai was really his mother's close friend in this world, how could he? You know, after all, he was a serious person. Before long, the equipment was forged. A whip was freshly made. Exquisite silver whip wearing level, 20 quality, rare attack power, 50 legendary effect 1 is succubus venom. The silver whip is poisoned. After breaking defense, it can infect the target with succubus venom, rapidly inducing arousal legendary effect 2 soul devouring. When attacking a target infected with succubus venom, as long as it hits, it can absorb 5% of the target's total attributes for oneself, lasting 180 seconds, effects can stack, and continuous attacks will reset the duration. Even Qin Shen was shocked by the whip's astonishing attributes. This was the first time he had forged equipment of rare quality. And it had 2 golden attributes? Succubus venom, soul devouring, who could withstand that? Not bad. Aunt Bai took the whip, checked its attributes, and smiled, My Qin Shen is really capable, I didn't misjudge you. But you forged such good equipment for me, How should I reward you? Listening to her obviously flirtatious and alluring voice, Shinshin couldn't help but feel flustered. Aunt Bai, focus on the equipment. Don't you like such good equipment? Hurry up and study it. Stop staring at me. As soon as she finished speaking, Shinshin fled the room. Unexpectedly, at the door, a girl in a short skirt with white stockings blocked his way. Brother. The girl was Bai Ying, Aunt Bai's daughter, who sweetly smiled and softly asked, I heard you awakened your blacksmith profession? Can you really forge equipment with golden attribute effects? Then shouldn't you take care of her first? Hee hee. Of course. Definitely. Shinshin was clearly a bit nervous. You are my sister, and now that I've become a blacksmith, I will definitely prioritize taking care of you. Oh, Bai Ying's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Just a sister? You wouldn't really only see me as a sister, would you? Shinshin felt awkward. Then, what else could I see you as? Poof. Bai Ying glared at him with her beautiful eyes and countered, You tell me what's going on between you and Long Shasha? You like her, right? What about me? What makes her better than me? Shinshin was flustered and resorted to his old trick. He directly forged a piece of equipment for this girl. However, this time he tried something different. After all, there are many types of equipment, and the most special is fashion. It is said that fashion is the hardest to forge, which is why they are very expensive on the market. Even the most ordinary rough cloth clothing, which provides just a little bit of attribute enhancement, can sell for over 1,000 gold coins. And his passive skill guarantees a 100% success rate in forging, so forging fashion should be the same, right? After a round of attempts, sure enough, Girl's corset, wear level 1, quality, fine, constitution +5, armor +5, magic resistance +5, unique effect, siren rebirth. If you die from fatal damage, you can be reborn after 10 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. This was the first piece of fashion Shinshin forged. The quality was decent, at least one level higher than the ordinary white quality. The golden attribute legendary effect, siren rebirth, was quite impressive. Wasn't this just a resurrection armor? But why was it a girl's corset? Shinshin wondered if this was what he intended to forge. Was it because the difficulty of forging fashion was too high, making the outcome somewhat uncontrollable and a bit random? Brother, Bai Ying smiled and spoke, is this what you forged? You just forged this for me? Shinshin explained, this is my first time forging fashion, so the outcome is a bit random and uncontrollable. Wait, let me try again. After all, he had plenty of materials. The old dean had sent him a whole bunch to win him over. There were all kinds of materials, enough for him to practice with. Soon, the second piece of fashion was also forged. Girl's skirt, wear level 1, quality, fine, constitution +5, armor +5, magic resistance +5, unique effect, succubus protection. Each time you are attacked, there is a 5% chance to charm the opponent, who will follow your commands for 10 seconds. This effect was also decent, but Shinshin just wanted to forge a more normal piece of fashion. How come it was either a girl's corset or a girl's skirt? Forget it, he wouldn't continue. If this went on, Bai Ying would definitely think he was a pervert. Well, I just awakened my blacksmith profession, so forging fashion is really uncontrollable. You can keep these two pieces of equipment for now. Once I get more skilled, I'll forge a full set for you. After hastily explaining, Shinshin fled as if escaping. But as soon as he entered his room, Long Shasha, the campus beauty, approached him again. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement, and her voice was filled with anticipation. Shinshin, can you really easily forge equipment with golden attributes? Then can you help me forge 1 or 2 pieces? After all, I'll be following you in the future. How can I manage without good equipment, right? Though her words were not wrong, Shinshin felt a bit of a headache. Why was everyone clinging to him? Right now, even Bai Ying, and Long Shasha were giving him a headache. If others found out about Shinshin's abilities in the future, how much unnecessary trouble would he face? It seemed he needed to remind the military, they must keep the confidentiality work well. However, for now, it was essential to first satisfy the demands of Long Shasha, the 38D campus beauty. It was just equipment, after all, something easily done. In the blink of an eye, another piece of gear with golden attributes and legendary effects was freshly crafted. Girl's skirt wearing level 20 quality, rare constitution +50, armor +50, magic resistance +50, legendary effect 1 and void demon. Each time you are attacked, there is a 10% chance to slip into the void and become invisible for 2 seconds. Legendary effect 2 demon thorns. Each time the invisibility ends, you will gain demon thorns for 5 seconds, reflecting 50% of damage. Legendary effect 3 vengeful spirit protection. Each time the demon thorns end, you will gain vengeful spirit protection, becoming immune to all control effects and increasing movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Originally, Shinshin was just trying to forge a costume again, but unexpectedly, he crafted a piece with 3 golden legendary effects at once. A girl's skirt costume with 3 legendary effects? What does that even mean? this item was definitely priceless. You see, low-level equipment usually has no attributes at all, and at most, it might have blue attributes. Golden attributes are something even high-level epic legendary equipment might not possess, let alone a single piece of equipment with 3 legendary effects. So how much was this girl's skirt that Qin had just forged worth? It was worth its weight in gold. My goodness? Long Shasha, initially taken aback by the sexy mini skirt he had forged, was stunned when she checked its attributes. 3 golden legendary effects? Qin, are you really that amazing? How did you do it? Just a small matter. Qin snapped back to reality and smiled. If I weren't capable, would your grandfather take me as a master? Long Shasha paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's true. I initially thought it was too hasty for my grandfather to take you as a master, but now it seems you really do have the ability and qualifications. Then, this outfit with 3 golden legendary effects belongs to me? Hee, thank you. The campus beauty, fearing Qin might change his mind, immediately activated the outfit change function that all costumes had, instantly putting on the mini skirt. The hem was short, making the campus beauty even more alluring. The long, fair legs beneath the skirt were dazzling and incredibly tempting. Qin stared for 2 seconds, unable to help but swallow hard before turning his gaze away. In the future, since you are following me, this outfit is naturally yours. And since your grandfather gave me so many forging materials, I should show my appreciation. But this is just the beginning. When I forge epic legendary equipment with legendary effects in the future, that will be something impressive. Long Shasha nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with affection, her voice gentle. I believe you are the best, keep it up. With such praise and encouragement from a 38D campus beauty, Qin couldn't help but feel a bit restless inside. Having been single for over 20 years before crossing over and then single for another 18 years in this world, he had accumulated decades of being single. Now that the timing was right, how could he not be moved by this campus beauty? How could he possibly have no thoughts at all? However, there was no rush. He would forge more equipment to fully arm himself first. After all, the old dean had given him so many materials, it would be a waste not to use them. As a result, that night, Qin worked tirelessly until dawn, sweating profusely as one piece after another of equipment and costumes with various legendary effects rolled out. He was unaware of his fatigue and early the next morning, took Long Shasha to the academy, eager to test the various equipment in a dungeon. While testing the equipment, he also leveled up. It was still a hellish dungeon, just the two of them, Qin and Long Shasha. Compared to last time, this time it was much easier with more equipment and the addition of Long Shasha, an 18-level assassin. In just a few minutes, they cleared the dungeon once. A few minutes later, they cleared it again. Back and forth like this, Qin gained a massive amount of experience points and leveled up continuously. After half an hour, he successfully reached level 20. He even unlocked a second divine passive talent. The success rate for embedding gems into equipment was 100%, and the success rate for gem synthesis was also 100%. The real money-burning aspect had arrived. Each successful gem embedding could add extra attributes to the equipment, but the gems were expensive, and the embedding success rate was low. Moreover, only high-level gems could truly show their advantages. 3 level 1 gems could be synthesized into 1 level 2 gem, and 3 level 2 gems could be synthesized into 1 level 3 gem, and so on. There was also a failure rate for gem synthesis. Whether it was a synthesis failure or an embedding failure, the gems would shatter, and the money spent on gems would go down the drain. Therefore, this kind of money-burning game was something even the richest man in Jiangbei, Yuan, couldn't afford. At most, he could only get a few ordinary level 2 or 3 gems. But now, with Qin awakening a second divine passive talent, the success rate for both gem synthesis and embedding was 100%. It was simply outrageous. I can't take it anymore. Long Shasha's voice suddenly rang out. Right beside him, this 38D campus beauty was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. After several runs of the Hell Dungeon in half an hour, the pace was just too fast, with no breaks at all. How could one not be tired after fighting continuously for half an hour? In a group dungeon, at least they could take a breather, but the two of them had not rested for even a second. They had really gotten more and more into it, clearing it several times in one go. How could they not be tired? Not to mention Long Shasha. Even Qin sat down at this moment, leaning back against the sweaty campus beauty, saying, "Let's take a break before going out. I'm already level 20 now. The experience points from this hell dungeon are too low. I won't come back after we go out. Let's go directly to the abyss and find those rifts with the most severe demonic pollution. Those places must have high experience points." Long Shasha was astonished. Abyss rifts? Just the two of us? Can we do it? Why not? Qin replied confidently, "Others take several hours to clear this hell dungeon in groups, but with all this equipment, we can clear it in just a few minutes." the abyss rifts will definitely be fine too. At worst, I'll just prepare a bit more equipment. I mean to call my 3 girlfriends to join us. Long Shasha turned to look at Qin Shen, a mysterious smile on her lips, and said with a hint of meaning, they are all nearly as strong as me and are all beautiful. If you invite them to grind in the abyss, they will definitely be happy, and with so many of us, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Qin Shen was taken aback, unknowingly revealing a different expression. You mean the other 3 campus beauties who are as famous as you? Exactly. Long Shasha smiled and said, the 4 campus beauties of Tianwu Academy will all accompany you to level up. You have no reason to refuse, right? Indeed, there was no reason to refuse. After all, Qin Shen was not a monk, and he was in the prime of his youth. At that moment, he was already feeling a bit hot from the sweet scent of Long Shasha's sweat, let alone if the other 3 campus beauties joined as well. Who could refuse that? Alright, let's do it your way. Let's call them 3 alone. After all, many hands make light work. If we run into big trouble in the abyss, it will be easier to solve, greatly increasing our survival rate. Oof, Long Shasha said softly, you weren't saying that just now. The moment you heard it was those 3 beauties, you got excited, didn't you? You big bad guy, you lecher. All men are the same, TSK. You're talking nonsense. Qin Shen had a serious expression, looking very solemn. Can I be like other men? I've always been a person of integrity, not interested in women, okay? What kind of look is that? What expression? You don't believe me? Do you believe I can take back all your gear? Upon hearing this, Long Dasha instantly became anxious. You dare? As if joking, the short skirt, stockings, and even the lingerie she wore were all crafted by Qin Shen himself, featuring golden legendary effects. If he were to take them back, wouldn't she be stripped bare in an instant? This bastard actually dared to say such things. Simply despicable. He really is no good. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan had come to take revenge. One was the son of the richest man in Jiangbei, who had lost 7 million to Qin Shen. The other was also a wealthy young master, who had watched helplessly as his fiancée kissed Qin Shen in public, only to be defeated by Qin Shen in one move. Both of them couldn't tolerate it. They had to bring people to beat Qin Shen to a pulp to regain their face, otherwise, how could they continue to live? However, when they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, they waited for a long time without seeing Qin Shen, but instead encountered 3 cold and sexy beauties in leather outfits. At that moment, Yuan Zhan was swallowing hard at the sight of the 3 stunning figures. Lu Kuan was also constantly eyeing them, muttering, that waist, those legs, those measurements, damn, simply amazing. The best of the best, their looks and figures are not inferior to our 4 school beauties at all, and they have even more femininity, which can evoke a desire to conquer. Where do you think they came from? Could they be senior students from universities here to select outstanding graduates? Yuan Zhang came back to his senses and pondered, university seniors? You might be onto something. If that's the case, shouldn't we go over and say hello? Right. Lu Kuan was immediately excited. Let's go, let's do it. The 2 were eager, but the 3 beauties in leather were not university seniors at all. They were 3 female generals from the military. They were the personal bodyguards sent by General Zhang from the Beta camp to Qin Shen. Lan Bingying, a level 39 sword cultivator. Hua Lingfeng, a level 43 archer. Chen Shuer, a level 45 alchemist. All 3 women were fierce generals in the military, strong and battle-hardened, truly the 3 military flowers of the Beta camp. From now on, they would be Qin Shen's personal bodyguards, sworn to protect his safety. Anyone who wished to harm Qin Shen would be executed on the spot. Military authorization, strike first and report later. After all, Qin Shen had just awakened as a blacksmith and could forge equipment with golden attributes. This was a true national treasure. Who could protect those who wished harm upon a national treasure? Dying would be in vain. Beautiful ladies. Suddenly, Yuan Zhang approached the leader among the 3, Chen Shuer, with a smile. You must be here to select outstanding graduates, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Yuan Zhang, a rare profession necromancer. Get lost. Chen Shuer coldly interrupted before Yuan Zhang could finish his sentence. Yuan Zhang instantly felt embarrassed. No respect? Beside him, Lu Kuan frowned and said, our young master Yuan comes from the Yuan family, the richest in Jiangbei. How dare you tell him to get lost? Chen Shuer shot a cold glance at Lu Kuan and also sent him a word, get lost. You. Lu Kuan was immediately furious. Just then, Qin Shen and Long Shasha emerged from the dungeon. Damn, they finally came out. The dungeon system shows they cleared it several times in a row, averaging a few minutes per clear. Is that for real? What? Clearing a hell dungeon in just a few minutes? No way. Damn. That can't be true. Even a normal difficulty dungeon wouldn't clear in just a few minutes, let alone a hell difficulty one. Could it be that the dungeon has a bug? Yes, it definitely has a bug. I said before that there was something off about Qin Shen clearing the hell dungeon alone, and now he's bringing along the school beauty Longda, clearing the hell dungeon every few minutes. There's no doubt he's cheating. I'm reporting this, damn it, I want to report it. Various voices rose and fell, some shouting to report Qin Shen for cheating using the dungeon bug, while others wondered, could they also find the dungeon bug? The experience in the hell dungeon is quite high, wouldn't it be a shame not to take advantage of such a good opportunity to grind for experience and level up? Those with this thought quickly expressed, let's go, let's team up and check out the hell dungeon. If he, Qin Shen, can use the bug to cheat for experience, we can do the same. Right, someone slapped their forehead, why didn't I think of that? Let's go, hurry up, team up, those who want to grind the hell dungeon, get in the team and let's go. In an instant, the entrance to the dungeon became increasingly lively. At that moment, 3 cold and elegant women in leather jackets and pants stepped forward, striding towards Qin Shen. You are Qin Shen? Yes, and you are. Can we talk privately? The 3 were from the military, and it was certainly not appropriate to reveal their identities in such a public place. After all, Qin Shen had already been classified as a top military secret, so their identities naturally had to be kept confidential as well. But at that moment, Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan approached with a large group of subordinates. Want to leave? Yuan Zhang frowned, his tone dark. Where do you think you're going? Qin Shen, you think you can just walk away without settling the score with me? Cheating to win 7 million from me is a small matter. After all, I'm not like you, I don't lack that little money. But you injuring my brother Lu Kuan is not over. Now you must kneel and apologize to him, make amends properly, and bring your sister to accompany us for 3 days as a show of sincerity, otherwise. Otherwise what? One of the female generals, Lan Bingying, interrupted him. You want to bully him? Have you asked me? Ha! Yuan Zhang turned to look at the cold and elegant female general in leather, and although he was drooling over her impressive figure, he couldn't help but show a hostile expression. What do you mean? Are you going to stand up for him? Go against me? Do you know who I am? My Yuan family is the richest in Zhongbei. Hearing this, Lan Bingying smiled, full of mockery. The richest in Zhongbei? Is that impressive? What the hell? Lu Kuan stepped forward, angrily chiming in. Listen to what you're saying. What do you mean by impressive? The Yuan family, the richest in Zhongbei, is indeed impressive. Can you find anyone richer than the Yuan family in Zhongbei? This was true. Lan Bingying indeed couldn't find anyone else, otherwise, how could the Yuan family still be called the richest? But being merely the richest meant nothing in the eyes of the military. By the way, who are you 3? Yuan Zhang noticed something was off and frowned as he asked, I thought you were here to select outstanding graduates, but now it seems you know Qin Shen? Are you here to find him? Still trying to stand up for him? I warn you, going against my Yuan family will not end well. I have at least 100 ways to deal with you. When the time comes, I'll have all 3 of you in bed. Don't say I didn't warn you. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lan Bingying's eyes. At the same time, the other 2 female generals, Hua Lingfeng and Chen Shuer, looked the same. Behind Yuan Zhang, many subordinates stepped forward, all eager to try their luck, itching for a fight. They were all awakened ones at level 20. In the past, these people were all experts that Qin Shen could only look up to, but now he was also at level 20, and he was an S-class talent at level 20, with attributes far surpassing those of other awakened ones of the same level with lower talents. Moreover, he had a full set of equipment with golden legendary effects attached. What do Yuan Zhang's subordinates count for now? Are you going to make a move? Lan Bingying said coldly. Lu Kuan sneered. Yes, we are going to make a move. What about it? No one can protect this Qin Shen today, not even the King of Heaven. That's what I say. After saying this, Lu Kuan unabashedly stared at Lan Bingying's long, beautiful legs. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the energy around Lan Bingying surged, and strands of sword energy quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword energies surrounded Lan Bingying. The sword energy was sharp, and the killing intent was chilling. Lu Kuan's face froze, and Yuan Zhang was also horrified, as were the others under him, all stunned. After all, who could condense so much sword energy at once? It should be known that Lu Kuan was also a sword cultivator, and he understood better than anyone the difficulty of condensing so much sword energy at once. It would probably take a level 30 to achieve that? In fact, this was true, but Lan Bingying was not just at level 30, she was almost at level 40, at 39. Make a move. At this moment, the level 43 archer Hua Lingfeng spoke up. Aren't you going to make a move? What are you waiting for? Yuan Zhang gritted his teeth, still stubbornly saying, Are you sure you want to protect this Qin Shen? I advise you to think it through. My family is the richest in Zhongbei. Whoosh! A strand of sword energy suddenly broke through the air, instantly leaving a blood mark on Yuan Zhang's face. Ah! Yuan Zhang cried out in pain, and his subordinates, anxious, immediately wanted to take action. In an instant, all the sword energy around Lan Bingying flew out, leaving a blood mark on the faces of everyone under Yuan Zhang. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. To injure dozens of people with sword energy in just a moment? If that sword energy were to slice through their throats, wouldn't that instantly kill dozens? Realizing Lan Bingying's terrifying strength, Yuan Zhang was shocked and hurriedly backed down. Calm down. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lan Bingying turned to Qin Shen and asked, do you think this is a misunderstanding? A mere Yuan family, the richest in Jiangbei, a mere Yuan Zhang, killing him would be killing him. As long as Qin Shen nodded, Yuan Zhang would surely die today. Lan Bingying had once killed countless enemies on the front lines, whether against abyssal monsters or foreign enemies, and had a remarkable record. Therefore, she had no respect for human life. Killing was just a matter of striking the head to the ground. Of course, it wasn't just her. Hua Lingfeng and Chen Shuer felt the same way. However, Qin Shen thought about it and decided to let it go. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Yuan Zhang. If Yuan Zhang angered him later, it wouldn't be too late to kill him then. After all, he had never been in the military or gone to the front lines, so he didn't have such heavy killing intent. Killing must be justified. Today, he would let Yuan Zhang off the hook. However, while the death penalty could be avoided, the living penalty was hard to escape. I plan to go to the wild to farm abyssal rifts. There are many monsters inside with plenty of experience, but I need someone to lure the monsters. Just right, Yuan Zhang and Lu Koan, you two will do. You help me lure the monsters to level up, and I'll treat what happened just now as a misunderstanding. As soon as Qin Shen finished speaking, Lu Koan immediately exploded in anger. What the hell did you say? You want me and young Master Yuan to lure monsters for you? Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you have someone backing you up, you really think you're something? Exactly. Yuan Zhang also gritted his teeth and said, my Yuan family is the richest in Jiangbei, with hidden talents and masters everywhere. Do you really think you can compete with me? You still want me to go to the Abyssal Rift to lure monsters for you? Qin Shen, you must be dreaming. Dreaming? Lan Bingying's mind moved, and in an instant, she pressed a strand of sword energy against Yuan Zhang's throat. Yuan Zhang froze in place, terrified and not daring to move. Lu Koan roared, you are outrageous. Do you know what you are doing? The Yuan family is not something you can oppose, you. His arrogant roar was suddenly cut off, because Lu Koan was also pressed by a strand of sword energy against his throat. All around, the onlookers were all a bit dazed. What kind of person was Qin Shen? Where on earth did he find such a stunning beauty in leather, a cold and fierce sword cultivator? How dare she force Yuan Zhang and Lu Koan like this? Doesn't he know what consequences this will bring? Can he still have a good life after offending the richest Yuan family in Jiangbei? Shasha. Suddenly, Lu Koan cast a pleading look at Long Shasha, crying out, Shasha, don't just stand there, say something. We have a marriage contract. I am your fiancé, and we are supposed to be together in the future. You can't help an outsider at this time. Who is the outsider? Long Shasha was very clever, striding over to Qin Shen, openly saying, I spent the night at Qin Shen's house last night, and now I am his person. Now I am in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Qin Shen. How can he be an outsider? Of course, I will help him. How could I possibly help you, Lu Koan? Lu Koan was stunned. His fiancé spent the night at Qin Shen's house last night? Long Shasha is now Qin Shen's person? How is this even possible? How could Lu Koan accept this? Don't you believe it? Seeing Lu Koan's reaction, Long Shasha directly linked her arm with Qin Shen's, tilting her head against his shoulder, softly saying, this kind of thing doesn't allow for your disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, I am already Qin Shen's person. Maybe in a couple of days, I will be pregnant, and then whether our marriage contract is dissolved is up to you. Anyway, even if I am forced to marry you, I will still have children for Qin Shen. Hearing this, Lu Koan was about to go mad. Damn it, Qin Shen, I will kill you. I will kill everyone in your family. The roar echoed. Lu Koan was furious and filled with killing intent. The key was that he was serious. After all, this enmity had already been established and was irreconcilable. With the Lu family's powerful influence, wouldn't it be easy to wipe out Qin Shen's entire family? How could he know that Qin Shen was no longer the same? Moreover, even in the past, no one could touch Qin Shen. After all, Aunt Bai and sister Bai Ying in Qin Shen's family were not ordinary people. Aunt Bai Yufang, appeared to be a mature and sexy beauty, but she was extremely dangerous. On the global secret wanted list, Bai Yufang ranked first. Even Bai Ying was among the top 10 on the secret wanted list of various countries. This mother-daughter duo was not to be trifled with. They were ruthless characters who traversed both the black and white worlds. They were definitely at the boss level. Bai Yufang was certainly not just a close friend of Qin Shen's mother. She had seen the future and sought out Qin Shen following a glimpse of that future, trying various strategies to win him over. At that moment, in the Jiangbei City Lord's mansion, the city lord received a secret phone call and was instantly shocked. What? The master of the Bliss Palace, ranked first on the secret wanted list, is in my Jiangbei? The little demoness from the Bliss Palace is also here? What are this mother and daughter duo doing in my Jiangbei? Could it be some kind of conspiracy? Ha, what did you say? Are you sure? They have been here for 2 years? The heart of the Jiangbei city lord sank to the bottom of the sea. The ruthless master of the Bliss Palace and the little demoness had been hiding in his jurisdiction for 2 years? What have they been doing during these 2 years? Why hasn't there been a whisper of news? The city lord was anxious, feeling that something big was about to happen in Jiangbei. Meanwhile, the wealthy young masters Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan had already run into trouble. They were truly brought to the ninth abyss by Qin Shen and were forced to lead monsters for him. The news spread quickly, and the Yuan and Lu families were both furious upon hearing it. Damn it! How dare he? Who is this Qin Shen? What kind of person dares to make my son lead monsters in the abyss for him? What? Just a nameless kid who has just awakened his blacksmith profession? Ordinary background with no connections? Damn, are you sure? Where does he get the courage from? This is outrageous. Someone come. Let's go to Abyss No. 9 right now. I want to personally chop this Qin Shen into pieces. The Yuan family rushed straight to Abyss No. 9, while on the other side, after coordinating with the Yuan family, the Lu family headed straight for Qin Shen's home. They aimed to take down Qin Shen and eliminate everyone in his family. How dare he let 2 wealthy young masters lead monsters to level him up? He must not know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. The Yuan and Lu families shared a common attitude, and at this moment, in Abyss No. 9, Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan successfully attracted a horde of monsters, crying and fleeing in panic. Damn it, Qin Shen, you bastard! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take action, fight the monsters. Ah, I'm going crazy. Qin Shen, you better wait for me. Lu Kuan was truly on the verge of madness. He had already been severely injured by Qin Shen before, and now he was risking his life to lure monsters in this abyss. In just a short while, he had faced life-threatening dangers and was now in a dire situation. A large group of abyss monsters was relentlessly pursuing him, and occasionally, 1 or 2 would pop up in front to block his way. Is this something a human can endure? Fortunately, at this moment, Qin Shen finally took action. He caught the weakest monster nearby and began to stack his blades furiously. Seeing this, Yuan Zhang spat blood. Damn it, I have a whole horde behind me, and you pick the weakest one at the edge? Lu Kuan was even more furious, shouting, Qin Shen, what the hell do you want? If I die, you won't have it easy either. Hurry up and deal with these monsters behind me. Come on, hurry. Qin Shen couldn't be fast at all. After all, stacking blades had to be done slowly, 1 blade at a time, right? He had to be steady and methodical. How could he leap to success in 1 step? The Death God stacking blades increased his attack power by 10 points with each basic attack, and he also had a Lucifer necklace, which was a piece of jewelry among his outfits. It was one of the many pieces of equipment he forged after battling with the school beauty Long all night. The Lucifer necklace increased his evasion by 10 points with each attack received, lasting 180 seconds, and could stack infinitely, resetting the duration with each attack. Therefore, he was not only stacking blades but also stacking evasion attributes. With high evasion, the various attacks from the monsters basically missed him entirely. Coupled with his Satan's shield, which could absorb 5 enemy attacks per minute, turning them into an energy shield to block another 5 attacks, this combination was simply invincible. Sure enough, when he completed stacking blades and evasion, starting to farm monsters with over 10,000 in attack and evasion attributes, he charged in like a whirlwind, as if there were no monsters at all. Not only did he take down 1 monster with each strike, but the various attacks from the monsters couldn't touch him at all. He stood there and fought. What the hell? Yuan Zhang, who had barely escaped a life-and-death situation thanks to Qin Shen's intervention, was stunned. How is this possible? This bastard actually dares to stand and fight against so many abyss monsters? And he's completely unscathed? Damn it, how did he do it? Previously, when Qin Shen easily passed the Hell Dungeon, Yuan Zhang was convinced he was cheating. But how could he explain this now? This was not some dungeon, it was a real abyss rift. Could he really cheat here? What the hell is going on? Lu Kuan was equally bewildered. Where did this bastard get such formidable strength? Standing and fighting abyss monsters? Not dodging at all? And damn, 1 hit for each? Am I dreaming? Of course, it wasn't just Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan, even the 3 military female generals, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, were astonished. They knew a bit about Qin Shen's background, but ultimately, they didn't know much, at least not enough to expect that his equipment would be so outrageous. How could someone like him, who had only recently awakened his profession, stand invincible in this perilous abyss? What kind of equipment would it take to achieve that? If this got out, who would dare to believe it? At this moment, the three female generals truly found it hard to believe. While everyone was stunned, Qin unknowingly slaughtered a large number of magical beasts, gaining massive experience points along with various equipment and crafting materials dropped by the beasts. The dungeon was merely a facade, a simulation of the abyss designed to provide practical combat opportunities, and its difficulty and corresponding rewards were naturally far inferior to those of the real abyss. In the abyss, death was final, there was no second chance. The dungeon was like a virtual reality combat simulation game. While the abyss was a real battlefield, there was no comparison. Even high-level hell dungeons couldn't match the true abyss, not to mention the novice dungeon of the Tianwu Academy. Therefore, the experience points Qin gained from grinding monsters were at least 10 times, even dozens or hundreds of times more than those from the Academy's novice dungeon. In any case, after completing the first wave of monster grinding, his level jumped directly from 20 to 24. The higher the level, the harder it was to level up. As the experience required increased, yet he managed to rise 4 levels in such a short time, truly extraordinary. Of course, the same went for Long Shasha, the 38D campus beauty. Originally an 18-level assassin, she had leveled up to 25 while grinding the Academy's novice hell dungeon with Qin. Now, teaming up with him in the abyss, sharing experience points, she had also leveled up from 25 to 28, even without taking action, just watching the show. Leveling up while lying down. Previously, she had always been the one carrying others, and now she realized lying down was incredibly enjoyable. Unbeknownst to her, Long Shasha's gaze towards Qin had noticeably changed. It carried a hint of admiration and reverence. Even she herself didn't realize that Qin was unknowingly making his way into her heart. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 9th abyss, the Yuan family had arrived. Leading them was a tall middle-aged man, a level 37 shield guard, the richest man in Jiangbei, and the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Shoucheng. Since Qin dared to let Yuan Zhang, the heir of the richest family, enter the abyss to attract monsters, Yuan Shoucheng naturally couldn't sit idly by. He personally took action, vowing to take Qin's head. Not to mention the Academy folks, even the King of Heaven couldn't protect Qin. Yuan Shoucheng would give no face to anyone. Let's go, follow me in. Today, Qin must die in this abyss. Bullying people to my Yuan family's doorstep is simply asking for death. I will make him understand how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. With these words, Yuan Shoucheng stepped into the abyss first. The rest of the Yuan family followed closely behind. At this moment, Qin was already heading straight for the boss on the first level of the abyss. Killing the boss would allow him to enter the second level, as the low-level magical beasts around level 20 were no longer sufficient for him. His stacking knife had already reached nearly 20,000 in attack power, and the Lucifer necklace also boasted nearly 20,000 in evasion. With just these 2 items, he was fully qualified to enter the second level of the abyss. In that hell dungeon, he had to restack his knife every time he cleared it, but in this abyss, that was completely unnecessary. Because there was no concept of clearing in the abyss, after the second level, there were still the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, with difficulty increasing exponentially. Correspondingly, experience and rewards also increased exponentially. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qin dispatched the boss of the first level of the abyss with a few strikes, directly entering the second level with his 20,000 attack power. Now, there was no need for Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan to attract monsters. Qin charged forward, cutting down every beast he encountered with a single strike, while Long Shasha, who was teamed up with him, didn't even need to move, continuing to lie down and gain experience. Yuan Zhang and Lu Kuan followed closely behind, increasingly shocked and bewildered. What the hell is going on? How can Qin be this strong? Damn it, didn't he just awaken his profession yesterday? And he's just a trash blacksmith. How could he become so monstrous in just one day? What are we supposed to do? How can we deal with him now? Deal with him? Yuan Shao, don't joke around. We almost died at the hands of those magical beasts on the first level, and he can take down the magical beasts on the second level with a single strike. He's already left us in the dust by a mile. We can forget about dealing with him in the future. Lu Kuan had already realized the vast gap between him and Qin, but Yuan Zhang refused to believe it. He couldn't accept that a mere Qin could be more capable than the heir of a wealthy family. That bastard Qin must have used some underhanded means to cheat. Yuan Zhang believed that Qin would soon reveal a flaw. He couldn't believe that Qin could continue to be this monstrous in the abyss. However, some things he couldn't ignore. Every basic attack with the Death God's stacked blade increased his attack power by 10 points, and with his S-class talent, he gained a significant boost in attributes with each level up. As his agility increased, his attack speed became faster, and the stacking speed of the blade also accelerated. Unknowingly, half an hour passed, and the attack power of the death god's stacked blade had reached a staggering 100,000. Meanwhile, his Lucifer necklace was even more outrageous. He had to stack the blade himself with each basic attack, while the Lucifer necklace stacked every time a magical beast hit him. If a group of magical beasts attacked him simultaneously, he could instantly stack over 100 or even several hundred points of evasion attributes. Now, his evasion had already exceeded 300,000. At this moment, he was surrounded by over 100 magical beasts, all above level 30, and their attacks mostly missed. Occasionally, when they did hit, the legendary effect of the satanic shield absorbed the damage. He could absorb 5 attacks per minute, converting that energy into a shield that could block about 5 more hits, totaling around 10. But with over 300,000 evasion attributes, it was unlikely that the many magical beasts could hit him even 10 times in a minute. He was truly invincible by nature, standing firm and taking hits. This is outrageous. Lu Kuan couldn't bear to watch any longer, his eyes wide with disbelief and frustration. Yuan Zhang, on the other hand, grew increasingly suspicious. Could there be a bug in this abyss? Maybe he could do it too? He thought this but didn't dare to try easily. After all, this was the second level of the abyss, filled with magical beasts over level 30 and even 40. Just a casual touch could mean death for him. How could he dare to attempt it? At this moment, 3 cold and beautiful female generals were whispering among themselves. Zhang Yao said he was a treasure, and I didn't believe it, but now I have to. Me too, but I'm still curious. What kind of equipment does he have to be this monstrous? Rather than being curious, I want him to quickly craft a set of equipment for me. Equipment? I want that too, but more than equipment, I want him. As soon as Lan Bingying said this, both Hua Lingfeng and Chen Shuer turned to her with looks full of surprise. But Lan Bingying showed no signs of concealment, smiling directly. Equipment is temporary. No matter how good the equipment is, it's still the same. But if I can get him, who would worry about not having equipment in the future? This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. His future is absolutely limitless. If we don't get close to him now, we might miss this opportunity. There was nothing wrong with her words. However, Hua Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit flustered upon hearing this. What do you mean? Are you trying to seduce him? What seduction? Lan Bingying glared with her beautiful eyes, her expression serious. When a man grows up, he should marry. When a woman grows up, she should get married. You and I will eventually have to marry. Even if we don't, we will still have to find a man. Do you understand what I mean? Hua Lingfeng fell silent, and Chen Shuer also had a flicker of unusual color in her eyes. Clearly both of them took Lan Bingying's words to heart. After all, if they had to find a man, who would they choose? Moreover, Qin Chen was actually quite handsome, young, full of vitality. He also had such great abilities, it seemed. He was indeed a good choice? At least, for now, there was no one more suitable than him. The 3 sisters of the female generals quickly came to a consensus without realizing it. Obviously, Hua Lingfeng and Chen Shuer both agreed with Lan Bingying's proposal. So naturally, the next step was to put it into action. The early bird catches the worm. The good water does not flow to outsiders. If they could completely secure Qin Chen and turn him into one of their own, they could consider it a contribution to the military. Right? It didn't matter anymore. In any case, the 3 of them had already regarded Qin Chen as their own, and they had to strategize to win him over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Shoucheng, the 37th level richest shield guard, also wanted to capture Qin Chen quickly, then make him suffer, and after torturing him, wipe out the entire Qin family. However, this rich man, along with his subordinates, turned around in the first layer of the abyss but didn't even catch a glimpse of Qin Chen, and instead, many of his men were killed by various magical beasts. After all, they didn't have the legendary equipment with golden attributes like Qin Chen, so even though their strength wasn't weak, they still suffered heavy casualties in this first layer of the abyss. In such places, the more people there are, the faster they die. Unlike Qin Chen's team, which was small in number and well-equipped, they found it much easier to survive. Yuan Shoucheng was genuinely confused. What's going on? Where is Qin Chen? Didn't they say he came to the 9th abyss? I searched all around and didn't see him. Has he already left? Or is he dead? Damn it, it doesn't matter if he's dead, but what about my son? In fact, Yuan Zhang could have been fine. At this moment, Qin Chen no longer needed him and had set him free. After he and Lu Kuan exited the second layer, they only needed to wait at the entrance to the first layer leading to the second layer. However, he ended up waiting for his own family, but what he got was his sister Yuan Mei, who had long wanted to get rid of him. Yuan Mei was the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, outstanding in both looks and abilities. She was a level 30 sword cultivator and a rare business genius. and at least half of the Yuan family's fortune was built by her efforts. It was precisely because of her remarkable contributions that the Yuan family could maintain its position as the richest in Jiangbei. However, the family business is inherited by males, not females. This is a tradition of the Yuan family. Therefore, no matter how excellent Yuan Mei was or how great her contributions, she had no chance of inheriting. The future of the Yuan family had nothing to do with her. Only her brother Yuan Zhang was recognized as the heir to the family fortune from the moment he was born. Thus, everything Yuan Mei had done in the past was merely to prepare a wedding dress for Yuan Zhang. The business empire she built would be handed over to him. Could she accept that? The moment was right. Just then, when Yuan Zhang saw his family member, he immediately frowned and began to complain. Why did it take you so long to come? And just you alone? Where are the others? As soon as Yuan Zhang finished speaking, a cold light flashed. The sword energy pierced the air, instantly stabbing through Yuan Zhang's throat. In front of Lu Koan, Yuan Mei killed her brother with one sword. Lu Koan was stunned, then horrified. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hurriedly knelt down. I didn't see anything, mage. Yeah, please don't kill me. I really didn't see anything. I promise to keep my mouth shut. When I go back, I'll transfer half of the family assets to you. I will definitely risk my life to help you seize the position of the Yuan family heir, I swear. In order to save his life, Lu Koan was truly willing to go all out. Yuan Mei originally did not want to leave any survivors, but at that moment, footsteps could be heard from a distance. Another member of the Yuan family had arrived. On Qin Shen's side, he was already fighting the boss on the second level. A level 35 epic boss, with thick health, high defense, and many skills. Qin Shen indeed had to exert some effort, taking a full 5 minutes to bring it down. This boss is quite formidable. It actually took me 5 minutes, Qin Shen muttered as he collected a massive amount of experience points and various drop rewards, which left Long Shasha and the 3 female generals speechless. This was the level 35 epic boss of the second layer of the Abyss. Others would take several hours to defeat it in a group. You took only 5 minutes and still complained it was too long? Do you even care about others' lives? Let's go. Continue to the third layer. Without waiting for the others to react, Qin Shen walked straight to the entrance of the third layer. Among the 3 female generals, Lan Bingying furrowed her brows and called out to him. The third layer is filled with monsters over level 40. Are you sure you want to go in? Maybe we should skip it, Hua Lingfeng quickly added. The highest level among us is Shuer, but she's only level 45, and the monsters in the third layer are at least level 40. Qin Shen, you shouldn't go in. That's right, Qin Shuer echoed. You can wait until your level is higher to go in, otherwise, if you encounter some danger, we might not be able to protect you. Qin Shen turned to look at the 3 female generals. In fact, they hadn't formally revealed their identities yet, but it was already obvious. How could Qin Shen, with his intelligence, not guess that the 3 of them were from the military? Even Long Shasha, who he mostly thought was just a big-chested beauty, had figured it out. You 3 sisters are from the military, right? Lan Bingying nodded. Yes, Qin Shen is crucial to the military and even to the entire Hua country, so we were ordered to come and provide close protection. Close protection, Long Shasha repeated softly, then a mysterious smile appeared on her lips as she glanced back and forth between Qin Shen and the 3 cold and sexy female generals, saying, what kind of close protection is that? You mean, do you have to stick together even when sleeping at night? Qin Shen felt embarrassed. Why you, don't talk nonsense. He felt awkward, but Lan Bingying took over Long Shasha's words. Shasha is right, since it's close protection, we naturally have to follow him closely at all times, even when eating, sleeping, or going to the bathroom. Qin Shen's face froze. Hua Lingfeng glanced at Lan Bingying and agreed. That's right. With Qin Shen's great abilities, he is undoubtedly a national treasure, so we must do our utmost to ensure his personal safety, which means we have to be by his side at all times. So, do you take care of warming the bed? Long Shasha couldn't help but tease. Qin Shen shot her a glare and quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's head into the third layer. I'm confident it won't be dangerous. The attributes of the Death God Blade and the Lucifer Necklace could only last for 3 minutes, and if they delayed any longer, the harder and overpowered attributes would disappear. They needed to seize the moment and delve deeper. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Koan's father, Lu Yaosheng, also wanted to delve deeper. However, this wealthy family head was interested in Qin Shen's Aunt Bai and his younger sister Bai Ying. Qin Shen had led Yuan Zhang and Lu Koan into the abyss to lure monsters, so the Yuan and Lu families split into 2 paths. At this moment, the Lu family had already stormed into Qin Shen's home, and the group, with a fierce momentum, had surrounded the stunning mother-daughter duo, Bai Yufang and Bai Ying. The elder wore a qipao, her voluptuous legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, exuding charm and beauty. The younger one was dressed in a crop top and a super short skirt, her fair legs radiating pure allure, with a beauty that could topple cities. Even Lu Yaosheng, the wealthy family head who had countless women, couldn't help but swallow hard, grinning wickedly. So this is Qin Chen's family? Not bad, really not bad, haha. That little bastard doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, daring to send my son to the abyss to lure monsters for him. Just wait. I'll see how I can ravage your mother and your sister. Clearly, Lu Yaosheng mistakenly thought Bai Yufang was Qin Chen's mother. Although Bai Yufang was indeed a bit too young and didn't resemble Qin Chen much as mother and son, it's not uncommon in this world for people to maintain their youth. It's even possible to have eternal youth. In the past, before the abyssal beasts invaded and before there were any awakened ones, as long as people took good care of themselves, they could look 20 or 30 years younger. Now, with various elixirs, cultivation methods, and innate skills, maintaining youth or even eternal youth is truly not surprising. Anyway, Lu Yaosheng was determined to have his way with this pair of seductive mother and daughter. However, with his level 30 swordsman strength, wanting to ravage Bai Yufang was nothing short of a fantasy. Not to mention Bai Yufang, even Bai Ying could easily handle this wealthy family head. But Lu Yaosheng was unaware of the situation and was brazenly boasting while leering at the mother and daughter. Come on, kneel and present yourselves to me, crawl over like dogs. If you two can serve me well today, I might consider sparing Qin Chen's life, otherwise. Before he could finish, the voice of this wealthy family head suddenly cut off. At that moment, Bai Ying actually sprouted wings. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of demonic light. In this world, wings are a type of equipment, and they are the most luxurious and rare kind. Not to mention Lu Yaosheng, even someone like Yuan Shoucheng, the richest man in Jiangbei, might not possess wings, because wings are a symbol of a second transformation powerhouse. Level 100 for the first job change, and level 200 for the second. Only those above level 200, second transformation powerhouses, can wear wings. Even the lowest quality ordinary wings require a level 200 wearing requirement. But right now, Bai Ying's wings were bursting with colors, radiating brilliance. This was above golden legendary quality. It was the quality of iridescent eternity. Only items of eternal quality would shine in such a spectrum. Lu Yaosheng was stunned. How could this pure and seductive girl in white silk possess wings of iridescent eternal quality? What the hell was this? Was he dreaming? Before Lu Yaosheng could react, a shining dagger appeared in Bai Ying's hand. That was the Phantom Blade, an exclusive weapon that only third transformation powerhouses could possess. In an instant, Lu Yaosheng and his subordinates were left buzzing in their heads, completely dumbfounded. An exclusive weapon of iridescent eternal quality for third transformation powerhouses? What concept was this? We're doomed. Suddenly, a thud sounded, and Lu Yaosheng, drenched in sweat, knelt before Bai Ying, banging his head and shouting, "Spare me, great one, spare me, please." Bai Ying smiled and said softly, "Spare you? Sure, I heard your wife is still charming, and your daughter is quite lovely too. Let your wife and daughter serve Qin Chen instead." Instantly, Lu Yaosheng's face froze, and the rest of the Lu family looked equally bewildered. However, Bai Ying was not joking, she was serious. The Lu family was a prominent family in Jiangbei, wealthy and powerful, ranking among the top 10, so Bai Ying had naturally seen the charming and sexy matron of the Lu family. Not to mention that matron's daughter, fair-skinned, beautiful, youthful, and vibrant. Having such a stunning mother and daughter serve Qin Chen was just perfect. Lu Yaosheng, what are you still dawdling for? At this moment, Bai Ying broke the silence. You were the one who came to find trouble with me first today. Why don't you want to die and don't want your wife and daughter to serve Qin Chen? Damn it, shut up. Lu Yaosheng had someone under him who didn't know the depth of the situation. He suddenly roared in anger and charged directly at Bai Ying. This was a level 20 plus shield warrior, known for their defense, famous for their high health and thick blood, specifically designed to draw aggro and absorb damage in dungeons or the abyss. However, as soon as Lu's shield warrior finished speaking and made a move, he was instantly decapitated by a wisp of sword energy from Bai Ying. The head rolled away, blood spraying everywhere. A level 20 plus shield warrior with high defense and thick blood was no match at all. Bai Ying hadn't even exerted herself, it was just a casual sword strike, and she wasn't even a sword cultivator, not skilled in sword energy. Like Long Shasha, she was an assassin, having not changed her class in 2 promotions, and as compensation, she received a massive boost in attributes. A level 256 second-tier assassin, what does that even mean? In Jiangbei, she was undoubtedly invincible, and most likely in Jiangzhou as well. Even in the entire Huagui Zhouzhou, she would definitely be among the top ranks. After all, she was in the top 10 of the global secret wanted list, and just that alone was enough to demonstrate her immense power. However, Qin Chen was clearly unaware of this Bai Ying's strength. He only knew about her 38D figure. Just like Long Shasha, the campus beauty, at the moment, this was the only thing that caught Qin Shen's attention about Bai Ying. But right now, Qin Shen was focusing all his attention on leveling up by grinding monsters. In the third layer of the abyss, with his stacked tens of thousands in attack power and evasion attributes, while pushing through was still not a problem, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, his health wasn't thick, and his defense wasn't high. It was better to be cautious. Only by being careful could one sail a ship for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Long Shasha, the campus beauty, repeatedly wanted to step in to help but could never find the opportunity. Qin Shen's stacked knife attacks were too high. Even in this third layer of the abyss, he was still taking down one monster with each strike, only dealing a few extra blows when facing a small boss. But even then, it was just a few extra strikes. There was no need for Long Shasha's help. As a result, this campus beauty, who also had a 38D figure, could only lie flat, gaining massive experience without even having to move. At this moment, at the entrance of the first layer, Lu Kuan was anxiously explaining to the Yuan family members, "It was Qin Shen who killed him. I saw it with my own eyes. Really, I almost got killed too. If it weren't for Sister Yuan Mei arriving in time, I would have died as well." "Are you sure?" The first Yuan family member to arrive frowned in doubt. "Qin Shen dares to kill our Yuan family's young master? Where does he get the guts?" "Exactly." Someone echoed, "That bastard brought our young master here to draw aggro. That's already incredibly bold, and he still dares to kill?" "That's right. I also don't believe Yuan Zhang was killed by Qin Shen." "Lu Kuan, you'd better tell the truth. How did Yuan Zhang die?" Faced with everyone's doubts, Lu Kuan became even more anxious. "It really was Qin Shen who killed him. How can you not believe me? Would I joke about something like this? Are you suspecting that I did it? Heavens, who doesn't know that Yuan Zhang and I are brothers? I was forced to come here to draw aggro with him. Why would I kill him? Besides, I couldn't even kill him." This was indeed true. Lu Kuan couldn't kill Yuan Zhang. The head of the Yuan family, Yuan Shoucheng, was very clear about this, and thus, after casting a meaningful glance at his eldest daughter Yuan Mei, he took a deep breath and said with a darkened face, "All right, first take my son's body out. Wait at the entrance of the abyss for Qin Shen to come out, and then confront him. If he really killed my son, I will have his entire family buried with him." His voice was cold, filled with killing intent. Previously, Yuan Shoucheng was just angry, but now he was truly filled with murderous intent. In fact, whether or not Qin Shen killed Yuan Zhang, in Yuan Shoucheng's eyes, Qin Shen had to die. Even if Qin Shen didn't kill Yuan Zhang, so what? If it weren't for Qin Shen bringing Yuan Zhang here, could this have happened? At this moment, Yuan Shoucheng had already made up his mind. The entire Qin family, not a single one left. He would take action as soon as he returned. Meanwhile, the old president of Tianwu Academy was boasting in front of a few old friends. "What's a mere blue text? This equipment is nothing to me now. You should know my master can forge items with golden text and legendary effects. Come on." An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard and laughed. "You're not really addicted to bragging, are you? At your level, you still have a master? Who could possibly be your master? A blacksmith over level 60 or 70? Don't make me laugh. Leveling up is already hard. At our age, we're only around level 50, right? It takes 50 or 60 years just to reach level 50. After all, who told us to be blacksmiths? Those people only want the equipment we forge, yet none are willing to take us into dungeons to grind for levels. Sigh, it's hopeless." The truth was, it really was hopeless. Main support professions were never valued, and life skills like blacksmithing were even worse. Ironically, the more useless the profession, the more people there were, leading to greater competition and naturally making leveling up even harder. In any case, the old president's friends did not believe he could actually find someone qualified to be his master. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Division, Commander Liang Jinting was also in disbelief. Yin Ming poison? Xingtian blade? Demon counterattack? Are these really all golden legendary effects? Did this really come from someone who just awakened as a blacksmith? Is this person in Zhangbei? Zhang Yao, are you sure? Quick, have him come see me. No, I want to see him in person. Prepare the aircraft immediately. I'm flying to Zhangbei to meet him. Such a person must be used for my country. He cannot fall into the hands of those evildoers, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Liang Jinting was indeed shocked by the 3 pieces of equipment brought by Zhang Yao from Zhangbei. Clearly ordinary quality with blank attributes, yet possessing golden text and legendary characteristics. What does this mean? How could such a person not serve the country? However, Liang Jinting was destined to be disappointed. Because Qin Shen had long since fallen into the hands of Bai Yufang and her daughter Bai Ying from the Bliss Palace. After years of close companionship, even though Qin Shen never truly believed that Bai Yufang was his mother's close friend, he had unknowingly come to regard Bai Yufang and Bai Ying as family. And now, Qin Shen's 2 family members had arrived at the Lu family. The Lu family was a wealthy clan. Although not filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, their strength was certainly not weak, with dozens of awakened ones around levels 40 to 50. This strength was sufficient, after all. The mentors at Tianwu Academy were generally only around levels 20 to 30. Even the old president, Long Yaozu, was only level 50. But at this moment, the many awakened ones of the Lu family were being slaughtered. Bai Ying was taking on multiple opponents, one sword for each. Blood washed over the Lu family, as easy as flipping a hand, as if entering a no man's land, without breaking a sweat. Before long, the Lu family was littered with corpses. Is this it? Bai Ying smiled, having killed dozens while still dressed in white, not a drop of blood on her. Lu Yaosheng, the head of the wealthy family, trembled, his mind buzzing, completely dazed. The sky had fallen. At this moment, Bai Yufeng, the alluring beauty, walked up to another elegant woman of the Lu family. You are Lu Yaosheng's wife, Su Ru, right? And you have a daughter named Lu Yameng? Listen well, from now on, both you and your daughter Lu Yameng belong to my family, Qinshen. From now on, you will serve him. If you dare to disobey, I will slaughter the entire Lu family and annihilate your 9 clans. You wouldn't want your 9 clans to be wiped out, would you? Su Ru bit her lip, terrified and anxious, filled with shame and anger but dared not speak. Lu Yaosheng was slumped on the ground, heartbroken and despairing, feeling utterly hopeless. It was over. Everything was over. Previously, when Bai Ying had asked him to send his wife and daughter to serve Qin Shen, this wealthy family head had still wanted to resist such a demand. As a result, Bai Yufeng and Bai Ying came to the Lu family, leading to the slaughter of dozens of experts from the Lu family. A calamity had struck, and it was beyond words. What could Lu Yaosheng do now? If he dared to say another word, he feared he would lose his life in an instant. Under the eaves, one had to bow their head. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no worry about firewood. For now, he had to endure no matter what. On the other side, the richest man, Yuan Shocheng, was waiting with the Yuan family at the entrance of the No. 9 Abyss. They had waited for several hours but still did not see Qin Shen come out. His subordinates began to whisper among themselves without realizing it. What the hell? How can Qin Shen stay in the Abyss for so long? And he's on the 2nd level of the Abyss? But didn't he just awaken as a blacksmith? Yeah. Being a newly awakened blacksmith is such a trash profession. How could he have the strength to stay on the 2nd level of the Abyss for so long? Forget the 2nd level, we suffered heavy casualties on the 1st level just now. But Qin Shen, a mere newly awakened trash blacksmith, only brought a few people with him, and he's still not out from the 2nd level? He couldn't have died in there, could he? These words struck a chord with Yuan Shocheng. After all, the Abyss was not a dungeon. Dungeons were artificially created for training. But the Abyss was a real abyss, so treacherous that even he, a level 37 shield warrior, did not dare to stay inside for long. He could at most lead people into the 1st level of the Abyss, but he truly did not dare to go to the 2nd level. The richer one was, the more afraid of death they became. How could he have the courage of a young man like Qin Shen? Moreover, he did not possess the various equipment that Qin Shen had. Therefore, after waiting so long without seeing Qin Shen come out, Yuan Shocheng could almost conclude Qin Shen must have died inside. However, even so, Yuan Shocheng could not just leave. Nini, take people in to look for him. Yuan Shocheng turned to his eldest daughter, Yuan Mei, his expression serious and his tone stern. Your brother died tragically. As his sister, you must do your best to avenge him. Go find Qin Shen, or find evidence that he has indeed died inside. Evidence? If he truly died in there, he would have been eaten by those abyssal beasts, so what evidence could possibly remain? But Yuan Mei did not refute him, as she had already guessed. How could she not know her biological father's suspicious nature? Yuan Zhang's death was suspicious. How could Yuan Shocheng not doubt it? Therefore, Yuan Mei had already devised a countermeasure. Alright, I'll go in right now. With a calm reply, Yuan Mei immediately entered the Abyss. Yuan Shocheng's eyes flickered with a strange light, clearly more suspicious of Yuan Mei. But no matter how much he doubted, it was useless, as Yuan Mei had already planned everything. This woman was a prodigy. She could elevate the Yuan family to the position of the richest in Jiangbei, and naturally, she could handle the current situation with ease. Her brother Yuan Zhang was her enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. She originally intended to enter the Abyss to find Qin Shen for a deal. A deal? Just then, Qin Shen emerged from the 4th level of the Abyss and met Yuan Mei at the entrance leading from the 1st level to the 2nd level. After hearing Yuan Mei's words, he couldn't help but be puzzled. What deal? Yuan Mei, with her long black silk legs, walked towards Qin Shen, a fragrant breeze following her. She slightly parted her red lips. Yuan Zhang is dead. I killed him. But I told people it was you who killed him. You helped me take the blame, and in the future, when I take the position of head of the Yuan family, I'll share half of the family assets with you. Moreover, At this point, Yuan Mei took half a step forward, her vibrant red lips almost touching Qin Chen's, exhaling warm breath as she continued, "I am also yours." Qin Chen was bewildered. What was she doing? Killed my own brother with my own hands? Framed him for it? Now I have to offer myself? And half of the family fortune? Is the infighting in the aristocracy really this cruel? Truly, to achieve one's goals, one will stop at nothing? In fact, Yuan Mei didn't want it this way, but she had no choice. Just because of the Yuan family's ancestral teachings, that the family fortune is passed to sons and not daughters, she had to erase everything she had done for the Yuan family, making all her past efforts merely a wedding dress for Yuan Zhang. How could she accept that? Why should she hand over the kingdom she had fought so hard to build to a useless Yuan Zhang? Yuan Shoucheng didn't treat her as a daughter, so she had no reason to treat Yuan Zhang as a brother. First, kill Yuan Zhang, then unite with outsiders to usurp power and eliminate Yuan Shoucheng. This was her plan. Although she was still unclear about Qin Chen's background, she was certainly not just a pretty face. Her intelligence was absolutely proportional to her figure. She recognized Long Shasha, who was by Qin Chen's side, and noticed the way this outstanding campus belle looked at him. She also saw the extraordinary nature of Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, the three cold and sexy female generals, as well as their regard for Qin Chen. With just this, it was enough for Yuan Mei to make a decisive decision. At this moment, seeing Qin Chen hesitate, Yuan Mei smiled charmingly and softly said, "If you agree, you can do whatever you want with me tonight." Do whatever you want. Qin Chen was taken aback. In fact, he really didn't want to, but it wasn't out of the question. It was just that Yuan Mei's sudden appearance left him a bit stunned, but it was no big deal. Soon after emerging from the abyss, facing the harsh questioning from the Yuan family, Qin Chen directly admitted, "I killed him, so what?" Yuan Shoucheng was a bit dazed. What the hell? This bastard killed his son and still dared to be so brazen? Not afraid at all, huh? Damn it, I'll kill you. A young man behind Yuan Shoucheng, eager to show off, shouted and charged at Qin Chen. Qin Chen stood still, while several strands of sword energy appeared in front of him. One strand of sword energy broke through the air and directly sliced across the young man's throat. Yuan Shoucheng's expression changed drastically, filled with shock. At this moment, Lan Bingying, one of the three cold and sexy female generals, stepped forward and coldly said, "Whoever dares to touch him will die." "Who the hell are you?" Someone from the Yuan family roared. "What kind of thing dares to oppose my Yuan family? Do you know that my Yuan family is the richest in Jiangbei?" Before he could finish, his voice suddenly cut off. He was instantly decapitated by a strand of sword energy from Lan Bingying. The head rolled away, blood splattering. The Yuan family members were all horrified, but amidst the shock, their anger was even greater. "How dare you kill two of my Yuan family members in a row, including the young master? That's three. You bitch, you're dead. Daring to oppose the Yuan family, I'll make your life worse than death. Everyone, don't be afraid of her, just rush her together. Damn it, after taking her down, we'll strip her and hang her up to torture her, making her a tool for the Yuan family to relieve their desires." This was not a joke. The Yuan family truly wanted to do this. Unfortunately, after they attacked, they found they were no match at all. They saw Lan Bingying's sword energy wreaking havoc, sharp and unmatched, unstoppable. Even Yuan Shoucheng, a level 37 shield guard, was heavily injured by a single sword from Lan Bingying. How could the others fare any better? Military female generals were already brave and skilled in battle, having experienced life and death, decisively killing. How could they be matched by the Yuan family's mere cannon fodder? Anyway, Hua Lingfeng and Chen Shuer didn't even make a move. Just Lan Bingying alone resolved dozens of Yuan family members in just a few minutes. Blood flowed, and corpses lay everywhere. Yuan Shoucheng lay heavily injured on the ground, filled with shock and disbelief. How could there be such a powerful person beside Qin Chen? What on earth was going on? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lan Bingying pulled Yuan Mei over and pushed her into Qin Chen's arms. Following the pre-arranged script, this rich family's daughter will stay by Qin Chen's side from now on. If the Yuan family doesn't know their place and dares to trouble Qin Chen, they will bear the consequences. The dignified richest man in Jiangbei was thus utterly defeated, with no room for resistance. Soon, as Qin Chen and his group departed, Yuan Shoucheng, the head of the wealthy family, gradually came to his senses. Gritting his teeth, his eyes were fierce, and his fists were tightly clenched. Did they really think the Yuan family was easy to bully? The Yuan family still had trump cards. How could a prominent family like theirs lack some depth? Deep within the Yuan family's ancestral tomb, several ancestors had been in seclusion for years. Each one was a formidable expert at the 100-level first transition. So how could Yuan Shoucheng just accept this? This matter was far from over. But he didn't know that the Lu family's ancestral tomb also had several ancestors in seclusion, who were now aware that the Lu family had been bloodied by Ying, yet none dared to come out. What are you going out for? Looking for death? That seems to be the Lord of Extreme Bliss and the Little Demoness. If it's really those two, then damn, don't say it's just us. Even all the old monsters in Jiangzhou and seclusion wouldn't be enough. Maybe we got it wrong? It's not really the Lord of Extreme Bliss and the Little Demoness? Got it wrong? Really? Why don't you go out and try? Instantly, the several ancestors in the Lu family's ancestral tomb fell silent, no one daring to speak further. That night, Qin Chen arrived. It was by Yufang who had sent for him, and they would be living in the Lu family's villa from now on. Lu Yaoshan, the head of the wealthy family, had been locked in the basement, while his wife and daughter, Su Ru and Lu Yumeng, the stunning mother-daughter duo, were brought before Qin Chen. Su Ru wore a sexy cheongsam, the tight-fitting dress slid high, accentuating her curvaceous figure, incredibly alluring. Beneath the ultra-short cheongsam were her voluptuous legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Below that were her delicate feet in flesh-colored stockings perched on high heels. Qin Chen was at a loss. Ying, what are you doing? What else could it be? Ying smiled sweetly, her voice sugary. Today, the Lu family brought people to kill us, so shouldn't they pay a price? From now on, let this usually high and mighty noblewoman from the Lu family and her daughter serve you, hee. Qin Chen, just say whether you like it or not. Qin Chen was speechless. What does like or not even mean? What does she take him for? However, the Lu family actually wanted to kill his Bai Yi and Bai Ying? That was indeed unforgivable. In this case, venting his anger on this noblewoman in front of him was not a bad idea. Unbeknownst to him, a thought emerged in Qin Chen's mind, and he had no awareness that the various equipment he had forged himself was at that moment emanating even darker energy, quietly becoming more sinister, with a faint blood-red demonic light seeping through the black mist. He had thought that these legendary artifacts with golden attribute effects would only emit a bit of black mist, nothing more. Moreover, those black mists were only visible to him, so it should be harmless. Little did he know he was only half right. For now, those black mists were indeed only visible to him, but could those wicked things he forged truly have no effect on him? He simply hadn't noticed. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be any negative influence. In fact, the black mist on those pieces of equipment wasn't entirely invisible to others. It was just that many people, like Long Shasha, Lan Bingying, and Hua Lingfeng, lacked the level to see it. But Bai Yufang and Bai Ying could see it clearly, and they were well aware of the intricacies involved. Although Qin Chen did not know about these things, it didn't have much of an impact. At night, he was not interested in the mature beauty Su Ru, who was dressed in a semi-transparent sexy nightgown, and was solely focused on forging equipment. The more equipment he forged, the higher his proficiency, and the greater the chance of creating high-quality gear. Now that he had a vast amount of materials, he naturally wanted to quickly raise his proficiency and then forge truly exceptional epic equipment with golden legendary effects. As a result, Bai Ying played a trick and secretly lit a plate of pink enchanting incense in his room. The enchanting incense had an aphrodisiac effect, and while Qin Chen was engrossed in forging equipment, he unknowingly began to feel his heart race, his breathing quicken, and his body heat up. He couldn't concentrate at all, and he was involuntarily drawn to the mature beauty Su Ru beside him. Several times, Qin Chen jolted back to reality, forcing himself to focus, but each time ended in failure. Instead, it only intensified the powerful effects of the enchanting incense. Consequently, Su Ru suffered the consequences. The next morning, military personnel arrived. General Zhang Yaolong from the Jiangbei camp introduced with great ceremony, Qin Chen, this is our commander of the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Division, General Liang Jinting. General Liang, this is Qin Chen. Those pieces of equipment with golden legendary effects were forged by him personally. Moreover, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I was there at the time, so it absolutely cannot be fake. At that time, the old dean of Tianwu Academy, Long Yaozu, was also present. General Liang, you know him, he is a level 50 senior blacksmith. With him supervising in person, who could possibly fake it? The tall and imposing Liang Jinting nodded and got straight to the point. I know it's unlikely to be fake, which is why I'm here in person. However, I still want to see it for myself. I wonder, is it convenient for brother Qin Chen? Convenient. Qin Chen was also direct, immediately taking out a pile of high-quality materials from his spatial ring, starting to forge on the spot before Liang Jinting could even react. Liang Jinting was stunned. What did he just see? So many high-quality forging materials? Were they all given to him by Zhang Yao? No, that's not right. Many of those materials weren't even available in Zhang Yao's northern camp, so they must be Qin Chen's own? Where did he get them? Actually, where else could they come from? Of course, they were obtained from grinding through the abyss yesterday. He had cleared 4 layers, defeating almost all the various bosses, so how could Qin Shen possibly lack materials now? He even had a large pile of ready-made epic equipment, but none of them had special effects, so he didn't value them. In comparison, his equipment with golden legendary effects was clearly better. After grinding through 4 layers of the abyss yesterday, he was now a level 31 blacksmith, capable of forging equipment up to level 50. In just a moment, the equipment was completed. Exquisite bronze swordware level, 50 quality, rare attack power, 650 legendary effect 1 Hell Strike. Each normal attack has a 50% chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. Legendary effect 2 Grim Reaper's Harvest. Attacking a stunned target ignores defense, and each strike deals true damage. When Liang Jinting took the equipment and saw the detailed attributes, he was immediately stunned, his mouth agape. Double golden legendary? Qin Shen, you are simply a god. I have seen several first-turn blacksmiths over level 100, and even they have never forged double golden legendary equipment, yet you managed to do it so easily? How did you do it? This General Lian was shocked and eager to know the truth. But, could this even be said? 100% guaranteed to produce 1 to 3 golden legendary effect attributes. If this god-level passive talent were to be known by everyone, how could Qin Shen ever live a peaceful life in the future? Wouldn't he be subjected to the frenzied pursuit of various opposing forces? An innocent man bears the guilt of possessing a treasure. He's not that foolish. Seeing Qin Shen smile without speaking, Liang Jinting quickly reacted, laughing. I'm sorry, I was being reckless. Indeed, everyone has their own secrets, and for someone like you, a truly heavyweight figure of the nation, it's best that your secrets remain known only to you. I was being reckless just now, my apologies. It's fine, Qin Shen replied with a smile. Get out of the way. A loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. This was the Lu family villa, and upon hearing that Liang Jinting, the commander of the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Headquarters, had come, the Lu family rushed over to complain. In the blink of an eye, the person was ordered in by Liang Jinting. Commander! It was the old butler of the Lu family, who immediately fell to the ground before Liang Jinting, crying out in a hoarse voice, Commander, you must stand up for our Lu family. Qin Shen has ruthlessly slaughtered many of our Lu family's strong members and has forcibly taken the wife and daughter of our family head for himself. He is truly a beast. Commander, please seek justice for our Lu family. The old butler was loyal and knew when to complain, but what use was it? In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, where is the fairness to be found? Which powerful family's original capital accumulation could ever be seen in the light? Not to mention that the Lu family had barged into Qin Shen's home with ill intentions. Even if that weren't the case, even if Qin Shen had indeed slaughtered the Lu family without reason and forcibly occupied Su Ru and Lu Yumeng, with his current capabilities, who would help the Lu family seek justice? At this moment, Liang Jinting remained quite calm and was not surprised by the old butler's words. Clearly, he was already aware of the situation. I heard about it on my way here. It seems that Lu Yaosheng from your Lu family was the one who barged into the Qin family first, right? If it weren't for the formidable strength of Qin Shen's aunt Bai and his sister Bai Ying, what would Lu Yaosheng have done to them? After failing to act arrogantly, he was taught a lesson. This is retribution. Now, how can your Lu family still have the face to come to me to complain? Our Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Headquarters exists to resist the abyssal beasts and protect the peace of the region. Did I come all this way just to listen to your Lu family's petty grievances and nonsense? The military does not interfere in civil disputes. Your Lu family's trivial matters are nothing but a fart to our Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Headquarters. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get lost. The commander's voice boomed like thunder. The butler was stunned, frozen in place. Who could have imagined the outcome would be like this? Now even the great commander of the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Headquarters had taken Qin Shen's side, openly showing favoritism? If this got out, who would believe it? After all, how could outsiders know the value Qin Shen held for the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Headquarters and even for the entire Huaogui Zhouzhou? That immense value was absolutely irreplaceable. Moments later, the butler was dragged away, and Liang Jinting fixed his gaze on Qin Shen, solemnly stating, everything Zhang Yao promised you before is still valid. Furthermore, now I, in my capacity as the commander of the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Headquarters, promise you that from now on, you, Qin Shen, will be a distinguished guest of our entire Huaogui Zhouzhou military. Your matters will be the highest secret of our military, and you will enjoy absolute immunity, the right to act first and report later. And even, at this point, Liang Jinting took out a token with an energy imprint and handed it to Qin Shen. This is my command token. With this token, you can mobilize any military force within Jiangzhou at will. Whenever you need it, all military forces within Jiangzhou will be at your command, ready to be dispatched. As Liang Jinting finished speaking, Qin Shen was somewhat dazed. The olive branch thrown by Liang Jinting is indeed quite substantial, To win him over, he has truly put in a significant investment. However, it should also be considered a test, right? Grant him a military order and see if he will abuse his power, then decide whether to further entrust him with important responsibilities. Yes, the military must be thinking along these lines. After all, Qin Shen has lived 2 lives. How could he not see through this? Take this card as well, Liang Jinting said, handing over a bank card. There's 100 million in it, as an advance deposit for the equipment I'm providing you. All right. Qin Shen accepted it without hesitation, and in response, he forged several pieces of equipment on the spot for Liang Jinting to take with him. Exquisite Bronze Shield Unique Effect, Vengeful Thorn, 100% damage rebound, 50% of the damage Rare Silver Sniper Rifle Legendary Effect 1, Hell Source, Infinite Bullets, every shot hits, and each bullet has a 30% chance to crit. Legendary Effect 2, Curse, every 7th bullet will crit 100% of the time and curse the target, causing the cursed target to take an additional 1% true damage every second. Originally, Qin Shen only intended to dabble in firearms, but unexpectedly, he actually forged them. Moreover, it was a rare silver sniper rifle with dual golden legendary effects. Absolutely invincible. With such immense capability, it is only right for the military to support him. Additionally, it is only natural for people like Long Shasha, Lan Bingying, and Hua Lingfeng to admire him even more. After all, his future is truly limitless. Given time, he will be absolutely unbeatable. When Liang Jinting left, he was overjoyed. Now that he holds such a trump card in Qin Shen, what is there to worry about for the future? As long as he can keep Qin Shen stable and have him continuously provide various equipment with golden legendary effects for the Jiangzhou Demon Suppression Division, he will surely have a place in the future as the national commander. Meanwhile, Yuan's family, the richest in Jiangbei, issued a call to gather all their experts back. Furthermore, the ancestors in the Yuan family ancestral tomb have all emerged from seclusion. This is a full-scale mobilization, determined to eliminate Qin Shen at all costs. As a wealthy tycoon, the Yuan family naturally has deep roots. Just last night, in a single night, they recalled at least several hundred experts and even hired several professional assassin groups. With over 1,000 people, how could they not kill Qin Shen? Even Yuan Shoucheng, the head of the wealthy family, felt it was a bit of an overkill, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But it doesn't matter. After all, the woman beside Qin Shen yesterday was indeed extraordinarily powerful, so it's wise for the Yuan family to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. As long as he can avenge his son, Yuan Shoucheng is willing to do anything. What he doesn't know is that Qin Shen is growing rapidly. In just one day, he has already reached level 31. His equipment has also been updated in various ways. His clothes are all fashionable, although their quality is average. They all come with golden legendary effects. Clothes, pants, shoes, necklaces, rings, and so on. How many golden legendary effects do they add up to? How many skills does that equate to? Hell's Blood Sea. Each time you are attacked, your health permanently increases by 10 points. Underworld Blood Pool. Health plus 100,000, life recovery plus 200%, damage reduction plus 10%. Yama's Demon Cave. Each time you are attacked, there is a 30% chance to become invisible for 5 seconds, immune to all damage during this time, and attacks will carry a curse, reducing all attributes of the cursed target by 50% for 5 seconds. Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood. Each time you kill a target, your health permanently increases by 10,000, and so on. Each golden legendary effect is more outrageous than the last. At the same time, the equipment with these effects is increasingly sinister. Qin Shen can clearly feel the intense malevolence emanating from them. At first, he didn't dare to speak recklessly, but now he was almost certain that this equipment was anything but benign. It was even more sinister than those abyssal beasts. How did you feel last night? Aunt Bai's voice suddenly rang out. The seductive woman walked over with her long legs clad in flesh-colored stockings, smiling sweetly. How was the taste of the wealthy Lady Su Ru? Was it very satisfying? Qin Shen was in a daze, yet also suspicious. Aunt Bai, you weren't the one playing tricks last night, were you? I just felt something was off. What was off? Aunt Bai interrupted him with a smile. A wealthy lady is like a wolf, and you, being young and vigorous, a lonely man and a woman in a fiery situation, isn't it normal for a spark to ignite? Are you trying to say that you're not interested in Su Ru, but actually have your eyes on me, Aunt Bai? Qin Shen was speechless. What on earth was Aunt Bai talking about? But to be honest, it seemed that his Aunt Bai had indeed become even more enchanting. Her curves were accentuated, her figure captivating, and her skin was as tender as a young girl's. She had always looked like this, but it seemed Qin Shen was only now realizing his aunt's allure. Or perhaps he was just beginning to appreciate it. Come here. Suddenly, Bai Yufan pulled him aside to sit down, took off her high heels, and placed her stocking-clad feet directly on Qin Shen's lap. Help me massage my feet, quickly. At that moment, Qin Chen clearly felt a bit parched. Aunt Bai was obviously teasing him again. How should he respond? Unknowingly, the dark aura from the various equipment on him intensified, with strands of demonic light flickering in the shadows, and waves of demonic energy were quietly invading Qin Chen's body, merging with his bloodline without him realizing it. An hour later, when Qin Chen emerged from the room, drenched in sweat, his younger sister Bai Ying approached him with her short skirt and white silk legs, beaming mischievously. Brother Qin Chen, what were you doing just now? You look so out of breath. You weren't in the room merging with my mom, were you? You. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Chen was utterly flustered, unable to imagine how she could say such a thing. Nonsense? Bai Ying pressed on. You still have lip prints on your face. Whose are they? Is there anyone else in this room? Qin Chen opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Some things were unspeakable, so he simply changed the subject. This villa ultimately belongs to the Liu family. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to occupy it? Why don't we just leave and buy another villa or manor? After all, we aren't short on money now. Money? When have Bai Yufang and Bai Ying ever lacked money? They had just been low-key before, to avoid raising Qin Chen's suspicions. It should be known that they were the masters of the paradise of ultimate bliss, the largest demonic force in the world. Could they really lack money? Money was something the paradise of ultimate bliss had in abundance. What they lacked was equipment, enough to resist and even sweep across nations. They had money if they needed it, people if they wanted them, and their influence spanned the globe. As long as they had enough equipment to arm themselves, conquering the world was not a dream. It should be noted that Bai Yufang's ambition was vast, even greater than her 39E bust. With such ambition and willingness to invest, she was now savoring everything that had just happened with Qin Chen, drenched in fragrant sweat. A few years ago, she had glimpsed a fragment of the future, and now, having successfully captured Qin Chen, her paradise of ultimate bliss would soon rise again. Glancing down at her torn stockings, Bai Yufang smiled slightly, clearly feeling that everything was under her control. Outside the room, Bai Ying said to Qin Chen, why should we return it? The Liu family brought this upon themselves, now all their assets belong to us. Can they still resist? That Liang Jinting from the headquarters of the Zhenzhou Demon Suppression Division didn't say anything. What are you afraid of, brother Qin Chen? At this point, Bai Ying smirked, her tone laden with meaning. You're not afraid that you won't be able to resist the temptation of Su Ru and her daughter, are you? Afraid that you might fall deeply into it and indulge excessively? Oh, it's fine. Isn't that Chen Shuer beside you a pharmacist? She has plenty of tonics and aphrodisiac pills. Just let her give you some, and it'll definitely be enough. Hee. Qin Chen was speechless. Just then, Chen Shuer approached with her mesmerizing long legs clad in black stockings. Bai Ying might have just been joking, but Chen Shuer was serious. As she arrived in front of Qin Chen, a fragrant breeze followed her, and she pulled out a bunch of syringes and pills. There are indeed a lot of tonics and aphrodisiac pills. Like this one, after taking it, your stamina and energy will increase by 100% for half an hour. Is half an hour enough? Bai Ying interjected with a mischievous smile. Before Qin Chen could respond, Chen Shuer replied directly, then how about this one? The effect lasts for 12 hours. That should be enough, right? Qin Chen completely didn't understand what she meant. But in the end, he accepted all the syringes and pills. After all, why refuse something for free? Having something is completely different from not having it at all. As a return gesture, he immediately crafted a full set of outfits for Chen Shuer. Leather jacket, leather pants, corset, stockings. Once she donned the entire ensemble, Chen Shuer instantly gained a bunch of golden legendary level special effects, doubling her strength, even multiplying it several times. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to even think about it. After all, even special effect gear was a luxury, let alone special effect outfits? And these were golden legendary level special effect outfits. Such things were not even guaranteed for those above level 100. Sister Shuer, Bai Ying began to tease again, look how good my brother Qin Chen is to you, shouldn't you offer yourself in return? Is it necessary? Chen Shuer smiled as she looked at Qin Chen. Qin Chen was flustered. You, don't listen to her nonsense. Who's talking nonsense? Bai Ying tugged at her silky white stockings with a mischievous grin. Sister Shuer is your personal bodyguard. It's only natural for you to sleep together. Now that you've gifted her a full set of golden legendary level special effect outfits, it's only right for her to offer herself in return. Isn't that right, Sister Shuer? The usually aloof and sexy female officer Chen Shuer actually nodded. That's indeed correct. Qin Chen, you are a treasure of our military. I, along with Bing Ying and Ling Feng, have a heavy responsibility to ensure your safety, so, starting tonight, we really have to sleep together. Only this way can we eliminate all dangers in their cradle. Otherwise, if something happens to you, we would be guilty of dereliction of duty and could face military law, which could cost us our lives. Is it that serious? Qin Chen was astonished. are you sure about this? Of course. Chen Shuer smiled. What? Do you think I want to sleep with you for some other reason? Qin Shen was once again flustered. Why do they all enjoy teasing him? Can't they be a bit more normal? However, he didn't realize that for someone as capable as him, who could be normal in front of him? Moreover, he himself was not lacking in conditions. He could be considered quite handsome, and being in the prime of youth and vigor, even without any abilities, he could still make someone like Chen Shuer feel moved. With multiple buffs stacked together, it was only natural for Chen Shuer to willingly offer herself. If even a military female officer like Chen Shuer felt this way, what about others? Like his beautiful class instructor, Li Yanan. At this moment, Li Yanan had already come to the door, waiting to meet him in the living room. Unlike her usual demure mentor appearance, today Li Yanan had deliberately dressed herself up to be extremely exquisite, beautiful, and sexy. Her red lips were striking, and her collarbone was exposed. She wore a short dress that accentuated her slender waist. Below the short skirt, a pair of long legs were wrapped in black stockings, eye-catching and tempting, making one drool. Her entire figure was curvaceous, truly a sight to behold. This was no ordinary mentor. She was clearly a stunning beauty. When Qin Shen entered the living room and saw her outfit, he was momentarily stunned. Teacher Li, you, what's wrong with me? Li Yanan smiled charmingly, her red lips parting slightly as she said, how does it feel? Your teacher Li can be considered a great beauty, right? Of course, she was a great beauty. She had a 38D figure, and Li Yanan had always been well endowed, though she usually kept a low profile at school. Today, she had come to seek help from Qin Shen, a highly capable craftsman, and had dressed up meticulously, specifically choosing a sexy short dress to show him. Seeing her students somewhat dazed, Li Yanan laughed and continued, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I came here today for a serious matter. Qin Shen, I've treated you quite well in the past, haven't I? Now that you have such great abilities and have risen to prominence in just a few days, shouldn't you take good care of me in the future? I was originally thinking of having you help the classmates, but now you're no longer the same as before. How can you waste precious time on such trivial matters, right? So, how about you casually forge a few pieces of equipment for the classmates? It would help them when they go into dungeons. At this point, Li Yanan took 2 steps closer, staring intently at Qin Shen, and then said, of course, you can decide who is qualified to use the equipment you forge. You can freely give your equipment to those you like or find pleasing. For example, the beautiful class flowers from each class. Qin Shen, you understand what I mean, right? Qin Shen really didn't quite understand what Li Yanan meant. He could understand providing a batch of equipment to the school and deciding who could use it for dungeon runs, but did Li Yanan really need to phrase it so suggestively? It was as if there were some shady dealings involved. Perhaps it wasn't just a suggestion. At that moment, in the office of the principal of Tianwu Academy, a seductive woman was trying to extract information from Principal Li Zhangdao. I heard the academy will be bringing in a batch of equipment with golden legendary effects for the students to use in dungeons. Is that true? If so, there must be requirements for students to use such equipment, right? Principal, can you give me a hint in advance? Or, can you make it so that I can have priority in selecting the equipment? Oh, Principal, just say a word, I beg you. The woman pouted, her eyes sparkling with charm, exuding seduction. Seeing the woman before him tugging at the flesh-colored stockings on her voluptuous legs, Principal Li Zhangdao couldn't help but frown. President Qin, you're quite well informed. This matter was just settled. Where did you get your information? The woman smiled seductively, adjusted her extremely low neckline, and tugged at the hem of her tight-fitting short skirt, leisurely saying, you don't need to worry about that. Principal, you know I'm the president of the Parent Association at Tianwu Academy. I have to manage both big and small matters. How can I not be well informed? Now, why don't you tell me some details about those golden legendary effect equipment? At least give me a little hint. As she spoke, the woman naturally took off her high heels and gently brushed her black silk-clad foot against Li Zhangdao's leg. The beautiful woman captivated, but Li Zhangdao showed a serious expression. Enough with the theatrics. This matter is of utmost importance and is classified information related to the military. So don't waste your efforts. In fact, Li Zhangdao had already revealed some information related to the military. As the president of the Parents Association, the beautiful Qin Wanning immediately thought, could those golden legendary grade special effect equipment be provided by the military? Is the military planning to cultivate them in a targeted manner? It seems that the rampage of the abyssal beasts is intensifying, and a grand crisis is rapidly approaching. Otherwise, the military wouldn't act this way. With this thought, Qin Wanning quickly put on her high heels and stood up to take her leave. She needed to use other channels to obtain more information and secure a spot for her precious daughter. After all, being able to use golden legendary grade special effect equipment for dungeon runs was an unprecedented opportunity. This chance was rare, and she, the stunningly beautiful president of the Parents Association, could not miss it. Meanwhile, at the home of the richest man, the Yuan family, the lord of Jiangbei City, Jiang Shao, had personally arrived. Moreover, Jiang Shao had brought troops with him, 800 elite soldiers. Each one was valiant and battle-hardened, having faced life and death in the fight against the abyssal beasts. At this moment, City Lord Jiang Shao was lecturing Yuan Shoucheng, the city lord. Why are you in such a hurry to gather so many experts? Are you planning a rebellion? Do you really think that just because you are the richest man in Jiangbei, no one can touch you? Yuan Shoucheng, you are simply outrageous. City Lord Jiang. Yuan Shoucheng frowned deeply and spoke in a low voice. My son is dead, killed by that Qin Chen. Shouldn't I seek revenge for my son? The dignified richest man in Jiangbei was actually killed by an unknown brat. Should I remain indifferent? If this were you, City Lord Jiang, what would you do? You think you are justified, right? Jiang Shao sneered, coldly warning, I came here personally today to tell you that Qin Chen is not someone you can touch. I have guaranteed his safety. Dare you to lay a finger on him? Yuan Shoucheng's face froze. The other members of the Yuan family were equally incredulous. The city lord of Jiangbei had actually come forward to protect Qin Chen? What was going on? What did this mean? Damn it, wasn't Qin Chen just a newly awakened garbage support blacksmith? What qualifications did he have to warrant the personal protection of the city lord of Jiangbei? This was simply absurd, utterly ridiculous. Why? Yuan Shoucheng finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth in frustration as he couldn't help but ask, City Lord Jiang, our relationship is decent, and we have had many dealings in the past, yet now you are helping a mere Qin Chen? What is so special about Qin Chen? Isn't he just a garbage support blacksmith? At this moment, Jiang Shao looked at Yuan Shoucheng as if he were an idiot. They did have some acquaintance, but it was far from the level of collusion between officials and businessmen. It was merely some normal dealings that could be made public. Although he didn't know the details about Qin Chen, he had received relevant instructions that Qin Chen was someone the military was protecting. The military has 4 major departments: Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division. Among them, the Demon Suppression Division is primarily responsible for combating the abyssal beasts, having the most troops and the greatest strength, making it the top of the 4 divisions. The Military Combat Division is responsible for border security and engaging in battles with other countries, dealing with confrontations between people and competitions between nations, hence the name Military Combat. The City Defense Division is responsible for the security of the rear cities, while the Law Enforcement Division handles daily law enforcement. Each division performs its duties, although they are under the command of the city lord. They all obey the orders of the commander. In Huagua, there are 9 provinces, and within a province, there can be hundreds of city lords, but there is only one commander. For example, Zhang Yao of the Jiangbei camp, although known as General Zhang, is actually just a deputy general. There are hundreds of deputy generals in Jiangzhou, but there is only one commander, Liang Jinting. Not long ago, Liang Jinting personally visited Jiangbei to meet with Qin Chen, and shortly after, Jiang Shao, the lord of Jiangbei, received a secret order from the commander's office. How could Jiang Shao not take it seriously? The Yuan family is just a minor player, and who can't be the richest? As long as Jiang Shao wants to, anyone can become the richest in Jiangbei. At the same time, Qin Chen is irreplaceable. In just half an hour, Qin Chen forged over a dozen pieces of equipment and handed them to Li Yanan, who then signed an agreement on behalf of Tianwu Academy. From then on, Qin Chen became the honorary vice president of Tianwu Academy, and the academy would pay him a monthly fee as rent for the equipment, while he could intervene in the management of the academy at any time, including personnel appointments and dismissals, as well as student admissions and expulsions. Moreover, what he said was final, without needing to go through the board of directors. Even the president, Li Zhangdao, couldn't do that, so although Qin Chen was still a student, his actual power was already greater than that of the president. What? He has more power than the president? When Qin Wanxing, the alluring and beautiful president, learned this through secret channels, she was immediately stunned. The person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment and replied, yes, more power than the president, but I'm talking about actual power. What are you talking about? Qin Wanxing was also taken aback. Of course, she was also referring to actual power. The person on the other end misunderstood. However, hearing this from the other side of the phone, Qin Wanxing couldn't help but feel a slight blush creeping onto her exquisitely made-up face. Meanwhile, Li Yanan brought up another matter with Qin Chen. The Awakener Ladder Tournament, jointly funded by countries around the world, was about to begin, and Tianwu Academy was preparing to form several teams to compete. The Ladder Tournament, also known as the Ranking Tournament, aims to create a good competitive atmosphere to motivate the vast number of global awakeners, Only in this way can they better combat the abyssal beasts and achieve ultimate victory. The tournament has high prestige and extremely rich rewards, allowing participants to earn various honors while achieving different milestones. Originally, Tianwu Academy had jointly formed 4 teams with Jiangbei Academy, the strongest of which was composed of the 4 top beauties of Tianwu Academy and the first genius of Jiangbei Academy. However, now Tianwu Academy had decided to temporarily replace the first genius of Jiangbei Academy with Qin Shen, forming the strongest team with Qin Shen and the 4 top beauties to represent Tianwu Academy in the competition. This way, the honors they achieved would solely belong to Jiangbei Academy, without needing to share with Jiangbei Academy. A last-minute change? Upon understanding the situation, Qin Shen immediately sensed the problem. Is that okay? It might cause dissatisfaction, right? Are you talking about Jiangbei Academy? Li Yanin was clearly aware. Of course, they will be unhappy, especially Jiang Ao, the first genius of Jiangbei Academy, who has been replaced by you. But the problem is, you are indeed more suitable than him. He has S-level talent, and you also have S-level talent, but no matter how talented he is, he can't compare to your legendary golden equipment. After all, our strongest team is not just to bring glory to the academy, but also to bring glory to Jiangbei. In fact, in the future, it could even bring glory to the country. You know this ladder ranking tournament is global. If you can make it into the top 100 globally, wouldn't that be bringing glory to the country? So how can Jiangbei Academy oppose this? No matter how dissatisfied they are, they have no choice. The Lord has already agreed. Hearing this, Qin Shen said nothing more. After all, even the Lord had agreed. What more could he say? Being able to team up with the 4 top beauties was not a bad thing. With that settled, Qin Shen didn't dwell on it and soon led his team back into the abyss to grind for levels. This time, the cold and alluring female warriors Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Shen Shuer also joined the team, making a 5-person team with Qin Shen and Long Shasha, starting their grind from the 4th layer of the abyss. All the monsters here are over level 40, and they are not just ordinary beasts. There are also zombies, ghouls, and various other creatures like vengeful spirits. However, all these things come from the abyss, hence they are collectively referred to as abyssal beasts. In the past, even the 3 brave and stunningly beautiful female generals would not dare to easily step into the 4th layer of the abyss, but now they have teamed up with Qin Shen, and leveling up has been effortless. The main reason is that the equipment effects on each person are incredibly powerful, especially Qin Shen, whose Hell Blood Sea effect permanently increases his health by 10 points every time he is attacked, while the Nether Blood Pool effect directly adds 100,000 to his health, with a 200% life recovery and a 10% damage increase. There's also the Yama's Cave, which gives a 30% chance to become invisible for 5 seconds after being attacked, during which he is immune to all damage, and his attacks carry a curse that reduces all attributes of the cursed target by 50% for 5 seconds. Additionally, the Blood Sea of Corpses permanently increases his health by 10,000 for every target he kills. With these 4 golden legendary effects stacked together, Qin Shen, as a support blacksmith, transforms into a shield warrior, charging through and crazily attracting monsters, while simultaneously stacking blades and evasion, single-handedly drawing over 100 abyssal beasts in pursuit without taking a scratch. The other 4 members of the team hardly need to lift a finger, allowing Qin Shen to stack blades and evasion amidst the chaos of monsters, and as a result, there are other awakened ones in the abyss, and they all witnessed something. What the hell? What's going on? Is there a beast tide? How can so many monsters be chasing one person? Damn, that's insane. Who is that person? How can he withstand so much damage from so many monsters? The key is that he actually withstood it, and it seems like nothing happened to him? Oh my god, could he be one of those powerful shield warriors at level 80 or 90? No way, how can there be such a powerful shield warrior in the 4th layer? Could it be that a powerful being is helping a low-level character? Wait, there are 4 beautiful women too? Oh my god, isn't that the campus beauty Long from Tianwu Academy? So she brought a shield warrior to help her level up? No way? How much would it cost to hire such a powerful shield warrior? Is she preparing for the Heavenly Earth ranking tournament? Various speculations kept emerging, while Qin Shen remained oblivious, focused solely on stacking blades and killing monsters, outputting damage like crazy. Unknowingly, an hour passed, and his attributes were astonishing. Qin Shen, level 34 blacksmith talent, S-class health, 3900 plus 470000, from equipment bonuses, attack power, 388 plus 79000, from death god blade stacking, evasion, 350 plus 190000, from Lucifer necklace. The attack power and evasion attributes are temporary, but the health is permanent. Isn't this even more outrageous than those shield warriors over level 100? If he continues to stack like this, with his equipment growing infinitely, before he knows it, his health will reach astronomical numbers. He simply cannot die. At this moment, the three stunning female generals were quietly discussing. Lan Bingying, his sustained combat ability is too strong, right? Hua Lingfang, sustained combat ability? Are you trying to say endurance? Lan Bingying, what endurance? I'm talking about sustained combat ability, don't get it twisted. Chen Shuer, I feel like Lingfang isn't getting it twisted. Bingying, what you really mean is endurance. Nearby, Long Shasha couldn't help but blush upon hearing this. This youthful campus beauty was also drawn into the conversation, unable to help but think, if so many monsters can't withstand Qin Chen's antics, who could if it were a person? If it were her, wouldn't she be exhausted to death by him? Damn it, what is she thinking? But the more she tried not to think about it, the more her mind wandered. As a result, she unknowingly turned red, feeling shy and charming. Lan Bingying sensed something unusual and immediately laughed. Shasha, are you feeling lovesick? Ah. Long Shasha jolted back to reality and quickly shook her head. What are you talking about? I am not. The three female generals exchanged knowing smiles, all wearing expressions that said, I understand. Long Daxia's pretty face turned even redder as she turned her head to avoid the gazes of the three female generals. At this moment, Qin Chen was in the midst of a killing spree, taking down one magical beast after another. One by one, the magical beasts fell, and pure heavenly essence, which was experience points, surged into Qin Chen's body. Various equipment and materials kept dropping. Among them were quite a few with blue attributes. In the outside world, these would be considered rare equipment, but to Qin Chen, they were nothing to mention. Even the few accompanying him had already lost interest in these trashy items. However, at this moment, Zhangbei Academy's top genius, Zhang Ao, was enamored with a newly acquired piece of blue rare effect equipment. Exquisite bronze storm sword wearing level, 20 quality, rare attack power, 241 unique effect, storm, adds 10% additional wind element attribute damage. The attribute damage was decent, but when compared to Qin Chen's golden legendary effect, it immediately paled in comparison. But people are not comparable. Outsiders had no idea about Qin Chen's abnormality. At this moment, a large group of people from Zhangbei Academy surrounded Zhang Ao, all envious. My goodness, aren't attribute effect equipment supposed to be level 40 or 50, or even over 100? How can a level 20 equipment have an attribute effect? Unbelievable. Our Zhang Ao is already the top genius, and now with this effect equipment, isn't he invincible? Won't this make the four school beauties from Tianwu Academy fall head over heels for him? Of course, ha. Clearly, people only knew that the four top beauties from Tianwu Academy were going to form a team with Zhang Ao for the ladder competition, but they had no idea that Zhang Ao had already been replaced by Qin Chen. Even Zhang Ao himself was still unaware. Otherwise, how could he be so excited about this blue attribute effect equipment in his hands? But in the office of the Dean of Zhangbei Academy, the Dean had already received the news. What? Our Zhang Ao has been replaced? By someone named Qin Chen? Qin Chen? Who is that? I've never heard of this name before. Is he from Tianwu Academy? What does that mean? The four beauties from Tianwu Academy are forming the strongest team in Zhangbei with a Qin Chen? All of them are from Tianwu Academy? I just want to ask how much this Qin Chen spent to get the four top beauties from Zhangbei Academy to team up with him? Didn't spend any money? Do you think I'll believe that? I still don't know the background of Tianwu Academy. Among their students, which one do I not know the name of? How come I've never heard of this Qin Chen? Where did this nonsense Qin Chen come from? Enough with your nonsense, I don't agree. No one can replace Zhang Ao. It must be Zhang Ao who forms the strongest team in Zhangbei with the four beauties from Tianwu Academy. That's what I say. On the other end of the phone, the board members hung up and reported the situation to the chairman of the board. The chairman sneered after hearing it. He doesn't agree? Does he think he has the final say? Who does he think he is? This Zhangbei Shen Yuan has always been decided by the board. When did it become the turn of a mere puppet dean to give orders? But Zhang Ao is the son of City Lord Zhang Shao, a subordinate reminded. Of course, the stunningly beautiful chairwoman, with her long legs and flesh-colored stockings, interrupted before the subordinate could finish. So what? This time even Zhang Shao can't make the decision. Do you really think I don't want Zhang Ao to be the captain of the strongest team representing Zhangbei in the competition? Unfortunately, the winds have changed, and someone more suitable than Zhang Ao has appeared. The subordinates were puzzled. Is that person really more suitable than Zhang Ao? Is it really not just a matter of money secretly buying the position of the strongest team captain? After all, Zhang Ao is truly a rare talent, one in a million. What kind of person could possibly be more of a genius than Zhang Ao? Meanwhile, in the fourth layer of the abyss, a charming and sexy woman was also puzzled. Who is this kid? He actually withstood the frenzied attack of hundreds of abyss monsters all by himself? How high must his defense be to achieve that? Moreover, this guy is taking them down one by one with a single strike. The sexy woman is Jiang Yuru, the deputy city lord of Jiangbei, an A-level talent, level 42 illusionist. Even she couldn't manage to take down one abyss monster with a single strike in this fourth layer of the abyss. It took her half a day to kill just one. Yet this young man is not only withstanding the frenzied attack of hundreds of abyss monsters but also taking them down one by one? What does that even mean? Could he be an ageless level 100 powerhouse? Jiang Yuru murmured softly, stepping out of the illusion she had woven, and quickly approached the three coldly beautiful female generals and Long Shasha. Ha! Long Shasha was astonished. Aunt Yuru? Jiang Yuru smiled and said softly, Shasha, where did you find such a powerhouse to bring you to the fourth layer of the abyss to level up? Powerhouse? Long Shasha was taken aback, and after realizing it, she laughed and said, No, he's a student from our Tianwu Academy, part of my team, not a powerhouse hired to guide me. What? Now it was Jiang Yuru's turn to be surprised. Not the kind of powerhouse she imagined? Just a student from Tianwu Academy? How is that possible? When did Tianwu Academy produce such an extraordinary student? How could she, Jiang Yuru, not know about this? Originally, the only geniuses in her eyes were Jiang Ao from Rejang family and the four beautiful prodigies from Tianwu Academy, plus that one from the Shao family 5 years ago, but now she had encountered someone even more extraordinary? This person before her could hardly be described as a genius, he was simply a monster. And indeed, Xin Chen was now no different from a monster. Xin Chen, level 39 blacksmith talent, S-level health, 4,300 plus 580,000, from equipment bonuses, attack power, 512 plus 120,000, from the Reaper's Blade, dodge, 508 plus 290,000, from the Lucifer necklace. This was his current attribute. The speed of his improvement was clearly like a rocket. He was constantly skyrocketing. Many instructors from Tianwu Academy, including Li Yanan, were no longer his opponents. Even without the temporary bonuses from the Reaper's Blade and Lucifer necklace, his more than 580,000 permanent health was enough to sweep through everyone in Tianwu Academy. It seemed like a tall tale, but there was no denying it. This was the incredible aspect of Golden Legendary Effect equipment. Moreover, he had not just one piece of Golden Legendary Effect equipment on him, but a whole bunch. Who could possibly compare with him? It was truly, people make others feel inferior. Soon, Xin Chen led a horde of abyss monsters all the way to the final boss in the fourth layer. A level 50 epic boss, a giant centipede over 10 meters long, was originally lying there asleep. Upon hearing the commotion and opening its eyes, it was instantly excited. But that excitement lasted only 2 seconds before Xin Chen took it down with a single strike. The poor level 50 epic boss didn't even know how it died. It was all because Xin Chen's Reaper's Blade had an attack power of over 100,000, which was simply terrifying. After clearing out the remaining monsters, Xin Chen did not linger at all and directly charged towards the 5th level. After all, the combined attributes of the Death God's Blade and the Lucifer necklace were temporary, requiring constant stacking and resetting of duration, so he could not afford to waste time. Not even a glance at Jiang Yuru, a seductive young woman, was spared. He couldn't even bear to waste time looking at her for a moment longer. Just a fleeting glance, and then he stepped into the teleportation portal leading to the 5th level without looking back. Jiang Yuru was taken aback. This young man, clearly still in his youth, was treating her as if she were invisible? Was he really a student of the Tianwu Academy and not some old monster who had long since cultivated his mind and shunned women? She, Jiang Yuru, was full of charm. Wherever she went, she was always the center of attention. Yet now, she was being ignored by such an unknown brat? Jiang Yuru felt a bit indignant and couldn't help but follow him into the 5th level to see what was going on. Today, she had to find out just how capable this young man really was. As soon as she entered the 5th level, she felt an overwhelming pressure hit her. The thick, suffocating abyssal magic was almost unbearable. Just standing at the entrance made her feel like she was struggling to breathe. But Xin Chen was charging forward, still slashing through monsters one after another. Ordinary monsters were all taken down with a single strike, while some with absolute shields were left alive to help him stack the evasion attribute of the Lucifer necklace and the health effect of the Hell Blood Sea. At this moment, he didn't even notice that he had already leveled up to level 40 and awakened his 3rd god level passive talent. The first was a 100% success rate for forging equipment, guaranteeing 1 to 3 golden legendary attributes. The second was a 100% success rate for embedding gems into equipment and a 100% success rate for gem synthesis. The newly awakened 3rd god level passive talent was a 100% success rate for equipment enhancement. Equipment enhancement was a money-burning endeavor. Each enhancement consumed a significant amount of enhancement stones, and enhancing by +1 could add considerable extra attributes, but the success rate started off low and only got lower. There was no minimum, only lower. There was a wealthy individual who spent billions trying to enhance a +8 weapon to +9, only for it to fail, shattering the equipment, and even losing the +8 weapon in the process. All past efforts were in vain. That wealthy individual went bankrupt overnight, ending up with a shattered family. This was a classic case of being driven mad by the obsession with enhancement. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying equipment enhancement could be. It was truly not something an ordinary person could afford to play with. Yet now, Qin Shen had awakened a talent for a 100% success rate in equipment enhancement. How could others survive in such a world? However, he was completely unaware, not even able to utilize the second god-level passive talent of a 100% success rate for embedding gems. Right now, he was solely focused on leveling up madly with the various equipment forged from his first talent. With a group of beautiful women following him, he had no time to spare, not even to glance at them for a moment. At this moment, Qin Shen's state was absolutely indifferent to women. Women would only affect his speed in stacking attributes and leveling up. The only hard truth was to become stronger and stronger. With great strength and capability, what kind of woman wouldn't he be able to have? Having lived 2 lives, how could he not understand this principle? What kind of monster is he? Seeing Qin Shen rampaging through the 5th level of the abyss as if it were a realm devoid of monsters, Zhang Yuru, the seductive beauty, was both shocked and amazed, exclaiming repeatedly, "What kind of student can defy the heavens like him? When did your academy produce such a monster, Shasha?" Looking across the entire Jiangbei, there are hardly a few who can come and go freely in this 5th level of the abyss, yet he can do it with ease? Facing Zhang Yuru's barrage of questions, Long Shasha, the 38D campus beauty, could only smile and remain silent. After all, she only knew that Qin Shen had a full set of legendary golden equipment, but in reality, she wasn't quite sure what his true capabilities were. Suddenly, Zhang Yuru thought of something. How many people are in your team? 5? The maximum for a team is 7, so Zhang Yuru's meaning was quite clear. She also wanted to gain experience. Long Shasha was momentarily taken aback, and after regaining her senses, she looked towards Qin Shen in the distance, clearly wanting to consult him. After all, Qin Shen was the captain, and he had been the one putting in the effort all along, while she and the 3 female generals hadn't moved at all. To agree to Zhang Yuru's request to join the team, it wouldn't work without Qin Shen's consent. Fortunately, Qin Shen was not a person who held grudges. Upon hearing Long Shasha's call, he replied without a second thought, "Sure." As soon as the word "sure" left his lips, Qin Shen struck down a small boss with a single blow. He quickly followed up by taking down another small boss. As the number of monsters around Qin Shen increased, it was clear that this 5th level was not comparable to the previous 4th level, so the 3 female generals also began to take action to help clear the monsters. Lan Bingying was a sword cultivator, and with a single thought, her sword energy surged. Hua Lingfeng was an archer, launching a barrage of arrows in a fierce attack. Chen Shuer, the support-type alchemist, used her skills to generate various buff potions for her teammates. Then there was Long Shasha, the assassin, who had unknowingly leveled up to 47 and awakened her 3rd combat skill after Hidden Kill and Absolute Kill, Darkborn Stab, blinding the target for 3 seconds while ignoring 50% of their defense during that time. The skill was definitely powerful, but unfortunately, this talented school beauty assassin found her effectiveness in this abyssal 5th level quite limited, mainly because she was an assassin, suited for one-on-one combat, like cutting through the backline in team battles, but in this abyssal 5th level, especially facing the hordes of monsters around Qin Shen, she truly felt powerless. She could only take this opportunity to hone her practical combat skills. If we were to talk about her effectiveness in leveling up in the abyss, compared to Qin Shen, her impact was practically negligible. In contrast, Lan Bingying and Hua Bingying began to unleash their group attack skills for a frenzied output. Zhang Yuru, who had just joined the team, was also busy. This level 42 illusionist was using her illusion skills for supportive group protection and output. After all, she was quite capable. How could she just be a freeloader in this team? She had to let Qin Shen know just how capable she was. However, with the addition of Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, Chen Shuer, Long Shasha, and Zhang Yuru to the battle, Qin Shen did not feel any reduction in pressure, because he had no pressure at all. His health was incredibly high, and his evasion attributes were extraordinary. He could withstand the frenzied attacks of hundreds of abyssal beasts without feeling any pressure. Most of the beast attacks missed, and even when they hit occasionally, they were absorbed by his Satan's protection. which could absorb 5 hits per minute. Each absorption converted into an energy shield that could block 1 attack, so with just this one skill, he could negate 10 hits. Even if the Abyssal beasts managed to hit him for the 11th or 12th time within a minute, his health of over 8 million could easily withstand it. With over 8 million health, it was clear that Qin Shen himself didn't realize just how outrageous the effect of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was. Every time he killed a target, his health would permanently increase by 10,000. In fact, he hadn't looked closely. This effect wasn't even of golden legendary level, but rather of the prismatic eternal level, and it was 7-colored. Because Qin Shen had so much equipment and had never heard of anything above golden legendary, he had simply assumed it was of golden legendary quality without much thought. His talent was a 100% success rate in forging equipment, and it guaranteed 1 to 3 golden legendary attributes. This meant that at least one golden legend would appear, and there was a possibility of the illusory eternal. While others forged equipment starting from 0 attributes, he started with golden legendary attributes. That was the difference. With golden attributes as a base, it was only normal for a rare illusory eternal quality attribute effect to occasionally appear, right? Regardless, he currently had over 8 million health points, and it was continuously skyrocketing. Even without the temporary massive evasion attribute stacked from the Lucifer necklace, he could still withstand attacks. He didn't even know how monstrous he had become. And all of this was just the beginning. That night, when his team finally emerged from the 6th layer of the abyss, he had already reached level 50. Qin Shen, level 50 blacksmith, talent, S-class, health, 5,200 plus 23. 19 million, from equipment bonuses, attack power, 780 plus 590,000. From the Reaper's stacked blade, evasion, 508 plus 1. 28 million, from the Lucifer necklace. The temporary attributes from the Reaper's stacked blade and the Lucifer necklace were negligible, but when Qin Shen suddenly realized he had over 23 million permanent health points, he fell silent. It seemed he had underestimated the effect of the attribute called Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood. Each time he killed a target, his health would permanently increase by 10,000. After spending a day in the abyss and killing over 2,000 abyssal beasts, a permanent health increase of over 20 million seemed quite reasonable. But what did having over 20 million health points even mean? How many layers of the abyss would a super boss have to reach to have that much health? Who could possibly kill him in the future? Let's go to my Jiang family. The alluring woman Jiang Yuru suddenly interrupted Qin Shen's thoughts. Qin Shen, you helped me level up, and I must reward you well. First, let's eat. Then I'll find dozens of young models to help you relax. Or, I can personally help you relax as well. Hearing her suggestive tone, Qin Shen finally took a careful look at the alluring woman before him. Her red lips were striking, and her figure was statuesque. With a slender waist and enticing long legs, her gaze clearly held some flirtation. She was openly trying to seduce him. What are you dawdling for? Jiang Yuru was extremely enthusiastic and directly took Qin Shen's hand, smiling. Are you a big man afraid I'll eat you? I originally thought it would take me several years to reach level 52, and everything had to go smoothly. But now you've helped me level up in just one day. How could I possibly treat you poorly? Come on, from now on, my door. The door of the Jiang family will always be open to you, Qin Shen. In the future, you will be a distinguished guest of the Jiang family. Whenever you want, I will welcome you anytime. Did that sound like it had a deeper meaning? Qin Shen didn't think much of it and directly declined her kindness. No need, I just did it as a casual favor, and I have things to do, so let's do it another day. Another day? Jiang Yuru smiled. Ha! Qin Shen was taken aback. He was eager to return and update his equipment to further enhance his strength, so if she really wanted to reward him, it could be done another day. He had a point. How did she interpret that? Why did it feel like her gaze was off? Beside them, Long Shasha stepped forward with her long legs and said softly, Aunt Yuru, don't tease him. He's an honest person and doesn't handle teasing well. What aunt? Jiang Yuru glared with her beautiful eyes, then reached out to tug at the flesh-colored stockings on her voluptuous leg with a light huff, saying, Don't call me aunt, from now on, call me sister, got it? Who was she saying that to? Qin Shen was not a wooden block, he could hear it, but right now he was truly anxious to return and update his entire set of equipment. A vast amount of materials was waiting for him to use, various gear was waiting for him to forge, and moreover, he wanted to try out his second talent, which guaranteed a 100% success rate for gem inlays, as well as his newly awakened third talent, 100% success rate for equipment enhancement. In this world, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. After 18 years of waiting, he had finally seized the opportunity to rise, but he had to arm himself comprehensively in a short amount of time. Who would dare to show off in front of him in the future? Damn it, I don't eat beef. That night, at the Lu family villa, Qin Shen ignored the beautiful noblewoman Su Ru who was there to serve him, focusing solely on forging equipment, enhancing gear, and inlaying gems. He was genuinely busy, so much so that he didn't even spare a glance at Su-Ru. Even though Su-Ru had specially worn a semi-transparent sexy nightgown with a super short skirt, chosen a pair of open-crotch black stockings, and spent over an hour on her makeup, the Liu family's power was waning, and Su-Ru wanted to find a way out through Qin-Chen. However, Qin-Chen seemed completely indifferent to women, concentrating entirely on his equipment. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Qin-Chen was sweating profusely, and finally, he succeeded. Exquisite Bronze Ancient Sword +9 wearing level, 70 quality, rare attack power, 900 plus 2400, from enhancement and gems, legendary effect 1 and Demon's Fury. Each hit on a target will double this sword's damage, stacking exponentially and indefinitely for 60 seconds. Hitting a target again resets the duration. Missing an attack will reset this effect. Legendary effect 2 Glutton. Each time a target is killed, this sword's attack power is permanently increased by 1. Eternal effect 3 Feast. Each time a target is killed, 50% of their attack power can be absorbed for personal use, lasting 180 seconds. Continuous kills can infinitely stack this effect and refresh its duration. The upgraded version of the Grim Reaper's stacked blade was born. Qin-Chen forged a lot of equipment overnight and finally produced this exceptional item with 3 effects. Among them was even a prismatic eternal effect. It was then that he realized that the Golden Legend was not the highest level, and he noticed that the 4 characters Corpse Mountain Blood Sea on his fashion necklace were not golden but rather dazzlingly colorful. No wonder the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea effect was so outrageous. Each time he killed a target, it would permanently increase his health by 10,000. Qin-Chen then realized that the golden legendary effects were not that overpowered. It turned out this was a damn prismatic eternal effect. No wonder he now had over 23 million outrageous health. And now, this exquisite Bronze Ancient Sword's eternal effect allowed him to absorb 50% of a target's attack power each time he killed them, lasting 180 seconds, and continuous kills could infinitely stack and prolong this effect. Wasn't this just an upgraded version of the Grim Reaper's stacked blade? And it was even more insane. The Grim Reaper's stacked blade could only stack 10 attack power each time, but now, while farming monsters, he could absorb 2 to 300 attack power for each abyssal beast he killed. After stacking a bit, calculating 1 hit per kill, that meant he could increase his attack power by several hundred with each strike. Damn it! And there was also legendary effect 1, Demon's Fury, which doubled the sword's damage with each hit on a target, exponentially stacking indefinitely. Although the duration was only 60 seconds, and he had to hit a target again to reset the duration, missing an attack would reset this effect, but this was exponential stacking. Hit once, double damage. Hit twice, quadruple damage. Then 8 times, 16 times, 32 times, 64 times. Just a few consecutive hits would be enough for those abyssal beasts to handle. If he hit consecutively 10 or even dozens of times, who the hell could withstand his strike? If the attack had not missed, the special effect would have reset, and this would definitely be a colorful eternal level, even more perverse than the previous one. Additionally, there's a legendary effect too, Tao Tai, which permanently increases this sword's attack power by 1 point for every target killed. This is a permanent enhancement, infinite growth. Didn't he kill over 2,000 abyssal beasts during the day? That's over 2,000 attack power. And this level 70 exquisite Bronze Ancient Sword has a base attack power of only 900, even with the enhancements and gems providing an additional 2400, it only amounts to just over 3000 attack power. In the future, by farming monsters, he could permanently increase it by over 2000 every day. The sword's base attributes would be astonishing. With these 3 special effects combined, it's simply invincible. An absolute divine weapon. No, what divine weapon? This is a demonic weapon. Qin-Chen suddenly realized that the sword emitted a rich black light all over. Is it just black? That's black gas, black smoke, but it really looks like light, flickering. It's utterly sinister and bizarre. Moreover, Qin-Chen could faintly sense a terrifying aura emanating from the sword that made his heart race. That aura felt like it came from hell? From the abyss? The abyss. Qin-Chen's heart skipped a beat. The abyss? Could it be that the things he forged were somehow related to the abyss invading this world? Thinking of this, Qin-Chen felt a chill run down his back, and he couldn't help but break into a sweat. What's wrong? Suddenly, the voice of the beautiful woman Su-Ru sounded. This seductive noblewoman approached with her curvaceous, long black silk legs, her eyes charming, her tone gentle and alluring. You've been busy all night, not even glancing at me, and now you're frowning at a sword, looking somewhat unsettled. Is there something special about this sword? Why don't you tell me in detail, so we can have a good discussion? Maybe I can help you solve it? Solve? Qin-Chen immediately thought inappropriately. What does she want to help him solve? A problem or a physiological need? In fact, he wasn't unfamiliar with Su-Ru. her son was Lu Kuan, and she was a parent of a student at Tianwu Academy, so he had seen this charming and sexy woman at the academy before, but at that time, Su-ru probably didn't have any impression of him. Now, in the dead of night, she was dressed so seductively and got so close that he could distinctly smell her unique mature woman's fragrance, which was somewhat awkward. "What are you doing?" Seeing him in a daze, Su-ru couldn't help but smile seductively. "Are you shy? Did you forget what you did last night?" Last night." Qin Shen was confused. He didn't know what happened, but he felt that it was his Aunt Bai or his sister Bai Ying who was up to something. Under normal circumstances, how could he have acted that way? Something must have gone wrong. "I heard your classmates with my son Lu Kuan." Su-ru leaned in closer, her entire body almost pressed against Qin Shen, and she gently parted her red lips near his mouth. "It seems you two had some conflicts? He provoked you. Don't you want to take revenge?" "Revenge?" Qin Shen's expression froze. "Yeah." Su-ru smiled. "He provoked you, so take it out on me. Vent all your grievances against him on me, torment me, ravage me, destroy me, just like last night." Qin Shen was speechless. How did he not realize before that Lu Kuan's stunning mother was such a person? It really is. As long as he has enough capability, nothing is impossible. To say that Su-ru is indeed capable, although she is Lu Kuan's mother, she still possesses charm and sexiness, and she knows how to please others and is very perceptive. Bai Ying slaughtered so many experts from the Lu family and forcibly occupied their villa, yet Su-ru, as the wealthy mistress of the Lu family, was now trying to curry favor with Qin Shen. Her awareness was quite commendable. The principle was that those who recognize the times are the true talents. But Qin Shen really had no interest in that right now. His spatial ring still contained a large amount of forging materials, such as gems and enhancement stones, and he wanted to further enhance the already extraordinarily powerful exquisite bronze ancient sword. However, some things seemed beyond his control. Su-ru waited until the late hours of the night, finally seizing the opportunity to approach him when he was slightly free. Now that she was so close to him, how could she let such a good opportunity slip away? She wanted to see just how capable this kid really was. She had to put in all her effort to gain a deeper understanding of him. Only in this way could she find a chance to revive the Lu family. Even if she couldn't revive the Lu family, she needed to find a new backing for herself, a new path for the future. If the Lu family truly fell, and Qin Shen was indeed immensely capable, then relying on him to live in the future wouldn't be bad either. Just then, Su-ru suddenly pressed her red lips against Qin Shen's mouth, forcefully kissing him. On the other side, Su-ru's son Lu Kuan was drinking all night at a private club. His fiancée Long Shasha had publicly kissed Qin Shen first, and many experts from the Lu family had been slaughtered by Qin Shen's sister afterward. Even his beautiful mother Su-ru and sister Lu Yumon had been forcibly taken by Qin Shen. It was a great humiliation, and Lu Kuan's mindset was collapsing. He was filled with rage but felt powerless. He could only drown his sorrows in alcohol, continuously numbing himself with it. However, the more he drank, the more he couldn't help but imagine the various scenes of Qin Shen doing as he pleased in the Lu family. That feeling was driving him insane. In fact, while Qin Shen wasn't doing as he pleased in the Lu family, at this moment, Su-ru was indeed sweating profusely. Lu Yumon, the charming young lady and little heiress of the Lu family, was hiding in her room, lost in thought as she received a stream of text messages on her phone. All those messages were from her childhood sweetheart fiancé, with whom she had a betrothal since childhood. But now she belonged to Qin Shen and had to serve him closely. As long as Qin Shen wanted her to do something, she had to do it. This was the price the Lu family had to pay for their previous ill intentions towards Bai Yufang and Bai Ying. Lu Yumong had no right to choose and no ability to resist. Right now, Qin Shen was focused on enhancing his strength, so he hadn't paid much attention to her. Otherwise, she would have been sweating alongside Su-ru. But this was only temporary. What about in the future? What would she do then? How could she escape the fate of serving Qin Shen closely? After all, the Lu family was in the wrong first, so there was no reason to argue. What goes around comes around. This was the Lu family's retribution. If it weren't for Bai Yufang and Bai Ying being so powerful, wouldn't they have been ruthlessly trampled by the Lu family as well? The weak are prey to the strong. That's just how this world is. There aren't so many reasons to discuss. Even Jiangbei Academy's top genius Jiang Ao was being dissuaded by his biological father Jiang Shao at this moment. Jiang Shao, the lord of Jiangbei City and the one in power, had always doted on his son Jiang Ao, but this time he was turning his elbow outward, siding with an outsider, a mere Qin Shen who was not well known. Let Qin Shen replace you to form the strongest team in Jiangbei with the 4 top beauties from Tianwu Academy. You don't need to get involved. I have the final say on this matter. It's settled. If you want, you can find someone else to form another team. Also, you'd better not seek trouble with Qin Shen out of dissatisfaction. I can tell you clearly, you can't defeat him. If you really dare to cause him trouble, you'll only suffer. Don't say I didn't warn you when that time comes. With each of Zhang Zhao's words, Zhang Ao was indeed a bit stunned. He was called back home overnight by a phone call, thinking that his family had prepared some top-notch equipment for him. But what was this? They were actually trying to persuade him to quit? No, it wasn't a persuasion, it was clearly a notification. There was no room for negotiation at all. Zhang Ao gritted his teeth, utterly confused. Why was this happening? But his father was stern, and his attitude was clear. Zhang Ao didn't dare to refute or ask more questions. He could only think of going to find his aunt, Zhang Yuru, to get a clear answer. Not only did he want to get a clear answer, but he also wanted his aunt to help him reclaim the position of the strongest team leader. How could a mere Qin Chen, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, be more suitable than him, Zhang Ao? He was the #1 genius of Zhangbei Academy and the young lord of Zhangbei, but what was Qin Chen even worth? And his aunt, Zhang Yuru, was the deputy lord of Zhangbei, who had always doted on him. She definitely wouldn't just sit by and watch him lose the position of the strongest team leader. However, Zhang Ao could never have imagined that his beautiful aunt was right next door to Qin Chen. Zhang Yuru was originally a level 42 illusionist, but Qin Chen had brought her to level 52 in just one day, while it would have taken her several years to reach that level on her own. Overjoyed, she had planned to invite Qin Chen to the Zhang family for a warm reception and take the opportunity to learn more about him. But unexpectedly, Qin Chen had politely declined. No, it was clearly a flat refusal. There was no choice. Zhang Yuru had to follow him to the Lu family's villa where Qin Chen was temporarily staying. The long night stretched on, and at that moment, Zhang Yuru, dressed in a sexy nightgown, was gently stroking the garter stockings on her legs while listening to the sounds coming from next door, gradually becoming restless and feeling a heat rising within her. At the same time, she didn't forget to continue pondering. What was Qin Chen's talent? How could he be so capable? He had just awakened his profession not long ago, yet he could clear the 5th and 6th layers of the abyss without taking any damage all by himself. Who could withstand such immense ability? It seemed she had to find an opportunity to get to know this guy better. She had to uncover Qin Chen's background. Clearly, Zhang Yuru was on the same wavelength as Su Ru. Both were wealthy ladies, equally curious about Qin Chen's immense capabilities, and while Su Ru was taking action, Zhang Yuru was about to take action. The next day at noon, Qin Chen woke up and suddenly found Zhang Yuru was bending over, staring at him closely without stopping. Her vibrant red lips were almost touching Qin Chen's mouth. What are you doing? Qin Chen was utterly flustered. The charming young woman smiled slightly, unabashedly parting her red lips near Qin Chen's mouth and softly said, "Waking you up? Why, you're getting so close to wake me up." "Yes, but I saw you so exhausted and sleeping so soundly. After all, you only fell asleep at dawn last night, so I thought I'd let you sleep a little longer." Qin Chen was once again flustered. How did she know he only slept at dawn? At that thought, Qin Chen suddenly remembered. She seemed to have been arranged in the room next door. So she must have heard everything that happened in this room last night? In a short time, Qin Chen was flustered for the 3rd time. Zhang Yuru laughed upon seeing his expression. "What kind of face is that? Are you shy? We're all adults. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, I'm already a married woman, and there are some things I understand better than you. Do you need me to teach you hand in hand?" Qin Chen's head ached. Was she sure she was talking about knowledge? Why did her pronunciation sound like she was talking about positions? Also, did she know she was wearing a low-cut outfit? Bending over and getting so close to his face, she really was completely unreserved? It was a blatant seduction, with no attempt to hide it at all? By the way, Zhang Yuru suddenly said, "Just now, I lifted your blanket to wake you up, and I found out you were sleeping naked." Qin Chen was speechless. Can't there be a sense of boundaries? After all, you are a guest. Lifting my blanket? And mentioning something like sleeping naked? Although this is Lu's villa and I am just temporarily staying here, that doesn't mean you can act like this. Why don't you step outside for a moment? I need to get up and get dressed. Qin Chen helplessly changed the subject. Zhang Yuru laughed. "You get dressed? Why should I go out? We're all adults. What are you shy about?" Qin Chen truly didn't know what to say. This wealthy lady seems to be the deputy city lord. Is she usually like this? A noblewoman and deputy city lord actually came here to tease him? If this got out, who would believe it? How was the taste of Su Ru? Zhang Yuru suddenly asked. "Last night, you really had her in quite a state." Qin Chen felt a headache, ignored her, got up, dressed, and then headed straight to the abyss to continue leveling up. His +9 enhanced refined bronze ancient sword had a required level of 70, but he was only at level 50, so he needed to level up quickly. The 6-person team consisted of him, Long Shasha, and 3 female generals, plus Zhang Yuru. Now that he was already at level 50, the others were naturally all above level 50 as well. With a team like theirs, all at least level 50, they could definitely dominate in Jiangbei, making a name for themselves. However, true strong players only wanted to focus on leveling up, who had time for all that nonsense. They had just come out from the 6th layer of the Abyss yesterday, and today they were heading straight into the 7th layer. Meanwhile, at Tianwu Academy, someone came looking for trouble. "Get your principal out here, right now. What's the matter? Do you still have the face to ask me what's the matter? Doesn't Li Zhangdao know what he's done? How dare he let Emir Qin Chen take my nephew Jiang Ao's position as the captain of the strongest team? What is Qin Chen even worth? Does Li Zhangdao really not take the Jiang family into account? How about this? No need to call your principal. Just bring Qin Chen out to me. Isn't this Qin Chen bold enough to take my nephew Jiang Ao's position? Isn't he capable? Bring him here right now. I want to see just how capable he really is. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Do you believe I'll turn your entire Tianwu Academy upside down?" The shouting echoed, filled with anger. The one shouting was a burly middle-aged man, the uncle of Jiangbei Academy's top genius Jiang Ao, and a key figure in the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Division, Dong Qingyang. Although he was from the military and held a decent rank with considerable power, he had no access to Zhang Yao, the commander of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Division, and thus knew nothing about Qin Chen's background. That's why he dared to come with a large number of fully armed soldiers to demand an explanation for his nephew Jiang Ao. Coincidentally, Principal Li Zhangdao was not present, and someone took advantage of that. "General Dong, it's useless to look for our principal. Can he really make decisions about the strongest team? You need to go directly to Qin Chen, but he's not at the academy. He hasn't been here for the past couple of days. I heard he's been leveling up in the Abyss. Just go to Abyss No. 9, General Dong. You can directly take people there to block him." It was a good suggestion, exactly what Dong Qingyang wanted. Dong Qingyang immediately led his men straight to Abyss No. 9. At this moment, Qin Chen was rampaging through the 7th layer of Abyss No. 9, having previously been cautious while stacking his blades and dodging. Once his attributes were fully stacked, he dared to attract monsters in large numbers and unleash his fury. But this time, with his 3 golden legendary effect equipment, Hell Blood Sea, Underworld Blood Pool, and Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, he had over 20 million health points combined. Moreover, all his other equipment had been upgraded, significantly enhancing his overall strength, so today he was utterly unrestrained from the very beginning. In the blink of an eye, he had provoked hundreds of abyssal beasts to attack him frantically. Long Shasha was dumbfounded. Is he getting more and more abnormal? Just yesterday, he had been somewhat restrained at the start, gradually becoming more monstrous, but today he was already this outrageous from the get-go? The 3 female generals exchanged glances and fell into deep thought. Jiang Yuru, the wealthy matron, was both shocked and overjoyed. With such immense power, wouldn't following this kid lead her to soar to great heights in the future? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Division, a high-level meeting was underway, with numerous generals vying for the equipment Qin Chen had previously provided to the military. "This underworld poison dagger must belong to me. I'm the most suitable. Suitable my foot. I'm a poison master, and my attack skills have poison bonuses. Clearly, this underworld poison is best suited for me. I won't argue with you over this dagger, but I'm definitely claiming this executioner's iron sword. Whoever dares to snatch it from me will face my wrath. I'm a shield guard. This demon counter shield is practically tailor-made for me. No one is allowed to snatch it." A group of generals, each commanding tens of thousands of soldiers, were now fighting over a pile of ordinary quality whiteboard attribute equipment. All because those pieces of equipment had golden legendary level effects. Either they could poison the target after breaking their defenses, dealing 1% true damage per second, or they ignored all defenses, dealing true damage with every strike, or they had a 70% chance to reflect damage each time. Who could resist such effect skills? Who wouldn't want them? But Commander Liang Jinting didn't convene this meeting for them to squabble. At that moment, Liang Jinting shouted sternly, "What's going on? Everyone, shut up! Silence!" With the commander's command, the generals fell silent. The meeting room was instantly quiet. Liang Jinting's sharp gaze swept over everyone, angrily retorting, "Look at your pathetic behavior. You don't resemble generals at all. Haven't you seen effect equipment before? Is this how you act?" The generals fell silent. Of course, they had seen effect equipment, and quite a bit of it. Each of them had a few pieces of effect equipment, mostly orange epic quality, at least purple exceptional quality. But the quality of the equipment and the effects were 2 entirely different matters. They were not to be confused. Their orange epic quality equipment, or even golden legendary quality equipment, at most came with a purple exceptional level effect skill. Moreover, many effect skills were impractical, more of a hindrance than a help. They had truly never seen such golden legendary level effect equipment. They hadn't even seen it, let alone owned it. Now that they had the chance to possess golden legendary level effect equipment, even if it was just ordinary quality whiteboard attributes, it was enough to drive them wild. After all, what these generals lacked was not attributes, but effects. There were countless abyssal beasts of all types, some with extremely high defenses that couldn't be damaged at all, or with thick health that felt like scratching an itch no matter how hard they hit. So what use were their high attributes? They needed various targeted effect skills to win. Unless they could have perverse attributes like Qin Shen, with over 20 million health points. In the 7th layer of Abyss No. 9, Qin Shen, with his over 20 million health points, moved through the furious attacks of nearly 1,000 abyssal beasts as if walking on flat ground. Though he was constantly injured, it didn't hurt or itch. Blood thickness is like this, absolute blood volume suppression can completely mask pain. Correspondingly, with thick blood, the recovery ability is naturally strong, and various wounds can basically heal in an instant. Although the blood volume has been decreasing, still, blood volume -3000, blood volume -4700, blood volume -2800, blood volume recovery 50,000, blood volume recovery 38,000, blood volume recovery 29,000 with a recovery level of over 20 million blood volume, plus the life recovery plus 200% provided by the golden legendary effect of the underworld blood pool. The furious assault of nearly 1,000 abyssal beasts feels like a mere scraping for Qin Shen. Moreover, he also has the Yama Demon Cave, which grants a 30% chance to become invisible for 5 seconds each time he is attacked, during which he is immune to all damage. At this moment, the Yama Demon Cave was triggered. Qin Shen instantly vanished from sight, completely immune to all area damage from the numerous abyssal beasts. While he was immune to damage, he was not immune to attacks, so the skill effect of his Lucifer necklace, which increases his evasion by 10 points each time he is attacked, still applied. Hidden in the illusion, Jiang Yuru was puzzled. He's invisible again? He's a blacksmith. He shouldn't have an invisibility skill, right? So it's an equipment effect? What kind of equipment allows him to become invisible? Long Shasha and the 3 female generals were also curious, but this was Qin Shen's secret. They had asked him before and received no answer. Everyone has their own secrets, and they naturally couldn't keep pressing him, only feeling confused in their hearts. Especially the 3 female generals, who knew that everything about Qin Shen was a top military secret. If he didn't want to talk, they would be violating military law by persistently questioning him, which could lead to a military tribunal. In the blink of an eye, 5 seconds passed, and Qin Shen reappeared, continuing to weave through the onslaught of beasts, further provoking more and more beasts to attack him. Although his blood volume had dropped to 90%, it was still not a concern. As long as it was above 50%, it felt like a mere scraping, and Qin Shen felt no pain. He only truly began to feel the existence of pain when his health dropped below 50%. Therefore, there was still room to maneuver, and he could lure more monsters to help him stack attributes. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. Over 2,000 abyssal beasts collectively besieged Qin Shen. The shocking scene made everyone else in the team feel their scalps tingle. He's really a freak. It's too outrageous. How does he do it? Simply invincible. I can't take it anymore. I'm convinced he's exactly the kind of man I've always wanted. As soon as Jiang Yuru said this, the other 4 women turned to look at her. The young woman smiled, unabashed. Don't you all want a man like that? Young, handsome, and so capable, someone whose abilities are overwhelming. If you don't want him, I won't hold back. If you want him, I won't hold back either. After all, we can share. Ahem. Long Shasha was flustered. Aunt Yuru, what are you talking about? Don't forget you're a married woman, so what if I'm married? Jiang Yuru said astonishingly, being married doesn't mean anything. My husband is just a son-in-law. It doesn't stop me from looking for other men, especially a man like Qin Shen, who is so capable and charming. Long Shasha was speechless. She truly couldn't believe such words could come from Jiang Yuru's mouth. After all, she was the deputy city lord of Jiangbei. A dignified deputy city lord, elegant and noble, was now speaking such nonsensical things like a lovesick girl. It was simply unbelievable. However, to the 3 female generals, Jiang Yuru's words didn't seem so out of place. The 3 female generals were secretly pondering, if they could establish a deeper and closer relationship with Qin Shen, would they also become as formidable as he is in the future? Unconsciously, the 3 began to feel restless. In fact, Long Shasha was the same, but among the girls, she was the youngest, just 17 and still not of age, in the bloom of youth, yet just beginning to awaken her feelings. thus some things she was naturally reluctant to admit, or perhaps she wasn't even aware of it herself. After all, she was the true lovesick girl. But it's not just young girls who can be lovesick, married women like Jiang Yuru can be as well, and even more so. At this moment, she truly wasn't taking her husband, the son-in-law, seriously at all. Her mind was entirely focused on capturing Qin Shen. Qin Shen, on the other hand, was free of distractions, solely concentrating on stacking blades, dodging, and managing his health, while continuously killing monsters to level up. He was already at level 53. His experience points were skyrocketing, getting closer and closer to the 70 level required to wield the exquisite bronze ancient sword. Meanwhile, his classmates were mostly only a few levels in. Some hadn't even awakened their professions yet. Even the class flower, who once made the class advisor Li Yanin proud, was only at level 9. Li Yanin herself was only at level 26, already left far behind by her student Qin Shen. Just then, someone ran up to Li Yanin to complain. "Teacher, Qin Shen hasn't been to school these past 2 days, and it seems he didn't ask for leave." If he didn't ask for leave, then that's unexcused absence. How can that be allowed? It's seriously damaging the school's reputation. You must punish him severely, teacher Li. Severe punishment? Li Yanin frowned at the words. Qin Shen indeed hadn't asked for leave. But did he need to? What does it matter to you whether he asked for leave or not? You don't work hard at your training but come here to report him? Who taught you that? With that time, you might as well go do a dungeon. Qin Shen just awakened his profession and cleared a hell-level dungeon, and what about you? You awakened your profession as soon as you entered school, and now you're about to graduate but are still wandering around in a simple dungeon, and you're only at level 4. Aren't you ashamed? Remember, in the future, mind your own business regarding Qin Shen. Don't you think I know better than you whether he asked for leave? No, that's not it. The person wanted to argue. Teacher Li, you misunderstood. I was just worried that Qin Shen not coming to class would waste his talent. You don't need to worry about that. Li Yanin interrupted directly. If he doesn't come to class, I'll naturally go to his house to tutor him. Do I need you to worry about that? Upon hearing this, the person was immediately stunned. The beautiful teacher was going to Qin Shen's house to personally tutor him? It should be noted that this beautiful teacher was not simple. She was the niece of the dean. She had once been offered a hefty sum by the richest man, Yuan, to tutor him, but she didn't go. Now she was actually going to tutor Qin Shen? Why? What merit did Qin Shen have? In fact, Li Yanin had just said it casually, but this casual remark really reminded her. She was Qin Shen's class advisor, personally going to his house to give him in-depth tutoring, sweating profusely and working hard to guide him. That seemed quite normal, right? With the Abyss invasion and the rampant beasts, the disasters were becoming increasingly severe, with casualties rising in various countries. If they couldn't suppress it, and those beasts escaped from the Abyss cracks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, a global ladder ranking competition was imperative, creating a good competitive atmosphere to encourage the awakened to become stronger quickly, while also swiftly selecting a group of the most elite warriors to take on heavy responsibilities and save lives from peril. Major universities were actively preparing, and even the college entrance examination rules had been changed, now based on the ranking points from the ladder competition. In the future, all major universities would admit students based on ranking points. As long as the ranking points met the requirements, anyone could enter universities for study and exchange. Compared to mid-tier institutions like Tianwu Academy and Jiangbei Academy, universities possess a more robust faculty and training resources, where one can learn a vast array of combat techniques and countermeasures for various professions. After all, there are too many types of abyssal beasts, and the professions of awakeners are diverse. No matter how high one's talent, there are some things that simply cannot be ignored. For instance, there is a difference between teleportation and charging. The former ignores space, while the latter, no matter how fast, can still be intercepted midway. There is also a distinction between knocking back and sending flying, as well as the specific manifestations of various skill effects like blinding, suppression, stunning, and slowing down. Only by fully understanding these can one utilize or respond to them calmly. Therefore, it is no problem at all for the beautiful class instructor Li Yanin to provide in-depth guidance to Qin Shen, the strongest team captain. However, for others, these concepts require rote memorization. But for Qin Shen, they come naturally, as he had already mastered them in various competitive games before his transmigration. Although this world also has an urban backdrop, there are no related games, so these concepts were initially a blank slate for everyone. Even now, after years of abyssal invasions, many people remain ignorant of these things and can only gradually understand them after entering university. It's somewhat like the various specialized knowledge in an ordinary world university. In Qin Shen's eyes, this world of universal job transitions is essentially like an esports game fully realized in reality. He is thriving, and the years he spent immersed in games before his transmigration are truly being put to good use in this world, especially now. He was already confident before awakening his profession, and now he has reached the 8th layer of the Abyss. Moreover, he is currently single-handedly challenging the ultimate epic boss of the 8th layer. Qin Shan, level 67 Blacksmith health, 6,550 plus 59,380,000, from equipment bonuses, physical attack power, 1,020 plus 890,000, from the Reaper's Blade, dodge, 790 plus 2,330,000, from the Lucifer necklace. By the end of the day, he had unknowingly become this monstrous. However, the ultimate epic boss of the 8th layer is indeed different. King of Greed, 9-headed troll, level 80 epic boss health, 500,000 physical attack power, 2,400 magical attack power, 3,900 wind element attack power, for 300 fire element attack power, for 200 skill 1 troll, damage reduction 70%, passive, skill 2 endless greed. Launch a fierce attack on enemies causing 10 times attack power damage and restore 10% of its maximum health. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3, King's Domain. Activate the domain, amplifying all attributes by 3 times, reducing all enemy targets' attributes by 80%, and each time it is attacked, there is a 30% chance to rebound and restore 5% of its maximum health, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Skill 4, Demon Eye. After activation, ignore the opponent's dodge, and each attack will have a 100% critical hit chance, with critical hit damage increased by 100. Lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. There are also skills 5, 6, and 7. With so many skills combined, it truly is monstrous. In any case, Long Shasha, Zhang Yuru, and the 3 female generals dared not approach at all. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't, and could only hide in Zhang Yuru's illusion, watching the battle with trepidation. They finally witnessed a freakish opponent who could match Qin Shan in a contest of strength. For such a monstrous boss, it would take several full teams, even a dozen, to surround an attack for several hours, or even dozens of hours, to defeat it. And even then, it might not be successful. If things went poorly, all teams could be wiped out by the boss. Such things are not uncommon. There are often news reports of dozens of teams being wiped out by bosses in the Abyss. Even those who have painstakingly defeated the boss still suffer heavy casualties. Is it any wonder that the Abyss is not a place for ordinary people? Fortunately, Qin Shan is as abnormal as that boss, able to hold his own against it single-handedly, and it seems he is steadily gaining points while gradually suppressing the boss. He's really impressive, taking on the boss of the 8th layer of the Abyss all by himself. No one would believe it if you told them. To be honest, I'm used to it. With his abilities, it would be strange if he couldn't solo the boss of the 8th layer. Are you thinking of offering yourself to him again? Don't you want to? Don't you all want to? At this, the women fell silent. Qin Shan, on the other hand, was in pain. The damn 9-headed giant troll, the King of Greed, had a skill that ignored evasion, which was really giving him a headache. Skill 4 ignored evasion for 10 seconds, and the subsequent skill 7 dealt full true damage for 20 seconds, while normal attacks could reduce the cooldown of other skills, causing his health to keep dropping. As a support blacksmith without combat skills, he was at a disadvantage. He could only rely on various equipment effects to withstand the damage. Fortunately, after a day of fighting through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had stacked nearly 60 million health points. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to get past this level. The evasion attribute from his Lucifer necklace was basically useless, while the boss could deal 70% damage passively upon meeting him. With this back and forth, he could only rely on his 60 million health points to endure. At the same time, he was outputting nearly 900,000 attack power thanks to the Death God's blade. He could both tank and deal damage. With an incredibly strong sustained combat ability, who else could be like him? In any case, he had already captivated Long Shasha, Zhang Yuru, and the 3 female generals. Meanwhile, outside the Abyss, Dong Qingyang, the uncle of Jiangbei Academy's top genius Zhang Ao, had brought a large group of people to wait from day to night, and now, seeing no sign of Qin Shan, he was becoming increasingly agitated. Damn it, why isn't he out yet? What's going on? Are you sure Qin Shan is in this Abyss? He hasn't died, has he? Or is it possible he's not even in the Abyss? Did he hear something and find a place to hide? Quick, go check, ask around. We must confirm whether Qin Shan is really in this Abyss. Dong Qingyang was frantic, and the ultimate boss of the 8th layer in the Abyss was also starting to become agitated. The lower its health, the more frenzied it became. This was a common trait of every Abyss boss. This also meant that Qin Shan was about to achieve victory. Sure enough, half an hour later, boom! With a loud crash, the 10-meter-tall 9-headed giant troll, the King of Greed, fell to the ground, then transformed into an extremely rich aura of heaven and earth that flowed into Qin Shan's body. With a massive influx of spiritual energy, equivalent to a surge in experience points, Qin Shen directly leveled up from level 67 to level 69. At the same time, the boss dropped a large number of equipment and a pile of materials in front of him. Golden Holy Sword, Orange Epic Quality, Level 80 Holy Greatsword, Golden Legendary Quality, Level 80 10 Drops of Earth Vein Essence, can enhance talent qualifications. Troll Inner Pill, can directly increase level by 1 and so on, a whole bunch of good things, but Qin Shen was only interested in the Troll Inner Pill. Now he was level 69, just one level away from being able to use the exquisite bronze ancient sword at level 70. Taking the Troll Inner Pill to level up by 1 was just perfect. Therefore, without a second thought, Qin Shen directly swallowed the Troll Inner Pill, instantly leveling up to 70. He discarded the Death God's Blade and directly equipped the +9 exquisite bronze ancient sword. This item had 2 golden legendary effects and 1 prismatic eternal effect. Demon Fury, every hit on a target will double the damage of this sword, exponentially stacking infinitely for 60 seconds. Glutton, each kill will permanently increase this sword's attack power by 1 point. Feast, after each kill, you can absorb 50% of the opponent's attack power for yourself, lasting 180 seconds and can be infinitely stacked and refreshed through consecutive kills. Isn't this more twisted than the Grim Reaper's stacking knives? It's simply a super plus enhanced version of the Grim Reaper's stacking knives. As for the equipment dropped by boss, what epic quality, legendary quality, Qin Shen doesn't even glance at them, directly letting his teammates divide them on the spot. They could actually be sold for a good price in the market, but he doesn't have the time. Without special effect skills, it's just trash. Even the iridescent eternal quality is the same. Clearly, in Qin Shen's eyes, it seems that equipment must have special effect attributes to be considered equipment, and it must be golden legendary level attributes. In reality, equipment attributes are like a lottery. Orange Epic level is equivalent to a 5 million grand prize, and don't even mention golden legendary level. But in an ordinary urban world, how many people can win a 5 million grand prize? It's not something ordinary people can pursue at all. Yet for Qin Shen, it seems like he must win dozens of billions in the lottery every day to survive. So much so that he can't even be bothered to enhance his strength with equipment upgrades and gem inlays. The little attribute bonuses provided by upgrades and gems are truly beneath his notice. A refined bronze ancient sword upgraded to +9, even embedded with a bunch of gems, only provides a 2400 attack bonus. How can that compare to the twisted attributes provided by special effect skills? It's completely worlds apart, with no comparability whatsoever. However, a 2400 attack bonus is actually very, very considerable. After all, waiting for him outside the abyss is Dong Qingyang, a level 39 berserker focused on attack, who only has 500 attack power. And even though Qin Shen is now level 70 and has an S-level talent, his own attack power is only 1200. Thus, that 2400 attack bonus is directly double his own attack power. If it weren't for the equipment's special effect skills being so outrageous, would he dare to look down on it? And if Dong Qingyang knew Qin Shen's background, he wouldn't dare to look down on him either. Soon, when Qin Shen's team emerged from the abyss, Dong Qingyang, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded them with his men. Are you Qin Shen? Quick, tell me, are you Qin Shen? Not talking? Come on, find a photo of Qin Shen and compare it carefully. No need. Qin Shen spoke up, curious. I am Qin Shen, but do we know each other? Dong Qingyang sneered, as long as you're Qin Shen, that's good. I was really afraid you weren't. So what if I am? Suddenly, Zhang Yuru stepped forward with her stunningly sexy long legs, her brows furrowed as she stared intently at Dong Qingyang. What do you want? Bringing troops here? Are you rebelling? In an instant, Dong Qingyang was stunned. Zhang Yuru? His nephew Zhang Ao's real aunt? How did she end up here? Just now, Dong Qingyang hadn't paid attention, feeling that the pairs of long legs behind Qin Shen were too dazzling. But he was already filled with anger and impatience, having no time to appreciate it. Until Zhang Yuru stepped forward, he finally realized, damn, something's not right. How could Zhang Yuru be with this Qin Shen? Seeing Dong Qingyang in a daze, Zhang Yuru frowned again and said, Cat got your tongue? I'm asking you a question, Dong Qingyang. What exactly do you want by bringing troops to block us here in the abyss? Dong Qingyang struggled to speak. I'm here to seek justice for Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao's position as the captain of the strongest team was replaced by this Qin Shen. Don't you know, Deputy City Lord Jian? And how could you, Deputy City Lord, be with Qin Shen? Could it be that you found Qin Shen before me? Are you also here to seek justice for Zhang Ao? Yes, it must be like that. After all, you are Zhang Ao's own aunt, so of course you have to help him. How could you possibly? How could I possibly what? Zhang Yuru suddenly interrupted. What does it matter that I am Zhang Ao's own aunt? Can I decide who the captain of the strongest team in Zhangbei is? Dong Qingyang, you brought so many people here in such a fierce manner just for this little matter? Little matter? Dong Qingyang was a bit confused. How could this be called a little matter? That was the captain position of the strongest team in Zhangbei, meant to represent all of Zhangbei and bring glory to the country. How could such an important position being snatched away be called a little matter? The matter was indeed not small, but Zhang Yuru didn't wait for Dong Qingyang to react before she said in a deep voice, I warn you not to act recklessly. Your unauthorized actions are a serious taboo in the military. If you dare to act recklessly again, you will bear the consequences. What? What do you mean? Dong Qingyang frowned, genuinely unable to understand. Deputy City Lord Jiang, you are actually helping an outsider? Jiang Ao is your own nephew. You are his own aunt. His strongest team's captain position has been snatched away, and now you say it's a little matter? You still want to stop me from seeking justice for Jiang Ao? I cannot understand. If you can't understand, then get lost. Zhang Yuru was unceremonious, suddenly displaying the authority of a city lord. Go back and find out the truth before you come to the military to take responsibility. If you dare to make a move against Qin Shen here today, don't blame me for turning against you and being merciless. Dong Qingyang looked bewildered, filled with question marks. He wanted to seek justice for his own nephew, but now his nephew's own aunt was turning against him? Even wanting to take action against him? What the hell was going on? Never mind. Qin Shen suddenly spoke up. If he wants to cause me trouble, let him come. In a sparring mode, all of you come at once. If I lose, my life is yours. In fact, Dong Qingyang's arrival was just right. Qin Shen needed to test his new equipment. As soon as Qin Shen finished speaking, he took out a formation scroll and issued a challenge to Dong Qingyang and all his subordinates. The formation simulated real combat, just like the sparring mode on the Martial Arts Academy's arena, allowing for a thrilling and unrestrained fight without any real injuries. It was just an infinitely realistic life and death experience. However, the arena had a fixed formation, while the one Qin Shen used was a disposable mobile formation, worth at least several thousand in the market. It was indeed a luxury-level consumable, something he definitely couldn't afford before. But now, he truly wasn't short on money. Just the funds the military paid him for purchasing equipment were more than enough. What are you still dawdling for? Seeing Dong Qingyang still in a daze, Zhang Yuru urged, since Qin Shen has already spoken, and you insist on seeking death, then bring your people into the formation and see his strength, to save you from being stubborn and always looking for trouble. Hearing this, Dong Qingyang felt very displeased. He was clearly seeking justice for his nephew and asking for an explanation for Zhang Yuru's nephew. How did it turn into him looking for trouble? Wasn't it just a mere Qin Shen? Could he, Dong Qingyang, a level 39 berserker, not handle Qin Shen? No need for anyone else, I alone am enough. Moreover, I'll let you use one hand. Dong Qingyang clearly didn't take Qin Shen seriously. Qin Shen shook his head. No, if you come, all of you come together. Are you sure? Dong Qingyang frowned tightly. I am a level 39 berserker, and you have only just awakened your profession a few days ago. Do I need my subordinates to help me spar with you? Why so much nonsense? Zhang Yuru retorted angrily. If you want to cause him trouble, why act so polite? If you don't want your subordinates' help, why bring so many people? Dong Qingyang turned his head and glanced back and forth between Qin Shen and Zhang Yuru, gritting his teeth and nodding. He directly ordered his subordinates to join him in accepting the challenge and enter the formation. As a level 39 berserker, he had 3 combat skills. Skill 1, Fearless Charge, quickly advances to knock back the target, dealing 175% attack damage and slowing them for 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2, Whirlwind Slash, swings dual swords to deal 165% attack damage per second to all enemies within 2 meters for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Skill 3, Fury, leaps into the air to perform a jump slash on all enemies directly in front, dealing 300% true damage, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. In fact, the skills were quite good. After all, Dong Qingyang was a fierce general of the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, his subordinates were not weak either. Each one was an elite soldier who had faced countless life and death situations against abyssal beasts. Each of them had skills, with damage output, control, healing, and tanking capabilities, as well as assassins and ranged attackers. The team was absolutely complete in terms of professions, and their cooperation would definitely multiply their strength. With dozens of people dealing with just Qin Shen, how could there be any suspense? But the result. Minutes passed unknowingly, and Dong Qingyang was stunned. With so many people attacking Qin Shen, he was actually standing there motionless, allowing them to attack wildly without a scratch? Knockbacks, stuns, blinding, poisoning, all kinds of control effects were used, yet no matter what they did, they could not inflict effective lethal damage on Qin Chen. It felt like scraping a big boss in the abyss. How could this be? Dong Qingyang finally realized Qin Chen was very unusual. Meanwhile, Qin Chen was troubled. He originally wanted to test the exquisite bronze ancient sword he had just equipped, but after the battle started, he discovered the attack power of his exquisite bronze ancient sword was 900, plus the 2,400 attack power bonus from enhancements and gems, totaling only 3,300 attack power. Additionally, he had 1,200 attack power himself, making a total of 4,500 attack power. Who among these people could withstand a single strike from him? After all, they were not the high defense, high health beasts from the abyss, and their levels were far below his, so with their meager defense, they couldn't even withstand one of his strikes. How could he experiment with the legendary effect of his equipment, Demon Fury? Each hit on a target would double the sword's damage, stacking exponentially. Killing one with a single strike, this battle could at most stack a few dozen times. But was there a difference between stacking and not stacking? Wasn't it still one strike per person? Damn it, he was experimenting in vain. At the very least, he should be able to see the effect of the stack damage, right? Qin Chen truly lost interest, standing there motionless and allowing everyone to attack him wildly. As a result, minutes passed again unknowingly, and Dong Qingyang and all his subordinates were panting and sweating profusely, while Qin Chen remained calm and unbothered. Dong Qingyang's subordinates were genuinely shocked. What the hell is going on? Is this kid even human? A monster, damn it, this kid is a monster. How can so many of us not hurt him? How thick is his health? Yes, this kid's defense isn't high. I can break through his defense to deal damage, but his health is just too thick and that little damage is completely useless. What the hell? His defense isn't high? Are you serious? Compared to defense, I'm more concerned about his evasion attribute. Didn't you notice that at first it was fine, but slowly every attack we make is a miss? His evasion seems to grow continuously as the battle goes on. What the hell is this? Voices of suspicion continued, and the attacks did not stop. However, at this moment, Qin Chen finally made his move. In his hand, the enhanced +9 exquisite bronze ancient sword appeared. On the sword's blade, a heavy black aura emanated, filled with malevolence. A breath that seemed to come from hell instantly spread across the entire training ground. Except for Qin Chen, everyone felt their hearts race, fear, and unease. A suffocating sense of oppression. With this sword in hand, Qin Chen's aura surged as well. In the depths of his eyes, a flicker of demonic light shimmered. With a single slash, a head fell to the ground, triggering the special effect, Demon Fury. Hitting the target, damage ×2. In an instant, Qin Chen slashed down again, beheading another person. Once more hitting the target, damage ×4. Next, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Chen continued to reap heads one after another, as if chopping vegetables. The legendary effect of Demon Fury kept stacking. Damage ×8, damage ×16, damage ×32. Then came 64 times, 128 times, 256 times, 512 times, 1024 times. Truly a terrifying exponential increase. And this exquisite ancient bronze sword's legendary effect too, Gluttony, would permanently increase the sword's attack power by 1 point for each kill. But this effect did not trigger, as it was merely a training mode and not a real kill, thus it couldn't activate. Any permanently enhancing growth type effects could not trigger in training mode. However, the Eternal Level Effect 3, Feast, allowed him to absorb 50% of the opponent's attack power after each kill, and this effect was indeed useful in training mode. Absorbing attack power 247, absorbing attack power 359, absorbing attack power 302. When Qin Chen slaughtered everyone under Dong Qingyang, he had absorbed over 10,000 attack power. Coupled with his own attack power and the attack power bonuses from his equipment, he totaled over 14,500 attack power. This attack power, combined with the exponential damage increase from the special effect 1, Demon Fury, resulted in an explosive damage output, instantaneously obliterating everything, capable of creating all miracles. Of course, this was only theoretical. After all, the Demon Fury effect would reset after a missed attack, and no matter how high the stacked damage increase, it would instantly return to zero. Thus, if he encountered an opponent with high evasion that caused his attack to miss, or if the opponent used skills like teleportation to dodge, the Demon Fury effect would be rendered useless. So, it wasn't as overpowered as it seemed. However, it was more than enough to deal with people like Dong Qingyang. At this moment, Dong Qingyang was completely stunned. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. When Qin Chen delivered the final blow to Dong Qingyang, ending the battle, the training mode was lifted, and the formation disappeared. Dong Qingyang suddenly jolted back to reality. How could this be? How is this possible? Isn't he a blacksmith? And just a few days after awakening? Can a blacksmith withstand the fierce attacks of so many of us? Can he really kill us all with a single strike? What kind of monster is he? Mind your words, Zhang Yiru said, her red lips parting slightly. What monster? A loss is a loss. Can't you afford to lose even without a wager? How can you still have the face to call him a monster? Dong Qingyang was left speechless, truly at a loss for words. However, he also finally understood why the higher-ups had chosen Qin Chen to replace Zhang Ao as the captain of the strongest team in Zhangbei. Even though he, Dong Qingyan, was Zhang Ao's uncle, he absolutely dared not protect his own kin anymore, because he clearly realized Qin Chen was indeed more suitable. No one was more suitable than Qin Chen. Soon, Dong Qingyan left in disgrace. Qin Chen returned to the Lu family's villa where he was temporarily staying, took a shower with the help of the alluring beauty Su Ru, and then began to enhance his equipment. Inside the spatial ring was a large pile of enhancement stones and gems, which he would use without hesitation. After all, his talents 2 and 3 cannot be wasted. The success rate for gem embedding and equipment enhancement is 100%. Can such a talent be squandered? Soon, the already absurdly powerful exquisite bronze ancient sword began to continuously improve, ultimately transforming into exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 21 embedded gems, level 8 attack gem * 7 attack power, 900 plus 45,000. That's quite impressive. The attack bonus from enhancement and gems was originally only 2,400, but now it has suddenly become 45,000. Even Qin Chen was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, it made sense. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the attack bonus provided for each subsequent level. Although it wasn't an exponential increase, it was definitely quite substantial. The gems were even more impressive. He studied them carefully. A level 1 gem provides a 10-point attack power bonus. Level 2 provides 20 points, level 3 provides 40 points, and so on, leading to exponential increases. By the end, a level 8 attack gem could provide 1280 points of attack power. And he had embedded 7 level 8 attack gems in this exquisite bronze ancient sword. How much attack power did that total? Adding the enhancement of plus 21, the 45,000 attack bonus was perfectly reasonable. However, on the market, a single level 5 attack gem costs several thousand, and it takes 3 level 5 gems to synthesize 1 level 6. Then, 3 level 6 gems are needed to synthesize 1 level 7. Synthesis isn't guaranteed to succeed. If it fails, the gem shatters. Therefore, the price of gems doesn't just rise exponentially with their level. At the current market price, a level 5 attack gem costs several thousand. A level 6 directly costs tens of thousands. Level 7 is worth hundreds of thousands. Level 8 starts at least 3 million, and he directly embedded 7 level 8 attack gems, which amounts to 21 million gold coins. This is just the cost price. After all, gem embedding typically has a high failure rate, and the higher the gem level, the higher the failure rate. So how much is this exquisite bronze ancient sword with 7 level 8 attack gems worth? Adding the enhancement of plus 21, how much would that be worth? Not to mention the 2 golden legendary attributes and 1 iridescent eternal attribute. An absolutely priceless treasure. Of course, he wouldn't think about selling this item. After all, he wasn't short on money. To him, money was just a number. As long as he wanted it, he could get as much as he needed. Early in the morning, Qin Chen took out a pile of equipment he deemed useless and had the 3 female generals deliver it to the military. A total of 21 pieces, although of average quality, at most purple excellence, but all had golden legendary attributes. The average price was 10 million, directly resulting in over 200 million arriving. The military truly supported Qin Chen. The funds arrived instantly. To keep Qin Chen well hidden and avoid drawing too much attention, the military even specially devised a series of disguise plans overnight. First, it was not Qin Chen who occupied the Lu family's villa, but rather Lu family's Su Ruhong who seduced Qin Chen, leading to a conflict when her husband Lu Yaoxing discovered it, resulting in the deaths of dozens of Lu family's strong members. After seizing control of the Lu family, she invited Qin Chen, the adulterer, to stay at the Lu family. Second, the 3 stunning beauties beside Qin Chen, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer were all his girlfriends, as Qin Chen came from an extremely secretive and large aristocratic family, thus having multiple girlfriends simultaneously. Third, precisely because of his aristocratic background, the higher-ups decided to let him replace Zhang Ao as the captain of the strongest team. With such a disguise, many things about Qin Chen could be explained. Although mingling with a married woman isn't very honorable, it conveniently shifts public attention, preventing people from investigating the secrets he might be hiding. Qin Chen was also helpless. Whose idea was this anyway? He was a man of integrity, uninterested in women. How could he be the kind of person to seduce someone like Su Ru, a married woman? This was ridiculous. However, with such a disguise providing a layer of cover, many people's doubts were indeed alleviated. I said, how could a mere newly awakened blacksmith have such great abilities? Turns out it was all thanks to his family. I get it now. It must be that his family gave him some top-notch equipment and various items, which is why he could clear the hellish dungeon all by himself right after awakening. Damn, I thought he really had some extraordinary talent. Turns out it was like this. What a pity, relying on heaven, earth, and parents is no match for relying on oneself. No matter how you look at it, Qin Shen is just a useless blacksmith. He won't get far in the future. Exactly, even if this useless blacksmith has S-level talent, so what? Useless is still useless. Yes, a useless blacksmith, even if he works hard his whole life, can't catch up to those impressive profession's starting points. Besides, Qin Shen is just relying on his family. What effort is he putting in? He has indeed worked hard to climb into Lu family's Su Ru's bed. Oh my, you can't be serious. Isn't Su Ru Lu Kuan's mother? Qin Shen is simply shameless, actually getting involved with a classmate's mother. In a short time, various discussions flooded in. It was clear that the military's execution of this disguise plan was quite successful. The effect was immediate. Now, no one really doubted that Qin Shen was hiding any secrets. His ability to replace Jiangbei Academy's #1 genius, Zhang Ao, as the strongest team captain suddenly seemed much more reasonable. I was still curious about who this Qin Shen really was, and it turns out he's just a second-generation rich kid. Damn it. A second-generation rich kid forcibly took Zhang Ao's position thanks to his family's connections. Isn't that just too shady? Doesn't anyone above care? Yeah, isn't this just blatant manipulation? How is this allowed? What can they do? How is this not allowed? If you ask me, you people are just too naive. Don't forget, Zhang Ao is the young lord of Jiangbei. If even a prominent young lord's family background can't compete with Qin Shen's, you can imagine how powerful Qin Shen's background really is. A hidden noble family? I'm really curious, what kind of hidden noble family could overshadow the lord's mansion? It must be at the level of a state lord, right? Various speculations in public opinion were in an uproar. In fact, there was no hidden noble family behind Qin Shen. However, there truly was a hidden noble family extending an olive branch to him. Among them was the Qin family from the imperial capital. The Qin family had generals, commanding millions. Their wealth was in the trillions, rivaling nations. Among China's 10 war gods, 7 came from the Qin family. That was a true family of generals, enduring through 12 dynasties without decline. Dynasties changed continuously, but the Qin family had never fallen, always hidden from the world, and would step forward in times of chaos. At this moment, one of China's 10 war gods, Qin Hanyu, was carefully examining a rough dagger in her hand, lost in thought, murmuring to herself. Golden Legend level special effect, Nether Poison, can poison the target after breaking their defenses, causing 1% of their maximum health as true damage per second. Did this really come from a newly awakened S-level blacksmith? Although it's of ordinary quality with blank attributes, this special effect of 1% maximum health true damage per second is indeed impressive. However, what's with the faint black mist surrounding this dagger? The black mist swirls, exuding a sinister aura. Why is that? As she spoke, the sexy deputy commander in leather pants also frowned. Their female war god was cold and unparalleled, sacred and noble, not to be violated, yet here she was holding a dagger enveloped in black mist. What was going on? Although the dagger's Golden Legend level special effect was indeed good, its excessive evil nature made one fear it might be a cursed artifact. In fact, Qin Hanyu had thought about this as well, but the problem is, how could a newly awakened blacksmith forge magical artifacts? Of course, it was also quite strange that someone could forge equipment with golden legendary effects right after awakening. Perhaps she should take some time to meet that Qin Shen in Jiangbei. After all, the Qin family had already extended an olive branch to cooperate with the military's secret disguise plan, wanting the outside world to mistakenly believe that Qin Shen was a member of the imperial capital's Qin family. In this case, Qin Shen would indeed be her brother. It was only natural for a sister to visit her brother, which would further solidify Qin Shen's identity as the young master of the imperial capital's Qin family. With this thought in mind, Qin Hanyu immediately ordered, "Prepare the machine, I want to personally go to Jiangbei." At the same time, Li Yanan had already approached Qin Shen. The beautiful class instructor, wearing high heels, her legs wrapped in black stockings, a short skirt hugging her curves, a slim waist exposed, striking red lips, and long hair cascading down to her waist. Intelligent, dignified, yet sexy. Clearly, she had ulterior motives. What ulterior motives? Li Yanan shot back at Qin Shen with a glare. The global ladder ranking competition is approaching, and I specifically came here to give you extra lessons. Extra lessons? Qin Shen felt a bit embarrassed to call her out on it. Did he really need extra lessons with his current abilities? But Li Yanan looked serious. Don't take this lightly. At the very least, you should understand the detailed rules of the ladder competition, right? For the fairness of the competition, considering the strength differences due to age, the ladder competition has 4 major divisions: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Among them, beginner, intermediate, and advanced are divided by age groups, which means parallel competitions. Generally speaking, the older you are, the stronger you are, so the higher level divisions will naturally have a higher average standard. The peak competition does not differentiate by age. As long as your ranking points meet the standard, you can sign up. It's worth mentioning that points are gained more slowly in the beginner competition, while the advanced competition allows for the fastest point accumulation. If I didn't personally come here to explain this to you in detail, would you have the time to understand? Don't let it be that when you get to the competition, you're still confused about the rules. After saying this, Li Yanan sat down to the side, crossing her long legs in black stockings, and continued, "Also, I need to confirm the list of students from Tianwu Academy who can use your equipment. After all, I am your class instructor. It's only natural that those in my class have a bit of priority, right, Qin Shen?" That was true, but Qin Shen glanced at Li Yanan's beautiful legs and then at her exposed, delicate waist, still feeling that she had ulterior motives. After all, did she really need to come personally for these matters? She was the dean's niece. Did she need to run errands? Clearly, this was something that could be settled with a phone call. "What about your 3 girlfriends?" Li Yanan suddenly asked, giving Qin Shen a mysterious smile. Qin Shen felt somewhat helpless. "What 3 girlfriends? Teacher Li, you know they are bodyguards sent by the military. And what's wrong with that?" Li Yanan's smile became even more mysterious, her voice taking on a meaningful tone. "Isn't it normal for a beautiful bodyguard to develop into a girlfriend?" Qin Shen had never noticed this side of Li Yanan before. Who would have thought that the dignified and serious beautiful class instructor had such a side? It made Qin Shen feel a bit awkward. Just then, someone else came to the door. It was a charming and sexy mature woman. She wore a tight qipao with a very high slit. Her beautiful legs were exposed, looking particularly eye-catching under the flesh-colored stockings. Qin Shen stared blankly for a few seconds. Qin Wanqing, the president of the Parent-Teacher Association at Tianwu Academy? What was she doing here? In the blink of an eye, Qin Wanqing twisted her slender waist and stepped forward with her beautiful legs, bringing a waft of fragrance as she approached Qin Shen. With a charming smile, her voice rippled, "Qin Xiao, I'm here on a mission to assist the military with the supplementary plan." Supplementary plan? Qin Shen looked bewildered. What supplementary plan? Qin Wanqing reached down to tug at her stockings, her words shocking. "Now you are the Qin Xiao of the Qin family in the capital, and it's quite normal for you to have an affair with me, the president of the Parents Association. And besides, I was forced by you. With that, your identity as Qin Xiao becomes even more solidified. The more rumors you have in this regard, the safer you are, don't you think?" After hearing this, Qin Shen was completely confused. He had an affair with the president of the Parents Association, and he forced Qin Wanqing? This was the military supplementary plan? Who came up with this? Was it really necessary to be so damaging? Did they really think he, Qin Shen, had no shame? But as Qin Shen voiced his thoughts, Qin Wanqing smiled and directly sat down next to him, exuding charm, her gaze captivating. What's more important, face or secrecy? As long as your secrets remain unknown to outsiders, and as long as they don't pay attention to your other matters, it doesn't matter how many rumors there are. Being able to use countless rumors to deceive the world and conceal the truth can save you from a lot of unnecessary trouble. With that, Qin Wanqing moved even closer, sitting on Qin Shen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and leaning in to whisper near his lips, "And I don't mind at all. What's there to be embarrassed about for a vigorous young man like you? It's fine, come on, give me a kiss. Let's take a photo to let the media spread it widely and solidify your identity as a hidden wealthy playboy." As soon as she finished speaking, before Qin Shen could react, Qin Wanqing pressed her lips against his, forcefully kissing him. Not far away, Qin Wanqing's secretary raised a camera and snapped several shots. Li Yanan was stunned. Were they really going this far? Was this truly about creating countless stains in private life to help Qin Shen conceal his secrets? Was this really okay? If it were her, Li Yanan, sitting on Qin Shen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Soon, Qin Shen finally managed to escape from Qin Wanqing's forceful kiss, standing up with a face full of lipstick marks and fleeing as if he were running away. He couldn't take it. He really couldn't take it at all. This left him feeling hot all over, his heart racing and breath quickening. What Qin Wanqing was doing was clearly not about executing a supplementary plan, it was, forget it, no need to mention it. Qin Shen felt restless inside and needed some time alone to calm down. As a young man in the world, how could he be trapped by beauty? In the world before his crossing, it was survival of the fittest. In this world after crossing, it was even more intense. The strong ruled, and only strength was the hard truth. He needed to grow stronger. What he aimed to conquer was the world, not women. Stepping out of the Lu family villa, Qin Shen forcibly suppressed the heat in his heart, trying hard not to think about the captivating figure of the beautiful and noble Qin Wanqing, the president of the Parents Association, and unknowingly walked into an underground black market. Here, there was everything, such as attack gems and enhancement stones. Both were expensive items, and even a wealthy tycoon might not be able to afford them, so while these two items were common, people generally didn't use them themselves but hoarded them for sale. Although very few people bought them in large quantities, if one did encounter a buyer, they could strike it rich. Getting rich overnight was not a dream, and today, Qin Shen was the one who would make others rich overnight. Walking into a specialty store for casting materials, Qin Shen stated his purpose directly: attack gems and enhancement stones, I want as many as you have. At the counter, a beautiful woman who had been looking down at her phone raised her head, slightly frowning. As many as you want? Qin Shen nodded. Yes, as many as you have. The beautiful woman looked at Qin Shen with suspicion, her gaze fixed on him, when suddenly a voice came from behind Qin Shen. Boss lady, just bring out all your attack gems and enhancement stones, he can afford them. With that, a long-legged beauty in high-waisted hot pants walked up to Qin Shen, leaving a trail of fragrance. It was Yuan Mei, the daughter of the richest family in Jiangbei, who had framed Qin Shen for killing her own brother in the abyss. Miss Yuan? The beautiful woman recognized her at a glance, surprised and flattered. Miss Yuan, what brings you here? This truly makes my little shop shine. Yuan Mei smiled gracefully at Qin Shen and then said to the beautiful woman, this is my boyfriend. No matter how many attack gems and enhancement stones you have, he can afford them. It's the same for you, he can afford you too. As long as he wants, you can serve him tonight. Money is not an issue, it will all be covered by my Yuan family. The beautiful woman was stunned. Qin Shen was speechless. What on earth was Yuan Mei talking about? What did she mean he could afford the boss lady too? Although the boss lady was indeed charming, Qin Shen was a serious person. Miss Yuan, are you serious? The boss lady seemed to take her words to heart. Qin Shen quickly interjected, what's serious? Don't listen to her nonsense, I just came to buy some things. Quick, bring out all your attack gems and enhancement stones. If you can transfer stock from your warehouse or other stores, then bring as many as you can. Money is indeed not a problem, this way I won't have to go asking at every shop. The charming boss lady was taken aback. She needed to transfer stock from the warehouse and other stores? Was this really a big client? This was a windfall. Attack gems and enhancement stones were not commonly bought. Thus, they had a lot of stock, operating on a model of not opening for half a year and then making enough sales to last another half year. In just half an hour, the beautiful boss lady brought in tens of thousands of attack gems and over 100,000 enhancement stones from her own warehouse and from other stores with which she had good relations. Most of them were attack gems below level 5, with only a few dozen level 6 attack gems, and just a handful of level 7 gems, while level 8 gems were non-existent. The enhancement stones were mostly basic, with a small number of intermediate and very few advanced ones. This item only had 3 levels. The higher the level, the higher the success rate for enhancement. Although they could also be synthesized from lower to higher levels like gems, it was unnecessary for Qin Shen. His success rate for enhancement was 100%, and his current equipment didn't require intermediate or advanced enhancement stones. He would only need them for high-level equipment that required intermediate or advanced stones later on. But he wasn't short on money, so without a second thought, he decided to buy everything. The total price for all the items was nearly 1 billion. 1 billion gold coins was no small sum, especially since an ordinary worker in this world only earned a few thousand gold coins a month. Even Qin Shen couldn't produce that much money at the moment, but Yuan Mei could. The Yuan family was the richest in Jiangbei, and as an executive director of the Yuan Group, taking out 1 billion was no problem at all. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Mei helped Qin Shen make the payment of 1 billion, and Qin Shen stored all the attack gems and enhancement stones in his space ring before leaving. On the way back, Qin Shen said, "This 1 billion is a loan, I will pay you back as soon as possible." "No need," Yuan Mei smiled and said, "I killed Yuan Zhang, and you took the blame for me. Now the entire Yuan Group is basically under my control, so consider this 1 billion a token of my gratitude. And I said at the time, you helped me take the position of the head of the Yuan family, and in the future, you will have half of the Yuan family's assets, and even I will be yours. You are the young master of the Qin family in the capital, so capable that even Jiang Ao, the captain of the strongest battle team, could be replaced by you. How could I dare to go back on my word? As she said this, Yuan Mei reached down to tug at the stockings on her legs, smiling sweetly at Qin Shen, and said leisurely, just so happens that a new boutique hotel under the Yuan group has opened. How about I take you there tonight for a good experience? Qin Shen was instantly flustered. Was she serious? Just earlier, he had been teased by the stunning president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Qin Wanqin, and he had come out to cool off. Now, this wealthy heiress Yuan Mei was pulling this stunt. What was he supposed to do? This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Qin Shen genuinely felt it was not quite right, but Yuan Mei leaned in closer, her eyes locked onto his, almost pressing against him as she softly parted her lips. There's nothing inappropriate about it, unless you really have no interest in me at all. Actually, that's fine too. The Yuan group has many models and streamers, each more charming than the last, with all kinds of allure. There's bound to be one you like. When the time comes, you can choose freely, as long as you find them appealing. They will all belong to you privately in the future. Outside of Jiangbei, I can't guarantee many things, but here in Jiangbei, I can definitely make sure you are satisfied in every way. After saying this, Yuan Mei playfully stuck her tongue out and gave Qin Shen a peck on the lips. Qin Shen's heart jolted. This wealthy heiress was being too forward. After all, this was a public place, with passers-by all around. Was she really not afraid at all? In fact, Yuan Mei wanted people to see. After all, she was Yuan Mei, who had managed to hold on to the Yuan group for so many years without any inheritance rights from the wealthy Yuan family, proving her exceptional intellect. Thus, the military's tailored disguise plan for Qin Shen could not escape her notice. She had basically determined right away, Qin Shen was definitely not the young master of the Qin family from the capital. There must be something fishy going on. Gossip and public opinion could be hidden from the masses, but not from someone like her, a true elite. After all, when the group had faced scandals in the past, she had used similar tactics to attract public attention and cover up the group's misdeeds. So how could she not be clear about the intricacies involved? And although she was certain Qin Shen was not from the capital's Qin family, she was even more convinced that this guy must have extraordinary capabilities. Otherwise, no one would go to such lengths to create so much gossip to cover up the secrets surrounding him. This made Qin Shen all the more worthy of her, Yuan Mei, wanting to get to know him better. Let's go. At this moment, Yuan Mei smiled and directly took Qin Shen's hand. That boutique hotel is nearby. I'll drive you there. I heard you've been dominating the Abyss these past few days, even taking down the fierce military general Dong Qingyang and his dozens of subordinates like they were nothing. With such great abilities, I really want to see it for myself. As she spoke, Yuan Mei led Qin Shen to the underground parking lot of the black market and directly sat him in a red sports car. With AI fully automated driving, the sports car sped off in an instant. Yuan Mei lifted her stunningly long legs, clad in black stockings, and placed them on Qin Shen's lap, smiling. Why are you so shy? A person with such great abilities like you shouldn't be embarrassed. He wasn't exactly shy, but it was indeed Qin Shen's first time experiencing something like this, and he couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. Before crossing over, he had been just a corporate slave, and after crossing over, he had lived an ordinary 18 years until recently when he finally stood up. There were many things he had truly never enjoyed, like the fiery enthusiasm of this wealthy heiress before him. I heard you already have 3 girlfriends? Yuan Mei teased, taking off her high heels and placing her foot, wrapped in black stockings, on Qin Shen's chest, smiling. Are they the 3 leather-clad beauties I saw before in the Abyss? If all 3 of them are your girlfriends, then that campus beauty Long Shasha must definitely be the kind of good friend who kisses you at the drop of a hat, right? Moreover, you've also taken over Lu Kuan's beautiful mother, Suru? Qin Shen was speechless. He wanted to explain but didn't know what to say. Should he really say that all of this was just to disguise the secret he carried? Seeing his reaction, Yuan Mei's eyes sparkled with mischief as she provocatively lifted her foot to hook Qin Shen's chin. Lu Kuan is your classmate, and you've even taken his stunning mother. How can you be shy in front of me? And I'm not resisting at all, letting you do as you please. You can treat me like I'm not even human. Qin Shen swallowed hard. He couldn't handle it. He simply couldn't. The fragrance of flowers attracts butterflies, and the tall trees invite the wind. So many people used to ignore him, but now they all flock to him, seeking his affection. Indeed, once a person becomes powerful, nothing seems impossible. However, while he couldn't resist, it also strengthened his resolve to become even stronger. Because right now, he wasn't strong enough. At most, he could only walk confidently in Jiangbei. What if one day his secret was exposed, and hostile forces from Huagua sent someone to kill him. Wouldn't that mean his end? Ultimately, strength is the hard truth. Relying on heaven and earth is not as good as relying on oneself. Qin Chen. Suddenly, Yuan Mei leaned in, directly straddling Qin Chen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with affection, exuding charm. Anyway, you already have several rumored girlfriends. One more wouldn't make a difference, right? I know that Su Ru from the Lu family isn't someone you forcibly took, but since that's the rumor, there must be a deeper meaning. How about you create a false impression that I've been forcibly taken by you? What do you think? In a short time, Qin Chen was once again flustered. First, he forcibly took the noblewoman Su Ru from the Lu family, and now he was also said to have taken the daughter of the richest family, the Yuan family? Was this really meant to ruin his reputation? How would he live his life in the future? In fact, Yuan Mei was both strategizing and testing him. Although she could guess many things, she still needed verification. And Qin Chen's current reaction was the answer she wanted. Qin Chen was ultimately unable to outplay her in this regard. He didn't realize she was testing him and instead became flustered and hot, unable to resist kissing her cherry lips. Full of youthful vigor, he ignited easily. How could he possibly be Yuan Mei's match in this aspect? When the sports car stopped in front of a newly opened hotel, Qin Chen was already impatient, unable to hold back. Meanwhile, the head of the richest family, Yuan Shoucheng, was holding a secret internal meeting. The theme of the meeting was simple: with Yuan Zhang gone, who would inherit the Yuan family's legacy? Whoever it is, it cannot be Yuan Mei, an elder stated first. The family business is passed down to sons, not daughters. This is our ancestral teaching, and it cannot be violated. Right. Another middle-aged man quickly followed up. No matter how capable Yuan Mei is, she is still just a woman. How can such a large family business be entrusted to her? Exactly. More and more people chimed in. Women should not be in charge. This is a rule set by our ancestors, and no one can change it. That's right. In the past, Yuan Mei couldn't even sit at the table for meals, and she thinks she can inherit the family business? That's clearly impossible. If she were to inherit the Yuan family, I would be the first to disagree, guaranteed to be the first to rebel. I'd rather leave the Yuan family and start my own. Me too. I second that. There were quite a few supporters, one after another. Among the dozens of people at the meeting table, at least 80% were in agreement. Only a few people frowned and remained silent. Soon, these few were targeted. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Not speaking? Want to worship Yuan Mei's stinky feet? Hee, could it be that Yuan Mei has slept with you guys? I see it's not just about sleeping together. You must have had abortions for a few of you, right? Impudent! Yuan Shoucheng suddenly shouted angrily. What the hell are you talking about? We're all family. Is it necessary to speak so harshly? Don't forget that Yuan Mei is also my biological daughter. Do you dare to say such things in front of me? Do you want to die? The head of the family was furious, and those who had spoken up immediately became obedient. But at that moment, the older generation spoke up again. Although their words are a bit harsh, wanting to help Yuan Mei rise to power is simply unacceptable. That's right, the Yuan family can never allow Yuan Mei to inherit. After all, you, Yuan Shoucheng, have other sons. Even if the other sons are useless, don't you have nephews? That's the point. The Yuan family doesn't belong to just you, Yuan Shoucheng. You can choose a capable nephew to inherit the family business. This was indeed hitting the nail on the head. It was clear that this was the crux of the internal meeting. The wealthy families are always deep as the sea, with open and covert struggles everywhere. Now that Yuan Zhang, who was qualified to inherit the Yuan family, was dead, Yuan Shoucheng's uncles, cousins, and nephews naturally couldn't sit still. Throughout history, whenever a crown prince died and there was no one to inherit the throne, didn't it always stir up a bloody storm? And Yuan Shoucheng, the head of the richest family, was no fool. He was already uneasy about letting Yuan Zhang inherit the family business because, in terms of capability, 10 Yuan Zhangs couldn't compare to 1 Yuan Mei. But compared to Yuan Zhang, those sons born of Yuan Shoucheng's concubines were even more useless. They were all good for nothings. If he had to choose one of those sons to inherit the family business, the Yuan family would surely be in chaos. In contrast, Yuan Mei had become the best candidate. Although she was a woman, her abilities were unmatched by anyone of her generation in the Yuan family. The key was that she seemed to have a close relationship with that Qin Chen. Yuan Shoucheng wasn't stupid. He wanted to kill Qin Chen, yet it alarmed the city lord Jiang Shao to personally intervene. What did that mean? Moreover, Jiang Zhao's son Jiang Ao had been stripped of the position of the strongest team leader by Qin Chen. What did that mean? If Qin Chen was indeed the young master of the hidden aristocratic Qin family in the capital, and Yuan Mei had a close relationship with Qin Shen, then Yuan Shoucheng might not be unable to let Yuan Mei inherit the family business. On the other side, in the Lu family, the beautiful woman Su Ru was speaking to her husband Lu Yaosheng. Qin Shen is not simple. You can't compete with him. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Those who know the times are heroes. You can only blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Now you have no choice. If you want to leave, hurry up and take Lu Koan with you. What about you? Lu Yaosheng gritted his teeth and said, "What do you mean I can't compete with him? What do you mean I provoked the wrong person? Don't forget you are my husband, and you are also a member of the Lu family. Even if we can't compete, that still makes us no longer us." Su Ru interrupted, "I already belong to Qin Shen now. You are you, and I am I. For the past few nights, I've been serving at Qin Shen's side. Even this Lu family no longer belongs to you, let alone to me. If you know what's good for you, there's still a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, you, Lu Koan, and the other Lu family members will all die. The chance of survival I fought hard for you in front of Qin Shen. If you don't cherish it now, you won't even have the chance to regret it in the future. Do you understand?" Listening to Su Ru's words, Lu Yaosheng was almost driven mad. How could the dignified Lu family not compete with a mere Qin Shen? Damn! Where did this Qin Shen come from? Could he really be the young master of the Qin family in the capital? To be honest, Lu Yaosheng didn't believe it. But right now, what could he do if he didn't believe it? His wife Su Ru and the entire Lu family had already been taken over by Qin Shen. That was a fact. In the face of facts, Lu Yaosheng had to bow his head no matter what. Otherwise, he would die. But he wanted to take his daughter Lu Yumeng with him as well. However, Su Ru directly stated after hearing this, "Impossible. Yumeng and I are both Qin Shen's people, and we must serve by his side. You can't take her away, and she won't go with you. Su Ru, you." Lu Yaosheng was truly on the verge of madness. But Su Ru didn't give him a chance to explode. She interrupted him with a shout, "If you, the head of the family, can't recognize the situation, then the Lu family is really doomed." Hearing this, Lu Yaosheng's heart shook, and his expression quickly stiffened. He was not an ordinary person. After all, he was the head of the prestigious Lu family. How could he not understand the reasoning that as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood? Right now, he didn't have the strength to confront Qin Shen directly. Even if his wife and daughter were being dominated by Qin Shen, he could only endure humiliation and swallow his anger. Even when Qin Shen forcibly impregnated Su Ru and Lu Yumeng in front of him, Lu Yaosheng had to endure it. He had to endure, unless he didn't want to live. Lu Yaosheng certainly wanted to live, but he didn't want Qin Shen to live. At the same time, there were many others who also didn't want Qin Shen to live, both openly and secretly. For example, many high-ranking officials from the wealthy Yuan family. That very night, at a newly opened boutique hotel under the Yuan group, a group of assassins arrived. The lowest among them were level 50, with many at level 60, and the leader was even at level 80. They were definitely an elite assassin group. At this moment, Qin Shen was sweating profusely and panting heavily, feeling weak and dispirited. He was resting his head on Yuan Mei's lap, gasping for air and staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he sensed a faint killing intent approaching from all directions. Now he was level 70, with an S-level talent, and his keen perception was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. Yuan Mei, on the other hand, showed no reaction at all. She was drenched in fragrant sweat, completely limp, unable to even stand, let alone sense the impending danger. Moreover, the assassin group wasn't targeting her. She was not in danger. But the real danger wasn't Qin Shen, it was everyone in that assassin group. In an instant, Qin Shen got up, put on his clothes, and casually grabbed an air conditioning blanket to cover Yuan Mei. In the corridor outside the room, many assassins were on high alert. Qin Shen opened the door and stepped out, his ancient bronze sword glowing with a dark light, exuding an evil aura, full of demonic energy. Although he was exhausted and weak, he still had over 60 million health points. How much could Yuan Mei possibly drain from him? Moreover, his recovery ability was astonishing, and he couldn't be measured by common standards. Whether the field was plowed badly was unknown, but the ox was not dead from exhaustion. Besides, he still had medicine given to him by the military female officer Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer was initially level 45, and now that Qin Shen was level 70, she had been leveling up with him in the abyss and was now level 88. The medicine given by an 88-level alchemist was naturally highly effective. Just one pill, and Qin Shen immediately restored 50% of his energy and stamina, and his already impressive recovery ability surged tenfold. In a moment, before those assassins could even make a move, his weak state had completely vanished, and he was basically back to full health and condition. The assassins clearly had not yet realized what kind of monster they were facing. A level 57 berserker was the first to attack, followed closely by a level 62 swordsman. The other assassins quickly followed suit. Various attacks surged forth. The killing intent was rampant, and the sharpness was overwhelming. But what did this mean to Qin Chen? He had faced hundreds or even thousands of monsters attacking him on the 8th level of the abyss without batting an eye, let alone now. He raised his exquisite ancient bronze sword, enhanced to plus 21, and with a single swing, the sword energy soared into the sky. Put! The first to attack, the level 57 berserker, had his head severed. Following that, the level 62 swordsman was also instantly decapitated by the sword energy. Just kidding, that's a weapon with a plus 21 enhancement, embedded with 7 level 8 attack gems, boasting a whopping 45,900 attack power. After hitting the target and consecutively slaying several people, it triggered the legendary effect 1 Demon Fury, damage times 2, damage times 4, damage times 8, and the Eternal Effect 3 was also triggered. Absorb 452 attack power, absorb 394 attack power, absorb 584 attack power. The assassin group initially thought it was just a worthless blacksmith and that they could quickly end the fight. The result, after a round of siege, Qin Chen was unscathed, while corpses lay scattered around him. Not a single assassin could withstand his sword. In the blink of an eye, his legendary effect 1, Demon Fury, had stacked up to damage times 16, 384. It reached an astronomical figure, an absolute ton of output. None of these assassins could even manage a miss, otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Just one miss would reset the effect bonus of Demon Fury, but these assassins had such low evasion attributes. After all, aside from their profession, Qin Chen was a level 70 S-class awakened one, and each level gained added to his hit attributes, which was more than enough. He simply lacked combat skills. He relied solely on his thick health and high attack, extremely simple and brutal. Of course, his other attributes weren't weak either, but compared to his health and attack, they were negligible. However, compared to these assassins, he was definitely not weak. On the other hand, no matter how flashy the assassin's combat skills were, what did it matter? Who could harm Qin Chen in the slightest? But assassins are still assassins, full of blood and fearless of death. The frenzied siege quickly continued. Qin Chen was also unceremonious, directly opening a massacre. Gods block, kill gods, Buddhas block, kill Buddhas. The assassins he faced were finally of a higher caliber, over level 60, with decent evasion attributes, causing Qin Chen's attacks to start missing. The outrageous damage stacked from the legendary effect 1, Demon Fury, was instantly reset and began anew. But it wasn't a big problem. With his own and the refined bronze ancient swords combined tens of thousands of attack power, he could still take down one with a single strike. Moreover, the effect of Eternal Effect 3 Feast was still active, allowing him to absorb 50% of the target's attack power after each kill for 180 seconds, with continuous kills stacking infinitely and refreshing the duration. Unknowingly, he had already absorbed over 10,000 attack power. After a few more consecutive hits, the damage from Effect 1 began to rise again. Anyway, it had always been one strike, one kill, so it didn't matter. Missing once or twice had no real impact. Additionally, his legendary effect, Hell of Yama, was continuously triggering. Every time he was attacked, there was a 30% chance to vanish into the hell, becoming invisible for 5 seconds, during which he was immune to all damage, and his attacks carried a curse, reducing the cursed target's attributes by 50% for 5 seconds. At that moment, he was invisible, and while beheading several enemies in that state, he suddenly caught sight of a masked female assassin in leather pants staring at him from a distance. The leader of the assassins? Capture the leader first. In the next second, just as Qin Chen's invisibility was about to end, he rushed over, suddenly wrapping his arms around the masked female assassin's slender waist, while a sword was pressed against her throat. Instantly, the female assassin trembled, terrified and shocked. Under the influence of the evil aura from his magical equipment, a demonic light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and without realizing it, he leaned closer to the female assassin's snow-white neck, inhaling the faint fragrance of her body, then whispered in her ear with a wicked smile, "I'll give you a chance, submit to me, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill all your subordinates first, then hang you up and have my way with you. Over there!" A distant assassin shouted sharply after spotting Qin Chen. Suddenly, a multitude of assassins rushed towards the side. "Stop!" The female assassin leader, who had already been taken hostage, gritted her teeth and shouted, halting the other assassins. Lowering her voice, she questioned Qin Chen, You're just a newly awakened blacksmith, aren't you? How could you be so strong?" Qin Chen smiled, reaching out to remove the veil covering the female assassin's face. Immediately, he saw her stunningly beautiful face, one that could bring disaster to a nation. She was indeed a beauty, with an exquisite figure. Dressed in leather, with a slim waist and long legs, she could easily compare to his 3 personal female generals. In fact, due to their adversarial relationship, this cold and alluring female assassin stirred his desire for conquest even more than his 3 personal generals. In truth, Qin Shen was quite innocent. He originally had a righteous disposition and kept his distance from women. However, the dark aura emanating from his various pieces of equipment, especially the exquisite bronze ancient sword in his hand, which was enhanced to +21, flickered with a sinister light, exuding a terrifying aura as if it came from hell itself. This, however, had no adverse effect on Qin Shen. It merely unconsciously released his true nature. At the beginning, human nature is inherently evil. Once released, everything becomes uncontrollable. At this moment, Qin Shen was close to the cold and alluring female assassin's face, taking a deep breath of her enchanting fragrance, then teasingly letting his tongue slide across her face, leaving her with a trail of saliva as he laughed. You ask how I could be so strong? In fact, I have even greater strength. My capabilities are beyond your imagination. How about I let you experience it deeply later? But the question now is, will you submit to me, or will I have to conquer you by force? The cold and alluring female assassin gritted her teeth and replied, I take money to help others. How much? Qin Shen interrupted directly. 10 million? 100 million? Or a billion? It shouldn't be as much as a billion, right? No matter how much, I'll give you 10 times that. From now on, you'll serve me closely, doing whatever I ask. How about that? As he spoke, Qin Shen leaned in and kissed her near the mouth, grinning wickedly. Seeing your looks and figure, I think it would be a pity to kill you. Now that I'm giving you a chance, don't waste it. I wouldn't mind conquering you by force and then killing you afterward. What? Don't believe me? Still want to resist? All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shen moved again, swinging his sword to slaughter. Each strike took down an assassin, and no one could block him even a step. The frenzied assault of the many assassins could not harm him in the slightest. Before long, more assassins fell to the ground. The once large group of assassins was now dwindling to almost nothing. Finally, the cold and alluring female assassin shouted to stop, stop. Just then, Qin Shen's sword was pressed against the throat of another female assassin, equally stunning in her leather outfit. If the leader had hesitated for even a millisecond longer, her beautiful subordinate would have met her end right there. However, although Qin Shen had stopped, he was not polite. Have you come to your senses? Finally decided to submit? Kneel down, crawl over like a dog. You. The cold and alluring female assassin was instantly furious, but Qin Shen left no room for negotiation, directly interrupting her. You, who want to kill me but face total annihilation, have no right to negotiate with me. No matter what I say, you will do as I say. Now I want you to crawl over like a dog, then kneel before me and use all your words to persuade me. If you can convince me with that mouth of yours, I will spare the rest of your people and give you the chance to serve me. You have 10 seconds. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. With a thud, the leading cold and alluring female assassin, humiliated, knelt down. The once mighty assassin group had dwindled to just a handful of elite members, and if she didn't follow the orders given, today would truly mean their complete annihilation. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the words spoken earlier were no joke. They genuinely intended to hang her up and ravage her to death. Of course, it wasn't just her. The last few beautiful female assassins under her command faced the same fate. They would likely not even have the chance to end their own lives. After all, judging by the opponent's earlier performance, it wouldn't be difficult to swiftly strip them of their combat abilities and the means to take their own lives. In any case, the cold and alluring female assassin leading the group chose to submit. She actually crawled on the ground, like a dog, to Qin Shen's feet. In fact, just moments ago, Qin Shen had sustained quite a few injuries amidst the frenzied assault of the many assassins. However, his wounds healed instantly, showing no signs of impact whatsoever. What did this indicate? Just how thick was his blood volume to be able to do this? One could fear that, even if he were beheaded, he could grow another head. Although the leading cold and alluring female assassin had never encountered such a perverse existence, theoretically, if the blood volume was thick enough, it could indeed be possible. In this world invaded by the abyss, many things could no longer be explained by common sense. The people under her command died instantly from beheading because their blood volume was not thick enough, making decapitation a fatal injury. But for someone like him, who could heal from various wounds in an instant, decapitation would not be a fatal injury. At most, he would lose a bit of blood and then grow another head. And what does that imply? Just how terrifying was he? Could it be that the intelligence was wrong? Was he really not some newly awakened trash forger? Regardless, at this moment, the leading cold and alluring female assassin dared not act recklessly. To save her life and to uncover the truth about him, she could only plead desperately with her cherry lips, trying to persuade him as he had instructed. Qin Shen had been lying on the bed in a state of lethargy, feeling utterly devoid of thoughts, when he was suddenly ambushed. How could he not be a bit angry? He was furious. After all, if this time happened, there would surely be a second, a third. In the future, those who wished to assassinate him would undoubtedly come in droves. Given this situation, how could he not be furious? How could he not vent his anger? Come, let's go inside. If you want to submit, then you must accept my test. Not everyone can stay by my side to serve me. I will hang you up and interrogate each of you, prying open your little mouths to extract everything I want to know. Prepare yourselves. If you can't withstand the interrogation, then you'll die. If you can endure, then you will serve me in the future. I promise you a boundless future, and money will be plentiful. Come, you're the leader, right? Let's start with you. With these words, Shinshin truly hung the leading cold and alluring female assassin up. Meanwhile, on the bed behind him, the exhausted heiress Yuan Mei was sound asleep, completely undisturbed by the commotion outside. One could only imagine how tired she was. The dozen or so sexy female assassins about to face interrogation exchanged glances upon seeing Yuan Mei on the bed and the disarray around them, all looking bewildered. Their financial backer was the upper echelons of the Yuan family. How could they not recognize the heiress Yuan Mei? Even the heiress had been conquered by that guy? How could this be? What were they supposed to do next? Were they really going to endure humiliation and submit, allow him to do as he pleased? Should they take a gamble and fight once more? They truly wanted to fight again. After all, a soldier could be killed but not humiliated, especially for those like them who had always licked blood at the edge of the blade. But it was too late. At that moment, a dozen military helicopters arrived. Over 1,000 elite soldiers, fully armed, descended from the sky via rappel ropes. Shinshan is a key protected individual of the military, and the military's protection of him is certainly not limited to the three female generals, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, who are close to him. The commotion just now had already alarmed the military, prompting the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division to mobilize collectively for support. The dozen or so military helicopters currently on the scene are just the first batch. Soon, another dozen military helicopters rushed in. Then came the third batch, the fourth batch, the fifth batch. In just half an hour, nearly 10,000 armed personnel from various military departments in Jiangbei arrived. The entire hotel was surrounded tightly, with layers of security inside and out. All major routes were guarded by armed forces. Every high ground had a sniper. Above, dozens of AI fully automated armed drones were constantly patrolling back and forth. The area within a 10-kilometer radius was under martial law. Additionally, the 4 division heads of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division, along with 8 deputy division heads, all rushed to the scene. Even the City Lord, Deputy City Lord, and other high-ranking officials hurried over. Not to mention others, even Qin Shen was somewhat bewildered by this commotion. Why is this happening? It was just an assassination attempt that posed no real danger. What's the big deal? He didn't take it to heart, but the military was already on high alert. After all, Qin Shen's importance to the entire Huagui is immeasurable. If he were to encounter any mishap, Huagui would lose its chance to dominate the globe. At that time, not just Jiangbei, but the entire Jiangzhou military and all political figures would be swept away without exception. What does that even mean? So how could this be a small matter? Now, Qin Shen's name had already reached the ears of the royal family in the imperial capital of Huagua. Just recently, the royal sovereign personally signed relevant secret documents, granting Qin Shen absolute immunity on behalf of the entire Huagua, along with a series of privileges including the royal prerogative of executing orders before reporting them, and many others. Now, Qin Shen is officially a state-level protected individual. If it weren't for the fear of being too ostentatious and considering the need for discretion, the security measures around Qin Shen could definitely rival those of a national leader. And now this incident occurs? Someone actually attempted an assassination? To crush such a national treasure in its cradle? To destroy the future of Huagua? How could that be allowed? At this moment, Liang Jinting, the commander of Jiangzhou, was furious and on his way, unleashing his wrath over the phone at the 3 female generals, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer. How could such a thing happen? What were you 3 doing? I told you to protect him closely. And what were you doing instead? Don't you know what close protection means? You actually let him go to the hotel alone? Do you dare to say he can protect himself? This is outrageous. I think you 3 want to die. Just wait for me. I'll be there soon. You 3 have been negligent in your duties. Prepare to face a military tribunal. No, I think you won't even need to go to a military tribunal. Just wait for immediate execution. With that, he hung up the phone. Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer were all stunned. They looked at each other, their backs chilled. They were terrified, sweating profusely. They were truly innocent victims. At that time, they wanted to follow, but Qin Shen insisted on finding a quiet place to wipe away the kiss marks on his face and refused to let them accompany him. What could they do? Now that this incident occurred, can they be blamed? Even if they had followed, what was meant to happen would still have happened. It was just their bad luck that it occurred when they weren't with Qin Shen. There was no way out, they could only accept their fate. It seems that in the future, they really have to insist on following Qin Shen, never leaving his side, if they could avoid the military tribunal and not be executed on the spot. And now all hope rested on Qin Shen. Only Qin Shen could save them. With this thought, Lan Bingying snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's go, we need to find Qin Shen immediately. Only he can save us, otherwise, the three of us will really be in deep trouble this time." "Will he help us?" Hua Lingfeng felt uncertain, her voice filled with anxiety. Chen Shuer bit her red lip and spoke with difficulty. "He should, right?" Regardless of whether he would or not, they had no other choice at the moment, they had to try. First, for their lives, and second, to continue being by Qin Shen's side. After all, they had already witnessed Qin Shen's immense capabilities. In just a few days, they had relied on him to level up to over level 80, now they were truly willing to follow him to the death. Even if it meant being just a warm bed for him, they were fine with that. If they were really to be transferred away from Qin Shen, it would be as if they had missed something. It would be worse than death. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so cold and sexy female assassins from the assassin group were already feeling worse than death. Although they were used to bloodshed and killing without blinking, they had never seen such a scene before. It had even alarmed the military. The Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division were all mobilized. They had sent over 10,000 armed personnel. Did they think so highly of them? What had they done? What right did they have? No, it seemed it should be said. What right did Qin Shen have? Who exactly was this guy? If he were just a mere newly awakened trash forger, could his assassination really stir the military to create such a commotion? Even the lord or state lord being attacked wouldn't cause such a scene, right? Moreover, although he was attacked, the ones truly injured were the assassin group. They had suffered heavy losses. With so many dead, the large assassin group was left with only these dozen or so. Who were they supposed to seek justice from? It's fine. At this moment, Qin Shen was calm and collected in front of the many high-ranking officials from various military departments. Just a bunch of overconfident shrimp and crab soldiers, nothing to worry about. Look at all these corpses on the ground, I've already dealt with them. The remaining dozen or so, I see their looks and figures are quite good, so I'll keep them for personal interrogation. If they can be of use to me in the future, I'll have them by my side to work for me. That's it. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Everyone can disperse. Hearing Qin Shen's words, the high-ranking officials from various military departments exchanged glances. Although many of them were unclear about Qin Shen's background, their superiors were furious and had directly warned that if anything happened to Qin Shen, they and their subordinates would all be finished. They were all quite frightened, yet the person involved, Qin Shen, didn't take it seriously. This was a hotel. Although it had just opened, many guests had already checked in. At this moment, all the guests and hotel staff had been controlled by the military. People were bewildered and trembling with fear. My God, what's going on? What kind of situation is this? Damn, I can actually witness such a grand scene in my lifetime? What happened? I heard that a big shot was attacked in this hotel? What kind of big shot gets attacked that can alarm the military to send so many people? Alright, let's all keep quiet. We're in this together. Just wait to be interrogated one by one. Ha, aren't we going to be thoroughly investigated? Otherwise, who can go home? Given the situation, being thoroughly investigated would be the least of our worries, right? Just a slight misstep could cost us our lives. I'm just curious, this is a themed hotel. How could a big shot who can stir the military come here for excitement? Don't they have private villas? Regarding this issue, it seems we have to blame Yuan Mei, the daughter of the richest man. Qin Shen originally didn't want to come, it was she who dragged him here. He just wanted some peace to quell the desire ignited by the stunning matriarch, Qin Wanqin, the president of the Parents Association. Instead, Yuan Mei took advantage of the situation, and then he was attacked at the hotel, causing such a commotion. How embarrassing. Now, Qin Shen is truly on the verge of becoming infamous. He has inadvertently solidified his identity as the playboy of the Qin family in the capital. He can already imagine the headlines in tomorrow's major media outlets. Young Master Qin Shen of the capital attacked in a love hotel with the daughter of the richest man in Jiangbei. The military could suppress this matter, but how could they miss the opportunity to further solidify his identity and enhance the disguise plan? So, the military is unlikely to block the news, they might even adopt Yuan Mei's previous suggestion, which means tomorrow's headlines will be, Qin Shen of the capital attacked while forcibly occupying the daughter of the richest man in Jiangbei at a love hotel. If they want to play, they might as well go all out. The military will likely do just that. As a result, Qin Shen's unfortunate prediction came true. Just an hour later, Commander Liang Jinting of Jiangzhou arrived, learned the details, and first reprimanded the 3 female generals, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer. Then, he suddenly changed his tone. Now that it has come to this, we can't hide it anymore. We can only fabricate a story of a wealthy family feud. The mastermind behind this is those high-ranking members of the Yuan family, right? In fact, they really don't know the secret about Qin Shen. So the whole story is, Qin Shen, you brought Yuan Mei here intending to forcefully violate her, and coincidentally, this is a hotel owned by the Yuan family, so they received the news immediately and sent someone to assassinate you. Yes, let the media report it this way. We can use this incident to strengthen the disguise plan. Qin Shen hated himself. How could he have predicted this so accurately? As for the remaining dozen or so female assassins, Liang Jinting looked at Qin Shen and asked, are you sure you want to keep them? Qin Shen nodded, let them stay, they can't kill me. Besides, isn't your disguise plan supposed to ruin my reputation and portray me as a wealthy scion who preys on innocent young women? This is perfect. I even kept the dozen female assassins who once wanted to kill me for my own use, which further reflects my lecherous nature, right? Liang Jinting smiled awkwardly. He really hadn't intended to ruin Qin Shen's reputation. However, Qin Shen was too important to the entire Huagua, and he often had to show his face, so they could only take such disguise measures to mislead people. The more people focused on his scandalous news, the safer his secrets would be. However, right now, the Yuan family, the richest in Jiangbei, was truly in danger. How should the Yuan family handle this? Liang Jinting said seriously, no matter which high-ranking member of the Yuan family is the mastermind, my suggestion is to uproot the entire Yuan family. How dare they mobilize a group of assassins to target a crucial asset of our country? Their crimes are heinous and deserve to be exterminated. Even implicating their 9 generations would not be excessive. No need. Qin Shen shook his head, calm and unruffled. Isn't it said that I caused this incident by trying to forcibly occupy the daughter of the Yuan family? If we are going to put on a show, then if we really destroy the Yuan family, wouldn't that provoke public outrage? That would be too much and would raise suspicions instead. So let's leave it at that. There's no need for a major upheaval. Liang Jinting nodded thoughtfully. That's true. We do need to put on a show, so let's temporarily keep the Yuan family. What about these 3? Liang Jinting's sharp gaze turned to the 3 negligent female generals, his tone stern. Negligence in duty nearly caused a major mistake that could ruin the future of our Huagua. It's simply unforgivable. Qin Shen turned to look at Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, who were all looking at him with eager eyes. The 3 cold and beautiful female generals had a pitiful look in their eyes, clearly seeking help from Qin Shen. Qin Shen met their gaze for a few seconds and smiled. I even left those 10 or so female assassins behind, let alone the 3 of them. Moreover, this isn't their fault. I insisted they not follow me, so they aren't negligent. Honestly, it's really nothing. Let's leave it at that. There's no need to investigate further. It's easy for Qin Shen to say there's no need for further investigation. He felt it was nothing. But with such a huge commotion, the entire Jiangbei was in an uproar. The heads of various departments, as well as the city lord and deputy city lord, were all terrified. How could it just end like that? All hotel residents and staff were still under strict investigation. Everyone had to be cleared before they could leave. Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer were suspended for a year, remaining by Qin Shen's side for future use, with further decisions based on their performance later. The richest family in Jiangbei, the Yuan family, had all their assets confiscated. The Yuan group now belonged to Qin Shen. This was the final resolution. The next day's news broke, and public opinion exploded, with Qin Shen directly thrust into the spotlight. Wow, that huge commotion yesterday was actually caused by this Qin Shen? Damn, is this guy really the young master of the imperial capital? Not only did he take Lu Suru, but now he's also forcing the richest heiress? This bastard deserves to die. He should be assassinated. Why should the military protect him? Just because he's from the imperial capital's Qin family? Imperial capital's Qin family? I've never heard of it. It seems to be some secret aristocracy, the top of the top in the capital. It's said that only the upper echelons know of its existence, and the higher up you go, the more you understand the terror of the imperial capital's Qin family. So what? Anyway, this Qin Shen is just a bastard who deserves to die. Is the military now openly engaging in this power protection scheme? Although the Yuan family isn't good either, this time I'm firmly on the Yuan family's side. Outside, public opinion was in an uproar. But Qin Shen completely ignored it. He interrogated all those cold and beautiful female assassins overnight, and then he used up all the gems and enhancement stones he had previously spent nearly 1 billion gold coins to buy. The originally plus 21 enhanced exquisite bronze ancient sword updated its data again, with a significant overall attribute increase. Exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 27 attack power, 900 plus 138,000, from enhancement and gems, embedded gems, level 10 attack gem asterisk 1, level 9 attack gem asterisk 2, level 8 attack gem asterisk. For the original attack power was 900 plus 45,000, and now it had increased by over 90,000. This was the result of Qin Shen spending 1 billion gold coins. Moreover, this was thanks to his 100% success rate in enhancement, gem synthesis, and gem embedding. Otherwise, how could 1 billion gold coins yield over 90,000 in attack power? If enhancement failed, the enhancement level would drop. If gem synthesis or embedding failed, the gems would shatter. Furthermore, if luck was bad, whether enhancement or gem embedding failed, the entire weapon could shatter. This was far more serious than gambling. One could imagine how much it burned money. Truly something even a local tycoon couldn't afford. The plus 27 enhanced exquisite bronze ancient sword in Qin Shen's hand, if put up for auction, would definitely fetch a sky-high price, starting at least in the hundreds of billions or even over 1,000 billion. The key was that it would stir up a bloody storm, attracting countless powerful individuals to fight over it. Its status would absolutely surpass that of the heavily sword and dragon-slaying saber in Jin Yong's world, as the heavily sword and dragon-slaying saber required breaking the secrets within to obtain the Nining manual to be considered successful, but this thing could be wielded immediately for massive attack power as long as the level was reached. Suddenly, Qin Shen sensed something was wrong. The surrounding environment was actually changing. An enemy attack. Someone had silently dragged him into an illusion. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of oppression surged over him. Qin Shen felt suffocated. Even with his tens of millions of health points, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Who exactly was attacking him? How strong was this person? Indeed, they were very, very strong. Qin Hongyu, 4th transition, level 400 sword cultivator, archer, illusionist, formation master talent, SSR level health, 420,000 plus 1,950,000, from equipment bonuses, attack power, 170,000 plus 940,000, from equipment bonuses, weapon 1, holy sword of judgment, golden legendary quality, enhancement plus 12, required level 400, embedded with 10 level 10 attack gems asterisk 10, golden legendary special effects asterisk 1, orange epic special effects asterisk 2, purple extraordinary special effects asterisk 4 weapon 2, holy, bow of judgment, golden legendary quality, enhancement plus 11, required level 400, embedded with 10 level 10 attack gems asterisk 10, golden legendary special effects asterisk 2, orange epic special effects asterisk 1, purple extraordinary special effects asterisk 2 weapon 3, illusion spirit staff, golden legendary quality, enhancement plus 9, required level 400, weapon 4, destined holy blade, exclusive divine weapon, spirit pet 1, spirit pet 2, mount 1, mount 2. There was a whole lot more behind. The entire attribute panel was maxed out. All equipment was top tier, many of which Qin Shen had yet to unlock. Even the ones he had unlocked, this young lady from the Qin family in the capital, one of the 10 war gods of Huagua, was still on a crushing level. The Holy Sword of Judgment had golden legendary quality, and she had 2 of them. The Holy Bow of Judgment had 3, and they all had 1 or 2 golden legendary special effects. Moreover, she was a 4th transition, level 400 character, possessing 4 professions, sword cultivator, archer, illusionist, and formation master. How could Qin Shen compare? Thus, her attack power of 170,000 plus 940,000 seemed terrifying, but compared to Qin Shen's mere level 70, who had many things still locked, with an attack power of 900 plus 138 million, her 170,000 plus 940,000 attack power was still too conservative. After all, unlike Qin Shen, her equipment enhancement, gem synthesis, and gem embedding success rates were not all 100%. All her top-tier equipment was forged by the strength of the entire nation. It was the strength of the nation that enhanced her various equipment to around plus 10, that allowed her weapons to be embedded with 10 level 10 attack gems asterisk 10, and that gave her weapons 1 or 2 golden legendary special effects. What a joke! The strength of the nation. It should be known that in this world, Huawei is an absolute superpower, with the total area of Jiuzhou's vast land approaching 90 million square kilometers. What does that mean? Vast land and rich resources, with deep cultural heritage. If a civilization disguised itself as a country, it would create the current equipment of Qin Hongyu, one of the 10 war gods. Meanwhile, Qin Shen had relied solely on his own strength to create a weapon with enhancement plus 27, also possessing 3 golden legendary special effects. No one even knew about this yet. If it were to reach the military, Qin Shen's status would likely soar to the heavens. Even so, the military and the entire Huagua already placed enough importance on him. Look, one of the 10 war gods, Qin Hongyu, had personally come, and right away, she dragged him into an illusion to test just how capable he was. As one of Huagua's 10 war gods, it was clear that Qin Hongyu could see further and think deeper than Liang Jinting, the commander of Jiangzhou. Regarding the incident where Qin Shen was attacked in a pleasure hotel, Qin Hongyu had already heard about it. But Qin Hongyu was not worried at all. She felt no surprise at the result of the large assassin group nearly being wiped out by Qin Shen alone. Because she knew, how could someone who had just awakened their profession and could forge golden legendary equipment with special effects be so simple? How could it be so easy to die? If it were that easy to be killed by a mere local assassin group, then what would Qin Shen be considered, a national treasure? This kid had been grinding in the abyss for the past few days, and it was said he had already reached the 9th level of the abyss. His equipment must be extraordinary by now, right? Shouldn't she, Qin Hongyu, personally test it? After all, to protect the secret on Qin Shen, the military had fully launched a camouflage plan tailored for him. Now, Qin Shen was the young master of the Qin family in the imperial capital, which meant he was her brother. It was only natural for her, as an older sister, to understand her brother better, right? Anyway, at this moment, in the illusion, this female war god had made her move. She directly activated her first skill against Qin Shen, Sword 27, ignoring defense and evasion, locking onto the target to unleash 27 strikes. The first strike dealt 270% of attack power as true damage, and each subsequent strike would increase in damage by 10%. In an instant, the sword energy tore through the air, sharp and menacing. Qin Shen felt a chill run down his back, unable to help but shiver. Who the hell sent such a powerful person to kill him? Was he really going to suddenly die here today? It was unclear what Qin Hongyu, this female war god, was thinking. She seemed to have never considered that Qin Shen might die under her sword 27. Who was she? A 4th transition, level 400 war god of Huagua, with an attack power of over 170,000 plus 940,000, and her first skill, Sword 27, ignored defense and evasion, meaning it had a 100% hit rate. The first strike dealt 270% of her attack power as true damage, which was 7 times 1,110,000 attack power, totaling nearly 3 million damage. Qin Shen would need 3 million health to withstand it. She didn't know that Qin Shen had 2 abnormal special skills, Hell Blood Sea and Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, giving him nearly 70 million health to withstand the attack. The key was, did she not realize she was taking such a risk? Was she not intentionally trying to kill Qin Shen? So what was her purpose in coming to Jiangbei? Did she come specifically to take Qin Shen's life? Did she disagree with the military's camouflage plan? Was she afraid that such a camouflage plan would tarnish the reputation of the Qin family in the imperial capital? Perhaps Qin Hongyu truly had such considerations, but after all, she was one of the 10 war gods of Huagua, and her thoughts could not be judged by common reasoning. Although she did not know that Qin Shen now had nearly 70 million terrifying health, she was clear that someone who could forge golden legendary equipment with special effects right after awakening was definitely not simple, especially since that equipment was surrounded by a trace of sinister black energy. Others could not see that black energy due to their low levels, but could a 4th transition, level 400 female war god like her not see it? The black energy possessed the artifact, turning it into a demonic weapon. Qin Shen had just awakened his profession and could forge such things. Could he be an ordinary person? Could he easily die under her sword 27? With such thoughts, Qin Hongyu was determined to see just how capable Qin Shen truly was. Therefore, she made her move with sword 27, showing no mercy at all. The result? In the blink of an eye, Qin Shen was struck by the sword. However, the only special effect of his rough wooden shield, Satan's Protection, absorbed this attack. Within 1 minute, it could absorb 5 attacks with 100% efficiency and convert the absorbed attacks into an equivalent shield, taking no damage until the energy shield was broken. This meant he could still absorb 9 more strikes. And when Qin Hongyu saw that he indeed did not die under her sword, the corners of her mouth lifted into a slight smile, and then the second, third, and fourth strikes were almost unleashed in the same instant. Countless sword shadows, with each strike only 0. A 1-second interval. Qin Shen gritted his teeth. Damn it, is this really someone determined to put him to death? Does he really think he's a pushover? Without dodging or avoiding, he leaned against the satanic protective wooden shield and braced himself. He could withstand the sword energy and counterattack. But how could he counterattack? Shin Hongyu had winged equipment and could fly. At this moment, she was in the sky, and Qin Shen couldn't even see her shadow. How could he counterattack? In an instant, overwhelming sword energy came crashing down. Damn it! Qin Shen roared. Although he could withstand it, he had over 100,000 attacks but couldn't find a target to vent his frustration. How could he counterattack when he couldn't even see where the target was? The exquisite bronze ancient sword with a plus 27 enhancement had 3 perverse special effect skills but couldn't be utilized at all. Since crossing into this world, this was the first time he truly experienced the terror of a strong opponent. He didn't even know which bastard wanted to kill him. Could it be the Yuan family again? Did the Yuan family have the capability to send such a strong opponent? It seemed he had been too lenient with the Yuan family. Damn it, if he could survive this time, he would go back and hang Yuan Mei's mother up to beat her. Hiding in the sky, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, come down. Qin Shen roared, raising his sword to the sky. Up in the sky, Shin Hongyu saw him withstand 7 swords without a scratch and couldn't help but frown slightly while focusing on the rough wooden shield in his hand that emitted a faint black aura. Is this thing helping him block the swords? A plain, rough wooden shield has a golden legendary special effect skill that can withstand my 7 swords? Heh, Qin Shen, you're quite interesting. It seems you really have the qualifications to be my brother. But the test isn't over yet. Whether you can truly be my brother depends on your performance next. Genius or all madman, Shin Hongyu didn't care whether Qin Shen could survive. She didn't care how much the military and the royal family of Huagua valued him. Anyway, at this moment, as her murmurs faded, she directly unleashed the remaining 20 swords of Sword 27, all in one breath. The first sword dealt 270% attack power and true damage. Calculated with her terrifying attack power, the damage was nearly 3 million. And each subsequent sword's damage would increase by 10%. 10 swords later, that was about 6 million in true damage. 20 swords would be 12 million. At this rate, Qin Shen's nearly 70 million health points really couldn't withstand it. Who knows how big of a game Qin Hongyu was playing? She truly wasn't afraid of accidentally killing Qin Shen here. Fortunately, Qin Shen indeed had immense capabilities. Just then, the golden legendary special effect from his outfit Yama's Abyss was triggered. Every time he was attacked, there was a 30% chance to vanish into the abyss and become invisible for 5 seconds. During this time, he was immune to all damage. Moreover, the attack carried a curse, reducing all attributes of the cursed target by 50% for 5 seconds. This was the specific effect of Yama's Abyss, the golden legendary special effect. At this moment, Qin Shen suddenly became invisible, and Qin Hongyu in the sky was momentarily stunned, then guessed, invisible? Heh, so what if you're invisible? Can this little guy fly up? I'll just bully you for not being able to fly. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, come up here, humph. The female war god was playful, yet the attack of Sword 27 never ceased. If Qin Shen had known that accepting the olive branch thrown by the Qin family in the capital would lead to such a sister, he probably would have never agreed, even if she was stunningly beautiful. Anyway, right now, he was truly in a tight spot. Even if he was invisible for 5 seconds, he could only be immune to a few swords, and he still couldn't counterattack because he couldn't fly. That bastard hiding in the sky was bullying him for this. You bastard, just wait for me. The moment the invisibility ended, Qin Shen roared, starting to withstand the attacks with his nearly 70 million health points. There was no way out. The satanic protection shield had absorbed 5 strikes and blocked another 5 with its energy shield. No, it only blocked a little over 4 strikes. It seemed the opponent was chaining attacks, with each strike dealing more damage than the last. Thus, the 5 strikes absorbed earlier could only mitigate a little over 4 strikes worth of damage. When the 5th strike hit, he definitely lost health. He could feel it clearly because he lost several 100,000 health in one go. Who could not feel that? Even with nearly 70 million health, Qin Shen felt the pain. However, the pain was just beginning. There was nothing he could do. After all, he had encountered a genius like Qin Hongyu. Geniuses are all a bit mad, and this sister of his wanted to torment her brother. What could Qin Shen do? At most, he could find a chance to teach her a lesson later, but for now, he could only grit his teeth and endure. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shen endured over a dozen strikes, directly losing over 40 million health. There was no way around it. Qin Hongyu's sword, the 27, ignored defense and evasion. Every strike dealt real damage, and even the 10% damage reduction from Qin Shen's golden legendary effect, the nether blood pool, was useless. Only shields that absorbed damage could take effect. Real damage was just that perverse. In the face of real damage, all flashy effects were meaningless. Even if you had a shield to absorb damage, my damage is still real output. Moreover, Qin Shen's satanic protection shield could only absorb 5 attacks per minute, and only 40 seconds had passed. Now he was left with just over 20 million health. He was truly anxious and quickly took out the Hell's Death Bow, which came with 2 golden legendary effects, not caring about the enemy's position in the sky, and directly drew the bow to shoot. The death arrow ignored distance and obstacles, hitting the target with 100% accuracy. Hopefully, it would still be effective even without a visible target. The result was indeed effective. Qin Shen shot several arrows in succession, each hitting Qin Hanyu. However, it couldn't break through her defenses. The attack power provided by the weapon only took effect when using the corresponding weapon. Right now, he was using this ordinary quality, unenhanced, and ungemmed rough bow, so the exquisite bronze ancient sword's attack power of over 100,000 was completely ineffective. How could his own 900 attack power break through Qin Hanyu's defenses? Yet, the rough bow's legendary effect 1 Hellfire required breaking through defenses to let the target be scorched by eternal flames, dealing 1,000 damage per second. Now that Qin Shen couldn't break through her defenses, hitting her was pointless. He couldn't deal effective damage to the enemy at all. Although it wasn't a miss, it was worse than a mere scratch. In any case, Qin Hanyu felt nothing, only astonished. You actually hit? Is this the 100% hit effect of auto-targeting? A golden legendary effect? Too bad, stinky little brother, you still can't do anything to me, humph. Qin Shen indeed couldn't do anything to her, but at that moment, his Yama's abyss was penalized again. He became invisible for another 5 seconds, during which he was immune to all damage. Meanwhile, he continued to shoot arrows desperately, and another effect of Yama's abyss took effect. Attacks carried a curse, reducing all attributes of the cursed target by 50%. In an instant, Qin Hanyu's attributes sharply decreased, directly halving. How could this be? The female war god exclaimed in shock. Clearly, she had not expected Qin Shen to have this trick up his sleeve. To suddenly have her combat power halved, what did that mean? If this happened on the battlefield, it would definitely be fatal. Yet even so, Qin Shen was still in a tough spot. The 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and he began to endure again. Now, each of Qin Hanyu's strikes had already increased to over 10 million damage. How many strikes could Qin Shen withstand with the little health he had left? Unless something unexpected happened, he was undoubtedly doomed. Fortunately, at that moment, someone outside the illusion made a move. It was Qin Shen's stunning Aunt Bai, the #1 on the global wanted list with a 3080 rating, the 562-level master of the Paradise of Bliss, Bai Yufeng. The female war god Qin Hanyu from Huagui is at level 400 with 4 transfers, while Bai Yufeng is at level 562 with 5 transfers. Regardless of the equipment, the level difference is overwhelming. Thus, as soon as Bai Yufeng made her move, within the illusion, Qin Hanyu immediately fell from the sky. Her wings were ineffective. In that instant, the already furious Qin Shen seized the opportunity, swinging his sword in a fierce attack. He was already enraged, not caring about the alluring long legs of the person before him, nor how stunning her beauty was. No matter how good her figure was, he had no time to consider it. Like a mad beast, he swung his sword relentlessly. Finally, the legendary effect of his exquisite plus 27 bronze ancient sword began to take effect. Demon Fury. Each hit on the target doubles the sword's damage. The first strike missed. No problem. Let's try again. The second strike hit, damage times 2. The third strike hit, damage times 4. Another hit, damage times 8. With an attack power of 900 plus 138,000, damage times 8. Even if it wasn't true damage, after Qin Hanyu's defense reduction, the damage was still quite considerable. In any case, Qin Hanyu started to lose health. At this moment, she was being firmly suppressed by a mysterious powerhouse outside the illusion, unable to fly, and her attack and movement speed were incredibly slow. As a result, this level 400 female war god could only engage Qin Shen in close combat. In shock and horror, Qin Hanyu had no choice but to start using her various class skills. Swordmaster Skill 2 Sweep the army. Swing the sword to sweep all enemies in front, knocking them back for 2 seconds and dealing 350% attack damage. Swordmaster Skill 3 Celestial Sword. A sword from the heavens that stuns the target for 3 seconds upon hitting and deals 700% true damage. Archer Skill 1 Deathly Barrage. A rapid 7-shot barrage, each arrow knocking back the target and dealing 275% attack damage. These are just a part of the many skills from Qin Hanyu's 4 classes. As an awakened one, she gained a new class and related skills with each promotion. And for a female war god like Qin Hanyu, having many skills was certainly not a burden. But now, Being suppressed by the mysterious powerhouse outside the illusion, unable to fly and only able to fight up close, she initially felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although she had many skills, Qin Shen's sword was truly too strange, often doubling damage continuously. Clearly, this was also some kind of legendary equipment effect. Moreover, he would often go invisible, and while invisible, it seemed he could also be immune to her area attacks, equivalent to attacking fiercely while in an invincible state, which was really quite unreasonable. But fortunately, it was just that she felt a bit overwhelmed at the beginning. A female war god is still a female war god. Her combat skills were far beyond what Qin Shen could compare to, and her level 400 evasion attribute indeed prevented Qin Shen's demon fury damage doubling effect from stacking too high. Therefore, even with Bai Yufeng, the 5 transfer 562 level master of the Paradise Palace, secretly suppressing her, Qin Hongyu was ultimately able to fight evenly with Qin Shen and gradually gain the upper hand. Combat skills were one aspect, and the attribute suppression brought by high levels was another. After figuring out the various skill effects attached to Qin Shen's equipment, Qin Hongyu began to exert her strength, unleashing a flurry of skill combos that forced Qin Shen to retreat repeatedly, eventually bringing him down completely. Outside the illusion, a sexy woman in a qipao, known as White Ant, shook her head and sighed. This kid is still in the cradle, ultimately far from growing up. Inside the illusion, the stunning female war god stepped forward with her delicate long legs, raised her foot to Qin Shen's chest, looking down with a slight smile, and softly said, "Little guy, you did okay, I'll give you a pass." Pass? Qin Shen frowned tightly. He was drenched in sweat, truly exhausted from the struggle, with a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, and she casually said he passed? What did that mean? The illusion dissipated, and Qin Shen returned to his room, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. He had truly been tormented by Qin Hongyu in that illusion. His body bore various wounds, and his nearly 70 million health points had dwindled to less than 10,000. It would take some time to recover. In contrast, Qin Hongyu appeared unfazed, her face calm and her white attire as pure as snow, her sleeves fluttering gracefully, exuding an otherworldly charm as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. "You, who exactly are you?" Qin Shen asked, furrowing his brow. "What did you mean by passing the test just now?" Qin Hongyu walked to the side and sat down, crossing her long, alluring legs. She replied leisurely, "From the Qin family in the imperial capital, I am Qin Hongyu. Now you are the young master of the Qin family in the imperial capital, which makes you my brother. I initially thought you weren't qualified, but it seems you are. That test just now barely counts as you passing. Now, come here, kneel, and call me sister." Qin Shen was a bit bewildered. She was from the Qin family in the imperial capital? She had almost killed him upon arrival, and now she wanted him to kneel and call her sister? What was going on? But he didn't want to kneel, yet many others did. After all, what status did the 10 war gods of Huagua hold? They were the pinnacle of military power, the nation's heavyweights, the face of the 9 provinces. Each commanded millions of troops. They truly operated on a first-strike basis, with imperial authority granted. Even royal princes, including the crown prince, could be executed first and reported later by the 10 war gods. At that moment, Jiangzhou's commander, Liang Jinting, returned. Even the governor and deputy governor of Jiangzhou, along with the high-ranking officials from various military headquarters, were on their way to Jiangbei, not for any other reason, but to pay their respects to the war god. The 10 war gods were the highest military rank and a symbol of supreme honor, as well as the strongest force in Huagua. Commanders like Liang Jinting and the governors of various states all obeyed the war gods' orders. Although they were part of the military, the 10 war gods had the power to intervene in politics. Even decisions made directly by the emperor could be interfered with by the 10 war gods. The so-called 10 war gods were not merely 10 great war gods, but the guardians of the 10 directions of Huagua. The 10 directions referred to the east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest, and the up and down. The 10 war gods guarded these 10 directions, especially in this chaotic era of abyssal invasions and rampant beasts. Now, one of the 10 war gods, Qin Hongyu, had personally arrived in Jiangbei, so the high-ranking officials of Jiangzhou naturally rushed to pay their respects, while also reporting on the various battles against the abyssal beasts and inquiring if the war god had any instructions. Thus, at this moment, all factions within Jiangzhou were flocking towards Jiangbei. As a result, various forces, unaware of the situation, were alarmed and anxious. What's going on? What does the government want? Damn, the governor, commander, and all the major department heads are gathering in one place? Could it be a major operation? It can't be aimed at us, right? Come on, we've been quite well behaved lately, not doing anything, so why is this happening? Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and investigate. We must find out what they really want. And also, issue an order immediately for everyone to return to defense. ready to respond to the government's thunderous actions at any time. Since the Abyssal invasion, this world had not only been plagued by rampant beasts but also by various evil forces secretly causing trouble. The world before the Abyssal invasion may not have been clearly divided between good and evil, but now the distinction was stark. The righteous path was led by the official governments of various countries, while the demonic path, once led by the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, was now somewhat leaderless. This was all due to the battle between the righteous and demonic forces years ago, where the 10 war gods of Huagua, in alliance with the strong from various countries, severely injured the leader of the Palace of Ultimate Bliss, resulting in a great victory for the righteous path and a significant blow to the demonic path. Since then, the leader of the Palace of Ultimate Bliss had vanished, and the demonic path had gradually declined. After more than a decade of peace, the major demonic forces had recently shown signs of resurgence. There were quite a few related forces within Jiangzhou. At this moment, the high-ranking officials in Jiangzhou are all on the move. How can the related forces not be nervous? As a result, in the small Jiangbei, the winds are rising and the clouds are surging. Characters from both the underworld and the upper world are arriving one after another. At this time, the female warrior Qin Hanyu sees Qin Shen still dazed there, smiles slightly, and softly says, "What's wrong? Don't you want such a beautiful sister like me?" Qin Shen comes to his senses, frowning, "You almost killed me." "It was just a test." Qin Hanyu blinks her beautiful eyes, intrigued. "If you can't even pass such a trivial test, how can you have the qualifications to use the banner of my Qin family in the imperial capital to harm young girls and married women?" Qin Shen is instantly flustered. "When did I harm young girls and married women? Who did I harm?" The corners of Qin Hanyu's mouth rise, her voice low. "The noblewoman Su Ru from the Lu family, and her daughter Lu Yumeng, and the president of your academy's parent-teacher association, Qin Wanqing, one of the 4 school beauties of your academy, Long Shasha, your beautiful class teacher Li Yanan, and the 3 female bodyguards sent to you by the military. Haven't they all been harmed by you? Even those sexy female assassins who wanted to kill you, you didn't let them go. How could you let these young girls and married women off? Oh right, I almost forgot the rich tycoon's daughter Yuan Mei. The incident where you forced yourself on her at the hotel has already made the news and spread throughout the city. Now you are infamous. Isn't this all a disguise plan created by your military?" Qin Shen couldn't help but interrupt. Qin Hongyu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, it was a disguise plan created by the military, but you have indeed dragged my Qin family in the imperial capital into this mess, haven't you?" "Ha!" Qin Shen opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. It seems that this really can't be explained clearly. Clearly, he is the victim, okay? Just to cover up the secrets on him, now he is notorious. What kind of situation is this? If he had known it would be like this, he shouldn't have. Qin Chen. Suddenly, a voice from outside the room called out. It was Aunt Bai Yufeng. Soon, Bai Yufeng pushed the door open and walked in, her long legs and flesh-colored stockings under her tight-fitting skirt striding towards Qin Chen. Qin Hongyu met her gaze but found no hint of abnormality in her eyes. One is one of the 10 war gods of Huagua, and the other is the leader of the demonic path, the master of the paradise of ultimate bliss. They had once had a fierce battle, but at that time Bai Yufeng was wearing a mask, so to this day no one knows the true appearance of the rumored master of the paradise of ultimate bliss. The 10 war god Qin Hongyu could never have imagined that female demon was right beside Qin Chen. Moreover, she had been accompanying Qin Chen for several years. She had even forced herself on Qin Chen. "Qin Chen, what are you doing in this room?" Bai Yufeng withdrew her gaze and smiled at Qin Chen, "Looking at you all sweaty. Were you having a deep conversation with this beautiful lady just now? Although you are young and vigorous, you still need to exercise some restraint. You can't indulge too much." "Aunt Bai, don't talk nonsense." Qin Chen hurriedly interrupted. "It's not what you think, this is." Qin Chen wanted to clarify Qin Hongyu's identity, but before he could finish, Qin Hongyu suddenly spoke up. "Young and vigorous, full of energy, if he doesn't indulge, wouldn't he have energy with nowhere to use it?" Qin Chen was a bit confused. What exactly is the young lady of the Qin family in the imperial capital talking about? What does it mean to have energy with nowhere to use it? The key is that by saying this, isn't she indirectly telling Aunt Bai they were really discussing stretching exercises in this room? Or is he saving his energy to use with you tonight? Qin Hongyu suddenly added this line, and she was speaking to Bai Yufeng. Qin Chen was in a mess. "Why are you also talking nonsense? This is my Aunt Bai." Aunt Bai. Qin Hongyu was originally testing the identity of the sexy beauty in front of her. Hearing Qin Chen's words, she couldn't help but say again, "Aunt Bai? Such a beautiful and charming Aunt Bai, who could mesmerize anyone. The kind that sticks close to you, always ready to be your warm companion?" Qin Chen was speechless. He truly couldn't understand how such words could come from the lips of the young lady from the Qin family in the capital. After all, he had no idea that Qin Hongyu was trying to identify the mysterious powerhouse who had secretly helped him earlier. Perhaps this alluring woman before him was that very person. However, Bai Yufang showed no signs of weakness and smiled in response to Qin Hongyu's words. You really hit the nail on the head. And Bai, you. At this moment, Qin Chen felt a headache coming on. What on earth were these two trying to do? Why couldn't he understand anything at all? Just then, Qin Hongyu smiled and said softly, he's very motivated. Qin Chen fell completely silent. There was truly no way to respond. Outside the room, footsteps could be heard. A charming young girl in a super short skirt walked in, her legs clad in white stockings. It was Bai Ying. The girl first glanced back and forth between Qin Chen and Qin Hongyu, then grinned mischievously. Bro, whose young lady is this again? You just occupied the daughter of the richest man in Jiangbei yesterday, and today you're after such a beautiful young lady? Isn't it a bit excessive to indulge like this all day long? Qin Chen shot her a glare. What excessive indulgence? Do you even know the situation before you speak? Qin Hongyu glanced back and forth between Bai Yufang and Bai Ying, her eyes flickering with a strange light as she said softly, what's there to be embarrassed about admitting? Have you forgotten what you just did to me? Qin Chen was bewildered. What had he just done? I almost died at your hands, and now you're saying this? Do you still have any shame? It was clear that Qin Hongyu wanted to conceal her identity in front of Bai Yufang and Bai Ying. She felt that the mysterious powerhouse who had secretly helped Qin Chen suppress her earlier was most likely someone close to him. Until she found out who that person was, it was not wise to reveal her identity. Even if that person already knew who she was, she still had to keep her identity hidden, closely observing the reactions of everyone around Qin Chen, looking for flaws to act upon. But Bai Yufang was the head of the Bliss Palace, and Bai Ying was a globally recognized little enchantress. This mother-daughter duo would not easily show any signs of weakness. In any case, during this encounter, Qin Hongyu gained nothing. She could only find an opportunity to pull Qin Chen into a secluded corner of the Lu family estate and privately instruct him, don't tell anyone who I am. Concealing my identity is beneficial for both of us. But you must have an identity, right? Qin Chen immediately asked. How am I supposed to explain it to others? For example, Aunt Bai and Sister Bai Ying have already seen you. What if they ask me later? Just say you're my new girlfriend, Qin Hongyu said abruptly. Qin Chen's expression froze. A new girlfriend? Under the guise of a disguise plan, how many girlfriends and rumored girlfriends did he already have? And now he had to add another one? Was this meant to drive him to his death? Just how chaotic was his so-called private life as the young master of the Qin family in the capital? Wouldn't it provoke public outrage? In fact, he didn't need to worry about this question at all, because public outrage had already been stirred. The internet was filled with voices cursing him. Any news related to him was inundated with comments condemning him. This dog dares to desecrate my goddess. I want to kill him. Forcibly occupying the daughter of the richest man in his own family's pleasure hotel. What a beast. I heard he has an affair with his own mentor and the president of the Tianwu Academy's parent association. Is that true or not? On the surface, he has 3 girlfriends at the same time, and behind the scenes, he's messing around with all sorts of people. Is there really no one to manage this scum? Not only is no one managing it, but the military is actually helping him? Why is that? Is it really this blatant now? Is there still any law? Clearly, it was he who did those beastly things to Yuan Mei. So why is it that in the end, the Yuan family suffers? Where is the justice in this? Is that Qin family from the imperial capital really that powerful? Is there no one who can deal with them? Just wait, this dog will eventually get his comeuppance. There are countless strong people in this world, someone will take care of him. I refuse to believe that the Qin family from the imperial capital can stand against the whole world. While public opinion continued to explode, the beautiful president of the Tianwu Academy's parent association, Qin Wanqing, was at home facing her husband's questioning. You better tell me the truth. Are you really having an affair with that Qin Chen? You, the president of the parent association, are actually involved with a student? Do you even have any shame? You've completely ruined my face. It's certain that she has brought shame, but Qin Wanqing doesn't care. She only cares about whether she can climb up the towering tree that is Qin Chen. If she can really climb up, then being thoroughly ravaged by Qin Chen wouldn't matter at all. Even if she has to be at his beck and call in the future, she wouldn't mind. In this era of abyssal invasion, where the strong prevail and the weak are crushed, all past worldly matters will be discarded, only strength matters. Whoever is strong gets to decide. So what if Qin Chen has a notorious reputation? Who can do anything to him? Online harassment? What era is this that we still talk about online harassment? Anyway, Qin Wanqing, the beautiful president of the parent association, didn't take her husband's outburst seriously at all. In fact, she quickly put on her high heels and stepped out in her tight, short skirt and flesh-colored stockings to find Qin Chen. Moreover, she planned to spend the night with him and wake up by his side the next morning. Meanwhile, someone was one step ahead. At the Lu family's villa, just after Qin Hanyu left, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, 3 female generals, simultaneously approached Qin Chen. All 3 were dressed in leather jackets and pants, their delicate waists exposed. The collars of their leather jackets were extremely low, and their tight leather pants were very short. Underneath their tight, short leather pants, 3 pairs of long, beautiful legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings. What do you want? Qin Chen sensed something was off and couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Lan Bingying smiled, directly straddling Qin Chen's lap, then wrapped her jade arms around his neck, lightly parting her red lips near his mouth. We 3 were negligent in our duties and almost caused a big mistake, but you spoke up for us and saved us, allowing us to stay by your side, so, shouldn't we offer ourselves to serve you well? Exactly, Hua Lingfeng chimed in with a smile. From now on, we will be inseparable, always by your side. And we can't afford to make the same mistake again, since we have to eat, sleep, and even go to the bathroom with you. Even if you are out chasing flowers and seeking pleasure with others, we must stay by your side. So shouldn't we deepen our relationship? Qin Chen was initially quite flustered, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to their approach. But as various pieces of equipment on him began to emit a strange, elusive glow that even he couldn't see, his emotions calmed, and the nature hidden deep within his soul quietly awakened. Unconsciously, he reached out to embrace Lan Bingying's exposed, delicate waist, burying his head in the embrace of this cold and sexy female general, taking a deep breath and saying, "This is what you brought upon yourselves. Don't say I took advantage of you in the future." Lan Bingying smiled sweetly and gave him a gentle kiss near his lips. "Although that's the case, wouldn't it be better to claim that you forcibly occupied us for the sake of better cooperating with the military to carry out the disguise plan? After all, the more of a scoundrel you appear in the eyes of outsiders, the safer your secrets will be. People are entertained to death, and the truth doesn't matter. They are happy to see you, the young master of the imperial capital, continuously harming young women and married ladies, while showing no interest in anything else about you. With this, the vast public will be covering for you. Who would have thought that you are hiding an enormous secret, right?" After saying this, Lan Bingying directly covered Qin Chen's mouth and kissed him. Qin Chen couldn't help but respond. While outside the villa, the female warrior Qin Hanyu was searching for the figure of the mysterious powerhouse from before. After wandering around for a long time, she found nothing. Outside the villa gate, the beautiful mentor Li Yanan arrived uninvited, and she came prepared. She also brought along a girl in a super short white skirt with bright eyes and white teeth. She was the class flower, a level 4 physician with A-level talent. Although she was also a support class like a blacksmith, the role of a physician in battle was indispensable, incomparable to that of a blacksmith. Just like the difference between a doctor and a blacksmith in an ordinary urban world, no matter how the professions are ranked, there is still a world of difference between the two. However, it is true that every profession has its champions. An ordinary blacksmith is indeed no different from a regular blacksmith, but among blacksmiths, there are world-class sword-making masters like Oyezi, and Qin Chen is clearly the Oyezi among blacksmiths, and even the best of the best. At this moment, Li Yanan was constantly reminding the class flower San Yuchi, "Yuchi, you must remember, never underestimate Qin Chen, this blacksmith. He is no longer what he used to be. Even if we set aside his identity as the young master of the capital, you must take him seriously. Trust me, there will never be anyone in your life more worthy of your following than Qin Chen. You were once the hope of our class, the one I valued the most. Now that such an anomaly as Qin Chen has appeared, I hope you can grow rapidly with him. Remember, forget about those worldly constraints, forget about your childhood sweetheart, forget everything from the outside world. From the moment you step through the door of this villa, your eyes will only have Qin Chen. As long as you do this, you will definitely thank me in the future, because Qin Chen can take you to the heavens." To the heavens. The delicate girl San Yuchi naturally did not understand what "to the heavens" meant here. In fact, this pure class flower happened to think of something else. Could it be, to enjoy the heavens? At this thought, San Yuchi's pretty face instantly turned bright red. Just then, the stunning school flower Long Shasha, with her 38D figure, walked over with long legs, smiling. "Teacher Yuchi, you too, teacher and student, are dressed so beautifully and sexily. What are you planning to do? Could it be that you are coming for my Qin Chen?" Hearing this, the youthful class flower San Yuchi blushed even more. In an instant, she looked like a ripe apple. Li Yanan, however, handled it with ease, smiling back. "Shasha, when did Qin Chen become yours? Have you swallowed him? Devoured him? But he has several official girlfriends by his side, and the rumors of forcibly claiming him as your own are one after another, so Shasha, it seems, very difficult for you to monopolize him. Oof. Long Shasha glared with her beautiful eyes, fuming. This is only temporary. Just wait and see. I will eventually put him under my foot and make him obedient. Li Yanin laughed. Whether he will be obedient, I don't know, but if you step on his face, that can only be a reward, and most likely you'll just end up being trampled by him. You. Long Shasha was speechless. Clearly, her verbal skills were no match for Li Yanin's. Although Li Yanin, like Long Shasha, was inexperienced, she was still a mentor and was a few years older, so in terms of verbal skills, Long Shasha, the stunning schoolflower, really couldn't compare. However, she had helpers. She didn't come to the villa gate just to welcome Li Yanin and Song Yuchi. It was merely a coincidence. In fact, she was there to greet the other 3 stunning schoolflowers from Tianwu Academy. Once those 3 arrived, could their 4 mouths not compete with Li Yanin's? Qin Shen had to be taken down by the 4 of them working together. However, unexpectedly, an incident occurred. The 3 outstanding school beauties were all, like Long Shasha, daughters of wealthy families. They were genuine beauties with both looks and figure, the kind of talented and rich girls. Naturally, such exceptionally gifted heiresses were already betrothed. Those who could marry them were also from prominent families. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 school beauties were facing strong opposition. No way. I don't agree. You want to team up with that Qin Shen to participate in the ranking ladder competition? Are you kidding me? Do you know who Qin Shen is? Do you want to check the news? Right now, the internet is flooded with all sorts of dirty rumors about Qin Shen. This bastard is a student, yet he's involved with the president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Xin Wanqing. He even has 3 girlfriends at the same time, forcing his personal bodyguard to be his girlfriend? Not to mention he even assaulted the young lady of the Yuan family at their adult hotel? So arrogant, worse than a beast. With this situation, you dare to team up with such a bastard? I'm your father, I have to be responsible for your life, and I absolutely refuse to let you team up with him. Similar shouts echoed simultaneously in the homes of the 3 school beauties. Mainly, Qin Shen had become too famous recently, having 3 girlfriends and being involved with the beautiful president of the Parent-Teacher Association, who was also the mother of one of his classmates. He had also taken over the wealthy Lu family's lady, Su Ru, and caused such a commotion at the richest Yuan family's adult hotel. Each of these incidents alone could make someone grind their teeth in anger. The military's disguise plan was quite successful. Now no one cared about the secrets he held, but no one dared to let their precious daughters or fiancés get too close to him. In fact, there were countless people wanting to eliminate him. For example, the ancestor of the Yuan family, who had been in seclusion at the Yuan family ancestral tomb for years. Originally, the ancestor intended to personally eliminate Qin Shen, but was stopped by Jiang Xia, the lord of Jiangbei City. However, now that the incident at the adult hotel had occurred, leading to the confiscation of the Yuan family's assets and the entire Yuan group falling into Qin Shen's hands, this truly touched the bottom line of several Yuan family ancestors. At this moment, several Yuan family ancestors had quietly infiltrated the Lu family villa. They vowed to kill Qin Shen. What if the young master of the imperial capital is Qin? What if the military supports you? Kid, do you know what it means to act recklessly with martial power? Daring to commit such beastly and immoral acts, I must let you know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. An open gun is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. I want to kill you, who can stop me? I don't believe you can escape from my hands, a level 99 sword cultivator. Let alone the Qin family and the military, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you. Indeed, ever since the Abyss invasion, this world had changed. It had become a survival of the fittest, where many laws were merely a facade. After all, the saying that martial power disrupts prohibitions is not just talk. As long as one's fists are strong enough, there's no one in this world who dares not to kill. There are many who openly oppose the authorities, and various anti-government forces have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The struggle between righteousness and evil is about to unleash a bloody storm, and what does it matter to assassinate just one Qin Shen? Although at this moment, the female warrior Qin Hanyu was also in the Lu family villa, she had already noticed the murderous Yuan family ancestors, but Qin Hanyu did not take action. She only thought to herself, here to kill Qin Shen? If he can really die at your hands, then he wouldn't deserve to be my brother. Let you all make a fuss, I have to try my best to find that person. You can actually invade my illusion and suppress me? I want to see just who you are. Little did she know that the mysterious powerhouse she was searching for was right in front of her. On top of the rockery, Bai Yufang was sitting on a stone, swinging her eye-catching flesh-colored stockings-clad long legs. The beautiful woman was charming, exuding endless allure. clearly a stunning beauty. Who would have thought she was the female demon who had slaughtered countless nations in a single night back in the day? At this moment, this enchanting beauty, the female demon, had already noticed the few Yuan family ancestors who intended to harm Qin Shen. But she didn't care. After all, she was Qin Shen's Bai, and how could she not know just how capable Qin Shen was? In her eyes, they were merely a few mediocre old fools, over 100 years old, even a few hundred years, and still stuck at level 99, unable to break through the first transition after years of closed-door cultivation and hard work. The most mediocre of the mediocre. Named ancestors, they sounded intimidating, but in reality, they were just ordinary old folks who had lived a bit longer. Could her precious Qin Shen really be dealt with by these old fools? Suddenly, Bai Yufang paused, her eyes filled with suspicion as she looked southeast. There, another Yuan family ancestor had infiltrated the Lu family villa. But it was not a white-haired old fool. Instead, it was a cold, beautiful noblewoman. Bai Yufang recognized her at a glance. Snake Azura, Yuan Mei Yuan? You're not dead? You're actually part of the Jiangbei Yuan family. Heh, interesting. With that, Bai Yufang withdrew her gaze, her delicate hand gently brushing over the flesh-colored stockings on her voluptuous legs, a smile curling at her lips as she murmured, "During the battle between the righteous and the demonic back then, I thought you had perished. Who would have thought you were hiding in the ancestral tomb of the Jiangbei Yuan family, cultivating in seclusion all these years? What was your realm back then? Level 274 in the second transition? Now at most level 300 in the third transition? Are you trying to make a name for the Yuan family, wanting to kill my precious Qin Shen? Heh, you are one of the 10 Azuras of the Bliss Palace, and he is the young master of the Bliss Palace, and also..." Her voice trailed off as Bai Yufang turned to scan her surroundings. Standing up, she exuded charm, a slight smile on her face. "In any case, you ought to kill him, that won't do. In the future, you, the Snake Azura of the Bliss Palace who has been silent for many years, will stay by my precious Qin Shen's side to bear his children. The beautiful ancestor of the wealthy Yuan family will serve him every night. I think my precious Qin Shen will like that. It's fortunate I taught you the technique for eternal youth back then, otherwise, you would be dead today." As soon as her words fell, Bai Yufang vanished from the spot. At the same time, Qin Shen, who had been sweating profusely, was ambushed and suddenly dragged into an illusion. Qin Shen was dazed for 2 seconds, then quickly furrowed his brows, turning to look at the people who had surrounded him in this illusion. 3 white-haired old men and 2 white-haired old women, a total of 5 people. These were the 5 ancestors of the wealthy Yuan family who had been in seclusion deep within the ancestral tomb for years. And outside of these 5 ancestors was a young man, who was Yuan Zhang, who had been killed by Yuan Mei in the abyss. "You're not dead?" Qin Shen's voice carried a hint of astonishment, but overall he remained calm. At least he wasn't as shocked or terrified as Yuan Zhang had imagined. However, this had no effect on Yuan Zhang's current arrogance and delight. "Of course I'm not dead. Did you forget I'm a necromancer? Necromancers have an extremely rare passive talent, resurrection. That's right, I awakened this passive skill just as I awakened my profession. Qin Shen, you didn't see this coming, did you? I can't die, but you are really about to die." Oh, Qin Shen was surrounded by a variety of dark, ominous equipment, and a flicker of demonic light shone from the depths of his eyes. At that moment, the smile on his face was quite eerie. "Am I going to die? Why? The one who wants to kill you doesn't seem to be me, right? Did you lose your memories from before you died after coming back to life?" Of course, that was not the case. Yuan Zhang sneered in response. "The one who killed me in that abyss was indeed not you, but that doesn't stop me from wanting to kill you now. Aren't you Qin Shen, the Great One? The young master of the Qin family in the imperial capital? Even the military supports you? Although Yuan Mei is a despicable person, she is still a member of the Yuan family. You did that kind of thing to her in the Yuan family's pleasure hotel, and the military openly protected you. What qualifications do you, a useless blacksmith, have? Now all 6 of my family's ancestors have arrived. If you have the ability, try to escape again. Today, I want to see how you will escape this deadly situation." As Yuan Zhang's words fell, Qin Shen glanced around, puzzled. 6 ancestors? 3 old men and 2 old women, that's only 5. Where's the 6th? As soon as he finished speaking, the 6th ancestor of the Yuan family, the Snake Azura from the Bliss Palace mentioned by Bai Yufang earlier, Yuan Mei Yuan, appeared. Qin Shen was instantly stunned. This person before him was an ancestor of the Yuan family? With voluptuous long legs and a curvy figure, a slender waist and towering breasts. Wearing tight, super short shorts and a low-cut top, her beautiful legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist. What kind of seductive beauty, exuding temptation from every inch of her body, could be an ancestor of the Yuan family? Was there a mistake? However, there was indeed no mistake. Just as Qin Chen was fixated on Yuan Meiyuan's impressive figure, Yuan Zhang suddenly shouted angrily, "Qin Chen, show some respect. Where are your eyes looking? This is the highest ranking and most powerful ancestor among the Yuan family. You dare to be disrespectful, and be careful that my ancestor will gouge out your eyes." "Is that so?" Qin Chen smiled, still staring intently at the stunning ancestor of the Yuan family, and said leisurely, "You 6 ancestors of the Yuan family are all out to kill me, right? I'm about to die anyway, so why would I be afraid of having my eyes gouged out? To be honest, Yuan Zhang, your ancestor is truly remarkable, with her alluring curves. If I could get her pregnant before I die and leave a child behind, it would be worth dying." Hearing this, Yuan Zhang was instantly furious. "Qin Chen, you bastard. Looking for death." A cold voice rang out, and one of the other 5 ancestors of the Yuan family, an old man with white hair, suddenly attacked Qin Chen. A level 99 sword cultivator, he struck with a sword, sharp and piercing, with an imposing aura. But Qin Chen was now at least level 70, and he had already fought against the level 400 female war god, Qin Hongyu. What reaction could he have against this level 99 sword cultivator? He truly stood there, too lazy to move, not even blinking. Although his health had not fully recovered from being worn down by Qin Hongyu and the 3 female generals, he still had nearly 1,000,000 health left. In addition, he had the Satan's protective wooden shield that could absorb 5 attacks completely. Facing this seemingly powerful yet actually not so impressive sword strike, could he be afraid? In an instant, the white-haired old man's sword struck Qin Chen's throat. Not a hair was harmed. The old man was stunned, and Yuan Zhang was even more dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not far away, Yuan Meiyuan, the most powerful and highest-ranking beautiful ancestor of the Yuan family, immediately focused on the seemingly ordinary yet actually swirling with dark energy, wicked-looking rough wooden shield in Qin Chen's hand. Yuan Meiyuan was at level 274 in the second transition during the battle between the righteous and the demonic. After being severely injured, she hid in the ancestral tomb of the Yuan family in Jianbei to recuperate for many years. Now, her injuries have healed, and her strength has increased. She is now at level 299 in the second transition, just one step away from level 300 in the third transition. Naturally, she could see at a glance that it was the rough wooden shield that absorbed the damage from the previous sword strike. "Come again!" The white-haired elder, not believing in evil, shouted loudly and immediately activated his skill, instantly conjuring several sword energies that slashed toward the vital points on Qin Chen's body. What had just been a normal attack was now a sword cultivator's skill, naturally more powerful. "I don't believe you won't die." Yuan Zhang gritted his teeth and whispered. The result, however, was astonishing. All the sword energies from the white-haired elder hit Qin Chen, yet he remained completely unharmed. How could this be? Yuan Zhang was taken aback, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The other elders of the Yuan family, aside from Yuan Meiyuan, were also stunned, all showing expressions of disbelief. At this moment, Qin Chen smiled. "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen drew his sword. The white-haired elder furrowed his brows and remained motionless, completely disregarding Qin Chen's seemingly ordinary sword strike. Qin Chen was merely a blacksmith, not a sword cultivator. His sword strike was indeed unremarkable, with neither speed nor angle that would draw attention, and there were no techniques to speak of. In the eyes of a sword cultivator, it could be said to be like a 3-year-old child swinging a sword. Thus, how could the level 99 sword cultivator elder of the Yuan family take Qin Chen's strike seriously? In an instant, Qin Chen's sword struck down. With a thud, it severed the elder's head. Splash! Blood spurted, and the head rolled away. The exquisite bronze ancient sword with a plus 27 enhancement had an attack power of over 900 plus 138,000. Instantly eliminating the careless elder of the Yuan family. The other 5 elders of the Yuan family, including Yuan Meiyuan, were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with question marks. Yuan Zhang was even petrified on the spot, as if turned to stone. Qin Chen, however, did not stop and charged straight toward another elder of the Yuan family. That elder also reacted quickly, suddenly coming to his senses and immediately launching an attack. As a result, the elder struck first, landing a powerful palm on Qin Chen's chest. Qin Chen remained unharmed. This palm was once again absorbed by the Satan-protected wooden shield. Moreover, it triggered Qin Chen's golden legendary effect, Yama's Abyss, invisible for 5 seconds, during which he was immune to all damage. A tragedy erupted from this point. Taking advantage of his invisibility, Qin Chen easily beheaded another elder of the Yuan family. Next came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. In just 5 seconds, he beheaded 4 elders of the Yuan family. Including the first one, all 5 elders of the Yuan family, except for Yuan Meiyuan, were completely wiped out. Yuan Zhang was left in shock. Yuan Meiyuan was equally astonished, her face filled with shock. This beautiful elder truly could not comprehend why this was happening. What kind of monster is Qin Chen? Wasn't he just a blacksmith who had awakened his profession a few days ago? How could he have such high attack power to behead an elder of the Yuan family with a single strike? And what was with the sudden invisibility? Can blacksmiths also have invisibility skills? What kind of joke is this? Could it be an equipment effect? Just as Yuan Meiyuan thought of this, Qin Chen was already walking toward her, saying, "Yuan Zhang, are you sure this is your family elder? This sexy and alluring beautiful elder? Is this the rumored beauty-preserving technique? You just said she is the highest-ranking elder among all the Yuan family elders? Then she should be several hundred years old? Several hundred years old but still youthful, still a young woman. Can she still have children? How about I try to give her a pregnancy blessing?" Qin Chen, shut the hell up. Yuan Zhang suddenly came to his senses, filled with uncontrollable rage, and shouted hoarsely, "You dog, even when death is upon you, you dare to speak so insolently. I don't care what kind of evil you are, nor do I care what means you used to kill 5 of my Yuan family's ancestors. No matter what, you shall not desecrate this last one. My ancestor will definitely tear you to pieces. You will not die a good death today." His roar echoed, but Yuan Zhang was in a state of impotent fury. In contrast, Qin Chen remained calm and composed, continuously scanning Yuan Meiyuan's curvaceous figure. Yuan Meiyuan gradually furrowed her brows, her killing intent palpable, her aura rising, clearly ready to strike at any moment. However, before she could act, a person suddenly appeared beside Qin Chen out of thin air. It was a beautiful woman in a qipao, with a pair of voluptuous long legs clad in flesh-colored stockings. "And by?" Qin Chen's expression froze. "Palace master?" Yuan Meiyuan gasped in her heart. Bai Yufang met Yuan Meiyuan's gaze for 2 seconds, then slightly parted her red lips. "You want to kill my Qin Chen?" In an instant, Yuan Meiyuan's mind buzzed, completely stunned. My Qin Chen? How could this Qin Chen be from the palace master's family? Yuan Meiyuan had never expected the palace master Bai Yufang to appear here, and now hearing her say that the Qin family belonged to her, how could Yuan Meiyuan possibly react? "I'm killing your Qin Chen," Yuan Zhang arrogantly shouted, causing Yuan Meiyuan a headache. "Today, my ancestor not only wants to kill Qin Chen but also wants to take you, you shameless woman, to the Yuan family to serve." "Shut up!" Yuan Meiyuan suddenly shouted in anger, then instantly teleported in front of Yuan Zhang, raising her hand to slap him hard across the face. In that moment, Yuan Zhang was completely stunned by the slap. His head buzzed, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he nearly couldn't stand. At this time, Yuan Meiyuan cast a nervous glance at Bai Yufang, seemingly wanting to plead for Yuan Zhang. But with Yuan Zhang having already said such things, even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't be saved. However, Bai Yufang did not kill him. Instead, as he had just said, she crippled his hands and feet along with his innate abilities. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Yuan Zhang collapsed to the ground, writhing in unbearable pain, convulsing and rolling around like a madman. He didn't even see how Bai Yufang made her move. Not to mention him, even his most powerful and esteemed ancestor, Yuan Meiyuan, couldn't see Bai Yufang's actions clearly. Even Qin Chen was taken aback. His Aunt Bai was actually this strong? In an instant, she had crippled Yuan Zhang's hands, feet, and innate abilities? He didn't even see her make any move? How did she do it? Was it too fast, or was it by will? Just right, I'm not quite used to living in this Lu family villa, Bai Yufang said lightly. It's time to stay at the Yuan family villa for a while. Tonight, this stunning Yuan family ancestor will serve my Qin Chen. Having lived for hundreds of years, you must know a lot, right? You know how to serve, right? No worries, just call your Yuan family juniors over too, like Yuan Zhang's mother. I've heard she still has her charm. On the ground, Yuan Zhang was already in excruciating pain, and hearing this made him even more frantic, almost going mad. Just then, his beautiful ancestor surprisingly nodded in response, quite obediently. Okay. Even though Yuan Zhang was in immense pain, he was completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? What's going on? The ancestor actually didn't resist at all? Shouldn't she quickly take action to cripple that seductive woman instead? How could it be? Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out as Bai Yufang slapped Yuan Meiyuan's ample backside. And this slap was quite forceful. Yuan Meiyuan probably didn't even need to look to know that there was now a handprint on her bottom. As Yuan Zhang continued to roll on the ground, his eyes were filled with madness and despair. He was desperately trying to stand up and fight like a madman, but his own ancestor showed no reaction at all. At that moment, Bai Yufang reached out to hook Yuan Meiyuan's chin and slipped a finger into her mouth, teasing her fragrant tongue with a smile. From now on, you will serve by my family's Qin Chen's side, becoming his personal maid, fulfilling all his needs while ensuring his safety. If he suffers even the slightest mishap, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Yuan Meiyuan felt a resistance in her heart but dared not show any dissatisfaction. After all, she was one of the 10 Azuras of the Bliss Palace back in the day, and she was well aware of Bai Yufang's formidable methods as the master of the Bliss Palace. The key was that during the battle between the righteous and the demonic path, led by the Bliss Palace, suffered a crushing defeat, and Yuan Meiyuan played a significant role in that. In other words, she was an insider from the righteous path infiltrating the demonic path. She had thought that the master of the Bliss Palace had been gravely injured and died, but unexpectedly, now the master of the Bliss Palace had reappeared. Moreover, it seemed she had cultivated a Qin Shen. What did this mean? A storm of blood and gore would likely rise again between the righteous and demonic paths. In this case, staying by Qin Shen's side would allow her to gather intelligence. In other words, she wanted to use the same old tricks as before, to collaborate from within and without, joining forces with various countries to eradicate the resurgent demonic path completely. And Qin Shen suddenly spoke, "Let her serve me? This doesn't seem right, does it?" Oh, Bai Yufang turned to look at Qin Shen and smiled. "Not right? Is this beautiful and youthful matriarch of the Yuan family not to your liking? Just now, didn't you say you'd want her to bear your child even if you were to die? Now you don't have to die, and you can still have her bear your child in the future. Why don't you want that?" Qin Shen wanted to say that he really had no such thoughts. After all, he was not that kind of person, he had just been joking around. But if he really did that, wouldn't he truly become a beast? The outside world was already spreading rumors. Qin Shen was having an affair with his classmate's mother. Did he want it to spread that he was also having an affair with his classmate's beautiful matriarch? And that he was forcefully taking advantage of her? That would be. He would truly be infamous. And even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't cleanse his name. In fact, he was already beyond redemption. Not to mention the public opinion online, just the various wild rumors circulating in Tianwu Academy were enough to completely ruin his image. Is it true that Qin Shen is involved with Lu Kuan's mother? Is this true or false? Dude, what are you still doubting? The Lu family hasn't said anything. It's obvious it's true. Actually, I'm more curious about when Qin Shen got involved with the president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Xin Wanqing. She's the first lady of our academy, my goddess. Isn't your goddess the school beauty Long De? Alright, it doesn't matter who it is, they all seem to have been messed with by Qin Shen. Maybe they're already pregnant. Damn it, I really want to kill this beast Qin Shen. Even the richest Yuan family couldn't kill him with their assassins, and they even alarmed the military to openly support him. What can you do? Don't drag your mom into this, after all, she's still charming. What the hell am I saying? Looking for death? If you want to fight, just say it. Alright, stop arguing. I heard that Qin Shen has another aunt by at home, one without blood relations, and she's even sexier than Lu Kuan's mother and the president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Xin Wanqing. Absolutely full of charm. What do you think? Will Qin Shen have already gotten involved with this aunt by too? Do you even need to ask? Don't forget, he is the young master of the Qin family in the capital. His previous ordinary family background was just a disguise. That sexy white aunt of his must have been sent by the Qin family to serve him closely. What's so surprising about that? If that's the case, then he and his sister Bai Ying have no blood relation. So Bai Ying was also sent by the Qin family to entertain him? Damn, this bastard has been playing with both mother and daughter for a long time? What a beast, what an animal. In the Lu family villa, Qin Shen suddenly sneezed. He seemed to sense something. Who the hell is talking bad about him behind his back? At that moment, the illusions of the several ancestors of the Yuan family had disappeared, and Qin Shen reappeared in the room. Bai Yufang casually refined the bodies and souls of the Yuan family ancestors until nothing was left, then looked at the sweaty Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, the three female generals, and smiled. What were you doing in this room just now? Qin Shen, you're quite capable now, No. Qin Shen's heart sank, and he hurriedly explained, Aunt Bai, don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. What happened just now? The already anxious Lan Bingying interrupted. Someone dragged you into an illusion to kill you? Those corpses just now? Who were they? And who is she? Hua Lingfeng stared intently at the beautiful ancestor of the Yuan family, Yuan Meiyuan, her brows furrowed in vigilance. Is she also someone who wants to kill you? Yuan Meiyuan glanced at Bai Yufang and spoke up. Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding. The misunderstanding has been resolved, and from now on, I will be Qin Shen's personal maid. The three female generals were stunned simultaneously. Misunderstanding? Personal maid? Is it like those remaining 10 sexy female assassins from that killer group? Failing to assassinate him, they were instead conquered by Qin Shen? But this beautiful woman before them was clearly on a much higher level than those 10 female assassins. The aura of a superior she naturally exuded was one thing, her strength was likely far beyond that of the three female generals. An absolutely extraordinary background. She was actually conquered by Qin Shen? But then again, the three female generals only had a moment of doubt before quickly coming to terms with it. After all, they had been accompanying Qin Shen in the abyss, witnessing his perverse growth process firsthand. How could they not know just how capable Qin Shen truly was? So what if that beautiful woman had the aura of a superior? What if her strength was indeed far above theirs? No matter how extraordinary her background, if she was to be conquered, she would still be conquered. And indeed, that was the case, but there were simply too many people Qin Shen needed to conquer, one after another. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Outside stood a long-legged beauty in tight, ultra-short hot pants, cold and sexy, with a high ponytail, the head of the assassin group who had been thoroughly conquered by Qin Shen, Lang Xian. Lang Xian was leading the beautiful instructor Li Yanin and the class flower Song Yuqi inside. In an instant, Li Yanin entered, her gaze sweeping over the three sweaty female generals, her expression clearly becoming quite strange, especially when she noticed that the stockings on the legs of the three female generals were torn. Her face became even more chaotic. After all, she knew that these three were not Qin Shen's official girlfriends but rather the bodyguards sent to him by the military. So this guy Qin Shen really did mess with them? Why not come after her, the instructor? Why harm others? If Li Yanin doesn't go to hell, who will? After all, Qin Shen was her student. If he wanted to harm someone, he should harm her instead. Ha! Suddenly, Li Yanin's expression froze, her gaze fixed on the beautiful ancestor of the Yuan family, Yuan Mei Yuan, in confusion. Who is this? She is the ancestor of the Yuan family. Bai Yufang directly interjected, she is also my family's Qin Shen's old acquaintance. Back in the capital, she was the one who served Qin Shen closely. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Yanin was instantly thrown into confusion. The ancestor of the Yuan family? So sexy and stunning? Qin Shen's old flame? It turns out that this beautiful ancestor from the Yuan family was serving Qin Shen closely in the imperial capital? Li Yanin knew that Qin Shen was not some young master from the imperial capital, so she understood. Bai Yufang's words were clearly just casual talk, nonsense, but the pure class flower, Song Yuqi, took it seriously, leading to her gaze towards Qin Shen being truly filled with strangeness. Seeing this, Qin Shen couldn't help but want to explain, but he opened his mouth and hesitated. Explain? How the hell could that be explained clearly? Alright, you all chat. Bai Yufang smiled as she walked towards the door. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. As her words fell, Bai Yufang left the room. The atmosphere here was incredibly awkward, and Qin Shen tried to divert everyone's attention. Li teacher, you came to find me this time for? Of course, it's to give you extra lessons. Li Yanin came back to her senses and continued. The global ranking ladder competition starts tomorrow. You've been busy lately. Do you have time to understand those complicated rules? You probably spent all your energy on your three girlfriends? Look at how sweaty they are. It's because of you, right? You don't do anything serious all day, so if I don't come to give you in-depth tutoring, how will you understand the rules and compete alone? Qin Shen originally wanted to argue, but upon hearing Li Yanin's last sentence, he immediately caught the key point. Compete alone? What do you mean? Aren't I supposed to team up with the four school beauties? Li Yanin walked to the side and sat down, tugging at her black stockings under her tight skirt, meaningfully saying, You've recently gained quite a notorious reputation, engaging in all sorts of misconduct. Who would dare let their daughter team up with you? So, except for Long Shasha, the other three school beauties families all disagree, preferring to forfeit rather than let their daughters team up with you. But this kind of thing isn't something just anyone can stop, so you should compete alone first. After all, you're quite capable and skilled. Competing alone shouldn't be a big problem. Then we'll try to persuade the families of the three school beauties. If we really can't convince them, we'll just use force. In any case, there are ways. We just have to take it step by step. It's only a matter of time. What about Shasha? Qin Shen asked again. Li Yanin stared into his eyes and said softly, What, are you really infatuated with this big school beauty? Want to take her along to participate in a 5-person ranking team competition? No, this, 2 against 5 is much better than me against 5, right? Qin Shen defended. Is it? Li Yanin smiled. I've heard that when you were crazily grinding in the abyss, it was all you putting in the effort while they didn't move at all. Basically, it was all you working. So why would you be afraid of a 1 against 5 in the ranking competition? Qin Shen was speechless. Why did that sound so awkward? What do you mean they didn't move? It was all him moving? Was this beautiful mentor talking about grinding in the abyss? Moreover, Li Yanin continued, the other 3 big school beauties, besides Shasha, haven't even leveled up yet. They're still only in their teens. Even teaming up with you wouldn't be of much use. When the time comes, they won't move either, it will still just be you moving alone. Shin opened his mouth to say something but hesitated. Forget it, no need to refute. The more he explained, the worse it got. In fact, Long Shasha was helping to persuade the families of the other 3 big school beauties. Although the matter of the 3 big school beauties teaming up with Qin Chen was not something their families could stop, as Li Yanin had just said, some things had to be approached step by step. First, try to persuade with kind words. If that doesn't work, then let the military step in. After all, those 3 big school beauties were precious daughters in their families, raised with great care, so it was best to have them genuinely agree from the bottom of their hearts. How can one act tough right from the start? At this moment, someone from the Zhao family, a prominent family in Jiangbei, was trying to persuade them with kind words. You wouldn't want the Zhao family to disappear from Jiangbei, would you? To be honest, I am the deputy commander under Zhang Yao of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Division, and I am here to negotiate on behalf of the military. If we can reach an agreement, it will be a win-win situation. If we can't, I can make a call to directly mobilize troops to take over your Zhao family. The major groups under the Zhao family are not small. Can such a large enterprise really operate without any leaks? Are you sure every link is completely clean? If I find any issues, the lightest consequence would be the confiscation of all assets, and the heaviest could be a complete extermination of your family. At the very least, it would severely injure your vitality, leaving you unable to recover. Even if you are truly innocent businesspeople who can withstand scrutiny, I hope you won't forget the saying, what crime cannot be fabricated? Do you all understand? What was supposed to be kind persuasion ended up turning into threats and intimidation? How could the military possibly do such a thing? In fact, someone was deliberately causing trouble. After all, not everyone in the military knew about Qin Chen's secret and his importance to the military and the entire Huagua, so there were indeed many who treated him as just a spoiled rich kid from the capital. Moreover, the military was not a monolith. There were various factions within it. Thus, under the influence of these mixed factors, what was supposed to be kind persuasion quietly transformed into blatant threats and intimidation. And it wasn't just one family being threatened, the families of the 3 major school beauties were all in the same situation. Faced with the threat, the families of the 3 major school beauties dared to be angry but could not speak out. Once the military left, they immediately exploded. What the hell is this? Trying to pull the what crime cannot be fabricated routine on us? Do they really think I'm easily scared? The Lu family is already gone, and even Lu Yaoxing's wife and daughter have been taken by that bastard Qin Chen. Now it's our turn? Don't even think about it. If I can't provoke them, can I not hide? Quick, pack your things and get ready to leave. I don't want this huge enterprise anymore. I don't even want the ancestral home. Leave Jiangbei, leave Jiangzhou, and fly far away to seek another place. When the time is right, there will surely be a day to return to Jiangbei and hold our heads high. Do they want us to follow in the footsteps of the Lu and Yuan families? No way. The heads of the 3 major families all had this attitude. They would rather abandon their vast family businesses than endure humiliation and compromise. Essentially, the goals of the persons secretly causing trouble had been achieved. Unless something unexpected happened, the 3 major school beauties, except for Long Shasha, would be taken away from Jiangbei by their families overnight. Even the 3 major families behind the school beauties would collectively flee. And these families were not weaker than the Lu family. After the Lu family's takeover and the Yuan family's hotel incident, what kind of chain reaction would such a collective escape of the 3 major families trigger? It would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the economic environment of Jiangbei and even Jiangzhou. By then, things would really escalate. Yet, all of this was within the expectations of Qin Hongyu, the female war goddess. The reason the female war goddess was called the female war goddess was not only because of her top-notch combat power but also her keen insight, which was equally exceptional. That night, as Qin Chen was sweating profusely while helping Li Yanin massage her delicate feet, Qin Hongyu pushed the door open and directly called Qin Chen to the next room. What were you just doing with your beautiful tutor? Seeing Qin Chen panting, Qin Hongyu asked with great interest, don't tell me she was tutoring you. What kind of tutoring could tire you out like this? Besides, I just saw her looking all sweaty too. If it wasn't tutoring, what else could it be? Qin Chen interrupted, we were just sparring while studying, which is why we both ended up sweating. Is that so? Qin Hongyu smiled mysteriously, her lips curling up as she stared at Qin Chen for 2 seconds before changing the subject. The 3 campus beauties who were supposed to team up with you for the ranking matches will most likely be sent away by their families, and it will happen tonight. If I'm not mistaken, it's not just those 3 who will be sent away, all the core direct descendants of their families will also escape tonight. What? Qin Chen was taken aback. Qin Hongyu remained calm. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. There will be someone to hold them back. For now, enhance my equipment and let me see just how capable you really are. Since you're an S-rank talent blacksmith, able to forge equipment with golden legendary effects right after awakening your profession, you must have other abilities, right? After all, you're already level 70, yet you can only forge ordinary quality whiteboard equipment with golden legendary effects? You barely passed the first trial, now this is the second trial. If you can pass, I guarantee that all 3 campus beauties will be yours, and I'll throw in a mysterious gift as well. Ahem, Qin Shen awkwardly said. What do you mean all 3 campus beauties are mine? We're just teaming up for the global competition to bring glory to our country. I have no other thoughts about them, I'm not that kind of person. Really? Qin Hongyu casually pulled over a chair to sit down, crossing her long, fair legs, and said leisurely, you're not that kind of person? If you can beat me, you might just do to me what you did to Li Yanin, right? Or even worse, treating me like I'm not human. Qin Shen was genuinely confused. What did I do to Li Yanin? She's my mentor, you can't just say things like that. Qin Hongyu snorted lightly and then revealed all her equipment. Weapon 1, Judgment Holy Sword, Golden Legendary Quality, Enhancement plus 12. Weapon 2, Judgment Holy Bow, Golden Legendary Quality, Enhancement plus 11. Weapon 3, Phantom Spirit Staff, Golden Legendary Quality, Enhancement plus 9. Weapon 4, 5 Elements Command Flag, Iridescent Eternal Quality, Enhancement plus 14. There were also her Lifebound Holy Blade, exclusive divine weapon, as well as spirit pets, mounts, and so on. A pile of top-tier equipment lay before Qin Shen, shimmering with golden light and exuding a holy aura. Qin Shen was taken aback, genuinely surprised. Qin Hongyu spoke directly, I don't care whether you have other thoughts about those 3 campus beauties or what abilities you possess. For now, just focus on helping me enhance my equipment. If I'm satisfied, you pass. What if I can't pass this trial? Qin Shen couldn't help but ask. Then I'll castrate you, Qin Hongyu smiled, as punishment for all the trouble you've caused those young women and married ladies. Qin Shen was speechless. Who exactly had he harmed? Wasn't it all fabricated by the military's disguise plan? Now it was really going to be pinned on him? Was this a case of fake acting turning real? Hurry up, Qin Hongyu urged. Although you barely passed the first trial, you did show great capability. For example, that bronze ancient sword you had, its base attributes were quite high. Where did it come from? Goodness, was she about to uncover all his secrets? They hadn't even had deep contact yet, and she had already noticed so much? Indeed, a female war goddess was a female war goddess. Qin Shen frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before saying, a skilled woman can't cook without rice. You have to give me some materials, right? Like enhancement stones and attack gems. Do you have any? I do. Qin Hongyu seemed to be well prepared, directly pulling out a large pile of enhancement stones and various gems from her spatial ring. Moreover, they were high-level enhancement stones, and the levels of the various gems were also quite high, all at least level 7 or above. In addition, there were various top-tier forging materials that Qin Shen had never seen before, such as Star Ascension Stones, Illusionary Divine Stones, and Celestial Meteor Divine Iron. Each one was worth a fortune. Yet here, they were piled high, each one, in massive quantities. Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, then glanced back and forth between Qin Hongyu and those forging materials a few times, took a deep breath, and began to demonstrate. Sanctioned Holy Sword Enhancement successful, attack power plus 17,500, current enhancement plus 13. Sanctioned Holy Sword Enhancement successful, attack power plus 19,800, current enhancement plus 14. Sanctioned Holy Sword Enhancement successful, attack power plus 23,100, current enhancement plus 15. Goodness, each successful enhancement could increase the attack power by at least 17,500. Just these 3 successful enhancements had increased the total attack power by over 60,000. The attack power added with each subsequent successful enhancement was only getting higher. Meanwhile, Qin Shen's exquisite bronze ancient sword, enhanced to plus 27, along with a bunch of attack gems providing additional attack power, only totaled 138,000 attack power. Clearly, the attack power that could be added with each successful enhancement was related to the weapon's quality and attributes. The higher the quality and the better the attributes, the greater the attack power added with each successful enhancement. For instance, when Qin Hongyu's golden legendary quality 2-star sanctioned holy sword was enhanced to plus 25, the single increase in attack power reached a staggering 78,000. In the end, the total attributes of this golden legendary quality sanctioned holy sword were attack power, 120,000 plus 1,520,000, while the original total attributes were 120,000 plus 820,000. After 13 successful enhancements, it directly increased the attack power by 700,000. Ultimately, legendary grade equipment was the way to go. Qin Shen's rare quality exquisite bronze ancient sword, enhanced to plus 27, only added 138,000 attack power. This equipment, enhanced to plus 25, provided a whopping 1,520,000 attack power boost. That was already more than 10 times. As the enhancement level increased, the gap would only grow larger. There was simply no comparison. Not bad, Shin Hongyu said, taking a closer look at the sanctioned holy sword that Qin Shen had enhanced, smiling with delight. I told you, you're capable of much more than that. Come on, continue. Show me all your skills and maximize the enhancement of all my equipment. I promise to reward you well later. How about a sweet kiss as encouragement first? Qin Shen suddenly blurted out. Shin Hongyu glared at him. Are you asking for a beating? Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat. What had he just said? How could he be so reckless as to tease a female warrior like her? He was practically out of his mind. However, it seemed not too bad. Her reaction wasn't too intense. At least she didn't directly come at him. It appeared that maybe. What are you doing? Shin Hongyu shot him another glare. You little rascal, are you really trying to take advantage of me? I'm your sister. I'm not really a member of the imperial capital's Qin family, Qin Shen muttered under his breath. Shin Honyu's gaze sharpened. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Qin Shen's heart jolted, and he quickly turned his head away, avoiding the sharpness of the female warrior's gaze while directly continuing to enhance her equipment. Wait. How could he enhance without any enhancement stones? Although Qin Hongyu had just provided a considerable number of enhancement stones, most of them were high level, but her sanctioned holy sword was a level 400 golden legendary quality weapon, and it had 2 stars. Such high-level top-tier 2-star equipment required a massive amount of enhancement stones for each level of enhancement, far beyond what his exquisite bronze ancient sword could compare to. Without enhancement stones, he could only embed gems. First, he would synthesize, then embed. Every 3 level 7 gems could be synthesized into 1 level 8 gem, and every 3 level 8 gems could be synthesized into 1 level 9 gem, and so on. Just now, Shin Hongyu took out a large pile of various gems, and after a busy half-day, Qin Shen finally synthesized 2 level 13 attack gems, 1 level 14 life gem, 1 level 14 physical defense gem, 2 level 14 magic resistance gems, and 1 level 15 evasion gem. Currently, all of Qin Hongyu's equipment is embedded with level 10 gems, and each level 10 attack gem increases attack power by 5120. With each level up, the attribute doubles, resulting in exponential growth. Therefore, a level 13 attack gem increases attack power by 40960. Although the increase from level 10 to level 13 is just over 35,000 attack power, which seems modest compared to the several tens of thousands gained with each level of enhancement earlier, the growth of gems is indeed exponential with level increases. What does exponential growth mean? The most terrifying data growth in the world is exponential. If this level 13 attack gem is further upgraded, level 14 would yield 81,920 attack power, and level 15 would yield 163,840 attack power. Isn't that frightening? Moreover, Shin Hongyu's 400 level golden legendary quality equipment can each embed 10 gems. Just taking the 2-star Holy Sword of Judgment as an example, embedding 10 level 15 attack gems would result in an attack power boost of over 1.6 million. Even with just 2 level 13 attack gems now, switching them out would still increase attack power by over 70,000 compared to the original level 10 attack gems. Not to mention there's also 1 level 14 life gem, 2 level 14 defense gems, and 1 level 15 evasion gem. The overall attribute enhancement from switching all these out would definitely be quite substantial. In any case, after Qin Hongyu realized the current situation, she was genuinely both surprised and delighted. You actually have this ability? I was just testing you, trying to force out all the secrets you have so I could understand you better. I didn't expect you to really surprise me. Testing? Qin Shen immediately retorted, is that what you call testing? The last trial was also a test? I almost died at your hands. Shin Hongyu smiled, how could that be? I really was just testing you, I couldn't bear to let you die. Do you think I believe that? Qin Shen shot her a roll of his eyes. At that time, he was almost left with just a sliver of his nearly 70 million health. It was really close to killing him. Was that called testing? He truly couldn't believe it at all. You don't want me to offer a kiss as an apology, do you? Shin Hongyu suddenly said. Qin Shen was taken aback and replied, I wouldn't dare. After that, he added softly, but if you were willing to take the initiative, it wouldn't be impossible. You. Shin Hongyu instantly raised her hand as if to hit him. Qin Shen directly took her 2-star Holy Sword of Judgment, which was already enhanced to plus 25, casually tossed it into the forging space, removed 2 level 10 attack gems from it, and then immediately embedded the 2 level 13 attack gems he had just synthesized. Level 13 attack gem embedded successfully, attack power plus 40,960. Level 13 attack gem embedded successfully, attack power plus 40,960. In the blink of an eye, Shin Chen tossed the holy sword of judgment back into Qin Hongyu's hands. Originally, Qin Hongyu was still worried about how he would successfully embed those two level 13 attack gems, but the result, was it done so quickly? Gem synthesis has a failure rate, and gem embedding is even more so. She had personally witnessed royal blacksmiths of several hundred levels embedding gems, and it was a collaboration of several royal blacksmiths of that level. The grandeur of that scene and the complexity of the process, every royal blacksmith had to control their breathing perfectly. Not only must one continuously embed the base with other equipment within a precisely timed limit down to the second, but after laying the foundation, one must also instantaneously embed the true core equipment at specified time points accurate to the millisecond or even microsecond. It may even require laying the foundation multiple times, meaning that after each failed embedding with other equipment, one must take it out of the forging space, wait a few seconds, lay the foundation again, and repeat this process several times. Every minute, every second, and every meticulous step cannot afford to go wrong. Before the entire process begins, careful calculations must be made. What to do if the embedding is successful during the foundation laying, and what the next step should be if the equipment breaks during the process. In short, the uncertainty of each step corresponds to different subsequent actions. Just to embed a level 10 gem, several royal master blacksmiths at level hundreds can spend several hours working together. While it does significantly increase the success rate, it is by no means guaranteed to succeed every time. And once it fails, not only is all previous effort wasted and the gem shattered, but the equipment itself may also break. Because of this damned failure rate, the losses incurred by the entire Hua country each year are truly incalculable. But now, Shin Chen effortlessly embedded two level 13 attack gems in the blink of an eye? This kid is truly abnormal. I must say, Qin Hongyu, the cold and beautiful female war goddess, is really starting to fall for this kid. Of course, it's a love based on his own abilities, not something that needs to be done. In other words, it's an affirmation of his strength. And in the moment that Qin Hongyu was lost in thought, Shin Chen had already embedded a level 14 life gem, a level 14 physical defense gem, two level 14 magic resistance gems, and a level 15 evasion gem into Qin Hongyu's other equipment. Without exception, all were successfully embedded in one go. Now Qin Hongyu was truly taken aback. How did you do it? Is the success rate 100%? Shin Chen, you really are a treasure. Treasure? Upon hearing the heartfelt exclamation from the female war goddess, Shin Chen couldn't help but smile. Then do you want to hug your treasure and give it a kiss? If this had been earlier, Qin Hongyu would have shot him a glare instantly. But now, she basically had no reaction. Of course, it wasn't that she was allowing him to tease her, but rather she was focused on pondering, what does Qin Chen truly mean for the entire Hua country? A national treasure, without a doubt. With him around, the domination of the Hua country over the globe is just around the corner. Even driving the Abyss away to bring peace to the world is not impossible. In fact, a counterattack against the Abyss could also be feasible. Sister Hongyu. Seeing Qin Hongyu in a daze, Shin Chen couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her, interrupting her thoughts. What about my reward? You said before that as long as I could satisfy you in this test, you would give me a mysterious grand prize. I saw your reaction just now. You must be quite satisfied with my immense abilities, so, for such an extremely capable brother like me, how do you plan to reward me? There would definitely be a reward. After all, Shin Chen had truly entered the heart of the female war goddess, Qin Hongyu. Previously, she hadn't thought much of him, as she didn't particularly value gold and legendary level equipment with special effects. She had various legendary quality equipment with legendary level special effects, while the equipment Shin Chen forged was of what quality? Even with gold and legendary level special effects, it couldn't compare to what she had. But now it was different. This kid was exceptionally skilled in equipment enhancement, gem synthesis, and gem embedding. His abilities were beyond imagination, and perhaps, there was only one person like him in the whole world. Thus, he is unique, irreplaceable by anyone, including her fiancée, the female warrior Qin Hongyu, who also cannot replace Qin Chen, and even falls far short. Thinking of this, Qin Hongyu's gaze towards Qin Chen clearly changed a bit. The Abyss invasion, the strong rising among the masses. As long as one is strong, there will always be admirers. Just like Long Shasha, Li Yanan, Qin Waning, Jiang Yiru, Suru, Yuan Mei, Lan Bingying, Lang Xayan, and so on, these beautiful women and ladies, some are 38D campus beauties, some are well-born beautiful mentors, some are stunningly beautiful wealthy matriarchs, or military female generals, or cold-blooded assassins. They all have deep feelings for Qin Chen, even if some were conquered by force, but after being conquered, they genuinely submit rather than feign compliance. The reason is simple, the strong. It is because Qin Chen truly possesses immense abilities and charm, which makes them infatuated. In fact, Qin Hongyu is the same. It's just that in the past, no one had the ability to conquer her. But now, someone with the ability to conquer her has appeared. Leaving other matters aside, just based on Qin Shen's skills in equipment enhancement, gem synthesis, and gem inlaying, it is enough to make her strength soar. At this moment, as Qin Hongyu thought of this, her heart stirred, and she couldn't help but say, "You, just wait. I'll have someone send more enhancement stones and gems over. You can have as many as you want, and then you. What about my reward?" Qin Shen interrupted, "Sister Hongyu, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? You want me to work but don't want to give a reward? You want the horse to run but don't want to feed it grass?" Qin Hongyu was taken aback for a moment. Facing his words that vaguely carried a teasing tone, she surprisingly didn't frown or glare but smiled and said, "What reward do you want?" "What do I want?" Qin Shen said seriously, "How could I dare to say? It's not like I can have whatever I want. Besides, you said it was a mysterious grand prize, so you must have prepared it already. Why are you still asking me what reward I want?" "Fool!" Qin Hongyu blared with her beautiful eyes, "Can't the reward be changed? I decide what the reward is, so now you just tell me what you want. As long as I can give it, I will definitely satisfy you." Qin Shen's lips curled up, and a hint of unusual color flickered in his eyes. She said she would definitely satisfy him, not just try to satisfy him? Then he could ask for something extravagant. How about a 1-minute French kiss? At the same time Qin Shen said this, in the Zhao family of Jiangbei, the campus beauty Zhao Shara was frowning at the many unfamiliar faces guarding various entrances of the villa below. Her father was furious. "Damn it, are they really trying to force us onto the Lianshan? I can't even make decisions for my own daughter? Who she teams up with is not up to me? I've never heard of any Qin family in the imperial capital. I don't care what kind of hidden big family that imperial capital Qin family is, no matter how big their background is, I won't give them face. With someone like Qin Shen, I will never allow Shiro to team up with him. Tonight, even if I have to kill my way out, so be it. I want to see if the military dares to make such a big fuss. Everyone listen. Be ready to fight to the death with those people downstairs at my command. My Zhao family has stood in Jiangbei for hundreds of years, living honorably and doing business properly, and has never feared anyone." The roar echoed, filled with killing intent. The family head Zhao Jinlong was truly prepared to go all out. Just a few minutes later, deep within the Zhao family ancestral tomb, several Zhao family ancestors who had been in seclusion for years all emerged. The Zhao family, united in purpose. The battle spirit was high, soaring to the heavens. Half an hour later, the Zhao family was ready to take action. But at that moment, an unexpected guest arrived. The person who came was actually Qin Shen. What? Qin Shen? How could this be? He actually dares to come here? What does this mean? Is he planning to lead a blatant robbery? Does he really think our Zhao family is a soft persimmon? Damn it, I'm going to kill him right now. Wait. A stunning noblewoman stepped forward, her demeanor ethereal and cold. It was Qin Shangling, the legitimate wife of the family head Zhao Jinlong, the beautiful mother of the school belle Zhao Sharo, and a level 72 light mage. Just now, family head Zhao Jinlong said he had never heard of the Qin family from the imperial capital. That was true, but Qin Shangling knew that there was indeed a hidden great clan, the Qin family from the imperial capital, because she was the adopted daughter of the Qin family. Back then, she and Zhao Jinlong were in love, but faced strong opposition from the Qin family, and in her stubbornness, she ran away from home to elope with Zhao Jinlong. However, as soon as she left the imperial capital, before she could even meet Zhao Jinlong, she was intercepted. Subsequently, her cultivation was crippled, and she was expelled from the Qin family. From then on, she had no further ties with the Qin family. In the years that followed, she started over and finally achieved her current strength as a level 72 light mage. Since the Qin Shen seemed to be from the Qin family of the imperial capital, she naturally had to meet him in person. You all stay put. I will go meet this Qin Shen and see what he wants by coming here tonight. It is absolutely impossible for us to hand over Shoro, but I will talk to him first. If we can't reach an agreement, I will use all the strength of the Zhao family to fight our way out. Even if it means our entire family is destroyed, we will never compromise. With Qin Shangling's assurance, Zhao Jinlong had nothing more to say and let her go meet Qin Shen first. He would prepare everything, and if they couldn't reach an agreement, he would act immediately. Perhaps they could take the initiative and catch Qin Shen off guard, eliminating him. Having been pushed to this point, what consequences did Zhao Jinlong still need to consider? The Zhao family had stood tall in Jiangbei for hundreds of years. How could that be just for show? The Zhao family had no cowards. However, no one expected that in the Zhao family hall, as Qin Shangling, with her voluptuous legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, just met Qin Shen. He glanced around and directly presented a pile of generous gifts. It was truly a generous gift, the kind that Qin Shangling absolutely could not refuse. And it wasn't just one item, but a whole pile. Blessed Black Silk Cheapao Set Level 70 All Attributes plus 10,000 Unique Legendary Effect Succubus's Blessing, in a non-combat state, increases all attributes by 1 every second, can stack infinitely, and resets this effect after entering combat state for 30 minutes. Just this one item was enough to shock and astonish the beautiful noblewoman Qin Shangling. After all, what does it mean to increase all attributes by 1 every second? In 1 minute, that's 60 to all attributes, in 1 hour, 3,600, in a full day, 86,400. Stacking infinitely in a non-combat state. If Qin Shangling wore this blessed black silk cheapao set and rested for 10 days or half a month, she could accumulate nearly 1,000,000 in all attributes. 1,000,000 in all attributes. Consider that Qin Hongyu, the 4th transition 400 level female war god of Huagua, only had an attack power of 170,000 plus 1,640,000 with the enhancement of an excellent weapon. This was after her sanctioning holy sword was enhanced to plus 25 by Qin Chen. Originally, she had an attack power of 170,000 plus 940,000. This was just the attack power. The other attributes certainly weren't as high. And now, with this blessed black silk cheapao set in her hands, if worn for 10 days in a non-combat state, she could have 1,000,000 level all attributes, directly on par with the female war god. What if it was worn for an even longer time in a non-combat state? Over time, when it was truly necessary to enter combat, those attributes would explode. Although the accumulated all attributes could only last for half an hour after entering combat, it would definitely be enough. If she didn't act, it would be one thing, but once she did, it would be a one-hit kill. Absolute divine artifact. Oh no, it should be called a cursed object, because this thing is billowing black smoke, demonic energy soaring to the sky. Although Qin Shangling couldn't see it, in Qin Honyu's eyes, this set of blessing black silk cheonsam, personally forged by Qin Chen, was truly wicked. She couldn't even imagine the scene of the noble and beautiful Qin Shangling wearing such a demonic and sinister cursed object. However, that wasn't important right now. What mattered was that this blessing black silk cheonsam was just one of the many lavish gifts from Qin Chen. In addition, there were Temptress Tight OL Uniform Ultra Short Bodycon Skirt Set Level 70 All Attributes plus 10,000 Unique Legendary Effect Uniform Temptation Active Skill, after casting, immune to all normal attacks and skills for 30 seconds, during which all male attack power within 10 meters increases by 100%, damage taken increases by 100%. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Submissive black silk fishnet tight ultra short leather skirt set level 70 all attributes plus 12,000 unique legendary effect. Submission. Wearing this set, every time someone submits under your pomegranate skirt, it will permanently increase all attributes of this set by 12,000. Cooldown time 30 minutes. These were the other two sets. In addition, there were some scattered pieces. Light chest piece unique legendary effect, big chest, no brain, I have no brain, immune to mental control skills holy light white silk legendary effect 1 white silk is justice. As the embodiment of justice, any leg attack can stun the target for 1 second, right? Legendary effect 2 soul hook. Don't look at my legs, otherwise for every second you look longer, the stun time of white silk as justice increases by 1 second. Holy light black silk legendary effect 1 black silk rules the world. As a ruler, every kick from this queen can send enemies flying 3 meters. Legendary effect 2 soul snatch. Dare to look at this queen's legs? For every second you look longer, the distance kicked away by black silk rules the world increases by 1 meter. These scattered pieces, which of their attached legendary effects isn't perverse? It's absolutely perverse, just too perverse, and not very proper. The outfits forged by Qin Chen clearly had become more than just wicked, they had also become increasingly improper, to the point where Qin Hongyu seriously suspected these very improper effect skills were somehow related to Qin Chen's nature. However, Qin Chen did not admit it. It is well known, the effects of equipment in fashion are random, something no forger can control. What kind of effects each piece of equipment in fashion will have after successful forging depends entirely on luck. So how could this be related to his nature? And what nature? What did Qin Hongyu mean? Unfortunately, after he had said that lined French kiss for a minute to Qin Hongyu, he was directly met with a beating from her and was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by this female warrior. Thus, after being questioned about these outfits, Qin Chen could only deny it, not daring to say more. Can't provoke her. If he could fight back, he would have pressed her head down while asking, "What do you mean by being related to my nature? What nature? I told you to stop talking nonsense, stop talking nonsense, stop talking nonsense." But no matter what, at this moment, Qin Shangling, the noblewoman of the Zhao family, was indeed a bit dazed. After all, with so many golden legendary effect outfits, just picking one out wouldn't be something money could buy. It is well known that fashion is different from equipment. Not only is the forging difficulty higher, but the success rate is also lower, and the probability of forging a good attribute is pitifully low. Not to mention golden legendary attributes? Now Qin Shen had suddenly presented so many golden legendary attribute effect outfits? Such a lavish gift, how could one refuse? Anyway, after Qin Shangling finally came to her senses, her attitude truly changed sharply, and she spoke quite politely in a soft voice. Are you sure these things are all for our Zhao family? No. Qin Shen replied with a smile, they're not for the Zhao family, they're for you. Your Shioro teamed up with me to participate in the ranking matches as decided by the higher-ups. We are to go together to bring glory to the country, and no one can stop that. Anyone who tries to stop us is equivalent to treason. Therefore, we will not compromise with the Zhao family, but I heard that you were once a member of the Qin family in the capital, so I specially brought these as a token of my sincerity. Of course, I also hope you can persuade them. After all, you were once a member of the Qin family in the capital. You should know that what the Qin family in the capital wants to do cannot be stopped by anyone. If the Zhao family truly resists, there will only be a dead end. I think you wouldn't want the Zhao family to disappear, would you? His voice was calm, and his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Qin Shen's words were quite skillful. First courtesy, then force, but this courtesy was only for Qin Shangling, simply because she was once a member of the Qin family. It expressed sincerity while also indicating a tough stance. Sincerity was directed at Qin Shangling, while toughness was directed at the Zhao family. In this situation, what should Qin Shangling do? Qin Shangling bit her red lip and fell silent for a moment, then glanced at the many golden legendary effect costumes in front of her, and then looked at Qin Hongyu beside Qin Shen, finally nodding. Alright, I'll go persuade them. Considering various factors, she could only accept Qin Shen's suggestion. After all, if she didn't persuade them, the Zhao family would surely be in danger tonight. The fact that Qin Shen could casually give away so many golden legendary effect costumes was enough to illustrate the problem. In other words, it was both a courtesy before force and a form of intimidation, a warning. I can easily give you so many golden legendary effect costumes. How could I not handle a mere Zhao family? Conversely, if she, Qin Shangling, could successfully persuade them, she could not only save the Zhao family but also possess these golden legendary effect costumes. In the future, she could also use the towering tree of the Qin family in the capital to rise step by step. It was definitely a win-win situation. As for Qin Shen's character, when Qin Shangling returned to the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jinlong, she said this. Hearing is false, seeing is true. Qin Shen may not be as people say. Even if we take a step back and say he is indeed a jerk, what can we do about it? Previously, I didn't believe he was from the Qin family in the capital because I was raised by the Qin family in the capital, and in my impression, there was no one named Qin Shen in the Qin family. But now he has proven his identity with a pile of golden legendary effect costumes. If he weren't from the Qin family in the capital, he wouldn't be able to produce those things. In this world, perhaps only the Qin family in the capital can be so generous. This statement was actually incorrect because golden legendary effect costumes were rare even for the Qin family in the capital. Not to mention others in the Qin family, even the national goddess of war, Qin Hongyu, had very few golden legendary effect costumes. Therefore, now in the Zhao family hall, Qin Hongyu was whispering to Qin Shen, "You're so generous to Qin Shangling. Shouldn't you also make me a set of costumes? After all, I am your sister. The fat water shouldn't flow to outsiders. The close water tower gets the moon first. As your sister, I don't even have a decent set of golden costumes. Is that reasonable?" Qin Shen turned to look her up and down, stubbornly saying, 1 minute of tongue kissing, and I'll give you a costume. Are you looking for death? Qin Hongyu shot him a glare instantly, but Qin Shen stood firm. I don't owe you anything, and you almost killed me with a test as soon as you arrived. I haven't even settled that score with you, it's you who owes me. Besides, I also helped you upgrade your weapon to plus 25 and upgraded the gems. You promised me a mysterious reward, and you haven't given it to me yet. Do you expect me to work for free? What are you thinking? Qin Hongyu bit her lip, wanting to say something but holding back. She, the renowned female war goddess, had countless people trying to curry favor with her, yet this kid Qin Shen was completely ungrateful. However, Qin Hongyu was also aware that one couldn't expect a horse to run without letting it eat grass. It was indeed time to offer some rewards. With that thought, Qin Hongyu let out a cold snort and casually handed over a scroll, a specially crafted teleportation scroll. This teleportation scroll connects to a villa estate under the Qin family's name, and it can be used at any time without any restrictions. Once used, you can instantly teleport to that villa estate. The estate covers an area of 500 square kilometers, situated in a dimensional space, and can only be accessed through this special teleportation scroll. Therefore, you can live there daily or use the scroll to escape to the estate in times of danger. Inside the estate, there are swimming pools, ice rinks, various sports fields, gardens, orchards, and all kinds of facilities, all managed by dedicated staff. How do you feel about such a gift? At least you won't have to go to some love hotel when you want to cause trouble in the future, right? Qin Shen was speechless. Why did she always bring up that love hotel? It was clearly Yuan Mei who took him there. Moreover, it was the military's disguise plan that caused the trouble. How did it turn into him forcibly ravaging the rich heir in Yuan's love hotel? Qin Hongyu, knowing the truth, still had to bring it up, simply asking for a beating. Just wait, when he becomes capable enough in the future, he would definitely find a chance to give her a good thrashing, so she wouldn't always talk back. Are you Qin Shen? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Qin Shen looked up to see a young man, handsome yet filled with anger, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The young man locked eyes with him for 2 seconds, stepped forward, and the killing aura intensified. I am Sharo's fiancé. We have been childhood sweethearts with a marriage pact since we were young. She belongs to me and will never team up with a scoundrel like you to participate in the ranking ladder competition. I don't care about the Qin family in the capital, you can't take Shiro away. If you have the guts, challenge me to a duel, to determine victory and death, do you dare? Qin Shen frowned at his words. Determine victory and death? How juvenile. I'm asking you a question. The young man was impatient. Do you dare or not? If you dare, come at me directly. If you don't, get out of the Zhao family. Alright, Qin Shen responded. You go first. The young man had been waiting for this. He wouldn't give Qin Shen, this scoundrel, any leeway, especially since this scoundrel even wanted to lay a hand on his childhood sweetheart fiancé. Simply delusional, purely seeking death. Now he was going to stop. Just as the young man was about to strike, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. Qin Shangling returned, striding over with her voluptuous, shapely legs and stockings. Behind her followed a young girl, bright eyes and white teeth, fair-skinned and beautiful, slim waist, long legs, curvy hips, and a 39E youthful figure. This was Zhao Xiao, one of the 4 school beauties of Tianwu Academy, perfectly inheriting her mother Qin Shangling's genes. At Tianwu Academy, people privately referred to Zhao Xiao as the milk cow school beauty. Previously, Qin Shen was just an ordinary person, waiting for a time-traveling gift package or system awakening, so he had no thoughts about this pure and alluring milk cow school beauty. But now, Qin Shen's gaze swept over, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Hongyu noticed his little action and sneered inwardly. Men, ha, Yi Lin, what do you want to do? Qin Shangling glared at the young man and scolded. Qin Shen is a guest. How can you be so rude? The young man, Yi Lin, was stunned, unable to react. Qin Shangling continued, regarding Shiro teaming up with Qin Shen to participate in the ladder ranking competition, my Zhao family has already agreed. This matter does not need further discussion, Yi Lin, you are not allowed to complicate things. What? Yi Lin was shocked, disbelief written all over his face. Agreed? How could that be? And Xiangling, how can you? I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Qin Shangling interrupted coldly. Moreover, this is also Shiro's own decision. Since you have been betrothed to her since childhood, you should respect her choice. Yi Lin was taken aback again, then suddenly turned to look at Zhao Shiro. The school beauty, with a shy expression, bit her lip and, avoiding Yi Lin's gaze, whispered, I am willing. Willing? Yi Lin was truly bewildered now. How could she be willing? Did she not know what kind of person Qin Shen was? He was a beast worse than an animal. How could she be willing? No, impossible. Yi Lin gritted his teeth, anxious. Sharo, how could you possibly be willing? That bastard must have forced you, right? Qin Shen, you bastard, I'll kill you. As the murderous voice fell, Yi Lin charged at Qin Shen, instantly transforming into a shadow, cold light bursting forth, sharp killing intent radiating fiercely. Qin Shen had no idea what level or profession his opponent was, he wasn't interested in knowing. He simply stood his ground like a mountain, allowing the opponent's strike to hit him. Not a hair was harmed. Yi Lin was momentarily stunned. How could this be? He was a level 20 berserker, with an AA level talent, and his equipment was quite good, definitely among the best of his peers, rarely facing opponents. Yet that was his full-force strike. How could a full-force strike not harm Qin Shen in the slightest? Why? Yi Lin, you are outrageous. Qin Shangling suddenly shouted angrily, then quickly stepped forward with her long legs in flesh-colored stockings, glaring fiercely and reprimanding. I said not to complicate things. How dare you attack Qin Shen? Who gave you the courage? Do you not regard me at all? And Xiangling, Yi Lin was anxious to explain, but Qin Shangling did not listen, directly interrupting him. What You get out now, get out of the Zhao family. Right now, immediately, get out. Yi Lin had come to support the Zhao family, even prepared to fight to the death for his beloved, but now, Qin Shangling was actually issuing him an eviction order? Clearly, the situation had reached a very serious point, and Shangling did not want him to get involved and be implicated. She was considering his safety, thus putting on a show for Qin Shen. Yes, it must be like that. In that case, he should not disappoint Aunt Shangling's good intentions, but should quickly find external help. With this thought, Yi Lin suddenly realized, feeling frustrated with himself for not reacting sooner. If he failed to find external help in time and caused the Zhao family to suffer, then he would be in big trouble. Yi Lin slapped his forehead and hurriedly left in a rush. A farce, thus, temporarily came to an end. Qin Shangling looked at Qin Chen with an apologetic expression, her tone incredibly gentle. "I'm sorry, I made you laugh." "It's nothing." Qin Chen didn't take it to heart, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Qin Shangling's voluptuous legs before looking at her school beauty daughter, Zhao Xiao. "The global ranking competition starts tomorrow. Time is quite tight, and I still need to go to the other two families to persuade them. So, Xiao, I'll leave you in Qin Chen's hands from now on." Qin Shangling immediately took over the conversation. "Xiao, you should go with Qin Chen now, otherwise, there won't be time to get to know each other and formulate a strategy for the competition." Zhao Xiao's pretty face flushed, and she nodded lightly with a soft Everyone was changing jobs, and she, the college school beauty, was no exception. Although Qin Chen's recent reputation was indeed not great, even to the point of being extremely poor, Zhao Xiao had heard from her school beauty friend Long Shasha that Qin Chen could single-handedly wreak havoc in the 9th layer of the Abyss. What a joke, wreaking havoc in the 9th layer of the Abyss. What does that even mean? Moreover, Qin Chen was already level 70 now. What does that signify? It should be noted that the old dean of Tianwu Academy, who was also Long Shasha's grandfather, Long Yaozu, was only level 50. The average level of many high-ranking officials and mentors at Tianwu Academy was only in the 20s, roughly on par with Yi Lin. But Qin Shen had only awakened his profession for a short time and was already level 70? His leveling speed was truly beyond common reasoning. He was definitely a super freak. So how could Zhao Xiao, this college school beauty, not be moved by his immense abilities? Not to mention, she could also be brought into the abyss by Qin Chen to level up to 70 like Long Shasha. Furthermore, after getting to know Qin Chen better, he should also give her a full set of equipment, right? The kind with golden legendary level attributes? Just thinking about it made Zhao Xiao excited. So, in the face of such immense temptation, what did those negative news about Qin Chen matter? Zhao Xiao had almost completely cast them aside. Anyway, not long after, Qin Chen successfully took Zhao Xiao away from the Zhao family. As he took Zhao Xiao away, the unfamiliar faces that had been guarding the entrances of the Zhao family villa quickly disappeared. Upstairs, the head of the family, Zhao Jinlong, saw that the entrances downstairs had returned to their former emptiness and tranquility, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He had truly prepared himself for a fight, but Qin Shangling had revealed the secret of the Qin family in the imperial capital, allowing him to learn that there was indeed a hidden great clan in this world that far exceeded people's imagination. Qin Shangling also specifically stated, if Qin Chen were not a member of the Qin family in the imperial capital, it would be fine, but he truly was, and the power behind him was something the Zhao family could never resist or shake. That was a colossal entity standing above 90% of the world's powerful figures, towering at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Just the pile of golden legendary level special effect outfits that Qin Chen casually handed out was enough to illustrate the point. With those outfits, the overall combat power of the Zhao family would rise several levels. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, the Zhao family had no reason not to compromise. Right now, Zhao Jinlong could only think to himself, I hope those things about Qin Chen are just rumors, and I hope this kid isn't that kind of beast, sigh. On the other side, on the way to the next school beauty's house, Qin Chen casually handed a pile of outfits he had prepared long ago to Zhao Xiao. There were girls' bras, JK skirts, pure white stockings, sexy black stockings, and so on. Each piece had 1 to 3 golden legendary level special effect attributes. They were absolutely not for sale on the market, a true case of having a price but no market. After all, these were low-level ordinary quality outfits. Although they looked good and pretty, their levels were too low and their attributes too poor. Which blacksmith would bother to put effort into special effect attributes on such outfits? The problem was, even if they wanted to, they couldn't produce them. Regardless of equipment or outfits, the higher the level, the greater the chance of producing attributes. Even those high-level outfits had very few blacksmiths capable of creating special effect attributes, let alone these low-level ones. Only Qin Chen, with his godly talent of 100% chance of producing 1 to 3 golden legendary level attributes, could create such things. Anyway, when Zhao Shiro saw these items, she was overjoyed and her heart blossomed. Her heart raced with excitement, and her breath quickened. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Shiro could hardly resist the urge to immediately offer a dozen sweet kisses as a token of her gratitude. Previously, her gear had only been of the green quality at best, and her outfits didn't even have a single white ordinary attribute. Yet now, she suddenly possessed a pile of golden legendary outfits with special effects? Who wouldn't be thrilled? Moreover, Qin Shen had given them to her without hesitation, clean and straightforward, so generous that it was impossible not to be captivated by him. After finally regaining her composure, Zhao Shiro looked at Qin Shen with a gaze that had clearly changed, now tinged with admiration. Qin Shen smiled and said, "No need to thank me. These outfits are too low level and only suitable for you to make do with for now. Once your level increases, I'll forge you a set of high-level gear that truly fits you." Ha! Zhao Shiro caught the key point and was instantly shocked. These outfits with golden legendary attributes were all forged by you? Of course, interjected Qin Hongyu, the cold and stunning female warrior beside him. Before forging, he even carefully studied your personal data, like your height, weight, shoulder width, chest, waist, and hip measurements. Once you put on the outfits, you'll see they're all custom-made for you. Zhao Shiro was stunned. Qin Shen, on the other hand, was flustered. Don't listen to her nonsense. How could I possibly study your measurements? I was studying your class skills to facilitate our cooperation during competitions in the future. Besides, outfits can automatically adjust their size according to the wearer's body, so there's no need to consider those things during forging. This was the truth. He had indeed been reviewing Zhao Shiro's profile to study her class skills. Moreover, Zhao Shiro, a 39E milk cow beauty and campus goddess, certainly had class skills worth studying. Zhao Shiro, S-class Holy Healer level, 19 passive, Holy Light. Any teammate healed by her skills can teleport to her side within 3 seconds and will bear all attacks, skills, and damage for the next 5 seconds. Skill 1, Holy Healing. Instantly heals the target teammate for 20% of their maximum health, cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2, Holy Dispel. Instantly dispels all negative statuses from the target teammate, such as poison, blindness, stun, bleeding, hypnosis, charm, etc. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 3, Holy Group Healing. Holy Light envelopes all teammates within a 500-meter radius, continuously restoring 5% of their maximum health per second for the next 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 4, Holy Blessing. Blesses each teammate with Holy Light, increasing their maximum health by 100%, lasting 10 minutes, no cooldown, but this effect cannot stack. These were all of Zhao Shiro's skills. At just level 19, she had 5 active skills and 1 passive skill, totaling 6. In contrast, Long Shasha, another S-class talent and a 38D campus goddess, had only 2 skills at level 18, awakening her 3rd skill in her 40s, and her 4th skill in her 60s. Now, Long Shasha was level 74 and still had only 4 skills, yet Zhao Shiro had 6 skills at level 19? Moreover, each one was quite overpowered, especially when paired with her passive skill, Holy Light. Any teammate healed by her skills could teleport to her side within 3 seconds and would bear all attacks, skills, and damage for the next 5 seconds. It is well known that the healer, often referred to as the nanny, is an indispensable role in team battles. Although they are a support class, they are the most valued versatile pairing among all support roles, always useful at any time. However, their drawbacks are also evident. They are too fragile, the most delicate among the delicate, with low health and defense, making their self-preservation ability extremely weak. Therefore, every awakened being knows, in any team battle, the first target should be the healer. Especially someone like Zhao Shiro, an S-class holy healer with abundant healing power, who can instantly heal a target teammate for 20% of their maximum health and can perform a holy group heal every 30 seconds. This incredible healing capacity is equivalent to providing teammates with infinite endurance. If she doesn't die, how can the enemies fight in this team battle? Yet, she happens to have a perverse passive ability called Divine Light. This means that to kill her, one must first kill her teammates. If her teammates stay alive, she becomes invincible? But with her ample healing, how easy is it to kill her teammates? This creates an infinite loop. How to break the deadlock? Because of this, even though Qin Shen has various incredible equipment and could participate in the latter alone, it is ultimately better to team up with the 4 talented school beauties. After all, just Zhao Shiro alone is already quite overpowered, and the other 3 school beauties who can stand alongside her are naturally not weak. For instance, the next person Qin Shen is about to find, the cold school beauty Hua Shishue. She is truly as cold as ice, keeping everyone at arm's length. Even her 3 school beauty friends find it hard to get close to her. Because of this, Hua Shishue and the other 3 school beauties can't even be considered close friends. They are named friends but are actually more like ordinary acquaintances. They are even less than ordinary friends. It's quite peculiar, but this all stems from her talent. Hua Shishue's icy demeanor is indeed closely related to her ice-type talent. Just looking at her skills reveals this. Hua Shishue, S-Class Ice Archer level, 17 passive Ice Bloodline. All attacks and skills will apply a layer of frost effect on the target, each layer reducing the target's attack speed and movement speed by 10%. 5 layers of frost will freeze the target for 1 second, and 10 layers will automatically explode on the target, dealing 10% of the target's maximum health as true damage, after which the effect resets Skill 1 Frost Arrow Rain. Launch a barrage of frost arrows covering the target area, dealing 270% attack damage to all enemies in the area and applying 2 additional layers of frost effect to all enemies. Cooldown 10 seconds. Skill 2 Frost Barrage. Rapidly fire 5 arrows at the same target. Each arrow will apply an additional layer of frost effect and deal 100% attack damage as true damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. This is Hua Shishue's skill panel. Compared to Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishue is somewhat better off, having just these 3 skills, which is only 1 more than the 18-level long Shasha had. However, her 3 skills are terrifying upon closer inspection. The main passive skill, Ice Bloodline, is indeed somewhat perverse. She is clearly an archer, yet she can unexpectedly freeze someone for 1 second, and it also deals true damage. She has both output and control. She directly takes on the role of a powerful support. So, her cold demeanor, keeping everyone at a distance, combined with her talent skills, is indeed reasonable. However, no matter how cold a person is, they always have a weakness. Hua Shishue, the S-Class Ice Archer, is no exception. If she can overcome her mental barrier and eliminate her weakness, she will become even stronger. At this moment, Qin Chen receives a call on his way to the Jiangbei Hua family. It is the cold school beauty Hua Shishue calling. Help me kill someone, and I'll team up with you. Otherwise, I'd rather die. Hua Shishue's voice on the phone is as cold as ever. There was a hint of killing intent, more than before. Qin Chen was taken aback, curious. Who do you want me to kill? On the other end of the phone, Hua Shishue stood by the window, gazing into the boundless night. After taking a deep breath, she spoke the name of that person. Dong Wanhua. Qin Chen's expression froze. Dong Wanhua? Who is that? He had never heard of the name Dong Wanhua and didn't know who he was, but Zhao Xiao did. Coincidentally, Zhao Xiao also heard what Hua Shishue said on the phone and couldn't help but frown, saying, he's the younger brother of the former city lord, Dong Wanlong. Qin Chen looked up at Zhao Xiao, even more curious. The former city lord's brother? Zhao Xiao nodded. Yes, the former city lord Dong Wanlong is also the father-in-law of the current city lord, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao rose to his position with the former city lord's support. Therefore, although the former city lord Dong Wanlong has stepped down, the Dong family's influence remains very large. In Jiangbei, they are deeply rooted, not the richest, but far from being comparable to the wealthy Yuan family. In the Dong family, Dong Wanhua's various groups have close cooperation with the government, such as equipment casting, strengthening, embedding, and repairing, etc. Moreover, at least 90% of all casting materials in Jiangbei come from the mercenary group under Dong Wanhua. In other words, any mercenary group that relies on trading abyss materials has to give Dong Wanhua a cut and follow his unified allocation, otherwise, they can't survive in Jiangbei. There are even rumors that most of the equipment for the 4 military departments in Jiangbei: Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division must rely on Dong Wanhua for supply. In short, Dong Wanhua can be said to control the armory of Jiangbei. Hearing this, Qin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Dong Wanhua controls the armory of Jiangbei? Stealing is Qin Chen's job? What was he supposed to do then? Can you do it? Hua Shishue's voice rang out again on the phone. I know this is difficult, but this is my only condition. If you want me to team up with you, you have to comply. As long as you can do it, no one can stop me from teaming up with you. And if you not only kill Dong Wanhua but also wipe out his entire family, then my life will be yours. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen immediately became interested. My life is mine? Does that mean you are mine too? On the other side, Zhao Xiao's expression turned strange. Meanwhile, on the phone, Hua Shishue's chest rose and fell with waves of emotion as she took a deep breath and said, you can understand it that way. All right, Qin Chen replied decisively without hesitation. Then it's settled. I won't look for you tonight. I'll go find Dong Wanhua. With that, the call ended. Zhao Xiao was somewhat worried. Are you sure you want to kill Dong Wanhua? Although I heard from Shasha that you are quite capable, Dong Wanhua has many experts around him, and he has close ties with the city lord's mansion, the military, and various forces. His network is quite extensive. How much bigger can it be? Qin Chen interrupted. Can Dong Wanhua's network be bigger than mine? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If it were impossible, I wouldn't have agreed so readily. Now tell me, What kind of grudge does Hua Shishua have with Dong Wanhua? Why would she want me to kill Dong Wanhua as a condition at this time? What kind of enmity could lead her to this? Faced with such a question, Zhao Xiaoro's expression clearly showed hesitation. After all, the grudge between Hua Shishue and Dong Wanhua was something few dared to mention in all of Zhangbei. However, Qin Shen was not new to this world. He had been here for 18 years, and he had indeed heard about the incident between the Hua and Dong families back in the day. It roughly goes like this. Dong Wanhua set his sights on the beautiful mother of Hua Shishue, Hua Qian, and devised a scheme to get her drunk, forcibly violated her while recording the entire process, and then used the video to threaten her, thus keeping her under his control for a long time, making her available at his beck and call. Moreover, Dong Wanhua even turned Hua Qian into a tool to please various powerful figures. As a result, after the incident was exposed, Hua Shishue's beautiful mother immediately earned the title of the #1 socialite in Jiangzhou. The reason the incident was exposed was that Dong Wanhua had intentions towards Hua Shishue, which crossed Hua Qian's bottom line, leading to her strong opposition. But Dong Wanhua completely ignored her, treating Hua Qian as nothing, and even secretly sent people to kidnap Hua Shishue. Upon hearing the news, Hua Qian exploded with rage, charging into Dong Wanhua's private club alone. Although she saved Hua Shishue from disaster, preserving her innocence and successfully sending her away, she was outnumbered and overwhelmed. Hua Qian was gravely injured while desperately ensuring her daughter's escape, but she herself could not get away, ultimately meeting a tragic fate of being ruthlessly ravaged to death by Dong Wanhua's men. Afterward, Dong Wanhua bribed the media to alter the truth, fabricating rumors that Hua Qian had seduced others to rise through selling herself. Thus, the truth known to the public became, Hua Qian was ambitious and insane, willingly offering her daughter to please the powerful for greater benefits, only to be forcibly stopped by Dong Wanhua, leading to a conflict, and thus she was executed. When Qin Shen heard this back then, he knew there must be something fishy about it. He could tell that the truth was definitely not as simple as it appeared, and indeed, it turned out to be just as he thought. At this moment, after a moment of hesitation, Zhao Xiaoro revealed all the truth, and Qin Shen immediately became furious. Damn that Dong Wanhua, that bastard. If he doesn't die, I won't participate in this ranking competition. I don't care if he's the younger brother of the old city lord, even if he's the brother of the king of heaven, I will still kill him. Let's go, find him now. Tomorrow, said Qin Hongyu, who had been silent all along. He's not at home tonight, you won't find him if you go. Qin Shen was puzzled. How do you know? Qin Hongyu tugged at the stockings on her legs and said leisurely, the governor of Jiangzhou, the deputy governor, and the commander and deputy commander of Jiangzhou, along with many high-ranking officials from various departments, are all in Zhangbei right now. Therefore, the city lord and old city lord of Zhangbei are hosting a banquet tonight to warmly welcome the various powerful figures. So how could Dong Wanhua possibly be at home right now? The fact was just as Qin Hongyu said, Dong Wanhua was indeed not at home. The powerful figures of Jiangzhou gathered in Zhangbei to meet the female war goddess, but the war goddess avoided them, while the local powerful figures in Zhangbei were full of enthusiasm, showering her with attention. At that moment, Dong Wanhua, the local tyrant of Zhangbei, was smiling as he toasted the deputy commander of Jiangzhou. The deputy commander, however, ignored him, pondering, why is the war goddess avoiding them? Could it be that she has some secret mission in Zhangbei? It can't be because of that Qin Shen, who has been in the spotlight recently, right? It really seemed possible, but what the hell does this Qin Shen have to offer? The deputy commander only knew of Qin Shen's existence but was completely unaware of his background due to his lower rank, leaving him puzzled. Meanwhile, the commander, Liang Jinting, was worried. The esteemed war goddess personally came to Zhangbei but avoided them. It must be because of Qin Shen. If the war goddess were to take Qin Shen away from him, Liang Jinting would suffer a tremendous loss. But if the war goddess really wanted to take someone, who would dare to stop her? This is giving him a headache. While Liang Jinting was worried and had a splitting headache, on the other side, Qin Shen's thoughts were clear. Dong Wanhua isn't at home? Then where is he? No matter where he is, I'll go kill him directly. I must take his head tonight. What's the rush? Qin Hongyu glanced at him and said, you have such great abilities, you're someone who can accomplish big things, and yet a mere Dong Wanhua can make you so anxious? Listen to me, go back tonight, play the ranking match tomorrow, and then go find that Dong Wanhua to help you take revenge on your cold school beauty. Cough cough. Qin Shen coughed a couple of times, his voice weak. What do you mean by my cold school beauty? You can't just say that. Qin Hongyu didn't respond. In fact, her reluctance to let Qin Shen confront Dong Wanhua right now was due to other considerations. Someone like Dong Wanhua, if he also had an extraordinarily abnormal talent like Qin Shen, who could have imagined? The more notorious a person is, the safer their deliberately hidden secrets become. Dong Wanhua didn't have that kind of abnormal talent. he had no secrets to speak of, but Qin Shen did. And someone like Qin Shen couldn't hide for long. After all, with youthful vigor and energy, at his age, he would always be in the spotlight, and the immense abilities granted by his abnormal equipment were hard to ignore. Once someone delved deeper and uncovered the secrets he held, he would be in danger. Therefore, he had to actively create a focal point to divert people's attention. A person can't hide, they can only rack their brains to conceal their secrets. This was the origin of the military's disguise plan. And since they were going to play this way, they might as well go big. The bigger, the better. In the eyes of the public, Qin Shen was already rumored to be involved with the president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Xin Wanqing, had taken over the Lu family's noblewoman, Su Ru, and had humiliated the wealthy heiress Yuan Mei at the Yuan family's pleasure hotel. So, if he were to have a conflict with Dong Wanhua for some reason, kill him, and forcibly take his wife and concubines, it would all seem very reasonable. Not only would it help Hua Shishue take revenge, but it would also further solidify his persona as a notorious young master in the capital. Who would still pay attention to the secrets he held? Who could still imagine that such a beastly person would possess a heaven-defying abnormal talent? After all, if such a beast could awaken an abnormal talent, where is the justice? Is there still fairness? Is there still law? Let's do it this way. In the blink of an eye, after formulating this new plan, Xin Hongyu came back to her senses and said to Qin Shen, "Let's go back. Get me a set of outfits too, then sleep. Rest well to face tomorrow's ranking match." Qin Shen immediately caught the key point. Get you a set of outfits too? So that's what you want? Is that so? Qin Hongyu denied it. What time is it now? You have a ranking match tomorrow. Don't you need to rest tonight? I'm doing this for your own good, yet you think I'm just after some outfits? You ungrateful brat, be careful or I'll beat you. Qin Shen didn't want to talk. Previously, she had him gather a bunch of equipment to send gifts to Zhao Xiaoro, and in the end, he brought back a bunch of outfits. At that time, he saw the sparkle in her eyes. She must have been tempted by those outfits. After all, she had the national power to provide epic legendary equipment with golden legendary attributes. But outfits? Outfits with golden legendary attributes were not something that could be easily obtained by national power. Of course, it wasn't that it couldn't be done, but, how to put it, equipment is equipment, outfits are outfits. It's normal for a superpower to invest all its efforts into weaponry, but to invest more into outfits would be a bit unusual. After all, the returns are not proportional. While both are legendary quality, outfits and proper weaponry have completely incomparable attributes. Moreover, outfits can't be enhanced or embedded with gems. The growth path is basically zero. So which superpower would focus its main energy on outfits? It was probably like the world he was in before crossing over, where it was perfectly normal for the entire nation to invest in nuclear weapons, but to invest the same effort into clothing was just plain absurd. So how could Qin Hongyu not be moved by the golden legendary effect outfits he crafted? She must have wanted him to help her get a set of golden legendary effect outfits at that time, but her identity as a female war goddess made her hesitate. Now, however, she could no longer hold back. Her desire for those golden legendary effect outfits was overwhelming, so she wouldn't let him go find Dong Wanhua and insisted he return immediately to forge outfits for her. It had to be this way. Qin Shen saw right through her. Unfortunately, due to her immense power, he had no choice but to comply. 2 hours later, Lu family's villa. One stunning outfit after another was freshly made. Holy chest piece unique legendary effect, embrace, a broad mind that accommodates everything. No one can break my defenses, immune to all skills that ignore defenses. Holy black fishnet stockings unique legendary effect, seductive. I am not a demon, and being sexy does not mean being lewd. Anyone who dares to stare at me and think of me as seductive will have all attributes reduced by 50% and will take an additional 50% damage. Each trigger lasts for 10 seconds, can trigger once per second, and re-triggering within 10 seconds will reset the duration. Epic tight ultra short leather pants quality. Epic legendary effect 1 in dress freedom. What I wear is none of your business. Immune to all magical skills that require chanting. Eternal effect 2. The shorter the pants, the better the feel. I wear what I want, and you have no say. Once in combat, damage increases by 1% per second, stacking infinitely until combat ends. This is the exhilarating feeling I want. When Qin Hongyu saw this eternal effect of the outfit, she was stunned and fell silent. Silence due to shock. The degree of this eternal effect was simply unimaginable. An increase of 1% damage per second in combat, in just 100 seconds, less than 2 minutes, would directly double the damage? Battles that can be resolved in 2 minutes are hardly battles at all. They can only be considered as overwhelming massacres. In real frontline combat, or fighting against beasts in the abyss, a battle could last anywhere from half an hour to several hours, or even over 10 hours. So, in 1 hour, it could stack to 3,600%, which is a 360-fold damage increase. Simply invincible. Thus, an epic tight ultra-short leather pants with such a prismatic eternal effect was no longer just an outfit, it was clearly a divine artifact, and a top-tier one at that. Although it emanated a dark aura, looking genuinely sinister, Shin Hongyu instantly changed into the outfit using its properties, tried it on, and felt no discomfort at all. This meant there were no negative effects. So what was there to fear? In the blink of an eye, this cold and beautiful female war goddess had already fallen in love with this item, not wanting to take it off. What she didn't know was that, for Qin Shen, the eternal effect of increasing damage by 1% per second was really nothing. His exquisite bronze ancient sword had a legendary effect, One Demon's Fury, which could double the sword's damage with each hit, stacking exponentially. Hit once, damage times 2, hit twice, damage times 4, then damage times 8, damage times 16, damage times 32. As long as the attack didn't miss, while Qin Hongyu needed an hour to stack to a 360-fold damage increase, Qin Shen could achieve that in about 30 seconds. Of course, it is precisely because an attack will reset this effect if it misses that this Demon Fury is only at the Golden Legendary level. Otherwise, it would definitely be considered the top tier within the colorful Eternal level, absolutely invincible. Alright, after calming her excited emotions, Qin Hongyu put away all her outfits and smiled at Qin Shen. I'm going back to my room now. You should also rest well with your school flower. Be sure to take care of your health and not overwork yourself. After all, there's a ranking match waiting for you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the nearby cow school flower, Zhao Xiao, immediately turned bright red. Qin Shen was also in utter disarray. What nonsense are you talking about? You can't just say things like that. Qin Hongyu smiled without saying a word and walked straight out the door. The room was suddenly left with just Qin Shen and Zhao Xiao. The air fell silent, and after an awkward moment passed, Qin Shen finally couldn't help but break the silence. Well, she just talks like that, don't take it to heart. All those things about me are just rumors, so don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. I'll take you to your room now. The staff should have everything arranged. Indeed, it was arranged, and it was personally organized by the Lu family's noblewoman, Su Ru. Just then, Su Ru, with her slender waist and voluptuous, sexy legs and stockings, walked in and said directly to Qin Shen, I'll take her, you just rest. With Su Ru's words, another slender-waisted, long-legged girl in white stockings entered the room. She was the Lu family's daughter, Lu Kuan's sister, and Su Ru's daughter, Lu Yumeng. Yumeng will help you bathe. She'll be attending to you tonight. Cough, cough. Qin Shen was caught off guard and coughed twice, then hurriedly said, attend to what? I don't need that. Don't need it? Su Ru smiled. Wasn't it me who attended to you before? I know what you're like. You're in your prime and full of energy. How could you not need it? Alright, don't be shy. The entire Lu family now belongs to you. Both Yumeng and I are your personal exclusives. You've been here for so long and haven't gotten close to Yumeng yet. It's time to get to know this girl better. Yumeng, come and help him change and bathe. This is a disaster. Qin Shen felt a bit of a headache. The little image he had just managed to establish in front of Zhao Xiao was completely gone in an instant. What would Zhao Xiao think of him? Would she really see him as that kind of beast? Was Su Ru doing this on purpose? It was simply malicious. Too malicious. Su Ru, just wait for me. You'll see how I deal with you when I find the chance. I'll make you cry all night. You must learn your lesson. Let's see if you dare to ruin my image like this in the future. But, to be fair, Su Ru's daughter Lu Yumeng was indeed quite charming. True to her name, she was soft and cute. A perfect sweet girl. Moreover, she seemed to be a school flower as well, just not from Tianwu Academy where Qin Shen was, but from Jiangbei Academy. He had seen her a few times when she came to Tianwu Academy to visit her brother Lu Kuan. At that time, Qin Shen was very self-aware and had no illusions whatsoever. But in the future, this sweet school flower from Tianwu Academy would belong to him, Qin Shen. Of course, he wouldn't treat her poorly. As long as she was well-behaved and understanding, he would take good care of her. And the following night proved that this sweet school flower was indeed very well-behaved and understanding. Qin Shen was very satisfied in every aspect. The next morning, Lu Yumeng helped Qin Shen get dressed. Qin Shen glanced at her outfit of white stockings, a super short skirt, and a low-cut top, unable to resist pulling her into his arms and kissing her a few times before getting up to leave, heading to the academy to participate in the global ranking ladder competition. The event took place in a virtual reality space built by countries around the world, where participating teams would enter the virtual reality arena through a portal after matching with opponents. It's probably similar to the formation space in the copy and sparring modes. Death isn't truly death, but the feeling of being injured and in pain is absolutely real. However, this competition space is built jointly by countries around the world, making it extremely large, and one must enter through an official teleportation portal. Currently, there are only a few dozen of these official portals throughout Jiangbei, considered an official infrastructure project of this world. Qin Shen registered for the competition through Tianwu Academy, so he naturally had to enter the arena through the Tianwu Academy's ladder portal. At this moment, thousands of teachers and students from Tianwu Academy were quietly waiting in front of the ladder portal, basically just waiting for Qin Shen. Yet, Qin Shen was still on his way. Qin Hongyu was softly asking him, "You can afford to delay for the ladder competition, but did you really torment the campus beauty last night? Truly a beast." "What beast?" Qin Shen replied with a serious face, "We definitely slept apart last night, okay? Did you really think I'm that kind of person? Aren't you?" Qin Hongyu smiled. "Isn't your academy's stunning parent association president, Qin Wanqing, involved with you? Are you innocent? And Su Ru, you're also innocent with that wealthy Lu family lady? What did you do at that rich Yuan family's themed hotel? Now, who doesn't know that you, Qin Shen, are a beast? You still won't admit it? Do I have to point out each and every one of your misdeeds?" As Qin Hongyu finished speaking, Qin Shen gritted his teeth, wanting to refute, but he opened his mouth and hesitated. Qin Hongyu was taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't expose that disguise plan. After all, she was the goddess of war in Huagua. Couldn't she be a little nicer? He was really fed up with this old six. Meanwhile, in front of the Tianwu Academy's ladder competition portal, thousands of teachers and students were waiting and waiting, but Qin Shen still hadn't appeared, and they couldn't help but start whispering and discussing among themselves. "What's this bastard doing? He doesn't even take this global ranking ladder competition seriously, making so many of us wait for him? He can't be still cuddling with Su Ru, sleeping soundly, right? Lu Kuan is over there. Why don't you go ask him if Qin Shen is still cuddling with his sexy mother? Damn, I wouldn't dare. That Lu Kuan would definitely come at me. What are you afraid of? So many people are watching. Lu Kuan won't do anything, but I think Qin Shen should be cuddling with his sister Lu Yum, sleeping soundly. After all, a young girl is much more exciting than a mature woman. When young, one doesn't know the beauty of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures. You're just too young, clearly don't know how to play." You know how to play? How do you think your goddess, the Dragon Campus Beauty, would play with Qin Shen? Damn, you want to fight, huh? Come on, am I afraid of you? You better not match with me when the competition starts, otherwise, I'll make you die without knowing how you died. The scene gradually became noisy, and Dean Li Zhangdao frowned as he glanced at the whispering students, then walked over to Qin Shen's beautiful mentor, Li Yanan, and quietly asked, "What's going on? What's the situation with Qin Shen?" Li Yanan was reminiscing about her in-depth guidance to Qin Shen yesterday when she was suddenly interrupted by Li Zhangdao, jolting her back to reality, and she hurriedly replied, "He should be arriving soon." Should? Li Zhangdao was anxious. So many people in the academy are waiting to see. Nothing must go wrong. He not only represents Tianwu Academy but also the entire Jiangbei. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Qin Shen had arrived. Li Zhangdao quickly led the way to greet him, while many teachers and students looked on with envy and admiration. Those three sexy beauties in leather by his side are his personal bodyguards and girlfriends? He really has 3 girlfriends at the same time? Damn, this beast. Isn't it just him? Lu Yumeng is also by his side, and even the final stroke has been ravaged by him. Hey, where are the 4 school beauties? Didn't he form the strongest team with them? Yeah, the strongest team only has him here? What's going on? Could it be that they've changed members? Is Zhang Yao from Jiangbei Academy teaming up with our 4 school beauties? The teachers and students, unaware of the situation, began to speculate, making the scene even more chaotic than before. Meanwhile, the global ranking ladder competition had already begun. Some powerful teams had even finished their first match and climbed to the regional leaderboard. The leaderboard ranks teams based on their points, which are composed of the individual points of the 5 team members. Generally speaking, the more kills and assists in a match, and the fewer deaths, the more personal points one can earn. If the team wins, the points are doubled. If the team loses, the points are halved. Victory or defeat is determined by capturing the opponent's flag. Whoever captures the opponent's flag first wins. It is worth mentioning that each match has a dedicated live broadcast room for global streaming. 10 minutes later, Qin Shen stepped into the ladder competition portal, representing Jiangbei's strongest team. Upon entering, he appeared on a platform with a virtual big screen in front of him, displaying the matchmaking interface. Soon, as the matchmaking was successful, a dedicated live broadcast room was automatically generated. In no time, many teachers and students from Tianwu Academy entered Qin Shen's exclusive live broadcast room through the global ranking ladder competition streaming platform. In fact, there was a big screen next to the ladder portal showing Qin Shen's exclusive live broadcast room. But that big screen was for viewing, while people logging into the live room with their accounts were there to roast him. Damn, I want to see what this dog thing is capable of. What skills does he have to replace Jiang Ao and form the strongest team with the 4 school beauties? He's just a second-generation rich kid. No matter what, he's just a trash support blacksmith. How can he have the nerve to replace Jiang Ao and represent all of Jiangbei in the competition? I want to see how he dies. I don't care if he replaced Jiang Ao, but damn it, he messed with my goddess. That's not acceptable. This dog thing probably won't last around. That can't be. This dog thing should still have some skills, but only a couple. The third one will definitely lead to his death. Clearly, people were there to watch the show. In reality, they didn't dare to speak their minds, but with virtual accounts in this live room, they had no reservations. Before Qin Shen could even start fighting the opposing team, the comments section was already in an uproar. Almost all the comments were curses, wishing for Qin Shen to meet a bad end. Who knows how many people Qin Shen had offended, both openly and secretly. After all, in the disguise plan, the women he had touched, Qin Wanqing, Yuan Mei, Su Ru, Long Shasha, were all goddesses. Even those like Qin Wanqing and Su Ru, who were married, had countless admirers. Yet they were all touched by Qin Shen so brazenly. Who could tolerate that? In a moment, on the competition stage, the two teams met. The opposing team consisted of 2 shield warriors, a swordmaster, a healer, and a marksman. As soon as they saw Qin Shen, the 5 of them frowned simultaneously. What does this mean? Just him? Isn't it a 5v5 system? Why is there only him in this team? Is he planning to take us on by himself? Could it be that our first match is a charity event? Wait, something's not right. The information shows that the opposite side is Tianwu Academy's strongest team? That means they represent the highest standard of all Jiangbei? What the hell? Damn, he's that Qin Shen? Beast Qin Shen? That bastard who tarnished the rich heiress? Is it really him? That dog? Then there's nothing more to say. Brothers, let's go all out and take him down. Yeah, let's get him. Without hesitation, the 5 opponents charged forward, fueled by their anger, moving in unison. The shield bearers led the charge, followed by the sword masters, with the healer closely trailing the archer. Each person held their standard positions, forming a formation that could both attack and defend, retreating if necessary to regroup and strike again. However, at this moment, they didn't believe there would be a second wave. They didn't want one. They had to take down Qin Shen, this beast of a man, in one fell swoop. In the respective live streams of the 2 competing teams, at least 10,000 viewers were cheering them on. Yes, that's it. Take down Qin Shen, that beast of a bastard. Damn, just a trash blacksmith thinks he can 1v5? Qin Shen, you dog, dreaming. This scum is definitely going down in one wave. In reality, finishing him off in one wave was impossible. According to the rules of the ladder match, each participant had 10 chances to respawn, and this respawn wasn't in place but in the invincible base behind the team's flag. So it would take at least 10 team battles to finish off Qin Shen. In the blink of an eye, one shield bearer had charged right in front of Qin Shen, directly unleashing the common shield skill, Shield Bash, raising the shield high and smashing it down on the target, dealing 100% attack damage plus 1% of their maximum health as damage, stunning the target for 1 second. Following closely, another shield bearer arrived, also launching the skill, Shield Bash, swinging the shield to smash the target, dealing 2% of the target's maximum health as damage and knocking the target back. There are many types of Shield Bash skills, each with different effects, but, for Qin Shen, there was no difference, because at that moment, under everyone's gaze, both shield bearers' shield bashes against Qin Shen all missed. It was unavoidable. This was the beginner group of the global ranked ladder match, filled with peers of Qin Shen's age, with an average level of just over 10. Occasionally, a level 20 would be a prodigy like Long Shasha or Zhao Shiro, but Qin Shen was a freak at level 70, and an S-class talent at that, so his attributes were absolutely overwhelming, far beyond what his peers could compare to. He could basically be said to be invincible among his peers. So how could the attacks of those 2 shield bearers not miss? Watch me! A loud shout rang out as a swordmaster from the opposing team charged in, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Then the viewers in the live stream witnessed an unbelievable scene. Waves of sword energy, various combos, whether normal attacks or skills, all missed. The archer from the opposing team had also begun to unleash a barrage of attacks from behind, but the result was the same. All attacks, all missed. It was because Qin Shen's level 70 evasion attribute could easily dodge all attacks from these low-level awakened ones. Qin Shen didn't even need to use that Satan's protection wooden shield. The golden legendary effect that absorbed 5 enemy attacks per minute had no chance to take effect at this moment. In any case, the viewers were left dumbfounded, one after another. What the hell? What's going on? Seriously, all attacks missed? What the hell? This dog can't be cheating, right? Cheating? You must be joking, this arena space was built by countries around the world together, who could cheat? Exactly, cheating is absolutely impossible. It seems this bastard Qin Shen really has some skills. Not just some skills, the way he's dodging attacks right now is something even our mentor can't do. Damn, this beast really isn't useless? Then he must be relying on some equipment given by the Qin family in the imperial capital. Yes, it must be that the Qin family from the imperial capital gave him some godly equipment. Isn't that just cheating? Relying solely on equipment is indeed considered cheating, but this kind of cheating is within the rules. After all, who doesn't have some equipment? While equipment is merely an aid compared to one's true strength, its importance is undoubtedly irreplaceable. Therefore, cheating with equipment is allowed. Or rather, those who feel this is cheating can only be because they don't have such good equipment themselves. In any case, right now, the opposing team had unknowingly been frantically attacking Qin Shen for several minutes. They kept missing. Even the healer was desperately attacking normally, no longer needing to heal teammates, because Qin Shen hadn't even made a move, just standing there and letting the 5 of them attack him wildly. As a result, the viewers in the livestream witnessed the first classic scene of Qin Shen's ladder match. No matter how fiercely you attack, I remain unshaken. After all, no matter how hard you attack, it's of no use. And at the end of this scene, Qin Shen was completely unharmed and relaxed, while the 5 opponents were all sweating profusely, panting like exhausted bulls. Finally, it was time to end it. Qin Shen made his move, slicing down one shield guard with a single sword strike, followed by another sword strike that took down another shield guard. Then came the sword cultivator, the archer, and the healer. In an instant, a 5-kill. The live stream's bullet screen erupted with excitement. But this was just the beginning. In the ladder match system, each participant has 10 chances to respawn. After one wave of team battle ended, the 5 opponents quickly respawned at their base. Qin Shen then pushed forward, effortlessly breaking through various formation barriers in the opposing team's area, and met the 5 opponents again, triggering another wave of team battle. Before the viewers could react, the second wave of team battle had already concluded. With one sword, 1 kill, Qin Shen achieved another 5 kill in an instant. It was truly unavoidable. After all, what level and equipment did he have? What level and equipment did the 5 opponents have? If there was any suspense in this ranked match, then Qin Shen truly was. Why was he able to receive so many benefits from the military? And why was he able to conquer Su Ru and Lu Yumeng, this mother-daughter duo? In the blink of an eye, after Qin Shen secured his second 5 kill, he pushed through, demolishing various formation barriers until he reached the opposing team's flag, just as the 5 opponents were about to respawn for the third time. And that flag had a shield. To take the flag, one must first break the shield. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 20 strikes, which was also to give the disadvantaged team a chance to turn the tide. But at this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the 5 opponents were gritting their teeth, ready for the third wave of team battle, when Qin Shen, with just one sword, shattered the flag's shield. In the next second, the flag was in hand. Victory! Winning was effortless, truly without breaking a sweat. The arena space vanished, and Qin Shen returned to the platform inside the ladder match's teleportation portal, where the large screen in front displayed the matchmaking interface again, while in the live stream, the viewers were all in shock. What's going on? He actually shattered the flag's shield with one sword? What the hell is this? Getting a 5 kill with one sword each time is one thing, and being able to destroy those formation barriers with one sword is another. But shattering the flag's shield with one sword is a bit outrageous, right? How high must his attack power be to achieve that? But isn't he a trash blacksmith? Where does a trash blacksmith get such high attack power? I refuse to accept this. There must be some insider information. This bastard must be cheating with the connections of the Qin family from the imperial capital. Cheating? No way. If global ranked ladder matches can be cheated, then how powerful must the Qin family from the imperial capital be to pull that off? Cheating was definitely impossible. Yuan Zhang and Li Zhangdao were very clear about this. At this moment, Li Zhangdao was also shocked by Qin Shen's terrifying strength. Although he had long known that Qin Shen was now level 70 and had changed beyond recognition, even he, the dean, was no match for him. However, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Now, Qin Shen was effortlessly taking on 1v5, breezing through the first ranked match without breaking a sweat. And he was representing Tianwu Academy, so what did that mean? Tianwu Academy had a promising future. Li Zhangdao, as the dean, was truly catching a good opportunity, ready to ride on Qin Shen's coattails to gain some recognition. Although Qin Shen's reputation was currently poor, with a chorus of criticism, Li Zhangdao understood, that was all part of a deliberate camouflage plan by the military, aimed at achieving this very effect. The more notorious Qin Shen became, the less attention people paid to the huge secret he was hiding. Therefore, at this moment, Li Zhengdao was genuinely thinking about how to further strengthen the relationship between Tianwu Academy and Qin Shen. Although he would graduate and go to a more powerful higher institution, there should still be some room for maneuvering. It was currently enrollment season. How about arranging a few close junior female students for Qin Shen to mentor? Although Tianwu Academy had no precedent for this, it could certainly set a new one. Moreover, creating a precedent for a national-level talent like Qin Shen was absolutely worthwhile. Yes, that's the plan. He could even contact the universities to arrange a few one-on-one beautiful private tutors for Qin Shen. With this thought, Li Zhengdao, the dean, couldn't help but feel a surge of ideas, as the room for operation was truly vast. The key was, it was definitely feasible. Meanwhile, Qin Shen's second-ranked match had already begun. Due to the excellent data from the previous match, this time he was matched against a strong team. With an average level of 15, each member had A-level talent, including 2 rare classes, and everyone had decent equipment. This team was ranked 15th on the regional leaderboard and had already achieved 3 consecutive victories, so their fighting spirit was high and confidence was overflowing. Especially upon seeing that Qin Shen's team consisted of just him, the opposing 5 burst into laughter. What the hell? Is this for real? Is he really going to 1v5? Awesome, 1v5 against us? What's he thinking? Didn't expect to run into a freebie after 3 wins, hee hee. Brothers, let's go all out, rush him together, and quickly finish this match to start the next one. Alright, I'll go first. The support player charged directly at Qin Shen as soon as he finished speaking. The viewers in Qin Shen's livestream were all in disarray, looking for death. As expected, Qin Shen didn't even bother to pretend this time and directly took the opposing support's head with a single sword strike. The other 4 on the opposing team hadn't even reacted when Qin Shen's second sword struck the shield warrior standing at the front of their formation. There was no way around it. He was still a level 70 character, and while his speed might not match skills like charge or teleport, it was fast enough. By the time the shield warrior reacted, Qin Shen's sword was already at his throat, followed by a splash of blood as the shield warrior's head fell. Double kill. Then came the triple kill, quad kill, and pentakill. In the opposing livestream, the audience erupted. What the hell is going on? Damn, a pentakill in the blink of an eye? What the hell is this? He must be cheating, right? Could it be? This is why he's going 1v5. Is this guy a king-level player? Wait, what did I just see? Quick, look at the opposing team's info. This seems to be the strongest team in Jianbei. What the hell, the strongest team in Jianbei? Isn't that the one from Tianwu Academy? So, he's the one who temporarily replaced Zhang Ao, Qin Shen? What the hell? Is he that bastard of a beast? The curses began to surge again. At this moment, Qin Shen was relentlessly destroying the formation barriers of the opposing team, getting closer and closer to their flag. With the experience from the first-ranked match, his advance speed was noticeably faster this time. By the time the 5 opponents respawned, Qin Shen had already reached the front of their flag. They just managed to catch up for the second team fight. However, the result was the same, with no suspense whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shen secured his second pentakill, then shattered the flag's shield with a single sword strike, successfully claiming the second match. He didn't care at all about the reactions of the 5 opponents or the viewers in their livestream. He quickly began the third match. The regional leaderboard was continuously updating. As soon as Qin Shen finished his third match, his team shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. Jianbei Tianwu team points, 300 points, each kill was worth 1 point, and destroying formation barriers and getting assists provided extra points. Additionally, having 0 deaths also granted a points bonus. Kill count plus assist count, divided by death count equals damage ratio. The higher the damage ratio, the more points one could ultimately earn. Qin Shen had 0 deaths in every ranked match, and after winning, his points doubled, so it was entirely reasonable for him to top the leaderboard with 300 points after 3 matches. However, the second place on the leaderboard only had over 70 points, which was an enormous gap. The key was that this was just the beginning. As time passed, the gap would inevitably widen. And indeed, by noon, without anyone noticing, Qin Shen's Jianbei Tianwu team had achieved 17 consecutive victories, with a team score of 2,355, firmly holding the top spot. At this point, the second place had already changed several times and only had 232 points, still far from the 300 points when Qin Shen first topped the leaderboard, and it was even less than a tenth of Qin Shen's current score. This was the difference. This was the Jianbei Tianwu team, the overwhelming presence of Jianbei's strongest team. Looking at the points of the top teams in other regions, most were only comparable to Jiang Bei's second place, and many were even lower. This was the situation across the major regions of Jiangzhou. However, this was a global ranked ladder competition, and naturally, there were equally monstrous existences on a global scale. Not to mention globally, even on a national level, there were such teams. For example, the royal team from the Central State's imperial capital, currently holding the top spot in the capital with a team score of 2,312, just a few points less than Qin Chen's team. This clearly illustrated how fierce the competition was in this global ranked ladder competition. Absolutely. Talents emerging in droves, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers, each showing their unique skills. However, for Qin Chen, it seemed just like that. After all, he didn't take it seriously at all. After finishing his lunch during the break, he directly rested his head on Lu Yumeng's silky white legs, leisurely closing his eyes for a nap. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Yumeng bent down, leaned close to Qin Chen's lips, and sweetly said, "Tired? How about we find a secluded place, and I help you relax?" This was the tea and rest area of the Tianwu Academy cafeteria. Qin Chen occupied a large area, resting on Lu Yumeng's silky white legs, with 3 cold and glamorous female generals in leather outfits standing by, ready at any moment. The beautiful instructor Li Yanan, dressed in a fitted OL skirt, and the pure class flower Song Yuqi were also present. Along with the stunning Parent-Teacher Association President Qin Wanqing, the wealthy heiress Yuan Mei with her long black stockings, and some beautiful married friends brought by Qin Wanqing. Surrounded by beauties, Qin Chen was directly in a sea of flowers. Under everyone's gaze, it was truly eye-catching. All around, many people were gritting their teeth. Damn this bastard, why does he get to do this? And he's so brazen about it? Exactly, this is just too outrageous. What kind of decorum is this? I think I just saw my classmate's mom, the one with the fiery red lips, slender waist, and ample hips. She actually followed Qin Wanqing to flatter Qin Chen. Damn, my worldview is shattered. One day, I will kill this bastard. I just can't stand the sight of him resting on my goddess's lap. The crowd was filled with curses, seemingly forgetting Qin Chen's outstanding performance in the ranking match. At that moment, Qin Chen heard Lu Yumeng whispering near his mouth, asking if he wanted her to help him relax. He couldn't help but open his eyes and smile. "What do you want to do? Forget how you cried last night? Still want to help me relax? Be careful, you might need to lean on the wall to walk this afternoon." Lu Yumeng's pretty face instantly flushed red as she said softly, "I meant to give you a massage, you big bad guy. What are you thinking? Humph, how about I do it?" The cold and beautiful female general, Lan Bingying, suddenly leaned over, bending down and exposing herself in front of Qin Chen, smiling brightly. "If Yumeng can't handle it, I can." Qin Chen was confused. After all, she was a female general in the military. Did it have to be like this? Lan Bingying smirked. "What are you thinking? I meant a massage too." At that moment, Qin Wanqing, the stunningly beautiful president of the Parent-Teacher Association, also leaned over, getting close to Qin Chen's face and said, "Of course, a massage is something I should do. I'm a professional, my group owns several high-end massage parlors, and I'm the president of the Parent-Teacher Association at Tianwu Academy. Qin Chen, you are now representing Tianwu Academy in the competition, bringing glory to the entire Jiangbei. It's only right for me to personally help you relax and reward you, isn't it?" Just as Qin Wanqing finished speaking, she suddenly planted a kiss on Qin Chen's face. Instantly, a bright lip print was left on his cheek. It was simply too blatant. This was a public place. If someone saw this, in fact, someone did see it. What the hell did I just see? The president of the Parent-Teacher Association actually kissed Qin Chen? Yes, I saw it too. Damn, I thought I was seeing things. How could they do this? What the hell? What kind of situation is this? This is just outrageous. Yes, what kind of situation is this? I never thought I would say what kind of situation one day. Ha, you guys should stop. You act like you're all good people. Aren't you always talking about how amazing Qin Wanqing's figure is? It's just that she's kissing someone else now, especially you. What kind of situation are you in? I heard you say that if you could sleep with Qin Wanqing, it would be worth dying for. This sounded a bit harsh, but it was the truth. Qin Wanqing, the president of the Parent-Teacher Association, came from a wealthy family, with top-notch looks and a perfect figure, mature, sexy, and stunningly beautiful, standing tall and graceful. She was indeed the first beautiful young woman of Tianwu Academy. Among the many teachers and students in the academy, there were quite a few who harbored wicked fantasies about her. Many truly wanted to possess, ravage, destroy, and conquer her. However, they could only think about it. Achieving it was incredibly difficult. Yet, here was Qin Chen, a mere forger, who managed to do it, and it was Qin Wanqing who took the initiative to flatter him, which naturally made many people feel uncomfortable. They practically wished they could rush up and kill Qin Chen. First kill him, then torture him. torture him again and again. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. But Qin Shen could indeed torture Dong Wanhua. Dong Wanhua had a different deadly feud with the cold school beauty, Hua Shishue. Hua Shishue wanted Qin Shen to kill Dong Wanhua as the only condition for her to join the team. Originally, Qin Hongyu wanted Qin Shen to go to Dong Wanhua's club tonight to stir up trouble, openly kill Dong Wanhua, and then fabricate a false image of occupying his wife and concubines. But just 10 minutes ago, Qin Hongyu had a sudden change of heart, and the plan was altered. At that moment, Qin Wanning took the initiative to offer Qin Shen a massage and even kissed him. Qin Shen stared at her for a few seconds, then smiled. Okay, let's go to your office. Without hesitation, Qin Shen stood up and led the group straight to the office of the stunning president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Qin Wanning. Many people watched him enter. He indeed went into Qin Wanning's office. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he secretly slipped away through a teleportation scroll that had been prepared in advance, completely unnoticed. While those who disapproved of him gritted their teeth, thinking he was about to engage in some scandalous affair with Qin Wanning in her office, he had already appeared in Dong Wanhua's home. Dong Wanhua, over 60 years old, was still vigorous and full of energy, currently gripping the neck of his beautiful concubine, raging furiously. Damn it, what do you think you are? I told you to serve someone last night, and you dared not to go? You shameless woman, who doesn't play around. What I say goes. If I tell you to serve someone, you serve them. Do you dare to disobey? Have you forgotten how your husband died? Shall I remind you? That night, on your wedding night, I had my way with you in front of your husband, then killed him and took you back. Remember? Later, your husband's entire family was gone. People thought it was those demonic cultivators, but it was actually me. You can't possibly not guess that, can you? As he spoke, Dong Wanhua's expression turned distinctly ferocious. His beautiful concubine was crying and struggling, clearly hit a nerve, triggered by that nightmarish memory. As she struggled, Dong Wanhua became even more excited, slapping her several times. But just then, Qin Shen pushed the door open and entered the room. Hearing the noise, Dong Wanhua turned his head, his gaze sharpening and his brows furrowing, glaring at Qin Shen. Qin Shen met his gaze for 2 seconds and spoke first. Dong Wanhua? Who the hell are you? Dong Wanhua barked. The one who will kill you, Qin Shen replied succinctly, without any hesitation, and immediately made his move, swinging his sword to behead Dong Wanhua. With a splatter of blood, Dong Wanhua's head fell to the ground. This level 46 berserker stood no chance against Qin Shen, unable to react before being decapitated. What if he was a local tyrant in Zhongbei? No matter how extensive his connections, how powerful his influence, or how much wealth he had, it meant nothing. Even if Dong Wanhua's various groups had close cooperation with the authorities, and even if 90% of the casting materials in Zhongbei came from his mercenary group, and even if most of the military departments relied on him for equipment, it all paled in comparison to someone like Qin Shen. With his gear and outfit all possessing 1 to 3 golden legendary effects, what kind of concept was that? How could a mere Dong Wanhua compare? Moreover, before entering the room, Qin Shen had already eliminated all the elite bodyguards stationed outside. Thus, the finely crafted bronze ancient sword in his hand had stacked the legendary effect 1 Demonic Fury to damage times 256. With an attack power of over 100,000, plus this 256 times damage, it equated to several million in attack power. Who could withstand that? Not even a level 46 Dong Wanhua could endure it, let alone the 10 great war gods of Huagua. Only Qin Shen himself, with nearly 70 million health points, could withstand a hit or two. At this moment, Dong Wanhua was already dead. Qin Shen's gaze fell on the sexy and alluring concubine. The other party was also looking at him, but there was little panic in her eyes, let alone fear. Dong Wanhua's young concubine had no intention of fighting Qin Shen to the death. She had been taken here after being humiliated by Dong Wanhua on her wedding night, forced to become his concubine. Dong Wanhua not only treated her as a tool for his desires but even wanted her to serve other men to please various powerful figures. How could she possibly have any good feelings for him? In the Dong family, she felt no sense of belonging. She had never considered herself a part of the Dong family. Now that Dong Wanhua was dead, after a moment of shock, she regained her composure, her heart surging with joy. You can go, Qin Shen said, glancing at her beautiful legs in the tight, short skirt. I heard everything outside the door, and it seems you and Dong Wanhua were not on the same side, so I won't kill you or take you for myself. You can leave, and just keep your mouth shut as if you saw nothing. However, all the other women in the Dong family belong to me now, whether they are Dong Wanhua's legitimate wife, concubines, or daughters and granddaughters. I want all of them as long as they have some looks. In fact, Qin Shen was just saying this casually, specifically for the beautiful young woman in front of him, hoping to spread his words through her to further perfect his disguise plan. Unexpectedly, the beautiful young woman immediately replied, I won't leave, I belong to you now. Qin Chen was momentarily stunned, genuinely confused. I set you free, and you won't leave? I won't leave. The young woman stared intently into Qin Chen's eyes, her voice sincere. I was taken by Dong Manhwa. My family and my husband's family have all been harmed by him. I have long been homeless. Now that you've killed Dong Manhwa and avenged me, I will follow you from now on, serving you like a servant. You can treat me however you want, even as if I'm not a person. Qin Chen was helpless. What was this young woman saying? Could he really be that kind of person? However, seeing her so pitiful, he felt a surge of compassion and, after some thought, decided to take her in for his own use. Of course, this use was not in that sense. He genuinely wanted her to work for him in the future. After all, Qin Chen was a serious person. The disguise plan was just that, a plan. How could he actually commit murder and then take someone else's wife or concubine? Wouldn't that make him a beast? In any case, the task assigned to him by the cold school beauty, Hua Shishue, was soon completed. Just half an hour later, Hua Shishue received the photos and videos sent by Qin Chen. The photos were gruesome close-ups of severed heads, with Dong Wanhua at the forefront, followed by his son, son-in-law, grandson, and so on. The video showed the scene, with bodies strewn everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Qin Chen added, Dong Wanhua is dead, and I've almost killed his son, son-in-law, and grandson, but I've kept his decent-looking wives, concubines, daughters, and granddaughters for myself. Additionally, a few who escaped because they weren't home have avoided disaster, but it's no big deal, they won't pose any future threat. The task you wanted me to do has been accomplished. From now on, I'll consider you part of my team. Hurry over to report to me. Lastly, let me ask, didn't you say that as long as I helped you wipe out Dong Wanhua's entire family, you would not only be part of my team but also be mine? His last few sentences were not from the heart, they were just part of the act, a complete performance for the sake of the disguise plan. After all, his reputation was already in tatters, it didn't matter anymore. As long as this disguise plan could truly work, ensuring the safety of his secrets to the greatest extent, that would be enough. What is reputation worth, anyway? Qin Chen has now completely come to terms with it. He will play the role of a true villain, making everyone believe that he, Qin Chen, is nothing but a genuine scoundrel from the capital. Who would suspect that he harbors any secrets? Just a beastly bastard relying on his family background to do as he pleases. Unknowingly, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At Tianwu Academy, when Qin Chen and Qin Wanning emerged from the president's office, they were both drenched in sweat. The news spread quickly. The entire academy was in an uproar. Damn that beast, what exactly did he do to our president Qin? I heard that when Qin Wanning came out, her clothes were disheveled and she was gasping for breath. So what else could Qin Chen have done to her? Damn it, he really dares? That's my goddess Qin Wanning. Shut up, you shameless person. Qin Wanning is the mother of your classmate. How can you treat her as a goddess? What do you want? Who's being shameless? It's clearly that dog Qin Chen who's out of line. Sigh, yeah. What kind of behavior is this? What kind of behavior? Come on, stop pretending. It's just that you guys didn't pressure Qin Wanning. Do you really think of yourselves as righteous gentlemen? What kind of behavior is that? With so many teachers and students in the academy, there were indeed all kinds of opinions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some claimed to understand. In fact, there was really nothing that couldn't be understood. In an era where the abyss invaded and everyone could change jobs, the strong preyed on the weak, the rules of society had long since collapsed. Dongwon, who had numerous wives and concubines, who would dare to speak against him? It was just that people didn't know much about Qin Chen yet, and they were still unclear about his background and methods, which is why they dared to express their outrage and curse him. But if Qin Chen were to truly use some means, who would dare to speak up then? Of course, he wouldn't. After all, he was acting for the sake of his disguise plan. What he wanted was exactly this effect. Using his notorious reputation to cover up the fact that he harbors secrets was quite a profit. A blood profit. And next, on the global ranking battlefield, he continuously earned points with his legendary golden equipment and outfits, making a huge profit, filling his coffers. Rank 1, Jiangbei Tianwu Team, Team Points, 575. Rank 1, Jiangbei Tianwu Team, Team Points, 795. Rank 1, Jiangbei Tianwu Team, Team Points, 1040. The data on the leaderboard kept updating, and Qin Chen was leading the entire team to a runaway victory, leaving all the other top teams far behind. By the end of the day, his Jiangbei Tianwu team had already amassed 1350 points. Meanwhile, the strongest royal team from the capital, with 5 royal prodigies working together, only managed to score 880 points. As for the second place in Jiangbei, that was the team formed by the young city lord Jiangao after Qin Chen took his spot, which only earned 340 points in a day. In short, there was no comparison. Who could compete with a freak like Qin Chen? But that night, the law enforcement agency, already involved in the Dongwon Hu massacre case, had someone trying to drag Qin Shen, the murderer, out into the open. The breakthrough lay with Dongwon Hu's concubine, Wei Jinfeng. We have carefully examined the evidence, and various signs indicate that you were by Dongwon Hu's side when he died. Of course, you are definitely not the murderer, you couldn't kill him, nor do you have the ability to wipe out the Dong family, but I believe you have seen the murderer. Don't forget, this is the era of universal job changes. Our law enforcement agency has a plethora of talented individuals and various investigative methods far beyond your imagination, such as detecting who was near the deceased at the time of death. Do you understand what I mean? No matter how much you deny it, it's useless. I can almost say with 100% certainty that you have seen the murderer. Since you have seen the murderer, why not admit it? Do you want to protect the murderer? Or are you in cahoots with the murderer? You, Gui Jinfeng, colluded with the murderer to wipe out the Dong Wanhua family, right? Upon hearing this, the beautiful young woman Gui Jinfeng tugged at her flesh-colored stockings and then looked up at the law enforcement officer in charge of the case across from her, unhurriedly saying, "Do you have any evidence? If you can produce evidence, you can directly sentence me. If you can't produce evidence, as a law enforcement officer, you can't speak recklessly." Bang! With a loud crash, the other party slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "I just don't understand. You are a member of the Dong family. The Dong family was exterminated. Why are you acting this way? Dong Wanhua, who was first beheaded and then dismembered into white bones, was your husband, your provider. Everything you eat, wear, and use was given to you by him. He supported you, and you could enjoy wealth without lifting a finger. Now he has died a tragic death, yet you act as if it has nothing to do with you? You have no feelings for Dong Wanhua, right? Fine, even if that's the case, what about your son? Your 5-year-old son is also dead, and he was your own flesh and blood. He was only 5 years old. Do you really have no feelings for him either?" This sounded somewhat reasonable. However, Gui Jinfeng felt no emotions for her 5-year-old son who had died tragically, not only because he was the illegitimate child that Dong Wanhua had forced her to bear, but also because he was just a brat. If he died, so be it. Though only 5, he was arrogant and bullied the weak, causing harm to many. When he lifted a girl's skirt on the street and was reprimanded by her boyfriend, he had his men beat the boyfriend into a disability, and then he tortured the girl in front of her boyfriend until she was unrecognizable. If you had such a son, would you want him to die? Wei Jinfeng's simple words left the previously furious law enforcement officer stunned into silence. In fact, the law enforcement officer had heard some rumors about what Gui Jinfeng said, but he never expected them to be true. Moreover, it was the mother of that brat who spoke it out loud. So, Dong Wanhua was not a good person, and the 5-year-old son that Gui Jinfeng had with him was also a bad seed. Therefore, with the tragic deaths of father and son, Gui Jinfeng not only felt no sorrow but instead felt relieved. Was that the case? The law enforcement officer pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "Regardless, you must provide the murderer and tell me the truth. No matter how much of a bastard Dong Wanhua was, it should be my law enforcement agency that uses legal means to punish him, not someone taking the law into their own hands and killing him in such an extreme manner. Otherwise, everyone will follow suit, vigilantes will disrupt the law. And what use do we have for the law enforcement agency? What kind of chaos would this society descend into?" Clearly, the law enforcement officer was still the law enforcement officer. His words were just as sound as before. But after hearing this, Wei Jinfeng sneered and asked, "Are you trying to say that justice may be delayed but will not be absent? Can delayed justice still be called justice? Do you really not know what kind of person Dong Wanhua is? Do you dare to punish him? After all these years, your massive Jiangbei law enforcement agency hasn't dared to, do you? You not only did nothing, but you even provided various forms of protection for Dong Wanhua. Can you say otherwise? Don't say I was indeed unconscious at the time and didn't see what the murderer looked like or how the crime was committed. Even if I had seen it, I wouldn't tell you. I am not in cahoots with the murderer, but I think the murderer did well. I believe Dong Wanhua and all his sons and sons-in-law deserve to die." The law enforcement officer was furious, about to explode, when suddenly, with a creak, the door to the interrogation room opened. Qin Shen strode in, accompanied by the director of the Jiangbei Law Enforcement Agency. The law enforcement officer was instantly stunned. What is going on? The director glanced around and spoke loudly, "Young Master Qin is here to post bail. Once you've finished your questioning, hurry up and let him go. He is a victim's family member, not a suspect. Make sure you don't confuse the two, understood?" In the interrogation room, the law enforcement officer and several deputy officers exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback. Young Master Qin? Bail? And the director personally came to guide him? This situation was very unusual. Especially at that moment, Qin Shen walked straight over in front of everyone, grabbed Gui Jinfeng's hand, pulled her up, and casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist, smiling. "It's all right, let's go." The law enforcement officer was momentarily stunned, then suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting angrily, "Go where? The questioning isn't finished yet. Who allowed her to leave? You can't leave." As the angry shout echoed, the law enforcement officer strode over to block Qin Chen's path, his face stern, voice harsh. "Not only can she not leave, but now you can't leave either. Just now, the director called you young Master Qin? You are the Qin Chun from the Qin family in the capital? Not only are you involved with the president of the Tianwu Academy's parent association, Qin Wan Qing, but you also have relationships with mentor Li Yanan, Yuan family's Yuan Mei, and Lu family's Su Ru and her daughter? And they were all coerced by you? With these matters, others may not care, but I do. I was going to find you anyway, and now you've come right to my door. Now I ask you, what is your relationship with Dong Wanhua's concubine, Wei Jinfeng? Why did you personally come to post bail for her? It can't be an ordinary relationship, can it? Her husband just died, and you're publicly holding her waist. Do you dare say you're just ordinary acquaintances? So I have reason to suspect that you two colluded to wipe out the entire Dong family. The reasoning was clear, the logic tight, and it made sense. The law enforcement officer's deduction had no flaws. However, Qin Chen remained unfazed and confidently replied, "When did the incident occur? I heard it was around noon." At noon, I was in the office of Qin Wanqing, the president of the Tianwu Academy's parent association. She and her friends can all testify, and many teachers and students from the academy can also testify, as some saw me enter, and some saw me leave. After resting in Qin Wanqing's office, I went straight to the global ranking competition space and have been playing ranked matches since. Can this serve as my alibi? As Qin Chen finished speaking, the law enforcement officer furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, the director spoke up to support Qin Chen. Even without an alibi, young Master Qin could never be related to the Dong family massacre. After all, what is his identity and status? How could he commit such an act? Could he be that kind of person? Moreover, does young Master Qin have a motive? He has no grievances with Dong Wanhua, so why would he want to wipe out the entire Dong family? At first glance, this sounded quite reasonable, but the law enforcement officer was quick to react, and in the blink of an eye, he furrowed his brows, pondering something. His alibi may not be valid. I personally led the team to carefully investigate the scene. The murderer seemed to have appeared out of thin air from inside the Dong family. I have reason to suspect they were teleported directly from somewhere else into the Dong family. In that case, what alibi does Qin Chen have? People only saw him enter Qin Wanqing's office and then come out. Who can prove he was in the office the entire time? Actually, there is. Qin Chen smiled faintly, somewhat unexpectedly saying, "There really are people who can prove I was in the office the whole time and never left." Qin Wanning, she spent the entire afternoon in the office giving me a full-body massage to help me relax. As the president of the Tianwu Academy Parent-Teacher Association, her words should carry some weight, right? Not enough. The law enforcer gritted his teeth. She is your person. You used despicable means to force her to submit to you. You must have relevant photos or videos as leverage, so naturally, she will say whatever you want her to say, making her testimony invalid. What about the testimonies of her few close friends? Are they also invalid? Qin Chen immediately retorted. What if she and her friends all sacrificed their innocence to testify for me? Would you dare to say their testimonies are invalid? Several prominent ladies, all of high status, willing to reveal what we did in that office to prove my innocence. Qin Chen, you bastard. The law enforcer suddenly roared, losing control. You filthy beast, you. He was broken. The righteous law enforcer believed Qin Chen's shameful claims to prove his innocence, caught off guard and overwhelmed. And this was exactly the effect Qin Chen wanted. In fact, this was a grand scheme. You say I committed a bloody crime at Dong Wanhua's house at noon, then I am innocent with Qin Wanning and her friends. You say I did something shameful with Qin Wanning in her office at noon, then I have an alibi, and the massacre of the Dong family has nothing to do with me. The key is, no matter which version you choose to believe, it further strengthens my bad boy persona in this disguise plan, making my secrets even safer. All of this was a temporary idea from Qin Hongyu, the female warrior. She truly played it beautifully. Not only did she help the cold school beauty Hua Shishue take revenge, but she also reinforced Qin Chen's bad boy image, leading people to speculate endlessly about what the truth might be, thus attracting even more attention. Who could still notice the huge secret hidden within Qin Chen? It was a win-win situation. Why not take advantage of it? Only the righteous law enforcer, who was determined to solve the case, suffered. He was so furious that he almost wanted to directly kill Qin Chen. However, the director of the Jiangbei Law Enforcement Bureau was right beside him, stepping forward to reprimand the righteous law enforcer. At the same time, Qin Shen wrapped his arm around Guo Jinfeng's slim waist and left. On the other side, at the Jiangbei Hua family, Hua Shishue received a dozen severed heads sent by Qin Shen, with Dong Wanhua at the forefront. With this, her wish was fulfilled, and her deal with Qin Shen was complete. Qin Shen made such a big commotion, bearing the blame to avenge her deep-seated grudge. From now on, she would follow Qin Shen closely, loyal and obedient. Thus, among the 4 school beauties of Tenwu Academy, only the last one remained who had not agreed to join the team, Lin Anqi from the Jiangbei Lin family. Lin Anqi, S-Class Bloodthirsty Shikigami, Level 23, Passive Bloodthirst, all attacks and skills heal herself while dealing damage to the enemy, healing value equals actual damage value. Passive Shikigami, upon receiving fatal damage, she will awaken in Shikigami form, which possesses 10 times her attributes. If the Shikigami successfully retaliates, she will resurrect in full state at the original location. Skill 1 Shikigami Blessing, blesses herself and all teammates in the name of the Shikigami, granting plus 100% to all attributes for 10 minutes, no cooldown. Skill 2 Shikigami Protection, summons the Shikigami to protect herself and all teammates, becoming invincible for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3 Shikigami Transformation, the Shikigami is formless and can transform into any teammate in her party, perfectly replicating everything about them for 30 seconds. During this time, her passive Bloodthirst and the Shikigami's effects are both active, while other skills cannot be used. Cooldown 60 seconds. This is all of the skills currently possessed by the 4th heavenly beauty, Lin Anqi. Qin Shen had studied this thoroughly. It was incredibly overpowered and extremely perverse. With 2 passive skills and 3 active skills, this totals 5 skills, just like the healing beauty Zhaoshiro. Passive Bloodthirst, 100% lifesteal. Passive Shikigami, exploding with 10 times the attributes upon death, and if she successfully avenges herself, she can resurrect in full state right where she fell, and it seems this skill has no cooldown. What does it mean for a skill to have no cooldown? If surrounded, every time she dies, she can use the Shikigami state with 10 times the attributes to kill her slayers and revenge. Wouldn't that be an infinite resurrection perpetual motion machine? One person can stand against 1,000. And then there's her skill 1, Shikigami Blessing, providing all teammates with a 100% boost to all attributes. If this skill were used on Qin Shen, his 70 million health would instantly become 140 million. Next is skill 2, Shikigami Protection, granting group invincibility for 10 seconds. In a rapidly changing team battle, 10 seconds is enough time to do a lot. With even a slight advantage, it's sufficient to wipe out the enemy, and if at a disadvantage, 10 seconds is enough to retreat safely. Finally, skill 3, Shikigami Transformation, allows the great beauty Lin Anqi to transform into any member of her team while retaining her 2 passive skills, perfectly replicating everything about them. If she turns into Qin Shen, she would have 140 million health, over 100,000 attack power, and combined with her own 100% lifesteal, she would be even more formidable than the real Qin Shen. Simply too overpowered. Moreover, this skill state lasts for 30 seconds with a 60-second cooldown, meaning she can transform once every minute. What does that imply? In a team battle, there could potentially be 2 Qin Shens, or 2 S-Class Holy Healers with absolutely sufficient healing, or 2 S-Class Ice Archers capable of both control and damage output. And then, 2 S-Class Assassins, namely the 38D Great Beauty Long Shasha. Long Shasha is now level 74. She is no longer limited to her original 3 skills. Now she also has 5 skills like Zhao Sharo and Lin Anqi. Stealth Kill, becomes invisible and dashes behind the target to deliver a gravity strike with double attack power, cooldown 20 seconds, finishing blow. If the target's health is below 50%, each of her attacks has a 50% chance to deal triple damage. Shadow Blade, blinds the target for 3 seconds, and during this time, she ignores 50% of the target's defense, cooldown 20 seconds. These are the 3 skills she originally possessed. Now, the 2 new skills added at level 74 are Assassination Domain. Once activated, a domain with a radius of 10 meters surrounds the user, granting them 10 times attack power, 10 times movement speed and attack speed, 10 times evasion, and 10 times critical hit chance, along with unlimited teleportation. The domain moves with the user, always centered on them, and all enemies within the domain will suffer a 50% reduction in all attributes. The domain lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 60 seconds. Ultimate skill, Blood Slaughter, a stealthy charge attack that provides 100% lifesteal and 100% critical hit chance, and each time a target is hit, it increases the final damage by 10%. This skill can be cast again without cost until an attack misses. With a cooldown of 20 seconds, it is clear that this 38D School Beauty is purely an output type. As long as various skills are well combined and utilized, the output will definitely be off the charts. After all, she is a member of the strongest team in Jiangbei, representing the entire Jiangbei in competitions and aiming to bring glory to the country once fully grown. How could she be weak? In fact, the 4 school beauties are not only the pride of Jiangbei but can also rank among the best in the entire Huagua Jojo, thus they have long been a focus of attention from the military. Unexpectedly, a Qin Shen suddenly emerged, overshadowing the brilliance of the 4 great school beauties with his various legendary effect equipment, which was unforeseen by the military. Fortunately, the military reacted quickly. Upon learning of Qin Shen's abilities, they immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss a series of rectification plans overnight, and then Zhang Ao was robbed of the position of the strongest team captain by Qin Shen. Zhang Ao, who originally shone brightly, possessed talent comparable to the 4 great school beauties and had a powerful backing in his father, the city lord Jiang Shao, making him exceptionally well equipped with a great hand. Yet, before he could even play this good hand, it was pulled out from under him by Qin Shen? Who could tolerate this? In any case, Zhang Ao, the young city lord, had long sworn in his heart that in his lifetime, he would definitely kill Qin Shen, and there were many others like him, filled with hatred and intent on putting Qin Shen to death, both openly and secretly. For instance, the respective fiancés of the 4 school beauties, and the numerous suitors behind the wealthy heiress Su Mei, not to mention the admirers behind the beautiful mentor Li Yanin. Who knows how many people Zhang Ao has offended? In any case, he is now infamous, with everyone calling for his downfall. Yet, people can't stand him but can't take him down, especially now that the Dong Manhwa family has been brutally slaughtered, and Qin Shen has brazenly bailed out Dong Manhwa's concubine Gui Jinfeng from the law enforcement office. Once the news broke, public opinion exploded. Damn, is it this Qin Shen again? Did he collude with Dong Manhwa's concubine to wipe out the Dong Manhwa family? What the hell? Who is this guy? He was already in hot water, yet he still dares to commit crimes in broad daylight? Is he really this arrogant? Does he think no one can take him down in this world? Wait, the Dong Manhwa family massacre happened at noon, but wasn't Qin Shen in Qin Wanning's office at that time? So he shouldn't be the murderer, right? Yes, to be fair, although I also think Qin Shen is a beastly bastard. I saw him enter Qin Wanning's office during the day and then saw him come out. Both he and Qin Wanning were sweating profusely. This clearly indicates that this adulterous couple was up to no good at noon. But doesn't that just mean that the Dong Manhwa family's massacre has nothing to do with Qin Shen? Damn, something feels off. Have you noticed? Given the current situation, Qin Shen was either on top of Qin Wanning at noon or committing a massacre at Dong Manhwa's house. He can't be doing both at the same time, right? There must be one thing he can escape from. Damn, why does it feel a bit like a conspiracy? Yes, it really does have the flavor of a conspiracy. A conspiracy? What exactly is Qin Shen trying to do? Is he using the scandal with Qin Wanqing to cover up the fact that he slaughtered the Dong Manhwa family? Or is he using the Dong Manhwa family massacre to cover up his scandal with Qin Wanqing? Damn it, I can't wrap my head around this. This statement hit the nail on the head. That night, many people's minds began to spin. As for the truth, people truly found it completely unfathomable. In the residence of the old city Lord Dong Wanlong, all the direct descendants of the Dong family were summoned to hold an emergency family meeting. At the start of the meeting, the old city Lord Dong Wanlong wore a heavy expression and spoke in a deep voice. Wanhua is my younger brother. I, Dong Wanlong, have only this one younger brother, and you all have only this one second uncle or second master. Now his entire family has been wiped out, his sons, grandsons, and numerous bodyguards and servants all brutally killed, leaving only some wives, concubines, daughters, and granddaughters with decent looks to avoid being silenced. I believe you all should have a clear idea of who could commit such an atrocity. Besides Qin Shen, there is no one else. My Dong family cannot coexist with Qin Shen. After all, he is the old city lord, and Dong Wanlong has already concluded that the massacre of his brother Dong Wanhua's family must be connected to Qin Shen. And his Dong family is not like the Lu family, nor can it be compared to the wealthy Yuan family. If Qin Shen dares to provoke him, his death is imminent. But he is from the Qin family in the capital. A middle-aged man voiced his concerns. I have heard of the Qin family in the capital. They are indeed a hidden great clan, the foremost among the many aristocratic families in the capital, and there are even rumors that the entire power structure of Huagua revolves around the Qin family in the capital. So what? Dong Wanlong's anger surged, and he thundered, I don't care what background Qin Shen has, if he dares to kill my brother, even if he is the crown prince, he must die for me. If the open approach doesn't work, can we not resort to the covert? Didn't Qin Shen also use despicable means to assassinate my brother's entire family? If he can carry out an assassination, why can't we? I, Dong Wanlong, have been the city lord in Jiangbei for decades. What kind of situation haven't I seen? What kind of people don't I know? Since you say Qin Shen has an extraordinary background, then let outsiders handle it. Immediately contact foreign assassin groups. No matter how much it costs, I must buy Qin Shen's head. Dong Wanlong's attitude was resolute. He was determined to avenge his younger brother. After all, in the past, it was always the Dong family that bullied others. When has it ever been the Dong family's turn to be bullied? If he can swallow this anger, then he is no longer the Dong Wanlong who once ruled Jiangbei. He must make Qin Chen understand how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. He didn't even need to use the connections of his son-in-law Jiang Shao, as he had personally promoted Jiang Shao to the position of city lord, and thus he truly looked down on Jiang Zhao's influence as a city lord. After all, experience speaks volumes. Even though Dong Wanlong had retreated behind the scenes, he was still more influential than the city lord, and many times, his words carried more weight than the city lord's. But he did not know. This time he was facing all the top forces in Huagua. On the surface, Huagui is ruled by the royal family, but behind the scenes, it is the 4 great hidden clans led by the Qin family. Beneath these 4 great hidden clans are the aristocratic families that, like the royal family, are placed on the surface. At that moment, in the royal club of the capital, the highest leaders of all the aristocratic families gathered in one place. Among them were a state lord, a state commander, and the highest leaders of various departments such as the Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, Law Enforcement Division, Finance Division, and Business Division at the capital headquarters. Each one was a person of great power. Almost half of Huagua's territory was represented here, and although the royal family held the top position, they were not the ones presiding over this high-level secret meeting. That person was named Qin Zhan, the elder brother of the goddess of war Qin Hongyu, and ranked 3rd among the 10 war gods of Huagua. Qin Hongyu is at level 400 with 4 promotions, while this Qin Zhan is at level 547 with 5 promotions. At this moment, Qin Zhan had someone turn on the large screen behind him. The screen displayed a video replay of Qin Chen's ranking match. The crowd had not yet reacted when the Qin Chen in the video had already achieved his second 5 kill. Everyone was astonished, sensing something was off. At this time, Qin Zhan spoke up. "Let me introduce you to this person in the video. His name is Qin Chen, the illegitimate son of my father who has been lost for years, my biological brother. You don't need to worry about his talents, nor are you allowed to ask. Just remember one thing, Qin Chen is my brother, Qin Zhan. At the same time, he is also the future 11th war god of Huagua, and the first 9-star war god in the global ranking ladder competition. He will be the hope of our entire Huagua, sweeping through all rivals to unify the world, and will drive out the abyss to save the people. However, due to years of being lost, he has become wild and has many bad habits, which sometimes leads to trouble, resulting in a notorious reputation. Various forces want to eliminate him. I hope everyone present can understand and be tolerant, not for the sake of my Qin family, but for the future of Huagua and the future of the people." It was clear that the military's plans had changed again. Or rather, the level of secrecy regarding the secrets surrounding Qin Chen had escalated once more. Even the major families and clans were kept in the dark. This was all because Qin Chen's performance in the global ranking competition during the day was simply too outstanding, truly giving the military high command a big surprise. Thus, the military high command further realized Qin Chen's importance. They had to take the act seriously and further strengthen the disguise plan. The military's actions were undoubtedly quite correct. At this moment, in the Liu family villa, Qin Chen casually operated and produced another wave of golden legendary grade special effect equipment. Rare golden greatsword, level 100 unique legendary special effect, great sword, a heavy sword without an edge, great skill without craftsmanship. Equipping this sword will provide a 10x attack power bonus, including bonuses from other equipment and temporary skill status bonuses. This special effect will turn all attack power bonuses into 10 times. Outstanding Platinum Black Silk Qipao Set, level 100 legendary special effect 1 Qipao Temptation. How can you bear to hurt someone as beautiful as me? All damage is reduced by 50%, and immune to true damage legendary special effect 2 Viper. Haven't you heard of the Beauty Viper? Anyone who attacks me will be poisoned, losing 1% of their maximum health as true damage every second. Epic Brilliant Staff, level 100 legendary special effect 1 Dark Harvest. Each time an enemy is killed, the staff's spell power will permanently increase by 10 points. Eternal special effect 2 Ultimate Magic Codex, increases 90% spell penetration, 90% spell critical strike, and 90% critical strike damage. Just these pieces of equipment and outfits, picking any one of them out is a top-tier item, something that all awakened beings around the world can only dream of. But Qin Chen looked down on them and casually tossed them to the 3 cold and beautiful female generals beside him, asking them to pass them on to the military for disposal. Lan Bingying smiled brightly, striding forward with her long legs clad in tight short leather pants, and directly planted a kiss on Qin Chen's face. "Don't mess around, I'm doing serious business. I'm thanking you on behalf of the military, and since I'm now your girlfriend in the disguise plan, don't you want to do something else?" Her pause was simply stunning, making Qin Chen somewhat convinced. Do something else? If he really wanted to, could he manage it? Moreover, Qin Shen was a man of integrity, not the kind of person who would indulge in such things. The bloodbath of Dong Wanhua's entire family, leaving behind Dong Wanhua's beautiful wives, concubines, daughters, and granddaughters, was merely to create an illusion, not because Qin Shen truly wanted to be a beast. He hadn't touched them, not even when that Gui Jinfeng wanted to offer herself to him. He remained unmoved. So now, could he engage in other activities with Lan Bingying? That would only slow down his equipment forging. Right now, he was only interested in forging equipment. He wanted to make the various gear and outfits for himself and those around him as perfect as possible, striving to create one set after another of truly divine gear. The so-called divine gear must first be of the quality eternal illusion, and then at least have one effect from an eternal illusion level attribute. The enhancement must be at least plus 10, inlaid with at least 10 level 10 gems. Additionally, it must be 5 stars or above. Clearly, Qin Shen was still quite far from divine gear. After all, even Qin Hongyu, supported by the strength of the entire nation, had yet to obtain a piece of divine gear, let alone him, Qin Shen. Ultimately, he had only just awakened not long ago. He was truly just beginning to rise, and the road ahead was still very long. Therefore, he genuinely wanted to focus on serious matters, but the greater one's abilities, the more one attracts attention. It was truly something he couldn't escape. At that moment, Hua Lingfeng, one of the 3 cold and alluring female generals, also approached. Her jade-like feet were in high heels, long legs wrapped in over-the-knee black stockings, wearing a super short leather skirt, with a bare waist and bright red lips. What was she trying to do? In any case, Qin Shen was very vigilant. You all behave yourselves and don't affect my equipment forging speed. Hua Lingfeng smiled slightly, her delicate hand tugging at the stockings on her leg, and said leisurely, you can't possibly sleep with your equipment at night, can you? Exactly, Lan Bingying chimed in. Dealing with these cold, lifeless pieces of equipment is so dull. Life is short, you should enjoy it while you can. After all, you're in your prime, full of energy. If you don't enjoy it now, when will you? Ahem. Qin Shen coughed a couple of times, trying not to look at the 2 pairs of sexy black-stocking long legs in front of him, struggling to suppress the impulse that was clearly growing hotter in his heart. Just then, the 3rd female general, Chen Shuer, also arrived. Dressed in a super short skirt, her heavenly long legs wrapped in white stockings, and wearing a low-cut, midriff-bearing outfit, it was clear she had come prepared. Moreover, this outfit was crafted by Qin Shen himself, each piece adorned with golden legendary attribute effects. Wasn't this kind of outfit meant to be worn? So Qin Shen really couldn't say much. But Chen Shuer was too straightforward. How does it feel? You helped me forge such an outfit just so I would wear it for you, right? It should be pretty good, right? Just tell me if you like it. If you don't like it, I can change right here, and you can help me pick out clothes? Hearing this, Qin Shen couldn't help but swallow, then took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing himself. You 3, can you not mess with me? We called you here to hand over the equipment to the military. I'm not here for anything else, and one of you would have sufficed. There was no need for all 3 to come together, right? No need? Chen Shuer walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, crossing her mesmerizing long legs in white stockings, her red lips slightly parted. Have you forgotten what happened at the last themed hotel? We 3 are tasked with ensuring your safety. We must be like shadows, never leaving your side. Even when sleeping, we have to be nearby. Otherwise, if something happens like last time at the themed hotel and we aren't there, we would have to face a military tribunal. After all, we've been by your side for quite some time now. You wouldn't want us to be sent to a military tribunal, would you? Qin Shen truly didn't want that, but their intentions were clearly not good. With their current demeanor, he feared he wouldn't escape unscathed tonight. Poor him, he still had to continue climbing ranks tomorrow. They weren't planning to let him rest well tonight to recharge? Here. Chen Shuer seemed to know what he was thinking and directly handed him a pill, smiling. Did you forget I'm a pharmacist? This is my latest concoction, the Vitality Pill, which can boost your energy, stamina, and recovery ability by 100%, lasting for 24 hours. Qin Shen was still trying to process this when Chen Shuer casually handed him another pill. And this one, the Endurance Pill, provides unlimited stamina for half an hour. No matter how much you exert yourself, you won't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. Although you can only take a maximum of 8 pills within 24 hours, each pill lasts for half an hour, so 8 pills give you 4 hours of unlimited stamina, plus your own stamina and other potions to assist you. That should be enough. At least for tonight, it should be more than enough, Chen Shuer added. Qin Shen was utterly confused. What does enough mean? What are these for? Does he need these things? What is she even talking about? Why can't he understand a single word? Meanwhile, at the other end, someone arrived uninvited at the residence of the old city lord, Dong Wanlong. It was Dong Wanlong's son-in-law, the current city lord, Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had naturally heard about the massacre of Dong Wanhua's family and knew that his father-in-law, Dong Wanlong, would undoubtedly seek revenge for Dong Wanhua. But the question was, who would Dong Wanlong seek revenge against? If it was someone else, Jiang Shao wouldn't stop him. But if Dong Wanlong intended to go after Qin Chen for revenge, that absolutely could not happen. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Jiang Shao rushed over that night, and as soon as he stood before his father-in-law, Dong Wanlong, he got straight to the point. I hope you can restrain your grief over my uncle's matter, but you cannot go after Qin Chen. Oh, Dong Wanlong sneered. You also think Qin Chen is the murderer who slaughtered my brother's entire family? Jiang Shao shook his head. To be honest, I don't think so. But I believe you will think that way, because all signs currently point to Qin Chen, especially since he boldly went to the law enforcement department to take Gui Jinfeng away. So if I were you, I would also have my suspicions about Qin Chen, even conclude that he is the murderer. But no matter what, you cannot touch him. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanlong's gaze sharpened noticeably, and after staring at Jiang Shao for a few seconds, he spoke in a low voice. Such a big incident happened, and I called back so many people for an emergency meeting overnight, yet I didn't call you. Do you know why? I know Qin Chen has some backing. I just didn't want to put you, the city lord, in a difficult position. But while I am thinking of you and trying to spare you trouble, you come here to make things difficult for me? Jiang Shao, it seems you've forgotten how you became the city lord. When did it become your turn to teach me how to do things? By the end of his words, Dong Wanlong's tone had turned extremely cold and fierce, filled with killing intent. But the more the old city lord acted this way, the more worried Jiang Shao became. He knew Qin Chen's background, but he couldn't say anything. He was aware that his father-in-law, Dong Wanlong, could never compete with Qin Chen, yet he couldn't stop him. With a headache, Jiang Shao furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. Dad, you know there are many things I can't say, but you should be able to guess a thing or two. The position of the captain of the strongest battle team should have belonged to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao is my biological son, and if possible, I wouldn't want him to be replaced by Qin Chen, but I can't stop it. And then there was the incident at the Yuan family's pleasure hotel not long ago, when the 4 military departments, the Demon Control Department, the Military Combat Department, the City Defense Department, and the Law Enforcement Department all mobilized. Dad, you were once the city lord, you should understand what that means. Qin Chen is truly extraordinary, with an extremely powerful backing. So what? Dong Wanlong interrupted Jiang Zhao's words in a deep voice, his attitude unwavering and resolute. If the open approach won't work, can I not take the covert one? An open gun is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Even if he is the crown prince, Qin Chen must die for me. Dare to kill my brother? If he doesn't die, I won't be able to sleep. Dad! Jiang Shao was anxious and wanted to persuade him, but Dong Wanlong didn't listen at all and shouted angrily, Enough! You come here in the middle of the night just to say these things to me? Turning your elbow outward? How much equipment has your second uncle provided you over the years? How much financial support has he given you? Now he has met a tragic end, first beheaded and then subjected to dismemberment, and now even his head cannot be found. And his sons, sons-in-law, and grandsons, all have met with a terrible fate. Such a shocking massacre of a family has never happened in the history of Jiangbei. You, the dignified city lord, are not thinking of capturing the murderer, but instead come to persuade me to spare him? Jiang Shao, listen to me, you are the city lord, I am not. You have your concerns, I have none. I have Qin Chen in my grasp, even the king of heaven cannot protect him, I mean it. The roar echoed, and almost everyone in the vast Dong family mansion could hear it. Jiang Shao frowned tightly, sighing inwardly. He had rushed here overnight, desperately trying to persuade this old city lord and father-in-law not to act foolishly, but in the end, he could not stop him. The once glorious Dong family was likely to be finished. However, it is often quiet before the storm. The next morning, Qin Chen was listless and dozing off while continuing to rank up. Although he was sluggish, he still crushed everything in his path. Unstoppable, invincible. No team could last more than 5 minutes against him. Some were defeated in just 1 minute, losing their team flag in the match. A great demon king had emerged, and by the end of the second day, his team score had reached 2,450. With the state-level leaderboard opening, Qin Chen's Jiangbei Tianwu team directly topped the list, firmly ahead of the second place with 1,740 points. In the following days, the Demon King continued to sweep through various teams, and when the national leaderboard opened, he secured the top spot with 3,890 points, outpacing the second-place royal team with 3,300 points. Don't underestimate this 590-point gap. This is a global ranking ladder competition, where even a single point can mean thousands or even tens of thousands of ranks. So what does a 590-point difference mean? Moreover, the second-place royal team had worked hard together to earn that 3,300 points, while Qin Chen had done it all alone, effortlessly achieving 3,890 points. His 3890 points were also limited by the ranking mechanism, as he was the only one scoring from start to finish. If the 4 school beauties joined in, even if they did nothing but accompany him to the competition space station, they would still earn a good amount of ranking points just by lying down. At that time, the final score would surely be more than 3,890. It's just that Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishua, and Lin Anqi were too low-level to keep up with Qin Chen's 70-level pace, so their presence in the arena wouldn't be of much use. Anyway, Qin Chen could now crush everything alone and lead the entire team upward, so the 3 school beauties had been taken by Long Shasha to grind monsters and level up in the abyss these days. It was so quiet before the storm, and the murderous Dong Wanlong had really made no moves these days. Who knows what big move he was holding back? Anyway, Zhang Xiao, the city lord, could truly feel that something big was about to happen. At this moment, in the abyss, Lin Anqi, the long-legged school beauty, who had been grinding monsters and leveling up with Long Shasha overnight, suddenly said, "Something really feels off. Why hasn't Qin Chen come to find me yet?" He personally went to Shiro's house to deliver a great gift, even risking his reputation to help Shishue take revenge on the Dong Manhwa family, yet he has been ignoring me, right? Humph. Who does this bastard think he is? Do you believe I really will leave? Leaving Jiangbei, leaving Jiangzhou, and never coming back? Beside her, Long Shasha glanced at her long legs wrapped in black stockings, smiled, and said softly, "But before you go, you have to return my stockings to me. After all, these are fashion items with a golden legendary attribute, specially crafted for me by Qin Chen. I can lend them to you, but you can't just take them away." Lin Anqi immediately shot her a glare. "Shasha, you're so stingy. You're really going to fuss over a pair of stockings?" "It's not just a pair of stockings," the cow school beauty Zhao Xiao chimed in with a smile. "Stockings with golden legendary attribute effects can't just be called stockings, can they? They're proper awakened gear, alright? And they're the kind that are priceless and hard to find, beautiful and practical, a rare encounter. Anqi, if you really dare to take them, Shasha will definitely come after you." Lin Anqi glared at Zhao Xiao again, her anger boiling. "Since when did you two start teaming up? Are you both ganging up on me now? And that infinite stacking dagger in your hand is mine too," Long Shasha added unexpectedly. Zhao Xiao quickly supported her, "And that hellish life-taking bow, that's a double golden legendary attribute equipment. Mine." Lin Anqi was speechless. "Are you serious? It's just a temporary borrowing of your gear for some fun. And these items weren't even given to you by that Qin Chen. What are you so proud of? Just wait until I also pester Qin Chen to get me a full set of gear in fashion, then we'll see what you have to be so smug about." But, given the current situation, could it be that Qin Chen is really just leaving her hanging on purpose, playing hard to get? Actually, that's not the case. After all, how could Qin Chen be that kind of person? He's just been too busy lately. Busy with ranked matches during the day, busy crafting equipment at night, while also dealing with the various entanglements from Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, Chen Shuer, Yuan Mei, Li Yanan, and others. Otherwise, how could he look so listless while playing ranked every day? Even the viewers watching his live streams noticed it. As a result, rumors began to spread. "Damn, this bastard looks so listless again. What the hell was he doing last night? What else could he be doing? Of course, he was spending the night chatting with your goddess." "Exactly, he's a celebrity now, and all your goddesses are fighting to throw themselves at him, so he must be living it up every night." "Shut the hell up, stop talking. I can't take it anymore. This bastard is clearly listless but still manages to get pentakills in ranked matches. Where's the justice in that?" "Justice? He's the young master of the imperial capital, born in Rome. No matter how hard we try in our lives, we can't match his starting point, so where's the justice?" "That's not right. Even if he is the young master of the imperial capital, he's just a mere blacksmith. Even if the Qin family provides him with some top-notch equipment, how much can a lousy blacksmith really do? So how is he managing to be listless yet still get pentakills? I don't know. Who understands these things? Anyway, I just can't stand him." This was true. As Qin Chen continued to dominate the global ranked matches, his fame grew, and the number of people who couldn't stand him increased day by day, especially since some had witnessed it firsthand. In the VIP area of the cafeteria at Tianwu Academy, the stunningly beautiful president of the Parent-Teacher Association, Qin Wanning, actually fed him wine in person. The first beauty of Tianwu Academy's imported fine wine, hee. Many people's worldviews shattered upon learning this, just because they themselves couldn't drink Qin Wanqing's imported fine wine. Yet Qin Chen not only could enjoy the imported fine wine of the most beautiful woman at Tianwu Academy, but also that of the beautiful mentor Li Yanan, and the daughter of the richest man, Yuan Mei. Basically, all the women around Qin Chen had fed him imported fine wine, and even gourmet food, though many times it went unseen by outsiders. But what his private life was like, people could only imagine. In any case, it was nothing good. It was definitely decadent. This was precisely the effect the military's disguise plan aimed to achieve. They wanted people to think that Qin Shen was not a good person, that he couldn't possibly have any perverse talents, but was merely a young scoundrel running amok thanks to the Qin family in the imperial capital. However, in reality, the military had already armed a large number of prodigies with the golden legendary grade special effect equipment that Qin Shen provided. Among them were daughters of wealthy families, legitimate daughters of noble houses, and royal princesses, among others. There was no way around it. Qin Shen's level was too low, and thus the equipment he forged couldn't keep up. For a war god level powerhouse like Qin Hongyu, it was somewhat useless, but it was perfect for equipping the younger generation of prodigies. Currently, what the top powerhouses of Huaguo lacked was not this kind of golden legendary grade equipment, but divine gear. However, the younger generation of prodigies was in dire need of it. After all, having those hundreds-level blacksmiths forge low-level equipment just to cater to the young people would be too wasteful. And low-level blacksmiths couldn't possibly forge low-level equipment with golden legendary grade special effects. So Qin Shen just happened to fill this gap. In any case, right now, many prodigies across Huaguo were enjoying the equipment benefits provided by Qin Shen. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Shen's network of relationships had already become quite extensive. He had basically connected with half of Huaguo's elite. However, some people, unaware of the truth, were determined to kill him. That night, the foreign assassin hired by Dong Wanlong arrived. The calm before the storm was finally shattered. A bloody tempest was about to strike. Late at night, while Qin Shen was holding the sleeping Lan Bingying, suddenly, the space distorted with a wave, and a mysterious force surged from the void, forcibly dragging Qin Shen away. By the time Qin Shen woke up and realized what was happening, he found himself in a different dimensional illusion, bound to a chair, with stockings stuffed in his mouth. In front of him stood a hot and sexy long-legged woman, voluptuous with curves, a slim waist, bright red lips, and long wavy hair cascading down, slightly covering her 38D breasts. Lang Tianyue, level 343 assassin of the third transition. This was a well-known assassin from abroad. She ranked high on the global wanted list. This time she came to Jiangbei not only for the 1 billion commission offered by Dong Wanlong but also because of the previous failed assassination attempt on Qin Shen, which ended with Qin Shen violently conquering the female assassin Lang Xian, who was none other than her daughter. That's right, her daughter. Lang Tianyue appeared to be a mature woman, but in reality, she was a young mother. Although her relationship with her 18-year-old daughter Lang Xian was strained, she could not tolerate the fact that her daughter had been conquered by a mere blacksmith. So she came personally. She wanted to see just how capable this blacksmith Qin Shen really was. If Qin Shen's abilities were not sufficient, then tonight he would, undoubtedly die a miserable death. The kind where his body would be torn to shreds. At this moment, in this different dimensional illusion, this level 343 mature woman assassin was locking eyes with the bound Qin Shen. After a few seconds of staring, Lang Tianyue lifted her foot and stepped on Qin Shen's face, lightly parting her red lips, her voice cold. Someone has offered 1 billion for your head, but I'm curious, why is a mere blacksmith like you worth so much? Come on, show me all your means. Let me see just how capable you really are. Listen carefully. If your abilities aren't enough to satisfy me, you will die. Qin Shen frowned at these words. Can you at least take off your shoes before stepping on my face? And do you know you're exposed? Indeed, Lang Tianyue was exposed. After all, she was wearing a fashionable, tight short skirt. But she didn't care, right now. She was only concerned about what kind of person Qin Shen was, that Dong Wanlong would go to such lengths, spending billions to take his life. She knew about the Qin family in the capital, but she had a gut feeling, this Qin Shen was probably not from the capital's Qin family. After all, in her years as a killer, she had dealt with many powerful figures from the capital's Qin family and was quite familiar with them, so she understood their people well. But this Qin Shen didn't have a hint of a Qin family member about him. A Qin family illegitimate child? That seemed unlikely. Anyway, Lang Tianyue felt that this kid had something fishy about him. Qin Shen struggled to speak, but with his mouth stuffed with stockings, he could only make muffled sounds. Seeing this, Lang Tianyue smiled and said lightly, "Aren't you capable? I heard you've been making quite a name for yourself in the global rankings recently. How come you can't even open your mouth in front of me? A pair of stockings has you silenced? You wouldn't be reluctant to spit them out, would you? You damn." Qin Shen was instantly furious, cursing inwardly, "Can you not speak? Who the hell is reluctant to spit it out? I don't like this at all. Damn it. Is there any reason for you to sneak attack me? If you want to see how capable I am, you should let me go first. You're cursing me in your heart, aren't you? Lang Tianyue suddenly said with a hint of amusement. Qin Shen could only make that sound due to the stockings in his mouth. Lang Tianyue frowned. Is this guy really that useless? He can't even break free from the ropes? How did he manage to stand out in the rankings? Actually, how could he? Qin Shen was a blacksmith. Unlike other professions with various combat skills, he could only rely on his equipment and fashion. But the ropes binding him were not ordinary ropes. They were made from golden silkworm silk, crafted at great expense by Lang Tianyue, a level 343 assassin. Although in Lang Tianyue's eyes it was just that, it was not something Qin Shen could break free from with his current level 70 attributes. Really that useless? Lang Tianyue initially wanted to see Qin Shen's abilities, but now seeing that he couldn't even break free from a mere golden silkworm silk rope, she decided not to waste any more time. She would just slit his throat. But it was of no use. Qin Shen was like nothing had happened. The wound on his throat from Lang Tianyue's knife healed instantly. What a joke, he had 70 million health points. Even the level 400 female warrior Qin Hanyu would have to exert some effort to kill him, let alone this level 343 Lang Tianyue, whose equipment was definitely not as good as Qin Hanyu's. At this moment, Lang Tianyue was a bit stunned. One stab, and he was unharmed? She was level 343, and as a main attacking assassin, even without any weapons, she had over 80,000 attack power. The dagger she had just thrust at Qin Shen's throat, while not impressive, still had over 100,000 attack power, totaling around 200,000 damage. How could Qin Shen remain unscathed against such high damage? Interesting. After regaining her composure, Lang Tianyue smiled slightly, then her hand flashed with cold light as a level 340 ghost dagger appeared, orange epic quality, enhanced +8, embedded with 10 level 8 attack gems. This was her prized weapon, with an attack power of 500,000. Adding her own 80,000 attack power, that made a total of 580,000 attack power. What would happen with this strike? But again, it was of no use. On a cold day, Lang Tianyue stabbed at Qin Shen's crotch with a ghostly dagger. Although Qin Shen felt a chill in his pants, he ultimately felt nothing. With an attack power of merely 580,000, even a critical hit wouldn't deal much damage to him. At most, it could reach 1 million, while he had nearly 70 million health points. So what could he possibly feel? He could withstand dozens more stabs without issue. Lang Tianyue looked astonished, a hint of unusual color flickering in her eyes. Her interest peaked. You can really take it without any problem? It seems you really are quite capable. Let's see if you can handle a few more stabs. As she said this, she launched her skill. Lightning stab, stabbed the opponent 7 times at lightning speed, each dealing 175% attack damage, ignoring evasion and 50% of defense attributes. This skill actually made Qin Shen feel a bit of pain, mainly because each stab from Lang Tianyue was aimed at his crotch. Was she trying to castrate him? Fortunately, when Lang Tianyue delivered the 5th stab, it triggered the effect of the Yen Luo Demon Cave from Qin Shen's outfit. He became invisible for 5 seconds, during which he was immune to all damage. In an instant, Qin Shen vanished from sight, and Lang Tianyue's next 2 stabs missed entirely. The mature woman was stunned, a glimmer of disbelief in her eyes. After 5 seconds, Qin Shen reappeared, still bound to the chair with stockings stuffed in his mouth. Lang Tianyue looked dazed. So it was invisibility? You, a mere blacksmith, couldn't possibly have such a skill. It must be an equipment effect? What the hell does it matter to you whether it's a skill or an equipment effect? Hurry up and let me go. Qin Shen could only silently scream in his heart, unable to articulate a word due to the stockings. Lang Tianyue, the assassin, ignored him, her gaze fixed on Qin Shen, deep in thought, murmuring softly, "You're a blacksmith, and you have equipment that can make you invisible? Is it equipment from the Qin family in the imperial capital? But I really feel like you're probably not from the Qin family. If you're not from the Qin family, why do people say you are? Why does the military support you? Could it be?" Her voice trailed off, and Lang Tianyue didn't finish her sentence. But Qin Shen was already panicking. Did she figure it out? Was the disguise plan he risked his reputation for about to be exposed? How formidable was she? Who the hell was she? At that moment, Lang Tianyue suddenly cut the ropes binding him. Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, and as he regained his senses, he quickly pulled the stockings from his mouth and sprang to his feet. A finely crafted bronze ancient sword with a +27 enhancement appeared in his hand in an instant. Damn it, he was going to kill her. No, he couldn't kill her directly, he had to make her die and then come back to life. Make her wish she were dead, worse than death. Daring to kidnap him, stepping on his face without taking off her shoes, stabbing at his throat to kill him, and then stabbing at his crotch to castrate him. Who could endure this? He had to ravage her thoroughly. 100 times. 100 times. Come on. Leng Tianyue seemed to see through Qin Shen's thoughts, smiling provocatively. Letting you go is just to see what you're capable of. Come on, show me all your tricks. If you can impress me, I'll let you go. But if you can't impress me, then you can only die here. As she spoke, Leng Tianyue leisurely tugged at the stockings on her legs. Now's the time. Qin Shen seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked, swinging his sword fiercely. Without any combat skills, no flashy martial arts moves, not even any fighting techniques, he simply swung his sword in a straightforward and brutal manner. Leng Tianyue initially didn't take it seriously, thinking he was just a useless blacksmith who didn't know anything. Although his attack power seemed decent, probably around 100,000, to her, it was just that. Is this kid really only capable of this much? Of course not. Just when Leng Tianyue felt a bit disappointed, she suddenly sensed something was off. It seemed like this kid's damage was increasing with each strike. Moreover, it seemed to be an exponential increase. In fact, it wasn't just a feeling, it was indeed an exponential increase. Legendary effect of the finely crafted bronze ancient sword One Demon Fury. Each time it hits a target, the sword's damage doubles, stacking infinitely in an exponential manner. In this glaring moment, Leng Tianyue, underestimating him, allowed Qin Shen to land 3 strikes. The first strike dealt normal damage, the second strike dealt double damage, and the third strike dealt quadruple damage. What does it mean to have an attack power of over 100,000 with quadruple damage? Leng Tianyue, caught off guard, realized too late that she was already low on health and, in shock, quickly dodged Qin Shen's 4th strike. Taking another hit would mean damage multiplied by 8. She would die. Although Qin Shen's damage boost would reset after a missed attack, Leng Tianyue was unaware of this, especially since she was already low on health, so she dared not take the hit head-on. While dodging several of Qin Shen's strikes, Leng Tianyue was desperately trying to counterattack. She certainly didn't want to accidentally die at this kid's hands. Her attacks, however, did not miss, but it seemed like all her consecutive strikes were absorbed by the seemingly ordinary rough shield in Qin Shen's hand. What kind of shield is so magical? Could it also have an attack effect? Just as Leng Tianyue was in shock, suddenly, Qin Shen triggered the Hell Demon Cave again and went invisible. In an instant, Leng Tianyue felt a jolt in her heart and a chill down her back. Immediately using her skill, Killing Storm, summons a killing storm that surrounds her, providing a 100% movement speed boost and 50% damage reduction, while enemies within the storm take 5% of their maximum health as damage every second. The storm lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. To be safe, Leng Tianyue used the 100% movement speed from the killing storm to quickly create distance. Qin Shen, in his invisible state, wanted to chase but couldn't catch up, which was exactly the effect Leng Tianyue wanted, preventing Qin Shen from launching a surprise attack. Moments later, after 5 seconds, Qin Shen reappeared. The two exchanged wary glances from a distance, neither daring to act recklessly. Leng Tianyue had already taken 3 strikes from Qin Shen, suffering 1 normal damage hit, 1 double damage hit, and 1 quadruple damage hit. Even though her equipment provided damage reduction, she was now low on health and naturally did not dare to act recklessly. Although Qin Shen had tens of millions of health, he lacked combat skills, and his combat techniques were far inferior to hers. If she kept pulling away, he would have no way to counter, so it was better to be cautious. The air fell silent, and before they knew it, some time had passed. While remaining vigilant, Leng Tianyue approached with her long, voluptuous legs and broke the silence. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. No wonder you could make such a splash in the ranking matches, and no wonder someone would go so far as to spend 100 billion to buy your life. You still want to kill me? Qin Shen asked in a deep voice. Kill you? Leng Tianyue stared at Qin Shen for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and said, if I really wanted to kill you, it might be a bit of a hassle, and I want to know what secret you are hiding. Secret? Qin Shen's heart sank. She wasn't going to kill him, but she was fixated on him? If she were to uncover the secret he held, that would be a problem. Just as Qin Shen thought he should escape quickly, the surrounding space suddenly rippled, and then a beautiful woman appeared. It was the stunning matriarch of the wealthy Yuan family, Yuan Meiyuan. Due to her connection with the leader of the Bliss Palace, Bai Yufeng, Yuan Meiyuan was now considered Qin Shen's personal bodyguard. Upon learning that Qin Shen had been abducted in the dead of night, she immediately used her abilities to track him down. It's you? Leng Tianyue exclaimed in shock, staring intently at the sexy woman beside Qin Shen, quickly furrowing her brows. Yuan Meiyuan? One of the 10 Azuras of the Bliss Palace, the Serpent Azura? You're not dead? Leng Tianyue? Yuan Meiyuan also recognized the other person, slightly surprised and contemplative, one of the 10 gods of killing from the Killing God Palace? You want to kill Qin Shen? Damn! Qin Chen was a bit confused. You know each other? Leng Tianyue glanced back and forth between Qin Chen and Yuan Meiyuan, finally fixing her gaze on Yuan Meiyuan, asking, "This is my dimensional illusion space, how did you find your way here? Was it by following Qin Chen's aura?" You can't kill him. Yuan Meiyuan interrupted her directly without answering the question. "He is a person of the Lord of Extreme Bliss, do you think you can kill him?" "What?" Leng Tianyue's expression changed instantly. "Qin Chen is a person of the Lord of Extreme Bliss? How could that be? Wasn't he from the Qin family in the imperial capital? How did it turn into being a person of the Lord of Extreme Bliss?" The Qin family in the imperial capital is at the top of the many powerful families in Huagua, while the Extreme Bliss Palace is at the top of the demonic path. The two forces are irreconcilable. How could Qin Chen be involved with both of these major forces? Stop thinking about it. Yuan Meiyuan lightly parted her red lips, interrupting Leng Tianyue's thoughts. "In any case, you can't kill him today. If you forcefully take action, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Go ahead and try if you don't believe me." To be honest, Leng Tianyue really wanted to give it a try. After all, she is one of the 10 gods of killing. Who is she afraid of? Especially since the Killing God Palace and the Extreme Bliss Palace are deadly rivals. They had exchanged fire many times in the past for the title of the number 1 in the demonic path, and in the end, the Extreme Bliss Palace won the recognized title of number 1 in the demonic path. The Killing God Palace has always been unconvinced. Therefore, now facing the threat of Yuan Meiyuan, a snake Azura from the Extreme Bliss Palace, Leng Tianyue was full of fighting spirit. But in the end, she still held back. A small impatience could ruin a great plan. This guy Qin Chen is indeed not simple. He really can't just die at her hands. Therefore, even if she could kill Qin Chen, she couldn't do it today. Moreover, she is still low on health. Forget it. After taking one last glance at Qin Chen, Leng Tianyue turned and vanished, disappearing from this dimensional illusion space in an instant. Soon, Yuan Meiyuan also took Qin Chen out of the dimensional illusion space, returning to the Lu family villa. At this moment, Lan Bingying was being scolded. On the other end of the phone, General Liang Jinting of Jiangzhou was furious. "You don't need to stay there anymore, get back here immediately. Last time at the Yuan family's hotel, we almost had an incident, and this time Qin Chen was sleeping right next to you and still got abducted? What are you three doing? Can you be of any use? With you like this, can I still expect you to be responsible for Qin Chen's safety? Is this how you ensure his safety? Where is he now?" "I'm here." Qin Chen suddenly took Lan Bingying's phone, casually wrapping his arm around her delicate waist, and smiled at the astonished Liang Jinting on the other end of the line. "I'm fine now, don't worry. Although I was indeed abducted out of nowhere, you can't blame these three for not protecting me. After all, the person who took me this time was too high level and came prepared. They simply couldn't defend against it. If it had been a direct confrontation, I'm afraid all three of them would have died. And it's thanks to that person only abducting me and not doing anything to them." While this was true, General Liang Jinting of Jiangzhou had other considerations. Initially, he had sent Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer to Qin Chen's side to protect his safety, but now their abilities were even less than Qin Chen's. Every time something happened to him, they were of no help at all. So what was the point of keeping them by his side? They must be replaced. Replace them with people who truly have the ability to protect Qin Chen. Male or female? Qin Chen interrupted Liang Jinting directly as soon as he heard this, asking, "If it's a male, then no need. I'm a big man. Why would I need a man to protect me closely? That's awkward." Liang Jinting was instantly speechless. The commander of Jiangzhou naturally understood Qin Chen's meaning, but the problem was, where to find someone capable of protecting Qin Chen, who was also as young, beautiful, and sexy as Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer? Wasn't that asking too much? Of course, there were people who met the criteria. For instance, Qin Hongyu, one of the 10 war gods, absolutely fit Qin Chen's requirements. But that was Qin Hongyu. Unless Liang Jinting wanted to die, he wouldn't dare let her protect Qin Chen closely. Previously, when he came to Jiangbei to meet the female war god Qin Hongyu, she had directly avoided him, and Liang Jinting, the busy commander of Jiangzhou, couldn't afford to waste time and had to leave in disappointment. Just after he left, he received a call informing him that Qin Chen had been abducted out of thin air again, which made him furious. However, now he wanted to remove Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer from their positions, but Qin Chen was adamant against it. "Enough, I think the three of them are just fine. I said let them stay, so they stay. If you really dare to replace them with a bunch of big men to protect me, be careful I get angry with you. That's it. I'm hanging up." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen hung up the phone directly. Beside him, the three female generals, who had been anxious and fearful, all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been genuinely scared just now, but thankfully Qin Chen was safe, and thankfully this guy had once again protected them. It wasn't in vain that they had been trying to get close to him and bridge the distance between them. At that moment, Qin Shen looked over at Yuan Meiyuan and asked, "What did you just mention about the paradise of ultimate bliss?" Yuan Meiyuan's heart skipped a beat. She had brought up the paradise of ultimate bliss to intimidate that Ling Tianyue, but Qin Shen had no idea that the paradise of ultimate bliss and his stunning Aunt Bai Yufang were the masters of that place. So how was she supposed to explain it now? Under Qin Shen's unwavering gaze, Yuan Meiyuan thought for a moment and said, "The Hall of Killers and the Paradise of Ultimate Bliss are both demonic forces. Ling Tianyue is from the Hall of Killers, and I know the strength of my people in the Paradise of Ultimate Bliss. I can't defeat her, so to save you from her, I had to bring up the Paradise of Ultimate Bliss. And now I am your person, so saying that I am from the Paradise of Ultimate Bliss isn't a lie." Demonic forces. The three female generals changed their expressions at those four words. Qin Shen, however, did not react much. After all, every piece of equipment and clothing he had forged exuded black energy, and the higher the level, the better the effects, with deeper black energy appearing more sinister. So how could he reject any demonic forces? Moreover, what is righteous? What is demonic? The victor is just, the loser is demonic. It's just that simple. However, being disturbed by Ling Tianyue like this at night meant he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Glancing at Yuan Meiyuan's plump, fair legs and then at the sexy figures of Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Chen Shuer, Qin Shen decided to tinker with his equipment. After slaughtering Dong Wanhua's entire family, he had gained quite a bit. All the properties under Dong Wanhua had been forcibly taken over by him, and Dong Wanhua was said to control the entire equipment warehouse of Jiangbei, which naturally meant there were many enhancement stones and various gems. With the resources at hand, Qin Shen was determined to arm himself first. He had been busy before, so he might as well take advantage of the moment. Thus, 2 hours later, his exquisite ancient sword welcomed another wave of attribute enhancement. The original enhancement of plus 27 became plus 35. Originally, it had 1 level 10 attack gem, 2 level 9 attack gems, and 4 level 8 attack gems. After the update, it became 7 level 10 attack gems. Finally, exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35 attack power, 900 plus 270,000. This was the current attribute of the exquisite bronze ancient sword, with the attack bonus increasing from the original plus 138,000 to 270,000, nearly doubling. You have to know that he is only level 70, yet he already has an attack power of 270,000, while that cold Tianyue, at level 343 after her third promotion, only has a little over 500,000 attack power. Moreover, he hasn't really upgraded his other equipment because it requires too many materials, and he updates too quickly, so he plans to slowly enhance and embed gems once he forges higher level, more suitable gear in the future. By the time he reaches a level like Cold Tianyue's, with all sorts of equipment ready, he would definitely overpower her, making her cry out in despair, dying and coming back to life again. On the other side, Qin Hongyu was surveying her equipment. Judgment Holy Sword, Legendary, Enhancement plus 40, Level 14 Attack Gem * 10, Attack Power 120,000 plus 4 970,000. Judgment Holy Bow, Legendary, Enhancement plus 42, Level 15 Attack Gem * 8, Level 14 Attack Gem * 2, Attack Power 190,000 plus 6 820,000. Phantom Spirit Staff, Legendary, Enhancement plus 39, Level 14 Attack Gem * 10, Attack Power 130,000 plus 4 450,000. 5 Elements Command Flag, Eternal, Enhancement plus 45, Level 15 Attack Gem * 9, Level 16 Attack Gem * 1, Attack Power 390,000 plus 14, 270,000. These were all thanks to Qin Shen. The reason he had been feeling down in ranked matches lately was that he had been helping Qin Hongyu tinker with her equipment every night. Otherwise, could he really be indulging himself every night? Is he that kind of person? It's just that the national power behind this female warrior, Qin Hongyu, is too formidable, with piles of enhancement stones and gems continuously sent over, which, under Qin Shen's extraordinary talent, has created Qin Hongyu's current invincible strength. With this equipment, she was truly almost invincible, at least firmly at the top of the 10 great war gods. Now she was not only in love with this equipment but also unknowingly in love with Qin Shen. In the future, Qin Shen would be her dear little brother. If anyone dared to touch him, she would be the first to object. And this kid, isn't he fond of women? Once she leads her troops to conquer the surrounding countries and incorporates them into the territory of Huagua, all the defeated countries' royal families, queens, and princesses would be sent to serve Qin Shen. She wasn't afraid he wouldn't have enough fun, she was just afraid he might exhaust himself to death. The next day, in the name of the war god, Qin Hongyu commanded a 1,000,000-strong army to assemble, declaring war without notice, aiming at the East Ocean, launching a surprise attack on Fusang. Previously, she needed to seek permission from the royal family and report for approval before going to war. But now, with the 5 elements command flag, she had over 10 million attack power. Did she still need to regard that old royal lord? There was no need to consider any international peace treaties either. Now, the incredible attributes brought by her equipment gave her immense confidence. She truly looked down on everyone. Of course, except for Qin Chen. After all, Qin Chen was her precious darling. However, it seemed she didn't need to regard Qin Chen. He should be held in her heart. Anyway, while the royal family and military high-ups were still in the dark, Fusang had already been struck. By the time the Fusang royal family frantically called to question, the royal family and military high-ups in Huagua were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Qin Hongyu took the initiative to attack Fusang? How could this be? My god, has Qin Hongyu gone mad? What does she want? I'm really speechless. What on earth is this girl thinking? Who gave her the guts? Does she even know what she's doing? The winds rose and clouds surged, and the world changed overnight. It was Qin Chen, the instigator, who ignited Qin Honyu's ambitious spirit with his extraordinary talent. While international public opinion exploded, Qin Chen was sweating profusely, resting his head on Yuan's silky legs, gasping for breath. He hadn't gone for ranked matches today because he suddenly felt that the so-called global rank ladder competition was just that, nothing special. Even if he maintained the top spot in the national rankings after playing for several days, so what? Is he still at level 70? His strength hasn't improved at all. He might as well spend that time grinding in the abyss to level up. After what happened last night with Leng Tianyue, he really felt a sense of crisis. Sweeping through various teams in ranked matches and showing off is all superficial. In the end, strength is the hard truth. He still needs to continue leveling up and maximize his strength as much as possible. Plus, playing ranked alone all day long is really boring. So, he decided to take a day off and then continue grinding in the abyss tomorrow. He didn't care that things were getting chaotic internationally. After all, what does Qin Hongyu's sudden attack on Fusang have to do with him? Recently, he had been working day and night, leaving him no time to enjoy life. Today, he had to relax properly. Is this how you relax? At that moment, his sister Bai Ying just arrived. Hearing his words, she immediately laughed and said, "You're sweating all over and panting non-stop. How did you manage to relax like this? You must have done something bad, right? You big pervert." With that, Bai Ying glanced at the torn stockings on Yuan's legs, which had been ripped by someone. Qinshan sat up, casually grabbing the black silk foot of Lan Bingying resting on his lap, and said seriously, "What do you mean by not doing something good? I was just working out, so I got all sweaty." "You tore Aunt Mei Yuan's stockings while working out?" Bai Ying interrupted with a hint of sarcasm. "How could that be?" Qinshan denied casually, "It wasn't me, okay? She just likes to wear these deliberately torn stockings to entice me. Can you blame me?" Bai Ying shot him a disdainful look. "Brother, have some shame. Aunt Mei Yuan is the matriarch of the Yuan family. Even though she has a beauty secret and remains youthful like my mom, there's no way she would wear deliberately torn stockings to entice you, right? Clearly, you, a dog man, want to give her a child." Poof. Qin Chen was speechless. What on earth was this girl talking about? What did she mean by giving her a child? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What do you mean by giving her a child? Suddenly, Long Shasha's voice rang out. Then, this 38D campus beauty with a super short skirt walked over, her long legs and white stockings catching everyone's attention. After scanning the room, her gaze landed on Qin Chen, and she smirked. "Why did I just arrive and hear someone talking about giving her a child? Qin Chen, you big flirt, who are you having a child with now?" Qin Chen was in utter chaos. "What do you mean having a child with someone? What do you mean again? You don't know anything. So can you not put that label on me as soon as you arrive?" While he was desperately denying and defending himself, his gaze was drawn to the other 3 campus beauties who had come with Long Shasha. Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishue, and Lin Anqi had all come along. Zhao Xiao was fine. Qin Chen had already had in-depth contact with her before, but it was the first time he met Hua Shishue and Lin Anqi. The 5 members of the Jiangbei Tianwu team had gathered for the first time. Unknowingly, Qin Chen couldn't stop staring at the exquisite figure of the cold beauty, Hua Shishue. After a while, his gaze shifted to the model-like legs of Lin Anqi, the first long-legged beauty of Tianwu Academy. Heavenly long legs, stunningly beautiful. "Hey!" Bai Ying waved her hand in front of Qin Chen and even sat directly on his lap, staring into his eyes closely, questioning, "What are you doing? Leering at the campus beauties? Haven't you seen such long beautiful legs before?" Cough, cough. Qin Chen coughed, feeling awkward. "You, get off me, there are so many people here, don't say such things." He felt awkward not just because Bai Ying had no filter, but also because this girl suddenly sat on his lap and was so close to him, especially since she was wearing a super short skirt. Who could handle that? She's so grown up. Doesn't she understand that men and women should keep their distance? However, the more he felt it was inappropriate, the more Bai Ying deliberately teased him. You can't take your eyes off a few school beauties. Is my leg not long enough? And what about my mom? Aren't her beautiful legs enough for you to look at? Qin Shen felt a headache. What on earth did this girl want? Was she trying to ruin his reputation? With so many people around, couldn't she be a little more restrained? Did she really think he had become so infamous that he had no pride left? He really wanted to give this outspoken girl a good lesson. It would be best to find something to shut her mouth, so she wouldn't talk nonsense anymore. So lively? At that moment, the voice of the wealthy heiress Yuan Mei also rang out. Clearly, she had heard that Qin Shen was resting at home today instead of playing ranked matches, so everyone had come here to join the fun. Moreover, Yuan Mei didn't come alone. She had brought along the beautiful female CEOs from various groups under the Yuan family. Qin Shen looked up and saw more than a dozen sexy beauties in tight OL miniskirts standing behind Yuan Mei. Each one had a slim waist, ample hips, and voluptuous figures. All of them were definitely goddess level. The key was that they were all legitimate female CEOs worth over 100 million. After all, the Yuan family was the richest in Jiangbei, and it was reasonable and normal to have so many sexy female CEOs under their various groups. Now that the entire Yuan family had been taken over by Qin Shen, even the stunning matriarch Yuan Mei Yuan, who had maintained her beauty, had to warm his bed, and Yuan Mei had only been able to take the position of head of the Yuan family thanks to Qin Shen's immense capabilities. Therefore, she wanted to show her gratitude by bringing all these sexy female CEOs to Qin Shen. She had good intentions, but Qin Shen was confused. Do you really think I'm a beast? Bringing all these female CEOs from your Yuan family's groups to serve me? Are you trying to get me killed? And who doesn't know that I am a man of integrity and never approaches women? Brother, stop pretending. Bai Ying suddenly interrupted him. You're about to drool, and you still act? Do you think I haven't noticed that you've already started to get heated? Shut up. Qin Shen directly covered the girl's mouth with his hand. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's slandering me. Slandering. This statement was clearly wrong. How could his own sister Bai Ying slander him? At this moment, those online were the ones truly spreading wild rumors and slander about him. It's confirmed, this dog Qin Shen bloodily wiped out the Dong Manhwa family because he had his eyes on Dong Manhwa's concubine Gui Jinfeng. Not just Gui Jinfeng, right? He should be after Dong Manhwa's granddaughter Dong Xiaorui. Regardless, all of Dong Manhwa's wives, concubines, and daughters have already been ruined by this dog Qin Shen. The truth is that he first teleported over to bloodily wipe out the Dong Manhwa family that noon, then teleported back to make Qin Wanqing sweat profusely? Isn't that how it is? I heard that Qin Wanqing is almost pregnant because of him. It's not just Qin Wanqing who's almost pregnant. I estimate that your 4 school beauty goddesses are also close. Rumors like these filled the air, and the military's disguise plan was a complete success. Now, in the public's eyes, Qin Shen was nothing but a scoundrel. Even if the authorities came forward to clarify that they were using a disguise plan to cover up the secrets surrounding him, people would only think that the authorities were deliberately hiding the fact that he was a scoundrel. The truth no longer mattered. Anyway, Qin Shen was already beyond redemption. Fortunately, he didn't care, as his abilities and personal charm were immense enough that he didn't need to worry about what others said. It was like, why should a dragon care about the cries of ants? He could easily produce a piece of legendary golden equipment with special effects, and such charm was enough to impress anyone at any time. So why bother with those ants? Fame is ultimately just an external thing, ethereal and insubstantial, not worth caring about. But the school beauties and female CEOs in front of him were all tangible, and they even allowed him to do as he pleased. As long as he wanted, anything was possible. And as for the employees in the female CEOs' respective companies, especially the male employees, no matter how good their reputation or how compliant they were, even if they were officially recognized as exemplary youth in China and enjoyed fame both domestically and internationally, they could only look up to their female CEO and watch as she came to Qin Shen, throwing herself at him. So what use is fame? It's all empty. No matter how good the reputation, things will still be as they are. No matter how notorious, one can still do as one wishes. Of course, Qin Shen really didn't have any particular intentions. He merely gifted each of the female CEOs brought by Yuan Mei a piece of fashion as a meeting gift, and in return, they each planted a fragrant kiss on him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shen's face was covered in bright lit prints. What are you doing? You really don't have to do this. It's just a small meeting gift, nothing valuable. If your boyfriends or fiancés find out, won't they kill me? You can't do this again in the future. In the future? Long Shasha mischievously repeated those 2 words with a smile. Qin Shen was flustered. I mean later, what are you thinking? At that moment, Lin Anchi, with her stunningly alluring long legs, stepped forward and smiled sweetly. Whether it's later or in the future, you should take out my meeting gift now, right? Shasha and Xiaro are both decked out in golden legendary gear in fashion, and you helped Shishue take revenge, so what about me? You can't be biased, can you? Especially since you deliberately left me hanging for so long, never coming to find me, making me come to you first. Humph, I didn't. Qin Shen glanced at her infinitely tempting legs and casually pulled out a pile of fashion from his spatial ring and handed it over. I really didn't leave you hanging. I'm not that kind of person. I've just been too busy lately, but I prepared the meeting gift long ago. As he spoke, Qin Shen took out another pile of fashion and presented it to the cold school beauty, Hua Shishue. I have one too. Hua Shishue was astonished. How could you not? Qin Shen replied, Anchi was just talking nonsense. When did I help you take revenge? Did that happen? Indeed, it hadn't happened. The massacre of Dong Wanawa's family was the work of villains, and what did it have to do with him? Qin Shen. There was no way he had helped Hua Shishue take revenge. One can eat medicine recklessly, but such matters cannot be spoken of lightly. After all, there were so many people here. What if the beautiful CEOs brought by Yuan may misunderstood? If they all thought he, Qin Shen, was the murderer behind the massacre of Dong Wanawa's family, how would he get close to them if they were all afraid of him? After the cold school beauty realized this, she rarely showed a smile and gladly accepted the meeting gift Qin Shen had given her. Holy light white silk ultra short skirt set quality, epic level, 100 health plus 30,000, physical defense plus 1,000, magic resistance plus 1,000, damage reduction plus 10% legendary effect 1 white silk increases attack speed plus 500%, and the attack speed bonuses from other equipment and skills will be times 5. Eternal effect 2, the shorter the skirt, the sexier. I'm so sexy, can you catch me? Movement speed plus 10 times, and the movement speed bonuses from other equipment and skills will be times 10. Eternal level effect 3, vacuum. Nothing exists, I merge with the vacuum and become nothingness, immune to all normal attacks, skill damage reduced by 50%, and a 10% chance to reflect full damage. This is the most powerful piece among all the outfits and equipment forged by Qin Shen. It can basically be called a divine outfit. 3 effects, 1 legendary and 2 eternal, directly providing 5 times attack speed and 10 times movement speed, and the attack speed and movement speed bonuses from all equipment and skills are 5 times and 10 times. And that eternal level effect 3 vacuum is the most powerful, directly immune to all normal attacks. What does this mean? You must know that Qin Shen has no combat skills, only normal attacks. With this, even if the damage doubling effect of his legendary effect 1 Demon Fury is stacked to 1 billion times, it still can't harm the owner of this holy light white silk ultra short skirt outfit. It's not just abnormal, it's simply invincible. Moreover, even skill damage can be reduced by 50%, and there's a 10% chance to reflect full damage. If luck is on her side, Hua Shishue, relying on this outfit's effects, would only take 50% of the opponent's skill damage, while the opponent would be hit back with 100% full damage. How could they even play ball? By the way, this cold school beauty is also an S-level ice archer, with the passive skill Ice Bloodline, which applies a layer of frost effect to all attacks and skills on the target. Each layer of frost reduces the target's attack speed and movement speed by 10%. 5 layers of frost will freeze the target for 1 second. 10 layers of frost will deal 10% of the target's maximum health as true damage. With this passive, she already relies heavily on attack speed, so that legendary effect 1 white silk's 5 times attack speed effect is like a blessing from the heavens. Anyway, this outfit seems to be tailor-made for her. She truly has what amounts to a divine outfit, and Qin Shen actually gave her this divine outfit as a meeting gift. How could she repay him? It seems she could only offer herself. Of course, Qin Shen giving her such a meeting gift wasn't for any ulterior motive. Since this was women's clothing, he had no use for it and could only do a favor for Hua Shishue, this cold school beauty. After all, they would be on the same side in the future, even considered family, so why be formal? Qin Shen is ultimately just a blacksmith, with no combat skills, only able to do various normal attacks. If he encounters a strong opponent in the future, he still needs the people around him to exert great strength. So this can also be seen as arming himself, or rather, strengthening his own power. Thank you, brother Qin Shen. Hua Shishue, the cold school beauty, despite her usual few words and icy demeanor, finally expressed her sincere gratitude to Qin Shen after a moment of surprise. Long Shasha was taken aback and teased, Qin Shen, you really have quite the ability to make our cold school beauty willingly call you brother Qin Shen. Qin Shen was not modest, you should see who I am. I have always been quite capable, you've seen it before. Upon hearing this, his sister Bai Ying was the first to be unable to hold back, You better be talking about being capable and not some other nonsense. Qin Chen was truly at a loss. What kind of wolfish words was this girl saying? He simply couldn't understand her. On the other side, Dong Wanlong truly couldn't understand what the few people in front of him were saying, causing his brows to furrow, his anger rising, and killing intent surging. Qin Chen isn't dead? You told me before that you dispatched a third transition level 343 assassin and assured me that the mission would definitely be completed. Now you tell me Qin Chen isn't dead? What does that mean? Do you even know what you're saying? A third transition level 343 assassin couldn't kill a Qin Chen? Is that what you're saying? The few assassin representatives who came to connect with Dong Wanlong indeed meant this, but they actually didn't understand what the situation was. It should be known that the one dispatched this time was Ling Tianyue, one of the 10 assassins of the Hall of Killers. And yet, Ling Tianyue returned empty-handed? How were they supposed to understand this? A mere Qin Chen, a trashy forger, was somehow harder to kill than the leaders of various countries? Ling Tianyue could assassinate the leaders of nations as easily as reaching into a pocket. How could she not kill a mere Qin Chen? The key was that the 100 billion commission promised by Dong Wanlong had already been paid in full, so what now? If the mission failed, they would have to pay 10 times that amount. Integrity is paramount in the assassin industry, otherwise, how could they do business? Who would dare to place orders with them in the future? Not to mention the few assassin representatives connecting with Dong Wanlong. Even the vice master of the Hall of Killers was anxious at this moment. At this time, Ling Tianyue was on the phone, and on the other end was the vice master of the Hall of Killers. 100 billion is not a small amount, especially now that the Hall of Killers is gradually declining, and the Bliss Palace seems to be showing signs of revival. If we pay out 1,000 billion at this time, you should know what that means. Even if money is a small matter, even if you have a way to pay 1,000 billion, can you solve the problem of losing credibility? Speak! Ling Tianyue, stop pretending to be deaf and mute at this time. How do you plan to handle this matter? I need an answer right now. An answer? Ling Tianyue smiled, her delicate hand slowly gliding over the silk stockings on her voluptuous leg, and said leisurely, "Do I need to give you an answer? You really think of yourself as the master of the Hall of Killers?" Instantly, the other party was furious. Ling Tianyue, what do you mean? Do you want to rebel? Rebel? Ling Tianyue said with great interest, whom am I rebelling against? Can you represent the Hall of Killers? You really think too highly of yourself? Ling Tianyue. The other party shouted, full of killing intent. However, Ling Tianyue didn't take it seriously at all, clearly not regarding the other party as a threat. After all, the Hall of Killers was no longer what it used to be. In the battle between good and evil back then, not only was the master of the Bliss Palace severely injured and missing, but even the master of the Hall of Killers was the same. Thus, over the years, although there were 2 vice masters in the Hall of Killers, they couldn't hold the fort at all. None of the top 10 Azuras regarded those 2 vice masters with any respect, especially the one currently on the phone with Ling Tianyue, Yi Chenglong. Although Yi Chenglong was a level 399, third transition, and the strongest fighter in the Hall of Killers, far from being a match for Ling Tianyue, this person was treacherous and sinister, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Being ungrateful and repaying kindness with malice was just a daily routine for Yi Chenglong. Back then, he even betrayed the brothers who had saved him multiple times, and even forcibly occupied and abused their wives and daughters. Who else could he not betray? Moreover, he was also arrogant and capricious, often killing all his subordinates and then replacing them, only to do the same again after a short while. With such a heartless person, who could submit to him? Now that he was on the phone scolding Ling Tianyue, how could she possibly give him a good face? In fact, Ling Tianyue was already thinking, if Qin Chen really had close ties with the military and was a person from the Bliss Palace, could she use Qin Chen's knife to kill Yi Chenglong? Perhaps she could also use Yi Chenglong to thoroughly investigate Qin Chen's background? With this thought, a plan quickly began to take shape deep in Ling Tianyue's mind. Meanwhile, in a secret realm in Jiangbei, Qin Chen's stunning Aunt Bai Yufang opened her eyes and sat up, her gaze fixed on the flag fluttering in the wind before her. The flag emitted a black aura, rising into the sky, full of demonic energy. Clearly, this is not an ordinary banner. This is Heavenly Demon 10,000 Souls banner, enhancement plus 99 quality, eternal level 700 embedded gems, level 20 attack gems asterisk 15 attack power, 44 million plus 14. 5 billion eternal level effect 1 Heavenly Demon, the way of heaven must perish, the demon will endure, ignoring defense, ignoring evasion, ignoring damage reduction, ignoring all shields, under the 10,000 souls banner, all are but ants. Eternal level effect 2 10,000 souls, all who die under the heavenly demon 10,000 souls banner will have their souls imprisoned. Each soul will provide a final attack power bonus of 1% to 100% for this banner. The stronger the resentment of the soul, the higher the final attack power bonus it can provide. Eternal level effect 3 Demon Lord. The Demon Lord will eventually descend, and you will ultimately perish. All gods must submit. Anyone who dares to oppose me will suffer a 99% suppression of all attributes. Eternal level effect 4 Enslavement. The Demon Lord descends, enslaving the gods. All holy maidens, fairies, and female warriors in the world will become tools for the Demon Lord's reproduction. Wielding this banner grants immunity to all attacks and skills from all holy maidens, fairies, and female warriors. Eternal level effect 5 Demon descends upon the world. Active skill. Wield this banner to sweep across 1,000,000 kilometers with overwhelming demonic energy, dealing 9% of maximum health as true damage to all enemies every second for 10 seconds. With this equipment, it is truly invincible. Who would have thought that Qin Shen's beautiful white ant would possess such an undeniably ancient demonic artifact? This is not something anyone could forge. It has been passed down since the ancient primordial era. However, this demonic artifact is in a sealed state, so Bai Yufang cannot utilize it. What she needs to do is find a way to unseal this demonic artifact. The difficulty is naturally great, but fortunately, everything is going smoothly, at least for now. Everything is developing in the direction that Bai Yufang has long planned. Given time, the probability of successfully unsealing this demonic artifact is very high. And just how high that probability is depends on how capable Qin Shen becomes in the future. Mom! Bai Ying's voice suddenly rang out. Bai Yufang turned her head at the sound and saw her precious daughter walking over from not far away. What are you doing here? Aren't you with your brother Qin Shen? Why should I accompany him? Bai Ying huffed lightly, somewhat displeased. He has so many beauties around him. Does he really need me? I don't want to bother with him. Is that so? Bai Yufang's lips curled up as she said leisurely, the Supreme Bliss Heart method you just comprehended is meant to absorb essence and replenish yin with yang. Coincidentally, your brother Qin Shen has such strong yang energy, so if you don't absorb his, whose will you absorb? Could it be that you can go absorb someone else's? The question is, who can withstand you? Like your dad back then, he was drained to nothing but bones by me, and in the end, even his 7 souls and 6 spirits were left in tatters, resulting in a fate of soul scattering. He was born with an SSS level innate talent, a pure yang body. Not to mention 100 years, even 1,000 years might not produce another like him. But even he couldn't endure the continuous absorption methods of the Supreme Bliss Heart method, how could others? At this point, Bai Yufang's eyes clearly became a bit profound. Her tone also took on a significant meaning. Only Qin Shen can withstand it because he is the indestructible body of the heavenly demon from the abyss, embodying both the utmost yin and yang. Qin Shen's origin from the abyss is actually the biggest secret about him. For Bai Yufang, Qin Shen's talent to forge equipment with a 100% chance of producing 1 to 3 golden legendary effect attributes is hardly a secret at all. He came from the abyss, an indestructible body of the heavenly demon embodying both extreme yin and yang, with a continuous source of yang energy flowing through him, while the yin energy was infused into the equipment he forged, giving rise to special effects through attributes. This was the root of his god-level passive talent skill. However, not many in the world knew this, only Bai Yufang and her daughter Bai Ying. They had been in control of Qin Shen from the very beginning. In fact, the reason Qin Shen crossed over to this world was entirely due to the machinations of this mother-daughter duo. The cataclysmic battle between the righteous and the demonic was designed by Bai Yufang and Bai Ying, aimed at tearing open a rift in the world using the powers of both sides, thus attracting the otherworldly Qin Shen to the abyssal demonic energy here. After years of planning, everything was finally falling into place, yet at this moment, Bai Ying claimed she didn't want to absorb Qin Shen's vital yang energy. Could Bai Yufang believe that? Believe it or not, Bai Ying retorted, her beautiful eyes glaring at her mother, fuming. I'm nothing like you. Don't think I don't know what you and he were doing in that room the other day. I'm afraid you might already be pregnant with his child? You bad person, both of you are bad people. You little girl, do you want a beating? Bai Yufang said, raising her hand as if to strike. It had indeed been a long time since she had disciplined this girl. However, rather than her teaching a lesson, it would be better to find an opportunity for Qin Shen to give this girl a good thrashing. If there was no opportunity, then create one. After all, one shouldn't let outsiders benefit while forgetting her own precious daughter, especially since Bai Ying practiced the same joyful heart method as her, needing to absorb yang to replenish yin. If they didn't make use of someone like Qin Shen, an indestructible body of extreme yin and yang from the abyss, wouldn't that be a waste, a squandering of resources? Thinking of this, Bai Yufang couldn't help but smile wickedly. Seeing this, Bai Ying immediately became alert. Mom, What bad idea are you brewing? Bai Yufang's wicked smile grew wider as she shockingly said, I'm planning to drug you so that your brother Qin Shen can force you to conceive. Bai Ying was instantly speechless. While she was speechless, deep down, she couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Who knows what exactly she was looking forward to? Just like Zhao Xiao, the campus beauty, whose sexy mother Qin Shangling, a stunning lady from the Jiangbei family, had also come to visit Qin Shen, harboring a hint of expectation deep within her heart. The key was that this voluptuous beauty didn't even know what she was anticipating. Perhaps it had something to do with a piece of clothing Qin Shen had gifted her before. The submissive black fishnet tight mini skirt set. The only legendary effect of this outfit was submission. The so-called submission meant that after wearing this outfit, every time someone submitted beneath her mini skirt, it would permanently increase the outfit's total attributes by 12,000. What does 12,000 total attributes mean? Qin Shangling was a level 72 light mage, and her original attributes were Health, 5,300 plus 4,500, from equipment, fashion bonuses, Mana, 1,200 plus 800, from equipment, fashion bonuses, Attack, 780 plus 2,100, from equipment bonuses, Physical defense, 400 plus 220 magic resistance, 325 plus 170 agility, 300 plus 150 hit, 270 plus 50 dodge, 220 plus 45. These were basically all of Qin Shangling's original attributes, and it was evident that many of them were only in the hundreds. However, the submissive black fishnet tight mini skirt set provided a whopping 12,000 total attributes. Note, it was total attributes. This meant that attack, defense, agility, hit, and dodge, all those low-value attributes, would all increase by 12,000. 12,000 attack, 12,000 in physical defense and magic resistance, along with agility, hit rate, and evasion? Moreover, the submission effect means that every time someone submits, it will permanently increase all attributes by 12,000. This means it can grow infinitely. How outrageous is that? So Qin Shangling probably wants to find Qin Shen to help her trigger the set effect and stack the set attributes. However, she might not even realize that deep down, she actually thinks this way. Anyway, she has already taken the initiative to come to him, and she is wearing black fishnet stockings and a tight, ultra-short leather skirt, the very definition of a sexy outfit. Her figure is already voluptuous and eye-catching, and with such a sexy outfit, the level of seduction is off the charts. Even her precious daughter Zhao Xiao couldn't help but glance over a couple of times. Then, Zhao Xiao unconsciously moved closer to the school beauty's friend, Long Shasha, and in a voice that she tried to lower, there was an obvious hint of confusion. My mom came to find Qin Shen dressed like this. What do you think she wants to do? For this question, Long Shasha really didn't know how to respond. After all, how could she say it? But she also felt, Aunt Shangling has always been dignified and virtuous, well-educated and reasonable, so she shouldn't, right? But then again, it's hard to say. After all, the cold school beauty Hua Shishue was also won over by Qin Shen's immense charm, right? Just now, she had seen with her own eyes Hua Shishue kissing Qin Shen in the bathroom. Although Qin Shen didn't admit it, Long Shasha had seen it with her own eyes, so how could it be false? Even Hua Shishue had already done that, so it was really possible that Aunt Shangling might lose control? There's no way around it. It's just that Qin Shen's capabilities are so great that the temptation he poses is not small. After all, with the Abyss invasion and the strong presence of the entire populace, how many people can resist the immense allure of Qin Shen's various golden legendary effect gear and outfits? If something dangerous were to happen, those effect gear and outfits could truly save lives. Because of this, the family of the long-legged school beauty Lin Anqi barely agreed to her teaming up with Qin Shen for the ranked matches. But it was only a reluctant agreement, and a final decision had yet to be made. The Jiangbei Lin family could still take Lin Anqi away at any time, fleeing Jiangbei to seek a new life. At this moment, in the study, Qin Shangling was discussing this matter with Qin Shen. You've given me so many outfits, yet you haven't shown any consideration for Anqi's mother, which has left her feeling quite unbalanced. But I can't just pass on the outfits you gave me to her. That wouldn't be right, so this matter has to be resolved by you. Anqi takes her mother's surname, and the Jiangbei Lin family is led by her mother Lin Xiaoshui, so as long as you can win over Lin Xiaoshui, you can naturally keep Anqi by your side forever to accompany you in the ranked matches. At this point, Qin Shangling, the alluring and sensual beauty, naturally took off her high heels, then lifted her leg to place her foot, wrapped in black fishnet stockings, on Qin Shen's knee, signaling him with her eyes to give her a foot massage. Qin Shen was taken aback for a moment but helplessly complied. On the surface, it seemed like he was a bit reluctant, but only he knew whether he was truly unwilling or not. After enjoying Qin Shen's foot massage for a moment, Qin Shangling gently parted her red lips and said softly, "Actually, I might really be able to help you." do you recognize this outfit I'm wearing? It's the submission outfit you gave me that night, with all attributes plus 12,000. To be honest, just this alone is already good enough. But it can be even better, because the golden legendary effect of this outfit is submission. Every time someone submits to me, it can permanently increase the outfit's attributes by 12,000. Although there is a 30-minute cooldown, it can ultimately be stacked repeatedly. So can you help me out? Help me stack the attributes of this submissive outfit, and then I'll let Anshi's mother experience the charm of this set. That way, she will unknowingly become obsessed with your immense abilities. What do you think? Qin Shen's expression froze. Help her stack the outfit's attributes? Submissive? If he remembered correctly, the detailed description of her submissive outfit was, every time someone submitted beneath her miniskirt, it would permanently increase the outfit's attributes by 12,000? What kind of submission was that? At that moment, he felt something was off about this special effect, especially since the outfit not only exuded a bewitching black aura but also flickered with a disturbing demonic light. And at this moment, this outfit worn by the dignified and graceful beauty Qin Shangling was clearly even more enchanting. She was clearly a dignified lady, yet she wore an extremely revealing black fishnet bodysuit and a super short leather skirt. But this revealing and sexy attire on her did not diminish her noble aura. It did not make her look like those nightclub women. Instead, her nobility seemed to intensify? Indeed, her nobility did seem to intensify, but at the same time, it made her appear too alluring and captivating. It was simply a natural charm, as if she was born to be. In any case, the extreme contrast she presented truly made Qin Shen unable to help but swallow hard. As a result, Qin Shangling noticed. What are you doing? Qin Shangling asked seductively, lifting her foot to step on Qin Shen's chest. Smiling, what are you thinking about? Although I'm trying to stack the outfit's attributes, I'm also trying to help you persuade Anshi's mother. Otherwise, what if she really takes her away one day? Qin Shen, you agree, right? Whether it was right or wrong, Qin Shen truly had no idea in his heart. In any case, it was hard to say. At that moment, outside the study, Zhao Xiaoro was whispering, why are they still in the study? What is mom really trying to do? Beside her, Long Shasha was also confused. Could Aunt Shangling really be? It might not even be that Qin Shangling truly wanted this. Perhaps she was just being influenced by the allure of the outfit. Who knows? In any case, the black aura swirling around was clearly something sinister, and it couldn't possibly have no effect at all. To gain something, one must lose something. Qin Shen himself was unaffected because the black aura and evil nature of those outfits came entirely from the supreme demon energy within him. Moreover, he might not be completely unaffected. Perhaps he just hadn't noticed it himself. Who can clarify such matters? In any case, unknowingly, after a while, Qin Shen and Qin Shangling in the study began to kiss. That night, when Qin Shangling left, satisfied, her submissive black fishnet bodysuit and super short leather skirt's attributes had dramatically changed. Originally, it was plus 12,000 to all attributes. Now it was plus 120,000 to all attributes. That is to say, the golden legendary effect, submission, had been triggered a total of 9 times. As for how the triggering process unfolded, only she and Qin Shen knew. This was a secret between her and Qin Shen. In any case, now, her attributes as a level 72 light mage were quite monstrous. Health, 5300 plus 124500 magic power, 1200 plus 120800 attack power, 780 plus 122100 physical defense, 400 plus 120220 magic resistance, 325 plus 120170 agility, 300 plus 120150 hit rate, 270 plus 120050 evasion, 220 plus 120045. With these attributes, aside from health and attack power, the rest could basically crush Qin Shen. So how could she not be satisfied? Of course, she was not only satisfied with these monstrous attributes from the stacking but also with Qin Shen himself. Unprecedented satisfaction. At the same time, the female war goddess Qin Hanyu felt the same. She had secretly mobilized troops to declare war on the east, launching a lightning strike on Fusang that had already achieved great success. At this moment, the entire Fusang island had been captured by her army, while the Eastern Emperor stationed in Fusang still wanted to stubbornly resist, hoping that several Eastern war gods under his command could carve a bloody path for him. As a result, Qin Hongyu single-handedly surrounded several Eastern war gods and their soldiers, relying on her nearly 15 million terrifying attack power from the plus 45 enhanced 5 elements command flag to sweep through the crowd, invincible, and then unleashed a massacre. One person versus several Eastern war gods and all their soldiers. She actually had a crushing advantage, leaving the opponent with no power to fight back. In this situation, how could Qin Hanyu not be satisfied? This female war goddess had never felt this exhilarated before. This feeling was simply heavenly. It should be noted that she once had only about 1 million in attack power, and those Eastern war gods were about the same as her, but now she had nearly 15 million in attack power. That was more than 10 times her original strength. One of the Eastern war gods initially did not understand the situation and clashed with her head-on, only to be severely injured by her with a single blow. Since then, no Eastern war god dared to take her on directly. They could only advance and retreat together, joining forces to resist. After a fierce battle, she emerged completely unscathed. After all, she was still wearing various outfits crafted for her by Qin Chen. Each outfit had at least one golden legendary effect. Holy Chest Wrap Unique Legendary Effect, Great Capacity. With a broad mind that embraces everything, no one can break my defense. Immune to all skills that ignore defense. Holy Black Fishnet Stockings Unique Legendary Effect, Seductive. I am not a demon, and being sexy is not lewd. Anyone who dares to stare at me and think I am seductive will have all attributes reduced by 50% and take an additional 50% damage. Each trigger lasts for 10 seconds, can trigger once per second, and re-triggering within 10 seconds will reset the duration. Epic Tight Ultra Short Leather Pants Quality. Epic Legendary Effect 1 in Dress Freedom. What I wear is none of your business. Immune to all magical skills that require chanting. Eternal Effect 2. The shorter the pants, the more exciting. I wear what I want, and who are you to care? After entering combat, damage increases by 1% per second, stacking infinitely until leaving combat. This is the exhilarating feeling I want. Not only could she be immune to all skills that ignore defense, but she could also easily reduce every enemy's attributes by 50%, while they would take an additional 50% damage. Meanwhile, she herself, thanks to the eternal effect of her leather pants, had unknowingly stacked her damage bonus to 28,000%, which was a full 280 times the damage bonus. There was no way around it. That was an eternal effect, increasing damage by 1% per second after entering combat. For this damage bonus, she had been relentless, continuously attacking and killing, truly executing a rapid strike without pause, focusing on a lightning-fast sustained assault, determined to capture the eastern capital, Fusang Island City, within a day. Although she had accidentally interrupted her combat state at one point, causing her stacked damage bonus of over 200 times to reset to 0, she had now stacked it back up to 280 times, which was more than enough. With nearly 15 million in attack power, plus this 280 times damage bonus, what kind of concept was that? Moreover, her skills also had damage bonuses. For example, she had once used Sword 27 against Qin Chen, ignoring defense and evasion, locking onto the target to unleash 27 strikes, with the first strike dealing 270% true damage, and each subsequent strike increasing damage by 10%. Additionally, the female generals under her command also had support classes providing various status enhancements. All of this combined, the tons of damage she has suffered is simply unimaginable. Here, in the capital of the East, various formations intertwine to impose all sorts of suppressions on her, and those Eastern war gods occasionally provide group invincibility. Otherwise, Qin Hongyu would probably be able to kill everyone in an instant, like chopping vegetables with a single sword. However, even though this Eastern capital has various formations suppressing Qin Hongyu, and even though those Eastern war gods occasionally provide group invincibility, and even though the opponent has also avoided tons of damage from various tricky angles using similarly outrageous equipment effects or skill effects, they still couldn't hold out for long. In just a short while, Eastern soldiers lay dead everywhere, the Eastern war gods were retreating step by step, and the Eastern emperor was roaring in desperation like a mad dog. Brother 8, crush them! Brother 8, crush them! What on earth is happening? She seems to be immune to all skills that ignore defense? It seems she can also resist chant-type magic skills? Why do our people occasionally suffer a 50% reduction in all attributes? And why does her attack damage keep increasing? What is going on? The emperor roared, furious beyond measure. But what else could it be? Of course, it was Qin Chen exerting great effort behind Qin Hongyu. This female war god was fully equipped with various golden legendary and even colorful eternal level effects, and she had 15 million attack power along with a 280-fold damage bonus. Who could compete with her? If it weren't for this, how could she have taken the initiative to strike Fusang? Although Qin Hongyu is 39D, she is certainly not just a pretty face. She knows herself and her enemy well, and after weighing the combat power of both sides, she made a careful decision. Oh, by the way, the outfits she wore were not limited to those just mentioned. There were also Holy Light Earrings, Epic Basic Attributes, Agility, Hit, Evasion plus 13-14 Unique Legendary Effect, Beloved. If someone can give me such outfits, they must be my beloved. The deeper the affection for the person who gives me the outfit, the higher the multiplier for basic attributes. Current multiplier, basic attributes times 520 affection value for continuous unlocking of multipliers. 5201, 520113, 520131, 520131. It's quite outrageous. If it really reaches basic attributes times 5, 2 million, then she would be invincible. Even now, with just a 520-fold multiplier, the more than 500,000 in agility, hit, and evasion attributes it provides is still quite considerable. After all, her level 400 at the 4th transfer, without counting equipment and outfit bonuses, has a maximum basic health attribute of just over 400,000, while agility, hit, and evasion, which are rare attributes, average only a few tens of thousands. Now, directly providing over 500,000 in agility, hit, and evasion, can that be considered insignificant? And it doesn't end there. Holy Light Necklace, epic basic attributes, agility, hit, evasion plus 1314 legendary effect 1 longing. Constantly thinking of the person who gave me the outfit, the deeper the longing, the more zeros added to the basic attribute value. Current longing level 1 314000 eternal effect 2 absolute attributes. After entering combat, every 20 seconds, it triggers a 100-fold boost in agility, hit, and evasion attributes, lasting 5 seconds. Each normal attack or skill hit reduces cooldown time by 1 second. Additionally, there is a ring. Demon Lord's Wedding Ring. Eternal bound couple relationship with the creator of this wedding ring can share 50% of each other's attributes. Current shared attributes, health plus 33,620,000. It is clear that this shared 50% health comes from Qin Shen. As for how Qin Shen forged this colorful, eternal quality magic master wedding ring, even Qin Shen himself couldn't figure it out. Anyway, at that moment, when Qin Hongyu put the ring on her finger, she was immediately bound to it, and then received an attribute boost of over 30 million life points. Before finding Qin Shen, Qin Hongyu's original life points were 420,000 plus 1,950,000. The 420,000 was her base life points at level 400 after 4 promotions, and the 1,950,000 was from equipment and fashion bonuses. In total, she had around 2.4 million life points. As a result, that Magic Master wedding ring directly gave her over 30 million? And this was only half of Qin Shen's life points? So Qin Shen must have nearly 70 million life points? Qin Hongyu was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It was rare for this unparalleled female warrior to have such a moment, and when she finally came to her senses, she truly looked at Qin Shen with new eyes. She no longer dared to underestimate this kid. From then on, he truly became her treasure. After all, the Magic Master wedding ring not only shared half of each other's life points but also shared 50% of all attributes. This meant that the greater Qin Shen's abilities, the stronger Qin Hongyu would become. How could she not fall in love with him? From then on, could there be room in Qin Hongyu's eyes for another man? Which man could possess such immense abilities as Qin Shen? Anyway, this time, Qin Hongyu dared to declare war on the East without notice, able to strike swiftly and sweep through Fusang invincibly, all thanks to Qin Shen's great efforts behind her. Although Qin Shen seemed not to participate, his contributions were undeniable. Yet Qin Shen himself clearly had not realized what this meant. Taking down Fusang and incorporating the entire East into the territory of Huagua would add several million square kilometers to Huagua's land area, and the entire international situation would undergo a sharp change. It was likely that even if Huagua didn't want to, it would be forced to embark on the path of global dominance. But Qin Shen truly hadn't thought that much. At this moment, he was sweating profusely as he walked into a several hundred square meter large bath, with Yuan Meiyuan helping him undress, while Su Ru and Lu Yumeng, a mother-daughter pair, attended to his bathing. After bathing, he would be helped by those billion-dollar female CEOs brought by Yuan Mei for a full-body massage. While enjoying the meticulous massage services from the beautiful CEOs, Qin Shen would occasionally eat imported grapes that the stunning school beauty Long Shasha personally fed to him. Every time he took a bite of grape, he would seize the opportunity to kiss Long Shasha. He was finally living the life he had long desired. Carefree and leisurely, surrounded by beautiful companions, it was truly intoxicating. After the massage, he lay down, resting his head on the jade legs of the cow-like school beauty Zhao Xiaro, who was wrapped in white silk stockings. Zhao Xiaro had a youthful face and always stirred people's blood, yet she was gentle, soft, and adorably naive. At this moment, she bit her red lips and looked down at Qin Shen for 2 seconds, unable to help but ask in a low voice, You were in the study with my mom earlier. Don't misunderstand. Qin Shen naturally knew what she wanted to ask, so he directly interrupted her. I was just discussing some professional issues with Aunt Shangling. It's just that the professional issues we discussed were a bit deep, so it took some time to delve into them. For example, skills that ignore defense and evasion cannot guarantee that the opponent will take damage, because there are shields that can block damage. So real damage is not absolutely real. First, it can't break the shield, and second, it can't ignore damage reduction. Defense is defense, and damage is damage reduction, so the difference between ignoring defense and ignoring damage reduction is quite significant. How significant? Long Shasha suddenly interjected. You and Aunt Shangling can discuss these issues? Who are you trying to fool? Do you think we would believe you? I dare say you and Aunt Shangling must be up to no good in the study. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaorou's pretty face instantly turned crimson. Qin Shen furrowed his brows and sternly retorted, Shasha, don't talk nonsense. This kind of thing is no joke. After all, that's Xiaorou's mother. Just like you, I have to call her Aunt Shangling. How could I do something like that to her? How can someone like you, the school beauty, say such wolfish words? It's simply. Before he could finish, Qin Shen's voice suddenly cut off. Long Shasha casually grabbed a pair of stockings from the side, not knowing whose they were, and stuffed them into Qin Shen's mouth. Qin Shen was taken aback, and in his confusion, he pulled the stockings out of his mouth, gritting his teeth. Long Shasha, are you asking for a beating? So what if I am? Long Shasha puffed out her chest defiantly. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Who told you to do bad things and not admit it? You dare to do it but not take responsibility, acting like I don't know what kind of person you are. I'm just afraid Aunt Shangling will be showing a big belly in a few days, and it's definitely your fault. Qin Shen was speechless. This school beauty really dared to say anything. She spoke without a filter, just letting it all out. He truly wanted to find something to stuff the cherry-like mouth of hers, but he didn't know that Long Shasha wasn't the only one who spoke so freely. It seemed even Qin Shangling was the same. At that moment, Qin Shangling was on her way home in a car, accompanied by another elegant and stunningly beautiful woman, Lin Xiushui from the Jiangbei Lin family. She was also the mother of the long-legged school beauty Lin Anqi. With the car in autonomous AI mode, Qin Shangling casually took off her high heels and placed her feet, wrapped in black fishnet stockings, on Lin Xiushui's lap. Come, take a good look at the attributes of my submissive outfit. It's already plus 120,000 in all attributes, and it's only been a day. In the future, it can continue to be infinitely improved. As long as Qin Shen is capable enough, my outfit can permanently increase by 12,000 in all attributes every half hour. You really have some nerve. Lin Xiushui frowned slightly, interrupting her, while glancing at the bruise on Qin Shangling's knee, saying, Why don't you ask your husband for help with this kind of thing, but go to Qin Shen instead? What are you thinking? Is it only Qin Shen who can trigger the special effects of your outfit to help you improve its attributes? That shouldn't be the case, right? Lin Xiushui's words hit the nail on the head. Initially, Qin Shangling had the same thought as her, but after multiple attempts, she still couldn't trigger the outfit's special effects. It was only because she truly had no other choice that she thought of trying with Qin Shen, and it actually worked. It worked the first time, and then it worked every time. Unknowingly, she had stacked the outfit's total attributes to a staggering 120,000. So wasn't that obvious? The outfit crafted by Qin Shen could only be triggered by him to activate those rather improper yet highly tempting special effects. But for some reason, Qin Shangling didn't explain the details. She just smiled and said, What's wrong with finding Qin Shen? This kid is young, handsome, and capable, and he has an extraordinary background. So many people want to get close to him but haven't had the chance. Now that I have this opportunity, shouldn't I seize it? It's just that this kid's abilities are truly immense, and there are too many people flocking to him, and it will only increase in the future. So I really can't let this opportunity slip away. Who knows when this kid might forget about me? After all, how can I compare to all those young and beautiful girls around him? Xiushui, don't you think? Lin Xiushui could hardly listen any longer. Her best friend Qin Shangling was Zhao Xiaorou's mother, and Zhao Xiaorou and Qin Shen were classmates, so how could Qin Shangling? Does your husband know? Lin Xiushui, in a state of utter confusion, couldn't help but ask, What about your daughter, Xiaorou? Does she know? What do you think they would think if they knew you did something like this? What else could they think? Qin Shangling said dismissively, tugging at the stockings on her voluptuous legs, casually adding, The times have changed, the abyss invades, the weak are preyed upon, and the strong prevail. Who still cares about the old worldly ways? If a person has no power or backing, what does it matter how law-abiding they are? A moment's carelessness could lead to death without even knowing how it happened. Take Dong Manhwa, for instance. How many people has he bullied? Who dares to intervene? And now, Dong Manhwa is dead, and someone even more formidable has appeared, a strong and capable young man. Why shouldn't my daughter and I have a chance to get close to him? Lin Xiushui furrowed her brows tightly, biting her fiery red lips, wanting to retort but unsure of what to say. The key was that she could hear the underlying message in Qin Shangling's words. This was about making a choice. Moreover, her close friend was clearly trying to drag her down with her. But Lin Xiushui was not that kind of person. Let me give you something. Qin Shangling suddenly smiled, a good thing, entrusted to me by Qin Shen to pass on to you. I guarantee you'll like it. With that, Qin Shangling took out a piece of clothing from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Xiushui. Lin Xiushui's expression froze, and as she took the outfit in her hands and examined it closely, her confusion turned into a face full of black lines. It was a pair of open-crotch black stockings. This was the gift from Qin Shen? Ridiculous. Perhaps Qin Shen was indeed a bit ridiculous, but what Qin Shangling had just said was not untrue. These open-crotch black stockings were indeed a good thing. Temptress black stockings, epic level, basic attributes, agility, evasion plus 50,000, legendary effect 1 temptation. For every glance an enemy takes at this outfit, within 10 seconds, the damage they deal to you will be reduced by 90%. Legendary effect 2, invincible black stockings. Each time you are attacked, there is a 30% chance to trigger a 3-second invincibility effect. Legendary effect 3, open crotch. If I'm wearing open crotch, then I'm just a child, enjoying the protection of the minor protection law. No one can control me, immune to all control skills. After reading these attribute descriptions, Lin Xiushui felt a mix of emotions. Shocked and bewildered, she also felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Various feelings surged within her, and she truly didn't know how to respond to such an outfit. An epic level outfit, with basic attributes of agility and evasion plus 50,000. Plus 3 golden legendary effect attributes? Any one of these effects alone would be enough to drive countless strong individuals crazy, let alone all three together? How could she refuse this? It was clear that no matter how she tried, Lin Xiushui ultimately could not refuse such a huge temptation. But why did it have to be a pair of open-crotch stockings? Lin Xiushui had been born into the wealthy Lin family in Jiangbei, born with a golden key, raised in luxury, receiving an excellent education, and had never been tainted by worldly corruption. Even her relationship with her husband was one of mutual respect. Had she ever worn something so obviously inappropriate as open-crotch stockings? Now, with Qin Shen suddenly gifting her such an item, how was she supposed to accept it? Just take it. Seeing Lin Xiushui lost in thought, Qin Shangling smiled, interrupting her reverie. This kind of good thing is a priceless treasure, absolutely something you can't seek out. Even if you have great power and wealth, you still can't get it. Outfits like this are inherently precious and luxurious, especially those with effect attributes. However, the outfit that Qin Shen sent you has 3 golden legendary level effect attributes. Why don't you want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it for myself. Just for those 3 golden legendary level effect attributes, I'd be willing to show it to Qin Shen every day. Qin Shangling was serious, not joking at all, and reached out to take the tempting black silk away. As a result, Lin Xiushui felt a tightness in her heart and hurriedly stored it in her spatial ring. Qin Shangling smiled and said, "Aren't you the one who can't accept it? Aren't you the one who doesn't want it? What's wrong with you giving me something you don't want? We're best friends, after all. We even said we would share a husband." Her voice suddenly paused, and Qin Shangling quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right, now we can fulfill our promise as best friends, can't we? You and I can really share a husband now, right?" Lin Xiushui shot her a glare but said nothing. Clearly, this dignified and reserved beautiful lady ultimately bowed to those 3 golden legendary level effects. In this world, no one can resist temptation. If they can, it's only because the temptation isn't big enough. Like the national ranking reward for the global ladder competition, it held no allure for Qin Shen. Late at night, when Long Shasha walked in wearing a sheer, sexy nightgown and a super short skirt, straddling Qin Shen's lap, and told him that the national ranking reward was a level 100 rare golden giant sword with legendary effects. What the hell? Qin Shen was instantly confused. A level 100 rare golden giant sword with legendary effects? How many legendary effects? Just one? Doesn't this sound like the thing I forged before and thought was useless, so I handed it over to the military? Really? Seeing Long Shasha nodding with a smile, Qin Shen couldn't hold back anymore. He immediately began to rant. What the hell is this? They're rewarding me with something I forged? And it's something I didn't even want? Who do they think they're looking down on? Have they considered my feelings? Are they trying to prevent me from getting first place in the nation? Or do they not want me to continue participating in the ranking competition? Alright. Long Shasha planted a kiss on Qin Shen's face, leaving a bright lip print, and sweetly said, "You don't lack for effect equipment, and now you have plenty of money. The Lu family, the Yuan family, and the Dong Manhwa family, all their assets belong to you now. So what could possibly motivate you to compete for first place in the national ranking?" This question truly stumped Qin Shen. After all, what Long Shasha said was true. He could say he had everything now, and he didn't even know what could motivate him to work hard in the ranking competition. However, this was just because his perspective hadn't yet broadened. In fact, he truly did not have everything already. In the future, he would come to realize that there were still many, many things he lacked. In the early hours, in the city of Fusang Island, several eastern war gods were all slain by Qin Hongyu, the female war god of Huagua, under her sword. Even the Eastern Emperor, a 4th turn 432 level SSR shield guardian, was beheaded by Qin Hongyu with a single strike. With an attack power of 15 million, plus over 300 times the damage bonus, Qin Hongyu was truly capable of looking down upon the world, sweeping through the invincible. In any case, this eastern capital was indeed taken by her in a single day. One person slaughtered hundreds of thousands of the eastern army. One person killed 6 eastern war gods. Yi Hongyu truly moved through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited, beheading the emperor and capturing the eastern capital, while her female generals hardly lifted a finger. They mostly just provided her with occasional support. This blitzkrieg was entirely a performance by Qin Hongyu alone. She became famous in one battle, her name resounding throughout the world. This time, she truly wanted to shine, her fierce reputation spreading far and wide. At this moment, she was in the Eastern Emperor's treasury, her gaze fixed on a pair of twin sisters wrapped in rich spiritual energy, heavenly fragrance and beauty, stunning and unparalleled, pure and alluring, a disaster for the nation, absolutely a femme fatale. The reason being that this pair of yet to open-eyed twin sisters were not human at all. They were spirit attendants, born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They were naturally spiritual beings, similar to spirit pets or mounts, but far more advanced. They were a type of top-tier spiritual treasure that even Qin Hongyu, the female war god, had never possessed. Qin Hongyu had not expected that taking Fusan would yield such an unexpected gain, especially after she carefully examined the attributes of the twin spirit attendants before her. She felt even more that this blitz against Fusan was definitely a blood profit. A mere Fusan Island city was beneath her notice. The entire eastern region, with its several 100,000 square kilometers of territory, was nothing much to her. She had the strength of the entire nation behind her, so naturally, she looked down upon the eastern financial and material resources. The East indeed had many beauties, but as a woman, she had no interest in them. What use was that? Therefore, her blitz against Fusan was truly just a whim, merely wanting to test the power of her equipment and attire. Nothing more. But now, this pair of heavenly fragrance and beauty, femme fatale level twin spirit attendants truly stirred her heart. This was because this pair of twin spirit attendants had been painstakingly cultivated over hundreds of years by the Eastern Emperor with the strength of the entire nation, condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, pouring countless efforts into their creation. They could be called the national treasure of the East. In the entire Eastern region, there was no other treasure that could compare. Twin Battle Maidens, SSS Level Spirit Servant, Level 1, Health Points, 99,990,000, Spirit Power, 99,990,000, Attack Power, 77,770,000, Physical Defense, 33,330,000, Magic Resistance, 33,330,000, Agility, 28,880,000, Hit Rate, 28,880,000, Dodge Rate, 27,770,000, Passive 1 Cauldron, Dual Cultivation increases the master's training speed by 10 times, Passive 2 Harmony, each time the master engages in intimacy, all attributes will be permanently increased by 1%, Passive 3 Twins. The twin battle maidens share all attributes and skills. When attacking simultaneously, one will always be in a stealth state. Passive 4 Battle Maiden Mark. Each successful attack will apply a Battle Maiden mark on the target, causing the next damage taken to double. Multiple marks will stack the doubling effect exponentially, with no upper limit. Marks never disappear until the target dies. Skill 1 Instant Attack. Teleporting attack deals 3 times the attack power in damage. Resets cooldown upon hitting the target. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 2 Shapeshift. The twins can exchange positions at any time with this skill, or teleport unidirectionally to each other's position. No cooldown. Skill 3 Fusion. The twins fuse, doubling all attributes and immediately resetting all skill cooldowns. Fusion state lasts 60 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Skill 4 Shared Service. The twins can simultaneously teleport to the master's side with this skill, and for the next 10 seconds, each will bear 50% of the master's damage, cooldown 30 seconds. There was more to come, but when Qin Hongyu saw this, she was already completely stunned. Such a spirit treasure, unparalleled in the world. This time, her sudden strike on Fusan was truly the right choice. Otherwise, why not choose to strike elsewhere? The world is so vast, why choose to strike Fusan? This is called destiny. The emperor, with the strength of the entire nation, poured countless efforts to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cultivated over hundreds of years into this twin battle maiden spirit servant, and it should belong to her, Qin Hongyu. Suddenly, Qin Hongyu sensed something was off. Her heart sank, and she quickly furrowed her brows. Cauldron? Harmony? Shared service? This is prepared for men? Does this spirit servant have gender usage restrictions? Upon this thought, Shin Hongyu hurriedly searched the attribute panel for detailed explanations, and the result was, note, only males can bind with the twin battle maidens. The moment she saw this line, Shin Hongyu felt a buzz in her head, and she was completely dazed. The sky has fallen. Damn that emperor, how could such a good thing have a gender usage restriction? Shin Hongyu was truly furious. That feeling was really about to crack open right there. But she was angry as she was, and in her helplessness, she could only accept reality. After all, things like fashion spirit treasures often have gender restrictions. Just like the epic level tight super short leather pants she was wearing, this outfit was limited to female use. Could Qin Shen, a big man, wear this thing? Thus, many items indeed have such gender restrictions, which is reasonable. However, at this moment, Shin Hongyu was really furious. Such a good thing had her excited for half a day, and in the end, she couldn't use it? What to do? Should she give it to someone else? Give it to whom? Which damn man is worthy of whom? Just as Shin Hongyu was cursing in her heart, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, and she immediately thought of someone. Qin Chen. If this Eastern national treasure were to be given to someone else, it would probably only go to Qin Chen. After all, if it weren't for Qin Chen's great efforts behind her, without the various outfits forged by Qin Chen and the help to enhance her weapons and upgrade gems, how could she have the ability to strike Fusang and slay the Eastern war god, beheading the emperor? This victory undoubtedly belongs to Qin Chen. However, it can't just be handed over to him like that. He needs to understand that this treasure of the Eastern Ocean is hard-earned. Just as Qin Hongyu was thinking this, Qin Chen called her. As soon as the call connected, Qin Chen got straight to the point. Do you want to see what the reward is for your national ranking competition? A level 100 rare golden giant sword? It has a legendary special effect, a heavy sword with no edge, and after equipping this sword, all attack power bonuses will become tenfold. Is that it? Isn't this what I just handed over to you? Are you trying to fool me with this? Who do you think you're looking down on? If this is how it's going to be, then I won't participate. It makes me have no motivation for the ranking competition at all. As soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, Qin Hongyu laughed directly. Want motivation? Then go ask them. The national ranking competition's top reward isn't decided by me, and I'm busy right now, so I don't have time to deal with these matters. Aren't you my sister? If I don't ask you, who else can I ask? Qin Chen was very straightforward, not hiding anything at all. Besides, can I get anything done by asking someone else? With all the layers of reporting and various procedures, it could take days for a round trip. Do you think I don't know these things? Not to mention, I might have to give some gifts just to get the highest authority to hear my voice. Do you think I don't understand these disgusting human relations? So, can I not use your connections? The highest level person I know is you, and besides, you're my sister. You made me kneel and call you sister last time. Did you kneel? Qin Hongyu replied with interest. You didn't seem to kneel at that time, did you? Qin Chen fell silent for 2 seconds and changed the subject. Anyway, I currently have no motivation for this ranking competition. You can handle it as you see fit, or I just won't go. Heh, Qin Hongyu smiled. She could tell what this kid was thinking. She was already aware of the huge commotion caused by the sudden attack on Fusang, which was common knowledge, so how could Qin Chen not know? Moreover, he was clear about the results because he understood her current strength best. He was certain that she wouldn't suffer any losses from this sudden strike on Fusang. So, now he was here to take credit and share in the spoils. How coincidental, she had just thought about keeping that treasure of the Eastern Ocean for him, and he immediately called her. It seemed that those twin spirit treasures were indeed destined to belong to Qin Chen. Thinking of this, Qin Hongyu couldn't help but glance again at the pair of twin spirit treasures before her, which had yet to open their eyes and were still in the process of being nurtured. After a moment of thought, she lightly parted her lips and said to Qin Chen on the phone, "Don't worry, the national ranking competition's top reward is clearly not prepared for you. That's meant to motivate other teams and has nothing to do with you. And not just the top reward, the entire domestic leaderboard rewards are basically those equipment or outfits that you forged. So how could they use what you provided as a reward and give it back to you? But I don't know if the military has reserved any mysterious rewards for you. However, I have reserved a mysterious big gift for you." A mysterious gift? On the other end of the line, Qin Chen was clearly interested. What mysterious gift? Are you sure you're not fooling me? Qin Hongyu let out a light snort, then walked to the side and sat down, crossing her long, elegant legs, and adjusted the stockings on her legs, leisurely saying, "I already said it's a mysterious gift. How can I tell you now? In any case, just focus on your ranking. You certainly look down on the rewards for the beginner group, and the rewards for the intermediate and advanced groups should be just about that for you. Your goal is the peak competition. The national rewards for the peak competition are definitely what you need. and the global #1 reward is something I want as well. This was true. The global ranking matches were divided by age groups. After all, generally speaking, the older one is, the stronger they tend to be, at least for the vast majority. This was also to accommodate young people like Qin Chen, who had only recently awakened. Therefore, Qin Chen was currently in the junior group, which was the lowest tier of the global ranking matches, and the rewards were naturally not impressive. How could he possibly look down on them? The intermediate and advanced groups were slightly better, but still just that. The real gathering of heroes had to be seen in the peak competition. The peak competition had no age restrictions. As long as one met the ranking points requirement, they qualified to participate in the true contest of the strong. Currently, Shin Hongyu was only in the intermediate group, but she hadn't played a single ranking match, clearly not taking the intermediate group rewards seriously. However, she was one of the top 10 war gods of Huagua. Her strength was evident and officially recognized, so she didn't need to compete in the intermediate group ranking matches. She was directly promoted to the peak competition. But Qin Chen, although he had an extraordinarily monstrous talent, it was only in equipment forging, which was completely different from actual strength. Therefore, even though the military valued him highly and he could indeed be considered a national treasure, he ultimately couldn't be directly promoted to the peak competition. After all, this wasn't a Huagua ranking match, but a global one. It wasn't something that could be decided by Huagua alone. Would they have to expose Qin Chen's secret to the public, just to promote him to the peak competition? Wouldn't that ruin the carefully crafted disguise plan? Wouldn't he end up with a tarnished reputation? So, he still had to continue playing the ranking matches, but there was no rush. Qin Chen wanted to level up first. After all, improving his strength was the true source of motivation. One could say that playing ranking matches was also to enhance strength, but his current strength wasn't meant for just ranking matches. Therefore, the next day, Qin Chen still set aside the ranking matches and took 4 talented school beauties to grind in the Abyss. Still grinding in the Abyss? Long Shasha suggested, I heard that while the Abyss is invading, the 8 great secret realms have emerged, namely the Demon Lock Tower, the Demon Suppression Cave, the Dragon Slaying Hall, the Buddha Slaughter Sea, the Immortal Execution Platform, the God Slaying Domain, the Common People's Tomb, and the Sky Tower. The 8 great secret realms are the core of all Abyss, where the elite of the Abyss monsters are imprisoned, the strongest of the strong. It is rumored that the ultimate goal of the Abyss invasion is to use countless lives as sacrifices to unlock the seals of these 8 great secret realms. But at the same time, the 8 great secret realms have also become the trial grounds for true strong ones. The experience gained from grinding monsters there is at least 10 times that of the Abyss, and there are countless treasures. Many top-tier equipment forging materials can only be found there. Why don't we give it a try? As Long Shasha finished speaking, Qin Chen frowned slightly. I've heard of the 8 great secret realms, but they are truly perilous. Even level 100 or 200 strong ones wouldn't dare to step in casually. One misstep could cost them their lives, especially since the 3 of you haven't leveled up yet. So if we go into the secret realm now, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? The long-legged school beauty Lin Anchi suddenly spoke up. Aren't you here? With your abilities, what is there to be afraid of? Moreover, during these few days you've been playing ranking matches, Shasha has been helping us level up. Although her level is too high to team up with us, otherwise we wouldn't gain experience. With her protecting us all the way, plus your equipment, we've been leveling up rapidly, right? At least now we can team up with you without dragging down the experience too much. Qin Chen was astonished upon hearing this. Had they leveled up so quickly? If the levels of the people in a team differ too much, it will lower the experience gained, or even result in no experience at all. Therefore, high-level experts usually can only escort lower-level players, rather than team up to grind monsters and level up together. This is also the fundamental reason why many people from Long Shasha's grandfather's generation are still only in their 30s despite their age. That's why Qin Chen thought of going to the Abyss first to escort Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishua, and Lin Anchi, helping them to level up as much as possible. Since they couldn't team up, he couldn't help with grinding monsters, so he could only ensure their safety. Thus, he dared not take them to the secret realm, only to the Abyss. However, he didn't expect that the 3 of them had unknowingly leveled up to the point where they could team up with him. So fast? He himself had relied on the 70 million health points provided by the Hell's Cave to recklessly level up in the Abyss, but they, even with Long Shasha's escort, it shouldn't be this quick, right? Upon reflection, it was indeed the case, but Qin Chen overlooked the talents of the 3 of them. He himself had no combat skills and could only rely on equipment. However, Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishua, and Lin Anchi, the 3 outstanding beauties, were different. One was an S-rank holy healer, with 5 skills: Holy Light, Holy Healing, Holy Dispelling, Holy Group Healing, and Holy Blessing, providing ample healing and having considerable self-protection abilities. One was an S-rank ice archer, whose attacks and skills applied a layer of frost effect on targets, offering both control and damage. The last one was an S-rank bloodthirsty Shikigami, possessing a 100% lifesteal passive, and each time it died, it would awaken in a Shikigami state with 10 times all attributes, allowing it to kill the monsters that had killed it for revenge, then revive at full health. Additionally, it could provide a 100% attribute boost and had a group invincibility skill lasting 10 seconds with a 30-second cooldown, plus a chance to transform into any member of the team once a minute. With their skills complementing each other, the effect was quite terrifying. This was their advantage over Qin Shen. Moreover, they also had various powerful outfits given by Qin Shen. Long Shasha even lent them the scythe that Qin Shen had eliminated. Finally, there was Long Shasha, a level 74 assassin, providing escort. With all these conditions combined, how could their leveling speed not be fast? Although their average level was only around 50, and teaming up with Qin Shen still lowered the experience a bit, compared to the tenfold experience in the secret realm, that little bit of experience lost due to level difference was nothing. At least it was within an acceptable range. In short, Qin Shen ultimately underestimated their talents. After all, he had no combat skills and relied purely on equipment, so how could he clearly realize the terror of their skills? So it wasn't really his fault, he truly didn't mean to underestimate them. Ultimately, their understanding of each other was still insufficient. In the future, they would need to deepen their understanding. However, for now, since they could team up to go to the secret realm, then let's go. Alright, let's go straight to the Demon Lock Tower, Qin Shen said, and the group wasted no time, setting off for the Demon Lock Tower. The group of 8, besides Qin Shen and the 4 outstanding beauties, also included Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Shen Shuer, the 3 female guards. They were all Qin Shen's personal bodyguards, naturally following him closely. Although their strength was currently not as good as Qin Shen's and they couldn't provide effective protection, the essence of a personal bodyguard lies not in protection but in being close. As long as they were close, that was the fundamental reason why Qin Shen still kept them by his side. It doesn't matter whether he can provide effective protection or not, Qin Shen is not the type to be overly calculative. He can't just rely on them for protection when he is still weak and then turn his back on them once he becomes powerful enough, can he? How could Qin Shen be that kind of person? He understands the importance of gratitude and repaying kindness, unlike some people. For instance, his beautiful adoptive aunt Bai Yufang has an adopted son, Bai Shanha. Qin Shen didn't even know that his stunning aunt had an adopted son, and at this moment, Bai Shanha was on the phone with Bai Yufang. You're still alive? Just as I expected, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. But that's good, this way, I'll have the chance to catch you and make you and your precious daughter mine. He. On the phone, Bai Shanha was grinning wickedly, filled with desire. His intentions were crystal clear. However, how could Bai Yufang be afraid of him? She didn't take this adopted son seriously at all. At that moment, she was resting her head on the beautiful legs of Yuan Meiyuan, the stunning matriarch of the Yuan family, while eating grapes that Lu Yunmeng was feeding her, casually saying, "You dare to covet me and my daughter? Bai Shanha, do you really think so highly of yourself? Do you really believe you have any real power? Working hard to the point of exhaustion, and you're still just a first-tier 100-level blacksmith. All you can do is forge equipment with a 100% chance of rare blue attributes. Is that really impressive? Is that all you can do? You think you can turn the world upside down with such trivial skills? Ha, what a joke. A joke? On the other end of the line, Bai Shanha was genuinely provoked, erupting in anger as he stood up, his voice filled with rage as he shouted, "How dare you call me a joke? Bai Yufang, do you think it's still the past? Do you think you're still the master of the Extreme Bliss Palace? Times have changed, I'm no longer the same. I'm almost a third-tier 300 level now, and I will definitely hang you and buying up to force you to conceive." Filthy words. Bai Yufang shook her head, then sat up, gently massaging her foot wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and said nonchalantly, "You think you can force me and Bai Ying to conceive? Do you even have that capability? Bai Shanha, can you really do that? If you could actually pull it off, you wouldn't be spouting this nonsense over the phone, would you? What else can you do besides fantasizing? You can only think about it in your heart. With your trivial skills, I find it laughable just to think about it." Bai Yufang. Bai Shanha was truly enraged, his voice hoarse and frantic, filled with a fury that made him want to rush over immediately. However, he didn't dare. He was raised by Bai Yufang. How could he not know her capabilities? This time, he was merely venting over the phone. If he dared to show up, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Bai Yufang wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Bai Ying could easily handle him. However, he seemed to feel he had grasped Bai Yufang's weakness. I can't kill you, and I wouldn't want to, but can I kill Qin Chen? I wouldn't hesitate to kill him. If Bai Yufang doesn't want him dead, she better behave, understand? I'm asking you if you understand. Speak. Speak? What should Bai Yufang say? You're just a useless, furious waste. After saying this, Bai Yufang hung up the phone. What kind of storm could a self-important Bai Shanha stir up? Could she take him seriously? Back then, she brought that child from the orphanage, named him Bai Shanha, and raised him simply because she thought his ability to forge equipment with a 100% chance of rare blue attributes could be further developed, so she wanted to nurture him. But in the end, he disappointed her. The White Mountain River can only forge equipment with a 100% chance of producing rare blue attribute effects, nothing more. How could Bai Yufang possibly look down on mere rare blue attributes? Yet, Bai Shanhai is quite determined, tirelessly striving to advance his talent, hoping to make significant progress. It's somewhat like Qin Chen, who initially had a 100% chance of producing 1 to 3 golden legendary attributes, then a 100% success rate for embedding gems in equipment, and a 100% success rate for gem synthesis. Following that, there's a 100% success rate for equipment enhancement. Bai Shanha's talent should ideally progress in a similar manner. However, the reason talent is called talent is that it is inherently unrelated to effort. Everything was predetermined from the very beginning. Shinshin doesn't need to work hard. As long as he reaches the corresponding level, he can unlock one overpowered talent after another. But Bai Shanha cannot. Even now, nearing level 300 after 3 promotions, he can still only produce blue rare attribute effects with a 100% success rate. All those years of hard work have yielded no results. Unlike Qin Chen, who is currently grinding monsters and leveling up with 4 stunning school beauties in the Locking Demon Tower. Here, the experience is 10 times that of the Abyss, allowing him to level up from 70 to 80 in no time. As a result, he unlocked another overpowered talent, 100% success for equipment star upgrades. He hasn't even touched equipment star upgrades yet. None of his gear has even 1 star. Star level equipment requires at least a first promotion to level 100 to even qualify for contact. Just qualifying means being able to wear 1 star equipment, but to truly upgrade equipment from 0 stars to 1 star is basically a pipe dream, because just the star upgrade stones are not something an average person can afford. Currently, a single star upgrade stone starts at a price of at least 100 million in the black market, and even that price is often just a number without a market. Many times, one has to rely on auctions to obtain such extremely scarce items as star upgrade stones. At auctions, prices for a single star upgrade stone can reach several hundred million or even billions, which is quite normal. The key is that to upgrade 0-star equipment to 1 star, you need at least 3-star upgrade stones to start. Moreover, the success rate for equipment star upgrades is extremely low. If the upgrade fails, not only will the star upgrade stones shatter and be wasted, but the equipment itself might also break. If it's upgrading from 1 star to 2 stars, or from 2 stars to 3 stars, if the upgrade fails, even if the equipment doesn't break, it could drop from 1 star to 0 stars, from 2 stars to 1 star, or even from 2 stars to 0 stars. There's no way around it. Equipment star upgrades are that brutal, and not everyone can afford to play this game. Otherwise, how could a war goddess like Qin Hongyu, supported by the strength of the entire nation, only have equipment up to 3 stars at most? Additionally, the ancient magic artifact in Bai Yufang's possession, the Demon Soul Banner, is only 5 stars. So just how overpowered is Qin Chen's talent for 100% success in equipment star upgrades? One more point that must be mentioned is, equipment star upgrades double the attributes. Each star upgrade will double the existing attributes. This means exponential growth. For example, the ancient magic artifact, the Demon Soul Banner, in Bai Yufang's hands currently has an attack power of 44 million plus 14. 5 billion. If it upgrades from 5 stars to 6 stars, then the attack power directly becomes 88 million plus 29 billion. Another star upgrade would bring it to nearly 60 billion in attack power. Then 120 billion, 240 billion, 480 billion. This is the allure of equipment star upgrades. Each star upgrade can lead to a qualitative transformation of the equipment. Moreover, the equipment involved in star upgrades isn't limited to weapons, armor, and costumes. It also includes holy blades, exclusive divine weapons, spirit pets, mounts, and spiritual treasures. These things can be considered equipment and can also be upgraded. Here, we must mention the treasure of the Eastern Kingdom that Qin Hongyu discovered last night in the Imperial Treasure Vault. The twin battle maidens, an SSS level spirit servant, with a health of 99,999,000 and an attack power of 77,777,000, currently at Spirit Star level. If it levels up by 1 star, it will directly have nearly 200 million health and around 150 million attack power. Continuing to level up, it could reach 400 million health and 300 million attack power, 800 million health and 600 million attack power, 6 billion health and 2 billion attack power. It truly could exponentially double even invincibility. How could others survive? Fortunately, this treasure of the Eastern Kingdom has not yet fallen into Qin Shen's hands, otherwise, he would probably be too lazy to grind monsters in this secret realm and would sweep through the world relying solely on the twin battle maidens, dominating the human realm. Moreover, they are twins, a pair of sisters, so he could cuddle one while watching the other help him slaughter enemies. It sounds delightful, simply exhilarating. However, even though Qin Hanyu has not yet handed over the twin spirit treasures to Qin Shen, and Qin Shen is even unaware of their existence, he is still quite pleased at the moment. Because he has no combat skills and can only use normal attacks, previously, while grinding monsters in the abyss, he had to chop one by one. Although he could take down one with each strike, it was still a bit slow. The key point is that it was exhausting. During those days of grinding in the abyss, wasn't he always drenched in sweat and gasping for breath? But now it's different. Hua Shishua unleashes a rain of frost arrows every 10 seconds, dealing 270% attack damage to all monsters in range, and additionally applying 2 layers of frost effect, which with her passive becomes 3 layers in total. She is now level 51 and has awakened a 4th skill, Rain of Arrows, summoning 10,000 arrows for area damage, each arrow dealing 100% attack damage, and each additional arrow hitting the same target increases the damage by 10%, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Additionally, she is wearing the Holy Light White Silk mini skirt set that Qin Shen previously gifted her, which has 1 legendary effect and 2 eternal effects, increasing attack speed by 500%, and the attack speed bonuses from other equipment and skills are multiplied by 5. Her base movement speed and all movement speed effects are also multiplied by 10. She is immune to all normal attacks, skill damage is reduced by 50%, and there is a 10% chance to reflect full damage. Moreover, Linanchi's Spirit Blessing grants her plus 100% to all attributes, further increasing Hua Shishua's attack speed by 500% and movement speed by 1000%. With all these bonuses combined, her output capability is truly barely sufficient even in this secret realm. The key point is her AoE group damage. She can hit a group at once, unlike Qin Shen, who can only strike one with a sword. It's important to note that her passive Ice Bloodline applies a layer of frost effect with each attack, and after 10 layers, it will explode, dealing 10% of maximum health as true damage. With such a high attack speed, combined with the Frost Arrow Rain every 10 seconds and the Rain of Arrows every 15 seconds, it easily results in 10% of maximum health as true damage, causing the monsters that swarm Qin Shen to fall in droves, turning into a massive amount of spiritual energy that helps them level up. Not to mention, there's also Linanchi, an S-level bloodthirsty spirit. Her skill 3 spirit transformation allows her to transform into Hua Shishua for 30 seconds every minute, greatly enhancing the entire team's output capability. So now, Qin Shen just needs to rely on his 70 million health to continuously draw monsters, hardly needing to output any damage himself. Occasionally encountering bosses with high blood and thick defenses, he only needed to use his exquisite plus 35 bronze ancient sword with the demon rage effect when their output capabilities couldn't handle it. After exponentially stacking damage, he would slash them down in a few blows, or even one-shot them. For the rest of the time, he hardly needed to move, he just let them do the fighting. Oh no, he was no longer at 70 million health. His Corpse Mountain Blood Sea effect permanently increased his health by 10,000 for every target he killed, and he had just realized that killing didn't require him to be the one to deal the final blow. He only needed to assist. Since he was tanking all the monsters, naturally, he had an assist for every monster, allowing him to continuously trigger the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea effect. Therefore, his health was constantly on the rise. At this point, he was already at 74 million health. Anyway, the overall strength of their team was truly climbing steadily at all times. However, at this moment, some high-ranking military officials raised doubts about the team formed by Qin Shen and the 4 talented school beauties. Qin Shen's talent is quite good, but is it really necessary for him to team up with those 4? First, I want to clarify that I don't mean to look down on anyone, especially not on Qin Shen, but I still believe that every profession has its specialization. Do you understand what I mean? Long Shasha, Zhou Xiao, Hua Shishua, and Lin Anqi have long been under our military's watch. These 4 are in the first tier among all the young talents in our country. Their team is meant to rival the Imperial Capital Royal Team, and even to surpass it. Haven't they already surpassed it? Someone interjected, and by a wide margin, even when the 4 talented school beauties didn't participate, Qin Shen alone pushed the ranking points far beyond the Royal Team, firmly holding the top spot in the nation. By the way, He even took a day off yesterday and didn't play ranked matches today, yet his team's points still far exceed those of the royal team. So what? The high-ranking official interrupted sternly. Is that based on his own abilities? He relies on various equipment and the golden legendary effects of his outfits. How is that different from cheating? The so-called global ranking is based on personal strength. Qin Shin is indeed a talented blacksmith. I admit that, as I just said, I don't look down on anyone. But the point is, one thing is one thing, a blacksmith is just a blacksmith. How can a blacksmith like Qin Shin, who doesn't even have a combat skill, have any combat power? Letting him play ranked is like letting an old blacksmith enter a fighting arena. Is that how you do things? In the past, would you have let an excellent blacksmith go to battle with a submachine gun? What is the purpose of the global ranking competition? It is to select elites, and those selected are meant to go to the battlefield, to the abyss, or even to secret realms to fight to the death against those abyssal powerhouses. Did the ancient master blacksmith Oyezi go to battle? A talented blacksmith like Qin Shen should stay in the rear. That is the most efficient use of resources and is also to protect our nation's crucial assets to the greatest extent, considering the future of our entire country. And what does it mean to let him team up with those four? Are you planning to send him to the battlefield with them in the future? Does he have any combat skills? If something unexpected happens, it would be a significant loss for our entire country, an immeasurable loss. Who can bear that? Moreover, ranked matches emphasize fairness and justice. Others rely on their own strength. Equipment only plays a supporting role, merely a tool. But Qin Shen relies entirely on equipment. Isn't that a bit unfair? It's like a blacksmith wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a submachine gun to fight in an arena. Is that fair? Indeed, it was unfair. This was something that no one could refute. However, where in this world is there so much fairness? The existence of the term heavenly pride is the best proof. Otherwise, everyone would be useless, or everyone would be a genius. In any case, everyone would be the same, so how fair would that be? A genius is the greatest unfairness. All beings are equal, how could that be possible? Bai Yufang's adopted son, Bai Shanha, truly worked his hardest back then. It can be said that for decades, he put in every effort. But what was the result? When Bai Shanha was still in the orphanage, he was already able to forge equipment with a 100% chance of producing blue rare attribute effects. Now, decades later, he is almost at level 300 after 3 promotions, yet he can still only produce blue rare attribute effects with a 100% success rate. His innate skills have not changed at all. It is simply impossible to advance further. Talent is talent. It was already predetermined from the very beginning. Some talents are apparent from the start, laid out in plain sight. Others, however, have countless hidden talents that can only be gradually unlocked as one reaches the corresponding levels. Bai Shanha, after decades of hard work, has not even reached the starting point of Qin Shen, and his life will forever be destined to be far from that starting point. Qin Shen now has 4 passive talent skills. Talent 1, 100% success in forging equipment, guaranteed to produce 1 to 3 golden legendary attributes. Talent 2, 100% success in gem synthesis, and 100% success in embedding gems into equipment. Talent 3, 100% success rate in equipment enhancement. Talent 4, 100% success rate in equipment star upgrades. Compared to Qin Shen's 4 monstrous talents, Bai Shanha can't even achieve a 100% success rate in forging equipment. He can only guarantee blue rare attribute effects if he successfully forges the equipment. If the forging fails and he has no equipment, then what attribute effects can he produce? So how can this be compared? Is it still fair? Qin Shen stood at a point that Bai Shanha could never hope to reach in his entire life, while Bai Shanha, who doesn't even have the qualification to look up to that point, is merely at Qin Shen's starting line. So where is the fairness? So now, what's wrong with Qin Shen, a blacksmith, wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying a submachine gun onto the arena? Does he not deserve even this little privilege as a national treasure? He provided the rewards for the national ranking competition, so what's wrong with him teaming up with the 4 school beauties for some fun? If it weren't for Qin Hanyu's promise of mysterious rewards, he would have had no motivation for that ranking competition at all. Even though Qin Hanyu promised mysterious rewards, he still isn't in a hurry to play ranked. How enjoyable is it to grind monsters and level up his own strength at this moment? If they dare not let him team up with the 4 beauties for ranked matches, he might just throw in the towel. Not only would he quit, but he would also want to run off with all 4 of the sexy school beauties. Of course, he doesn't yet know that someone in the military high command wants to target him. But with his personality, if he were to find out, he really might do something like running off with the 4 sexy school beauties. He might even want to take their beautiful mothers along. After all, his reputation has already been tarnished by the military's disguise plan, so it doesn't matter anymore. He is all about doing as he pleases, After all, Qin Shangling and Lin Xiushui, these two school beauties' mothers, are truly captivating, graceful, and stunningly beautiful, and they are in their prime. At this moment, Qin Shangling is admiring her incredibly seductive figure in the mirror while reminiscing about how Qin Chen helped her enhance her fashion attributes time and again in the study yesterday. Looking back, she had vehemently opposed her precious daughter Zhao Xiao teaming up with Qin Chen for ranked matches, just like her husband Zhao Jinlong. But now, all she can think about is Qin Chen. Because some things, once experienced, can never be forgotten. They become addictive. She can't help but wonder when the next time will be. After all, her tight-fitting, ultra-short leather skirt outfit with black fishnet stockings increases all attributes by 12,000 every time someone submits. 12,000 in total attributes. Now, she has already accumulated an increase of 120,000 in total attributes. If she continues to rise at the same pace as yesterday, how strong Qin Shangling will become in the future is something she can't even dare to imagine. So how could this beautiful and fierce noblewoman not become addicted? If it weren't for hearing that Qin Chen took her precious daughter and the other three school beauties to level up by hunting monsters, she would have wanted to find Qin Chen right now to help solve the issue of enhancing her outfit's attributes. What are you doing? Suddenly, her husband Zhao Jinlong's voice came from behind Qin Shangling. Hearing this, Qin Shangling snapped back to reality and turned around to find her husband standing not far away, frowning at her. What else can I do? I'm just looking in the mirror. Looking in the mirror? I've been standing here watching you for a long time, and that absent-minded look of yours is what you call looking in the mirror? Look at what you're saying. Am I not standing in front of the mirror? What else would I be doing? Am I supposed to stand here in front of the mirror thinking about men? Hearing this, Zhao Jinlong's mouth twitched slightly, and then he took 2 steps forward, staring intently into Qin Shangling's eyes, asking, I heard that when you came back from Qinshan yesterday, your knees were bruised, and your stockings were torn. Are you not going to give me an explanation? Don't you think you should clarify what exactly happened? And what were you doing visiting Qinshan? Why did you dress like that to see him? What are you getting worked up about? Qin Shangling interrupted with a frown. Our daughter is with him. Isn't it reasonable for me to visit my own daughter? Do you need to dress like that? Zhao Jinlong had unknowingly become gritted teeth, like what you're wearing right now. Black fishnet stockings? Tight ultra-short leather skirt? Low-cut and exposing the midriff and back. Look at this skirt. It's so short it barely covers your butt. Is this the outfit Qin Chen gave you? You wore the outfit he gave you to see him? You never used to wear such revealing clothes. Are you wearing them specifically for Qin Chen? Say something. Is it or isn't it? By the end, Zhao Jinlong was almost shouting. But despite his anger, Qin Shangling remained unfazed, casually replying without a second thought. What are you shouting about? What's so serious that it deserves such a big reaction from you? Really, the older you get, the less capable you become, and your temper just keeps getting worse? You said this is a fashion outfit, so naturally, Qin Chen knows it best. I don't quite understand the special effects of this outfit, so I went to seek his advice. Is that wrong? Zhao Jinlong seemed to have grasped a key point and instantly clenched his fists. Seek his advice? You mean you dressed like this to seek Qin Chen's advice? And then you came back with bruised knees? And last night, it seems you told the servants that your throat hurt? Qin Shangling, you, Zhao Jinlong, don't go looking for trouble. Qin Shangling finally got a bit angry, her beautiful eyes widened, her tone turned cold, and her voice noticeably chilled. It's fine if you slander me, I don't care. But slandering Qin Chen is not right. He is the young master of the Qin family in the capital, backed by the military, the captain of the Jiangbei Tianwu battle team, with a prominent family background that is not something you or I can compare to. What kind of woman does he not want? Could he do the kind of things you imagine? Is Qin Chen that kind of person? Zhao Jinlong was almost driven mad with anger. He could clearly feel that Qin Shangling had changed. She was not like this before. Ever since she started wearing those outfits sent by Qin Chen, she had begun to change, gradually becoming unfamiliar. Indeed, the attributes of those outfits are quite impressive, and the golden legendary effects they come with are extremely tempting. But is this really the reason for the drastic change in Qin Shangling? Zhao Jinlong vaguely felt that it wasn't quite so. He sensed that there seemed to be some hidden tricks involved. Unfortunately, his level wasn't high enough to see the black mist swirling around those outfits, which were utterly sinister. However, even if he could see them, what difference would it make? Didn't Qin Hanyu and the high-ranking officials from the military see them too? Yet, they didn't seem to take it seriously. In the face of the immense benefits brought by those golden legendary effects, some things could ultimately be overlooked, or at least turned a blind eye to. Otherwise, what would they do? Would they really leave so many golden legendary effect equipment and outfits unused? That would be a waste. Shin Hongyu was able to strike Fuso and achieve great success precisely because of those equipment and outfits. Zhao Xiaoro, Hua Shishue, and Lin Anqi, the three outstanding school beauties, also leveled up rapidly for the same reason. Especially now, Xin Shen was leading them to grind in the secret realm, spending an entire day in the locking demon tower without much pause, just grinding and grinding, not a word spoken, and by the end of the day, Xin Shen had reached level 100 in his first promotion. The outfit necklace's illusion of a blood sea with the eternal level effect had stacked up to 92 million health points. The refined bronze ancient sword plus 35 had a legendary effect too, Glutton, which permanently increased the sword's attack power by 1 point for each target killed, permanently boosting it by over 2000 attack power. There was also effect 3, Feast, which allowed him to absorb 50% of the opponent's attack power after each kill for his own use. After grinding for a whole day, the total attack power absorbed from this feast was about 34 million. At this moment, the total attack power of his refined bronze ancient sword plus 35 was 2,944 plus 270,000 plus 34 million. Among them, 2,944 was the base attack power plus the permanently increased attack power from Glutton. 270,000 came from enhancements and gems. Adding effect 3, Feast, his total attack power was now approximately 6 million. With 6 million attack power, combined with effect 1, Demon Fury, which doubled damage exponentially, one could only ask what monsters in this secret realm he couldn't kill. At that moment, their team arrived at the ultimate boss on the first floor of the locking demon tower. From a distance, that boss exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. A two-headed giant python, covered in scales, with a right horn on its head, measuring at least 100 meters long, and even its several glowing fangs were several meters long. The members of the team began to check the boss's attributes. The duality of Yin and Yang, the twin serpent master, level 120 legendary boss, health, 25 million, physical attack, 240,000, magic power, 470,000, all attribute attack power, 450,000, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, passive 1 Yin and Yang, the intertwining of Yin and Yang, life and death is one, constantly undergoing rebirth, growing stronger each time, revives in just 1 minute after death, and all attributes increase by 10% upon revival. Passive 2 Twin Birth, the duality of Yin and Yang, good and evil is one, immune to all damage when in a good state, while in an evil state, self-damage is doubled. Both states trigger randomly, lasting 5 seconds each time, with a cooldown of 10 seconds after each trigger. Passive 3, Serpent Master, upon entering the state, summons a snake soldier every second, a snake general every 10 seconds, a snake king every 30 seconds, a snake emperor every 60 seconds, a snake lord every 120 seconds, and a serpent master inheriting 100% of all attributes every 240 seconds. All summoned creatures last until death or the end of combat. Passive 4, Death Venom, all attacks and skills carry death venom, dealing toxin damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum health per second. Xin Shen couldn't help but frown upon seeing this. He remembered the level 80 epic boss from the Abyss, the King of Greed, a 9-headed giant troll, which had only about 500,000 health and average attack power of a few thousand. But this level 120 legendary boss in the secret realm had a staggering 25 million health. Its various attack powers were also in the hundreds of thousands, just 40 levels higher than that 9-headed troll, yet the attributes were worlds apart? Who could possibly handle this? To put it into perspective, Qin Hongyu, at level 400 after 4 promotions, had a base health of only a few 100,000 and a base attack power of just over 100,000. This meant that without relying on equipment, Qin Hongyu at level 400 was still no match for this level 120 legendary boss. Incredible! It was only thanks to his various golden legendary equipment effects that Qin Shen had stacked his attack power to 6 million, so although he frowned, he wasn't intimidated. But if it were another team of level 200 or so, wouldn't it take dozens of teams working together for days and nights to take down this boss? And even then, they might not succeed. If they did, it would cost many lives. Truly worthy of being called a forbidden ground for the strong. Can we even fight this? Long Shasha suddenly spoke up. It can randomly become immune to all damage for 5 seconds, and every 240 seconds, it gains another clone with 100% of its attributes. Plus, all its attacks are poisoned, dealing 5% of maximum health as damage per second. With all these insane skills combined, how can we fight? Exactly. The Cow School beauty Zhao Xiaoro also frowned. I glanced at the attribute panel, and each of those snake soldiers and generals has different skills, like knockback, stun, blindness, and bleeding, basically all kinds of control and debuff skills are present. And it summons a snake soldier every second, a snake general every 10 seconds. It really just keeps getting more, especially with a new 100% attribute Serpent Master every 240 seconds. That means we have to take it down within 240 seconds, or else those clones will keep coming. By 480 seconds, there will be 3 Serpent Masters, and by 720 seconds, there will be 3 more. Beside them, the cold school beauty Hua Shishue took a deep breath and said, taking down even one is difficult, and it gains another every 240 seconds. How can we fight this? The reality was indeed that it seemed impossible to fight. After all, this was a secret realm, not the Abyss, which was everywhere, with numbers like 9, 10, 100, 200, there were hundreds or even thousands of abysses within Huaguo alone. But this secret realm was the only one in the world. No wonder it was called a forbidden ground for the strong. However, for Qin Shen, it wasn't too bad. He just needed to hurry. After all, out of his current 5.6 million attack power, 5.34 million came from the Eternal Level Effect 3, Feast, which lasted for 180 seconds. He had to keep killing during this time to refresh the duration. Right now, only 60 seconds were left, so there was no time to waste. Let's get started. What's there to be afraid of? Come on, Anchi, let's go together. When we get close, you use the Shikigami protection to give us 10 seconds of invincibility, then immediately transform into me, and we'll take it down together. 2 people with 92 million health and 5.6 million attack power, can we really be afraid of it? We might take it down quickly. If we can't, Anchi, you should retreat when your transformation is about to end. Sharo, keep an eye on her and give her a heal just as her transformation is ending, so she can use your passive, Divine Light, to teleport to your side. Shishue, stay back and control the situation using your passive. You can't deal damage to this boss, only control it from a distance. Having quickly arranged everything, Qin Shen charged forward, rushing towards the massive snake lord that was hundreds of meters long and several meters tall. Lin Anchi followed closely behind, and as they approached the snake lord, she used her skill 2, Shikigami Protection, to provide 10 seconds of group invincibility, then transformed into Qin Shen. Here, it's worth mentioning her skill 3, Shikigami Transformation, 100% replication of everything about the target, not just Qin Shen's current 92 million health, but also his temporary 5.6 million attack power. In short, the moment she chose to transform into Qin Shen, she mirrored his state and attributes exactly 100% identical. Thus, in an instant, there were indeed 2 completely identical Qin Shens charging at the twin-headed snake lord with 5.6 million attack power. In a flash, Qin Shen struck, triggering the legendary effect 1, Demon Fury, of the refined bronze ancient sword, dealing double damage. Lin Anchi also landed a hit, dealing double damage, but the Snake Lord's passive 2, Twin Birth, could trigger even in a non-combat state, and at that moment, it was in a benevolent state, immune to all damage. As a result, both Qin Shen and Lin Anchi hit but caused no damage. The Snake Lord awakened, instantly furious. A great battle was about to erupt. Qin Shen swung his sword again, attack miss. The double damage effect of Demon Fury was reset. At the same time, Lin Anchi also missed her attack, and the effect was reset. The Snake Lord's massive tail swept across, sending both Qin Shen and Lin Anchi flying. Fortunately, their 10 seconds of invincibility was still active, so they were only knocked back without taking any damage. In the distance, Hua Shishue began her attack, using her passive, Ice Bloodline, to apply frost effects to control the Snake Lord. Roar! The Snake Lord became even angrier, roaring and charging towards Hua Shishue. Dodge! Zhao Xiao exclaimed, quickly healing Hua Shishue. The healing triggered the passive Divine Light, allowing any teammate she healed to teleport to her side within 3 seconds. In an instant, Hua Shishue vanished from her spot and appeared next to Zhao Xiao, successfully avoiding the Snake Lord's charge. Although the invincibility state was still active, being knocked down was still uncomfortable. Once entangled, it would be impossible to break free from control, and if dragged until the invincibility wore off, it would be over. Moreover, the first rule for archers is, under no circumstances should you let the opponent get too close. No matter what, avoid it if you can, and maintain distance to have space for output. Especially when facing such a legendary level, overpowered boss in a secret realm, Hua Shishue couldn't afford to be careless. She had to be extremely cautious. In response, Qin Shen and Lin Anchi, who had temporarily transformed into Qin Shen, became even more reckless, relying on their still existing invincible state and 92 million health points to launch another fierce attack, both swinging their swords at the Serpent Lord. The two hit almost simultaneously, triggering the Demon Fury effect once again, doubling the damage. However, this damage doubling does not take effect immediately. It applies to the next attack's damage. If the next attack hits, then the following attack will deal quadruple damage, then octuple damage, and so on. However, both of their next attacks missed. There was no way around it. The Serpent Lord's evasion attribute was too high, making it difficult for them to stack the exponential damage of the Demon Fury effect. This was precisely the downside of the Demon Fury effect. Each hit doubles the damage, stacking exponentially to the point of obliterating everything. But if an attack misses, it resets completely, especially against a foe like the Serpent Lord with such high evasion. Yet, the Serpent Lord not only had high evasion but also possessed other attributes that were equally monstrous. Moreover, the snake soldiers it continuously summoned could even heal it. Although it was already at full health, Zhao Xiao, the S-rank holy healer, had discovered that many of the snake soldiers had healing skills. Undoubtedly, the difficulty had increased once again, but now that the battle had begun, their team had no choice but to grit their teeth and fight bravely. If they couldn't take down the Serpent Lord, how could they deal with those snake soldiers? Qin Shen and Lin Anqi, transformed into Qin Shen, took down the snake soldiers summoned by the Serpent Lord one by one, as easily as chopping vegetables. However, Lin Anqi's 30 seconds of transformation time was about to run out. Zhao Xiao, from a distance, healed her and shouted, "Anqi, come back quickly." With no other option, Lin Anqi could only retreat, immediately using Zhao Xiao's passive holy light to teleport to her side. At this moment, Hua Shishue was utilizing the 5x attack speed and 10x movement speed provided by her Holy Light White Silk miniskirt set, along with the 100% all attribute boost from Lin Anqi's Skill 1 Spirit Blessing, moving like a lightning-fast shadow, constantly darting around the Serpent Lord, creating chaos and pulling aggro, trying to use her Frost Bloodline's freezing effect to help Qin Shen control the situation. Among the four school beauties, it seemed that only Long Shasha, the assassin, was not much help. After all, her assassin class focused on burst damage, but in front of the Serpent Lord, her burst damage was clearly insufficient. However, at that moment, she suddenly thought, "Anqi, is your spirit guardian protection off cooldown? Give me 10 seconds of invincibility, my dark blade can blind the target for 3 seconds, and the assassination field can reduce all enemies' attributes by 50%. I'll go directly into the assassination field. Anqi, you time it right to activate the group invincibility, and Xiao, be ready to heal me so I can teleport away." "Okay." Lin Anqi and Zhao Xiao responded in unison. In the next moment, Long Shasha activated the assassination field, instantly gaining 10x attack power, 10x movement speed and attack speed, 10x evasion, and 10x critical hit chance, and could teleport infinitely within the field. The field centered around her, extending 10 meters in all directions. Moreover, the field would move with her, always centered on her. This assassination field would also impose a 50% all-attribute suppression on all enemies within it. In an instant, Long Shasha teleported close to the Serpent Lord within the field. Just then, the Serpent Lord activated its skill, Serpent Lord's Roar, opening its massive maw to unleash a bloody whirlwind, dealing 500% attack damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, with a chance to knock them back or stun them. The so-called chance to knock back, knock up, or stun refers to the ability to dodge through agile positioning, rather than being purely random. Otherwise, the skill description would clearly state the exact probability of knockback, knock up, or stun. If there is no explicit probability, it means it can be avoided through movement. This was something the beautiful instructor Li Yanan told Qin Shen during his in-depth tutoring sessions. However, he was a blacksmith, relying mostly on equipment to push through, simple and brute force, never paying attention to combat skills, and thus his current movement skills could basically be ignored, and in the blink of an eye, he was stunned by the Serpent Master. In contrast, Long Shasha, the assassin, successfully dodged the special hurricanes that could knock back, knock up, or stun people in the bloody hurricane thanks to her 10 times attack speed and agile positioning provided by her assassination domain. At the same time, she also relied on Lin Anqi's timely group invincibility skill to immunize against the 500% attack power AoE damage of the bloody hurricane. The next second, Long Shasha activated her skill, Darkborn Stab, blinding the target for 3 seconds, while she herself ignored 50% of the opponent's defense for those 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. In an instant, the Serpent Master fell into a blinded state, unable to see anything. A second later, Qin Shen broke free from the stun and, taking advantage of the Serpent Master being blinded, quickly swung his sword in a fierce attack. One strike hit, damage times 2. Another strike hit again, damage times 4. This time he successfully stacked it to damage times 8. Finally, he dealt harmful damage to the Serpent Master. But at that moment, he suddenly jolted, realizing that his health had dropped to half. Damn, the death venom deals 5% of maximum health as toxin damage per second. It hurts like hell. Xiao, quick, heal me, hurry. Okay. Zhao Xiao immediately locked onto Qin Shen and activated Skill 1, Holy Healing, instantly healing the target teammate for 20% of their maximum health, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Shinshin shouted, when the invincibility state ends, give me a dispel, I really can't withstand this death venom. He had to endure it because Zhao Xiao's skill 2, Holy Dispel, had a cooldown of 10 seconds, while the Serpent Master's attacks and skills all carried death venom, meaning that as soon as Qin Shen's poison state was dispelled, he would be poisoned again the moment he was hit by the Serpent Master's attack. In this situation, Zhao Xiao's Holy Dispel was truly of little use. Generally speaking, her Holy Dispel was aimed at those toxic skills with some cooldown time, but the Serpent Master's death venom was passive, with no cooldown at all, effectively rendering her Holy Dispel useless. Compared to Qin Shen, Hua Shishue was better off because her Holy Light White Silk miniskirt set could immunize against normal attacks, reducing skill damage by 50% and having a 10% chance to reflect full damage. Even the death venom's 5% maximum health damage per second could be reduced to 5%, and she could occasionally reflect the full 5% maximum health damage back to the Serpent Master. However, it was a reflection of full damage rather than a skill reflection, meaning it reflected 5% of her own maximum health damage. Otherwise, if it reflected, the Serpent Master would take damage equal to 5% of its own maximum health, which would be quite significant. The subtle differences in these skill descriptions were all taught to Qin Shen by the beautiful instructor Li Yanan during his in-depth tutoring sessions. It was just unclear whether he had been paying attention at the time, especially since Li Yanan was dressed like that. I can't hold on any longer. A few minutes passed, and after the Serpent Master summoned a clone with 100% all attributes, Qin Shen suddenly shouted, quickly using Zhao Xiao's passive Holy Light to teleport away. Let's go, hurry up, damn it, the two Serpent Masters' passive death venom can stack, dealing 10% maximum health damage per second. What the hell? Quick, everyone retreat now. The evacuation was simple. After all, Zhao Xiao was already at the outermost edge of the battlefield, ready to disengage at any moment. She only needed a group heal, and everyone could use her passive Holy Light to teleport to her location. Moreover, Li Na and Anchi had the protection of their Shikigami, which could provide 10 seconds of invincibility for the group. If their team couldn't even manage a timely retreat, how could they dare to challenge the ultimate boss of the first layer of this secret realm? In the blink of an eye, everyone had safely evacuated. Their first challenge against the boss of the first layer of the secret realm ended in failure. Soon, Qin Shen used the special teleportation scroll that Qin Hongyu had given him earlier, directly bringing everyone to the villa estate connected by the scroll. The villa estate covered an area of 500 square kilometers, and it was the first mysterious gift Qin Hongyu had given to Qin Shen. Initially, Qin Shen hadn't thought much of it, so this was his first visit. After all, the Locking Demon Tower, one of the 8 major secret realms in the world, was not in Huaguo but in a dimensional space. They had been teleported there before, which, while quick, required several transfers and took some time. Now, they urgently needed a completely safe place to rest, so Qin Shen decided to use the teleportation scroll to come to this villa estate. Upon arrival, he looked around. Qin Shen, this place seems quite nice. Long Shasha, all I see are beautiful maids in super short skirts and long legs. It really is nice. Qin Shen, what? That's not what I meant. I was talking about the scenery, with mountains and rivers, birds singing, and flowers blooming. The landscape is delightful. Lin Anchi, with so many beautiful maids in white stockings, isn't that delightful scenery? Qin Shen was speechless. Did they really have to be like this? This was his first time at the villa estate that Qin Hongyu had given him. How could his attention possibly be on those maids? What a joke. He, Qin Shen, was not that kind of person. Never mind, he was exhausted from the earlier confrontation with the Snake Master, and now he was sweating profusely and panting, truly not in the mood to care about anything else. He needed to lie down and rest. You big pervert. Why are you lying on my legs? Get off, you big pervert. Shasha, kick him, just kick him away. Kicking him away was impossible. Would Long Shasha really do that? However, even though the confrontation with the Snake Master had only lasted a few minutes, it had been tense the entire time, with her full attention constantly focused. She had to help while also dodging the Snake Master's attacks and skills, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to withstand the death venom that dealt 5% of her maximum health and damage every second. So now, she was also drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Already tired and hot, Qin Shen insisted on resting his head on her legs. You big pervert, if you don't get off, I really will kick you. She said this, but Long Shasha had no real intention of actually doing it. Qin Shen completely ignored her, even taking advantage of the situation, moving up to rest his head in Long Shasha's embrace, then pulling up his attribute panel, fixated on the new talent that guaranteed a 100% success rate for equipment star upgrades, lost in thought. Upgrading equipment stars doubled the attributes. Each star upgrade could double the equipment's attributes. It was an exponential increase. The Snake Master's passive death venom was truly abnormal. With an additional Snake Master every 240 seconds, the death venom's damage would increase from 5% of maximum health per second to 10% per second. After another 240 seconds, it would be 15% per second. If this continued, who could withstand it? Therefore, Shin Shen began to consider upgrading his equipment stars. To defeat the Snake Master and clear the first layer of the locking demon tower to reach the second layer, he would likely have to rely on this newly awakened talent. Although star upgrade stones were rare and extremely expensive, he could still obtain them. A quick phone call to Qin Hongyu would suffice. After all, he had given Qin Hongyu so many good things that she could make a name for herself in the battle against Fusong, shaking the world with her reputation. So what if he temporarily borrowed the national strength behind her? However, he couldn't place all his hopes of defeating the Serpent Lord solely on this equipment upgrade. He still needed to think of other ways. Now at level 100 after his first promotion, he carefully checked his attribute panel and found something new: the Destiny Holy Blade. Similar to a weapon, but connected to one's destiny. Everyone has one and can only have one Destiny Holy Blade. This thing has no physical form. It is born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with various rare materials. It's somewhat like a spirit servant, except that spirit servants are alive, while this Destiny Holy Blade is not. He didn't understand, after all. Shin Shen was not very knowledgeable in this area. If he truly understood everything, what would he need those advanced academies for? After all, the Tianwu Academy was just a medium-level institution, and the students there all needed to take the college entrance examination to enter higher academies for further study. In this era of national awakening due to the Abyss invasion, the things people needed to learn were far more complex than the previous subjects of mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and politics. The key was that they had to learn well. If one didn't do well in the previous subjects, it would only mean not getting into college and finding a good job. But now, if one didn't learn well, they would only have a superficial understanding of their own skills and be completely clueless about the various skills of their enemies, leading to chaotic skill usage in battle, which could truly result in losing one's life. Therefore, at this moment, Shin Shen couldn't help but think it seems he really needs to find Li Yanan for some in-depth tutoring in the future. Right now, after resting well, he could first work on some equipment. After all, he was almost at level 100 after his first promotion, and it was time to update various equipment and outfits. Coincidentally, he had gathered quite a few materials from the secret realm that day. Not only were the material qualities far superior to those in the Abyss, but he also had some rare materials he had never seen before. The better the materials, the greater the chance of forging higher quality equipment. Although his success rate for forging was 100%, there was no guarantee on quality. Ultimately, it depended on the materials. Half an hour later, after resting on the beautiful legs of the Dragon University's campus flower, he got up and immediately started working on the equipment. All around the villa estate, there were short-skirted, long-legged maids, each a stunning beauty, but Shin Shen truly had no interest in them. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on upgrading his equipment and enhancing his strength. After all, strength is the hard truth. Could Shin Shen be someone who was infatuated with women? Soon, one outfit after another began to emerge. Guardian White Silk JK Mini Skirt Set Level, 100 all attributes plus 25,000, damage reduction plus 10% legendary effect 1 as Sweet Girl rules the world, as a ruler, all healing effects plus 100%, all healing skills cooldown minus 50%. Each healing will permanently increase all healing effects by 1%, reasonable, right? Legendary Effect 2, Invincible White Silk Sweet Girl, I am invincible. After dispelling various negative states from the target, Dispel type skills grant the target 5 seconds of immunity to all recently dispelled negative states, while also providing 5 seconds of 50% damage reduction and 50% skill cooldown reduction. Who dares to say that's unreasonable? Eternal Effect 3, Devil's Blood Pool, all effective healing values will be converted into equivalent life points stored in the Devil's Blood Pool, and any damage taken will first consume the life points in the Devil's Blood Pool. This set was clearly tailored for Zhao Xiao, the Holy Healer Campus Flower. With Effect 1, her Holy Healing could instantly heal 40% of the target teammate's maximum health, and the cooldown would be reduced from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. Moreover, each healing would increase the healing effect by 1%, stacking infinitely and permanently. Relying on skill 2, just like when facing the death poison of the Serpent Master, a single dispel grants 5 seconds of immunity, while also providing a 50% damage reduction for the same duration. If she dispels herself once, she gains an additional 50% skill cooldown reduction, and with the 50% skill cooldown reduction from Effect 1, that directly resets all skill cooldowns. Just think of the amazing plays she could pull off in the future. It's worth noting that when she was only level 19, she already had 5 skills, and now at level 88, she has naturally awakened her 6th skill, Holy Group Heal, summoning divine light to bathe all teammates, restoring all their health, mana, energy, and stamina to 100% within 3 seconds, with the recovery speed depending on each teammate's condition, and a cooldown of 30 seconds. This skill is truly overpowered. A careful study of the skill description reveals that as long as teammates aren't instantly killed, this skill is equivalent to providing 3 seconds of invincibility, and after those 3 seconds, all teammates will definitely be at 100% health. This is a skill she just awakened today, and even she has only just discovered it, so she hasn't had the chance to use it yet. The reason this skill has such a long cooldown of 30 seconds is precisely because it's so overpowered. But now, the legendary effect one of the Guardian White Silk JK short skirt set reduces the cooldown of this Holy Group Heal from 30 seconds to 15 seconds, occasionally dispelling herself, and using legendary effect 2 to provide another 50% skill cooldown reduction. She can directly reset all healing skills, and it's not just a simple reset of all healing skill cooldowns. Zhao Xiaoro exclaimed with excitement after a bit of research. All healing skill cooldowns are reduced by 50%, and then using legendary effect 2 to dispel myself increases all skills cooldown reduction by another 50%. Other skills might directly reset their cooldowns due to the sudden additional 50% cooldown reduction, but the cooldown time for healing skills is 50% plus 50% equals 100%. What does 100% cooldown time mean? At this point, Zhao Xiaoro, the nursing school beauty, became increasingly excited. 0 cooldown, which means no cooldown time. If I'm not mistaken, by effectively utilizing the 5 seconds of 50% skill cooldown reduction provided by legendary effect 2, all my healing skills can be used infinitely within those 5 seconds. Qin Shen's heart jolted. Infinite healing within 5 seconds? Is that really the case? What does it mean to have infinite healing for 5 seconds? If that's true, Zhao Xiaoro wouldn't even need to use her 6th skill, Holy Group Heal. As long as she acts quickly, she could fully restore everyone's health using her first skill, Holy Healing. After all, her Holy Healing can restore 40% of maximum health in one go, and 80% in 2. With infinite healing for 5 seconds, why would she even need Holy Group Heal? After all, Holy Group Heal is a continuous skill lasting 3 seconds, and it can only be used once every 3 seconds. No, normally she can't immediately cast Holy Group Heal again after using it because of the 30-second cooldown, but now that she can heal infinitely for 5 seconds, could it be that Holy Group Heal can also be cast infinitely, and then the healing effects stack? There's also skill 3, Holy Group Therapy, which originally restores 5% of maximum health to teammates every second for 10 seconds. Now, due to the healing effect being doubled by the outfit effect 1, it restores 10% of maximum health every second for 10 seconds. If she can indeed stack this healing effect during the 5 seconds of infinite healing, wouldn't it be easy to restore 50% of maximum health every second? At this moment, the 100% all attribute bonus provided by Lin Anchi's Shikigami Blessing, which includes a 100% attack speed bonus, would come in handy. Previously, Qin Shen had only heard of the 5-second true man, but now there was Zhao Xiaoro, a 5-second true sweet girl. During those 5 seconds of infinite healing from the true sweet girl, her attack speed increased, and the stacking effects of the Holy Group Heal and Holy Group Recovery also multiplied. She could be at full health at any time. Defeating the Serpent Lord without taking damage was not impossible. Perfect. But, could it really achieve the infinite healing in 5 seconds as Zhao Xiaoro understood? When Qin Shen, filled with concern, raised this question, Zhao Xiaoro simply replied, "We'll know if we try." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately grabbed the freshly made Guardian White Silk JK Ultra Short Skirt set. With a thought, she changed outfits. Instantly, the costume was on, and the effect was great. The white silk stockings wrapped around her long, delicate legs, the ultra-short JK skirt paired with a tight crop top, pure and alluring, sexy and eye-catching, but it seemed a bit too tight. It felt as if the clothes were about to burst at any moment. Anyway, Qin Shen unconsciously had a vivid image in his mind. Of course, he wasn't focused on that. The key was to see if the special effects provided by this outfit could achieve the kind of effect Zhao Xiaoro envisioned. Soon, Zhao Xiaoro began testing. The result. She was right. The school beauty was indeed a school beauty. Clearly, she took her classes more seriously than Qin Shen. In the 5-second skill with a 50% cooldown reduction provided by the outfit's special effect 2, Zhao Xiaoro could truly heal infinitely. Everyone was excited, and Lin Anchi quickly used her spirit blessing to give her a full attribute plus 100% boost. With the plus 100% boost in all attributes, including a 100% attack speed increase, Zhao Xiaoro, who could originally cast about 1.3 skills per second, now doubled her attack speed to at least 2 healing skills per second. What does this mean? Skill 1, Holy Healing, instantly heals 40% of maximum health, so with 2 casts per second, that's 80% of maximum health restored every second. And it's at least 80%, because her attack speed of 1, 3, after Lin Anchi's Spirit Blessing boost, became 2, 6, which could almost reach 3 skills per second. 5 skills in 2 seconds were definitely achievable, meaning a total of 200% maximum health restored. Calculating this way, Skill 3, Holy Group Heal, casting 5 times in 2 seconds would ultimately result in continuously restoring 25% of maximum health to all teammates every second. Skill 6, Holy Group Recovery, was even more impressive. It originally restored all teammates' health, mana, energy, and stamina to 100% full status within 3 seconds, and with this skill casting twice per second, the effects would stack. No, the detailed description of this skill states that the recovery speed depends on the teammate's conditions, meaning the worse the condition, the slower the recovery speed, and vice versa. So, it seemed that stacking effects for this skill might not be necessary. But regardless, the Guardian White Silk JK Ultra Short Skirt set that Qin Shen created absolutely captured the heart of the cow school beauty. Anyway, as soon as the experiment ended, Zhao Xiao excitedly rushed over and planted a kiss on Qin Shen's face. Receiving such a godly outfit, her offering of a kiss as a token of gratitude was normal, reasonable, very normal. Ahem. At that moment, Lin Anchi suddenly coughed twice, then fixed her gaze on Qin Shen, her lips curling up, her tone meaningful. Shishua has the Holy Light White Silk Ultra Short Skirt set, and now Sharo has the Guardian White Silk JK Ultra Short Skirt set. What about me? You want to play favorites again, huh? As soon as she finished speaking, before Qin Shen could even process it, Long Shasha suddenly raised a question. Why is it all white silk ultra short skirt sets? What on earth are you thinking about all day, Qin Shen? Oomph, you big pervert. You just love watching us wear ultra short skirts with white stockings, huh? You still have the nerve to emphasize that you are a person of integrity who doesn't approach women. Pfft. Qin Shen was speechless. How did this turn into blaming him? Who was he working so hard to create outfits for? Wasn't it for the whole team? And could he really control what kind of outfits he forged? In the end, what kind of finished product came out and what kind of special effects it had depended on luck, didn't it? Even if he had a 100% chance of producing 1 to 3 golden legendary special effects, he still couldn't control what those special effects would be. So what if it was a white stockings ultra short skirt set? He wasn't doing it on purpose. Could Qin Shen, a person of integrity, really be that kind of person? Besides, since it was fashion, what mattered was what kind of special effects it had. As long as the effects were good enough and outrageous enough, wasn't that enough? What else mattered? Long Shasha's focus was really strange. It was clear that she was the one with a dirty mind, which was why she thought of him, Qin Shen, as that kind of person. Forget it, Qin Shen wouldn't explain. After all, he was upright and not afraid of shadows, so why explain so much? He would let his actions speak for themselves. He continued to forge outfits. This time, he would create a more decent outfit for Long Shasha to have a good look at. It only took a few minutes. Another outfit was completed. Legendary level Assassin Black and White Stockings Ultra Short Skirt Set Quality. Legendary level, 100 all attributes plus 50,000, damage reduction plus 20% legendary effect 1 Black and White Stockings. Black Stockings plus 100% critical hit chance and critical damage. Any overflow critical hit chance will be converted into proportional critical damage. White Stockings plus 100% attack speed and movement speed. Legendary effect 2 Ojura Assassination. Immune to all control and debuff skills while invisibly advancing, and for each control or debuff skill immune, personal attack power will double, stacking exponentially, lasting for 30 seconds. Eternal effect 3 Demon King Frenzy. All skill cooldowns reduced by 50%, and each time a normal attack or skill hits a target, or each time the user is attacked, all skills cooldowns will be reduced by 1 second. As for whether this outfit itself was decent or not, at least these effects could significantly enhance Long Shasha's burst power. Effect 1 provided a 100% critical hit chance, critical damage, and bonuses to attack speed and movement speed. Effect 2 allowed Long Shasha, as an assassin, to be immune to control and slow effects, and for each relevant skill she immune, she would gain an exponentially temporary attack power boost, lasting only 30 seconds, but her burst power would increase exponentially. Effect 3 was a colorful eternal level. At first glance, it seemed just okay, but it was actually not. You should know that cooldown reduction for skills is a rare attribute among rare attributes. Generally, other equipment effects provide less than 5% cooldown reduction, but this one provided a direct 50% cooldown reduction. What does that mean? Her skill 4, Assassination Domain, lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 60 seconds, which includes the 30 seconds of duration. Now that the cooldown time is halved, as soon as her assassination domain's 30 seconds of duration ends, the cooldown is ready again, and she can cast it once more immediately. It's equivalent to no cooldown. As long as she enters combat, she will always have the 10 times attack power, 10 times movement speed, 10 times attack speed, 10 times evasion, and 10 times critical hit provided by the assassination domain, and she can infinitely teleport within the domain. The domain moves with her, always centered on her, and will impose a 50% suppression reduction on all enemies within the domain. Moreover, her skill 5, Ultimate, Blood Slaughter, has its cooldown reduced from the original 20 seconds to 10 seconds. With stealth, she can charge in for a fierce attack, achieving 100% lifesteal and 100% critical hit. Each time she hits a target, it increases her final damage by 10%, and she can cast this skill again without any cost until she misses an attack. This skill already has a cooldown of just 10 seconds, and after hitting a target, she can cast it again without any cost. When she occasionally misses, the cooldown is almost up again, essentially allowing for a complete lack of cooldown. After all, Effect 3, Demon King Frenzy, not only provides a 50% cooldown reduction, but each time she hits an attack or is hit, it reduces the cooldown of all skills by 1 second. With all her various skills and outfit effects combined, her explosive power and agility are simply unimaginable. High movement speed, high attack speed, high critical hit rate, 100% lifesteal, and she can continuously teleport with her domain, essentially allowing for infinite stealth charges and immunity to control. In terms of explosive power, she is definitely the highest in their team. Her sustained output and endurance capabilities are also the best. She hardly needs Zhao Shiro to heal her, she can fully rely on herself. It can be said that she is the perfect assassin. After long, Shasha carefully studied the outfit and understood all this. She was naturally very excited. But, didn't you say you wanted to make a proper outfit? Does this look proper to you? This is purely to satisfy your own desires, isn't it? You big pervert, Xin Shen, you're simply hopeless. Xin Shen was speechless. How did this end up being his fault again? He also wanted to forge a more proper outfit, but the finished product turned out like this, completely out of his control. What could he do? Besides, this is an outfit, not ordinary clothing. As long as the effects are good enough, isn't that enough? Who cares if the outfit is proper or not? Just say whether you'll wear it or not. Isn't it my turn now? Lin Anchi suddenly spoke up. They all have their exclusive outfits. It should be my turn now, right? It was indeed her turn. But this time, Xin Shen's outfit forging was clearly different from before. This time, he was thinking of forging a set of exclusive outfits that perfectly matched each person's talents to combat that perverted Snake Master, rather than just casually making something like before. Otherwise, there would be no need for it. After all, do they lack outfits now? Like the short skirt, stockings, and even the corset Lin Anchi is wearing now. Which one of them isn't an outfit that Xin Shen gave her before? And which one doesn't have a golden legendary effect? It was just that the ultimate boss on the first floor of the Secret Realm's Demon Lock Tower was too perverse, making it very difficult for their team to clear it with their previous equipment and outfits, so they needed to further enhance their overall strength. Additionally, Xin Shen was now level 100 after his first promotion, and as his level increased, his understanding of forging various equipment and outfits deepened, allowing him to start directional forging. If it weren't for directional forging, how could there be a set of assassin black and white dual silk ultra-short leather skirt that perfectly matched Long Shasha's talent? And its legendary quality, clearly, the quality of the equipment and outfits Xin Shen is forging now is rising at a visibly rapid pace. Just a few minutes later, the outfit exclusive to Lin Anchi, the S-Class Bloodthirsty Spirit, was freshly out of the forge. Bloodthirsty, which is transformable set quality, legendary level, 100 all attributes plus 50,000, damage reduction plus 20% legendary effect 1 which is transformation. This set can freely switch between any styles, providing the ability to disguise as anyone at any time, as well as any invisibility effect legendary effect 2 Bloodthirsty. Universal lifesteal plus 100%, and all lifesteal and healing effects from other equipment and skills will be doubled. Any excess lifesteal or healing will convert into a permanent shield, with damage taken first consuming shield health eternal effect 3 Demon King's command. I am the witch, in the name of my father the Demon King, immune to and reflecting all magical damage, and each time I am attacked, I have a 50% chance to evade all physical damage. This effect 3 is very straightforward and not complicated at all, yet extremely practical. Of course, the first two effects are also quite overpowered and useful. Effect 1 essentially grants Lin Anchi the ability to change at will, and she can become invisible anytime, anywhere. And she already has 100% lifesteal, Now Effect 2 gives her another 100% universal lifesteal, dealing 1000 damage and healing 2000? No, Effect 2 also doubles the lifesteal and healing effects from other equipment and skills. So her original 100% lifesteal becomes 200%, plus the 100% from Effect 2, that's 300%, meaning dealing 1000 damage, healing 3000. Moreover, if Zhao Xiao uses Holy Healing on her, instantly restoring 80% of her maximum health, it should indeed be 80%. Zhao Xiao's Holy Healing originally restores 20% instantly, but her Guardian White Silk JK Short Skirt Set Effect 1 provides a 100% healing effect, which is already 40%. Now, Linanchi's Bloodthirsty Witch's Transformable Set doubles the healing effect. Note that it doubles all lifesteal and healing effects from other equipment and skills, not just a direct 100% increase. The difference between the two is significant. Someone like Qin Shen, who usually doesn't pay attention in class, might not notice the subtle differences, but the few school beauties certainly would. A direct 100% increase would result in a final healing effect of 300%, meaning an instant heal of 60%. But doubling the healing effects from other skills means that on a base of 200%, it's multiplied by 2. Which means 80% of maximum health. Is that so? After hearing the discussion among the school beauties, Qin Shen still seemed a bit skeptical. Restoring 80% of maximum health in one go? And Shiro can heal at least twice a second during that 5-second infinite healing time. Wouldn't that mean she's at full health in a second? And there's also the healing overflow turning into a shield? Exactly. Long Shasha nodded. Isn't that how it is? It's clear you weren't paying attention in class. Too busy sneaking glances at your beautiful tutor, right? How could Qin Shen admit to such a baseless accusation? First of all, he's not that kind of person. Secondly, it should be beautiful tutor Li Yanin who's thinking about him, not the other way around. At most, he just wanted to find Li Yanin for some in-depth tutoring on various subjects, but Li Yanin is genuinely interested in him. Just earlier, Qin Shen took a moment to check his phone, and Li Yanin sent him a bunch of sexy photos. Black silk cheongsam, flesh-colored bodycon, OL short skirt uniform, and so on, basically no ordinary photos. There were also close-ups of beautiful legs or exquisite feet. Li Yanin claimed she wanted him to see how the outfits he gifted her looked on her, but Qin Shen knew exactly what she was really after. He was well aware, just not willing to point it out. After all, he is a serious person. It could even be said that no one could be more serious than him. At this moment, in the villa estate covering 500 square kilometers, everywhere he looked were long-legged maids in ultra-short skirts, full of temptation and endless springtime. Had Qin Shen even taken a glance? He hadn't even paid much attention to the 4 school beauties in front of him or the 3 cold and beautiful female generals. All his focus was on improving his strength. Really, he quickly called Qin Hongyu to discuss the matter of the starstones. As it turned out, there were plenty in the villa estate that Qin Hongyu had gifted him, and not just a few. In no time, Qin Shen had a maid in white silk lead him to a place in the villa estate specifically for storing various rare forging materials. Soon, he found at least 100 starstones. Each one could be worth over 100 million, even several hundred million or more, and here there were over 100? The value was needless to say. In any case, Qin Shen was genuinely starting to like the villa estate that Qin Hongyu had given him, especially when he used those star stones to successfully upgrade his equipment time and again. His refined bronze ancient sword, which had a plus 35 enhancement, previously had an attack power of 900 plus 270,000, where 900 was the base attribute and 270,000 came from enhancements in gems. With the legendary effect 2, Devouring, each kill would permanently increase the sword's attack power by 1 point. Thus, after coming out of the secret realm, the attack power of this exquisite bronze ancient sword became 2,152 plus 270,000. After upgrading, upgrade successful. Refined bronze ancient sword plus 35. Refined bronze ancient sword plus 35. Attack power 2152 plus 270,000. 4304 plus 540,000. Upgrade successful. Refined bronze ancient sword plus 35. Refined bronze ancient sword plus 35. Attack power 4304 plus 540,000. 8,608 plus 1,080,000. Upgrade successful. Refined bronze ancient sword plus 35. Refined bronze ancient sword plus 35. Attack power 8608 plus 1,080,000. 17,216 plus 2,160,000. There was no way around it. Upgrading equipment was just that powerful. Each star upgrade doubled the attributes, resulting in Qin Shen starting with over 2 million attack power. Coupled with the effect 1, Demon Fury, stacking an exponential increase in damage, it was equivalent to millions of attack power in mere moments. Just ask if that Snake Master could withstand it? However, this was not even the most impressive part, because outfits could also be upgraded. His current health of 92 million was provided by the illusory eternal effect, Sea of Corpses and Blood, and this effect came from a fashion necklace. Abyssal Heart. That was the name of the necklace. From the very beginning, he knew this name was unusual, even more bizarre than the necklace itself. Therefore, he had always been reluctant to think too much about it, even unwilling to mention those 4 words. But now, upgrade successful, Abyssal Heart, health 92,184 million, Abyssal Heart, health 184,368 million, Abyssal Heart, health 368,734 million, it took off. This Abyssal Heart necklace itself had no attributes, it only had the illusory eternal effect, Sea of Corpses and Blood, which accumulated health through kills. Each kill permanently increased health by 10,000. Originally, it had accumulated to 92 million. Now, upgraded to 3 stars, tripling exponentially, 92 million directly became 734 million. What the hell? Long Shasha was the first to exclaim, 734 million health? Who could possibly fight you after this? Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishue, and Lin Anqi, the 3 school beauties, were so shocked they could hardly speak. 734 million health. Was this still human? Qin Shen was already quite abnormal, and now with the equipment and fashion upgrades, it was truly. There's no limit to how abnormal it can get. In the future, he might not even be able to die if he wanted to. Ha! Suddenly, Zhao Xiao, the college campus beauty, snapped back to reality with a jolt, her voice filled with excitement. I have a Guardian white silk JK ultra short skirt set with an eternal level effect, the Devil's Blood Pool, where all effective healing values will be converted into an equivalent amount of life value stored in the Devil's Blood Pool. This Devil's Blood Pool exists permanently, and when I take damage, it will prioritize consuming the life value from the Devil's Blood Pool. Although the life value in the Devil's Blood Pool is a one-time consumable, unlike my own life value which can recover on its own or be healed, but my holy healing instantly restores 20% of the target teammate's maximum life value, and now with the fashion, the healing effect is increased by 100%, which means it can restore 40% of the maximum life value at once. So, when I heal Qin Shen, wouldn't I be able to store several 100 million life values in the Devil's Blood Pool at once? Doesn't that mean my health is thicker than his? Qin Shen suddenly turned his head, staring intently at the excited cow-like campus beauty. The Abyss necklace was already incredibly eerie, and after being upgraded to 3 stars, it became even more, enveloped in swirling crimson, extremely strange and wicked. In fact, the scarlet aura on the necklace gave Qin Shen a faint feeling of soaring into the sky. It was clear that no matter how abnormal this thing was, it was definitely not related to divine artifacts. This was pure demonic equipment, wicked equipment. Therefore, just now, Qin Shen didn't feel ecstatic about the 700 million life values. Instead, he was lost in thought, staring at the flickering crimson light on the Abyss necklace. As he was lost in thought, he heard Zhao Xiao's words and instantly snapped back to reality. His 700 million life values were painstakingly accumulated through the effect of the Sea of Corpses and Blood, but now Zhao Xiao could casually heal and store several 100 million life values in her Devil's Blood Pool? 10 heals could store several billion? Damn! Does it have to be like this? Although the life values in her Devil's Blood Pool were one-time consumables, consuming 1,000 would reduce it by 1,000, consuming 100,000 would reduce it by 100,000, and it couldn't recover automatically or be healed. Once used up, it was gone, but could she even use it all up? By continuously healing with his 700 million life values, storing several billion or even hundreds of billions in her Devil's Blood Pool would be a piece of cake. With that much health, as long as she didn't provoke a legendary boss like the Snake Master, who could continuously drain health through death venom, under normal circumstances, who could kill her. Basically invincible. Even now, with Qin Hongyu relying on her plus 45 5 elements command flag providing over 14 million attack power, along with various skills and equipment, and fashion effects providing damage bonuses, she definitely couldn't take down Zhao Xiao in one hit. And how could Qin Hongyu possibly lay a hand on Zhao Xiao? How many people in the world could be as abnormal as Qin Hongyu? Let's go! Suddenly, Zhao Xiao eagerly called out to Qin Shen, let's go to the secret realm and find that Snake Master to experiment. After all, theoretically, it should be as I imagined, but we won't know for sure until we try. Let's go, hurry up. Maybe this time we can quickly deal with that Snake Master. Not only was this cow-like campus beauty brimming with enthusiasm, but the other 3 campus beauties were similarly excited. After all, with the major equipment update, the overall strength of the team had increased many times compared to before. They had to try it out quickly. A few minutes later, their team returned to the secret realm of the Demon Lock Tower and once again confronted the ultimate boss on the first floor, the Duality Serpent Lord of Yin and Yang. Roar! The boss clearly remembered them, immediately roaring and lunging at them, taking the initiative to attack fiercely. But this time, how could it possibly be their opponent again? Qin Shen now had over 2 million attack power and more than 700 million health points, giving him immense confidence as he faced it head-on without blinking. At the same time, Lin Anchi closely followed, casting her Shikigami protection as they approached the Serpent Lord, granting them 10 seconds of invincibility. Following that, Lin Anchi used her skill to transform into a Shikigami, perfectly replicating everything about Qin Shen. Two Qin Shens, both with over 2 million attack power and over 700 million health points, this was just absurd. Moreover, this time, after Zhao Xiao helped Qin Shen dispel the death venom poisoning, she could make him immune to the death venom for 5 seconds, along with a 50% damage reduction for the same duration. Now, Qin Shen could truly unleash his power without worry. Without any skills or techniques, and lacking knowledge of combat tactics, he simply swung his sword in a brutal assault. Hitting once triggered the Demon Fury, doubling the damage. Hitting again quadrupled the damage. At this moment, Long Shasha also charged in with her assassination domain, using the domain to suppress and reduce the Serpent Lord's attributes by 50%, while directly launching her skill, Shadow Stab, blinding it for 3 seconds. The Serpent Lord was blinded, unable to see, and its attacks lost their target, causing it to rampage wildly, releasing skills haphazardly. In the distance, Hua Shishua began shooting arrows frantically, using her passive Ice Bloodline to control the situation. Meanwhile, the Serpent Lord's passive triggered, summoning wave after wave of snake soldiers and generals. A fierce battle erupted rapidly. At the same time, at Tianwu Academy, Lu Kuan was fuming after suffering 7 consecutive defeats in ranked matches, venting his anger on his teammates. What the hell are you doing? You're a damn assassin, and who charges in to take damage during a team fight? Are you sick? And you, an archer who can't even dodge skills while moving? What are you laughing at? I'm not talking about you, am I? You're a support and you're not even watching the archer from behind, just running around like you own the place? How many times have I reminded you? Can you all just get it together? 7 consecutive defeats, 7. If this keeps up, how are we supposed to play ranked? Ranked matches were tough, as difficult as climbing to the heavens, especially when all his teammates were useless. However, Lu Kuan himself wasn't exactly reliable either. Just as he was about to continue his tirade, one of his teammates snapped, "Are you done yet? Just say a couple of words and let it go, but you keep harping on it? You think you're so great? If you're so great, how come your mom is now a plaything for Qin Shen? Who doesn't know your mom sleeps with the Qin family every night? She's probably about to get pregnant by Qin Shen." Lu Kuan was already furious, and hearing this suddenly made him explode like a powder keg. "What the hell are you saying about my mom? I'll kill you." Without a word of warning, he lunged at that teammate, and he was filled with murderous intent. The other party had hit his sore spot. Could he endure it? Just like that, 2 people who had been working together to play ranked just moments ago were now ready to fight to the death. And this wasn't a practice mode, it was a real fight. If one of them got taken down, it would be the end. But the onlookers around didn't intervene. Instead, they gathered to watch, discussing the situation with great interest. Why did that idiot have to bring up Lu Kuan's mom? Was that really necessary? Why can't it be said? We often discuss in private what kind of positions Lu Kuan's sexy mother would use with Qin Shen, but saying it is one thing, doing it in front of Lu Kuan is really a bit too much. Hee. Damn, you guys are really disgusting. Actually discussing positions? What else? If we don't discuss positions, what should we talk about? Should we discuss how many times Lu Kuan's sexy mother will serve Qin Shen in one night? Is there even a need to discuss that? It must be one after another, non-stop. Shut up. Can you not talk about that? Can't you talk about the match at hand? Who do you think will win, Lu Kuan or his teammate? Hard to say. Lu Kuan seems to have recently acquired a rare blue effect equipment that supposedly provides a 5% attack power boost, and his teammate has a skill that temporarily increases his maximum health by 10%. Putting everything else aside, just from these 2 points, it's about even? Sigh, when will I also have an equipment with an effect like that? Come on, actually that so-called effect isn't that great. Don't the few girls in our school, who are second only to the 4 great beauties, all have effect equipment? Either plus 5% cooldown reduction, or 1% lifesteal, or increasing a single attribute by dozens of points. Actually, the so-called effect equipment is just like that, not very useful. It sounds nice, but the cost-performance ratio is really too low, unless you can get epic or even legendary effects. But those things are sky-high prices, who can afford them? Hee, I bet even a ghost would say you really think highly of me. Don't drag me into your bragging, I can't afford it. It's true, every piece of equipment with epic or legendary effects is absolutely exorbitant. The key is, what use do these low-level people have for such things? There aren't even low-level equipments with epic effects. Are they sold on the market? There are prices but no market. At least it used to be like that, and currently, only Tianwu Academy provides a batch of equipment with golden legendary effects for outstanding students to use temporarily. At this moment, in the office of Dean Li Zhangdao, several charming sexy women were pleading desperately. "Oh, Dean, just give my son a spot. After all, our families have a good relationship. Just give him a piece of golden legendary effect equipment for trial use, okay?" "Ahem, Dean, our relationship is also quite good. Shouldn't you prioritize my son? My daughter has such great talent, Dean. It would be unreasonable if you don't give her a piece of effect equipment for temporary use, right? How about we all stop talking? Dean, why don't we do this? Let's go outside to talk. Tonight I'll host a banquet for everyone, and we can discuss this in depth together. How about that?" Hearing this, Li Zhangdao shook his head directly. "Not a good idea. You should know how precious this golden legendary effect equipment is, especially the low-level ones that can be used by every student. This is something that is almost rare globally. At least I have never seen it before. So this batch of effect equipment in our academy really cannot be distributed casually. It must be prioritized for exceptionally talented and outstanding students. My son is exceptionally talented and performs quite well." A sexy woman dressed in flesh-colored stockings paired with a tight, ultra-short skirt immediately responded, "Is my son not good enough? He's already level 9. Just level 9. Another 38-year woman interrupted, "My son is level 10, isn't he better than yours?" The sexy woman frowned, puffed her chest, and retorted, "My son has an A-level talent." The beautiful woman with the 38E bust refused to back down. "What a coincidence, my son is the same, and he has a passive skill that provides 5% physical lifesteal. Do you know how rare passive skills are? Do you know what having 5% physical lifesteal means? Alright, everyone stop arguing." Li Zhangdao was truly having a headache, so he decided to be straightforward and pointed out a clear path. "I can't make this decision. Instead of entangling me here, you might as well go find Qin Chen." The beautiful women present were all taken aback. Qin Chen? The one who has been making waves recently but is infamous? What do they want with him? What does the dean mean by this? The dean can't make decisions about the distribution of special equipment in the academy, can Qin Chen? No way. It is said that Qin Chen is worse than a beast, having ruined many young girls and married women both openly and secretly, yet he can control the special equipment of Tianwu Academy? Is he really that capable? Unknowingly, the atmosphere became subtly tense. The beautiful women all showed signs of deep thought, clearly starting to calculate in their minds. At that moment, in the demon-locking tower of the secret realm, at the first floor's ultimate boss, a loud crash echoed as a massive creature fell to the ground. The level 120 legendary boss, the Yin-Yang Twin Serpent Master, was successfully defeated by Qin Chen's team. In an instant, a massive amount of spiritual energy surged into each team member's body, transforming into experience points to level up. At the same time, a large pile of equipment, gold coins, and various materials dropped. Epic Serpent Master Sword, level 120, Legendary Serpent Master Set, level 120, 500 drops of Earth Vein Essence, can wash marrow to enhance talent level, 1000 Equipment Enhancement Stones, 1 Wind Element Attack Stone, can be embedded to give weapons Wind Element Attribute Damage, 1 Fire Element Defense Stone, can be embedded to give armor Fire Element Attribute Defense, 1 Chaos Attack Stone, can be embedded to give weapons all-element attribute damage, 1 Chaos Defense Stone, can be embedded to give armor all-element attribute defense, 10 Star Upgrade Stones, 1 Illusionary Divine Stone, 1 Heavenly Meteor Divine Iron. A huge pile of various items dazzled everyone, making it hard to take it all in. This was the loot from their successful defeat of the ultimate boss on the first floor of the secret realm. But before they could examine it closely, a strange wave of energy suddenly began to emerge, as if a sinister magical aura was traversing through time and space, coming from the distant ancient wilderness. Not good. The Kalite campus beauty Zhao Xiaoro suddenly exclaimed, "That Serpent Master's passive skill 1 is Yin Yang, a cycle of life and death that continuously strengthens. It can resurrect in just 1 minute after dying, and, after resurrection, all attributes increase by 10%. What? Qin Chen was instantly flustered. We've already dropped equipment and various materials, and it can still resurrect? At this moment, Long Shasha furrowed her brows and took a deep breath, saying, "That's right. I didn't pay much attention to the Serpent Master's passive skill 1 at first, mainly because I didn't have a full understanding at the time, but now I get it." Qin Chen was astonished and incredibly curious. What do you understand? Long Shasha bit her lip and said seriously, "The teacher mentioned in class about the Abyssal invasion. the immortality of the beasts. All abyssal beasts are granted immortality by the Abyssal Demon Lord, which allows them to be reborn after death, leading to the fact that no matter how you kill the abyssal beasts, they can never be completely eliminated. It looks like monsters in a game that automatically respawn after death, but in reality, it's rebirth, just with different respawn times. In my impression, generally speaking, the resurrection time for the vast majority of abyssal beasts after death is about 10 minutes, while boss level ones take at least half an hour. This means that the higher the boss level, the longer the resurrection time. But this Serpent Lord, thanks to its passive ability, can resurrect in just 1 minute after death, and all attributes increase by 10%. This unique trait sets it apart from other bosses. Regardless of whether Long Shasha understood correctly, as soon as she finished speaking, a massive shadow began to appear on the empty ground ahead, quickly solidifying. In the blink of an eye, the Serpent Lord was reborn. With a roar, the freshly resurrected Serpent Lord seemed to carry the memories from before its death, entering a frenzied state and launching a mad attack on Qin Chen. But would Qin Chen be afraid? He originally had over 700 million health. No, it was far more than that. Not to mention that his Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood effect had already been enhanced several times due to the Abyss Necklace reaching 3 stars, meaning that originally, each time he killed a target, his health permanently increased by 10,000, and with the 3-star effect, it became 80,000. Therefore, that last wave of battle had already stacked quite a bit of health. But let's not dwell on that for now, because previously, Zhao Shiro, this cow-like school beauty, had somewhat of a big-chested, brainless demeanor, always forgetting to cast skill 4, Holy Blessing, which could increase the maximum health of all team members by 100%. Now she remembered, and as Holy Blessing was cast, Qin Chen's original health of over 700 million instantly transformed into 1.5 billion. Adding in the health he gained from the previous battle, he was now nearly at 1.6 billion health. With 1.6 billion health, combined with his exquisite plus 35 bronze ancient sword's attack power of over 2 million, and the several million attack power absorbed from the feast, what was there to fear? He charged in fiercely. Swinging his sword, he went all out. If he could kill this Serpent Lord once, he could kill it a second time, then a third and fourth. So what if it resurrected after a minute? He wanted to see just how many Serpent Lords he could take down today. Everyone, focus up and attack fiercely. This guy looks fierce, but he's really just a defeated opponent. As he shouted the words, defeated opponent, Qin Chen thrust his sword fiercely into the massive body of the Serpent Lord. At the same time, Lin Anqi used skill 1 Nishikigami Blessing, granting all teammates a plus 100% boost to all attributes for 10 minutes. Theoretically, this plus 100% to all attributes refers to base attributes, not including the various attributes provided by equipment and costumes, so Qin Chen's health of over 700 million shouldn't have doubled because of this. But someone like Lin Anqi, with her S-class talent, clearly couldn't be measured by ordinary standards, just like Qin Chen. One could only say that the depths of this matter were profound. Otherwise, what were those medium and higher education institutions for? What about beautiful mentors like Li Yanin? Wasn't it all about delving deeply into various related studies? Once Qin Chen entered battle mode, he couldn't possibly keep track of how much health he had, so he didn't realize that during that last wave of battle, under the dual enhancement of Zhao Shiro's skill 4, Holy Blessing, and Lin Anqi's skill 1, Shikigami Blessing, his health had already reached an astonishing 2.3 billion. The same was true now, he actually had 2.3 billion health. However, compared to Zhao Shiro's costume effect 3, Devil's Blood Pool, this amount of health was nothing. The cow-like school beauty's flashy moves didn't even allow Qin Chen to dispel the death venom, letting it deal toxin damage of 5% of his maximum health per second, while she kept healing and healing. Unknowingly, in that last wave of battle, she had managed to store nearly 30 billion health into the Devil's Blood Pool with her massive healing output. It is worth mentioning that the 30 billion health points are stored in the Devil's Blood Pool, not her own health points. They are simply consumed first when she takes damage. This means that the Serpent Master's death venom will not deal damage based on 5% of 30 billion. And how much health does she actually have? Even now, she has unknowingly reached level 100 in her first promotion, and with various equipment, costumes, and skill health bonuses, she only has a little over 100,000 health in total. What is 5% of 100,000? Just a trivial amount. She is too lazy to even heal herself. It would be a pure waste of skills. She might as well save the skill to heal Qin Chen or Lin Anqi, who has transformed into Qin Chen. All the effective healing value would be converted into an equivalent amount of health stored in the Devil's Blood Pool, instantly adding several hundred million health to her pool. It's simply exhilarating. As a result, she doesn't even need to stand far away anymore. She can tank the hits. If it weren't for the possibility of being stunned, knocked back, or something similar, which would delay her healing and health regeneration, she wouldn't even want to move, she would just tank the hits without batting an eye. Correspondingly, Hua Shishue, relying on the special effect of her holy light white silk ultra-short skirt set, can be immune to all normal attacks, with a 50% reduction in skill damage and a 10% chance to reflect full damage back. Lin Anchi, on the other hand, has 300% lifesteal, is immune to and reflects all magical damage, and any excess lifesteal or healing effects will be converted into an equivalent health shield. Basically, everyone has absolute self-preservation capabilities now. In this situation, who would still be afraid? Anyway, not long after, their team successfully killed the Serpent Master once again. Another wave of rewards came in, but they had no intention of stopping. After all, their cooperation was becoming increasingly tacit, and they were defeating the boss more smoothly. With everything going so well, they naturally wanted to continue. With the rewards from the ultimate boss on the first floor of the Demon Lock Tower, they planned to take it down 10 or 20 more times. Who would complain about too many rewards? However, it seemed they overlooked one thing. The passive ability of the dual-natured Serpent Master, after each death, only takes 1 minute to resurrect, and each resurrection increases all attributes by 10%. The key point is not just the resurrection, after all abyssal beasts can be reborn. The focus is on the Serpent Master can resurrect in just 1 minute, and each time it resurrects, it increases all attributes by 10% based on the previous state. If it resurrects 10 times, that's a 100% increase in all attributes, and it originally has 25 million health points, along with an average of hundreds of thousands in various attack and defense attributes, which is already quite monstrous for other teams. If it were a team of 100 or 200 levels, or even 200 or 300 levels, it would truly take dozens of teams working together for days and nights, or even 10 days to half a month, to possibly take it down. But what is Qin Shen's team doing right now? They think they are farming rewards from the boss, but in reality, they are boosting the boss's attributes. By the time they finish farming and leave, when other teams come here wanting to make a big push, they will suddenly find that the Serpent Master's attributes have skyrocketed by dozens of times, and that would really be a sight to behold without a word. Absolutely everyone would be dumbfounded. At that time, there would definitely not be one who wouldn't be cursing inwardly. However, Qin Shen's team truly doesn't care about others' lives. They just want to enjoy themselves first. The Serpent Master's resurrection increasing all attributes by 10% is really nothing to them. No one took it seriously, they just kept farming, non-stop. Moreover, the speed of the attacks increased, faster and faster. Qin Shen's exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35 had the special effect 3 Feast, which allowed him to absorb 50% of the target's attack power with each kill for a duration of 180 seconds. Continuous kills could reset this duration, and before he knew it, he had accumulated over tens of millions of attack power. Coupled with the weapon's own attack power of over 2 million, his total attack power reached over 12 million. Occasionally, he could stack the special effect 1 Demon Fury to damage times 32 or even greater multipliers. Thus, sometimes the Snake Master would be instantly killed the moment he revived. But the most satisfying was Zhao Xiaro, the Cow School beauty. She was no longer just focused on farming bosses, she was after the eternal special effect 3 of her Guardian White Silk JK mini skirt set, Devil's Blood Pool. All effective healing values would be converted into an equivalent amount of health stored in the Devil's Blood Pool. Unbeknownst to her, her Devil's Blood Pool had already stored over 50 billion health points. There was no helping it, growth effects were just that powerful. The key was that she had Qin Shen's Corpse Mountain Blood Sea effect, the Snake Master's Death Venom, and her own percentage-based maximum health healing effect working in tandem, making it a perfect combination of timing, location, and people, allowing her to farm so quickly and become so powerful. Clearly, she was supposed to be the most fragile healer, but now, she had transformed into a tank, able to take as much damage as needed. Now, if she were to attract damage, she wouldn't even furrow her brows. And this was far from the end. As the sky darkened outside, unknowingly it became night, and when Qin Shen's team finally emerged from the secret realm of the Demon Lock Tower, the Duality Snake Master resurrected again, with total attributes soaring by 450% compared to when Qin Shen's team first challenged it. That was a 45-fold increase. Originally 25 million health points, now it was 125 billion. Originally, various attribute attack powers averaged in the hundreds of thousands, now they were all in the tens of millions. Qin Shen's team had already left. Who knows how the next team would react upon seeing the Snake Master's monstrous attributes? It was unclear whether Qin Shen and his group were unaware of this or simply didn't care. In any case, after returning to the Lu family's villa in Jiangbei that night, they were solely focused on counting their spoils. Qin Shen's exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35, with special effect 2 Gluttony, permanently increased the sword's attack power by 3 points for each kill after leveling up, so by the end of the day, the weapon's attack power had risen from 17,216 plus 2, 16 million to 18,125 plus 2, 16 million. Of course, this was clearly not worth mentioning. However, his Abyss Necklace's unique Eternal Special Effect Corpse Mountain Blood Sea was worth noting. Each kill increased health by 80,000, and by the end of the day, it had stacked several million health points, bringing the total health provided by the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea to 810 million. Meanwhile, Zhao Shao's Devil's Blood Pool had a health storage capacity that reached 11.25 billion. This was naturally considered loot, and the kind that other teams could only dream of. In addition to the unconventional loot, there was also a large pile of conventional loot. 44 level 120 epic Snake Master swords, many of which had golden legendary special effects. 42 sets of level 120 legendary Snake Master armor, with at least half having orange epic or higher special effects. A total of 39,000 drops of earth vein essence that could wash marrow and enhance talents. Additionally, there were various elemental attack stones, 45 pieces, various elemental defense stones, 46 pieces, chaotic attack stones, 43 pieces, chaotic defense stones, 41 pieces, star-up stones, 480 pieces, illusionary divine stones, 47 pieces, and heavily meteor divine iron, 44 pieces. Alright, and gold coins. Whether in the Abyss or the Secret Realm, defeating monsters yields gold coins, the kind that is universally accepted in the human world. However, they are all well off, as they usually don't care. Among the various drops, gold coins are the least valuable. But this time, after grinding in the Secret Realm for a whole day, especially the latter half where they continuously fought the ultimate boss on the first layer, the total amount of gold coins they earned was truly astronomical. At this moment, as Qin Shen counted, he realized that after a day, the dropped gold coins amounted to over 17 billion. Having once been poor in this world where everyone had to change jobs due to the Abyss invasion, he understood what over 17 billion gold coins meant, and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't realize there were so many? Grinding the Secret Realm is so profitable? Almost 20 billion in just one day? If everyone goes to grind the Secret Realm, wouldn't everyone be a billionaire? Upon hearing this, the 4 school beauties and the 3 female generals all turned to look at him in unison. Ha! Qin Shen was puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Long Shasha was flustered. Do you think anyone can come and go freely in the Secret Realm? Even if one could come and go freely, it wouldn't be possible to grind non-stop like we do, right? The Secret Realm is known as a forbidden place for the strong. The money there isn't that easy to earn. Qin Shen realized and laughed. That's true. Only someone as incredibly powerful as me can lead you all to sweep through the Secret Realm and kill the boss dozens of times. Who else could do that? It seems that people like me are indeed hard to find, even with a lantern. Long Shasha was speechless. Why was this guy starting to praise himself? Are you really that capable? Suddenly, Lan Bingying, one of the 3 female generals, asked, just how capable are you to deserve such self-praise? How about I experience it for myself? I also want to have a deeper understanding. Another female general, Hua Lingfeng, followed up. The 3rd female general, Chen Shuer, didn't speak, but her eyes clearly showed a restless eagerness. Although the 3 of them had also been grinding in the Secret Realm for a day, their talents were far inferior to the 4 school beauties, and their equipment and outfits were certainly not as good as Qin Shen's, so they had mostly just been coasting along. After a whole day of coasting, they really wanted to stretch their muscles and bones now. Seeing the 3 women like this, Qin Shen's heart sank, realizing the situation was not good, and quickly said, no way. I'm exhausted after a whole day, and you still want to make me work? Don't even think about it. All of you behave. Be a little more reserved. I, Qin Shen, am not that kind of person. You can't tempt me with beauty. No way. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shen immediately got up to leave. Although he wasn't necessarily the type to be tempted by beauty, he was genuinely tired after a whole day. After all, he was still panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The stamina and energy consumed from grinding the Secret Realm all day could be restored by Zhao Shao's skill, Holy Group Heal, and he could also significantly enhance his recovery through various restorative potions and tonics from Chen Shuer, the pharmacist. However, his body ultimately couldn't take it anymore. Grinding bosses was easy, but it required intense concentration. Moreover, he didn't have skills. He relied solely on basic attacks, swinging his sword and charging without blinking. Wouldn't his eyes dry out? Wouldn't his hands ache? No matter what, he needed to relax and restore his fundamental vitality. Just a few minutes later, Lu Jiagui's wife, Su Ru, dressed in a silk qipao, was there to assist Qin Shen with his bath. At the same time, Lu Yamun, a girl in white stockings, was giving Qin Shen a massage. In the several hundred square meters of the large bath, there were also several stunning young women and married ladies standing by, ready to serve at any moment. Most of these people are from the Liu family in Jiangbei. After all, the Liu family is a prominent clan, and the head, Liu Yaosheng, naturally has concubines. The concubines give birth to sons, and the sons marry daughters-in-law. Right now, Liu Yaosheng's concubines, daughters, and daughters-in-law are all dressed in sexy outfits, standing there ready to serve Qin Chen at any moment. Liu Yaosheng used to be the head of this family, but now he doesn't even know where he has gone. Everything here is under Qin Chen's control. The key is that Qin Chen is immensely capable and charming, far surpassing Liu Yaosheng in every aspect. So Liu Yaosheng's concubines, daughters, and daughters-in-law are basically all genuinely submissive to Qin Chen. Even a very few who were initially unwilling to submit have long been conquered by force. It's a joke, even the heart of the female war god Qin Hongyu is almost completely conquered by Qin Chen, let alone these people. Additionally, there are many sexy female assassins in leather outfits acting as guards, responsible for vigilance. They were originally sent by the wealthy Yuan family to kill him, but instead of succeeding, they were almost completely annihilated by him. In the end, only a dozen elite female assassins led by their leader, Coldheart, remained, and after being subjected to severe punishment one by one, they were all conquered by him. Nearby, there are Su Ru and Lu Yumeng, a mother-daughter duo, with the older one, mature and beautiful, helping him bathe, while the younger one, pure and sweet, gives him a massage. A row of young women and young wives stands by, ready at any moment, all dressed in cool, sexy attire, their beautiful legs and stockings on full display. Surrounding them are cold and alluring female assassins on guard duty. Qin Chen's current life is genuinely good, even taking a bath comes with such a setup. However, he really has no interest in the many beauties around him. While enjoying the bathing and massage services from the mother-daughter duo, he closes his eyes to rest, focusing on how to further enhance himself and the strength of the entire team. There is no strongest power, only stronger. After all, there is always a higher mountain. The more abnormal his talent for forging equipment becomes, the more dangerous it is once the news leaks. Who knows how long the military's disguise plan can keep things under wraps? It could be any day that Qin Chen's secrets are exposed to the major powers of the world. At that time, he will have to face the entire world. So, he truly feels immense pressure from time to time. How could he indulge in beauty before he has truly grown and neglect his responsibilities? In one day, he has defeated dozens of ultimate bosses on the first floor of the Secret Realm's Demon Lock Tower, gaining massive experience, and he is now at level 120 of the first transition. While growing rapidly, his fifth talent has also awakened. Equipment inheritance. Now he can transfer the special effects, enhancement levels, embedded gems, and star ratings of one piece of equipment to another. Strictly speaking, this isn't a new skill, many forgers can do it, but, just like forging equipment, every forger can forge equipment, but Qin Chen has a 100% success rate, and he must produce 1 to 3 golden legendary level special effects. Equipment inheritance is the same. Others trying to do equipment inheritance generally have a success rate below 1%. If they fail, the equipment shatters completely. But Qin Chen has a 100% success rate. He can definitely use the special effects, enhancement levels, embedded gems, and star ratings of equipment 1 to inherit those of equipment 2. After the inheritance, the special effects, enhancement levels, embedded gems, and star ratings of equipment 1 will be completely overwritten by those of equipment 2. Since he has inherited these aspects of equipment 2, the original attributes of equipment 1 cannot be retained and will all be overwritten. Qin Chen is currently at level 120 of the first transition, but his exquisite ancient bronze sword is only level 70 and is of rare quality, so its level and base attributes are naturally quite poor. But the problem is that Qin Chen has already strengthened his weapon to plus 35 and upgraded it to 3 stars. The key is that this bronze ancient sword has 3 abnormal effects, so how could he easily change weapons? If he changes, he would have to start everything from scratch again, wasting materials. However, now that the new talent for 100% successful equipment inheritance has appeared, a major problem is directly resolved. Just after farming the loot from the Snake Lord dozens of times, there are quite a few level 120 legendary weapons among them. He can pick one with the best base attributes and then inherit everything from the exquisite bronze ancient sword. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, Su Ru's voice rang in his ear. You're closing your eyes while relaxing, smiling, and frowning at times. Are you thinking about something? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you with something. Qin Chen opened his eyes and found Su Ru staring at him closely, her delicate red lips just beside his mouth. After a moment of eye contact, Qin Chen said, I need a weapon, something handy, preferably better than legendary grade. Do you have a way? Actually, he was just asking casually, not expecting this beautiful noblewoman to really have a solution. To his surprise, after a moment of hesitation, Su Ru opened her mouth and said, better than legendary grade? That would be mythic grade? There's one in the imperial capital, the treasure of our Huagua, the emperor's sword. Qin Shen's heart jolted, and his expression suddenly became strange. The emperor's sword in the imperial capital? The treasure of Huagua? Mythic grade? Shouldn't a quality better than golden legendary grade be the iridescent eternal grade? What on earth is this mythic grade? Is Suru just talking nonsense to fool him? In fact, Suru was not. Although she said it casually, she was not making it up. There really is a national treasure, the emperor's sword, in the imperial capital. As for the quality, in fact, both Qin Shen and Suru were not very knowledgeable about quality. White is ordinary, green is fine, blue is rare, purple is excellent, orange is epic, and gold is legendary. Usually, people only know that weapons and equipment have these 6 qualities, and they don't know what comes after golden legendary. Let alone golden legendary, the purple excellent quality is basically the ceiling that most people in this world can reach. Orange epic and golden legendary can only exist in rumors. And after golden legendary, the iridescent eternal grade, even Qin Shen only knew about it because he had created an iridescent eternal grade effect with his talent, so he knew there was a higher level after golden legendary. But how would Suru have the chance to know about iridescent eternal? She only knew one well-known fact, that the imperial capital has the emperor's sword, which is of mythic quality, the national treasure of Huagua's 9 provinces. In fact, after golden legendary is iridescent eternal, and after iridescent eternal is perfect mythic. Mythic great emperor's sword? After regaining his senses, Qin Shen slightly frowned, casually wrapping his arm around Suru's slender waist while murmuring, "What kind of quality is mythic grade? If there really is such a national treasure, then the emperor's sword must be at least a few hundred levels, right? I can't use it, can I?" As soon as Qin Shen finished speaking, Suru offered him a deep kiss with her red lips and then smiled charmingly. "Well, I wouldn't know about that. Anyway, didn't you say you wanted a weapon better than golden legendary quality? Now I've told you, the rest is up to you." She really didn't care and didn't want to care. Mentioning the emperor's sword was just following Qin Shen's words casually. She didn't think too much about it. She never imagined that Qin Shen would dare to set his sights on the emperor's sword. After all, she was just a plaything by Qin Shen's side now, and what she thought and wanted to do was to serve her master well. With his immense power and influence, she could only do her utmost to serve him well to have a bright future. As for the rest, why should she meddle? But Qin Shen was indeed fixated on that emperor's sword in the capital. Just a few hours later, in the dead of night, Qin Shen, drenched in sweat and panting, stepped onto the balcony of his room, cigarette in mouth, and dialed Qin Honyu's number. "Hello, sis, it's me. I want to ask you something. Is there a myth-level emperor's sword in the capital, the treasure of our Hua country?" On the other end of the line, Qin Honyu's expression changed abruptly. "The emperor's sword? Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Qin Shen wiped his sweat, glanced back at Suru, who was rinsing her mouth in the bathroom, and lowered his voice slightly. "I want to upgrade my equipment. I'm in need of a reliable weapon. I just heard that the capital has a myth-level emperor's sword that's even better than the golden legendary quality, so I thought I'd ask you." Hearing this, Qin Honyu was genuinely flustered. "You really dare to think about it? Wanting to lay your hands on the emperor's sword? You just said it's the treasure of our Hua country, so what about the treasure of the country?" Qin Shen interrupted. "Just leaving it there without using it, what kind of treasure is that? That's a weapon. It's meant to be used, not just for display. It has to serve a purpose to be called a treasure of the country, otherwise, what's the difference between it and those useless antique vases? This is already the era of national awakening due to the Abyss invasion. Strength is paramount, sis. Can you not understand these principles? And I've made outstanding contributions. My contributions will only grow larger and larger, to the point where I can't even imagine. You little brat, are you looking for a beating? Calling me in the middle of the night to say these things to tease me?" Qin Honyu suddenly interjected. Qin Shen was instantly stunned. What did he say to tease her? How was he teasing her? What was she talking about? Just now, he mentioned his future contributions to Hua country's 9 provinces. What did she think he was talking about? Where was this female warrior's mind wandering? Simply speechless. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Once he regained his composure, Qin Shen directly said, "Sis, just tell me, what attributes does that myth-level emperor's sword have? Can I actually use it?" Qin Honyu was flustered. He still wanted to use that national treasure, the emperor's sword? What was a national treasure? It was something that concerned the fate of the entire Hua country. A treasured legacy, like that SSS-level spirit servant twin warrior. While it could also be considered a national treasure of the Eastern Emperor, it had only recently emerged in the last few hundred years, lacking any real heritage, far from being comparable to Hua country's emperor's sword. Both are national treasures, but they are worlds apart. After all, the Emperor's Sword of Hua country is backed by ancient legends. That Emperor's Sword has truly been passed down through generations, having weathered the test of time since the mythological era. In fact, this world has faced abyss invasions more than once. It is said that the abyss invades every 10,000 years, and each time, the ancestors of Hua country relied on the Emperor's Sword to safely navigate through the abyssal calamities and avoid one apocalypse after another. Thus, the weight of the Emperor's Sword as a national treasure is truly beyond imagination, self-evident. Now Qin Shen actually wanted to take that Emperor's Sword for himself? What was he thinking? What madness was this? What was going on in his head? Had he overindulged to the point of losing his mind? My mind is perfectly fine, Qin Shen replied to Qin Honyu's words, and I haven't overindulged, let alone overindulging. I basically keep my distance from women. Keep your distance from women? Qin Honyu interrupted him directly. Is that so? Then why are you panting? You're still panting while talking. Do you think I didn't notice? What were you doing just now? Were you with someone, stirring up trouble? No. Qin Shen didn't think twice and said, I was just working out. The intensity was a bit high, so that's why I'm breathing heavily. In the middle of the night, you're working out like this? Are you trying to fool a ghost? Qin Honyu clearly didn't believe a word of it. Working out? Him? Qin Shen? At least it should be a duet workout. It could only be more, not less. If Qin Shen could work out alone in the middle of the night, Qin Honyu could fly over on a private jet right now to help him with a duet workout. Qin Shen felt awkward for 2 seconds and tried to change the subject. Sister, can you tell me about the situation with the Emperor's Sword? There's nothing to say. Without a second thought, Qin Honyu replied, I advise you to give up on that. Those people will never give you the Emperor's Sword, no matter what. Those people? Qin Shen was curious, but Qin Honyu avoided the topic and began to change the subject. The mysterious grand prize I mentioned earlier, I can give it to you in advance. Do you want it or not? A mysterious grand prize? Qin Shen wasn't initially interested, but he frowned at Qin Honyu's avoidance of the Emperor's Sword. However, in the next second, Qin Honyu shocked him. The national treasure of the Eastern Ocean, SSS level spirit servants, twin battle maidens, with health and spiritual power both at 99,999,999, attack power 77,777,000, and all other attributes are also around 20 to 30 million. Moreover, these twin battle maidens are 2 people, sharing 8 skills as a pair of twin sisters. Qin Shen, if you want them, I can have someone deliver them to you right now. If you don't want them, why wouldn't I want them? Qin Shen suddenly interjected, such a good thing, why would I refuse? How could I possibly say no? Sister, in the future, you will be my real sister. Hurry up and send me this spirit servant. I'm counting on this mysterious grand prize to motivate me to play ranked matches. Hearing this, Qin Honyu rolled her eyes and then snorted coldly, saying leisurely, if you already have the reward, will you still have the motivation to play ranked matches? These spirit servant twin sisters are stunningly beautiful, with slender waists and long legs, 39E, bright eyes and white teeth, skin as white as snow, delicate and charming. Even I can't help but feel a bit moved. If it weren't for the gender usage restrictions, I really couldn't give them to you. But if I give them to you, you won't end up getting lost in their gentle embrace, unable to get up, right? How could that be? Qin Shen replied sternly, am I that kind of person? Sister, you know how many beauties are around me. Have I ever been infatuated? With so many young girls and beautiful women around me, I haven't been infatuated. How could I become infatuated with spirit servants that are just like pets or mounts? His words sounded serious and quite reasonable. But, you might just treat these twin sisters as mounts, Qin Honyu said, truly shocking him. Qin Shen was instantly at a loss. What on earth was this female warrior talking about? Could he really treat spirit servants as mounts? Could she not be so vulgar? Although he had never considered getting 1 or 2 spirit servants to enhance his strength before, he did have some understanding of what spirit servants were. A naturally born spirit body is formed by the condensation of spiritual energy from top-tier powerhouses infused into one's consciousness. The nurturing process can take as little as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years or more. Generally speaking, the longer the nurturing time, the better the quality of the spirit servant and the various skills they come with. But no matter the quality, a spirit servant is still a spirit servant. Although classified as a type of spiritual treasure, it is essentially just one of many pieces of equipment to enhance strength. It's quite similar to spirit pets or mounts. However, spirit servants are naturally born spirit bodies and are humanoid. What else is there? Isn't it just humanoid equipment made from a naturally born spirit body? How could Qin Shen do something so beastly to the equipment? It really made him feel like a beast. Aren't you? Qin Honyu immediately replied after hearing Qin Shen's words, you're just a beast. For someone like you, having twin spirit servants like the twin battle maidens will just make them your humanoid mounts in the future. Qin Shen was instantly speechless. Humanoid mounts? How could such wolfish words come from the mouth of a female war god like Qin Hongyu? It was simply outrageous. Was she really unable to hold back from confronting him? Had she never thought that he might retaliate, seizing the opportunity to make her spit out foam at the mouth? After all, he already had several million in attack power and over 800 million in health points. From now on, he would only grow stronger, day by day. Conquering the female war god Qin Hongyu with his own strength was just a matter of time, right? There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Not to mention the future, even now, he looked down on the SSS level spirit servant twin battle maidens with their 99,999,000 health and spirit points. The 77,777,000 attack power was decent, but Qin Shen didn't lack output capability. His several million in attack power, combined with the exponential damage from Demon Fury, could also kill gods. However, the next day, when Qin Hongyu sent someone to airlift the twin battle maidens to Qin Shen, he immediately checked the detailed attributes of the twin battle maidens and fell silent. Last night, when Qin Hongyu mentioned that the twin battle maidens had 8 skills, he hadn't paid much attention. Now, seeing the detailed descriptions of those 8 skills, Qin Shen was clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Passive 1, Cauldron, increases the master's cultivation speed by 10 times. Passive 2, Harmony, each time they engage with the master will permanently increase all attributes by 1%. Passive 3, Twins, the twin battle maidens share all attributes and skills, and when attacking simultaneously, one will always be in a stealth state. Passive 4, Battle Maiden Mark, each time an attack hits, it will apply a Battle Maiden Mark to the target, causing the target to take double damage on the next hit, stacking infinitely in an exponential manner, and the mark never disappears. This passive 4 was clearly more perverse than Qin Shen's Demon Fury effect. Although his Demon Fury theoretically also had an exponentially infinite stacking damage multiplier, it required hitting the target each time. If the attack missed, the effect would reset. Moreover, the doubling effect of Demon Fury only lasted for 60 seconds, and he had to hit the target again within that duration to reset it. But for the twin battle maidens passive 4, those battle maiden marks that provided the doubling effect would never disappear until the target died. What does that mean? If he couldn't defeat them today, he would apply a mark. If he still couldn't defeat them tomorrow, he would apply another mark. The day after tomorrow, and the day after that, he would continue. All marks never disappear. Even if he only added 1 mark a day, what would the final effect be? Taking damage times 1024, is that hard? Then it would be taking damage times 2048, 4096, 8192. This was truly the meaning of obliterating everything in sight. Could Qin Shen's Demon Fury stack damage to such an extent? Dream on! After carefully studying the spirit servant skills and realizing this, Qin Shen truly fell in love with these twin spirit servant sisters. To prevent any long nights filled with dreams, he immediately began the binding process. As soon as the binding was successful, Qin Shen directly hugged one of them and kissed her fiercely a few times, then immediately hugged the other and did the same. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Hongyu was on the phone. SSS level spirit servant, a rarity in the world, the only one in existence, and you gave such a spiritual treasure to Qin Shen? Qin Hongyu, what were you thinking? Spirit servants are inherently precious. Even the most ordinary spirit servant requires at least several months to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for nurturing. You don't even have an ordinary spirit servant yourself, yet you've given a pair of SSS level spirit servant twins to Qin Shen? Are you out of your mind? What on earth are you thinking? The voice on the other end of the phone was clearly shouting. The roar echoed, filled with anger. In contrast, Qin Hongyu remained remarkably calm, as still as water. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting strands of Qin Hongyu's long hair. When she spoke, her tone was unruffled. I don't need you to tell me what I should or shouldn't do. Since I've already done it, it means I've thought it through long ago, and I've considered all the pros and cons. There's no need for you to question what I'm thinking. You, on the other end of the line, the tall young man, who had originally exuded confidence, was now furious, his killing intent palpable, and he was none other than Qin Hongyu's fiancé, with whom she had long had a betrothal, and also one of the 10 war gods of Huagua, Xian Yuan Qingfeng. With the surname Xian Yuan, he was naturally of the royal Xian Yuan lineage, a direct descendant, the crown prince of the current dynasty. This meant that Qin Hongyu was not only a female war god but also the future crown princess. When Xian Yuan Qingfeng ascended the throne, Qin Hongyu would be the empress. But now, the crown prince Xian Yuan Qingfeng was extremely dissatisfied with her, the future crown princess and empress. Qin Hongyu, I really don't understand you. I truly don't understand why you would do this. Why give something that can be considered a national treasure of the East to Qin Chun? Why not give it to me? I am your fiancé, the foremost among the 10 war gods of Huagua, and I am also the future ruler of Huagua. For reasons of sentiment, logic, and propriety, you should have given those twin battle maidens to me, shouldn't you? Am I wrong in saying this? No matter how you look at it, Qin Chen is just a forger. He is not irreplaceable, but I am irreplaceable. Moreover, what does a mere forger need with SSS-level spirit servants? Qin Hongyu, isn't this a waste of resources? A dog riding Lubu? A dog riding Lubu. To be honest, Shen Yuan Qingfeng's words were quite vivid, somewhat crude yet not lacking in meaning. It was uncertain whether Qin Chen sensed something, but just as he was sweating profusely, he suddenly sneezed. Whether he was a dog or not didn't matter, he was already riding. At this moment, Shen Yuan Qingfeng was declaring to Qin Hongyu, I'm claiming those twin battle maidens, those twin spirit servants can only belong to me. Not even the King of Heaven can take them away from me. I'm telling you, Qin Shen should not have bound them yet. I'll rush over now and snatch those twin spirit servants. Qin Hongyu, I advise you not to think about stopping me, and don't send anyone else to stop me. This time, I won't give face to anyone. Even if Qin Shen has already bound with those twin spirit servants, it doesn't matter. I will make him unbind them willingly. If he refuses, I will force him to unbind. To force an unbinding means to use violence to seize them, which would involve killing Qin Chen. Once the master dies, the bound equipment, spirit pets, mounts, and spirit servants would naturally unbind as well. This was also a primary method used by demonic forces to forcibly seize equipment. Qin Hongyu truly hadn't expected that Shen Yuan Qingfeng, the foremost among the 10 war gods and the crown prince, would resort to such demonic means against Qin Chen. In this light, her decision to give the twin battle maidens to Qin Chen was indeed not a mistake. Even if Shen Yuan Qingfeng was the strongest with a 5th transition level of 599, the only one in all of Huagua with the potential to break through to the 6th transition realm, he still was not the one who could lead Huagua safely through this abyssal catastrophe. An ancient prophecy foretells that this abyssal catastrophe is unlike any other, more severe than all previous abyssal calamities, marking the worst in history. It is also the last abyssal catastrophe for this world. If they can safely endure it, peace will reign in the human realm forever. But if they cannot, this world will perish in the apocalypse, never to exist again. The one who can lead the Hua nation through this tribulation must be either supremely virtuous or utterly evil. Yet, Shen Yuan Qingfeng is neither of these. He is both the foremost of the 10 war gods and the current crown prince, so how could he be considered utterly evil? Now, he intends to use demonic means to forcibly seize the twin battle maidens from Qin Chen, which clearly has nothing to do with supreme virtue. Since Shen Yuan Qingfeng is not the one who can lead the Hua nation through the tribulation, who could that person be? Qin Hongyu does not believe that Qin Chen could be that person, but at this moment, the figure that unconsciously emerges in her mind is indeed Qin Chen. Qin Chen has leveled up again, and he is continuously leveling up. Level 120 for the first promotion. Level 121 for the first promotion. Level 122 for the first promotion. Who said one must grind monsters to gain experience to level up? One can also level up by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through cultivation techniques. However, one must at least reach level 100 for the first promotion to practice these techniques, and Qin Chen only reached level 100 yesterday, immediately followed by leveling up to 120. So he hasn't had the chance to engage with them yet. In fact, his beautiful mentor, Li Yanan, had mentioned related professional knowledge in class before, but it was clear that Qin Chen wasn't paying attention. Who knows what he was doing at the time? Anyway, he is now deeply experiencing the exhilarating feeling of leveling up through cultivation techniques. The only problem is that the technique isn't his, it comes from the twin battle maidens. The twin battle maidens, these SSS class twin spirit sisters, come with a dual cultivation technique. Their passive skill 1 is the cauldron, which increases the master's cultivation speed by 10 times. Techniques are divided into 4 major ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Yellow rank techniques have a cultivation speed of only 60% of the experience gained from normal monster grinding. Mysterious rank techniques have a cultivation speed of 100% of normal monster grinding experience. Earth rank, 150%. Heaven rank, 200%. When Qin Hongyu first checked the attributes of the twin battle maidens, she was deeply shocked just by seeing skill 4. The explanation regarding their inherent technique follows right after skill 4. Phoenix Decision, Heaven rank technique single cultivation speed, 200% male cultivators use the Phoenix Decision, female cultivators use the Huang Decision, dual cultivation speed is 300%, and triple cultivation is 400%. For each additional participant in combined cultivation, the cultivation speed increases by 100%. Triple cultivation has a speed of 400%, and with the twin battle maidens passive skill 1, the cauldron, adding 10 times the cultivation speed, what is the final total cultivation speed? Who knows the specific calculation method involved? In any case, Qin Shen doesn't have the time to study these things. All his effort is focused on the twin battle maidens. No, it should be said that it is focused on the cultivation technique. After all, it is serious cultivation, meaning the three of them sit there, palms against palms, circulating the technique to allow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to flow through them in a great cycle, not doing anything else. Anyway, later, when faced with the relentless questioning from the four school beauties, this is how Qin Shen explained it. However, the four school beauties looked at him with suspicion, clearly not believing him. Serious cultivation? Are you sure? How serious? You're sweating profusely and panting like this during serious cultivation? Qin Shen, you beast, you wouldn't really be taking advantage of your spirit maid, would you? That's a spirit maid, just like a spirit pet or mount. How could you? Cough, cough, Shasha, don't say anything about mounts. Maybe this beast really does treat the spirit maid as a mount. Qin Shen was at a loss for words. What are they talking about? Why don't they believe him? Do they have to treat him like a beast? Perhaps he really is. What kind of person is worse than a beast? At this moment, Qin Hongyu was on the phone. On the other end was another of the 10 war gods of Huagua, ranked in the top 3 and only second to Shenyuan Qingfeng, Shenyuan Qingmeng. In addition, Shenyuan Qingmeng held another title, the Regent Empress. The current emperor had been severely injured during the battle between the righteous and the demonic forces years ago and had been in seclusion ever since. For all these years, it was Shenyuan Qingmeng who had been managing the affairs of the court. She and Shenyuan Qingfeng were half-siblings, but their hearts were not aligned, and they walked different paths. Like Qin Hongyu, she firmly believed in that ancient prophecy. The one who could lead Huagua and even the entire human realm safely through this abyssal calamity would either be supremely good or supremely evil. Since Shenyuan Qingfeng had been tested and found not to be that supremely good person, then it seemed they could only place their hopes on that supremely evil person. Because supremely good and supremely evil cannot coexist, only one can exist at a time. If the supremely good person does not exist, then the supremely evil person must exist. Who could that person be? Could it be Qin Shen? At this moment, Shenyuan Qingmeng asked Qin Hongyu gravely. Qin Hongyu shook her head and replied honestly, to be honest, I'm not sure, but the equipment and outfits he forged are indeed quite sinister. I think you should have studied the equipment and outfits he forged carefully. They are full of evil energy, heavy with demonic aura. How could an ordinary person forge such things? So you suspect he comes from the abyss? Shenyuan Qingmeng asked again. Qin Hongyu furrowed her brows, took a deep breath, and after 2 seconds of silence said, I have looked into his background, but I could never find anything. Until I broke into Dongyang Fusong, into the depths of Fusong, and saw that person who had been imprisoned by the Dongyang Emperor for hundreds of years. Shenyuan Qingmeng was astonished. A person imprisoned by the Dongyang Emperor for hundreds of years? You mean that original Onmyoji from back then? The Onmyoji was a unique profession in Dongyang. Moreover, it existed even before the Abyssal invasion triggered the mass job change. However, at that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was depleted, and Onmyoji and astrologers were basically just names, having a legacy but lacking the means to practice. There were similar professions within Huagua, such as exorcists, corpse drivers, and puppet masters. But after the Abyssal invasion, as demonic beasts rampaged, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to recover rapidly, awakening the masses, and those professions that had already existed and had a legacy began to shine, all referred to as the original professions. The original Onmyoji from Dongyang was one of the best among them, said to be able to see through life and death, communicate with spirits, foresee the future, and even uncover the truth behind this abyssal invasion. At that time, many talented individuals in Dongyang bowed to the original Onmyoji, quickly forming a force that began to stir up trouble in Dongyang. That was the first demonic force in Dongyang. It was rumored that the original Onmyoji could communicate with abyssal demonic beasts and even reached some unknown secret cooperation with certain powerful beings deep within the abyss. Yes, that's him. At this moment, Qin Hongyu confirmed Shenyuan Qingmeng's earlier question. It's that original Onmyoji from back then. The rumors are true. There really was such an original Onmyoji in Dongyang, who, due to his overwhelming power, attempted to overthrow the Dongyang royal family, and as a result, was besieged by the emperor's forces and subsequently imprisoned in the depths of Fusong. I declared war on Dongyang and launched a surprise attack on Fusong for this person. And after meeting this person, he gave me the answer I wanted, just as I wished. What answer? Shenyuan Qingmeng pressed, frowning. Qin Hongyu bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and said, he used his original Onmyoji skills to show me the scene of Qin Chen's birth. He also showed me the origins of many demonic forces such as the Paradise Palace, the Heavenly Fragrance Workshop, and the God-Slaying Hall. The Master of the Paradise Palace, Bai Yufeng, the Master of the Heavenly Fragrance Workshop, Hua Liener, and the Master of the God-Slaying Hall, Lang Hanxiu, all came from the same sect and had the same master. Their master came from the abyss, and the first-generation Yin-Yang master showed me the scene of that person walking out of the abyss. Black smoke filled the sky, demonic energy surged, behind her was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, beneath her feet were the bones of gods and demons. In her left hand, she held the phoenix dance and the nine heavens umbrella, and in her right hand, she wielded the reincarnation Yin-Yang scythe. The phoenix dance and the nine heavens umbrella blocked the rolling sea of thunder from the nine heavens above, said to be the heavenly tribulation thunder sea, transformed by the heavenly Tao, yet it was completely blocked by the umbrella, unable to harm her at all. And that reincarnation Yin-Yang scythe pierced through reincarnation, merging Yin and Yang, disregarding time and space, ignoring the causal laws of the heavenly Tao. It was the only object in the world capable of reversing the universe and defying the heavenly order. In addition, on her left side, the heavenly demon 10,000 souls banner floated in the Yin wind, rustling. On her right side was the heaven-slaying God-slaying spear, exuding a terrifying aura, fierce and ruthless. She walked out from the deepest part of the abyss, bringing countless abyssal beasts into this world. This invasion of the abyss was caused by her, and after launching the invasion, she even gave birth to a child. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Qingmeng immediately interjected, "That child is Qin Chen?" Qin Hongyu nodded, "Yes, it's Qin Chen." In an instant, Xian Yuan Qingmeng's expression changed drastically, feeling as if the world had collapsed around her. The birth mother of Qin Chen was the instigator of this abyssal invasion? The source of all evil? Then, shouldn't we kill Qin Chen as soon as possible to eliminate future troubles? After regaining her composure, Xian Yuan Qingmeng asked Qin Hongyu with an unprecedented seriousness. Qin Hongyu shook her head. "We can't kill him. The first time I went to find him, I set a trial for him. At that time, I knew nothing, just thought that if he couldn't even pass the trivial trial, he wouldn't have any real ability. But guess what happened? At a critical moment, someone invaded my illusion and completely suppressed me. How many people in this world can completely suppress me? Including you and Xian Yuan Qingfeng, there are at most a handful, but that person was clearly none of them. In the end, after much thought, I finally locked onto a few people who had long been outside my attention." "Who are they?" Xian Yuan Qingmeng asked anxiously. Qin Hongyu took a deep breath and replied, "The Master of the Paradise Palace, the Master of the Heavenly Fragrance Workshop, the Master of the God-Slaying Hall. The person who invaded my illusion to help Qin Chen suppress me must be one of these three demonic leaders. The three demonic leaders, Bai Yufeng of the Paradise Palace, Hua Liener of the Heavenly Fragrance Workshop, and Lang Hanxiu of the God-Slaying Hall, were not only from the same sect but were also triplet sisters. The three sisters were born before the abyssal invasion and were contemporaries of the first-generation Yin-Yang master. Hundreds of years ago? Or perhaps 1,000 years ago. This world has individuals capable of manipulating time and reversing the years, so no one can clearly say how many years ago the abyssal invasion actually began. During the great battle between the righteous and the demonic, someone used an ultimate skill to rewind global time by several decades, causing many people's memories to become confused. A certain prominent figure who was clearly already dead in memory was somehow still alive. Some songs that were remembered to be sung a certain way were actually sung differently. Ordinary people were baffled, while those in the know were not surprised. The abyssal invasion, the rise of great powers, countless awakeners with a variety of skills, among which were certainly those capable of controlling the laws of time with ultimate moves. This world has long been one where nothing is absolutely impossible to happen. Many years ago, the three sisters Bai Yufeng, Hua Liener, and Lang Hanxiu were abandoned at birth. A Buddhist monk claimed they were the reincarnation of evil spirits, and their parents believed him, abandoning them in the wilderness to fend for themselves. In fact, a high monk of Buddhism did see a glimpse of the future, where three generals of the underworld would indeed come from the abyss. However, those three generals were not Bai Yufeng, Hua Liener, and Lang Hanxiu. The glimpse of the future seen by the high monk was tampered with. The demon lord of the abyss was playing a game of deception with those hidden masters of the world, and learned through his planted informants within the Buddhist sect that there was a mole leaking information, thus cancelling the plan for the three underworld generals to reincarnate in the human realm. After all, they had already been targeted. Coming to the human world would be like walking into a trap and dying for nothing. As a result, the three underworld generals did not come, but a high monk of Buddhism misjudged the situation and mistakenly took the coincidentally born Bai Yufeng, Hua Liener, and Lang Hanxiu as the three underworld generals from the abyss. Thus, a tragedy was set in motion. Through a series of misunderstandings, the high monk of Buddhism inadvertently facilitated the birth of the three great demonic leaders of the human realm for the demon lord of the abyss. At this time, at the end of the Western Buddhist land, in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the contemporary holy monk, known as the Living Buddha, was suddenly dragged into an illusion by an extraordinarily strange force. In the illusion, Bai Yufang, dressed in a silk qipao and barefoot, walked gracefully, exuding endless allure from every part of her body. "Old monk, you caused us to be abandoned at birth back then. I said I would settle this score with you. By the way, you said it was for the sake of all living beings, so naturally, I will make all living beings accompany you in death. You old thing have lived in the Great Thunder Sound Temple for so long, high above, receiving the incense of all beings, a contemporary holy monk, known as the Living Buddha, so you should know what will happen next?" Amit Ba. The Living Buddha joined his hands in prayer, with a kind expression, yet his demeanor was solemn, his tone calm yet grave. "Indeed, it was I who misjudged the situation back then and made a grave mistake. It was my fault, and I acknowledge it. But didn't you three also gain fortune from misfortune? If you hadn't been abandoned in the wilderness at birth, how could the demon mother of the abyss have picked you up, raised you, and trained you to become the three great demonic leaders of the human realm? In this way, how could you three have achieved what you have today? Isn't that right?" Bai Yufang smiled. "Is that so? According to you, should we thank you? How should we thank you? How about finding a few young girls to help you indulge?" Amit Ba. The Living Buddha closed his eyes, reciting the Buddha's name, his body radiating golden light, even more dignified than before. The golden light was shining brilliantly, visibly growing stronger. This was the Buddha's light illuminating all. The Buddhist skill, using the Buddha's light to drive away demons and suppress evil, could inflict 800% attack damage that ignored defenses and shields on all targets tainted by demonic energy, along with an additional 80% of the target's maximum health as true damage. The power was astonishing, a renowned ultimate skill within Buddhism. However, at this moment, Bai Yufang, one of the three great demonic leaders, was completely unaffected by the Buddha's light, suffering not a single bit of damage. The endless Buddha's light could do nothing to her. The Living Buddha opened his eyes, gradually furrowing his brows, and then fixed his gaze on the umbrella that had appeared in Bai Yufang's hand at some unknown time. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens Umbrella, Enhancement plus 99 Quality, Mythical Level No Level Usage Restrictions All Attributes plus 99. 9 billion Unique Mythical Level Effect. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens, fully absorbs all damage and converts the absorbed damage into its own energy. Once the energy is full, it automatically levels up. 1 absorbs all damage while rebounding 10% of the damage back to the opponent, 2 rebounds 20% while absorbing all damage, 3 rebounds 30%, and so on. Note 1, levels 1 to 5 can only rebound the corresponding damage to the source of the damage. Starting from level 6, it can rebound the corresponding damage indiscriminately to all surrounding enemies. Note 2, at level 10, the unique mythical level effect Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens will automatically be replaced by the unique taboo level effect. Phoenix Crying in the Nine Heavens releases all previously absorbed energy at once, striking all enemies in this world with 1000 times the power, ignoring defenses, shields, invincibility, damage reduction, and true damage immunity. This damage is the highest priority taboo level holy damage the common people, the masses, can only accept. Although the so-called Living Buddha could not see the specific attributes of this umbrella, he was still shaken at the moment he realized its presence, and then felt a heavy weight in his heart, falling into a long silence. At this moment, Bai Yufang scanned the dazzling Buddhist light around her and smiled, saying with great interest, "Buddha's light shines everywhere? Is this all? Don't you have a move called All Buddhas Return to the Origin? Aren't you going to let me see it?" Upon hearing this, even the kindest living Buddha couldn't help but want to curse, because he knew the true nature of the Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens umbrella. It was the absolute defensive artifact with divine skills. Not only does it fully absorb all damage, but the more damage it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. Once it has absorbed enough damage to automatically level up to 10, it will release all previously absorbed damage at once with 1000 times the power. Destruction, let no one play anymore. This abyss invasion is probably the last one. Who can stop it? Anyway, at this moment, the Living Buddha quickly withdrew his divine powers. In an instant, the Buddhist light dissipated, and the place returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, the umbrella with divine skills, the absolute defensive artifact, was slowly rotating above Bai Yufang's head, seemingly conscious and reluctant to leave. The umbrella seemed to be speaking to the Living Buddha. "Is this it? I'm still not full. Who are you fooling? Keep going, hurry up." The Living Buddha remained silent, frowning tightly without a word. He wanted to say that all beings are innocent, wanted to persuade Bai Yufang to lay down her butcher's knife, even if it meant sacrificing his life in exchange. However, the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated. Ultimately, this living Buddha knew better than anyone, all beings are innocent, and Bai Yufeng, Hua Lianer, and Lang Hanqiu are also very innocent. When they were born, they were abandoned by their parents in the wilderness, helplessly crying in the icy cold, clearly just arriving in this world, clearly having done nothing, yet they had to bear the sins to atone for all beings, and at that time, no one cared about their lives or deaths, and the only one who cared about their lives was not human. It was the Abyss Demon Mother, the progenitor of the Abyss Demon Lord, the source of all evil in this world. Everyone in the world could attack her, but the three of them could not. If it weren't for the Abyss Demon Mother raising them, the three sisters would have frozen to death in that icy wilderness long ago. If it weren't for the Abyss Demon Mother's dedicated cultivation, how could they have achieved what they have today? Although they are still in the human world, they have long since devoted themselves to the Abyss. Now, the three sisters are the most loyal guardians of the Abyss Demon Lord. This time, Bai Yufeng came to issue a challenge. On the other side, at this moment, sitting in front of Qin Chen was another Bai Yufeng, or rather, a sexy beauty identical to Bai Yufeng. It was the head of the Tianshan workshop, Hua Lianer, one of the triplet sisters. In fact, Hua Lianer and Bai Yufeng are somewhat different. Although they both possess voluptuous, long legs, both are 38E, and their slender waists and ample hips are basically indistinguishable. Overall, this Tiang Xiangfang master is far more enchanting than Bai Yufeng. One could even say she is bewitchingly seductive. The Gile Palace practices the Gile Heart method, following the Gile Great Path, while Tiang Xiangfang cultivates the Yin Yan Hawan technique, walking the Yin Yang Hawan Great Path. Although both are highly unorthodox practices, the Yin Yang Hawan technique is even more improper, with a greater demand for gathering and supplementing energy. The Gile Heart method, being a dual cultivation technique, can at least be practiced alone, but the Yin Yang Hawan technique cannot be practiced solo. It requires dual cultivation to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the cauldron to enhance one's strength. No matter how one looks at it, Bai Yufeng only has one daughter, Bai Ying, while Hua Lianer, the master of Tiang Xiangfang, can almost be said to have countless children. Who knows how many husbands she has had up to now? Anyway, each one has been drained of their essence by her Yin Yang Hawan technique, turning into piles of cold white bones. Therefore, although she is not the leader of the three great demonic paths, she is the most dangerous among them. She is even more perilous than the bloodthirsty master of the killing god hall, especially for men. In her heyday, whenever a righteous person heard her name, they would involuntarily feel a tightening in their pants, followed by a chill down their spine and cold sweat on their forehead, fearing she might suddenly appear from nowhere and do as she pleased. Who knows how many talented young men of the righteous path fell victim to Hua Lianer's poisonous hands back then. At this moment, Qin Chen is completely unaware of the dangerous aura surrounding her, treating her as his own Aunt Bai. After all, he doesn't know that Aunt Bai has two twin sisters, so he is entirely unguarded. Even if he occasionally feels something is off about her today, he doesn't pay it any mind. Right now, he is helping her massage her jade-like feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, saying, "Aunt Bai, how did you easily take down that Yuan Mei Yuan last time? I think I heard her call you something. Palace Master? Was it Palace Master or Princess? Aunt Bai, do you have some hidden identity that I don't know about? Also, Aunt Bai, can you tell me what level you are? And where did you take that Yuan Zhang later?" Suddenly, Hua Lianer lifted her foot and pressed it against Qin Chen's mouth, smiling. "Where did you get so many questions, kid? You spend all day hanging out with a few school beauties, and now that I finally catch you free to give me a foot massage, you just keep asking questions. Your mouth hasn't stopped since just now. Do you want me to use my foot to shut you up? You kid aren't doing this on purpose, are you? Waiting here for your Aunt Bai?" Qin Chen is flustered, moving Hua Lianer's jade foot away from his mouth and saying seriously, "Aunt Bai, what are you talking about? What do you take me for? You are my Aunt Bai, my biological mother's close friend. How could I have any thoughts about you like a beast?" Hua Lianer let out a light hum, deliberately teasing. "You don't have any thoughts about me? What did you do to me last time? Although I didn't watch you grow up, I am still your mother's close friend. Can I tell what you're thinking?" As she spoke, Hua Lianer gently tugged at the flesh-colored stockings on her voluptuous leg with her delicate hand. Qin Chen, feeling quite helpless, said, "Aunt Bai, you've really misunderstood." Before he could finish, Hua Lianer casually grabbed a pair of stockings from beside her, which he didn't know belonged to whom, and tossed them at his face. "Just massage my feet properly, and if you keep talking nonsense, I'll shut that mouth of yours and reward you with a whole day of silence. Do you believe it?" "I don't believe it." Suddenly, Bai Ying's voice rang out at the door. Then, the charming girl walked over with her delicate white silk legs under her ultra-short skirt, smiling brightly. "Mom, don't just talk without action. If you have the ability, really reward him for a whole day and let me see." This girl clearly knew that the person in front of her was not her mother, Bai Yufeng, so she was deliberately causing trouble. Of course, even if this person were Bai Yufeng, Bai Ying might still cause trouble. But in this situation, it seemed even more exciting to stir things up. In any case, Xin Chen was kept in the dark. After hearing Bai Ying's words, he immediately turned to glare at her. Go away, what does it have to do with you? Little girl, don't speak out of turn. Who are you calling a little girl? Hualiener smiled. Your sister Bai Ying is a 38D, do you dare say she's small? Xin Chen was speechless. He was talking about age, but what was his Aunt Bai talking about? Why did it feel like Aunt Bai was acting a bit strange today? But he couldn't quite put his finger on what was off. What was going on? Could it be that he really was a bit dazed from overindulgence? It seemed he really needed to spend less energy on those twin battle maidens in the future. Ultimately, he had to focus his main energy on serious matters. For example, he hadn't played ranked matches in days. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. It was about time to continue. After all, he had already received the mysterious grand prize from the war goddess Qin Hongyu in advance, and how could he just graze without working? But today, he was destined not to go. He had already been entangled by one of the three great leaders of the demonic path, the master of Tianshan Pavilion. Did he still think he could play ranked? Clearly, that was impossible. However, it was actually all the same. Playing ranked would leave him drenched in sweat, and it was the same with the master of Tianshan Pavilion. Both would leave him sweating. What was the difference? For him, there was no difference. The distinction was for others. The difference was that those top teams in the ranked matches were spared the fate of being trampled by the Great Demon King today, because the Great Demon King was trampled by the master of Tianshan Pavilion. However, the next day, the ranked Demon King Qin Shen still personally took to the field. Although he was listless and clearly not in good form, wasn't he still playing ranked like it was a game? Especially this time, he wasn't fighting alone. Long Shasha, Zhao Xiaro, Hua Shishue, and Lin Anqi, four top beauties, were finally stepping onto the global rank ladder for the first time. In Jiangbei, Lin Xiangling came here to watch the rank livestream with Lin Xiuxue, both wanting to witness their daughter's outstanding performances on the ladder. Two stunning ladies, one dressed in a tight black fishnet mini skirt, the other in a tight-fitting OL outfit, both exuding a mature and sexy charm that made one want to conquer them at all costs. Unfortunately, there were only the two of them here. There was no third person, and even if they wanted to be conquered, they couldn't find anyone. Have you not gone to find Qin Shen to help you continue improving your gear attributes these past few days? Lin Xiuxue suddenly asked Lin Xiangling. Lin Xiangling glanced at her, smiling. I would like to, but where's the opportunity? Qin Shen is busy all day long. He really is a big shot. How could he have time to help me improve my gear attributes at a moment's notice? A hint of unusual color flashed in Lin Xiuxue's eyes as she asked, can you really only find him? Is there really no one else who can help you improve those gear attributes? Like your own husband Zhao Jinlong, can he really not help at all? That's right. Qin Shangling nodded and replied, I've tried it before, he just can't help. No matter what, he can't trigger the set effect to enhance attributes. It's clear that this set forged by Qin Shen can only be activated by him. There's nothing to be done, sigh, it makes me think about this kid all day long. Lin Xiuxue slightly furrowed her brows, then fixed her gaze on Qin Shangling's eyes. Are you thinking about him helping you trigger the effect? Or are you thinking about him as a person? This question hit the nail on the head, indeed getting to the point. However, Qin Shangling did not shy away, laughing with a flourish while directly responding. Both are fine, right? I've said that Qin Shen is quite charming. I think you should give it a try. Really, after you try it, you'll know I'm not exaggerating at all. Lin Xiuxue, the beautiful woman, flushed slightly. On the surface, she seemed resistant, but inside, spring feelings surged. Meanwhile, in the ranked ladder match arena, Qin Shen's team met the opposing team. This was a foreign team, and none of the five were from Huagua. Just looking at their skin color made that clear. Qin Shen directly focused on a blonde, blue-eyed, short-skirted mixed-race beauty. Leave this to me. Her aura is the strongest, and her position at the back clearly indicates she's an output-type player, so I'll handle it. Hearing this, the four school beauties all cast him looks filled with surprise. What was this guy talking about? Did their team still need to use conventional tactics? Wouldn't it be better to just cut through the chaos quickly? Qin Shen actually wanted to tangle with that blonde, blue-eyed, short-skirted mixed-race beauty? Was he here to play ranked or what? Take it easy, Long Shasha said after staring at him for 2 seconds, her voice low. This is the competition arena. You mustn't let your impulses take over and just unleash a barrage of attacks on the girl. Exactly, Lin Anqi followed up. It's a global live broadcast. You have the title of the ranked Demon King. Who knows how many people are watching in our team's live room? If you act foolishly on the field and everyone sees it, you'll you'll truly become a public spectacle. Qin Shen felt utterly confused by their words. What was going on? But before he could retort, even the usually gentle and quiet Zhao Xiao joined in. Qin Shen, it's one thing to treat your spirit as a mount, but you can't treat someone else's beauty as a mount too, especially not in this public ranked arena. Qin Shen was instantly speechless. This Zhao Xiao really, either she didn't speak, or when she did, it was shocking. At the same time, the opposing team was whispering among themselves. That guy seems to be their ranked demon king? He seems pretty strong? Strong? How strong? Can he be stronger than me, an 18-level berserker? Exactly, people from Huagua are just like that. What demon king? He looks like a soft persimmon, clearly a guy who's overindulged, almost drained by his 4 beautiful teammates. Seriously, those 4 beautiful teammates are indeed top-notch. Just looking at them gives me feelings. I really want to. Want what? Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death? This was clearly the blonde, blue-eyed mixed-race beauty speaking, but she didn't know that at that moment, the audience in Qin Shen's team's live room was saying similar things. Wow, the 4 school beauties, with those outfits and those beautiful legs, that figure and aura, I can't hold back. Damn Qin Shen, he looks so listless, he must have been drained by those 4 beauties. My goddess has truly been tarnished by Qin Shen. All 4 goddesses have fallen for him? He actually got turned into this mess by my 4 goddesses? Damn it, this is outrageous. My campus goddess, listen to my command, rush in and take him down. We can lose the team fight, but Qin Shen must die. Yes, I represent the entire Tianwu Academy to the opposing team. Don't be afraid, we can lose the team fight, but Qin Shen must die. These people are truly something else. They want the opposing team to lose while also asking them to help take down Qin Shen. They want it all, but how can they? Qin Shen has over 800 million health without any skills or buffs. Who can kill him? Lin Anqi gives him another blessing of distraction, all attributes plus 100%, turning 800 million health into 6 billion. Adding Zhao Xiao's holy blessing, which increases maximum health by 100%, Qin Shen suddenly has 4 billion health. He can't die, and Lin Anqi uses her spirit transformation to replicate all his instant attributes, so Lin Anqi can't die either. As for Zhao Xiao, the healing goddess, she has a reserve of 112.5 billion health in her devil's blood pool, ready at any moment. And Hua Shishua, the S-class ice archer who can control and output damage, is immune to all normal attacks, can reduce skill damage by 50%, and has a 10% chance to reflect full damage. Then there's Long Shasha, with her assassination domain having no cooldown, constantly teleporting within the domain, and going invisible at will. Who can get close to her? The 5-member team has nearly maxed out their self-preservation abilities. Forget about this preliminary match, even in future peak competitions, they'll be unstoppable. First, take down the healer. At that moment, the battle began, and the opposing captain shouted, charging straight at Zhao Xiao. Her positioning exposed her class identity. Her habitual team placement clearly indicated support without a doubt. It could only be a healer or a control-type mage. They weren't wrong. The opposing team correctly judged that Zhao Xiao was indeed a healer, and a super healer with an incredibly terrifying healing output. But they could never have imagined that this super healer's health was far more terrifying than that of a tank. She was simply a monster beyond comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the opposing captain struck down, accurately hitting Zhao Xiao's vital point, but he couldn't break through her defenses. Not a single point of damage. Are you kidding? She's currently a level 103 first transformation character, and her level 100 Guardian White Silk JK Ultra Short Skirt set provides a whopping 25,000 to all attributes. Armor 25,000. Magic resistance 25,000. Evasion also 25,000. All attributes boosted by 25,000. Plus, with her S-class talents level 100 base attributes, her various attributes are all above 30,000 now. But how much attack power can the opposing team, who are all under level 20, have? How can they break through her defenses? He felt like he had hit the jackpot. His attack didn't miss, so the feedback was that he couldn't break through her defenses, but in shock, he activated his skills and continued to attack. Attack miss. Skill miss. Moments passed, and after several normal attacks and skills were unleashed, all of them missed. The 5 members of the opposing team were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. All the viewers in both live streams were also showing confused expressions in front of their screens. Then, the bullet screens on both sides exploded. What the hell is going on? All attack skills miss? Isn't this healing goddess a healer? How can a healer be this abnormal? Wow, what attributes does this healing goddess have now? How high must her evasion be to make the opposing team's attack skills all miss? Wow, I have an impression of the opposing team. They are a strong team, especially the one who initiated the attack. He is quite famous abroad. and yet, the first hit couldn't break through the defense, and then all missed? Is he cheating? Is my school beauty actually cheating? It wouldn't be wrong to say he was cheating. After all, who would have thought that everyone in Qin Chen's team was already over level 100 after their first promotion? Moreover, all their equipment and outfits were level 100, and each piece had 1 to 3 golden legendary effect attributes? Who could have imagined? Damn it! At that moment, the opposing team leader cursed, then turned to fiercely attack Hua Shishue, seemingly not believing in evil. Hua Shishue was habitually positioned as a support in the back of the team, so the opposing team leader treated her as the second soft target, wanting to see if she was also that abnormal. The result: attack missed, skill missed, miss. The opposing team leader's operations were fierce, but the output was 0. He tried various attacks and skills, all flashy yet utterly useless. What the hell? This. The opposing team leader was truly dumbfounded, his voice trembling to the point he couldn't speak. At that moment, Qin Chen made his move. Just as he had said earlier, he charged straight at the blonde, blue-eyed, short-skirted mixed-race beauty in the opposing team, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and rushing towards their base. All the viewers in both live streams were stunned. What kind of operation is this? What does this guy want to do? They saw Qin Chen, one arm around the mixed-race beauty, pushing through like a hot knife through butter, not even blinking as he easily broke through all the opposing team's formations and obstacles, not stopping for a moment. Even before people could react, including the mixed-race beauty he was holding, he had already stood at the center of the opposing base, breaking the flag's shield with one sword and lifting the flag that signified victory. The match was over. Jiangbei Tianwu Team won. Just as both teams were about to be automatically sent out of the latter arena, Qin Chen swiftly pecked the mixed-race beauty on her cherry lips. The audience probably didn't notice, as they were still in shock. Who could pay attention? Soon, the second-ranked match began. The viewers in the live stream finally regained their senses and began to wildly comment. What the hell is this Qin Chen doing? He actually hugged the opposing team's girl and charged into the base to grab the flag? What a beast! This is just too much. I'm curious, how does this trash blacksmith have such strength? Can he really be this strong just relying on the equipment from the Qin family in the capital? No matter what, his title as the ranked Demon King is now solidified, the only one in the country, no second. Not just in the country, I think globally, he is the only one like this. Who can compare to such a beast? People cursed, but it was all separate matters. Regardless, Qin Chen was indeed bringing glory to the country and making the people proud. The second match quickly ended, with a crushing advantage and a clear win. Then came the third, fourth, fifth matches. Each one was a crushing victory. Unknowingly, by the end of the day, the number 1 royal team on the national leaderboard was once again pushed to second place by the Jiangbei Tianwu team. A few days ago, Qin Chen hadn't played ranked matches, so the royal team had overtaken them. But now that he played ranked, he immediately slaughtered the leaderboard with 19,800 points, once again securing the top spot. The second-place royal team only had 7,900 points, and they were left far behind by Qin Chen's Jiangbei Tianwu team. A gap of over 10,000 points. In just one day, a gap of over 10,000 points was closed? What does that even mean? The royal team, ranked second in the nation, has been tirelessly grinding for ranks day and night since the start of the competition, all to shine and bring glory to their country, proving their talent and strength. Yet the result: 5 prodigies working hard still can't catch up to Qin Chen's team, who seem to be playing casually. Qin Chen even casually pulls the young girls from other teams into his embrace as they charge forward. But that's not even the worst part, as the royal team isn't even the most hardworking among all the teams. There are many teams that work harder than the royal team. After all, each of the 5 members of the royal team comes from a distinguished background, simply wanting to showcase their strength and prove themselves. Even if they fail to achieve any results, they will still remain at the top of society, enjoying everything without lifting a finger thanks to their families. But not all prodigy teams are like that. Many prodigy teams have no background at all, like those university students who once emerged from the mountains, needing to fight hard to establish themselves in the big cities outside the mountains. They must achieve excellent results in this global ranking competition to stand out. Otherwise, even if they are prodigies, they will amount to nothing. In the end, they can only rot in the mud, wasting their innate talent. In such circumstances, they naturally have to work harder and strive more than the royal team, pushing themselves forward with no retreat in sight, moving forward relentlessly without a moment's pause. However, in contrast, Qin Chen strolls leisurely, effortlessly leaving all the teams far behind. What is talent? What is fate? Many things have little to do with effort. That night, at a top luxury private club in Jiangbei, Jiangbei's deputy city lord, Jiang Yuru, personally hosted a banquet to celebrate and reward Qin Shen's team, honoring them for bringing glory to Jiangbei and the entire Huagua. Various dignitaries from Jiangbei attended, at least half of the influential figures were present, some invited to show support, while others came out of genuine interest to connect with the ranking champion or to expand their social circles. Each had different purposes, but the focus was the same: all eyes on Qin Shen, the ranking champion. However, very few could actually meet Qin Shen and drink at the same table with him. At that moment, the female CEO of a star enterprise was toasting with Qin Shen, and right after, another beautiful chairwoman from a different star enterprise personally brought a glass of fine wine to Qin Shen's lips. After the chairwoman fed Qin Shen the imported wine, her 18-year-old rich and beautiful daughter climbed onto Qin Shen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, calling him Brother Qin Shen in a soft, sweet, and clingy voice. Beside them, a row of stunning leggy beauties performed songs and dances, all with model-like figures, each a top-tier artist in the entertainment industry, all worth a fortune, at least 38D. Even when Qin Shen was getting a bit tipsy from drinking, Zhang Yuru, the beautiful deputy city lord, stepped forward with her long legs to personally feed him wine. This is the treatment Qin Shen enjoys now. After all, his team represents Jiangbei in the competition, genuinely bringing glory to the country, and such treatment is only natural. Of course, the more crucial point is that his future is bound to be limitless, destined to soar high, and he will undoubtedly hold a significant position globally. So who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? Who wouldn't want to align themselves with him? Even without mentioning anything else, just his terrifying strength that allows him to dominate the global ranking competition is enough to make anyone willingly approach him to befriend him. It would be best to form a close relationship. Those who constantly curse and express their dissatisfaction with Qin Shen do so only because they lack the opportunity. They don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of him. Even those who are now qualified, even if they are already standing before Qin Shen, may not have this opportunity or qualification in the future, simply because Qin Shen's rate of growth is simply too fast. While others must take steady steps to grow slowly, Qin Shen is like riding a rocket, his strength soaring at all times. Among the massive rewards he obtained from grinding in the Abyss and Secret Realms, there was something that could enhance his talent level. This item in the Abyss is called Earth Vein Spirit Essence, measured by drops, with a market price starting at least at 1 million per drop. The item dropped in the Secret Realm is called Earth Vein Divine Essence, which is essentially an upgraded version of Earth Vein Spirit Essence, the same item but of different quality, also measured by drops, with each drop worth tens of millions. Qin Shen hadn't paid much attention to this before, but after a night of drunken revelry, he woke up the next morning feeling groggy and lethargic. In a daze, he took out those items from his spatial ring, wondering if he could further enhance his strength in any way. As a result, he focused on those spirit essences. This thing can enhance talent levels? I think Shasha mentioned it to me before, but how exactly did she say it? Damn, it hurts, I can't remember. What did I do last night? Why do I have such a headache? It feels like my body has been emptied. Never mind, this stuff smells pretty good. I'll take it internally first and then use it externally. There are only these two methods. I refuse to believe this thing can poison me. With that, Qin Shen directly poured a large bottle of Earth Vein Spirit Essence into his mouth. Measured by drops, in the blink of an eye, he had downed more than half a bottle. In fact, this substance can be taken internally, but it's best to refine it with precious medicinal materials before doing so. After all, who would drink something measured by drops like water? Naturally, it should be mixed with other herbs to maximize its effect. But what does Qin Shen know about this? In no time, having consumed more than half a bottle of spirit essence, feeling no change, he poured the remaining small half bottle into his mouth as well. I have to say, it tastes pretty good. It's simply divine nectar, not bad. If spirit essence can compare to divine nectar, then divine essence must taste even better? Although he said this casually in his dazed state, he was indeed correct. The finest royal brews in this world are indeed made using spirit essence and divine essence. Moreover, spirit essence and divine essence can not only be used for brewing but also for medicinal concoctions, alchemy, or as high-end culinary ingredients. The most luxurious use is for bathing. Just a few drops of spirit essence in a pool of warm water can provide an unparalleled experience, nourish the skin, improve physical condition, dispel ailments, and even maintain eternal youth. Of course, expecting to maintain eternal youth after just one use is certainly unrealistic. One must bathe in spirit essence for years to achieve that. However, no one in the world can afford such luxury, making the use of spirit essence and divine essence for eternal youth the least cost-effective, even entirely without cost-effectiveness. But regardless, spirit essence and divine essence truly have endless uses. Whether taken internally or used externally, it really works in any way. At this moment, when Qin Shen poured a bottle of divine essence into his mouth, he finally immediately had a reaction. Cleansing the marrow and reshaping the bones, a transformation of the body, a sharp change in talent, as if reborn. He could clearly feel every organ, every bone, and even every cell in his body undergoing astonishing changes. The key was that he seemed to see a number hidden in the dark, continuously rising. That was his talent value. The talent value is hidden data for each person, normally invisible, only vaguely felt when a change in talent occurs. This talent value relates to the various attributes one can gain with each level up. The higher the talent level, the greater the attributes gained with each upgrade. Although it is hidden data, no one can see the specific talent value on their attribute panel, yet it can be intuitively felt during each level up. One can also visually compare the differences between different talent levels. For example, when leveling up from level 10 to level 11, an A-level talent might grant plus 20 attack, while an AA-level talent grants plus 40 attack. This illustrates the gap between different talent levels. It is also the fundamental source of strength differences among awakeners of the same level. After all, talent level not only affects the amount of attributes gained with each level up but also influences the talent skills one can awaken. Generally speaking, the higher the talent level, the better the talent skills that can be awakened. Moreover, when a person's talent level changes, the talent skills they already possess may also undergo a qualitative transformation. However, the spiritual essence required to enhance talent levels is exceedingly rare, a luxury among luxuries, which is why many people's talent levels never have the opportunity to change. Most people remain with the same talent they started with for their entire lives. Want to enhance your talent level through spiritual essence? The difficulty is akin to trying to increase IQ through genetic surgery in an ordinary urban world, and the surgery might not even succeed. In other words, using a drop of spiritual essence is like undergoing a genetic surgery. The only difference is that if the surgery fails, there are no harmful effects, just a waste of money spent on that drop of essence. But now, how much spiritual essence has Qin Chen consumed? That would be equivalent to how many genetic surgeries? He wasn't clear on the intricacies, but unconsciously, his previous lethargic and dazed state vanished without a trace, and he began to feel invigorated. When he, in astonishment, checked his attribute panel, talent, SR level, he leveled up. He was originally S-level talent, and now it had become SR level. Moreover, the SR level in the talents section of his attributes was still flashing and slowly changing. As it changed, without him realizing it, it transformed into SS level. And it wasn't over yet. The SS in the talents section was still flickering and changing. Qin Chen felt excited, his spirit invigorated and full of energy, his eyes glued to that talent section without blinking. He even unconsciously held his breath. Initially, he had just casually tried this when he was feeling lethargic and dazed, never expecting to actually achieve any results. To his surprise, an incredible stroke of luck had come, allowing him to successfully wash his marrow so easily. Of course, he thought it was easy. This was his first time, and he had no idea how precious spiritual essence was. Drinking so much spiritual essence at once, anyone could succeed in washing their marrow. Even a dog could. Suddenly, Qin Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on the talent skills displayed on his attribute panel. There was a change. The talent skills had qualitatively changed with the increase in talent level. Talent 1, 100% success in forging equipment, guaranteed to produce 1 to 4 colorful eternal level attributes. Talent 2, 100% success rate for embedding gems in equipment, 100% success rate for gem synthesis, and each synthesis will definitely result in a critical hit, increasing gem levels by at least 1 to 3. Talent 3, 100% success rate for equipment enhancement, and each enhancement will definitely result in a critical hit, increasing enhancement levels by at least 1 to 3. Talent 4, 100% success rate for equipment star upgrades, and each star upgrade will definitely result in a critical hit, increasing star levels by at least 1 to 3. This is the attribute panel after the major update of the talent skills. Talent 1 used to guarantee 1 to 3 golden legendary attributes, but now it has changed to 1 to 4 colorful eternal level attributes. Talent 2 can also have critical hits during gem synthesis. The latter two talents are the same. Now equipment enhancement and star upgrades can also have critical hits, and it's a 100% critical hit, with each critical hit providing an additional increase of 1 to 3 in the corresponding level. What does this mean? Qin Chen, filled with excitement, immediately decided to experiment. Coincidentally, he had brought back several hundred star upgrade stones from the secret realm yesterday, perfect for testing. He decided to experiment with the exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35 for star upgrades. Soon, star upgrade successful. Exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35. Exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35, attack power, 21,100 plus 2,160,000 attack power, 42,200 plus 4,320,000, star upgrade critical hit, additional increase of 1, exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35, exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35, attack power, 42,200 plus 4,320,000, 84,400 plus 8,640,000, instantly increased by 2 star levels. This was already nearly 10 million in attack power. Xin Shen was exhilarated. Damn it, continue. Star upgrade successful. Star upgrade critical hit, additional increase of 2, exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35, 5 stars, exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35, 8 stars, attack power, 84,400 plus 8,640,675,200 plus 69,120,000. At this moment, Xin Shen felt like he was about to soar, up to 8 stars in one go. Suddenly, he was nearing 70 million in attack power. Wouldn't he turn the world upside down in the future? Was the day of doing as he pleased really coming? He couldn't take it anymore. He was getting more and more excited and needed to calm down quickly, or he was genuinely afraid he would explode from excitement. Calm down, yes, quickly calm down. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed. The beautiful deputy city lord, Zhang Yuru, walked in with her long legs clad in black stockings. This was her home. Last night, Xin Shen had gotten drunk, and she had brought him back. Now she was here to check if this ranking champion who brought glory to the country had woken up, and she happened to catch him in this state. Right from the start, he was in trouble. Xin Shen, filled with excitement, found it truly hard to calm down. He needed someone to help him. Just at that moment, Zhang Yuru arrived, and he didn't care if she was the deputy city lord or anything else. Even if she were the current empress, she had to help him calm down quickly. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be a significant loss for the entire Huagua and even the world. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest arrived in Jiangbei. Shenyuan Qingfeng, the top of the 10 war gods at level 599, 5th transition. He came alone, silently, without notifying anyone, simply because he was here to snatch Qin Shen's SSS level spirit servant, the twin battle maidens. He had previously told Qin Hanyu that the twin battle maidens could only belong to him, Shenyuan Qingfeng. Looking across the globe, only he, Shenyuan Qingfeng, was worthy of being the master of those twin sisters. Qin Shen? Just a mere forger. What right did he have? Just because of those golden legendary special effect equipment forged by Qin Shen? Although they could indeed greatly enhance the overall strength of Huagua, it was still a different matter altogether. Shenyuan Qingfeng acknowledged that Qin Shen could indeed make a significant contribution to Huagua and deserved the title of a national treasure. But who isn't a crucial asset to the nation? Isn't Shenyuan Qingfeng, the leader of the 10 war gods, a crucial asset? Moreover, he is the current crown prince, destined to ascend to the throne and rule the world. At that time, all the nation's crucial assets will obey his commands and serve him, including Qin Shen. So, does Qin Shen want to compete with him for the twin war maidens? He is not even qualified. Far from it. Suddenly, Shenyuan Qingfeng, who had quietly entered the Lu family's villa, paused his steps and slightly furrowed his brows as he looked around. The surrounding scene was changing. It was an illusion. Someone had set up an illusion here waiting for him? Who could it be? His fiancée, Qin Hanyu? Amidst his suspicions, Shenyuan Qingfeng's gaze fell on a figure in the distance. It was a seductive beauty in a super short qipao, her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. The beauty's face was veiled with a light gauze, so Shenyuan Qingfeng couldn't see her face clearly, but he recognized the look in her eyes because he had crossed paths with her in the past. During the battle between the righteous and the demonic, the master of the Bliss Palace also wore a veil. Of course, it wasn't just the beauty in the qipao who appeared in this illusion. To Shenyuan Qingfeng's left, another enchanting beauty in high-waisted shorts, revealing her long, fair legs, emerged. At the same time, behind him stood a woman with a completely different aura from the two seductive beauties, a cold, stunning, and unparalleled ice queen with a murderous presence. In fact, she was also a beauty, just dressed differently, clad in leather, exuding a chilling aura, lacking any hint of seduction compared to the other two, embodying only a sense of killing intent and hostility, making her seem more like a cold queen. Master of the Bliss Palace, master of the fragrant pavilion, master of the killing god hall. Shenyuan Qingfeng identified the three of them, his eyes filled with intrigue. Although he remained calm and unafraid, he was very curious. You three are still alive and have appeared here together? This is the Lu family in Jiangbei, and now Qin Shen lives here. I came here to find Qin Shen, and you came here to find me? How did you know I would come here? Or do you actually live here? In response, the seductive beauty in the qipao tugged at her flesh-colored stockings and said leisurely, why so many questions? Trapped in a dangerous situation, and today, even you, the leader of the 10 war gods, might not be able to leave alive, yet you still have the mind to ask questions? Shouldn't you consider how to escape first? Escape? Shen Yuan Qingfeng's aura surged, his eyes filled with defiance as he coldly laughed. You three think you can keep me here? Back then, you were defeated, and now it's the same. His words were powerful, like thunder. The moment his voice fell, a cold light surged before Shen Yuan Qingfeng, and his weapon appeared. Arbitration Divine Sword plus 16, level 550, Illusory Eternal Grade, 10 level 15 attack gems, attack power, 2. 1 million plus 6, 96 million, is that all? Bai Yufeng smiled charmingly and directly summoned the first divine weapon of absolute defense. Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens Umbrella plus 99, no level, mythical grade, no gems, all attributes plus 99 billion. As soon as the umbrella appeared, it instantly suppressed the overwhelming cold light of Shen Yuan Qingfeng's Arbitration Divine Sword. Shen Yuan Qingfeng's heart sank, his brows tightly knitted as he fixed his gaze on the Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens Umbrella slowly rotating above Bai Yufeng's head, disbelief quickly filling his eyes. The Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens Umbrella was a relic from the ancient divine weapon rankings. How could he not recognize it? It was precisely because he recognized it that he found it hard to believe. How could this so-called first divine weapon of absolute defense be in the hands of the master of the Bliss Palace? What on earth was going on? A demonic woman wielding a divine weapon? This was simply turning the heavens upside down. How could this be? But he did not know that this was just the beginning. When he looked at the Tianxiang workshop master on his left, he was instantly taken aback. In the delicate hands of the Tianxiang workshop master was a radiant immortal flute. It was truly an immortal flute. Ancient illusory sound immortal flute, 8 stars, plus 99, no level, mythic grade, no gems no attributes mythic effect 1/9 Nether Soul Requiem, a tune that breaks the heart. Where can one find a soulmate in this vast world? Playing the 9 Nether Soul Requiem suppresses all enemies in the world, rendering all mythic grade and below skills, equipment, and fashion effects of enemies ineffective. They will suffer 99% of their maximum health as true damage per second, and upon death, they will transform into undead, gaining 10 times their attributes in life under my Requiem, to be used by me. Mythic Effect 2/9 Nether Summoning Requiem, summons the souls of all gods and demons from the ancient chaotic battlefield across time and space, possessing all attributes, skills, divine weapons, etc., from their lifetime to fight for me. Mythic Effect 3/9 Nether Peaceful Requiem, sleep, slumber, let all things in this world fall into eternal sleep, only the summoning Requiem can awaken them, and upon waking, they will surely be used by me, otherwise, they will fall into hell forever, never to be reborn. There was more, after all. This was an immortal flute with the exclusive prefix ancient, a true divine weapon. Although it had no attributes, it possessed a total of 9 mythic grade effect entries. Even on the ancient divine weapon list, this item only existed in legends. Who would have thought that Shen Yuan Qingfeng would see it today? And to see it in the hands of the Tianxiang workshop master? What the hell is going on? Why is this happening? The Lord of Extreme Bliss held the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens umbrella, while the Tianxiang workshop master held the ancient illusory sound immortal flute. What the hell? Suddenly, Shen Yuan Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to remember something. What about the other one? What did that god of death hall master have behind him? Could it be another heaven-defying divine weapon? As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Yuan Qingfeng couldn't help but turn his head to look. Not looking was fine, but once he looked, it was shocking. The leader of the 10 war gods gasped in surprise. The god of death hall master not only had a divine weapon but 3 of them. In her left hand was the reincarnation yin-yang scythe, and in her right hand was the heaven-slaying god spear. Behind her was another item fluttering in the wind, the heavenly demon 10,000 souls banner. Damn it! Who could understand the feelings of Shen Yuan Qingfeng, the war god, at this moment? He was indeed the leader of the 10 war gods, but a war god is still human, not a true god. But what were those items in the hands of the 3 major figures of the demonic path? Those were genuine divine weapons and demonic artifacts, all once belonging to the gods and demons of ancient times. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens Umbrella, Ancient Illusory Sound Immortal Flute, Reincarnation Yin-Yang Scythe, Heaven-Slaying God Spear, Heavenly Demon 10,000 Souls Banner, 2 divine weapons and 3 demonic artifacts. Shen Yuan Qingfeng truly felt like laughing and crying at the same time. His heart was a mix of emotions. Deep inside, there were at least 1 million alpacas running wildly. What the hell were they trying to do? God, are you playing with me? Today, Shen Yuan Qingfeng was actually going to die at the hands of 3 demonic women? Good, this is just too good. Excellent. However, at that moment, the Lord of Extreme Bliss, Bai Yufeng, lightly parted her red lips and said leisurely, "Don't worry, we have no other intentions." What do you mean by no other intentions? Shen Yuan Qingfeng gritted his teeth and asked, "You come out with 2 divine weapons and 3 demonic artifacts right away, and you tell me you have no other intentions? How am I supposed to understand that? If you don't provoke Qin Shen, then nothing will happen, said the Tianxiang workshop master, Hua Lianer, softly. Shen Yuan Qingfeng turned to look at this enchanting beauty in high-waisted hot pants, exposing her long, fair legs, and after locking eyes with her for 2 seconds, he said in a deep voice, "You made such a big fuss just for a mere Qin Shen? Otherwise, what?" Bai Yufang smiled gently, her voice rippling as she said, "What else could it be for if not for Qin Shen?" Hua Lianer took over the conversation. "Qin Shen has a collaboration with your military. His talent can greatly enhance your overall strength. You have even specially devised a disguise plan for him to keep the secrets about him hidden. Now many in your military regard him as a national treasure of Huagua. Why should you, Shen Yuan Qingfeng, make things difficult for him? Isn't it better for both sides to cooperate and fulfill each other's needs, achieving multiple benefits?" It would indeed be good, but that alone was not enough to persuade Shen Yuan Qingfeng to give up the SSS level spirit servant twin battle maidens. However, at this moment, the attention of the strongest war god of Huagua and the current crown prince was not on that. He was thinking, what is the relationship between these three leaders of the demonic path and Qin Shen? They even know about the military's tailored disguise plan for Qin Shen? It seems they are also fully aware of the secrets he holds. Could it be that the grand display they put on today is truly just for Qin Shen, not to kill him, Shen Yuan Qingfeng? I fear things are not that simple. Vaguely, Shen Yuan Qingfeng had already thought of a possibility. Although the likelihood was small, some things truly are. Exclude all impossibilities, and what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. If I remember correctly, the equipment crafted by Qin Shen all emanates a black aura that feels sinister. I had already sensed that this kid has an unclear background, and now the three of you have jumped out together to create such a scene. It seems Qin Shen must have some intricate connection with you, or perhaps he has some relationship with the Abyss. So, are you trying to use my military to cover up the secrets he possesses? Using the power of Huagui to deceive the world, preventing Qin Shen from being attacked by the great powers of the world, avoiding him being crushed in the cradle before he has a chance to grow. So, you are making such a big fuss now without taking action, wanting me to cooperate? After all, if I die, your plan will fall apart. And even if it doesn't, it will become very troublesome, right? As soon as Shen Yuan Qingfeng finished speaking, the Lord of the Bliss Palace, Bai Yufang, nodded directly, absolutely right. You truly deserve to be the top of the 10 war gods and the crown prince. Your mind is indeed sharp. Unlike that kid Qin Shen, who all day long only knows how to indulge in women and often overindulges. As Bai Yufang spoke, Qin Shen, who was sweating profusely on the other side, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Damn, who is talking bad about me behind my back? Don't let me find out who it is, or you'll see how I deal with you. After muttering a few words, Qin Shen continued with his work. Meanwhile, in the illusion of the Lu family villa, after hearing Bai Yufang's words, Shen Yuan Qingfeng immediately asked, "What makes you think I would cooperate with you? Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist, not to mention that the three of you were once my defeated foes? If I'm not mistaken, the divine weapons and demonic artifacts in your hands should still be sealed? With the divine weapons and demonic artifacts sealed, how much power can you exert? Can you kill me?" Regarding Shen Yuan Qingfeng's question, Bai Yufang avoided it and directly shifted the topic. "How many men did your army lose in the 99th Abyss 3 months ago? Last month, how many elite soldiers died when you teamed up with several war gods from Northern Europe to storm the secret realm of the Demon Suppression Cave? It seems even you were seriously injured, right? You should still be injured now?" Hearing this, Shen Yuan Qingfeng's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brows tightly. "What exactly do you want to say?" "I want to say that you should be able to sense that this Abyss invasion is significantly different from previous ones." Bai Yufang got to the point. Moreover, the Shen Yuan royal family has a prophecy that this will be the last Abyss invasion, to pass through safely, to be at peace for eternity. If one cannot overcome this difficulty, the end of the world will come, and only two can save the world, one of supreme goodness, and one of supreme evil. The one of supreme goodness, compassionate and benevolent, helps the world with a heart for all beings, saving all things by entering the fray to resolve this calamity. The one of supreme evil, he comes from the abyss, able to command all the monsters and demons within, naturally can protect the world from the abyss's poison. The two cannot coexist. Where there is supreme goodness, there is no supreme evil, and vice versa. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan Qingfeng seemed to understand a little. This master of the extreme bliss palace seemed to imply, Qin Shen is that supreme evil? Once he becomes powerful, can he save the world? Ha! Shen Yuan Qingfeng chuckled, clearly finding this absurd. He did not believe the words that came from the mouth of this demonic woman, nor did he trust his ancestors' prophecies. Shen Yuan Qingfeng only believed in himself. Shen Yuan Qingfeng was born with an SSR level talent, just a step away from SSS level. At level 100, one can undergo a first-class change, which allows for a second profession, thus gaining more professional skills. For instance, Qin Hongyu is both a sword cultivator and an archer, while also being an illusionist and a formation master. At 4th class, level 400, with 4 professions, he possesses 4 types of professional skills, able to attack and defend, outputting damage while also providing support. Yet Xianyuan Qingfeng, now at 5th class, level 599, has only one profession, Sword Immortal. Sword Immortal is not a realm, it is a profession, a rare legendary class. As a 5th class, level 599 Sword Immortal, Xianyuan Qingfeng can change professions but has chosen not to, and as compensation for his profession, his attributes and skills have been greatly enhanced. Skill 1 Sword Immortal Aura. All friendly units within a radius of 1,000 miles have all attributes times 100, critical hit chance plus 100%, critical damage times 10, cooldown reduction plus 50%, lasts 30 minutes, no cooldown. Skill 2 10,000 Swords Flying Immortal, summons countless sword energies to attack all enemies at the target location. Each sword energy dealing 10 times attack power damage, ignoring 80% of defense, and can critically hit. If the same enemy is hit consecutively, it will definitely trigger a critical hit and cause bleeding, with the bleeding effect dealing 10% of maximum health as physical damage per second. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 3 Relentless Slash, a single target attack skill, charging for 3 seconds at the cost of 10% of maximum health, dealing 1000 times attack power damage plus 50% of the target's maximum health as true damage, and inflicting knockback, stun, blindness, and all control effects. Cooldown 60 seconds. Skill 4 Sweeping Through Thousands, swings the sword to strike all surrounding enemies, 100% knockback, and dealing 30 times attack power damage. Each enemy hit reduces this skill's cooldown by 1 second. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Skill 5 Decapitation, locks onto any target within 10,000 miles. All attacks and skills for the next 30 minutes will deal 50 times the original damage to the target. After a successful decapitation, one can choose to instantly return to the position locked before. Each successful decapitation will permanently increase all damage during this skill's duration by 10%. Cooldown time 30 minutes, and immediately resets cooldown after a successful decapitation. This is part of Xianyuan Qingfeng's skills. A 100 times all attribute aura, damage output often reaching dozens of times attack power, and a single target attack skill reaching as high as 1000 times attack power damage. Skills like Sweeping Through Thousands, which have control effects and high output for group AoE, can basically be cast infinitely. Just from these skills alone, his output is already off the charts. Moreover, he possesses SSR level talent, and as the Crown Prince, he has the support of the entire nation providing various equipment, weapons, and outfits. So how confident must he have been since childhood? Confident to the extreme, sailing smoothly through life without encountering any setbacks. It makes sense that Xianyuan Qingfeng does not believe in prophecies but only in himself. At the very least, it is not hard to understand. It is understandable, but by Yufeng, Hua Lianer, and Lang Hanxiu, the 3 beautiful women, would definitely not allow Xianyuan Qingfeng to target Qingchen in any way. Xianyuan Qingfeng has his own beliefs, and the 3 of them have their own missions. There is no inherent conflict between them. However, if Xianyuan Qingfeng insists on provoking them, they can only take action. You want to be my opponent, right? At this moment, Xianyuan Qingfeng also realized this, and his expression darkened as he took a deep breath, his aura rising once again, filled with fighting spirit, as he said, "Do you really want to go against me? I told you, the divine weapons and demonic artifacts in your hands are all in a sealed state. Even if the 3 of you join forces today, you may not be able to take me down. You may not be able to leave alive either." Bai Yufeng said lightly, as the Feng Wu Zhou Tian umbrella hovering above her head began to radiate an extremely brilliant rainbow light. The light was dazzling and resplendent. Xianyuan Qingfeng's heart trembled, and his eyes showed immense caution. The 2 divine weapons and 3 demonic artifacts, aside from the Feng Wu Zhou Tian umbrella, were mostly indeed in a sealed state, and no matter how the 3 women tried, they could not unleash much power. However, it seemed that the Feng Wu Zhou Tian umbrella did not have any sealing concept. After all, it was the #1 divine weapon of absolute defense, capable of fully absorbing all damage from the very beginning, converting the damage into energy to automatically level up with the rebound ratio increasing with each level. How could such a passive defensive divine weapon be sealed? What kind of power would it need to actively exert? It was feared that even the combined strength of the celestial gods and demons could be fully absorbed. Damn it! How did such an item end up in the hands of that demoness, the master of the Bliss Palace? It seemed that Xianyuan Qingfeng's attempt to snatch the twin battle maidens from Qingchen today was truly as difficult as ascending to the heavens. You can protect Qingchen for a moment, but you can't protect him for a lifetime. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. I will find an opportunity sooner or later. Is that so? If you say that, Xian Yuan Qingfeng, then I might as well give this Feng Wujiu Tian umbrella to him for self-defense. Xian Yuan Changfeng was somewhat stunned. Damn, couldn't he just secretly find an opportunity? Why did he have to say so much? Now, if the other party really gave that Feng Wujiu Tian umbrella to Qin Chen for self-defense, how would he snatch the twin battle maidens? With this thought, the mighty war god's face turned ashen. It was indeed a dilemma. He couldn't advance or retreat. If he fought, he couldn't break through the absolute defense of the Feng Wujiu Tian umbrella, and if he retreated, wasn't he, Xian Yuan Qingfeng, a mighty war god, losing face? How could the crown prince of the current dynasty just walk away in such a disheveled manner in front of the three major figures of the demonic path? It was feared that he would have to grit his teeth and fight. However, just as he was about to take action, someone stopped him. Just as he was about to move, his phone rang at the right moment. It was a call from his half-sister, the Empress Regent, Xian Yuan Qingmeng. Among the 10 war gods, Xian Yuan Qingmeng, this Empress Regent, ranks second, not much weaker than Xian Yuan Qingfeng. If they were to compete, it would take at least 800 rounds before one would start to fall behind. Moreover, Xian Yuan Qingfeng was merely a crown prince and had not yet taken power, while Xian Yuan Qingmeng was a legitimate Empress Regent. How could he dare not listen to her? How could he not answer her call? Helpless, after hesitating for a few seconds, Xian Yuan Qingfeng could only answer the phone. He had a rough idea of why his sister Xian Yuan Qingmeng would call him at this moment, so as soon as the call connected, he directly said, "Are you going to stop me too? Are you siding with Qin Chen? I am your brother and also the future emperor. You don't help me but instead turn against me? If father knows, do you think he will still let you continue as the Empress Regent? I don't care." On the other end of the line, Xian Yuan Qingmeng replied without a second thought, "Anyway, father let me act as regent before he went into seclusion to recuperate, instead of choosing you to succeed him. I've been regent for many years and have already profited. It's enough for me. Anyway, I'm giving you two choices now, either you come back on your own, or I'll send troops to capture you back on the charge of treason. You choose." Xian Yuan Qingmeng, the regent empress, always kept her word. If she said she would send troops to bring Xian Yuan Qingfeng back on the charge of treason, she would definitely do it. Why? Xian Yuan Qingfeng did not doubt her, but he was confused, unwilling, and resentful. Are you really siding with an outsider? Especially since this outsider is related to the 3 demon women of the demonic path. You just happened to call me at this time, so do you know something? Could it be that you believe in that prophecy? I certainly believe in it, Xian Yuan Qingmeng said frankly. Why wouldn't I? It's a legacy passed down from the Xian Yuan lineage. In the past, almost every civilization has successfully navigated through the abyssal calamities thanks to the advice of ancient prophecies. This time, do you dare to disregard the prophecy? Disregarding the prophecy is equivalent to disregarding our ancestors. Are you sure about that, Xian Yuan Qingfeng? Xian Yuan Qingfeng gritted his teeth, wanting to speak but hesitating. He indeed did not believe in the prophecy or take it seriously, but he dared not disregard his ancestors. In the 9 provinces of Huagua, the emphasis on heritage is paramount. Every generation of royalty must gain the recognition of their ancestors to dare to claim the Xian Yuan lineage, to receive the protection of national fortune, and to wield power over the world. The prominent hidden families, led by the Qin family of the imperial capital, are the guardians of the entire Huagua 9 provinces and also the overseers of the Xian Yuan lineage. In fact, Xian Yuan Qingmeng and Xian Yuan Qingfeng's ancestors were not originally Xian Yuan. Their first emperor was chosen by the Qin family and adopted the Xian Yuan surname to inherit the royal lineage. Many people do not know that since the last abyssal calamity, which began 10,000 years ago, the Qin family has been the largest power group in the Huagua 9 provinces. However, the Qin family has never claimed the throne for themselves. They have always remembered their mission and adhered to their responsibilities, remaining in their rightful place without overstepping. This alone is something many noble families cannot achieve. It is precisely because of the existence of the Qin family that the Huagua 9 provinces can enjoy long-lasting peace and stability, always standing strong and consistently ranking among the world's superpowers. So who would dare to disregard heritage? Who would dare to show disrespect to their ancestors? In the world before Qin Chen's crossing, the incapable Lu Shan managed to hold on to Shuhan for 29 years with just 738 words of the memorial on the expedition. In the current world, the Qin family of the imperial capital is equivalent to a super-enhanced version of that memorial. As long as they respect heritage, follow the rules, and remember every piece of advice left by their ancestors, nothing is difficult. However, those who drown are always those who can swim. Shen Yuan Qingfeng is not Lu Shan, even if he is not as strategic as the author of that memorial. In terms of innate martial prowess, he far surpasses that person, Lu Bu. In that Three Kingdoms world, Lu Bu was a god of war. No one ever dared to question this. Not even the revered Guan Yu could only condemn him on a moral level without daring to doubt his strength. Yet Shen Yuan Qingfeng is such a god of war, and he far exceeds Lu Bu, so confidence and pride are inevitable, and disbelief in the prophecy is unavoidable. This is also the fundamental reason why, after the battle between the righteous and the demonic, the emperor was severely injured and went into seclusion, allowing Shen Yuan Qingmeng to act as regent while preventing Shen Yuan Qingfeng from ascending the throne. Shen Yuan Qingfeng can be the sharpest blade in the Huaogui 9 provinces, but to rule the world, mere sharpness is not enough. Especially in this calamity of abyssal invasion, no matter how sharp a blade is, it cannot save the people and is more likely to break. He must learn to conceal his brilliance and avoid the enemy's sharpness. Only then can he find opportunities to truly grow. The reality is indeed so cruel. Shen Yuan Qingfeng is already at level 599 of the 5th transition, yet it is still far from enough, and he must continue to grow. After all, how many years have passed since that battle between the righteous and the demonic? Is the emperor really still in seclusion nursing his injuries? In fact, the emperor has not merely been in seclusion from the very beginning. Over the past years, Emperor Shen Yuan has been guarding the Tower of Heaven among the 8 great secret realms. At this moment, at the top of the Tower of Heaven, all the royal divine weapons before Emperor Shen Yuan are stirring restlessly. The Heavenly Emperor Fushi Qin, the Taihao Eastern Emperor Bell, the Supreme Shinong Cauldron, the Primordial Refining Demon Pot, the Heavenly Martial Annihilation Bow. With these 5 royal divine weapons, along with an emperor blessed by the nation's fortune, they stand resolutely at the top of the Tower of Heaven, determined not to let the abyssal general of the underworld step into the human realm even a single step. Meanwhile, behind the shimmering portal at the top of the Tower of Heaven, an underworld general is desperately trying to break through the suppression of the 5 divine weapons. Underworld General, 7-Hearted Demoness, level 888, SSS grade talent, attack power, 88,880,000 plus 3. 2 billion, health, 88. 8 billion, passive, 7 hearts, 7 lives, greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, evil, and aversion, 7 thoughts, 7 hearts, 7 lives and 7 forms. Each form, when its health is exhausted, will enter a dormant state, continuously recovering health during dormancy. After 7 days, it will fully revive. Only when all 7 forms are dormant will the health recovery stop, and it cannot revive on its own. Greed form skill 1 Infinite Greed, upon entering combat, automatically absorbs 1% of all attributes from all enemies within 1,000 miles every second. Enemies are unaffected, but can infinitely absorb enemy attributes to enhance oneself. All absorbed attributes can last for 72 hours after combat ends, and if combat is triggered again within those 72 hours, it will continue for another 72 hours, infinitely looping. Greed form skill 2 Plunder, forcefully plunders 50% of the target's attributes and all skills for oneself. After a successful plunder, the target's attributes are halved, and they cannot use any skills until the 90-second plunder state ends, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Greed form skill 3 Possession, possesses the target, residing in their body. Upon successful possession, can choose to completely obliterate the target's soul, permanently acquiring all their attributes and skills, or turn the target into a puppet that completely obeys oneself, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. This is the underworld general from the abyss, with an extremely high level, perverse attributes, and heaven-defying skills, far stronger than any existence from the past abyssal calamities. If such an underworld general were to be unleashed in the human realm, what would happen? Who could stop her? In any case, Shen Yuan Qingfeng, the foremost of the 10 war gods, would certainly not be able to stop her, as he has yet to grow up and still has a vast potential for growth. Therefore, how could Shen Yuan Qingmeng not keep an eye on him? Although this regent empress might not necessarily believe that Qin Shen is the ultimate evil savior, she understands one thing: it is not wise to provoke the forces of the demonic path again at this moment. The human demonic forces like the Bliss Palace, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and the Killing God Temple are fundamentally different from the Abyss. Even if there have long been rumors that these human demonic forces were actually cultivated by the Abyssal Demon Mother, even if that rumor is 100% true, it is still a different matter. After all, who says the Abyss only has one force? If the Abyssal Demon Mother can cultivate demonic forces in the human realm, how could the human realm have no countermeasures at all? Is the underworld truly just a joke? At least Shen Yuan Qingmeng has long known that certain forces from the abyss can also be utilized. Mutual utilization applies at all times. Just now, Qin Chen was using Jian Yuru to calm himself down. After a few hours of this, he finally managed to completely calm down from the fervent agitation brought on by that exquisite bronze ancient sword plus 35/8. Now, although he is sweating profusely and panting like an ox, he is as calm as a sage, as serene as a Buddha. There is not a trace of agitation in his heart. He has reached a state of utmost calm. Even when facing Jiang Yuru's alluring figure up close, he remained as still as water, without waves or ripples, unperturbed, immovable as a mountain. What stimulated you just now? Jiang Yuru smiled at Qin Shen after putting on a brand new pair of stockings. You seemed so excited. You weren't this excited last night. What great fortune have you encountered? Could it be that you toiled all night last night, and upon waking, you immediately forged equipment? And you even crafted a rare treasure? A rare treasure? Qin Shen chuckled. What was a rare treasure? The so-called rare treasure was nothing more than a legendary or eternal grade. What kind of rare treasure could possess nearly 70 million attack power? Although his exquisite bronze ancient sword was only of blue rare quality, its basic attributes were indeed not impressive, but, under the dual enhancement of plus 35 strengthening and legendary effect 2, Taotai, this exquisite bronze ancient sword, after reaching level 8, had its attributes exponentially doubled, now boasting a terrifying attack power of 675,200 plus 69,120,000. And it wasn't over yet. The legendary effect 2, Taotai, initially permanently increased this sword's attack power by 1 point for each target killed. Now that it had reached level 8, the effect had multiplied by 256 times, meaning that from now on, each target killed would permanently increase this sword's attack power by 256 points. Correspondingly, the effect of attack gems was also 256 times that of when the equipment was at a lower level. For example, a level 15 attack gem, with a base attribute of plus 163,840 attack power, if embedded in a level 8 weapon, would undergo 8 consecutive exponential enhancements, meaning, a level 15 attack gem could directly provide over 40 million attack power? Not necessarily. In fact, Qin Shen wasn't sure, so when he sensed that this calculation method seemed a bit off, he couldn't help but ask Jiang Yuru, who had just returned from rinsing her mouth in the bathroom. Jiang Yuru was taken aback for a moment, then became flustered. A level 15 attack gem plus over 40 million attack power? Who taught you that? Don't even mention level 8 weapons. Even if you embedded this level 15 attack gem in an 80 level weapon, it wouldn't suddenly increase by over 40 million attack power. Although star upgrades can double the equipment's attributes, and each star upgrade is an exponential increase, the exponential increase applies to the current attributes, not to the gem attributes as well. For example, if a level 1 weapon has an attack power of 10,000, after reaching 2 stars, it becomes 20,000, and at 3 stars, it becomes 40,000, with exponential increases continuing in this manner. The attributes that are enhanced may include the attributes of already embedded gems, but after the enhancement, the attributes of newly embedded gems will not receive exponential increases. Isn't this common knowledge? How could you not know this? Were you really sneaking glances at your beautiful instructor during class? Qin Shen's expression froze. Is that so? Of course, he couldn't have been sneaking glances at the beautiful instructor during class, but Jiang Yuru's calculation method seemed off, right? Star upgrades can only double the current attributes, and then re-embedding gems. That couldn't be right. If that were the case, wouldn't the gems embedded before the star upgrade be unchangeable? Wouldn't the level 15 gems embedded afterward be inferior to the level 14 gems already embedded before the star upgrade? Wouldn't that mean the gem upgrades he did for Qin Hanyu's weapon would result in a decrease in attributes? That situation had never occurred before, so Jiang Yuru's calculation method must be incorrect, isn't it? After hearing Qin Shen's words, Jiang Yuru couldn't help but furrow her brows, but her attention was no longer on right or wrong. After all, she was the deputy city lord, not a data expert, so she certainly wasn't as proficient in the calculations related to equipment attribute data as an expert would be. At this moment, what she was truly concerned about was, why did Qin Shen suddenly bring up such a question? He actually cared about the data changes after embedding gems into an 8 weapon? What does that mean? An 8 weapon? Could it be that this kid already has an 8 weapon? No, that can't be right. No matter how abnormal he is, he shouldn't be that extreme, right? It's a joke, an 8 weapon, there's no way that exists globally. It basically belongs to ancient myths and legends. After all, who can upgrade a weapon to 8? Which blacksmith in the world has such a skill? Let alone 8, even 5 is difficult. However, at the same time, Jiang Yuru was very clear. Qin Shen indeed couldn't be judged by common sense. Although she didn't believe he already had an 8 weapon, since he mentioned the data changes after embedding gems into an 8 weapon, he must have some thoughts? Coupled with his unusual excitement that lasted for several hours earlier, Jiang Yuru gradually found an answer in her heart. This kid must have made some breakthrough in forging equipment. With the advantage of being close to the water, how could she, Jiang Yuru, as the deputy city lord of Jiangbei, let this good fortune flow to outsiders? With this thought, Jiang Yuru couldn't help but lean closer, directly pressing her lips near Qin Shen's mouth, exhaling softly like an orchid, and said, "Speak up. What's wrong? Why don't you tell your sister what exactly you are researching? Just tell me, even if I don't understand. Don't forget I have so many people under me. You tell me which aspect you're researching, and I'll find a few knowledgeable beauties to help you delve deeper." Qin Shen raised his eyes to meet hers for 2 seconds, breathing in the fragrance of this beautiful deputy city lord, and replied, "No need, I just asked casually. There's no need for in-depth research." Jiang Yuru smiled charmingly. "You wouldn't be lacking the energy for in-depth research, would you? Last night was a long night of labor, and just now you wasted quite a bit of energy on me. Looking at you all sweaty now, you really should take a good rest. Shall I find a few young models to give you a full-body massage to help you relax?" Qin Shen was speechless. Always talking about young models. What does she think he is? Always talking about relaxing. Last night was supposed to be for relaxation, but he ended up more exhausted than playing ranked matches. He couldn't afford to relax casually now, especially not let any young models help him relax. After all, he still had serious business to attend to, after his talent had been upgraded to SSR level, resulting in qualitative leaps in several talent skills. He had only just upgraded the refined bronze ancient sword, while the rest of his equipment hadn't been touched. His current strength still had immense room for improvement. However, how could the beautiful deputy city lord Jiang Yuru easily let him go? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Anqi, who had returned home, was being entangled by her fiancé, whom she had been betrothed to since childhood. "Anqi, take these 10 drops of earth vein essence. This is a treasure that can enhance your talent. I specially spent a lot of money to get it from the underground black market, just for you. It doesn't matter how much it cost. The key is for you, it's worth it no matter what. By the way, there's also this. Anqi, do you see what this is? An orange epic weapon, level 30. This level of epic weapon is not easy to come by. I asked several friends to help think of ways, and it was really hard to get. Although you probably can't use this level 30 weapon yet, it's truly a good thing, with a purple excellent attribute attached. You must be very curious about what kind of purple excellent attribute this is, right? Hee. I dare say you must like this. If it were before, Lin Anqi would have undoubtedly loved this purple exceptional attribute, but now, she was already at level 102 after her first promotion. Her fiancé even said that she wouldn't be able to use a level 30 weapon yet? And how many golden legendary attribute effects did she already have? But how could she say that? Should she mention that in terms of equipment and fashion, Qin Shen had already greatly satisfied her? And that with Qin Shen's immense abilities, she had already leveled up to 102? If she were to say that, what would her fiancé think? Wouldn't that be a direct blow to his heart? In fact, she used to have feelings for this childhood friend and fiancé, but now that feeling had long since vanished. Every moment, she found herself thinking about Qin Shen. What to do? How was she supposed to face this fiancé who was desperately trying to win her over? Anqi? Suddenly, her fiancé noticed something and became a bit nervous. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Don't you like these things? Lin Anqi wanted to say I like it to comfort him, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she just couldn't bring herself to say them. After all, she wasn't the type to lie easily. More importantly, did she really need to placate her fiancé? In just a few short days, she had unknowingly become someone from a different world. Who would have thought Qin Shen had such immense capabilities? This was something no one could have anticipated from the start, not even Bai Yufeng. Qin Shen was brought here by Bai Yufeng's careful planning from another world. She had only tried it out of curiosity and didn't really have high hopes, yet it actually worked. The key was that Qin Shen had truly grown rapidly after waking up, and it was unstoppable. Even Bai Yufeng hadn't expected it, let alone Lin Anqi. Lin Anqi was now deeply attracted to Qin Shen's immense abilities and charm. She had tasted great benefits, to the point where she could be said to be unable to live without him. Following Qin Shen allowed her to level up quickly and constantly update her various overpowered equipment. As long as she was with Qin Shen, her strength would surely soar like a rocket. Who in the world could resist such temptation? Not to mention Lin Anqi, even her beautiful mother, Lin Xiaoshui, was watching from a distance, murmuring softly. He and Anqi have no future. Anqi can no longer hold him in her heart like before. Even if he had a talent of times 10, he still couldn't compare to Qin Shen. In front of Qin Shen, he is nothing. Even I have considered breaking off the engagement, how much more so for Anqi? Beside Lin Xiaoshui, another attractive woman, Qin Shangling, laughed and said, "Are you sure Jingjing is just going to break off the engagement? Don't you want to find an opportunity to get closer to Qin Shen?" You, Lin Xiaoshui immediately shot a fierce glare at Qin Shangling. Clearly, no matter how she felt about Qin Shen now, there were some things that shouldn't be said lightly. Otherwise, wouldn't that break the rules? And these were rules concerning dignity. But while she wanted to be proper, Qin Shangling was intentionally trying to drag her down. Because once certain things were done, they would attract criticism, especially when done alone. But if she had a close friend to accompany her, the pressure would be much less. It could even be said to be justified. Thus, Qin Shangling had clearly thought this through from the very beginning. How could she possibly go into the water alone? She had to drag her best friend Lin Xiaoshui along with her. After all, this was about sharing blessings and fulfilling the promise they made to each other. On the other side, Lin Anqi's fiancé was making promises non-stop. It's okay, Anqi, if you don't like these things, it doesn't matter. Trust me, I will definitely find something better for you. This purple exceptional gear with its mediocre effects really isn't much. Just wait, give me a little time, and I will find you a piece of equipment with orange epic effects. And this earth vein essence, it's only 10 drops. I understand why you look down on it. It's indeed too little to be of any real use. Just give me some time, and I will definitely. No need. Suddenly, Lin Anqi couldn't help but interrupt him. I neither like nor need these things. And that's my reason. It has nothing to do with you. No matter how much I dislike or don't need these things, they are still quite valuable. You should take them back and keep them for yourself. Instantly, her fiancé was left dumbfounded. He had thought she was just being polite, trying to ease the awkwardness when he said she didn't like those things. But she really didn't like them? What kind of joke was this? How could that be? What was wrong here? How could anyone not like Earth Vein Essence and Purple Exceptional Gear? Not just not like them, but also not need them? How could Lin Anqi possibly not need them? Her fiancé was stunned for several seconds, and when he came to his senses, he wildly speculated that she must think the things he gave her were too precious and thus she didn't dare accept them. So she deliberately said she didn't like or need them to make him take everything back. That's it. There couldn't be any other reason. With this thought, Lin Anqi's fiancé unknowingly switched to a devoted mode, thinking to himself, Anqi is actually considering him so much. It was understandable. After all, everything he gave her was indeed quite valuable. He had really spent a lot this time just to make a good impression on Anqi. He knew she was currently teaming up with that scoundrel Qin Shen for ranked matches. Who could feel at ease about that? As her fiancé, how could he feel at ease? Naturally, he had to come over and show off, trying to get closer to her, and it would be best if he could persuade her to keep her distance from Qin Shen. Since teaming up with Qin Shen for ranked matches had become a fact that couldn't be changed, he would just have to maintain some distance while playing. Just like keeping public and private matters separate, ranked matches were ranked matches, and private matters were private matters. As long as they were teammates in the arena, they needed to communicate, but outside of that, they must have no relationship at all. If they met on the street, they had to pretend not to know each other. Ultimately, this was the purpose of her fiancé coming to find Lin Anqi today. He wanted to cultivate Lin Anqi in this way to ensure, to the greatest extent possible, the safety of his beautiful fiancé in certain aspects. But he didn't know that at the celebration banquet set up by Jiang Yuru last night, Lin Anqi had drunkenly embraced Qin Shen and passionately kissed him for several minutes in front of everyone. At that time, her fiancé had even called Lin Anqi, but the call went through and no one answered because Lin Anqi was busy kissing Qin Shen. As for what else happened afterward, who knew? Anyway, it was Lin Xiaoshui who brought Lin Anqi back this morning. On the way back, Lin Xiaoshui had been scolding her. Look at what you've become. Do you still have any regard for me as your mother? Last night, you actually let yourself go in front of so many people? Have you forgotten I was also there? Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Now you know to blush? Do you have any medicine? Hurry up and cover that bruise on your knee. You really want to drive me crazy. At that moment, Lin Xiaoshui was indeed furious, but it might not have been genuine anger. After all, she herself said she was present at the scene, so why didn't she step in to stop it? And why did she just return from Jiang Yuru's house this morning? Did she go specifically to pick up Lin Anqi? What kind of hidden agenda was there? Qin Shen was quite clear about it. Just then, Qin Shen was resting on Jiang Yuru's lap, leisurely enjoying the fragrance of this beautiful young lady, the deputy city lord, when he suddenly asked, I seem to remember that last night I was with Anqi's mother, Lin Xiaoshui. At this moment, you're still thinking about another woman, right? Jiang Yuru glared at him with her beautiful eyes. No. Qin Shen wanted to explain, I just can't quite remember what happened last night, so I wanted to confirm. Confirm what? Jiang Yuru leaned down, her vibrant red lips brushing against Qin Shen's mouth, exhaling warm breath as she said, if you can't remember, then you can't remember. What's wrong with that? But, just as Qin Shen was about to speak, Jiang Yuru's red lips suddenly sealed his mouth. Meanwhile, at the Jiang Beilin family, Lin Anqi's fiancé was smiling and saying, It's fine, Anchi, just accept these things. I know you think they're too precious and worry about me spending too much. I understand you're doing this for my sake. Honestly, your intention is enough for me. I'm very happy, but I've already bought these things, and I've spent so much money. You can't expect me to return them, right? Be good, just keep these things. Consider it a little advance on my bride price. Ha ha ha. Hearing her fiancé's laughter, Lin Anchi felt utterly confused. However, her fiancé didn't notice her unease and tried to take her hand. As a reflex, Lin Anchi instinctively dodged, completely subconsciously avoiding any contact with her fiancé. He immediately felt awkward, unable to help but think, still can't break through this step? It was actually possible, but the problem was that some jerk had gotten there first. Last night, after getting drunk, Lin Anchi had taken the initiative to sit on Qin Shen's lap, wrapping her jade arms around his neck, pressing her red lips against his for a kiss. After kissing Qin Shen for quite a while last night, now she was unwilling to let her childhood sweetheart fiancé touch her at all. Instinctively, she wouldn't even let him hold her hand. Although her fiancé was unaware of this differential treatment, she was clear in her heart. Her path with this fiancé had come to an end. Liking someone is a feeling. When the feeling is gone, it's gone, and it can't be compensated for no matter what. Of course, it wasn't her fiancé's fault. It was her own issue. So today, the gifts he sent, whether it was the Earth Vein Spirit Essence or the purple exceptional grade weapons and equipment, along with a whole bunch of other things, she wouldn't accept any of it. She just couldn't bear to lay it all out, but she wouldn't accept her fiancé's kindness while thinking of Qin Shen. Having already made her choice in her heart, she wouldn't keep her fiancé hanging. However, the timing wasn't right yet. She truly couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. Compared to her, Long Shasha, the 38D campus beauty, was much more straightforward. Lu Kuan also mustered the courage to approach Long Shasha, but she didn't even let him into the Long family home, blocking him at the door and stating bluntly, "I'm already Qin Shen's person. What do you want with me? Are you saying that even if I got pregnant with Qin Shen's child, you'd be willing to wait for me to take responsibility? Can you stop being foolish? I never had any feelings for you. Even without Qin Shen's appearance, we had little chance of getting married. Now that Qin Shen is here, it's even better. The engagement is directly annulled, and from now on, you and I have no relationship whatsoever." Shasha. Lu Kuan struggled to say something, but Long Shasha didn't give him the chance, directly interrupting him. "Shasha is not what you can call me. It never was, and even more so now. To be honest, I've already been quite polite to you. Lu Kuan, can you stop making a fool of yourself?" Long Shasha's words were absolutely true, not a single word was false. After all, who is Lu Kuan? He is Lu Kuan from the Lu family in Jiangbei, the son of the noblewoman Su Ru, and the brother of Lu Yumeng. And what kind of relationship do Su Ru and Lu Yumeng have with Qin Shen now? Although Qin Shen always claims to be righteous and uninterested in women, he indeed cannot be considered a beast. But regardless, the various rumors about Su Ru and Lu Yumeng's relationships with Qin Shen have long been rampant online. Some even say that both Su Ru and Lu Yumeng are already pregnant with Qin Shen's child. Rumors are like that. It doesn't matter if they're true or not, there are all kinds of stories. After all, when the mouth is on someone else, they can say whatever they want, and who can control that? So now, if Long Shasha were to bring up those rumors about Lu Kuan's sexy mother and beautiful sister with Qin Shen, that would be truly ungracious, leaving no room for sentiment. It would be a lethal blow to Lu Kuan's pride, leaving him with no place to hide. But Long Shasha didn't do that. In the end, she still gave Lu Kuan some face. However, that was the limit. There was no possibility of going further. "Lu Kuan, are you still not leaving? Do you have to force me to say harsh words to provoke you? You and I were never meant to be, and now that I am already Qin Shen's, do you know that I slept with Qin Shen last night? This morning, when I came back from his place, I even helped him work out and made him sweat. Now my heart and body belong only to Qin Shen. I might even be on the way to having his child. With this situation, you still care about the engagement? Are you okay, Lu Kuan?" Clearly, Long Shasha dared to say anything. After all, when she first met Qin Shen, she publicly kissed him in the arena. Although it was her own challenge that whoever could beat her would get a kiss, losing to Qin Shen meant she had to follow through, but it was enough to show what kind of person this 38D campus beauty was. Like what she liked, and dislike what she didn't. She owed Lu Kuan nothing and had done nothing wrong to him, so why waste words? If Lu Kuan didn't leave now, she would really bring up his sexy mother and beautiful sister. She didn't care about that. Unlike Lin Anchi, who at this moment, the first leggy beauty of Tianwu Academy, was still quite tactful. "Can you leave? Take all your things with you, I won't want any of it. I said I don't like it and don't need it. You can take it back for yourself or return it, after all, it's all quite valuable. In the future, you try not to come looking for me again. I need to focus on my ranking matches and don't have the energy to waste on unimportant people and matters. Alright, that's it. Hurry up and go, I'm a bit tired and need to rest. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Anqi stood up and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye from her fiancé's longing gaze. In the distance, Lin Xiaoshui couldn't help but shake her head and sigh after witnessing this. Amidst her sighs, this beautiful noblewoman's thoughts became quite complicated. Beside her, Qin Shangling appeared relaxed, tugging at the flesh-colored stockings on her legs and chuckling. Your precious daughter knows how to make choices, so why are you hesitating? You're not like me. I married into the Zhao family of Jiangbei, and the Zhao family is basically under Zhao Jinlong's control, so I need to be discreet. But you are the head of the Lin family in Jiangbei. For all these years, your husband has relied on the Lin family to survive, so what do you have to fear? What you want to do, who would dare to stop you? Shut up. Lin Xiaoshui glared with her beautiful eyes, furrowing her brows and taking a deep breath. Is this even a matter of fear? A mother and daughter sharing a husband, only you could pull that off. It's one thing to be ridiculous yourself, but to keep trying to drag me down with you? Qin Shangling, you simply. Suddenly, Qin Shangling raised her hand in a gesture to pause, signaling Lin Xiaoshui to be quiet, then smiled. I suppose I'm the one who's shameless and corrupting morals, right? Then take off the outfit you're wearing, especially those stockings on your legs with 3 legendary effects of temptation. Since you refused to accept Qin Shen's kindness, just return all the outfits he gave you. You. Lin Xiaoshui instantly gritted her teeth. Qin Shangling smiled seductively. Your precious daughter knows that if she doesn't like it, she shouldn't accept it. How come you, as her mother, don't understand this principle? Lin Xiaoshui was truly grinding her teeth now. Qin Shangling, are you really forcing me to take action? The beautiful woman laughed with a wave of confidence, directly provoking. Come on, if you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? You don't have as many outfits as I do, and your golden legendary effects are not as numerous as mine. Once I subdue you, I'll tie you up and deliver you to Qin Shen for him to deal with you. He's a beast, so be careful he doesn't just hang you up and force you to conceive. Such fierce words truly left Lin Xiaoshui speechless. She was genuinely at a loss for words in response to Qin Shangling. She didn't want to talk but wanted to fight. Today, she really wanted to see just how capable this wanton Qin Shangling was after wearing those outfits from Qin Shen. If she, Lin Xiaoshui, lost, and Qin Shangling really tied her up and sent her to Qin Shen, and if Qin Shen was indeed a beast and forced her to conceive, then Lin Xiaoshui would have to accept it. What else could she do? She couldn't win a fight, couldn't resist, and if forced to conceive, she would have no choice but to endure humiliation, utterly helpless. At least she would have tried to resist, but what could she do if her resistance failed? Sigh. With a sigh in her heart, Lin Xiaoshui made up her mind and suddenly charged at Qin Shangling. A fierce battle ensued, with the two beautiful women clashing for 200 rounds. In the end, as expected, Lin Xiaoshui was subdued by Qin Shangling. However, Qin Shangling did not take any further action. Seeing that Qin Shangling actually intended to just walk away, Lin Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel anxious. Aren't you going to tie me up and take me to Qin Shen? Just talking without action? Trying to scare me? Who do you look down on? If you have the ability, do as you just said, tie me up and take me to Qin Shen. I don't believe he would really dare to do anything to me. Don't act like I can't afford to lose. Come on, tie me up, you shameless wanton woman. What are you waiting for? Qin Shangling also became serious, saying earnestly, what do you mean by just talking without action? How could I really tie you up and take you to Qin Shen? He's a beast, but I'm not. After all these years as sisters, would I really push you into the fire? Lin Xiaoshui was also convinced. Why was Qin Shangling pretending to be serious at this moment? Was it intentional? Just wait. On the other side, Qin Shen finally emerged from the home of the beautiful deputy city lord, Zhang Yuru. With nothing to do, he wandered around the underground black market, wondering if he could buy a pile of star-up stones to take back. What he lacked the most right now were star-up stones. Although he had already upgraded that exquisite bronze ancient sword to level 8, he had used up all the hundreds of star-up stones he obtained from the secret realm. There was no way around it. Upgrading equipment was a money-burning endeavor, and several hundred star-up stones really didn't last long at all. Moreover, he had relied on a 100% success rate for upgrading and critical hits to reach level 8. And even that had cost him several hundred star-up stones. So, upgrading equipment was not something an average person could afford. Each stone could cost over 100 million, or even several hundred million or billions. A few hundred star-up stones would require at least several hundred billion gold coins. Only Qin Shen dared to spend like this. The national power behind Qin Hanyu would need to go through layers of approval to use such a large sum of money, especially for upgrading equipment. That would require meetings to study, and every blacksmith involved in the upgrading project would need to be thoroughly examined. Then, all participating blacksmiths would have to unite to produce a detailed plan and outline the risks and success probabilities before they could hope to get approval. In contrast, Shin Hongyu's equipment upgrading project could be simplified, but with so many soldiers in the army, the upgrading of their equipment could become quite troublesome. Just the application process could take a year and a half back and forth. After all, with so much money at stake, if the upgrade failed, it would all be wasted. If a good weapon were to be destroyed, someone would have to take responsibility. There could even be an investigation. What if it was a hostile force sent to cause sabotage? In any case, national projects related to equipment upgrading were extremely strict, no less than nuclear weapon projects in the ordinary urban world. And Qin Shen's talent for a 100% success rate in upgrading equipment was equivalent to being able to casually craft nuclear weapons at any time, and in a completely controllable manner. Plus, with critical hits on upgrades, he could produce several controllable nuclear weapons at once. Suddenly, Qin Shen stopped in front of an auction house in the underground black market. There was an auction. The auction list included a piece of golden legendary level equipment with special effects. Brutal Dagger, level 1, attack power, 2, unique legendary effect Phantom Poison. After breaking defense, it can poison the target, causing 1% of their maximum health as true damage per second. Qin Shen stared intently at the attributes of this heavyweight auction item for a long time, gradually furrowing his brows. Ordinary equipment with whiteboard attributes but possessing a golden legendary level special effect? Wasn't this something he had forged and handed over to the military? What did this mean? How could this item appear at an auction in the underground black market? Was someone pocketing the profits? Thinking of this, Qin Shen found it quite interesting. He had to enter this auction to see what was going on. Qin Shen? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Qin Shen looked up and saw a young woman in her early 20s walking towards him from inside the auction house. She was well-dressed, and her looks and figure were decent, but she couldn't compare to the 4 school beauties and 3 female generals beside Qin Shen, not to mention various beautiful wives and female CEOs. In Qin Shen's eyes, this young woman could only be seen as just that, a young woman, hardly a beauty. To put it bluntly, she was just a common face. However, she had once played an important role in Qin Shen's life, because this was his ex-girlfriend, Li Yalan. His ex-girlfriend from the world before he crossed over. Is it really you? Li Yalan had now walked right in front of Qin Shen, her eyes wide with astonishment, her voice filled with disbelief. You are Qin Shen, right? Do you remember me? Her voice, which was clearly trembling, was filled with a hint of expectation. She hoped that the person in front of her, who looked so much like her ex-boyfriend Qin Shen, would recognize her, and she longed for Qin Shen to truly have crossed over to this world of universal job changes with her. She had been in this place for 20 years, evidently 2 years earlier than Qin Shen. Yet, after all these years, she had never awakened any profession and remained an ordinary person without any talent, relying on her family's connections to run an auction business in the underground black market. You should say something. Quickly tell me, do you recognize me or not? Are you really Qin Shen? Li Yalan was clearly getting anxious. She desperately wanted to know if the person who resembled Qin Shen but looked significantly younger was indeed her ex-boyfriend from the world she had crossed over from. In the end, after some hesitation, Qin Shen nodded. Although he was the one who had dumped her back then, he was still an old acquaintance who had crossed over from the same world. So there was no need to pretend to be strangers. If necessary, he could take care of her. However, when Li Yalan saw him nod, her brows furrowed instantly. Is it really you bastard? Qin Shen, do you remember when you dumped me? I begged you, but you ignored me. I said back then that one day I would make you regret it. Do you remember? You can't have forgotten all that, right? Li Yalan's attitude did a complete 180, flipping faster than turning a page in a book. Qin Shen, however, remained unfazed, his tone calm. It's all in the past, why bring it up? Past? Li Yalan gritted her teeth, her anger boiling. You think just because it's in the past, it's over? Do you really think everything can just be forgotten? I was just watching a movie with my male friend, and you keep bringing that up? Are you even a man? It was just a movie, we were completely innocent and didn't do anything else. You insisted on breaking up, and I begged you, but you wouldn't even look at me. Qin Shen, do you know how long I've waited for this day? This is called karma, heaven spares no one. Today, I will tear you apart. Tear me apart? Qin Shen thought those matters were already behind them and didn't want to dwell on it. He was even considering helping her if needed, but she came out with this? Did she really think she had the right? What, do you think I can't tear you apart? Li Yalan seemed to not only feel justified but also believed she could manipulate Qin Shen. Do you know who runs this auction house? It's my family's. I have several auction houses of this scale under my parents' names in this world. This is no longer the past. The reborn me after crossing over is someone you, Qin, can't even aspire to. Today, I will destroy you. Who can save you? The more Li Yalan spoke, the more energized she became, mainly because the resentment of being dumped by Qin over a trivial matter had been bottled up inside her for a long time. She truly hated it every time she thought about it. She had thought that after crossing over to this world, she would never see Qin again and would have no chance for revenge, but unexpectedly, at this moment, the opportunity was right in front of her. However, she didn't realize that the opportunity in her eyes might not be an opportunity at all. The small matter she viewed might not be small either. Qin already felt that it would have been better to treat her as a stranger. When she mentioned her parents in this world, it meant she had also been reborn after crossing over, experiencing the process of growing up all over again. Moreover, she seemed to be a few years older than him. How could she still not realize where she had gone wrong back then? Did she really think he had broken up with her over a trivial matter? She went to watch a movie all night with her male friend, and that was a small matter? A girlfriend like that, he should have broken up with her sooner. Did he really want to keep her around for the new year? Although at that time Yuan was far from being as wealthy as he is now, and one could even say he had nothing back then, he was still smart enough not to be a mindless, shameless sycophant. If it was time to part ways, then part. If it was time to cut ties, then cut them. What was the big deal? Yalan, what are you doing? A gentle and slightly seductive voice suddenly came from behind Li Yalan. Without even looking, Qin knew that the owner of this voice was a mature woman. He felt that this woman's voice seemed somewhat familiar. When he turned to look behind Li Yalan, he saw a voluptuous beauty in ultra-short hot pants and flesh-colored stockings swaying her slim waist as she approached. The moment the beauty saw Qin, she clearly froze for a moment, then exclaimed, Qin Xiao? Qin recognized her too. She had been at the celebration banquet that Zhang Yuru had hosted for him last night. At that time, this charming and sexy woman had even fed him several mouthfuls of wine, mouth to mouth. How could she coincidentally appear here now? Could it be? Suddenly, Qin's heart skipped a beat. Just then, Li Yalan stepped forward and said to the beauty, Mom, this bastard is harassing me. Hurry up and get someone to deal with him, break his legs and throw him out. Damn it. Qin frowned at her words. Was she serious? Her tone really didn't sound like a joke. Was it just because he had dumped her back then? Did she really not think she was in the wrong? Alright, Li Yalan, so this is how you want to play it? You really didn't hear what your mom just called me? Qin Xiao. The beauty seemed to ignore her daughter Li Yalan's words and walked briskly to Qin, her voluptuous legs on full display. With a beaming smile, Qin Xiao's presence truly brings glory to my humble auction house. Please come inside. Mom, what are you doing? Li Yalan finally realized something was off, but she neither had the brains nor the insight to think about why her sexy mother was treating Qin this way. She directly shouted, I said this bastard just harassed me, didn't you hear? What Qin Xiao? He's nothing but a... Shut up! The beauty glared, raising her hand to slap Li Yalan's face, angrily scolding, Who gave you the guts to disrespect Qin Xiao? Li Yalan, are you crazy? Li Yalan felt the pain on her face and instinctively covered it, her whole body freezing in shock. At that moment, her sexy mother Jin Yenner turned to look at Qin, once again putting on a smile, her voice both flattering and filled with seductive charm. Qin Xiao, don't mind her. That little girl doesn't know her place and is talking nonsense. You mustn't stoop to her level. Please, come inside. I'll have someone serve you tea, and then I'll personally apologize to you. Jin Yenner's words left Li Yalan even more confused. Qin, however, was quite interested as he glanced back and forth between Jin Yenner and Li Yalan, gradually revealing a meaningful smile. Though they were mother and daughter, they didn't resemble each other at all. Li Yalan had come from another world, failing to inherit her sexy mother Jin Yenner's excellent genes. Moreover, Jin Yenner's name sounded much better than Li Yalan's. Of course, names were secondary. The key was that Jin Yenner's 38E figure was truly exceptional. With a slim waist, ample hips, and long legs, her voluptuous and curvaceous body seemed to possess an innate allure, exuding a captivating charm that easily stirred desires of violent conquest. If it weren't for that, how could Jin Yenner have had the chance to personally feed him wine at the celebration banquet last night, where the elite of Jiangbei had gathered? All right. Qin came back to his senses, nodded, and casually wrapped his arm around Jin Yenner's exposed, delicate waist, giving her ample backside a playful slap. Then you will have to make amends, go in and find a place to sit down and properly apologize. I want to see if you can persuade me with your words and make me satisfied. If you can't satisfy me, I won't forgive someone for their earlier recklessness, and then you'll see how I deal with you. With these words, Qin leaned in and took a deep breath of the alluring fragrance of the beautiful woman, Jin Yenner. Beside them, Li Yalan was completely stunned. Her ex-boyfriend from before her time travel was now embracing her stunning mother in this world? What on earth was happening? Why was this happening? Could it be that this scoundrel Qin Shen had turned his fortunes around after arriving in this world? Did he have a status that even her mother, Jin Yenner, needed to flatter? How could that be? It was impossible, right? Regardless, Li Yalan could not accept this reality. However, whether she could accept it or not, her sexy mother was allowing Qin Shen to hold her, letting him breathe in her fragrance, and even actively pressed her red lips against his cheek, leaving a bright lip print before taking him inside. As Li Yalan watched Jin Yenner and Qin Shen disappear into the auction house, so intimately close, her mind suddenly buzzed, as if something had exploded deep within her. A few minutes later, Qin Shen was led directly by Jin Yenner to the heavyweight auction event of the day. The high-profile auction was held in the center of a massive venue, filled with people on all sides, and there were many VIP boxes above that overlooked the entire auction hall. Especially in the VIP box where Qin Shen was, as soon as he stood there and looked down, he caught a glimpse of the beautiful host on the auction stage, her inner garment adorned with lace patterns. Not bad. Qin Shen casually pulled over a chair to sit down and then pulled Jin Yenner into his embrace. In the blink of an eye, he had completely forgotten about Li Yalan. After all, they were already strangers who had broken up before his time travel, and now they were in two different worlds. The key was that Li Yalan really had no assets. Her looks and figure were just average in Qin Shen's eyes, far less attractive than the seductive charm of her sexy mother, Jin Yenner. He even suspected that Li Yalan might not be Jin Yenner's biological daughter at all. However, he was too lazy to ask, as he had come to the auction house for serious business. It seems that there is a piece of ordinary equipment with a golden legendary effect in this auction. Where did it come from? Ha! Jin Yenner, with her enchanting eyes, was about to offer her lips to Qin Shen for a kiss when she suddenly heard this and was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Are you talking about the ghostly poison dagger, young Master Qin? That was sent by a mysterious client for us to help auction, with a starting price of 100 million. 100 million? Qin Shen was somewhat surprised. Just an ordinary piece of level 1 equipment, and it was worth 100 million just because it had that ghostly poison effect? How much did the military give him when he handed over that ghostly poison dagger? It seemed to be 20 million each? He couldn't remember clearly, but he was sure it wasn't as high as 100 million. Of course, the real question was, how did the things he handed over to the military end up in Jin Yenner's auction house? Could it be related to Jin Yenner? Just then, Jin Yenner wrapped her bare arms around Qin Shen's neck, her bright red lips close to his mouth, exhaling warm breath, and smiled. "That's right, starting price 100 million. Are you interested, young Master Qin? If you really like it, I can have someone bid on it and give it to you. How about that?" "No need." Qin Shen smiled and shook his head. Did he really need that thing? As soon as he had that thing forged, he looked down on it. Otherwise, he would have kept it for himself instead of handing it over to the military. Of course, it's not to say that everything handed over to the military is trash. At least each piece has at least one golden legendary attribute effect. But still, as the saying goes, good water doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. He definitely wants to keep the best for himself. Speaking of which, Jin Yenner is quite impressive. Mature and graceful, sexy and beautiful, with an exquisite figure, and very understanding, she has great insight. Whether it's her looks, figure, or how she conducts herself, she far surpasses Li Yalan by 100-fold. Unconsciously, a rather immature thought surged in Qin Shen's mind. If I remember correctly, your name is Jin Yenner? That's right. Qin Xiao, you even remembered my name. Your memory is really good. You're quite capable. Is that so? Since I'm so capable, will you follow me from now on? Sure. Qin Xiao, are you serious? You can't be lying to me. With Jin Yenner's alluring voice, Qin Shen couldn't help but lean in to seal her luscious red lips with a kiss for a few seconds, then said, "It just so happens that you work in an auction house, and I have plenty of good things, so you'll help me with my work, and when I have auction items, you'll be in charge of the auction. I'll give you 3 times the normal commission." 3 times the commission. The temptation was already quite significant, but Jin Yenner had bigger ambitions. Last night, she had gone to great lengths to obtain an entry pass for Jiang Yiru's celebration banquet, just to find an opportunity to get closer to this ranking demon king from the Qin family in the capital. Now, being able to collaborate and work for him in the future was absolutely something she could only dream of. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was right in front of her. How could a mature beauty like her, with such keen insight, not know what to do? With a peck, Jin Yenner directly kissed Qin Shen on the lips, her charm radiating as she smiled. "I don't want any commission. Being able to work for Qin Xiao was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Don't mention 3 times the commission, even 10 times I wouldn't want it." "Then what do you want?" Qin Shen asked with a smile. "I want you." Jin Yenner paused, her gaze becoming even more enchanting, and when she spoke again, her tone was even more flirtatious. "Of course, I want you, Qin Xiao, to take care of me more in the future. It's good to lean against a big tree for shade. As long as you're willing to give me a chance, I'll definitely work hard and show you just how capable I am. As for commissions, please don't mention them again, otherwise, you'll be treating me like an outsider." With that, Jean Yenner began to tie up her long hair that cascaded down to her waist. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman had her hair up in a ponytail. Below the stage, the auction began. The beautiful host announced loudly, "The first auction item today is a level 30 blue rare attribute effect equipment, a finely crafted longsword. Starting price, 170,000." Immediately, the attribute panel of the auction item appeared on the big screen. Finely crafted longsword plus 4 level, 30 quality, rare attack power, 60 plus 126 enhancement level, plus 4 embedded gems, level 3 attack gem * 2 unique rare effect, frenzy. Every 5th attack will trigger a frenzy, dealing an additional 25% damage with this thing. If it were thrown into Qin Shen's trash can, even the trash can would feel dirty and devalued. But in this world, there is only one Qin Shen. Not everyone can be as monstrous as him. In fact, this kind of low-level effect equipment is particularly friendly to young people. Even some middle-aged and elderly people would be eager to snatch it up. After all, this is a rare quality level 30 special effect equipment. The old dean grandpa of the 38D campus beauty Long Shasha is only level 50, which shows that the vast majority of people in this world spend their entire lives barely reaching a few dozen levels. Ordinary people will always be the majority. Someone like Qin Shen, a freak among freaks, is the only one throughout history. Therefore, no matter how trashy this plus 4 enhanced level 30 special effect equipment seems in Qin Shen's eyes, it still holds a certain allure for many people. Anyway, it didn't take long for someone to place a bid. 180,000. I bid 190,000. I bid 200,000. 220,000. Starting from an auction price of 170,000, it quickly rose to 220,000. The competition was still a bit intense. After all, the gold coins in this world are roughly equivalent to the currency in the world Qin Shen came from at a 1-to-1 ratio. Many ordinary people in this world earn only 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins a month. Some even earn only 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. Yet at this auction, people casually added tens of thousands, which is equivalent to the total annual income of several lower-class ordinary people. The world has never lacked absurdity, it just lacks the eyes to discover it. Li Yalan realized that her mother, Jean Yenner, was simply absurd to the extreme. But she couldn't reveal the truth. After all, she couldn't just tell everyone that she came from another world, could she? In this era of Abyss invasion, almost everyone is extremely sensitive to people from other worlds, and the Abyss is that other world. If Li Yalan dared to reveal that she also came from another world, she might bring about her own demise. At that time, those people wouldn't care whether she came from the Abyss. They would most likely kill her without a second thought. So she couldn't say anything, and it made no sense to be angry with Jean Yenner right now. She could only let Jean Yenner mess around with Qin Shen in that private room. Of course, the so-called messing around was just what Li Yalan imagined. In reality, Qin Shen really wasn't that kind of person. After all, how could he be that kind of person? He came for serious business, to find out why the things he handed over to the military appeared at this auction, not for the beautiful and sexy Jean Yenner. However, that night, when Qin Shen returned to the Lu family villa, none of the campus beauties believed his explanation. Long Shasha was the first to question him. "Are you saying that when you came out of that auction, you were sweating profusely and panting like a cow because you wanted to find out why the things you handed over to the military appeared at the auction, and you exhausted yourself in the process?" "Yes." Qin Shen clapped his hands. "That's right, Shasha, you believe me, don't you?" "Believe you my foot." Long Shasha shot him a glare and asked, "Then what about Jean Yenner, who was also drenched in sweat and had bruised knees?" "Don't forget, I was the one who went to pick you up. I saw exactly what state you two were in." It wasn't just her who saw it clearly. The other 3 campus beauties felt the same way. The 4 of them went to the auction to pick up Qin Shen, and on the way back, they had already interrogated him in various ways. But Qin Shen was exhausted, and it wasn't until now that he had slightly recovered enough to throw out that explanation. Would they believe that explanation? However, compared to the 4 of them, at this moment, Li Yalan was clearly finding it even harder to believe. Qin Shen really has a significant status in this world where everyone can change jobs? He is surrounded by beautiful women? The 4 who personally came to pick him up just now are actually the 4 campus beauties of Tianwu Academy? Moreover, Qin Shen is some kind of top-ranked demon king? He is the infamous Qin Shao from the Qin family in the imperial capital, causing a stir everywhere? How is that possible? Qin Shen, a person who crossed over from another world, how could he possibly be someone from the hidden great family of the Qin family in the imperial capital? Could it be that he really struck it rich? Why? She, Li Yalan, had crossed over only to be reborn into an ordinary wealthy family with assets worth tens of millions, while Qin Shen had come and immediately reached the top? What qualifications did Qin Shen have? Why was it not her, Li Yalan, who was born into the hidden aristocracy of the Qin family in the imperial capital? Why had she been here for 20 years without awakening any talent? If the Qin family in the imperial capital was Qin Shen's gift for crossing over, then what about her, Li Yalan's gift? After waiting for 20 years without receiving her big gift, she ended up waiting for her nemesis, her ex-boyfriend Qin Shen, to show up, and at this moment, Li Yalan truly felt like she was going crazy. In contrast, her sexy and beautiful mother, Jean Yenner, felt quite satisfied because Qin Shen had left her several pieces of legendary golden equipment with special effects to auction off and see how much money she could make. Moreover, he had also gifted her a few pieces of special effect clothing. The special effect equipment was for her to auction, but the clothing was truly a gift for her to use. For instance, the black stockings she was currently wearing, although they had an open crotch and looked like something for seduction, indeed had legendary golden special effects. Such top-tier luxury items were something she had never even dared to dream of before. They were truly priceless. The key was that these were gifts from Qin Shen. Not to mention the luxurious clothing with legendary golden special effects, even ordinary seductive stockings were given by Qin Shen. With this alone, what did she, Jean Yenner, have to worry about in the future? Rising to prominence was just around the corner, but at the same time, some people were about to suffer. That night, as Qin Shen lay sweating with his head resting on the legs of the campus beauty Shasha, he dialed Qin Hongyu's number and briefly explained the situation about the special effect equipment appearing at the auction house. What? On the other end of the line, Qin Hongyu frowned immediately upon understanding. The items you handed over to our military have appeared in an underground black market auction house? How could this happen? Do you suspect someone is embezzling? I didn't say that. Qin Shen popped a grape fed to him by Zhao Xiao into his mouth and said to Qin Hongyu on the phone, "This is your military's matter. I wouldn't dare to speculate recklessly. I just think that since I personally forged the equipment, rather than letting it go through a middleman, I might as well take it to auction myself. After all, there's no need to let others profit from it, right?" Qin Hongyu was silent for a few seconds before replying seriously, "Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. No matter who is behind this, I will definitely root them out. No matter how many high-ranking officials are involved, I will not hesitate. I will give you an explanation." "What explanation do you need to give me?" Qin Shen laughed. "I'm not one of your military personnel, and besides, I received payment for those items. Once they were handed over to the military, they belong to the military, and basically, they have nothing to do with me. So you don't need to give me any explanation. It's just that today at the auction, I personally saw that the shadow poison dagger sold for over a billion. I was really a bit tempted. Therefore, in the future, I plan to send some of the equipment to the auction house for processing. I've already discussed it with the beautiful owner of the auction house." Hearing this, Qin Hongyu couldn't help but feel anxious. "You don't trust me?" Qin Shen was puzzled. "What do you mean? You're my sister, how could I not trust you? Then you want to send the equipment to the auction house for processing?" Qin Hongyu was clearly gritting her teeth, her fists clenched. But she wasn't angry with Qin Shen. She was furious at those who embezzled and sent official equipment to the auction house. They were the black sheep, the parasites of the nation, and they must be eliminated without leaving a single one behind. But no matter what, Qin Shen had made up his mind. "Sister, don't misunderstand. I'm just sending some not-so-great equipment to the auction house to make a little extra money. I'm not stopping cooperation with your military. Don't worry, sis, I will earn the money, but it won't delay my cooperation with the military. After all, I can easily produce a large amount of equipment now, basically keeping up with the factory assembly line speed. So what are you afraid of?" At this point, Qin Shen sat up, casually wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the cow school beauty while seriously saying, "And I have an idea. I heard that Saudi Arabia is rich in gold, right? They have wealthy individuals but are extremely short on equipment. Some businesses are better off doing it ourselves rather than letting others do it. If we take the path others walk, it leaves them with no way to go. Sis, why not find someone to communicate with the Saudi royal family? They would definitely be super interested in our golden legendary special effect equipment." Qin Hongyu was somewhat speechless. Of course, who wouldn't be interested in golden legendary special effect equipment? Although it can't completely be equated to the nuclear weapons of the era before the Abyss invasion, it's not far off. The high-level epic equipment with multiple golden legendary special effects far surpasses the nuclear weapons of the past. It's in global shortage, especially in Saudi Arabia. And you, kid, are actually thinking about Saudi Arabia? But to be fair, it does seem feasible, at least worth considering? With that thought, Qin Hongyu helplessly said, "Alright, I'll think about it. I'll find someone to investigate the mastermind behind the military equipment flowing into the auction market. You take it easy on your side, at least don't be too blatant. Don't let the golden legendary special effect equipment flood the streets, or your secret might not be kept. At that time, the camouflage plan specially tailored for you by the military will be in vain, got it? Don't worry. Shinshen lowered his head and gave Zhao Xiao a fierce kiss on her cherry lips, enjoying it while confidently saying, I have it all under control, I guarantee nothing will go wrong. After all, how capable I am, sis, you should know that, right? Soon, the call ended. Shin Hanyu gradually furrowed her brows. What the hell did that brat just say? How would I know how capable you are? Teasing me? Just wait until we meet next time, and see how I deal with you. In fact, this female warrior might not even be able to handle Qinshen anymore. His finely crafted bronze ancient sword plus 35 had already leveled up to 8, and now he had nearly 70 million attack power, plus the 810 million health points provided by his 3 abyss necklace. With such insane attributes, Shin Hanyu really might not be able to handle him, but he could easily take care of others. Soon, Zhao Xiao was thoroughly dealt with by him. The next day, in the ranking matches, any team that clashed with Qinshen, no matter how strong, was completely crushed by him. Many of the young girls from various teams were even forcibly kissed by him in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast. Damn it, what is this bastard doing? What the hell? Forcibly kissing the girls from the opposing team during the ranking matches. What a beast, worse than a beast. Who gave him the guts to be so reckless? This is just outrageous. I protest. Such a low-quality participant must be kicked out of the competition and permanently blacklisted from the global ladder matches. What the hell? That was my girlfriend? That bastard just forcibly kissed my girlfriend? Who knows how many people Qinshen publicly kissed throughout the day in the arena? And he really couldn't help it, after all. The military's camouflage plan was like this. The more of a jerk he acted, the more infuriating he became, the safer the secret on his national treasure would be. The safer his secret, the more confidence the Huagui Jojo would have. So he was also thinking of the bigger picture. It wasn't that he truly wanted to act recklessly, in fact, he was rejecting it in his heart. The young girls who were forcefully kissed by him initially rejected it, even feeling murderous towards him, but upon learning that he was the infamous ranking demon king, their attitudes changed drastically. That very night, many girls got into arguments with their boyfriends. So what if he kissed me forcefully? Is it really that big of a deal? You're nitpicking over something so trivial. Are you even a man? What forceful kiss? Did he really force me? I clearly consented. Humph, I'll tell you, not only did I consent, but I even stuck out my tongue at the time. So what? If you don't like it, break up. It's just a forceful kiss, not a rape. Why are you making such a fuss? Who are you showing that sour face to? Look at yourself, what do you have that can compare to Qinshen? He's the young master of the imperial capital, the ranking demon king, and you? He kissed me, and you're throwing a fit at me? If you have the guts, go confront him. Do you dare? Do you have that courage? Useless, you can only make that sour face in front of me. If Qinshen were to forcibly impregnate me in front of you, you probably wouldn't even dare to say a word. No one knows how many couples Qinshen has secretly broken apart. Anyway, the hostility against him online is growing stronger, with more and more people vowing to tear him apart. Clearly, he is the ranking demon king fighting for the country, yet he has a notorious reputation, infamous like a rat crossing the street, unparalleled throughout history. It's truly absurd. This world is just that crazy, and Qinshen really doesn't take the outside voices to heart. After a day of ranked matches, he had just relaxed for 2 hours with Su Ru and Lu Yumeng before diving back into gear. However, this time, the gear he was working on was a bit special. It was the pair of SSS level spirit attendants, the twin battle princesses. These twin sisters, though classified as spirit treasures, possess human-like qualities, completely indistinguishable from real people, and even more perfect, like super invincible beautiful girls straight out of an anime. But, no matter what, spirit treasures are still a type of gear. They can be enhanced and leveled up. With their already extremely abnormal attributes, enhancing and leveling up would be nothing short of heaven-defying. So, Qinshen not only wanted to work on them but wanted to go all out. He planned to use the large batch of enhancement stones and leveling stones that Qin Hongyu had just sent over from the military on them. After several hours of intense work, although Qinshen was drenched in sweat and exhausted, the results were plentiful. The twin battle princesses, this pair of SSS-level spirit attendants, had received epic enhancements. All their attributes had been significantly updated. Twin battle princesses, SSS-level spirit attendants level, 1 enhancement plus 29 star level, 7 health, 24, 7 billion spirit power, 24, 7 billion attack power, 22, 5 billion physical defense, magic resistance, 17, 4 billion agility, hit rate, 16, 3 billion dodge, 15, 6 billion passive 1 Cauldron. Dual cultivation increases the master's cultivation speed by 1280 times. Passive 2 Harmony. Each dual cultivation with the master permanently increases all attributes by 128%. This is truly an epic enhancement. The original effect of passive 1 Cauldron was that dual cultivation increased the master's cultivation speed by 10 times. Now, after leveling up to 7, it has exponentially doubled 7 times, directly becoming 1280 times. Passive 2 also changed. Originally, dual cultivation once permanently increased all attributes by 1%. Now it has become 128%. Additionally, Skill 1, Instant Attack, originally dealt 3 times attack damage with a teleport attack. Now it deals 10 times attack damage. Although it's not exponential, the 3 plus 7 times seems to add as many times as the star level, but it's still sufficiently abnormal. Furthermore, Skill 3, Twin Fusion, changes from all attributes times 2 to all attributes times 9. And then there's the cultivation technique. Phoenix Decision, Heavenly Steps Technique plus 29, 7, Single Cultivation Speed, 200% 900% plus 290%, Dual Cultivation Speed, 300% 1000% plus 290%, Triple Cultivation Speed, 400% 1100% plus 290%, and so on. It really is astonishing and miraculous. The innate techniques of the twin battle maidens have also transformed into enhancements of plus 29 and 7. Qin Shen himself didn't even have a technique yet, and it was only now that he realized that techniques could also be enhanced and leveled up. The techniques that people cultivate certainly need to be enhanced and leveled up separately, but the innate techniques of the twin battle maidens are enhanced and leveled up alongside them, which is simply delightful. This epic enhancement truly made Qin Shen fearless. No matter what kind of expert or abyssal beast he encountered, he could take them on. Although he was still relatively weak, who said he couldn't enjoy the benefits of his own spirit servants? Qin Shen wiped the sweat from his forehead, wrapped an arm around each of the twin sisters, and gave each a kiss, laughing. Let's give you sisters some names. From now on, you'll be called Little Yao, and you will be Little Fei. Thank you, Master, for the names. The sisters chimed in unison, their voices soft and sweet, their tones as perfect as a human's, without any flaws. Coupled with their sparkling, watery big eyes and their impressive figures wrapped in tight, ultra-short skirts that exposed their midriffs and low necklines, Qin Shen found himself feeling increasingly heated. Unable to resist, Qin Shen suddenly leaned in and sealed Little Yao's cherry lips with a passionate kiss. After kissing for a while, he turned to attend to Little Fei. Spirit servants are wonderful. They possess a natural spiritual body and human-like intelligence, being obedient and adorable, often understanding what their master wants with just a glance. It was only now that Qin Shen truly realized the significance of the grand gift that Qin Hongyu had sent him. However, to be fair, this spiritual treasure is indeed not something an ordinary person can handle. And the ordinary people here include the wealthy Yuan family of Jiangbei. It should be noted that the enhancement stones sent by the military at Qin Hongyu's request amounted to over 100,000, with thousands of star-up stones as well, and Qin Shen used them all up in one go. The success rate for enhancement is 100%, and each enhancement guarantees a critical hit, raising the enhancement level by at least an additional 1 to 3 levels. Relying on such an outrageous and miraculous talent, Qin Shen used over 100,000 enhancement stones to raise the twin battle maidens to plus 29. One can imagine how resource-intensive these spirit servant sisters are. If Qin Shen didn't have that extraordinary talent and was just an ordinary forger relying on luck, how many enhancement stones would he need to raise these spirit servant sisters to the plus 29 level? Once a failure occurs, the enhancement level would drop. While there is no risk of spirit servants breaking upon failure, as they are born with a spiritual body and are not as fragile as equipment or weapons, if the enhancement level drops to 0, failing again would result in a drop in talent level. Once the talent level drops to 0, the spirit servant would be finished, turning into wisps of spiritual energy and disappearing from this world. Who can bear such a risk? To take a step back, even if we set aside this risk, an ordinary forger, even if they could truly enhance to plus 29, would simply be throwing money at it, gradually piling up with massive amounts of enhancement stones. To reach enhancement plus 29, Qin Shen roughly calculated that it would require several 100 million enhancement stones at the very least. A single primary enhancement stone is worth several hundred, a mid-level stone several thousand, and a high-level stone can be worth tens of thousands. Calculating several enhancement stones at an average mid-level price would amount to several 100 billion. At least several 100 billion gold coins would be needed to achieve this, and there is no guarantee that it could truly be enhanced to plus 29. If you really are that unlucky, succeeding once only to fail and drop several levels afterward, then forget it. That could truly drive a blacksmith mad. Otherwise, how could the female war god, Qin Hongyu, with the support of the entire nation, only achieve a general enhancement of around plus 10. Moreover, that was for her equipment and weapons, which were generally enhanced to around plus 10, while the enhancement difficulty for spirit servants is even higher, directly several tiers above. In short, spirit servants are not something just anyone can handle, let alone playing with them. Even the most basic nurturing is a problem. Gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth takes at least several months. Where would all that spiritual energy come from? Various formations must be used to assist. So, the title of the twin battle maidens as the national treasure of the East is indeed not just empty praise, that is a genuine national treasure. It's just a pity that the Eastern Emperor, after hundreds of years of effort, finally nurtured this national treasure of the East using massive amounts of spiritual energy, and now it is being ravaged here by Qin Shen. I wonder if a spirit servant with a natural spirit body can get pregnant? The next morning, when Qin Hongyu received a call from Qin Shen and heard this question from him, she was instantly, completely thrown into chaos. Can spirit servants get pregnant? Qin Shen, what are you talking about? You bastard, what have you done to those spirit servant sisters? You beast, you can't even spare spirit servants? They are spirit servants, not mounts, you. Ahem. Qin Shen coughed a couple of times, interrupting Qin Hongyu's utterly chaotic words, then seriously said, "It's not what you think. I just was simply curious, yes, curious, so I asked casually." On the other end of the line, Qin Hongyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Curious? Just asking casually? Qin Shen, are you trying to fool a ghost? Spirit servants are born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Do you know what a spirit body is? If an animal can understand human speech, it is said to have spirituality, while the bit of spirituality in humans is nothing compared to a natural spirit body. Human spirituality is gradually acquired through learning and understanding the world, while a natural spirit body possesses a level of spirituality that humans can never reach in their lifetime. In other words, they are godlike existences. If a natural spirit body has not been interfered with by humans and has independently developed consciousness, then it is a supreme existence that completely surpasses all beings. At this point, Qin Hongyu paused for a few seconds, shook her head, took a deep breath, and after thinking for a moment, continued. These twin battle maidens were formed over hundreds of years by the Eastern Emperor, using the entire nation's strength to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Throughout those hundreds of years, they were implanted with various rule commands, thus their self-awareness is constrained, which is why you can establish a master-servant relationship with them through a rule contract. Of course, it's not just them. In fact, every spirit servant is like this, otherwise, they wouldn't be controllable by humans at all. Do you understand? Although many people see spirit servants as equipment or tools to enhance strength, thinking they are no different from spirit pets or mounts, you cannot truly treat spirit servants as mere equipment or tools, especially SSS-level spirit servants like the twin battle maidens. You must treat them as partners, as comrades in life and death. Do you understand? I know, Qin Shen replied, not just battle partners. I am now utterly infatuated with them. I genuinely like them a lot, treating them like family. Shut up! Qin Hongyu gritted her teeth and scolded. Listen to what nonsense you are spouting. Infatuated? Family? I think you are a beast. You don't even need to pretend anymore. The military's disguise plan would require you to tone it down a bit to continue, otherwise, it will be forcibly terminated by the higher-ups because of your perversion. After all, you may not care about your reputation, but the military does. If one day the news leaks and people mistakenly think your perversion is a military plan, no one will be able to bear that blame. Qin Shen was speechless. Wasn't he just curious? Was Qin Hongyu really that concerned? Did she really think he could do something like impregnate a spirit attendant? What a joke! Could he, Qin Shen, really be that kind of beast? But no matter how he reasoned, he still wanted to know, would a spirit attendant with a natural spirit body actually get pregnant? Since he couldn't get a clear answer from Qin Hongyu, maybe he should ask the beautiful instructor Li Yanan? Soon, after hanging up the phone, just as Qin Shen was about to call Li Yanan, he suddenly realized, Li Yanan? Li Yalan? The two names were quite similar, but one belonged to his beautiful instructor at Tianwu Academy, while the other was his ex-girlfriend from the world he had crossed over from. Could there be a connection between them? It couldn't be. Family, could it? Just as Qin Shen thought of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. No, that's impossible. It must just be a coincidence. If they really were family, that would be a bit too coincidental. But he didn't know that many things in this world were indeed that marvelous. The beautiful instructor Li Yanan and Qin Shen's ex-girlfriend from before his crossing were indeed family. At this moment, at the Li family in Jiangbei, at the dining table, the three women were having breakfast. The voluptuous and sexy beauty Jean Yenner was wearing a tight mini skirt, her long legs wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, which were the very fashion tights Qin Shen had gifted her yesterday. With a legendary golden effect, Jin Yenner couldn't bear to take them off and wore them all the time. Mom! Suddenly, Li Yanan looked up at Jin Yenner and asked, "Did you go to the celebration banquet for Vice City Lord Jian last night?" Jin Yenner smiled charmingly and said leisurely, "Why couldn't I go?" "Yanan, you finally come home, and you're not just here to ask me this, are you? What else could it be?" Li Yanan frowned slightly. "You guys at that underground auction house deal with all sorts of people all day long. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. I finally come back, and you think I'm here for your auction house's business?" "Business?" Jin Yenner glanced at her, put down her utensils, took a tissue to wipe her mouth, then lifted her voluptuous, sexy long legs in black stockings, tugging at the stockings with a smile. "What business? I just went to the Vice City Lord John's celebration banquet to join in the fun, and you have to manage that? You came home just to ask me this and call it business? Yanan, aren't you also involved with that Qin Shen? The rumors about you two as teacher and student have spread everywhere. Do you think I wouldn't know?" Meanwhile, Li Yalan was dumbfounded. Her sister Li Yanan and Qin Shen? They were both teacher and student and had an unclear relationship? How could this be? Why had she never known? Qin Shen was her ex-boyfriend. Now her mother Jin Yenner and her sister Li Yanan were both involved with Qin Shen. What on earth was happening? Li Yalan truly felt like she was going crazy. How could that bastard Qin Shen be such a beast? He was simply worse than an animal. At this moment, compared to Li Yalan's confusion, Li Yanan was quite calm. "Isn't it normal for me to have a bit of a story with Qin Shen? I'm in my prime, he's full of vigor, and I'm just his instructor at Tianwu Academy. He needs my guidance for many things, and with long-term close contact, it's inevitable that sparks will fly, especially since he is the captain of the strongest team in Jiangbei, representing Jiangbei to bring glory to the country. As his instructor, I need to take extra care of him, and it's quite normal for me to go to his house for private tutoring from time to time. Then it's even more unavoidable that things will get out of hand." "But, Mom, you and him don't seem to match, right? Aren't you afraid Dad will come after you?" Upon hearing this, Li Yalan felt even more disoriented. Her mind was a chaotic mess, tangled beyond comprehension. Just then, Jin Yenner took over the conversation, saying, "Your dad is a businessman, you know he only cares about profits, and nothing else matters to him. To be honest, that night at the celebration banquet for Vice City Lord Jiang, it was your dad who asked me to go. And he specifically told me to dress up nicely and a bit sexy." Li Yalan's face was filled with confusion. She felt as if the sky had fallen. What kind of nonsense was this? What on earth had she just heard? The amount of information in her mom Jin Yenner's words was staggering, probably even more than her 3080 bust. The information was so overwhelming that Li Yalan could hardly accept it. Fortunately, she had reincarnated in Jin Yenner's womb, or rather, she had been reborn with memories from her previous life, which made her mother-daughter relationship with Jin Yenner somewhat diluted. Otherwise, hearing all this would have driven her completely insane. But Li Yanan didn't take it seriously and even said at that moment, "I guessed it would be like this. If it weren't for Dad's encouragement, you wouldn't be so blatant." Li Yalan was stunned again. Her sister had actually guessed it long ago? In fact, some things weren't as chaotic as Li Yalan thought. Qin Shen was innocent. How could he be the kind of person who messes around casually? It was just a performance, a disguise for a plan. But no matter what, Li Yalan truly felt out of place in this world. After 20 years without awakening any professional talent, she remained an ordinary person in this world where everyone was changing careers. She was indifferent to the global ranking ladder competition, completely unaware of the ranking Demon King. She had only just learned about the overwhelming rumors surrounding Qin Shen. The key was that now Qin Shen was thriving, surrounded by countless beauties, including her beautiful mother and sister. And she, Li Yalan, was still going to remain ordinary? Initially, she felt fortunate, grateful that her family in this world had assets worth tens of millions, relieved that she was finally born into a wealthy family. But truly, without comparison, there is no harm. The moment Qin Shen appeared, he dealt her a heavy blow. What was this? Why did heaven treat her this way? What right did that bastard Qin Shen have? How could he flourish and bloom everywhere? In fact, Li Yalan's perspective was still too narrow, because Qin Shen was not just blooming everywhere, he was blooming in every direction. An hour later, at Tianwu Academy, in the office of Li Yanan's mentor, Qin Shen was resting his head on the beautiful mentor's black silk-clad legs, while a row of long-legged beauties stood in front of him, each one alluring and voluptuous. These were the parents of students, the stunning mothers or aunts of Qin Shen's former classmates. They had come to fight for their children's chance to use the golden legendary special effect equipment at Tianwu Academy. This matter could not be decided by Dean Li Zhangdao, nor by several vice deans, and certainly not by the mentors. But Qin Shen could, because he was the one providing the equipment. Although these sexy beauties were unaware of the details, they all believed that it was Qin Shen's identity as the young master of the imperial capital that allowed him to have a say in this matter, and thus they rushed to him, eager to flatter and charm him, trying to persuade him with their silver tongues. "What are you all doing?" At this moment, Qin Shen felt an unbearable headache. After sitting up, he casually pulled Lu Yumeng into his embrace and took a deep breath of her faint, youthful fragrance. He then addressed the line of long-legged beauties standing before him. "What do you take me for?" The use of those golden legendary special effect equipment in the academy is subject to strict review standards. Everything must follow the rules. How could it be decided by me? Do you think that just because I say someone can use it, they can? Or that if I say someone can't, they can't? That's obviously impossible. Even if, hypothetically, I had that ability, I certainly couldn't abuse my privileges, right? Do you really think I'm the kind of person who would misuse power or engage in power for sex transactions? No, no, no. A 38E beauty immediately interjected, "Young Master Qin, you misunderstood. You are definitely not that kind of person in our eyes." "Yes, yes, yes." Another newlywed woman quickly chimed in for her brother, "Young Master Qin, we know your character well. You are a benchmark for the academy, a role model for all of us to learn from. There's no one in Jiangbei as upright as you. Moreover, young Master Qin, you are not only upright but also exceptionally capable." "Capable?" Qin Shen interrupted. The newlywed woman smiled and stepped forward, tentatively sitting on Qin Shen's lap, her red lips parting as she breathed softly. "Exactly, you are the ranking demon king who makes all the top teams tremble in fear. Isn't that capable? A young talent like you, so upright and capable, is truly rare in the world. You have no idea how charming you are, you've completely captivated us." "Is that so?" Qin Shen pretended not to believe it. In the next moment, the woman directly pressed her red lips against Qin Shen's mouth. Meanwhile, downstairs, a young boy was arguing with his mother. "If you dare to go find that Qin Shen, I'll die right in front of you. I've already said that my talent will definitely earn me a spot. Why don't you believe me? You'd rather trust that beast Qin Shen than your own son? Who doesn't know I have a A-level talent? Who doesn't know how outstanding I am at this Tianwu Academy? Aside from the 4 top school beauties, which of the second-tier people can I not compete with? If I can't even get a spot to use the golden legendary special effect equipment, then none of the second-tier people can either. Who besides the 4 school beauties could possibly get it? Moreover, my mentor is the vice president. He has guaranteed that I will get a spot, and you still don't believe it? You insist on going to find that Qin Shen? Do you really not know what kind of scum Qin Shen is? What good could come from seeking him out? How can I face anyone in the future?" His roar echoed, the boy's anger boiling over, his voice hoarse. But his anger was nothing compared to the people at the Forge Master Guild in the imperial capital at that moment. As the name suggests, the Forge Master Guild is a group of craftsmen specifically responsible for helping the official side forge equipment. And this official side is not just the 4 departments behind the Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division, but also includes the Business Division, Finance Division, Legislative Division, and so on. On the surface, it is led by the Yuan royal family. Behind the scenes, there are several major hidden families led by the Qin family. The various prominent families and clans, both openly and secretly, are caught in between, constantly negotiating and observing. The combined strength of these 3 factions forms the official entity. The Forge Master Guild specializes in forging and enhancing various equipment for the official side, essentially supporting the entire armory of Huagua. In fact, aside from the 4 departments mentioned, the military also has an armaments division, which, as the name implies, is responsible for providing weaponry and equipment sources for the military. But this is the era of universal job change due to the Abyss invasion. Weapons and equipment are not obtained through research or technology, but through grinding the Abyss, grinding secret realms, and relying on blacksmiths. Although blacksmiths are seen as inconspicuous and lowly auxiliary professions, that is only because their combat power is too weak, and in the face of various combat skills, their equipment can only serve an auxiliary role. No one has ever said that blacksmiths are unnecessary. On the contrary, in every profession, there are outstanding individuals, and the best among blacksmiths live quite well in the Blacksmith Guild. However, a Qin Shen has emerged, causing the comfortable days of these official blacksmiths to come to an end. Therefore, at this moment, the people at the headquarters of the Blacksmith Guild in the imperial capital are protesting furiously. Why? Why can you just terminate the promised projects? Exactly, projects worth tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even hundreds of billions are suddenly cancelled? Are you kidding me? Not only are the projects gone, but even our guild's annual funding of over $1 trillion is gone. Does this mean we have to fend for ourselves from now on? Is this serious? Whose idea is this? Do we not need to forge equipment anymore? Haha, not need us to forge equipment? Who doesn't know that all the renowned blacksmiths in the entire Huagua are here with us? If the officials don't rely on us, who else can they rely on? If this had been said in the past, it would have been completely true. In the past, the officials could only rely on their blacksmith guild to take on various top-tier equipment projects, thus arming all the strong individuals in Huagua, including the 10 war gods. It was completely normal to invest several hundred million in a project to upgrade an epic level equipment from level 1 to level 2. Upgrading from +5 to +5 also started at 100 million gold coins. Who knows how much money the officials have poured into the blacksmith guild over the years? Anyway, everyone says blacksmiths are a trash auxiliary profession, but every single person in the blacksmith guild is living quite well. Not to mention the people at the blacksmith guild's headquarters in the imperial capital. Even an intern blacksmith at a branch in a remote city can easily buy a villa. There's no way around it. With the Abyss invasion and the rampant beasts, the officials need a large amount of equipment to arm themselves to suppress the beasts and ensure the peace of the people. National defense is no small matter. No matter how much money it takes, it must be spent. Indeed, there are many blacksmiths who line their own pockets and make money, but to forge equipment with golden legendary level special effects, to enhance equipment to +5 or even above +10, to raise the star level of the equipment as much as possible, and to arm the military's core combat power to the greatest extent, that is truly a daunting task. It can only be done by spending money, regardless of the cost. Otherwise, with the beasts rampaging and the people in unrest, once chaos ensues, the consequences are unimaginable. There have already been precedents of countries being destroyed due to the inability to suppress the beasts. So far, there have been at least 20 countries that have fallen because of this. Huagua, as a great nation standing at the forefront of the world, must do everything possible to prevent disasters before they occur. In this situation, money has become a trivial matter. If it's a problem that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem at all. As long as the peace of the nation can be guaranteed, no matter how much money is spent, it is worth it. This was the situation before Qin Shen appeared. But after Qin Shen's emergence, the situation changed drastically. The military had already endured the Blacksmith Guild for a long time. At this moment, upon hearing that the Blacksmith Guild was gathering to protest and was determined to escalate the matter, Qin Hongyu, one of the 10 war gods from the Qin family, directly led troops to suppress them. What do you want to do? Rebel? Terminate the existing cooperation, no new projects for you, and no more of that annual funding of over $1 trillion, so you rebel? Who wants to rebel? Step forward, step forward. Does anyone dare? In the past, it was the officials who gave you food. Do you really think the officials are begging you? What do you all think you are? Did you ever think about today when you were raising prices on the spot? And not just once, but time and time again. The project price was clearly agreed upon long ago, yet you raised it more than 10 times in a single day. You dare to demand over 10 billion just to upgrade a piece of equipment from level 2 to level 3. And there are those who embezzle equipment, secretly upgrading the gear of various generals and then claiming it as their own, while telling us that the equipment was destroyed in a failed upgrade. The number of people embezzling official forging materials is countless. Do you really think what you've done is a secret? Do you really think we don't know? You can't hide the fire with paper. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. So you want to protest and make a scene, right? The bigger the commotion, the better? Fine, I'll let you make a scene. I'll join you. The Special Task Force of the Huagui Jojo Forging Masters Association will be established immediately, led by me personally. I will thoroughly investigate all of you for embezzling materials, equipment, inflating funds, and all kinds of corrupt practices over the years. I guarantee not a single one will escape. I will root out all the monsters and demons. Even if you have the support of the heavens behind you, I, Qin Hongyu, will not hesitate to strike. The voice echoed, filled with murderous intent. Everyone in the Forging Masters Association was left in a daze, their minds buzzing, especially the mid-level and senior staff, who felt a chill in their hearts, their souls nearly escaping. This all came too suddenly, leaving them completely unprepared. How could things escalate to this point? Did the officials really dare to tear their faces with these imperial forging masters? Would they no longer need them? Would they not rely on them to forge weapons and equipment? All the capable forgers in the country were basically in their association. If they were gone, what would the officials rely on to arm the military? The sky would fall. This was indeed the case. If it were in the past, the sky would have fallen. But now, the officials had Qin Shen behind them. Even if the sky fell, Qin Shen would hold it up. What was there to fear? At that moment, Lan Bingying, Hua Lingfeng, and Shen Shuer brought a large batch of equipment to hand over to the military. 72 weapons, 64 pieces of armor, 89 outfits. A total of 225 pieces, of which 100 have a golden legendary special effect, 52 have 2 golden legendary special effects, and the rest have 3 golden legendary special effects. Here's the list and detailed attribute descriptions for each piece of equipment. You all need to carefully check them. Confirm that each piece matches what's stated in the list before packing and transporting them. Be careful. I've heard that recently some people have been embezzling and reselling these special effect equipment, so you must be more meticulous than before. Otherwise, if someone frames you and claims the problem lies with you, you'll find yourself inexplicably blamed and made a scapegoat. Don't say I didn't warn you. Also, some of these have been enhanced and embedded with gems, and some even have star levels. Each of these pieces of equipment could easily be worth several billion in the Forging Masters Association, so their value is self-evident. You need to be extra careful in your counting, absolutely no mistakes. By the way, I shouldn't have to remind you about confidentiality, right? You must keep your mouths shut and not leak a word to anyone, not even to your closest ones. Otherwise, military law will deal with you lightly. Be careful of immediate execution, and your informant will be executed alongside you. Alright, that's about it. I've basically covered everything that needs to be said. Hurry up and count. Move quickly but carefully. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Let's get to work. With a crisp let's get to work from Lan Bingying, the dozens of fully armed elite soldiers immediately began to check their equipment, packing and loading it onto vehicles. Originally, the 3 of them were sent to be Qin Shen's personal bodyguards, but now Qin Shen had become immensely powerful, already ranking as a top-tier demon king. He no longer needed their protection. The 3 of them could join forces and exhaust themselves in a fierce battle with Qin Shen for 3,000 rounds, but it would be impossible to subdue him. The final outcome would only be that Qin Shen would take them down, and if he were a bit more straightforward, he could easily defeat them in mere minutes without even blinking. Thus, their current role beside Qin Shen was to serve tea, warm his bed, and when needed, give him massages, help him bathe, and so on. The only serious task they had was the equipment handover. Of course, in Qin Shen's eyes, there were no unserious people around him. Every person's job beside him was very serious. Otherwise, wouldn't it make him seem unserious? Just like now, he was deeply discussing various exchanges with so many alluring women in Li Yanan's office, and he was genuinely worried about the allocation of those special effect equipment quotas. Wasn't that serious enough? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and now he could truly say he was overwhelmed with work. Therefore, Lu Yameng naturally became his personal exclusive secretary, arranging all his daily schedules. At noon, Lu Yameng stepped forward to remind Qin Shen that it was about time to leave, as there were other appointments in the afternoon, prompting Qin Shen to end his in-depth discussions with the parents of the students. Although they were alluring women, they were ultimately the parents of students. That was their true identity. Did Qin Shen care about the alluring aspect? He only came to the academy because they were the mothers of his classmates, specifically to discuss the allocation of special effect equipment quotas with them. Perhaps it was because the discussion was too heated that when he left the office, he was drenched in sweat, practically sweating like rain. No, this is too exhausting. I won't do this kind of thing again in the future. I had to personally come for such a trivial matter as quota allocation, and it ended up exhausting me like this? Wasn't the air conditioning on in there? Look at how hot I got. They can just discuss it among themselves next time. There's really no need to consult me on such trivial matters. Yameng, how could you schedule this kind of thing into my itinerary? Big chest, no brains, just wait until I get home tonight to deal with you. So, where to now? What other appointments do we have this afternoon? Lu Yameng took out her notebook, glanced at the schedule, pouted her enticing lips, and replied, Chairwoman Jin Yenshue of the Jiangbei Academy Board of Directors wants to see you, right upstairs? Upstairs? Qin Shen was momentarily taken aback. Where upstairs? Just upstairs in this building, in the top floor office of the Board of Directors. With that, Lu Yameng pointed upwards. Qin Shen was astonished. Did Tianwu Academy also have a board of directors? But how could the chairwoman of the Jiangbei Academy Board of Directors meet him in the Tianwu Academy Board of Directors office? Were the chairpersons of both academies meeting him at the same time? Speaking of which, he had just learned that Tianwu Academy also had such a thing as a board of directors, and he never expected that the chairpersons of the Tianwu and Jiangbei Academies would actually be the same person. A woman. One who was even more stunning than the first beautiful lady of Tianwu Academy, the president of the Parents Association, Xin Wanning. Mature and sexy, voluptuous and curvaceous, with an ethereal aura and full of charm. A pair of stunningly long legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, a tight-fitting, short skirt that is both revealing and appropriate, accentuating her figure while making her appear poised and exuding an air of elegance and wealth. Not everyone can pull off such a tight, ultra-short skirt. The same skirt can look vulgar on some, seductive on others, but on someone like Jin Yenshue, it does nothing to diminish her innate aura of superiority. You are the chairperson of the board of trustees? After staring at her for a while in the top floor office, Qin Shen finally spoke. The chairperson of the board of trustees of Jiangbei Academy? Yes, Jin Yanxue smiled and nodded, then slightly parted her red lips. But I am not just the chairperson of Jiangbei Academy's board of trustees, I am also the chairperson of the board of trustees of Tianwu Academy. With that, Jin Yanxue gestured for Qin Shen to sit down. She then casually sat beside him, elegantly crossing her alluring long legs. Although Huagua Jojo is a top-tier global power, too much money has been invested in the Craftsman Guild, so when it comes to building the Awakener Academy, we can't say there is a lack of funds, but we certainly need to save wherever possible, and attract investment whenever we can. Coincidentally, I am the one officially invited by Jojo to build the Awakener Academy, which is why both Tianwu Academy and Jiangbei Academy were established with my funding. It's just that many people are unaware of this due to confidentiality. Just like you, someone as capable as you only just learned that I, a beautiful and charming chairperson, exist in your Tianwu Academy? Qin Shen realized that Jin Yanxue was teasing him. What was her purpose today? He couldn't be clearer. With that thought, Qin Shen couldn't help but glance at Jin Yanxue's enticing, voluptuous legs again, and she caught him doing so. Jin Yanxue smiled and then stood up, striding over to sit beside Qin Shen. The scent of her perfume wafted over, and Qin Shen couldn't help but take a deep breath. I plan to establish another higher education institution outside of Tianwu Academy and Jiangbei Academy, Jin Yanxue said, shifting to serious matters. I've thought about it for a long time, but I lack the qualifications because a higher education institution must have a powerful figure at the first transition and level 100 or above to ensure that all students can be kept in check. But now that Jiangbei has someone as formidable as you, do our young awakeners still need to go to higher education institutions elsewhere? As long as you are willing to invest, the higher education institution I build in the future will be under your command. What do you think? Or, you could directly take the title of honorary president, and I can arrange a few beautiful secretaries for you? Qin Shen initially thought Jin Yanxue was just speaking casually. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she handed him a document. This is a petition for the merger and expansion of Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy into a higher education institution. As long as you, the ranking powerhouse, sign it, it will definitely pass, and we can secure at least several $100 billion in funding. Of course, money is a minor issue. Even if the government doesn't provide funding, I can manage it myself. After all, Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy were established by me. But I believe this situation is clearly different. With you, the ranking powerhouse, here, who would dare to refuse? Who wouldn't want to spend money? At this point, Jin Yanxue leaned in closer, her luscious red lips almost brushing against Qin Shen's, and after locking eyes with him for a few seconds, she exhaled softly and continued, I've thought it through. As long as you join us, we can completely create a full industrial chain and quickly dominate the national market and even the global market. The merger and expansion of Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy into a unified higher education institution will not only recruit children who have yet to awaken for targeted training but also provide professional education for those who have already awakened in various professions. The top performers prove their strength through rankings and then enter the military to serve the country. The slightly less capable second tier can work in security, armed transport, or stay on campus to teach. Those who are a bit lower can join various mercenary groups to farm materials in the Abyss. Wasn't that Dong Manhwa controlling the entire material market in Jiangbei through those mercenary groups? He must have made a fortune over the years. Now it seems that all his businesses have already become yours? But you don't seem to manage them much? You don't have time to manage them, right? Leave it to me, and I will take care of everything. Every word and sentence from Jin Yanxue was serious. She truly intended to use Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy as a foundation, relying on the expanded higher education institutions to cultivate talent, and then gradually create a global business empire in various industries during this era of universal job transitions. But Qin Shen seemed not to be listening carefully, as the beautiful and noble chairwoman Jin Yanxue was too close to him, causing him to be passively inhaling her faint, enchanting fragrance, making his mind restless and unable to focus. As a result, after Jin Yanxue finished speaking, Qin Shen could only be said to have grasped the general idea. But it didn't matter. Alright, you say how it is, and that's how it is. Anyway, I don't really understand, so I'm not afraid of you tricking me. Come on, I'll sign right now. He was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Qin Shen said this and truly signed the petition regarding the merger and expansion application of Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy. Mainly, he was capable enough and confident, truly unafraid that Jin Yanxue would trick him. If she dared to, he would have an excuse to deal with her harshly. This is called having strength, playing tricks is useless. Although I don't understand much, if you really dare to trick me, just see what I do to you. Jin Yanxue naturally understood this well, so after hearing Qin Shen's words and seeing him sign so readily, she couldn't help but laugh, her demeanor lively, and then amidst the waves of excitement, she said, "You really are something. How could I possibly trick you, the ranking demon king? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the guts, right? If I really dared to trick you, wouldn't you just destroy me completely? Who could save me then?" At this point, Qin Shen had finished signing and looked into Jin Yanshua's beautiful eyes, smiling. "Actually, I do hope you can trick me a little, because that way, I would have a reason to deal with you. After all, my reputation isn't great. I don't care about it. I've already dealt with so many people, even that rich heiress was forced by me in her own pleasure hotel, so I wouldn't mind dealing with you a bit more, right?" Jin Yanxue leaned in again, her red lips parting near Qin Shen's mouth, exhaling warm breath on his face. "Is that how much you want to deal with me?" "Of course not," Qin Shen said seriously. "I'm not that kind of person. Rumors are just rumors, and they stop with the wise. Someone as wise as you can't possibly not know that those things about me are just rumors, right? I just want to say, no matter how many rumors there are or how ugly they sound, I don't care. After all, no matter how many flies there are buzzing around, they can't do anything to a dragon." "Dragon?" Jin Yanxue smiled. "Are you a dragon? How big of a dragon? You seem to be unmatched in the rankings. By the way, what exactly are your abilities? There's no time like the present. Why don't you let me see your skills right now?" Jin Yanxue was serious. She genuinely wanted to experience Qin Shen's abilities firsthand. After all, how could a blacksmith without any combat skills become the ranking demon king that made all the top teams tremble? Who wouldn't be curious about what he relied on? If she could gain a deeper understanding of the extraordinary qualities of this great demon king's equipment, the major investor and planner who funded the construction of the Advanced Academy would undoubtedly feel more confident. Qin Shen also noticed that the stunningly beautiful noblewoman before him wanted to know him on a more profound level. He had no reason to refuse such a request. Moments later, Jin Yanxue took out an illusion scroll, and as the scroll unfolded, both she and Qin Shen instantly entered the illusion. This was a customary practice in the era of universal job changes. Whether sparring or fighting, it was generally done within an illusion. Firstly, the illusion was spacious, making it convenient for casting spells. Secondly, it could prevent large-scale destruction that might attract the attention of the enforcement agency. Additionally, some illusions contain formations that could suppress enemies and enhance oneself or were specifically designed for sparring. In short, combat in an illusion had endless benefits. However, Jin Yanshue's illusion seemed too different from the norm. Why is there a big bed in this illusion? What's it for? Sparring? What kind of sparring requires such a big bed? What are you thinking, you brat? That bed is for resting when you get tired, not for sparring. What kind of nonsense is running through your head all day? Jin Yanxue said this, but Qin Shen clearly didn't believe her. Who would put a big bed in an illusion meant for sparring and fighting? And to say it was for resting when tired? Qin Shen didn't believe a word of it. He feared that Jin Yanxue lay down on that bed every time she lost a fight, using her looks to save herself. When Qin Shen voiced this thought, Jin Yanxue immediately frowned. "You brat, you're asking for it." As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Yanxue made her move. She wanted to see just how capable this kid really was. This beautiful noblewoman, who simultaneously controlled both Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy, was not simple either. Although she couldn't compare to the stunning matriarch Yuan Meiyuan of the wealthy Yuan family, she was still considered a matriarch in her own right. Jin Yanxue was the matriarch of the Jin family in Jiangzhou, and the Jiangzhou Jin family had a branch in Jiangbei, where the beautiful mentor Li Yanan and Qin Shen's ex-girlfriend Li Yalan's beautiful mother Jin Yaner belonged. Jin Yanxue appeared to be breathtakingly beautiful and seemed to be in her 30s, but in reality, she was already over 200 years old. However, Yuan Meiyuan maintained her youthful appearance through cultivation techniques, while Jin Yanxue relied on her innate passive skills. Passive 1, lowly harmless. After switching to this form, all attributes minus 50%, but immune to normal attacks and all damage skills, and converts the absorbed damage from immunity into her own attributes. When the 50% all attributes reduced by this form has absorbed enough damage, it will automatically switch to the girl form passive 2 girl conquest. This form greatly stimulates the conquest desire of all enemies, increasing their attack power by 50% to 100%, but all attacks will be ineffective against me. Want to conquer me? No way! This form can only last 180 seconds in combat, after which it will automatically switch to the mature woman form passive 3 mature woman submission. In this form, all attributes plus 100%, damage taken plus 50%. Either make the enemy submit at my feet or let them successfully conquer me. Failure means death. This form must last for 60 seconds before switching to the Beautiful Woman form. Passive 4, Beautiful Woman Soul Snatcher. A conventional form as fierce as a wolf or tiger. In this form, dual cultivation with others can double the basic cultivation speed and all cultivation speed bonuses, and in this form, one can switch to any other form at will 4 passive skills. Who else could compare? In any case, Shin had never seen anyone possess 4 innate passives at the same time. Of course, he himself doesn't count. After all, he is a blacksmith, and damn it, he doesn't have a single combat skill, so those 4 passive talents are purely what he deserves. Every blacksmith's passive talent is something they earn, and it can't be compared to Jin Yenshue's kind of passive skills at all. However, those 4 passives are nothing to Jin Yenshue, because she has even more extraordinary ones. Profession, Gold Eater. Talent, S-Class Skill 1 Golden Account, a Gold Eater exclusive account, immune to gold theft, and automatically increases the Gold Eater's level by *1 gold coins per second, with an active effect of increasing the Gold Eater's level by *10,000 gold coins per second, lasting 24 hours, cooldown 48 hours. Skill 2 Money Grubber. Instantly doubles the account balance in gold coins, cooldown 24 hours. Skill 3 Gold Devour. This skill can be used to devour gold coins, increasing defense attributes by 1 point for each gold coin devoured, with no upper limit and no cooldown. Skill 4 Golden Barrier. Summons a golden barrier that envelopes a radius of 5 meters around oneself, immune to all damage, and all damage negated will be fully converted into an equivalent amount of gold coins added to one's golden account. Skill 5 Gold Absorption. All lifesteal effects of the Gold Eater will automatically turn into gold absorption effects, with the effect *100 when activated, lasting 300 seconds, no cooldown. This is part of Jin Yenshue's skills as a hidden level profession, the Gold Eater. And she has another profession, also hidden level, Soul Tamer. The various skills of this hidden level profession are even more complex, but to summarize, there are 2 points: nightmares and desires. By reading minds and hypnotizing, one can excavate everything from the deepest parts of a person's heart, creating the most terrifying scenes to trap them in nightmares, or using illusions to make them sink into an endless sea of desire. At this moment, Jin Yenshue was using the skills of the Soul Tamer against Qin Shen. Qin Shen had originally prepared for a big showdown, but then, as the light of Jin Yenshue's skills flashed, the scene around Qin Shen changed, and he found himself on the big bed in Jin Yenshue's illusion. What the hell? Qin Shen was instantly confused. What's going on? Is it like this right from the start? I was prepared for a big showdown, not just a casual spar. Can we be a bit more serious? What do you mean by throwing me on the bed like this? What do you think? A voice suddenly sounded beside Qin Shen. Although the voice was charming and familiar to Qin Shen, its owner was not Jin Yenshue. Qin Shen turned his head and was instantly stunned. Aunt Bai? His Aunt Bai Yufang, had actually appeared here, wearing a semi-transparent sexy nightgown and a super short skirt, revealing an abundance of spring scenery, extremely tempting. Under Qin Shen's unblinking gaze, Bai Yufang tugged at the flesh-colored stockings on her legs, her eyes filled with spring, her expression seductive, and she lightly parted her red lips. Come on, you little brat, what are you waiting for? What, you don't want to ravage Aunt Bai? You don't want to, but Aunt Bai is thinking about it all the time. With that, Bai Yufang crawled towards Qin Shen in a kneeling position. Qin Shen shook his head violently. How could Aunt Bai appear here? No, this shouldn't be Aunt Bai. This is an illusion. Jin Yenshue, is this your doing? Who is doing anything to you? Another girl's voice rang out. Immediately, Qin Shen's younger sister, Bai Ying, also appeared. The girl was wearing pure white waist-high pantyhose, and her super short skirt barely covered her perky bottom. She was also paired with a super low-cut tight tank top. The cute girl had a youthful face and an alluring figure, her level of temptation rivaling that of Bai Yufang. Hee hee, Qin Shen, do you like it? If you like it, hurry up, you big bad guy, what are you waiting for? Her voice was soft and sweet, yet incredibly seductive. The truth left Qin Shen feeling even more disheveled. Amidst the chaos, he could distinctly feel himself becoming increasingly heated. Under Jin Yenshue's soul-capturing technique, Qin Shen was being quietly dragged into the ocean of desire. In the blink of an eye, more and more people appeared one after another in this illusion. Dressed in a legendary level assassin's black and white ultra-short leather skirt outfit was the 38D campus beauty Long Shasha. There was also the cow-themed campus beauty Zhao Xiao, wearing a guardian's white silk JK ultra-short skirt. And then there was Lin Anqi, the campus beauty with the longest legs from Tianwu Academy, and the cold campus beauty Hua Shishue. Additionally, Li Yanan, Jin Yenner, Yuan Mei Yuan, and Qin Wanning also appeared one after another. Even the beautiful homeroom teacher from Qin Shen's previous world, his sexy female boss, the young landlady, and the stunning mother and pretty sister of his dorm roommate. Even Jin Yenshue, the controller of these illusions, couldn't help but feel surprised and disordered. Although it was just an illusion, she truly didn't expect that the images drawn from the depths of Qin Shen's heart using the soul capturing technique would be like this. She had used this trick on many people, but only Qin Shen's illusions could be so lively. In this situation, what would happen if she didn't control it? Would Qin Shen be unable to extricate himself from this illusion? It was entirely possible for him to die from the illusion. But if she stopped now, how could she delve deeper into everything about Qin Shen? Ultimately, she had to let this kid suffer a bit. Thinking of this, Jin Yanxue couldn't help but smile wickedly, gradually revealing a rather evil grin. After all, with her control, Qin Shen wouldn't die from the illusion no matter what, so she might as well increase the intensity, using the soul capturing technique to thoroughly excavate and release all the desires hidden deep within the heart of this ranking demon king, Qin Shen. She wanted to see what else was hidden deep within him. Meanwhile, in the central state imperial capital, the secrets that had been hidden for many years by the Blacksmiths Guild were being exposed one by one by the special investigation team. Level 256 Blacksmith Lu Jingwei, it's you, right? Come explain, what's with all these piles of star-up stones in your villa? No, they're not mine. Who put these star-up stones in my house? So you admit this villa is yours? What, gone mute? Speak up, weren't you just so tough a moment ago? Don't you know whose villa this is? You said you've never been to this place? Come, look over here. What are these? Epic level Holy Dragon Sword, level 255, enhancement plus 9, 3, embedded with 5 level 7 attack gems, for level 8 attack gems, and 1 level 9 attack gem. It comes with 1 golden legendary level special effect, 1 orange epic level special effect, and 1 purple extraordinary level special effect. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the weapon of General Dongfang Huihong, who guards the borders. This weapon was entrusted to you for enhancement and star up last year, with a special fund of 1.5 billion. You used not a single gold coin of it, yet in the end, you claimed the star up failed and the equipment shattered. At that time, General Dongfang was so furious he almost led his troops back to the capital to slaughter your entire family, thanks to so many people working together to stop him and speak well of you. As a result, General Dongfang really guessed right, this weapon was indeed embezzled by you. Embezzling a general's weapon and falsely reporting a star-up failure, Lu Jingwei, you're something else, truly impressive. Come, chain him up and throw him into the sky prison. Yes. In another villa, the vice president of the level 300 Blacksmith Association, Dong Songyang, was eating noodles with sauce while smiling at the search personnel from the special investigation team, saying, I'm a level 300 blacksmith, the vice president of the Blacksmith Association. Surely I can't be so poor that I can't even afford this several hundred square meter villa? That shouldn't be the case. The leading search officer replied with a smile, of course not, what is this? It's even smaller than my villa. But, suddenly, the search officer changed his tone, took out a photo, and placed it in front of Dong Songyang, saying, such a vast dimensional space villa estate of hundreds of square kilometers, I really could never afford it in my lifetime. In an instant, Dong Songyang's expression changed sharply, and he felt that the delicious noodles he had just enjoyed no longer tasted good. The sky had fallen. The search officer observed all his reactions and smiled again. Let's go, there's no time like the present. Please, Vice President Dong, show us around your hundreds of square kilometers of dimensional space villa estate. I've heard that there are hundreds of little white silk maids in your estate. I wonder if that's true. Of course, that's not important, but there's one thing I think is very important for you, Vice President Dong. The Northern Border Deputy Commander, Yuan, has heard that the legendary Demon King sword that shattered due to his failed star ascension 2 years ago is inside your villa estate. So he is currently on his way back to the capital with his troops, and he will arrive soon. He will visit your villa estate with us. He said that if he really finds his Demon King sword in your villa estate, then you should prepare as many coffins as there are people in your family, even a small coffin for the unborn child still in the womb, because he will personally carve it out, and then use the blood of the fetus from your family to sacrifice to the sword. In an instant, the once high and mighty Vice President Dong felt a chill run down his back, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. But at this moment, he was not the only one feeling this way. The other vice presidents of the Smithing Association were basically in a similar predicament. As for the president, President Shang Wanjia, at this moment, was quite fearless and unafraid. What's there to panic about? What's there to be afraid of? Pulling out a radish brings out the mud. First deal with the tiger, then exterminate the flies. Do you think the higher-ups will let such a large smithing association fall? Don't worry, as long as the old man is still around, the sky won't fall. After all, you don't think about it, all the capable smiths across the country are in our association, all under our control. What does that mean? If we really let this smithing association collapse, who will forge equipment for them in the future. Without a source of equipment, they can't upgrade their existing gear. Will they still survive? Especially those in the military, who are constantly fighting against abyssal beasts. The wear and tear on equipment is quite significant. Without our smithing association supporting them, how will they survive? Things like this have happened before. It's just that this time the commotion is indeed a bit larger. But what does that matter? Who dares to really kill us smiths? That would be like breaking the sky, do you know? So, there's nothing to worry about. Eat and drink as usual, life goes on. Come on, let's continue the music and dance. With a command from Shangguanjie, the resplendent private club quickly returned to a scene of song and dance. Clearly, this president was truly unafraid. After all, he still didn't know about the existence of the perverse demon king Qin Shen, and he also had backing behind him, and that person's status was not low. Even if not said to hold power over the court, they were still significant throughout the entire Huagui Zhouzhou. It's just that it's unknown whether this significant figure held more weight in the eyes of the officials than Qin Shen. In any case, at this moment, the various branches of the smithing association across Huagui Zhouzhou were having one after another of their forging orders cancelled. A storm was sweeping through, and at least 80% of the official smiths were affected. And at the beginning, when the officials cancelled orders and terminated cooperation, they still paid breach of contract fees, but now, breach of contract fees? What breach of contract fees? The old master of the Qin family in the imperial capital was currently roaring in anger. These scoundrels, who deceive above and below to line their own pockets, shamelessly occupy public resources and steal national assets like rabid dogs, deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces, and their entire clan should be implicated, including the children at home and even the unborn fetus. They should be eradicated to the root to forever extinguish the threat. And they still want a breach of contract penalty? What are they thinking? How much have they stolen from the country over the years? They even dare to appropriate the weapons and equipment of the border generals. It's simply outrageous. I doubt that a mere president like Shangguanjie has such boldness. There must be someone behind him. Investigate it thoroughly. By any means necessary, at all costs. We must root out all the monsters and demons. The roar echoed, and the old master of the Qin family was truly becoming more and more furious, his anger growing. The killing intent made the dozens of senior Qin family members present silent as the grave, all holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. After a brief pause, the old master swept his gaze and said in a deep voice, "The abyss invasion and the rampaging beasts have countless soldiers in the army fighting day and night against the monsters in various abysses for the peace of our country, yet the front is tight and the rear is tight, and this group from the smithing guild dares to profit from national calamity? Everyone listen up, and those who haven't come should pass the word. If I find out that any of you are colluding with those from the smithing guild to line your own pockets and amass wealth, don't blame me for turning against you. My Qin family is the guardian of this vast land. I don't even care about the position of the royal family, so why should I care if you are my sons or grandsons? As long as you are involved, whether you are a state commander or a war god of the 9 states, I will kill you without hesitation. By then, even if the ancestor comes out of seclusion, he won't be able to save you." Hearing this, the senior members of the Qin family felt their hearts chill, especially those few who truly had problems. At this moment, were already sweating and trembling, nearly unable to stand. Fortunately, these few were in relatively rear positions, so they were not discovered by the old master. Otherwise, they would likely be bloodied on the spot. After finishing his reprimand, the old master called in the 2 warrior sisters, Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu, for a private conversation in the study. "I don't trust anyone else, including your elder brother Qin Zhan. Usually, I trust you two the most, and now I only trust you two. This storm targeting the smithing guild will inevitably stir up a bloody tempest because I can almost confirm that there is royal backing behind Shangguanjie, perhaps even direct support from the royal family. Therefore, this storm is very likely to lead to internal strife. You must be on high alert for any military mutinies. In addition to being vigilant, you must also stabilize Qin Shen for me, as he is the key to whether we can completely purge the traitors this time. With him here, I wouldn't fear slaughtering everyone in the smithing guild. But if something happens to him, that would be a serious problem. You 2 sisters should understand the stakes involved." At this point, the old master turned with his hands behind his back, then walked to the window, facing away from the sisters, gazing at the sky, and took a deep breath. "According to the information I currently have, it can basically be confirmed that Qin Shen is indeed the son of the Abyssal Demon Mother." Upon hearing this, the warrior sisters Qin Hongyu and Qin Hongyu's expressions changed instantly. "Qin Shen is truly the son of the Abyssal Demon Mother? Then, let me finish." The old master turned around and, seeing the sisters' expressions, continued, "Although he is the son of the Abyssal Demon Mother, his nature is not bad. He has come from the abyss and has been in this world for 18 years. In these 18 years, he has been kind to others, helpful, and of good character, except for being lecherous. Shin Hanyu almost couldn't hold back. Shin Hanyu was even on the verge of laughing out loud. A person of good character, except for being lecherous. How wild must that kid Qin Chen be to earn such an evaluation from the old man? What's so funny? The old man glared at Qin Hanyu. I didn't laugh. The female warrior Qin Hanyu muttered in a wrong tone. The old man shot her another glare and said sternly, after all, he is the son of the Abyssal demon mother, coming from the abyss. If he truly had absolutely good character, without a single flaw, that would be something to see. No one is perfect, let alone him, Qin Chen, who comes from the abyss. So that's not really a flaw, at least it's not a big problem, and it doesn't affect him from becoming a crucial asset for our 9 provinces. But listen carefully, what I say next is key. An ancient prophecy states that during this abyssal catastrophe, the one who can lead us safely through it will either be utterly evil or utterly good. If I'm not mistaken, the utterly evil and utterly good are not 2 people, but one, and that is Qin Chen. What? Qin Hanyu exclaimed in shock. Qin Hanyu quickly followed up with, both utterly evil and utterly good are Qin Chen? How is that possible? How is it not possible? The old man said with a serious expression, his tone extremely grave, what is called utterly good? What is called utterly evil? Good and evil are merely human definitions. Is there absolute good and evil in this world? This world has never been black and white. Many people walk in darkness while standing under the light, including you too, and me. You sisters are both among the 10 war gods, having slaughtered countless on the battlefield. Is that good or evil? I too was once stained with blood. Is that good or evil? The greatest darkness is also the greatest light. The utterly good can also be utterly evil, so it is indeed Qin Chen. As the old man's words fell, both female warriors, Qin Hanyu and Qin Hanyu, were left stunned. Clearly, they didn't quite understand. However, it seemed they didn't need to understand too much. They just needed to follow the old man's instructions. Moments later, the old man began to issue orders. Further strengthen Qin Chen's disguise plan, make him thoroughly into a debauched young master of the Qin family in the imperial capital. The more outrageous, the better, the more beastly he appears in people's eyes, the safer his secrets will be. Our confidence in completely eradicating the traitors will also be greater, and our chances of success will increase. Even, if necessary, we can turn the fake into reality. Do you understand what I mean? How could there be any misunderstanding? Anyway, Qin Hanyu couldn't help but mutter in her heart, do you really think those things about Qin Chen are just rumors of a disguise plan? That guy has long since turned the fake into reality. Achoo! On the top floor office of Tianwu Academy, as Qin Chen, who had escaped the illusion, was sweating profusely and gasping for air, he suddenly sneezed. Damn, who is talking bad about me behind my back? At that moment, the beautiful female director Jean Yanxue, who had just returned from rinsing her mouth in the restroom, happened to hear this and couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it normal to talk bad about you? Your beastly deeds are all over the internet. You've long been cursed from all sides. How many people still don't know that you, Qin Chen, are a beast? It's perfectly normal for people to curse you all the time. If no one cursed you, that would be abnormal. Qin Chen frowned and glanced at Jean Yanxue, then while wiping his sweat, he said, I haven't settled the score with you for using illusions against me, and you dare to say this in front of me? Do you still want to cooperate? Be careful, I won't help you with your high-level academy. Do you believe that? Jean Yanxue smiled charmingly, then while taking off her already torn stockings from her legs, she said, You won't help me? Then you better think it through. You now have something on me. Don't forget that I saw what was in your desires just now. You even didn't spare your own aunt Bai and sister Baiing. Qin Chen, you really are a beast. What do you mean by not sparing? Qin Chen gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? Those were all illusions you created. Now you want to pin it on me? It's true they are illusions, Jean Yanxue smiled, but those illusions all come from the depths of your own heart. Each one is something your subconscious desires to do. Dare you say otherwise? What is there to dare or not dare? Qin Chen replied without hesitation, Of course not. Who doesn't know that I, Qin Chen, have always been upright and never close to women? How could I have such thoughts about my own aunt Bai and sister Baiing? Those illusions just now were your doing. They have nothing to do with me, nothing. Jean Yanxue smiled and shook her head, too lazy to entangle with him on this topic. After all, those were the desires she had unearthed from Qin Chen's heart using her soul-capturing technique. So how could she not know whether those illusions had anything to do with Qin Chen? This guy who refuses to admit it. He really is stubborn. However, for her, Jean Yanxue, it didn't matter. Soon she took the initiative to change the subject. Since you've already signed the plan for the merger and expansion of Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy to apply for a higher education institution, I can directly send someone to implement it. At that time, you will be the honorary president. Just as I initially told you, I will arrange 10 secretary teams for you, each with 10 secretaries, all of whom will be young, beautiful, and charming with long legs and slim waists. I think you will definitely like it. Ahem. Shinshin coughed twice, then slightly frowned and said seriously, why do you keep treating me like that? Don't make it seem like the reason I'm cooperating with you to establish this higher education institution is for those 10 secretary teams. What if the secretaries are numerous, beautiful, and charming? I said I have no interest in women. The reason I'm helping you is that I want to cultivate more outstanding talents for our Huagui Jojo. I'm doing my best for the country. With my level of awareness, what do you want to test me with those secretary teams? At least I now have a title of a great demon king, and you want to test me with that? Jin Yanxue snorted lightly and then asked, so do you want those 10 secretary teams or not? I want them. Qin Shen replied decisively, why wouldn't I want them? This is what I deserve. After all, I'm busy all day long. Having a bunch of secretaries to help me handle various matters would be perfect. Just to be clear, I accepted your 10 secretary teams for the sake of convenience and work, not for anything else. I have a high level of awareness, do you understand? Jin Yanxue nodded, understood, I get it. If there's work, the secretaries will handle it, if there's nothing, you can do something else, I understand. Qin Shen was speechless. What does she mean by that? Is she slandering me again? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue. Since he had already delayed here for so long, it was time for him to leave. How about I give you 2 billion? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jin Yanxue suddenly said this. Moreover, she casually handed a bank card to Qin Shen. There are 2 billion in the card. How about you help me get a decent outfit? If you think that's too little, I can add another 2 billion. After all, money is not a problem. Qin Shen could tell and see that this beautiful woman, the chairwoman, really wasn't short on money. Just like that, she offered 2 billion. Is she someone who lacks money? And she even casually mentioned adding another 2 billion. Even the military wouldn't be this generous. No wonder she could help the government simultaneously establish Jiangbei Academy and Tianwu Academy. Alright, Xinshen casually put away the bank card and smiled. Since money isn't a problem, why don't you add a bit more? I can help you enhance and upgrade your other equipment while I'm at it. Ha! Jin Yanxue was momentarily taken aback. Enhance and upgrade? The equipment she currently had indeed needed enhancement and upgrading, but could Qin Shen really do it? Clearly, she only knew that Qin Shen was quite skilled at forging equipment with golden legendary level special effects, but how could she know about his new talent that guaranteed a 100% success rate for enhancement and upgrading? Not to mention her, even the military only had Qin Hongyu, who had already experienced the benefits of equipment enhancement and upgrading, to have a slight inkling. And even Qin Hongyu only knew a little. She wasn't aware that Qin Shen's success rate for upgrading was 100%. Even the ability he had, which many already knew about, casually forging golden legendary level special effect equipment, everyone was certain had a 100% success rate. As for what kind of talent Qin Shen truly possessed, only he knew the full picture. Thus, at this moment, Jin Yanxue was quite hesitant. After all, enhancing and upgrading equipment was no small matter. Any failure would result in a drop in enhancement level and star level. Moreover, the equipment could even break entirely. Wouldn't she just cry to death? That feeling would definitely be worse than being hung up and ruthlessly tormented. But at this moment, seeing her hesitation, Xinshen casually said, "What, you don't trust me? If I didn't have some ability, would I dare to earn your money? How about this, you provide the enhancement stones and upgrade stones, and I guarantee you won't lose any enhancement level or star level. Under that premise, I'll do my best to help you. If you're satisfied in the end, you can just pay me. That should work, right?" Jin Yanxue stared at him for a few seconds, her voice low. "Do your best to help me? If I'm satisfied, I'll pay you?" Qin Shen had a face full of question marks. What was that? Why did her words sound so awkward? He was talking about seriously working on the equipment, and she was talking about what? Come on, can't she be a bit more straightforward? "I'll trust you this once." At that moment, Jin Yanxue took out a large pile of enhancement stones and upgrade stones from her spatial ring. Then, a weapon appeared in her hand. It was a sword, the bloodthirsty sword of the Abyssal Greed Demon King, of epic quality, level 325, enhancement +9, with 10 level 3 and 9 attack gems. Indeed, that was quite good, but Jin Yanxue was a gold swallower. She didn't lack money at all. Even compared to the national strength behind Qin Hongyu, she could still hold her own. But the problem was that enhancing and upgrading, as well as embedding gems, often had nothing to do with money. If luck was bad, no matter how much money was thrown in, it could still fail, and once it failed, both the enhancement level and star level would drop. If the equipment broke, who wouldn't lose their temper? Especially considering the character of those in the Forging Guild, Jin Yanxue was well aware. Many times, even the military had no way to deal with those people, let alone her, Jin Yanxue. That's why she didn't dare to hand her equipment over to those in the forging guild for enhancement. Thus, even though she was wealthy enough to rival a nation, the weapons in her hands could only be enhanced to this extent. To enhance further would truly be a heart-stopping gamble. Even now, she couldn't help but repeatedly remind Qin Shen, "You promised that the enhancement level and star level won't drop, and that my equipment won't break. I may trust you for now, but you'd better really have that ability. Don't push yourself too hard. If the enhancement level drops by 1 or 2 levels, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the equipment breaks, it won't." Qin Shen interrupted her before she could finish. "If I didn't have that ability, would I dare to make such a guarantee? You can rest assured to hand this equipment over to me." With that, Qin Shen directly picked up her Abyssal Greed Demon King Bloodthirsty sword and a large pile of enhancement stones and star-up stones, tossing them into the forging space. In the blink of an eye, a notification appeared on his jewel panel. Abyssal Greed Demon King Bloodthirsty Sword Enhancement Successful. Enhancement +9, Enhancement +10, Enhancement Critical Hit, Additional +2, Enhancement +10, Enhancement +12, Enhancement Successful, Enhancement +12, Enhancement +13, Enhancement Critical Hit, Additional +3, Enhancement +13, Enhancement +16, Star Up Successful, 3-4 Star Up Critical Hit, Additional +1, 4-5 Star Up Successful, 5-6 Star Up Critical Hit, Additional +3, 6-9 in just 2 moves, a level 9 weapon. Emerged. Qin Shen's own weapon was only level 8. What does a level 9 weapon mean? Originally, it had an attack power of 30,000 plus 110,000, but after enhancing from +9 to +16, it became 30,000 plus 210,000. Then, from level 3 to level 9, the attack attributes underwent 6 consecutive exponential increases, resulting in a direct attack power of 1,920,000 plus 13,440,000. Although it still couldn't compare to Qin Shen's level 8 weapon with nearly 70 million attack power, that was because Qin Shen's level 8 weapon had a legendary effect, Tao Tai, which permanently increased attack power by 256 for each target killed. Moreover, it was enhanced to +35, with all level 10 attack gems embedded. In comparison, Jin Yanxue's level 9 weapon naturally lacked many advantages. If she were to raise the enhancement level and gem level of her weapon, the attack attributes would surely surpass Qin Shen's level 8 weapon. Of course, there were also some calculations that Qin Shen couldn't understand. For example, whether the gems embedded after Star Up would have exponential attribute increases, and whether the attributes added after Star Up would also have exponential increases due to the star level. These things were too complex for Qin Shen to comprehend. However, he didn't need to understand, it was just that way, so why think so much? Just do it. After all, he operated with the ferocity of a tiger, and every time he operated, he could make any weapon's attributes soar. That was enough. There was no need to study the specific calculations of various attribute changes. In short, when he handed back the Abyssal Greed Demon King Bloodthirsty sword with its soaring attributes to Jin Yanxue, her expression froze as she looked at the attribute panel. Enhancement +16, 9, 1,920,000 plus 13,440,000 attack power? How did you do this? Just a little while, the beautiful noblewoman's voice trembled, filled with shock and joy, leaving her somewhat dazed, struggling to process it all. How could anyone not be stunned by the sudden change from 30,000 plus 210,000 attack power to 1,920,000 plus 13,440,000? The output capability had skyrocketed dozens of times. Although she was originally strong, among the many powerful figures worldwide, she was just average, with a huge gap compared to those at the level of the 10 war gods. But now, how could her nearly 15 million attack power possibly match the 10 war gods, or even far surpass them? The key was that Qin Shen achieved this in just a short time? Did he really possess such a monstrous ability? It was simply divine. How is it? Qin Shen observed all of Jin Yanxue's reactions and smiled. I told you it would work, right? Just tell me if you're satisfied now? If you're satisfied, then just pay me. Whatever you give is a token of appreciation, I won't mind. In fact, he had already gained quite a bit. Just now, Jin Yanxue had taken out a lot of enhancement stones and star-up stones from her spatial ring, and Qin Shen had tossed them all into his forging space, resulting in just 2 enhancements and 2 star-ups. Moreover, this weapon equipment cannot compare to his SSS level Spirit Servant. The materials required for enhancement and star upgrading are far less than 1/10 of what is needed for that SSS level Spirit Servant. Therefore, Qin Shen did not use up all of Jin Yanxue's enhancement stones and star upgrading stones, he only used a small portion. However, it was clear that he did not need to take out the remaining large pile of enhancement stones and star upgrading stones. they were directly his. Consider it a waste due to failed enhancements and upgrades. However, he was not pocketing the spoils for himself. He was merely creating the illusion that his enhancements and upgrades were not 100% successful. After all, he would fail at some point, and it would waste a lot of materials, but the final results he provided would always be satisfactory. This way, he greatly preserved his secret. It was a win-win situation, simply perfect. How could he be so clever? How could others survive? Can we continue? Suddenly, Jean Yanxue took out another large pile of enhancement stones and star upgrading stones from her spatial ring. And it was even more than before, at least 5 times? Not only that, but Jean Yanxue then handed over a bank card. There's 100 billion in the card. Help me out again. As long as these enhancement stones and star upgrading stones can ensure that the current enhancement level and star level do not drop after use, that's enough. Adding the 200 billion from earlier, a total of 2 billion will be your payment for helping me reach this enhancement plus 60 level. If you can use these enhancement stones and star upgrading stones to improve a bit more, the cost will be calculated separately. How about it? What could Qin Shen say to Jean Yanxue's words? Just now, he casually enhanced twice and upgraded twice, and he easily earned 2 billion? In this case, the enhancement stones and star upgrading stones he withheld to conceal his true strength were nothing at all? What more was there to say? He decided to act and continue to enhance. Today, he would let this beautiful and wealthy chairwoman see just how capable he, Qin Shen, truly was. He would ensure to shock her, making her both love and fear him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shen tossed all those enhancement stones and star upgrading stones, at least 5 times more than before, into his forging space. Soon, prompts began to appear on the forging panel. Enhancement successful, enhancement plus 16, enhancement plus 17, enhancement critical hit, extra plus 3, enhancement plus 17, enhancement plus 20, enhancement successful, enhancement plus 20, enhancement plus 21, enhancement critical hit, extra plus 1, enhancement plus 21, enhancement plus 22. In a flash, without realizing it, Qin Shen had raised the Abyssal Greed Demon King's bloodthirsty sword to enhancement plus 47. Previously, it had an attack power of 92 million plus 13, 44 million, and now it became 8 million plus 98 million. This was outrageous. It had surpassed his 8 weapons in one go. His 8 weapons were merely rare-grade exquisite bronze ancient swords, with too low a quality and base attack power, resulting in much lower enhancements and upgrades. So even enhancement plus 35 only yielded 675,200 plus 69, 12 million in attack power. Among them, 675,200 was the base attack power of the 8, which was hardly comparable to the current 8 million base attack power of the epic-grade Abyssal Greed Demon King's bloodthirsty sword. Ultimately, he still needed to find an opportunity to update this weapon equipment. He needed epic-grade legendary quality weapons and equipment to maximize his talent abilities. After all, he still had a talent for 100% successful equipment inheritance, and he kept forgetting about updating his weapons and equipment, almost making him forget about his talent for 100% successful equipment inheritance. How is it? Jean Yanxue, noticing that Qin Shen was lost in thought, couldn't help but ask worriedly, clearly afraid that something might go wrong. After all, a plus 16 enhancement on a plus 9 is already impressive. If her greed causes the star enhancement level to drop, or worse, if the equipment breaks, she would truly be at a loss for tears. The key is, if the equipment does break, she would feel too embarrassed to hold Qin Shen accountable. So, nothing must go wrong, absolutely nothing. Even if they had to stop right now, it would be fine as long as it was better than before. She would still pay the 120 billion and wouldn't ask for it back. Don't worry. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen said after regaining his composure, "Do you not trust me? Your abilities are immense, you've experienced it before. Just wait, it'll be ready soon." With that, Qin Shen began enhancing the equipment again. However, he discovered a terrifying fact. He originally thought that 10 was the limit, but Jean Yanxue's Abyssal Greed Demon King Bloodsword was now at 9, and he thought it could only go up by 1 more. To his surprise, enhancement successful, 910, enhancement critical hit, additional plus 2, 1012, what? Qin Shen was stunned. How could it reach 12? Wasn't the maximum 10? What does this 12 mean? Just as he was in a daze, a notification appeared on the forging panel. Congratulations, the Abyssal Greed Demon King Blood Sword has successfully broken through 10 and has been upgraded to a Divine Weapon. Divine Weapon Privilege 1, Unlock Quality Enhancement Function. Divine Weapon Privilege 2, can embed plus 10 gems. Divine Weapon Privilege 3, can embed plus 1 Attribute Stone. Divine Weapon Privilege 4, Lock Durability, never wear out. Now Qin Shen was even more stunned. A divine weapon? So starting from 10, it's a divine weapon? And there are 4 divine weapon privileges? Before this, he had never known that the quality of equipment could be enhanced. No matter what the equipment was, it remained the same quality from the start. But now, could the 10-level Abyssal Greed Demon King Blood Sword be upgraded from epic to legendary? Could it even continue to rise from legendary to eternal? And then to mythic? What the hell? Qin Shen, filled with excitement, immediately explored the forging page and indeed found a new quality enhancement function. However, when he placed the 10-level Abyssal Greed Demon King Blood Sword into the quality enhancement furnace, it displayed, current success rate for upgrading from epic to legendary is 1%, required materials, Enhancement Stone * 10000, Star Enhancement Stone * 100, Illusory Divine Stone * 10, Primordial Stone * 1, upgrade failure will result in all materials and weapon equipment being destroyed. Current success rate is low. Do you confirm to proceed with the next step of quality enhancement? A 1% success rate? What's the point of confirming? With such probabilistic matters, even a 99% success rate could fail several times in a row. Do you think Qin Shen, don't understand probability? A 1% success rate is no different from 0%. Am I that foolish? I'll wait until I awaken a new talent that guarantees a 100% success rate for quality enhancement. Speaking of which, he should be able to awaken such a new talent, right? Never mind, he wouldn't consider this quality enhancement for now. The Abyssal Greed Demon King Blood Sword was already at 12, he would continue to try enhancing it. With that thought, Qin Shen placed the weapon back into the star enhancement furnace and continued his operations. Of course, operations were necessary. This wasn't a game where you could just click a couple of times. Otherwise, if it were just random clicks and pure luck, how would the members of the Forging Guild have any operational space? Techniques like repeatedly placing items into the furnace at specific times, halting all operations just before starting the enhancement, and then suddenly beginning the enhancement after a few seconds without warning, these various forging tricks were not baseless. They could genuinely increase the success rate to a certain extent. Otherwise, why would the profession of a forger be so deep? This is just garbage assistance, yet the waters here run so deep. This is precisely why many people scoffed at Qin Shen when he first awakened to the blacksmith profession. Indeed, some targeted him personally, but others were genuinely disillusioned with the blacksmith profession, having lost all hope. Although the Blacksmith Guild is well known for being prestigious, can just any blacksmith gain entry? Many of the people inside are hereditary blacksmiths, passed down through 3 generations, so how can an ordinary person compete? It's somewhat like the Buddhist monks in the world Qin Shen came from. Despite their bald heads, getting in is quite difficult. A graduate degree is merely a threshold, the key is having connections. In this world where everyone is changing professions, blacksmiths are even more polarized. Many blacksmiths' ultimate goal is to enter the Blacksmith Guild because only by joining the guild can they stand out. Otherwise, they are just a pile of mud, unable to rise no matter what. Until Qin Shen's appearance shattered all of this. Like now, although upgrading equipment requires some operation, there's no need for any concerns, as the success rate is 100%, anything goes. In the blink of an eye, the upgrade success message appeared on the blacksmith panel once again. 1213, upgrade critical hit, additional +3, 1316, almost there, this time it's nearly done. Damn, it's already at 16, if it goes any higher, it will truly be outrageous, and Jin Yanxue will definitely notice something amiss. Even this 16 is hard to explain because, just now, 9 enhancement plus 47 already had an attack power of 8. 8 million plus 98 million, now, what is this 16's attack power? 1. 17 billion plus 12. 5 billion. Unbelievable, this directly exceeds 100 billion in attack power. How to explain? Although there are still plenty of enhancement stones and upgrade stones left, Qin Shen must say he used them all up. Otherwise, it would be even harder to explain. Damn it, how is it? Jin Yanxue, seeing that he had stopped operating, couldn't help but ask immediately. Qin Shen feigned a serious expression, his tone deliberately hesitant. Well, you need to be mentally prepared. Mentally prepared? In an instant, Jin Yanxue's mind buzzed, and she was stunned. Was she really dumbfounded? What mental preparation? Was it a drop in enhancement level or star level? It couldn't be that it dropped lower than when it first started, right? Don't tell me, the equipment shattered? In her daze, various thoughts flashed through Jin Yanxue's mind. She regretted it. She was indeed too greedy. She had already reached 9 enhancement plus 16, which was more than enough. She had once spent any amount of money to reach this level, a weapon strength that even the 10 war gods couldn't possess. Yet, because of her greed, she messed it up. 9 enhancement plus 16, the only one in the country, even arguably the only one in the world, a truly divine piece of equipment, shattered just because of her greed? She was guilty, she deserved to die. Damn it! At that moment, Jin Yanxue truly felt like the sky was about to collapse, especially since Qin Shen was still feigning seriousness. Well, you know about enhancement and upgrades. No one can guarantee a 100% success rate. Failures are always inevitable, but some blacksmiths can try to improve the success rate through high-difficulty operations and ensure that they won't drop levels after failure. And even if they do drop levels, they try to ensure it won't be too severe. But that can only be a best effort. To say 100% is definitely unrealistic and impossible. Stop talking. Jin Yanshua's mindset had already collapsed, and she couldn't help but interrupt, anxious and burning with impatience. Just tell me the result. Is it, the equipment has shattered? Shattered? Qin Shen was taken aback, confused. How is that possible? Ha! In a short time, Jin Yanxue experienced the dramatic ups and downs of the sky collapsing and then brightening again. That feeling was definitely a million times more thrilling than riding a death roller coaster. Not broken? The equipment isn't broken? Qin Shen, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. How could I let the equipment break? Then what did you just say about me being mentally prepared? Well, it's just that I've failed so many times. No, not just a few times, but many, many times, so all those enhancement stones and star-up stones you gave me are already used up. At this point, Qin Shen took out the Abyssal Greed Demon King's bloodthirsty sword, enhanced to plus 16 and plus 47, from the forging space, and while handing it to Jin Yanxue, he tightly held her delicate hand and said solemnly, I'm really sorry. I feel so ashamed for using so many of your enhancement stones and star-up stones, yet I could only achieve this level. Sigh, I'm really ashamed. I feel like I can hardly face anyone. Listening to his genuinely remorseful words, Jin Yanxue stared blankly at the Abyssal Greed Demon King's bloodthirsty sword in her hand for a long time, then, with a complex mix of emotions, checked the weapon's attributes. The result was shocking. Plus 16 enhancement? Attack power of 1. 17 billion plus 12. 5 billion? The beautiful noblewoman was dumbfounded. She stood there like a statue, petrified. It was far more serious than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. She had never had such an expression in her life. Qin Shen had already moved to the side, sitting down leisurely, enjoying the sight of Jin Yanshue's curvaceous and sexy figure. With her voluptuous long legs, delicate waist, and alluring curves, she could stir the deepest, most primal desires of conquest in any man. Any man would want to ravage such a stunningly beautiful noblewoman. The air fell silent, and moments passed unknowingly. Finally, this graceful noblewoman managed to regain her composure, turned to Qin Shen, and trembled as she spoke. 16? Enhancement plus 47? Over 100 billion in attack power? How? How did you do it? Qin Shen felt ashamed. I used so many of your enhancement stones and star-up stones, and after failing so many times, if I couldn't even achieve this, what face would I have to cooperate with the military? You are the chairman of the board of directors of the Tianwu Academy and Zhangbei Academy, so you must have known about the military seeking my cooperation, right? Is it just anyone who can be approached by the military for cooperation? I definitely have the ability, but that's all there is to it, at least for now. With so many of your materials, I could only enhance your weapon to this level. I'm really ashamed. Sigh. The beautiful woman was speechless. Was this guy doing it on purpose? You're still ashamed? Plus 16 enhancement and plus 47. What exactly are you ashamed of? Over 100 billion in attack power. This thing could break the sky if taken out. Once the news spreads, it would surely stir up a storm. All global powers would go crazy trying to snatch it up. This is equivalent to creating something of legendary divine weapon level, and you're still ashamed? You're still worried about those enhancement stones and star-up stones? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. But no matter what, Jin Yanxue was very satisfied, very excited. So excited that she wanted to immediately battle Qin Shen again. Just for this plus 16 enhancement and plus 47 Abyssal Greed Demon King's bloodthirsty sword, she would give everything she had to Qin Shen. He could treat her like a non-human and make her kneel and call him master. Jin Yanxue thought this in her heart, but of course, she didn't say these words out loud. However, she took immediate action. Striding forward with her captivatingly voluptuous long legs, Jin Yanxue directly sat on Qin Shen's lap, then offered her red lips to seal his mouth, passionately seeking a kiss. After a long French kiss, she wanted to take it a step further. Or rather, as long as Qin Shen desired, today and from now on, she would be his. No matter how Qin Shen regarded her, whether as a friend who occasionally kissed, a partner who got up together when free, or even just as a plaything, she was indifferent. Just the fact that Qin Shen helped her enhance that weapon to a strength of 16 plus 47 was already enough. Moreover, a man as capable as him would undoubtedly have limitless potential in the future. That was true. Jin Lin was certainly not a mere creature of the pond. Sooner or later, he would soar to the heavens and transform into a giant dragon. A truly enormous dragon. A world-destroying giant dragon that blots out the sky and spans the firmament. Therefore, it was her honor that Jin Yanxue could befriend him, even deeply connect with him. It was a blessing she could never earn in 8 lifetimes. Although she had indeed known all the details about the military actively seeking cooperation with Qin Chun from the very beginning, she only now truly realized the terrifying nature of Qin Chen's talent. This kid was not just a national treasure that could make the military come knocking for cooperation. He was clearly someone destined to rule the world or dominate all beings. So what did it matter for her, Jin Yanxue, to have a child with such a man? Even letting her daughter have a child with Qin Chen would be acceptable. Of course, a few hours later, when night had fallen, Qin Chen crafted her a set of outfits not because of her realization. Qin Chen felt a bit guilty for having taken her 120 billion and skimming off a pile of enhancement stones and star-up stones, so despite being drenched in sweat and panting like a bull, he insisted on crafting her a set of outfits before leaving, even though he was utterly exhausted. Otherwise, wouldn't he be just like those people from the Blacksmith Guild? Having taken so much money and received so many crafting materials, and even, in any case, he had to gift her a set of outfits to express his feelings. After all, it didn't take much effort. It was just a moment's work, and various outfits were freshly made. Epic level butt-hugging mini skirt level, 100 base attributes, health plus 100,000, physical defense plus 70,000, magic resistance plus 70,000, evasion plus 50,000, unique eternal effect, seductress, as fierce as a wolf, extremely thirsty, can absorb all damage for the first 30 minutes before entering combat. Converting absorbed damage into temporary health disappears only after combat ends. After 30 minutes provides 50% damage reduction, 100% damage increase, and immunity to all control skills, and every minute permanently increases this outfit's base attributes by 1%. Epic level open crotch stockings level, 100 base attributes, critical hit chance plus 50%, critical hit damage plus 1000%, legendary effect 1 open crotch. Wearing open crotch means being underage, immune to all normal attacks and all probing detection skills. Eternal effect 2 submission. Submitting to my feet, all attributes and skills of the target will become ineffective, and every 10 seconds, their base attributes will permanently increase by 10%. So powerful? Jin Yanxue was immediately excited upon seeing this and wanted to try it out right away. Hey! Qin Chen hurriedly waved his hand, refusing. What do you want to do? Want to use me as a test? Go find someone else, I have things to do and need to leave. Jin Yanxue smiled. If I don't test you, can I find someone else? Would you be willing to let other men submit to my jade feet? Qin Chen was truly speechless. What on earth was she talking about? He completely couldn't understand. In any case, he wouldn't help her test. After all, how exhausted had he become? Did she really think that enhancing, upgrading stars, and crafting outfits were effortless tasks? He really lacks energy now. He has stayed here for too long. It's time to go back and rest properly. After all, he still has to continue the ranked matches tomorrow. How can he perform well without a good rest? He can't appear listless again in the globally live-streamed ladder matches, can he? More and more people are paying attention to him, the ranked Demon King. He should be mindful of the impact. Otherwise, if so many people misunderstand him as someone who indulges excessively all day, how will he maintain his dignity? Does he really think he has no shame at all? But it seems he truly doesn't realize that this ranked Demon King has long lost his face. At this moment, at the Zhao family in Jiangbei, Zhao Xiao, the campus beauty, is having her parents argue. What do you want, Qin Shangling? You're going to find Qin Chen at this hour? Dressed like that? Look at your short skirt. It's so short it barely covers your butt, and you're not even wearing leggings. You simply what? Qin Shangling interrupted coldly. What I wear is none of your business. What right do you have to control everything? The global ranked ladder matches, Xiao's team is the national champion, and they might even be the global champion, and Qin Chen is the captain of her team. As Xiao's mother, isn't it reasonable for me to go find Qin Chen to discuss things? Like you care about anything? Do you even know what it means to be ranked first in the country or even the world in the global ranked ladder matches? Do you understand what kind of concept that is? That's bringing glory to the country and making our family proud. It's enough to start a new family tree with our generation at the forefront. You don't care about such things? You even want to stop me from having in-depth discussions with the captain of the national champion team? Faced with such a righteous argument, Zhao Jinlong's face turned ashen with anger. In fact, he didn't want to think too much. He wanted to believe everything Qin Shangling said. But the problem is, she is a married woman, going out at night in a super short skirt and open-crotch stockings to find an impulsive 18-year-old boy? What kind of propriety is that? The rumors about her and Qin Chen have already spread everywhere. Even within the Zhao family, someone has seen her hugging and kissing Qin Shen passionately. What kind of image is that? How can Zhao Jinlong, the head of the family, tolerate it? If he had known this would happen, he should have never let his daughter Zhao Xiaoro join Qin Shen's team. Now, great, his wife and daughter are both involved. Who wouldn't go crazy? But perhaps, the truth is not as he thinks. Maybe Qin Shen and Qin Shangling, or even Zhao Xiaoro, are all innocent. It's just to fit the military's disguise plan. At most, sometimes the acting is too realistic. Who knows about such things? After all, it involves the highest military secrets. Only Qin Shen knows the truth. Anyway, he has never admitted to those beastly deeds. Even in public, he has stated that they are all rumors, slander, and that those people are defaming him. I can't help it. I'm too outstanding, and a tall tree catches the wind, so there are more people slandering and blackening my name. Isn't that why they say people fear fame and pigs fear growing fat? As a ranked demon king like me, of course, the title of ranked demon king is just a false name. It's a misunderstanding from everyone that they call me that. But I know it's a false name. Others don't know, especially those foreign forces that are already eyeing our country. Now that I am the ranked demon king of Huagui Jojo, isn't blackening me equivalent to blackening Huagui Jojo? This is a purposeful public opinion war. Like saying I forced the daughter of a wealthy tycoon in a love hotel, or that I brutally occupied someone's wife and concubines, or even that I had an affair with my beautiful mentor, or even forcibly defiled a classmate's stunning mother. My God, all these accusations are being thrown at me? If I could even do these things, how much of a beast would I be? Qin Shen, how could I be worthy to represent Zhangbei in the global rankings? How could I be worthy to bring glory to our Huagui Jojo? Isn't this just the foreign forces secretly scheming to defame me and tarnish our Huagui Jojo? The means are so despicable and lowly. It's simply outrageous. It's intolerable. This was the exclusive interview report from Zhangbei's official media, where Qin Shen, filled with righteous indignation, gave this response. The response was indeed righteous, every word and sentence brimming with indignation, but there was no related video because it was a written report. The so-called exclusive interview report didn't exist at all. Qin Shen's response was crafted word by several editors of Zhangbei's official media. However, that night, after returning from Jin Yenshua's place to the Liu family's villa, Qin Shen sat on the sofa, holding the campus beauty Zhao Xiaoro while finishing the official media report. He immediately had someone call the highest official in Zhangbei's media. "Hello, this is Qin Shen. Yes, I am the person involved in the exclusive interview report you just pushed out. I read the report, it was great, very good. It completely expressed my heartfelt words. By the way, I had to decline your exclusive interview during the day out of necessity. Mainly, I was really too busy. But I never expected you to understand me so well, to know the pain in my heart, to write down every heartfelt word I had completely. That's wonderful, really wonderful, so I must call to express my gratitude, and I also want to apologize for declining your exclusive interview earlier. In any case, I suggest giving the person in charge of this report a bonus. No, not a bonus, but a monetary reward, 500,000 each, no, 1 million each. I'll cover it, and I'll have someone transfer the money to your financial account later. Really, for this report, every person in charge must receive a bonus of 1 million. I will provide it. Only in this way can I express my gratitude. Additionally, I want to find someone to increase your budget for next year because media like yours, which can empathize with the parties involved and speak the truth, is truly rare. At least a 50% increase in the budget for next year. Qin Shen was not just talking, he was serious. It was just a 50% budget increase, after all. How much could that be? Not to mention a mere 50%, even 500% he could pay out of his own pocket. If the higher-ups dared not to give, he, Qin Shen, would provide it himself. He had received a full 120 billion from Jin Yanshua. What a huge sum of money that was. Now, money was just a number to him. It didn't matter how much, as long as he was happy. The report from Zhangbei's official media made him very happy, although, at that moment, the comments section of that report was in an uproar. Damn, did Qin Shen really say this? Are they really dragging in foreign forces to defame him? This son of a bitch Qin Shen can really twist things around. He's really good at shifting blame. Laughing to death, I saw him kissing his beautiful mentor Li Yanin at the entrance of Lu's villa. He actually dares to say it's foreign forces maliciously defaming him? Unbeatable, truly, money can make the devil push the mill. Brothers, did you see? Even Zhangbei's official media is helping Qin Shen talk nonsense. I'm really just so dark, I can only say it's too dark. Of course, not all comments were like this. There were still some people speaking positively. What kind of mentality do you people have? Qin Shen's team is currently the national champion, and it might even be the global champion. No matter what, he is bringing glory to the country. This point can't be wrong, right? Exactly, a ranking master bringing glory to the country. Do you really have to smear him to death? What good does this do for you? Of course it does. Qin Shen now represents our entire Huagua, the 9 provinces. Don't forget that the Eastern Ocean is almost completely incorporated into our territory. Soon we will be the 10 provinces of Huagua, and at that time, our international influence will be even more significant. Isn't it normal for foreign forces to go crazy trying to smear us and cause trouble? Why don't you all believe it? I suggest a thorough investigation of these strange people. I suspect they are the water army of foreign forces. The water army does exist, and it really comes from foreign forces. After all, in today's Huagua, we have the female war god Qin Hongyu who, without declaration, struck the Eastern Ocean and killed the emperor of Fusang in just one day. Internally, we have the ranking demon king Qin Shen, who sweeps through the top battle teams with an unstoppable force, firmly holding the top position. Given this situation, which foreign country wouldn't be in a panic? Especially those powerful nations that could originally stand equal with Huagua, they are already in a frenzy. Wouldn't they think of all sorts of ways to create some small disturbances? The war of public opinion is also a war. If they don't dare to strike like Qin Hongyu, can they not engage in some smear campaigns? They just happened to find out that Qin Shen, this ranking demon king, has a notorious reputation in Jiangbei. Shouldn't they take this opportunity to amplify their influence and make Qin Shen's beastly deeds known to the world? But the result? Wait, we did spend a lot of money to hire a bunch of water army, but they haven't even moved yet? Has the water army moved? Did someone issue an action order in advance? Or perhaps, the water army of another country is acting? Did someone think of the same thing as us? These people in the comments section of the Jiangbei official media report, could they all be locals from Jiangbei? So many of them? What the hell is going on? Can someone tell me what this situation is? What are you all still doing? Hurry up and investigate. In fact, it wouldn't make a difference whether they investigated or not, because some things had already spiraled out of control. That night, Qin Shen's strength soared several levels. He used all the enhancement stones and star-up stones he obtained from Jin Yanxue on his weapons and equipment. As a result, the exquisite bronze ancient sword jumped from enhancement plus 35 to enhancement plus 67. The original 8 also rose to 17. The attack power of 675,200 plus 6,912,000 became 7 billion plus 48. 2 billion. Jin Yanxue's epic level Abyssal Greed Demon King's Bloodthirsty Sword is enhancement plus 47, with an attack power of 17 billion plus 12. 5 billion. Although Qin Shen's exquisite bronze ancient sword is of lower quality, merely a blue rarity, the legendary level special effect of 2 Tiao Long permanently enhances its attack power, compensating for its inherent deficiencies. Therefore, once the enhancement level and star level are raised, it immediately surpasses epic level weapons by several times. This is the incredible aspect of legendary level special effects, capable of compensating for deficiencies in other areas. However, if the quality of this exquisite bronze ancient sword could also be improved, it would undoubtedly be even more monstrous. Coincidentally, this item has now broken through to level 10, promoting it to the Divine Equipment tier, unlocking the Divine Equipment privilege, Quality Promotion. Quality Promotion? Qin Shen frowned and muttered, a 1% success rate for promotion, what's the point? It's far better to directly find a legendary level weapon for equipment inheritance. All roads lead to Rome. Why not take a shortcut? Do I really have to suffer for no reason? I still need to find an opportunity to get that Imperial Capital Royal Family's Emperor's Sword, only that thing is worthy of me. The Emperor's Sword, just hearing the name is imposing. It's practically tailor-made for someone as capable as me. As his muttering fell, Qin Shen looked at the remaining enhancement stones and star-up stones in the forging space. Although there isn't much left, it is still possible to upgrade the Abyss Necklace, which has the special effect of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a few more stars. When it comes to such things, just do it. Abyss Necklace upgrade from 3 successful 3-4 upgrade crit, extra plus 2, 4-6 mountain of corpses and sea of blood, health 810 million 6. 48 billion. Qin Shen smiled and continued. The remaining upgrade stones were just enough for one more upgrade. As a result, this time, upgrade successful 6-7 upgrade crit, extra plus 3, 710 mountain of corpses and sea of blood, health 6. 48 billion 51. 84 billion. Congratulations, the Abyss Necklace has successfully broken through to 10, promoting to Divine Equipment. Goodness, another piece of Divine Equipment. Over 50 billion health, but why hasn't the specific effect of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood changed? It still permanently increases health by 80,000 for each target killed? Shouldn't it also double exponentially? It seems the various specific calculations involved are still quite complex. Forget it. Qin Shen was too lazy to care. Anyway, it was enough for now, and he didn't really expect to rely on killing monsters to permanently increase his health anymore. When it's not enough, just upgrade, and push it up like crazy. Suddenly, the voice of the cow-like school beauty Zhao Xiaoro rang out. This girl, half asleep, got out of bed and directly dove into Qin Shen's arms, her dreamy voice soft and clingy. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Let's sleep. Qin Shen casually wrapped his arms around Zhao Xiaoro's slender waist, lowered his head, and sealed her cherry-like mouth with a fierce kiss, then picked her up by the waist. Sleep. He was indeed sleeping soundly with the cow-like school beauty, but on the other side, those foreign forces were in a state of panic and confusion. On one hand, they were unclear about where Qin Hanyu got the strength to strike Fuso and kill the emperor, and on the other hand, they couldn't understand how Qin Shen managed to sweep through all the major genius teams in the ranking matches. Also, were those people in the comments section of the Jianbei official media report really hired by their own or neighboring teams? With so many questions piling up, who wouldn't be in a state of panic? And if they knew that the weapon attack power and equipment health of this ranking demon king Qin Shen had already reached several hundred billion, what would their reaction be? What use were all their efforts now? In the face of such terrifying absolute strength, what could their flashy tactics do? Of course, it wasn't just them, the genius teams within Huagua were the same. At this moment, many teams were holding late-night meetings online, discussing heatedly. I've carefully studied Qin Shen's ranking live videos, and guess what I found? He's really just a blacksmith. He doesn't have any combat skills. At most he has various equipment effects and passive skills. Do you know what I'm saying? The ranking demon king has no combat skills. He can basically only do normal attacks. Isn't it simple to deal with a blacksmith who can only do normal attacks? Exactly, I've studied it carefully too. He really has no combat skills at all, relying solely on the rough attributes provided by various equipment, so if our team faces him, we can just pull him apart, right? Hee, I'm good at this. I can even pull apart those assassins with various dash and teleport skills, let alone a blacksmith with no combat skills? Besides pulling apart, we can also control him, trying to keep him at bay so that the attributes provided by his equipment won't be able to exert any effect. This reasoning actually made sense, but they seem to have forgotten one thing. That is, in Qin Shen's Tianwu team, he was the only one, along with 4 other genius school beauties. Qin Shen indeed lacked combat skills, but those few talented school beauties had a plethora of various skills. Take Hua Shishua, for instance. She was now at level 101, naturally far beyond the few skills she originally had. At first, she only had the passive skill Ice Bloodline, skill 1 Frost Arrow Rain, and skill 2 Frost Barrage. Later, she awakened skill 3 Rain of Arrows. Now, she had 2 additional skills. Skill 4 Sun Shooting Divine Melody increases all team members' hit rate and evasion rate by 50%, as well as 50% of hit attributes and evasion attributes. Each time an attack or skill is successfully evaded during this period, the next attack will have a 100% hit rate, 100% critical hit, and ignore 50% of the target's defense, lasting for 10 minutes with no cooldown. Skill 5, Fatal Strike, ignores distance to lock onto a target for charging. After charging, it can hit a single target with 100% accuracy and deal 10 times the attack power damage. It can also choose to incorporate other skills. Whether targeting a single enemy or incorporating other skills, each second of charging increases the final damage by 50%. With a maximum charge time of 10 seconds and a cooldown of 10 seconds. This is where the specialized knowledge from the Advanced Academy comes into play. The hit rate and hit attributes mentioned in Skill 5 are not the same, they have an essential difference, just like defense and damage reduction. The hit rate ignores evasion attributes, meaning that regardless of how much evasion the opponent has, all of one's attacks will maintain the corresponding hit rate, and at least. For example, a level 1 against a level 100, under normal circumstances, all attacks from a level 1 player would miss, but if there is a 10% hit rate, then at least 1 out of 10 attacks will hit. In other words, the hit rate provides a guaranteed minimum number of hits for an attack. On the other hand, hit attributes can be offset by evasion attributes, and vice versa. Similarly, the evasion rate provides a guaranteed minimum number of evades against attacks. Critical hit rates work the same way. Correspondingly, there are critical hit attributes and resilience attributes, which can also offset each other, but resilience additionally provides reductions against all control and debuff effects. There is a vast amount of specialized knowledge to be studied at the Advanced Academy. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Only with a thorough understanding of various attributes can one gain a deeper insight into both sides. It is clear that the major talented teams currently have a far from adequate understanding of Qin Shen's heavily martial team. After all, Their captain Qin Shen had yet to fully grasp the various skills of the four school beauties, let alone others. However, Qin Shen's inability to fully understand the skills of the four girls did not hinder his reckless behavior on the ladder competition stage. The next day, on the ladder competition stage, Qin Shen's heavenly martial team matched up against the #1 national team from the East. Instantly, the live chat went wild. What the hell? The strongest team from the East? Damn it! Beat them! This time I'm standing with Qin Shen. I can still tell right from wrong. Exactly, Qin Shen, go for it. Crush them, bloodily. As long as you can do it, I can overlook you trampling my goddess. Are you kidding? Of course, I have to stand with Qin Shen. No matter what his private character is like, he is genuinely fighting for the country and raising our national prestige. Our national prestige is mighty, just do it. We can't lose to the East. Those little days are over, just wait to die. This was the live broadcast room of Qin Shen's heavenly martial team. Meanwhile, on the other side, the opposing team's live broadcast room was even crazier, especially since the news of the war goddess of Hua country, Qin Hongyu, launching a surprise attack on Fusang and killing the emperor had just happened not long ago. It had only been a few days since then. Countless people in the East were already itching with hatred, and now their hopes were pinned on the strongest team in the East, which unexpectedly faced off against the top team from Huagua. Who wouldn't go crazy? Baga, crush them, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Go, there's nothing to say, kill them. Finally matched with them, we can finally vent our anger. Go, charge in, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. National hatred and personal enmity cannot coexist. Cannot coexist. Kill, charge. Both sides' live streams were in an uproar, but at this moment, Qin Shen was fixated on the girl who stood at the core of the opposing team. Although they were the #1 team in the East, Qin Shen had no knowledge of them. He didn't recognize any of the 5 members, but he felt that the girl at the core was very special. Bright eyes and white teeth, skin as white as snow, a slender waist and youthful legs, with an icy demeanor. She possessed the cold beauty of the school flower Hua Shushuet and the voluptuousness of the school flower Zhao Xiaoro. Those jade legs wrapped in white stockings could rival even Lin Anchi, the school flower with the longest legs at Tianwu Academy. Of course, her looks were on par with any of the 4 major school flowers, and she also had a unique exotic charm from the East that truly caught the eye. Overall, she could be considered perfect. However, what Qin Shen was really focused on was not these aspects. As a blacksmith, he could see everyone's equipment attributes, and at this moment, he was actually paying attention to the weaponry of that Eastern beauty. Weapon 1 Amaterasu Divine Sword, Legendary, Enhancement plus 17, Level 15 Attack Gem *10, Attack Power 2. 57 million plus 47. 28 million. Weapon 2 Golden Crow Divine Staff, Legendary, Enhancement plus 18, Level 15 Attack Gem *9, Level 16 Attack Gem *1, Attack Power 1. 28 million plus 29. 29 million. Accessory 1 Sakura Necklace, Eternal, Enhancement plus 21, Level 15 Attack Gem *10, Hit, Dodge plus 8. 88 million. Hit rate, Dodge rate plus 80%. With 2 legendary effects and 1 eternal effect, among these 3, the most eye-catching. This was almost on par with Qin Honyu's current weaponry, right? Is this really the kind of equipment an Eastern girl can have? Who is this Eastern girl? If her weaponry were given to the Emperor, wouldn't Qin Honyu suffer a huge loss when striking Fuso? There's a problem. Once Qin Shen came back to his senses, he immediately spoke up. There's a problem. That girl has a huge issue. Upon hearing this, the 4 school flowers turned to look at him in unison. Long Shasha, your focus is quite unique, huh? That girl is at least a 39 like Shuro. How can the problem not be big? Lin Anchi, so this is the kind of problem you meant? What nonsense. Qin Shen was flustered. Can you not joke around? I'm serious. That girl really has a huge problem. First of all, she has 2 weapons, which means she has 2 professions, at least first transfer level 100. Secondly, both of her weapons are golden legendary quality, one at level 5 and the other at level 6. With the level 6 weapon's attack power nearing 50 million. The 4 school flowers instantly showed expressions full of question marks. A level 6 golden legendary weapon? An attack power of nearly 50 million? What kind of joke is this? This is the beginner group, only for peers in the beginner group. Such weapons shouldn't appear until the final peak, right? How could they appear here? How could an Eastern girl possess such outrageous weaponry? What gives her the right? Just because of her 39E? Zhao Xiaoro glanced down, clearly unconvinced. At this moment, Qin Shen added, although that girl indeed has a huge problem, you don't need to be afraid. Just keep your distance from her, try to protect yourselves, and definitely don't let her get close. Leave it to me to handle. Seeing him so serious, completely not joking, Long Shasha couldn't help but feel a bit worried. She has 50 million attack power, plus various skills and equipment effects. her damage will definitely be off the charts, you better be careful. Zhao Xiao quickly added, how about I take the hit instead? Her Guardian White Silk JK Ultra Short Skirt set had an eternal level effect 3 Devil's Blood Pool, storing over 100 billion health points, so she could indeed take a hit, but Xin Shen shook his head directly, no need, you four just focus on protecting yourselves. Her 50 million attack power is no joke, if you're not careful, she'll take you down one by one. It's better to be cautious. Come on, listen to me. Use all status skills, prepare for battle. Xin Shen was the captain, and as soon as he spoke, even though the four school beauties were worried, they didn't say much. After all, they were on the battlefield and had to follow orders, maintaining absolute obedience to the captain at all times. Not only on the battlefield, but in private, they often obeyed him absolutely. Who knows what perverse orders Qin Shen had given them. Anyway, at that moment, as soon as Qin Shen's words fell, Zhao Xiao immediately activated Skill 4, Holy Blessing. It increases the maximum health of everyone in the team by 100%. Instantly, the 500 billion health points provided by Qin Shen's Abyss Necklace 10 turned into over 1 trillion. Following that, Lin Anqi also used Skill 1 Ishikagami Blessing, giving each teammate plus 100% to all attributes. Qin Shen instantly gained another 500 billion health points, raising his total health to over 1.5 trillion. Moreover, his attack power of 1.7 billion plus 4.82 billion, provided by weapon enhancement plus 67, also doubled, becoming 3.4 billion plus 9.64 billion, simply because Lin Anqi's Skill 1 provided plus 100% to all attributes. In fact, skills like this, including Zhao Xiao's Holy Blessing, can only increase each person's basic attributes, while the attributes provided by weapons and equipment effects do not get doubled. Of course, this is not absolute. It can only be said that in the vast majority of cases, this is how it works. But Zhao Xiao's Holy Blessing and Lin Anqi's Shikigami Blessing just happened to be among the very few cases that could indeed double the attributes provided by weapons and equipment effects. If those experts from the higher military academies found out, the two of them would definitely become key research subjects. They might even attract the attention of foreign experts, significantly increasing the risk of being kidnapped for research. Fortunately, the four of them, like Qin Shen, were also on the military's key protection list. Thus, until now, not many people knew the specific attribute descriptions and effects of their skills, nor the specific effects they exhibited. Basically, only the 5 of them in this battle team knew. Regardless, Qin Shen had 99.8 billion attack power, over 1 trillion health points, and Washikshu's Skill 5, Sun God Song, which provided a 50% hit rate, evasion rate, and 50% hit and evasion attributes. With all statuses maxed out and attributes off the charts, he was ready to go. His sharp gaze was fixed directly on that Eastern Princess Shirori Minako. That's right, she was actually the biological daughter of the Eastern Emperor, the legitimate princess of the Eastern royal family, the designated heir to the next emperor. She looked like a young girl, but in reality, just like that SSS-level spirit servant twin warrior, she had been wrapped in extremely rich spiritual energy by the Eastern Emperor using ancient secret methods right after birth, and had been nurtured in that energy in infant form for over 200 years. Over 200 years ago, she was born from her mother's womb, and more than a decade ago, she broke free from that spiritual energy in an infant form, emerging into the world. So, her current teenage years were purely cheating. Could anyone have imagined that she had been nurturing her existence in the form of an infant for over 200 years amidst the spiritual energy of that world? Now, in this global ranking ladder competition, she and Qin Shen were like two cheat codes colliding. It was just a matter of whose cheat was more powerful. At that moment, the shield warrior at the front of the opposing team initiated the attack. Brutal charge, lock onto the target and rush forward, guaranteed to knock the opponent back and deal 10% of the target's maximum health as damage. A guaranteed knockback. This kind of targeted skill was impossible to evade, and Qin Shen knew that the target locked onto was definitely not him. After all, who didn't know that he was the tanky demon king of the ranking in Huagua? Knocking him back was meaningless, and there was no point in targeting this shield warrior either. The target locked onto was undoubtedly one of the 4 school beauties behind him, and he directly locked onto the Eastern girl with 50 million attack power, launching a fierce attack. Unexpectedly, the opponent was extremely vigilant and immediately vanished without a trace. Qin Shen frowned. Invisibility? Long Shasha reminded Anqi. Got it. Lin Anqi immediately activated Skill 2 Shikigami Protection, granting group invincibility for 10 seconds. In the next moment, the opposing shield warrior used the guaranteed effect of Brutal Charge to knock Huasher Shui away. At the same time, the Eastern girl Shirori Minako appeared right behind the knocked back Huasher Shui, precisely at the spot where Hua Shui had been sent flying. Clearly, this was a coordinated effort to take down Hua Shui, an S-class ice archer capable of both output and control. Although Hua Shui's holy light white silk mini-skirt outfit had an eternal level effect 3 vacuum, which immunized her from all normal attacks, reduced skill damage by 50%, and had a 10% chance to reflect full damage, Shirori Minako's attack was not a normal attack. It was her skill 1 Dark Pursuit, invisibility to rush to a designated location, attacking the nearest enemy to the target location, blinding the target and dealing 375% attack damage. After each hit, she could cast this skill again on the same target without cost within 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. So if she hit, what would 375% damage of 50 million attack power be? Could Hua Shui withstand it? Even if her vacuum effect reduced 50% of the skill damage, she still wouldn't be able to take it. Fortunately, Long Shasha's reminder was timely, and Lin Anchi reacted quickly, unhesitatingly activating Shikigami protection, granting group invincibility for 10 seconds. As a result, Hua Shui, being in a knockback state, could not evade, and Shirori Minako's strike hit, but due to Hua Shui's invincibility, it dealt no damage. On the other side, Xin Chen was chasing after a mage with his sword. Of course, he could take them down in one strike, but the opponent kept throwing various control skills at him. Without combat skills, he could only rely on basic attacks. How could he get close? Clearly, the opposing team had studied their tactics. In fact, today's collision with the Eastern First Team was likely arranged by someone behind the scenes. But so what? Before this, no team had ever posed a threat to them, because they had hardly used any skills, relying solely on their abnormal attributes to sweep through. So now, no matter how prepared the Eastern First Team was, how much could they really prepare? At least at this moment, Shirori Minako was already frowning. Invincibility? The moment she bit her lip and whispered, Shirori Minako vanished, planning to wait until the golden light representing invincibility on the opponent faded before striking. But she never expected that this wait would last a full 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds? 10 seconds of invincibility? Shirori Minako frowned again, as a 10-second invincibility skill was quite extraordinarily overpowered, especially since it was group invincibility. It was simply absurdly overpowered. There was also Qin Shen, who was as abnormal as this 10-second invincibility skill, relentlessly chasing after the long-legged beauty mage in her team, completely ignoring the other 3 male teammates, not even glancing at them as he passed by. Perverted bastard, I'll deal with you later. Shirji Minako gritted her teeth and, taking advantage of the fact that the 10-second group invincibility skill of the Tianwu team had just ended, once again went invisible and charged towards Hua Shui to launch an attack. However, Hua Shui was already on guard. As soon as she saw Shirji Minako disappear, she immediately activated Skill 3 Rain of Arrows. Following that was Skill 1 Frost Arrow Rain. These were area skills, and even if the opponent was invisible, they would still be affected by the skill attacks. The result was effective. The invisible Shirji Minako decisively turned around and charged towards Long Shasha. But Long Shasha was an assassin, highly sensitive to danger. She sensed something was off immediately and unhesitatingly activated Skill 4 Assassination Domain, while also using Skill 5 Bloodshed, going invisible herself. With the Assassination Domain, she crazily charged towards Shirji Minako's 4 teammates while in an invisible state. At the same time, Lin Anchi also activated Skill 3 Shikigami Transformation, directly transforming into Qin Chen and gaining all his current attributes, joining in the pursuit of the long-legged beauty mage. The long-legged beauty mage was stunned. The viewers in both live streams were even more bewildered. What the hell? What's going on? What the F******? 2 Qin Chens? No way. Am I seeing things or what? Are Tianwu Academy's #1 long-legged beauty actually transformed into Qin Chen? And it seems like she has the exact same attributes as Qin Chen after transforming? That shouldn't be possible, right? If she really has the same attributes as Qin Chen after transforming, wouldn't that mean there's suddenly another ranking Demon King? I also think it shouldn't be possible, but regardless, the skill has truly opened my eyes. It seems the strongest team from the East isn't some soft persimmon after all, since they've forced out Lin's transformation skill? If I remember correctly, this should be the first time Lin has used this transformation skill, right? This statement could only be half true. Lin Anchi indeed used this skill for the first time in the ladder match, but whether the strongest team from the East was a soft persimmon was still up for debate. After all, Qin Chen was mainly focused on defending against Shirji Minako's 50 million attack power, so he hadn't really attacked much. From the beginning until now, it had basically been Qin Chen chasing after that long-legged beauty mage. Now there were even 2 Qin Chens chasing her at the same time. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the opposing team had, in the blink of an eye, been taken out by Long Shasha and Hua Shishue without them even realizing it. Long Shasha's assassination domain provided 10 times attack power and 10 times movement and attack speed, and she could go invisible and charge in at any moment. Her mobility was absolutely on par with Shirji Minako's. Who could defend against that? Coupled with Hua Shishue's 10 times attack speed and 20 times movement speed, combined with her passive ice bloodline for crazy output and control, who could withstand their combined assault? Seeing 3 teammates fall, Shirji Minako panicked and charged directly towards the healer Zhao Xiaoro. But Zhao Xiaoro was waiting for this moment. Help! With a loud shout, Zhao Xiaoro activated Skill 6, Holy Group Heal. The passive Holy Light triggered, allowing any teammates healed by her skills to teleport to her side within 3 seconds and bear all attacks, skills, and damage for the next 5 seconds. Just as she activated Holy Group Heal, Shirji Minako charged in, and at the same time, Qin Chen teleported in, raising his hand for a sword strike. Shirji Minako was caught off guard and was instantly killed by Qin Chen's nearly 100 billion attack power. In an instant, all the viewers in the Tianwu Battle Team's livestream went wild with cheers. Awesome! Well done! That's it. Crush them, take them down, charge towards the base. Charge! Victory is right in front of us. This ranking match, our Huagui Jojo will definitely win. How could a great nation lose to a tiny island nation? So what if it's the strongest team in the East? In front of our ranking Demon King, they are nothing. Damn, I've been waiting for this moment for so long, finally here, bringing glory to my ancestors. It was exaggerated. The viewers in the livestream were indeed a bit over the top. But to be fair, although Shirori Minako was practically cheating, her so-called strongest team from the East was still far from being a match for Qin Chen's Tianwu Battle Team. After all, she was the only strong one in her team, while the other 4 teammates were practically useless in Qin Chen's eyes. And although Qin Chen didn't have combat skills, his full-state attack power of hundreds of billions was no joke. He could truly obliterate anything in his path. The strategy was to strike as soon as he showed up. Moreover, he had 4 equally monstrous teammates to coordinate with. Anyway, there was really no suspense left. Hua Shishue casually shot a few arrows and eliminated the long-legged beauty mage who had been relentlessly pursued by Qin Chen. Then, the Tianwu battle team pushed through, just as the opposing team revived at their base. The second wave of team battles was about to erupt. They had already pushed to the enemy's base, and the enemy's flag was right in front of them. It was hardly a hassle. Qin Chen rushed straight for the flag, while the enemy's shield guards and mages hurriedly cast skills to control him. Zhao Xiaoro immediately used Skill 2 Holy Dispel, instantly dispelling all negative statuses such as poison, blindness, stun, hypnosis, and charm from the target teammate. Her Guardian White Silk JK Ultra Short Skirt set had a legendary effect, White Silk Sweet Girl Invincible, which granted 5 seconds of immunity to all recently dispelled negative statuses after helping the target dispel them. Not to mention that the opposing team, in their panic, had already used up all their control skills. Even if they had more, Qin Chen could still be immune. Even if a control type that had never appeared before came up, which Qin Chen couldn't immune against, it wouldn't matter. Just then, another equipment effect of his, the Yama's Abyss, was triggered. Invisible for 5 seconds, during which he was immune to all damage. 5 seconds was more than enough for him. With nearly 100 billion attack power, he sliced through the enemy flag's shield in one blow. The next second, he raised his aura. At that very moment, Shirori Minako charged in, landing a blow to his throat. Both livestream interfaces displayed simultaneously, match over, Tianwu Battle Team wins. At the moment of victory, Qin Chen lost several hundred million health from Shirori Minako's strike, but it was no big deal. He casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist and, just as they were about to exit the dimensional space of the ladder match, he forcefully kissed her cherry lips. Although it was just that one time, it truly broke down the defenses of Shirori Minako, the Eastern Princess. Bastard! Shameless scoundrel! I'm going to kill you! After exiting the ladder match, Shirori Minako stood on the matching platform, gritting her teeth, her face pale with rage, murderous intent soaring. She truly wished to rush to Huagua Jojo to find Qin Chen and fight to the death. Only one of them could survive. At this moment, Qin Chen was enjoying himself, waiting for the match results while savoring the sweet taste of that kiss. You beast! Zhao Xiaoro muttered beside him. Long Shasha quickly followed up, saying, kissing that girl at the last moment again? What's wrong with you? Ha! Qin Chen was puzzled. What kissing girl? What are you talking about? Could I, Qin Chen, do such a thing? The 4 school beauties all rolled their eyes at him in unison. I'm afraid all 4 of them want to beat that bastard up for Shirji Mena, and after that, step on his face, suffocating him to death. Cough cough. Qin Chen avoided the gazes of the 4 school beauties and changed the subject, do you think I should consider changing professions? Just being a blacksmith without any other supporting professions, and with no combat skills, is indeed a bit frustrating. So, do you know why all those people in the blacksmith guild are so greedy? Long Shasha interrupted, or rather, why do most of them only have blacksmithing as their profession? Isn't it because changing to another profession is too difficult, or even impossible? So far, have you seen any blacksmith who also has another profession? Or any other profession that has blacksmithing as one of their professions? Anyway, I don't know how it works, but those who start as blacksmiths find it extremely difficult to awaken other professions later, and those who don't start as blacksmiths basically have no chance of awakening the blacksmith profession. Therefore, changing professions can basically be said to exclude blacksmiths, and this is a conclusion drawn from the experiences of countless people worldwide. The reason is unclear, but even if a blacksmith breaks the norm and successfully awakens another profession, it's usually a trash profession, and it also affects their innate blacksmithing talent. After all, if you maintain the same profession without awakening others, there are enhancement rewards for the original profession. Enhancement rewards? Qin Chen was puzzled. Are there? He hasn't awakened a second profession, so why hasn't he received any profession enhancement rewards? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoro seemed to see the confusion in his heart and took over the conversation. Enhancement rewards are hidden, and this is also a conclusion drawn from the experiences of countless people worldwide. I once read a research report on this topic, but it was a while ago, so I don't remember it very clearly. It seemed to say, in comparative experiments, when it comes to talent upgrades, those without a second profession are stronger than those with a second or even third profession. This is particularly evident in the aspect of talent skills, especially in blacksmiths. And if you upgrade your talent first and then awaken a second or third profession, the talent skills of the original profession will be weakened, and significantly so. In short, the more professions you have, the weaker the corresponding profession skills become. If I remember correctly, that's about it. As soon as Zhao Xiaoro finished speaking, Long Shashai immediately added, "You definitely didn't remember wrong. I've read that report too. It was published in a globally renowned authoritative media outlet, a research report resulting from a joint tracking experiment conducted by countries around the world for hundreds of years, with extremely strict control variables, enough to prove that the enhancement rewards for the first profession are real, especially for blacksmiths, which means that the enhancement rewards for the first profession are most evident in blacksmiths. As long as they don't awaken a second or third profession and always maintain blacksmithing as their only profession, the enhancement rewards will become more and more apparent as their talent improves. Conversely, if a blacksmith tries every means to forcibly awaken other professions, the weakening of their first profession, which is blacksmithing, will also be the most obvious. Therefore, if you start as a blacksmith, it's best to remain a blacksmith, otherwise, you're likely to end up worse off, becoming no different from an ordinary person without awakened profession talents. After hearing all this, Qin Chen was somewhat bewildered. Is it true that he is destined to have nothing to do with combat skills? Will he forever only be able to perform simple and crude normal attacks? Is this the fundamental reason why blacksmithing is considered the most useless supporting profession? Indeed, this is the case, and precisely for this reason, the members of the Blacksmith Guild are all very greedy, and insatiably so. They will seize every opportunity to profit, indulging in greed to the fullest. After all, they will forever remain blacksmiths, never possessing combat skills. What difference is there between them and a useless person in this era where strength reigns supreme? The key point is that blacksmiths are quite common. One could say they are everywhere. Those who can enter the Blacksmith Guild are always a minority, and after finally getting in, how could they not greedily take advantage of it? If they don't try to gain a little more, what will they do if one day they encounter trouble, their combat power is lacking, and they have no money to resolve it? What if one day they are kicked out of the guild? Thus, the Blacksmith Guild becomes a place for frenzied money-making, and it can be said that it is done in a reasonable and legal manner. Failing to enhance or upgrade is quite normal. It's also normal for equipment to break after a failure. All operations for forging enhancements are conducted in my forging space. Who knows whether I actually did the work, how many enhancement stones or upgrade stones I used, whether it was a success or failure, and whether the equipment actually broke. Besides me, who knows? Isn't it up to me to say what happens? Even if you doubt me, do you have evidence? Without evidence, do you dare to speak recklessly? Slandering blacksmiths, huh? Then don't expect to forge or enhance equipment in this circle anymore. All your equipment will be sentenced to death. Thus, a vicious cycle is formed. On one hand, blacksmiths are already common and can be said to be the most worthless auxiliary profession. On the other hand, blacksmiths can greedily take advantage, legally and discreetly, leading to a decline in overall reputation, causing blacksmiths to be viewed as the trash of trash. In such a vicious cycle, how could the waters of the blacksmith profession not be deep? However, all of this will come to an end with the appearance of Qin Shen. Qin Shen seems to have come specifically to rectify the blacksmith industry. Soon, the second round of rankings for today begins, and Qin Shen, as a blacksmith, leads the Tianwu team to sweep through the arena invincibly, while on the other side, the branches of the Blacksmith Guild across the country are undergoing a more intense cleansing. The Demon Suppression Division, Military Combat Division, City Defense Division, and Law Enforcement Division, the 4 military departments collectively mobilize, and cities are under martial law, with armed checkpoints everywhere, causing external forces to be alarmed. What's going on? What is Huagua Jojo trying to do? A comprehensive crackdown on the Blacksmith Guild? Are they crazy? It can't be, right? Mobilizing so many troops just to crack down on the Blacksmith Guild? Are they trying to offend all the blacksmiths? How dare they? Are they going to stop needing equipment in the future? There's something fishy about this. There must be something going on. Could it be a feint? Why do I feel like they're using the Blacksmith Guild as a cover? In reality, they're preparing to strike us? Just like the Blitz against Fuson? Don't say, it's very possible that's the case. Quickly, send orders for all troops to assemble, level 2 combat readiness, and be prepared for battle at any time. Yes, a similar conversation is happening almost simultaneously at the highest levels of various countries. However, it is clear that they are overthinking it. Previously, Shin Hongyu's blitz against Fusan was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision. Now, Huagua Jojo simply wants to conduct a major cleansing of the Blacksmith Guild. Mainly, many forces within Jojo have long tolerated the Blacksmith Guild, especially the officials. After all, they invest so much money every year, yet they always receive the dreadful news that military weapons and equipment have broken due to failed enhancements, leading to significant losses in combat power among the military's top generals. Such incidents happen frequently. Who can endure this? Now that Qin Shen has given them the courage to carry out this major cleansing, can they let it go? Up to now, how many weapons and equipment has Qin Shen already provided to the military? According to incomplete statistics, it hasn't been long before Qin Shen had already handed over at least 1,000 pieces of special equipment with golden legendary attributes to the military. What does this mean? It's important to know that the entire Blacksmith Guild has hundreds of thousands of officially registered blacksmiths, not to mention the many interns, temporary workers, and external hires who have yet to be officially registered, totaling over 1 million. With more than 1 million blacksmiths, last year they provided only 2,433 pieces of special equipment with golden legendary attributes to the government. The year before that, there were only 1,742 pieces. This year, with more than half gone, there have only been 589 pieces so far. With these numbers, the entire Blacksmith Guild, with its million blacksmiths, can't compare to a single Qin Shen? Just how deep is the water here? So why keep them around? If this continues, these blacksmiths, who should be contributing to the country, will become parasites throughout the entire Huagua Jojo. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. Parasites must be eradicated, and it cannot be delayed. As a result, this cleanup yielded unexpected gains nationwide. No, not unexpected gains, but one could almost say it was anticipated. A tremendous harvest. Who is it? Who put these star upgrading stones into my space ring? So you admit this is your space ring? You, a mere town branch president of the Blacksmith Guild, have hidden over 100,000 star upgrading stones in your space ring? And hundreds of thousands of enhancement stones, along with countless various forging materials. You're richer than your city lord, even richer than your state lord. You really are something. Guards, take him away and throw him into the sky prison. No, I come from a poor background. I'm terrified of being poor. I haven't used a single one of these star upgrading stones or enhancement stones. I swear, my family has been blacksmiths for generations. I'm really scared of being poor. The cries were heart-wrenching, and there was some truth to his words. Because in this world, blacksmiths are indeed too common. They can basically be said to be no different from ordinary people who haven't awakened any profession, and some are even worse off than ordinary people. After all, ordinary people still have the chance to awaken a profession, but blacksmiths are basically doomed to be mere auxiliary blacksmiths forever. If they can't get into the Blacksmith Guild, they'll never rise, and without any background, how can they avoid being poor? However, this is not a reason for a mere town branch president to hide over 100,000 star upgrading stones and hundreds of thousands of enhancement stones. It's also not a reason for the entire blacksmithing industry to be so corrupt. Meanwhile, on the other side, a county branch president was being even more outrageous than this town branch president. Wow, several hundred level legendary level 5 equipment, enhanced to plus 10, inlaid with 10 level 9 gems, and you have several pieces at the same time? These are all yours, right? They're not just left here by someone else, are they? Who put these several hundred level legendary level 5 equipment here? And who put these young girls in your bed? You weren't just studying a foreign language earlier, were you? Or learning some magical incantation? By the way, is this bank card yours? I just had someone check, and the balance on this card is over 100 billion. So what? Unexpectedly, this county branch president was quite defiant. Everything here is mine. What can you do to me? Do you know who my father-in-law is? He's on good terms with the state lord. The weapons and equipment of all the generals in the Qingzhou military depend on him for maintenance and upgrades. Even the commander of Qingzhou has to treat him with respect. Do you dare to touch me? Go ahead. Try it. Someone above won't let you off. Hearing this, the law enforcement officer leading the search couldn't help but sneer. Is that so? Someone above won't let us off? Alright, let's give it a try. Guards, take him away. How dare you? The county branch president roared hoarsely with anger. The law enforcer sneered even more coldly. Take him away. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. In that instant, the county branch president felt a jolt in his heart and a chill down his back, staring in disbelief, seriously doubting if he had misheard. Kill him on the spot? How dare they? It was clear that this branch president truly did not realize that the forging industry had undergone a massive upheaval. Qin Shen single-handedly stirred up this storm, taking away the livelihoods of the entire industry. Truly unprecedented and unmatched. Unprecedented. However, to be fair, he really hadn't done anything to harm others' interests. On the contrary, he had always been diligently contributing to the country. Was that wrong? So how was the current bloody turmoil in the forging industry related to him, Qin Shen? The confidence of the major elite teams had indeed suffered a severe blow, and that was closely related to him. By the end of the day, the Tianwu team had a ranking score of 82,100. With Qin Shen alone accounting for 44,500. The second-ranked Royal team had only 43,100 points. If the Royal team was like this, what about the other teams? The 10th-ranked team had a total score of only 14,000. Originally, all the elite teams were confident and assured, but now they all looked like wilted eggplants. What's the point of fighting? I've worked my ass off for so many years and still can't compare to a forger? Is Qin Shen really a forger? I can't help but doubt he isn't one at all. After all, how could a forger possibly be so abnormal just relying on equipment? He's definitely a forger. Haven't you noticed he's always using basic attacks? Yes, he really has no combat skills at all, purely relying on the abnormal attributes provided by various equipment. No matter how well you control it, as long as you let him get close, it's basically a 100% chance of being one-shot. I heard someone used a skill shield that could block 99% of damage and still got one-shot by him? Is that true? Even with 99% damage reduction, he could still one-shot? And that person seems to be a shield guard? Anyway, I have no confidence anymore. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up to this kind of freak. Sigh. The truth is, someone like Qin Shen is not something that can be caught up to just by effort. Moreover, those who spoke these words were all talented individuals with decent strength from various places. If the elites felt this way, what hope was there for ordinary people beneath them? It's feared that the only path left was to align themselves with Qin Shen. After all, many people were doing just that now. For example, Lu Yumeng from the Lu family in Jianbei, and Song Yuqi, the pure class flower from Qin Shen's class. Lu Yumeng had originally been extremely resistant to Qin Shen. After all, he had forcefully occupied the Lu family's villa, driven her father Lu Yaoxing away, and taken her mother Su Ru, a pure case of a cuckoo occupying a nest, a deep-seated hatred that was utterly detestable. She had even thought about killing Qin Shen when he was most relaxed. However, later on, she witnessed Qin Shen's immense capabilities and, unknowingly, was drawn in by his great charm. Now, she had long been conquered both physically and mentally. Her heart and mind now belonged solely to Qin Shen. As for her childhood sweetheart fiancé, she had long forgotten him completely. That night, after finishing his ranked matches, Qin Shen returned to the Lu family villa, where Su Ru, accompanied by several little maids, helped him wash up. He was lying there enjoying a thoughtful massage from Su Ru and a few of her beautiful socialite friends. Lu Yumeng approached, personally feeding a grape into Qin Shen's mouth, and took the opportunity to kiss him for 2 seconds, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she sweetly said, "Is the grape sweet, or is my mouth sweeter?" Qin Shen smiled and unexpectedly replied, "I think your mom's mouth is sweeter." You. The charming young girl was instantly furious, pouting her cherry lips and gritting her teeth. "You're so annoying, I won't pay attention to you anymore. You can sleep by yourself tonight, and don't come looking for me. Even if you do, I won't pay attention to you, As soon as the girl finished speaking, a young lady in a super short skirt approached, her fair legs accentuated by white stockings. It was none other than Song Yuqi, the pure class flower of Qin Shen's class. Brother Qin Shen. Hearing Lu Yumeng's words, Song Yuqi walked up to Qin Shen with a fragrant breeze and smiled directly, if she won't pay attention to you, I will. How about I keep you company tonight, hee hee. Clearly, under the gentle guidance of the beautiful mentorly Yanin, this pure-class flower had also become enlightened. As long as she could get closer to someone as capable as Qin Shen, what couldn't she do? As long as she could gain benefits from it, who cared what others said? There would always be disputes, but if you don't listen, they won't exist. Others could only talk, but the benefits she gained were all real. The key was that Qin Shen didn't mind her, especially since when he first awakened as a forger and faced ridicule and disdain, she was there to comfort him and encourage him not to be discouraged. Because of this, Qin Shen took special care of Song Yuqi. In the blink of an eye, he stood up and pulled Song Yuqi into his arms, leaning close to her lips and smiling. All right, you said you'd keep me company tonight, hee hee. Song Yuqi beamed with a sweet smile, planting a kiss on Qin Shen's cheek, leaving a lip mark. Meanwhile, the beautiful assassin responsible for security, Lang Xian, had unknowingly been dragged into an illusion, where she was now face to face with a cold and elegant woman. She appeared to be a mature woman, but in reality, she was a well-known foreign assassin who had previously attempted to kill Qin Shen, and also Lang Xian's mother, one of the 10 gods of death in the Killing God Hall, Lang Tianyue. At this moment, the mother and daughter exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Their relationship had always been strained, and this moment showcased it vividly. The air was dead silent, and after a while, it was Lang Tianyue, the mother, who broke the silence. I've been in Jiangbei for a long time because I heard you failed to assassinate him and were subdued. She had originally intended to say conquered, but thought better of it and changed it to subdued. Her tone was surprisingly gentle for a cold-blooded assassin. Lang Xian, however, was unyielding. What does that have to do with you? You didn't care about my life back then, so why should it matter to you now whether I'm dead or alive? What do you mean by subdued? I was violently conquered by Qin Shen, but so what? Even if he hung me up to die, it's none of your business, and you have no right to interfere. Hearing her icy voice, Lang Tianyue couldn't help but furrow her brows, clearly uncomfortable with Lang Xian's attitude. But more than discomfort, she felt heartache. They were mother and daughter. Why was it like this? Back then. Forget it, why bring up the past? Lang Tianyue sighed inwardly, relaxing her brows, her tone still gentle. Qin Shen has already been targeted by major foreign assassin groups, including the Killing God Hall. Someone has put a bounty of 100 billion for his head, and there are even bounties of 200 billion and 300 billion. Such astronomical rewards have caused various assassin groups to scramble to find ways to infiltrate the territory of Huagui Jiuzhou. If I'm not mistaken, there are already a large number of assassins gathering in Jiangbei looking for opportunities to act. Is that so? Lang Xian didn't take it seriously and asked directly, who are you warning? Are you worried about me or him? What, do you have your eyes on him too? Want me to help you convey goodwill? You want him to be grateful to you? Then you can have the chance to cling to him and give me a brother or sister? Lang Xian, you. Lang Tianyue instantly became furious. However, Lang Xian did not give her a chance to explode, directly interrupting her voice. Am I wrong? Or did I hit the nail on the head and pierce your heart, making you angry because I saw through your thoughts? Lang Tianyue gritted her teeth. She really wanted to slap this rebellious daughter, but in the end, she held back. Their relationship was already strained, and if she really slapped her, there would be no room for reconciliation between them as mother and daughter. After all, they were bound by blood. No matter what, they would always be mother and daughter. Unlike Qin Shen and those who wanted to kill him, that was truly deep hatred, irreconcilable. At that moment, someone broke into the Lu family villa, wanting to take Qin Shen's head. However, before they could even reach Qin Shen, they were taken down by the beautiful ancestor of the Yuan family, Yuan Meiyuan. In an instant, several level 100 first transition assassins perished simultaneously, all beheaded, blood splattered, and heads rolled. Yuan Meiyuan turned to look into the distance, then strode forward with her long, beautifully proportioned legs clad in flesh-colored stockings, heading towards the hidden strands of murderous intent. She was one of the 10 Azuras of the Bliss Palace, a snake Azura, and had already reached level 274 in the second transition when she first met Qin Shen. After several dual cultivation sessions with Qin Shen, she had risen to level 280 in the second transition. As Qin Shen's personal bodyguard, her equipment and attire had naturally been updated long ago. Initially, this beautiful ancestor of the Yuan family had come to kill Qin Shen, but she discovered that Qin Shen was actually a person of her Bliss Palace, so she naturally became one of Qin Shen's own. Especially after getting to know each other more deeply, she could be said to be completely trustworthy towards Qin Shen. Therefore, no matter how many assassins came tonight, anyone wanting to kill Qin Shen would have to get past her first. Next were the beautiful female assassins under Lang Xian's command, who had always been on guard around Qin Shen, as well as 3 female generals from the military and 4 top school beauties. The final line of defense was Qin Shen himself, along with his SSS Level 7 spirit servants, the 39E twin battle sisters, Xiao Yao and Xiao Fei. And this line of defense was something that even 100 Ling Tianyue, sweating profusely for 10 days and nights, could never breach. The attributes of the twin battle sisters were generally in the range of 1 to 200 billion. How many layers of a secret realm would that correspond to as the ultimate boss? Qin Shen was even more monstrous. Even without any skills or statuses, relying purely on his equipment, he had an attack power and health of 500 billion. Who could kill him? Who could avoid being instantly killed by him? Want to kill Qin Shen? That was purely hellish difficulty within hellish difficulty. It was simply impossible for anyone to accomplish. However, nothing is absolute. Just as Yuan Meiyuan had cleaned out all the assassins inside and outside the Liu family villa, Lin Anqi, the first long-legged school beauty of Tianwu Academy, and her sexy mother, Lin Xiushui, arrived. She hadn't wanted to come. She hesitated outside the villa for quite a while but never dared to enter. Suddenly, a beam of evil light descended, instantly merging into Lin Xiushui's body, transforming into an extremely enchanting and bizarre tattoo on her lower abdomen. That tattoo was a symbol of a succubus. She had been possessed by a succubus, and this succubus was the Seven-Heart Demoness, a general of the underworld, who had been confronting the Xianyuan emperor at the top of the Tower of Heaven. 7 hearts, 7 lives, insatiable greed, capable of plundering, seizing bodies. What was it to attach itself to Lin Xiushui, this sexy beauty? Late at night, Qin Shen, drenched in sweat and panting like a bull, was about to collapse into sleep when suddenly someone pushed the door open and entered. Qin Shen got up, stunned. Lin Anqi's mother, Lin Xiushui? He had met her before, but Lin Xiushui had always given him a cold impression, clearly showing strong resistance and no goodwill towards him. But now, Lin Xiushui was wearing a low-cut outfit, paired with a super-short bodycon skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings, high heels on her feet, her eyes seductive and rippling, as she swayed her slender waist and ample hips, walking towards him step by step. Qin Shen saw her stockings attribute panel. They were the seductive black stockings he had forged, epic level. Open-crotch stockings. What did she want, coming to his room like this in the middle of the night? Auntie, have some self-respect, don't go overboard. Your daughter Anqi is my teammate and half-girlfriend. Thinking this, Qin Shen's eyes were glued to Lin Xiushui's voluptuous and exquisite figure, unable to look away. He couldn't help but swallow. Already drenched in sweat from overexertion, he now felt even hotter all over. After all, who could resist the allure of the stunning noblewoman Lin Xiushui at this moment? Especially now, as Lin Xiushui approached Qin Shen, a fragrant breeze following her, her red lips parting near his mouth. What's wrong? You little rascal, what bad things do you want to do to me? My daughter Anqi is your teammate on the ladder competition. You're such a bad guy, you must have gotten her pregnant, right? Now you want to torment me too? How? How could that be? Qin Shen struggled to suppress his impulses, trying hard to control himself. Auntie, please don't slander me. How could I, Qin Shen, be that kind of person? Lin Xiushui smiled seductively, her waves of allure almost making Qin Shen leap forward. At that moment, in the secret realm, Bai Yufang, Hua Lianer, and Lang Hanqiu all opened their eyes simultaneously, filled with astonishment. It's her, the general of the underworld, the seven-hearted demoness. She has descended to the human realm? So soon? How could she break through the efforts of Emperor Xianyuan and several divine weapons so quickly? Could it be that Emperor Xianyuan has already? No, wait, this seems just to be a wisp of her consciousness. A wisp of consciousness? Lianer is right, the real general of the underworld should be much stronger than this. This is indeed just a wisp of the seven-hearted demoness consciousness. And indeed, it was true. What possessed Lin Xiushui was merely a wisp of the seven-hearted demoness consciousness. But this wisp of consciousness truly made Qin Shen suffer greatly that night. What does it mean to have over 50 billion life points reduced to a sliver? Qin Shen was really on the verge of death. Just a little more. The next day, he was absent and didn't participate in the ranking matches. The cow school flower Zhao Xiao, however, reaped great rewards, using her skills to help him recover, gaining over 50 billion effective healing points, resulting in an additional 50 billion stored life points in the Devil's Blood Pool. Now she had over 160 billion stored life points. But she had no time to be excited. She was genuinely curious. What on earth happened to you? You lost over 50 billion life points in one night? What were you doing last night? Qin Shen was listless, utterly lacking the energy to speak. Though he didn't want to talk, he kept muttering in his heart, "It's too terrifying, it's really too terrifying." Who knows what he experienced last night? In any case, even with Zhao Shiro's skills fully restoring his health, energy, and spirit, he still couldn't muster any spirit. There was no way he could compete in today's ranking matches. He definitely needed to rest for a day. Yuqing. At that moment, Long Shasha smiled at the pure class flower Song Yuqi beside her. Did you do this to him? You're so amazing? I couldn't tell. Song Yuqi, the pure class flower, wanted to deny it but didn't know what to say. After all, she had fallen asleep after sweating profusely last night, sleeping until dawn, unaware of what had happened in between. So how could she explain now? On the other side, Lin Anqi stared at her beautiful mother Lin Xiaoshui with suspicion, asking, Mom, when did you come here? Lin Xiaoshui tugged at the stockings on her voluptuous legs, smiled mysteriously, and said leisurely, Guess? It is obvious that she is still possessed by that succubus. However, her consciousness is not completely suppressed. Half of her is Lin Xiaoshui, and half is the succubus, or rather, she is unaware that she has been invaded by the succubus and does not notice anything unusual about herself. After all, that is the seven-hearted demoness from the abyss. How easy is it to detect an invasion of consciousness? The methods of a succubus are notoriously difficult to guard against, especially when that seven-hearted demoness is among the best of the succubi. It's no wonder that Qin Shen could drain 50 billion in blood overnight and that Lin Xiaoshui remains completely oblivious to her own invasion. As for Lin Anqi, she has noticed that her beautiful mother is clearly acting strangely, but how could she bring herself to say anything? She can't just say her mother is being too seductive, right? If she dared to say that, Lin Xiaoshui would probably slap her on the backside, which already bore the imprint of Qin Shen's hand and was still sore. She certainly didn't want to be slapped by her own mother again, so even though she sensed something was off, she kept quiet. Turning a blind eye and pretending to be confused was actually quite nice. After all, Qin Shen is so capable, isn't he? At this moment, in the office of Qin Wanqing, the president of the Parent-Teacher Association at Tianwu Academy, a group of beautiful socialites was discussing this matter. Qin Shen is really impressive. He can actually influence matters that even the dean cannot decide. That's truly remarkable. Of course, I've said for a long time that my little brother Qin Shen is more capable than anyone. Look, our kids are now using golden legendary level special effect equipment. When did Qin Shen become your little brother? He's clearly my brother. Go away. I remember when he hugged you, he called you auntie, so how can he be your brother? Didn't he also call you auntie? You think you're so special? Alright, what are you all talking about? Seriously, what's wrong with being called auntie? I like it when this little brat Qin Shen calls me auntie. When young, one doesn't know the value of an aunt, mistaking a girl for a treasure. Can those little girls serve people like I do? At the desk, Qin Wanqing, the beautiful president, was left speechless. What on earth were they talking about? Is this something that should be discussed? If someone overheard, wouldn't it cause chaos? They really should be more careful. It's simply excessive. That's too much. On the other side, someone was indeed complaining, but it was about them, not Qin Shen. Why am I not on the list for using golden legendary level special effect equipment when I'm so outstanding? Why don't I qualify? After all, I'm in the top 10 of the school. I don't qualify? This is clearly a scandal, and I dare say it's that bastard Qin Shen who's up to no good. Those people on the list must have been predetermined. Damn it, it's either the class flower or the department flower, or they have a charming mother behind them. Is this about grades? If this isn't Qin Shen messing around, what is it? I refuse to accept this. I'm going to report it. Report the Academy for the scandal regarding the use of golden legendary level special effect equipment. The scandal might indeed exist, as not only were outstanding students who ranked high but also those who were mediocre and ranked low but had already obtained the right to use special effect equipment were clamoring to report it. At this moment, a young man was seriously asking the beautiful woman in front of him, Mom, tell me the truth. How did I get the right to use this special effect equipment? Did you go to find Qin Shen? Did you do something with him? How could you do such a thing? If Dad finds out, what will he think? I can't believe this right to use special effect equipment was obtained because my mom sold her looks, and you're even with my classmate? What nonsense are you talking about? The beautiful woman scolded. What are you getting all worked up for? How can you say such things? With that, the sexy woman in a black silk cheongsam and high heels grabbed the boy's ear, warning him, listen carefully, your mother is not that kind of person, and neither is Qin Shen. If you dare to talk nonsense again, watch out for me tearing your mouth apart. Stop believing every rumor you hear. Just because others say Qin Shen is a beast, you believe it? In fact, Qin Shen is not at all like the rumors say, he's actually a really good person. Do you know that? Not only is Qin Shen a good person, but he's also very capable, sharp and competent, a pillar of the nation, with an extremely strong sustained combat ability. Otherwise, how could he become the ranking demon king of our Huagui Jojo? Haven't you watched his ranked match live streams? Look at how he sweeps through all the top teams on the battlefield, bringing glory to the country and to Jiangbei, and then look at yourself? You got the right to use the Golden Legend level special equipment and you're still shouting? What are you shouting about? Just use it, that's all. You have little ability but a big temper, you're just like your dad. Alright, I'm too lazy to argue with you. I have things to do, so I'm leaving. Tell your dad that I have social engagements tonight and won't be back. As soon as she finished speaking, the sexy woman turned and left. After taking a few steps, she took out her phone and sent a message to someone saved as Zedidai, stinky little brother. What are you doing? Do you miss me? I'll come find you later? No refusing, okay? The list for the use of the Golden Legend level special equipment from Tianwu Academy has come out. Thanks to your help, my son can finally get what he wants. To show my gratitude, I'll be at your beck and call from now on. Whenever you need me, you can do whatever you want with your stinky little brother. Qin Shen didn't want to deal with anyone today. It was just that he had been dealt with crazily last night. But the cow school beauty Zhao Xiao helped him recover all his energy and stamina with her skills, and now he really couldn't sleep. His energy was drained, and although he was full of energy, he felt extremely lethargic. Who could understand this kind of extreme pain? Anyway, at this moment, he was lying on the beautiful legs of 4 school beauties, not wanting to move at all. Long Shasha, Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishua, and Lin Anqu were sitting closely side by side, and Qin Shen was lying on their beautiful legs, resting his head on Long Shasha's white silk stockings, snuggled up in her arms. Inhale, exhale, inhale. Weak and powerless. No matter what, he couldn't muster even a bit of spirit. It was so strange that his energy was drained, no recovery skills could help him, and he could only wait idly for his energy to slowly recover. It was simply a sin. Just at that moment, someone from the military arrived. It was a long-legged beauty with a graceful figure. Just like Lan Bingying and Hua Lingfang, she was a capable female general, but this female general was indeed a bit special to Qin Shen. Senior? Qin Shen sat up suddenly, his eyes shining with excitement. Xiao Jingyi, is it really you? Xiao Jingyi, a legendary figure from Tianwu Academy 5 years ago, overshadowed all her peers. Anyone from Tianwu Academy would know and recognize Xiao Jingyi. As the only SS-level talent in Tianwu Academy for hundreds of years, Xiao Jingyi's photo had long been hung on the wall of the Academy's outstanding figures, and she ranked high. Of course, now Qin Shen and the 4 school beauties were also on that list of outstanding figures. The 4 school beauties had S-level talents, while Xiao Jingyi had SS level, clearly making her much stronger than the 4 beauties. But unfortunately, even in Qin Shen's eyes, the legendary goddess senior Xiao Jingyi had missed her time. If she had the same kind of perverse equipment as Qin Shen, the perverse blacksmith, like the current 4 school beauties, she would have long become a legend throughout Huagua Jojo, and could have been named alongside the 10 war gods. How could one work so hard for so many years yet achieve basically nothing? The workplace is like a battlefield, and the military is no different. If the path of life is not smooth, the more talented one is, the more they are suppressed. The ways of the world are not just for show. Thus, after 5 years of harsh reality, Xiao Jingyi, an SS-level prodigy, has now fallen from grace. She is almost indistinguishable from the crowd. However, her decline is not due to a loss of talent, but simply because the road has not been smooth. Nevertheless, at this moment, standing confidently and radiantly before Qin Shen, she is beautiful, stunning, almost like the twin battle sisters, as if she has stepped out of an anime. No wonder she is called a legendary goddess senior. Even in Qin Shen's heart, she can be a legendary goddess senior. How could she be an ordinary person? Senior, you, please sit down, quickly sit, Qin Shen said, feeling a bit nervous as he noticed her beautiful, sparkling eyes fixed on him. He was about to get up to make room. At that moment, Long Shasha muttered, "Make room for what? Let the senior sit on your lap." Instantly, Qin Shen felt embarrassed. He couldn't help but wonder, could you not make such jokes at a time like this? Wouldn't that affect his first impression in the senior's eyes? Clearly, he had no idea that his first impression in Xiao Jingyi's mind had already been set. After 5 years in the military, no matter how much she had been suppressed, she was now a core member of the Jiangzhou Military Combat Headquarters, a trusted aide of Commander Liang Jinting. So how could she not know about Qin Shen's affairs? She had been watching him closely to see if this notorious guy was really that much of a beast. Now that she had observed enough, she sat down across from Qin Shen and smiled. "I didn't want to come at first, but military orders are like mountains, I had to come. But upon coming, I found that you, this notorious guy, really are a beast." Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly asked, "No, senior, that's not polite. How am I really a beast? You just arrived and don't know me at all." "I know enough," Xiao Jingyi interrupted with a smile. "The moment I arrived, I saw you lying on the beautiful legs of 4 school beauties, and you were shamelessly snuggled up in Shasha's arms. Humph. Then when you sat up and made eye contact with me, you tell me, were your eyes honest? Where were they looking? Did you figure out if I'm a 38D or a 38E? Qin Chen was completely embarrassed. Did she have to observe so closely? And did she really have to say it in front of so many people? Did she think he had no shame? The key was, her judgment might not even be accurate. No, Qin Chen said, regaining his composure slightly to defend himself. Senior, you have a bias against me because you've heard those rumors outside. You're making assumptions, which is why you feel my gaze was inappropriate when we made eye contact. Actually, I'm really not that kind of person. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. With that, Qin Chen cast a pleading look at the four school beauties. The result was that the four school beauties collectively turned against him. Oh right. Our Qin Chen brother is really not that kind of person. The bruise on my knee is from me accidentally falling. Yeah, that's right. My sore throat has nothing to do with Qin Chen brother. Yes, Qin Chen brother is full of integrity and never approaches women. How could he be the kind of beast that the outside world talks about? The stockings on my legs were torn by me. Qin Chen brother would never tear my stockings. Exactly, my Qin Chen brother has great character and is very helpful. He often kindly helps us wash our stockings and underwear. What the hell? Qin Chen was about to go crazy. What on earth were they talking about? Wasn't this just a blatant fabrication and slander? Long Shasha, the bruise on your knee has nothing to do with me. Zhao Xiao, when did your throat hurt? How come I didn't know anything about it? And Hua Shishue, you, the cold school beauty who usually keeps people at arm's length, why are you joining in on the fun? Lastly, Lin Anchi, do you even want to listen to what you're saying? With so many sexy little maids in white stockings in this villa, why would I be doing housework? And what do you mean I should help you wash stockings and underwear? Are you dreaming? Clearly, there's nothing going on, yet you insist on making something out of nothing at a time like this, trying to make me look like some kind of perverted beast, right? What else do you have to say? Xiao Jingyi said with a smile. Qin Chen was at a loss for words, feeling quite a headache. Today, he had been thoroughly set up by the four school beauties. Just wait, once I regain my strength, I'll deal with you all. I'm not joking with you anymore. Xiao Jingyi suddenly changed the subject. Let's talk business. Right now, the military is uniting various factions to suppress the Blacksmith's Guild, aiming to catch all the various monsters and demons within it and eliminate them completely. But this also brings up an unavoidable issue. How will the future weaponry and equipment of the entire Huagui Jojo be resolved if so many blacksmiths are offended or even eliminated? Hearing this, Qin Chen immediately grasped the key point. You want me to solve this problem? Xiao Jingyi nodded with a smile. That's right, that's the purpose of my visit today. It seems you haven't indulged yourself to the point of losing your mind. Ahem. Qin Chen coughed a couple of times, trying to defend himself. What do you mean by indulging? How could I? Senior sister, you can't joke about such things. Then show us your greatest abilities for everyone to see? Xiao Jingyi got straight to the point. The entire Blacksmith's Guild has hundreds of thousands of registered blacksmiths, and with the interns, temporary workers, and external hires, the total is about 1 million. Last year, 1 million blacksmiths contributed 2,433 pieces of equipment with gold and legendary level special effects. The year before that it was 1,742 pieces, and this year, halfway through, only 589 pieces have been produced. But you, having only collaborated with the military for a short time, have already contributed over 1,000 pieces of equipment with gold and legendary level special effects, many of which even have dual or even triple gold and legendary level effects. You alone can match 1 million blacksmiths. Indeed, that is quite impressive. Regardless of your character or conduct, or how debauched you may be privately, you are still a crucial asset to our Huagui Jojo. Qin Chen felt awkward. Was she praising him or mocking him? No, actually my character and conduct are quite good, and I'm not debauched at all. That's all part of your disguise plan. Focus. Xiao Jingyi interrupted him with a smile. What we want to know now is just how much potential you really have. Before this, you surely haven't shown your full potential, right? You must have been holding back, right? But now the stakes are high. It not only concerns the survival of 1 million blacksmiths and the entire Blacksmith's Guild but also the future strategic direction of our Huagui Jojo. In short, this involves a lot. The future path of our Huagui Jojo basically depends on how capable you, the ranking Demon King, are. So, do you have the confidence to show us right now? Show? Qin Chen was taken aback. Show what? After suffering so much last night and feeling so exhausted, why did she have to come to him at this moment to ask for a demonstration? What a perfect time to choose. But it's alright, no matter how drained he is, Zhao Xiao has already replenished his energy, spiritual power, and stamina with her skills. Moreover, enhancing equipment is a piece of cake for him, utterly effortless. After all, he doesn't need to be fully focused when enhancing equipment. nor does he have to control the furnace's heat or time his actions to maximize the success rate. In short, he doesn't need to go through the tedious operations that a typical blacksmith would. He just needs to toss various materials into the corresponding furnace. What's so troublesome about that? With this thought, Shin suddenly clapped his hands. Alright, let's show it off. I'll let you see just how capable I really am. But you better be mentally prepared, because my abilities are truly outrageous, so don't be too shocked when you witness it firsthand. Xiao Jingyi frowned slightly. Was this guy teasing her? He really wasn't. Soon, Xiao Jingyi would understand why. In just about 10 minutes, a whole pile of freshly forged equipment appeared in Shin's forging space. With the steady increase in his blacksmith level and proficiency, he was already capable of batch forging. Don't underestimate these 4 words. This is a key that makes Shin equivalent to 1,000,000 blacksmiths in the entire blacksmith guild. Other blacksmiths often have to be extremely careful because a single mistake can lead to failure, resulting in the complete destruction of all materials, leaving not even a sound behind. But Shin has a 100% success rate as a base, plus he guarantees 1 to 3, no, 1 to 4 lines of colorful eternal level effects. With such a talent backing him, how could he fail at forging? He simply tosses a large amount of materials in and forges as many as he can. It's truly like an automated assembly line. Other blacksmiths can't do this because they need to consider the success rate and equipment quality, and whether they can get special effects depends purely on luck. But does Shin need to worry about that? He just straightforwardly automates the process and forges in bulk. Although he can't guarantee the quality of the equipment, to be honest, he feels that his talent also encompasses equipment quality, as he rarely forges ordinary quality items anymore. Most of the time, they start at least at blue rare quality. Various orange epic and gold legendary qualities have become commonplace. However, the aspect of equipment quality should belong to a hidden talent, which is why there are no specific details in the visible talent passives. Regardless, after about 10 minutes, he directly pulled out over 100 pieces of equipment from the forging space. As expected, the worst were all blue rare quality. Most were purple excellent quality, a few were orange epic, and very few were gold legendary. The key point is that each piece had at least 1 colorful eternal level effect, then 1 colorful eternal and 1 gold legendary, 2 colorful eternals, 1 colorful eternal and 2 gold legendaries, 2 colorful eternals and 1 gold legendary, 3 colorful eternals, 1 colorful eternal and 3 gold legendaries. What the hell? Xiao Jingyi was stunned. Of course, it wasn't just her. Long Shasha, Zhao Xiao, Hua Shishue, and Lin Anqi, the 4 school beauties, had similar reactions. After all, they had no idea just how capable Shin was now, or rather, Shin's progress was simply too fast. Shin could basically be said to have the ability to soar to great heights at any moment, so how could their understanding of him be updated in time? Therefore, the abilities Shin displayed now clearly refreshed their perception of him once again. Mass-producing over 100 items, with the worst being of blue rare quality, and each piece at least carrying 1 rainbow eternal level effect. What does this even mean? What does this imply? If this were to spread, who would dare to believe it? In short, at this moment, Xiao Jingyi was filled with astonishment, and while checking the attributes of those equipment in bulk, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The 4 school beauties were also busy checking the attributes of those items, unable to resist reading out loud some of the absurdly overpowered effect descriptions. A pillar supporting the sky, an unyielding golden spear, eternal durability, as deep as the sea, seductive demon, 100 ghosts roaming at night, myriad demons wreaking havoc, vengeful spirits howling. It seemed that not only were some of these effects absurd, but some were also quite improper and eerie. In fact, each piece of equipment Shin had was shrouded in black smoke, exuding a sinister aura. Some were even emitting a red light, an extremely unsettling crimson glow. Although each piece came with at least 1 rainbow eternal level effect, they had nothing to do with divine artifacts. They were purely demonic items, one after another. They resembled the weapons and equipment wielded by the monsters in the Abyssal secret realm. If these items were to be held by those rich young ladies, royal princesses, or even holy maidens, the scene, honestly, it seemed quite thrilling. Shin had unknowingly begun to visualize the scene. Husband, your abilities are just too great. Suddenly, Long Shasha, in an unusually excited manner, directly exclaimed at Shin. As soon as she said this, Lin Anqi immediately responded, "What do you mean your husband? He's clearly my husband." Who would have thought that the 2 school beauties would openly compete for a husband? In fact, Zhao Xiao and Hua Shishue also wanted to join in, but one was serene and the other cold. They could occasionally tease Shin for fun, like just now when they joined Long Shasha and Lin Anqi in slandering him in front of Xiao Jingyi. But if they suddenly joined the open competition for a husband, they really couldn't bring themselves to do it. Though they couldn't do it verbally, they were still feeling the stirrings of spring. The way they looked at Qin Shen had clearly become more ambiguous than before. And Qin Shen, whether it was regarding Long Shasha and Lin Anqi's open competition for a husband or Zhao Xiao and Hua Shirshua's ambiguous and flirtatious gazes, was quite pleased. In the bloom of youth, with the spring breeze at his back, Qin Shen casually picked up one of the pieces of equipment with 3 effects. Epic Radiant Holy Bow, level 100, attack power, 1350, watch closely. Qin Shen directly tossed it into the forging space. In the blink of an eye, when he took out this Epic Radiant Holy Bow again, it was already at +3, enhancement +9. The attack power had directly risen from 1380 to over 10,800 plus 8,800. An increase of several times in attributes. Xiao Jingyi was stunned. The 4 school beauties were equally astonished. Even the nearby Song Yuqi, Lu Yumeng, and others were all shocked, standing there as if petrified. He just tossed the equipment in and took it out, and it was already at +3 enhancement +9? In the blink of an eye, the weapon's attributes increased by several times? How did he do it? Was equipment enhancement really that easy for him? Was it truly a simple task that required no effort? That was +3 enhancement +9, a level of strength that many hundreds of level experts would dream of. Just now, his effortless action directly completed a project worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions for the Forging Guild? Why you? How on earth did you do that? After finally regaining her senses, Xiao Jingyi couldn't help but tremble in her voice. Qin Shen smiled, the clouds light and the wind gentle, and said, "What does this count for? If I didn't have at least this much ability, how could I live up to the title of the nation's heavy weapon? Although my notorious reputation is due to a disguise plan, it ultimately has a negative impact, and it naturally takes immense skill to cover up the past. So, how about it? Is my ability big enough? Senior sister, you should be satisfied, right? Satisfied." Xiao Jingyi was indeed too shocked to care whether Qin Shen was teasing her. In her astonishment, she blurted out without thinking, "You really have enough ability, I'm very satisfied, I really like it." This was the truth. Not to mention her, even the current Regent Empress would undoubtedly be very satisfied and fond of Qin Shen's immense abilities. There was no one under heaven who could resist the temptation of such great ability, especially in this turbulent era where the abyssal invasion and monstrous beasts ravaged, and human civilization was on the brink of collapse. He could not only lead the entire Huagui to sweep across the globe and unify the world, but he could truly guide all of human civilization safely through this abyssal catastrophe. This guy could truly be said to be sent by heaven to save the common people. With such a person, how could Xiao Jingyi dare to say she was unsatisfied or disliked him? However, this was just the beginning. Qin Shen had merely warmed up. He still had things that would make Xiao Jingyi even more satisfied and fond of him. "Senior sister, you've come from afar, let me forge you a set of outfits. A small token of my appreciation, you can't refuse. You must accept it." Just a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shen immediately began to operate again. In just a moment, a pile of outfits was freshly made. Epic white over-the-knee stockings, epic black long stockings, legendary tight mini skirt, legendary ultra-short leather skirt outfits are like this. They may not seem very serious, but they are quite practical. Not only are they beautiful and attractive, but they also come with at least one illusory eternal level effect. Who would dare say they are not practical? Who would dare say they don't like them? One must know that in the vast Forge Master Guild, among the millions of Forge Masters, how many have studied outfits like these? Most are greedy and focused on wealth. Even those who have studied outfits are few, let alone those who can successfully forge outfits with effect attributes. Moreover, how many can achieve illusory eternal level effects? It's probably like in the world before Qin Shen's crossing, who would study how to make clothes both beautiful and bulletproof. Mechas exist, but they are mostly heavy, not very practical, and cannot be popularized. Overall, the cost-performance ratio is too low. In this world where everyone can change jobs, outfits with gold and legendary effects are not absolutely non-existent, but they are definitely priced without a market. You really can't buy them no matter how much money you spend. But now, Qin Shen casually forged a pile of outfits with illusory eternal level effects, and he was giving them to Xiao Jingyi as a meeting gift? In the past, Xiao Jingyi wouldn't even have dared to think about it. She had been in the military for several years, yet she had never seen a single piece of equipment with illusory eternal level effects. Now she could directly possess several? For this meeting gift, Qin Shen even said it was a small token of appreciation. His token of appreciation was truly enormous. But he wasn't done yet. "How about this? I'll make another pile of equipment for you to take back, so you can report back easily. The key is to let those high-ranking officials in the military see my strength clearly, so they can go all out to eradicate the pests in the Forge Master Guild. Otherwise, the entire Huagua will eventually be ruined by these pests, and that's no small matter, it could escalate. So now, even though I'm tired, it's nothing, serving the country is what I should do. Just wait and see my performance. As soon as the words fell, Qin Shen got to work, engaging in a series of automated assembly line casting operations. After all, he had so many casting materials that he couldn't possibly use them all, so why not make the most of them? Moreover, his rare quality exquisite bronze ancient sword was due for an upgrade. Since he couldn't obtain that imperial capital's royal sword, why couldn't he forge one himself? Perhaps he could create a weapon that would satisfy him and replace that rare quality exquisite bronze ancient sword. However, it was truly not easy to find a weapon that would meet his standards. After all, among the more than 100 pieces of equipment he had just seen, there were already several golden legendary quality items. Did Qin Shen find them appealing? He wanted a piece of iridescent eternal quality. If he was going to replace it, he might as well go for the best. After all, inheriting equipment wasn't that troublesome, right? It had to be done in one go. However, his talents did not provide any clear guarantees regarding equipment quality. Even if there was a minimum guarantee, it was hidden, and he couldn't see the detailed explanation at all. Moreover, it wasn't necessarily a guarantee, it should be. The higher his blacksmith level and talent level, the greater the probability of producing epic legendary and iridescent eternal quality items? That should be the case. But no matter what, he had to forge a piece of iridescent eternal quality equipment before he would replace the long-used rare quality exquisite bronze ancient sword. As a result, this automated assembly line casting process unknowingly lasted for over an hour. It's done! Qin Shen suddenly shouted excitedly. Finally, a weapon of iridescent eternal quality was produced. Heavenly Sin Sword of Divine Punishment level, 150 quality, eternal attack power, 47,000 unique eternal quality effect. Heavenly Sin, under the heavens, all beings are guilty. What need is there for a reason to impose guilt? I am guilty, I don't care, what are your rules? This sword ignores all defenses, can break all shields, can sever all control skills. Even if you are invincible, I can still break it with one sword. What the hell? Qin Shen was genuinely startled by the last sentence. Even if one is invincible, can it still be broken with one sword? With this sword in hand, all of the opponent's invincible skills and various shields would be useless, and it also ignores all defenses, meaning every strike deals real damage? Furthermore, what does it mean to sever all control skills? Is it interrupting? How can a skill with no cast time be interrupted? No, the word sever here shouldn't mean interrupt. It should also mean break, slash, or block. In other words, when the opponent's control skills are thrown at him, wielding this sword allows him to slash and render them ineffective. That should be the meaning, but Qin Shen wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been paying attention in class, and how long had it been since he last attended? It seemed he needed to consult the beautiful instructor Li Yanan for a deeper study. Qin Shen suddenly made a new discovery. Below the attribute panel of the Heavenly Sin Sword of Divine Punishment, there was another line of text. Note, the exclusive prefix effect skill is a personal exclusive, cannot be erased or replaced, and will coexist eternally with the weapon. Exclusive prefix? Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, then fixed his gaze on the Heavenly Sin of the Heavenly Sin Sword of Divine Punishment. This was the exclusive prefix. Coincidentally, that unique eternal quality effect, Heavenly Sin, also had the same two characters. So this is called a personal exclusive effect skill? It cannot be erased or replaced, so, if he inherits everything from the exquisite bronze ancient sword, wouldn't the Heavenly Sin effect not be overwritten? In that case, the Heavenly Sin Sword of Divine Punishment would have 2 golden legendary effects and 2 iridescent eternal effects, totaling 4 effect skills. Not bad, quite good, simply exhilarating. So what are we waiting for? Start right away. His earlier excited shout had already drawn the attention of Xiao Jingyi and the 4 school beauties, but at this moment, he completely ignored their reactions and focused on continuing his operation. This was also his first time performing the next operation. Equipment inheritance. First, he placed the refined bronze ancient sword, enhanced to plus 67, into the forging furnace, and then put the colorful eternal level sword, Heavenly Sin, Divine Punishment, into another forging furnace. The 2 furnaces were specifically for equipment inheritance and were connected in the middle. As Qin Shen began the operation, both furnaces ignited with roaring flames, and a scarlet flame flowed from the refined bronze ancient sword through the connecting passage into the Heavenly Sin, Divine Punishment sword. The 2 weapons established a connection, and the inheritance began. The forging panel continuously updated the inheritance information. Gem inlay, level 10 attack gem *7, inheritance successful. Enhancement level, plus 67, inheritance successful. Star level, 17, inheritance successful. Legendary effect 1, legendary effect 2, eternal effect 3, inheritance covering. At this moment, Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Inheritance covering? It can't really be covering that eternal effect of heavenly sin, right? Since it specifically stated that the exclusive effect skill of one's life cannot be covered, it should. Covering failed. Covering target is the exclusive effect skill of one's life. Refusal to cover. Sure enough, huh? Qin Shen was astonished. Refusal to cover? Why does this feel a bit off? The principle of inability to cover and this unilateral refusal to cover seem to be two different matters. Could there be something fishy? Of course, there was something fishy. In fact, equipment inheritance does not have any such thing as the exclusive skill effect of one's life being unable to be erased or replaced. As long as it is equipment inheritance, when one piece of equipment inherits everything from another, all original skills and effects will be completely covered, without exception. But in Qin Shen's case, an exception truly occurred. Refusal to cover, how miraculous. No, not miraculous, but bizarre. Extremely bizarre. Anyway, no blacksmith in the world had ever encountered such a thing. Of course, not many blacksmiths dared to attempt equipment inheritance. After all, they were not as abnormal as Qin Shen. How long had it been since he awakened the blacksmith profession? What status and identity did he have now? Not in the blacksmith guild, yet he single-handedly took down the entire blacksmith guild. Throughout history, only he alone. And at this moment, second covering target is the exclusive effect skill of one's life, still refusing to cover. Covering failed, skipping this step, inheritance continues. Effect inheritance in progress, inheritance successful. Heavenly Sin, Divine Punishment Sword plus 67, 17, level, 150, quality, eternal, attack power, 19. 7 billion plus 14. 5 billion, gem inlay, level 10 attack gem asterisk 7, legendary effect 1 Demon's Fury, legendary effect 2 Gluttony, eternal effect 3 Feast, eternal effect 4 Heavenly Sin, invincible. With this weapon in hand, wouldn't it be easy to claim the world? At this moment, under the unwavering gazes of those around him, Qin Shen took out the Heavenly Sin, Divine Punishment Sword, enhanced to plus 67, from the forging space. In an instant, a myriad of black gas surged into the sky. The eerie and malevolent power, vast as the ocean, stirred the heavens. The sky over Jiangbei, which was originally clear, suddenly became overcast, dark clouds rolling in, demonic energy surging. Crack! Thunder rumbled down, and in an instant, endless waves of thunder surged madly in the depths of the sky. At the tip of the sword in Qin Shen's hand, a streak of scarlet demonic light shot up into the sky, tearing through the clouds and splitting the sea of thunder, heading straight into the deepest part of the 33 heavens, the depths of the firmament. Don't say it's just Xiaojingyi and the four major campus beauties. Even Qin Shen himself feels like he's gone too far. He originally just wanted them to admire his new weapon. But who would have thought it would turn out like this? This is just too grand, isn't it? It's just a weapon. It wasn't like this in my forging space. What are you trying to do now? Even if you have eternal quality with 2 golden legendary effects and 2 colorful eternals, you don't need to go this far, do you? You want the whole world to come and hunt me down, don't you? That sword really seems to have a spirit. It appears to have heard Qin Shen's inner voice, and thus the overwhelming black mist and the endless, strange, and fierce power it unleashed quickly receded like a tide. In an instant, the clouds parted, and everything returned to calm. But the people in Jiangbei who had just witnessed that bizarre celestial phenomenon were no longer calm. They had been frightened, and in their shock and horror, they stood frozen in place like statues. Even those sweating in hotels and classrooms stopped all their actions in fear. And now that everything had returned to normal, who could remain calm? What the hell? What just happened? Was I seeing things? You weren't seeing things, and neither was I. The sky just went dark for a moment. It seems it wasn't just dark for a moment. There was also a scarlet demonic light shooting up to the heavens, charging into the rolling thunder in the depths of the sky. What? You saw the thunder too? Damn, I thought I was hallucinating. But there really was thunder in the depths of the sky? No way? Like the thunder of divine punishment? You all really saw it? So that means it truly exists? Damn, could it be that the difficulty of this abyssal catastrophe has escalated? Escalated difficulty of the abyssal catastrophe? Does that mean the real chaos is coming? This statement might actually be correct. Many people from all directions saw the bizarre celestial phenomenon above Jiangbei. Even those outside the borders of Huagua's 9 provinces, who couldn't see it due to the distance, sensed it. Especially the various ancestors who had been in seclusion in the major secret realms for years had already opened their long-closed eyes one by one, now staring in the same direction. The aura of the abyssal sun? The prophecy has come true. the Abyssal Sun has truly appeared in this abyssal catastrophe. Is it really the end of the world? Is this abyssal catastrophe really the last one? The Abyssal Sun from ancient legends has actually come to the mortal realm? It seems it's time for this old bone of mine to come out of seclusion. Heh, so what if it's the Abyssal Sun? I will slay it with one sword, and I will crush all the evil under your command in the cradle. Amitba, good, good. Is it the Abyssal Demon Lord or the Abyssal Sun? No matter what, he cannot live. Then, kill him. Yes, kill him. Let's go, let's go. In an instant, various ancestors from secret realms around the world emerged from seclusion, and they all headed in the same direction. At the same time, within the major abysses, all the demonic beasts roared in anger, going into a frenzied state, their combat power multiplying. Some even increased several times. Moreover, some bosses emerged from the abyss. Right next to the Western Buddhist land, a three-headed giant dragon over 1,000 meters long soared into the sky from one of the abysses. The dragon spread its wings, blocking out the sun. Roar! With the dragon's roar, the raging flames instantly turned the ground's temples to ashes. Thousands of Buddhist monks wailed in the sea of fire. Although they had various Buddhist skills, they were utterly ineffective. Because that was no ordinary flame. It was the furious dragon flame of the three-headed giant dragon, Smog Ghidorah, ultimate boss of Abyss Layer 77, the prehistoric overlord, three-headed giant dragon, Smog Ghidorah. Legendary level 888, attack power, 42 million plus 88, 8 billion, health, 470 billion, normal attack, furious dragon flame. Breathes out a furious dragon flame that attacks all enemies within a 10-kilometer radius. Enemies scorched by the dragon flame take 1% of their maximum health as true damage per second. This damage ignores shields, invincibility, and true damage reduction, cannot be dispelled, and reduces the target's healing effectiveness by 99%. This is the attribute panel of the three-headed giant dragon. No one in the world has ever seen it, as no one has been able to reach the 77th layer of the abyss to confront such a monstrous boss. But now, this monstrous boss has come out on its own, and upon arrival, it has begun a massacre in the Western Buddhist realm. This truly shows no respect for the Buddha, and that furious dragon flame is merely its normal attack. If the normal attack is like this, what must its skills be? One can only fear that even the Buddha would hesitate upon receiving distress signals from his followers. You burn so much incense usually, and now you want me to confront this? Just wait here, right? Of course, at this moment, it's likely not just the Buddha who would hesitate. The deities worshipped by people everywhere would feel the same. Because this time, the one breaking out of the abyss and wreaking havoc on the world is not just this prehistoric overlord three-headed dragon, but also the primordial titan, the nine-headed sky-devouring python, the ancient progenitor, the god-slaying thousand-eyed insect empress, the 18 hellish mother-son dual fiends, Blood Azura, the 10 halls of Yama, the demonic composite general of the abyss, the demonic mechanical ascendant, the divine martial immortal emperor, and so on. Each one of them is truly. Just hearing their names makes it clear they are not to be trifled with. Given this situation, a chaotic era is undoubtedly approaching. This abyss catastrophe has truly escalated, and it has directly risen to hell difficulty. The great powers are shocked, and all beings are in panic, while the instigator of all this, Qin Shen, has now quietly put away that extremely monstrous heavenly sin, sort of divine punishment, then glanced around at the people before him, coughed twice, and forced a calm demeanor. Low profile, the greater my abilities, the more I must keep a low profile. The military specially tailored a disguise plan for me just for this? Let me tell you, what I've shown so far is nothing, it's all normal, completely within the military's expectations, so there's no need to be surprised. Really, you all need to be as calm as I am. Just pretend nothing happened just now. Try to forget everything that just occurred. Forget? What a joke! Qin Shen's words were not yet finished, but Xiao Jingyi and the four school beauties could no longer hear a word. After all, they had just witnessed the terrifying power of the sword in Qin Shen's hand. Absolutely monstrous. That dazzling, colorful light must symbolize the quality of eternal brilliance, right? And it's the 7-colored quality of eternal brilliance. No, not 7 colors. It seems to be 9 colors, or even a perfect 10 colors? There are distinctions in brilliance. Generally speaking, the more colors there are, the better the corresponding quality of brilliance. The sword that Qin Shen held just now shone with at least 9 colors. Long Shasha carefully recalled and confirmed it was 9 colors, and both Hua Shishue and Lin Anqi agreed. But Zhao Shiro couldn't quite remember if it was 7 or 9. She could only be sure it was at least 7. After all, she was the 39E cow school beauty, with a big chest and not much brain, so her memory wasn't that great, hence her current uncertainty. In comparison, Xiao Jingyi was much better off. Although she also had a 38D figure, she was simultaneously an SS level talent, which allowed her to remember most clearly that the sword in Qin Shen's hand just now was not shining with 7 colors, nor 9 colors, and it wasn't even the perfect 10 colors. It was 12 colors, not a divine quality, but surpassing divine quality with 12 colors. If it were to further evolve into the ultimate 13 colors, then it would undoubtedly be divine quality. What concept does a sword with the eternal quality of 12 colors, extremely close to divine quality, represent? The overwhelming black aura and the terrifying power it released just now were enough to explain everything. But why was it overwhelming black aura instead of divine light filling the sky? And why was it terrifying power instead of endless holy might? Why did it feel like something was off? Was it a divine artifact or a demonic tool? Xiao Jingyi was puzzled. But this did not affect her deep admiration for Qin Shen at this moment. She even didn't want to go back. What was the point of returning to the Jiangzhou military combat headquarters, filled with professional culture and various human affairs? Wouldn't it be better to stay by Qin Shen's side? Although Jiangzhou's commander, Liang Jinting, indeed valued her greatly, it was under Liang Jinting's protection that she had managed to maintain a significant position at the Jiangzhou military combat headquarters amidst various exclusions and suppressions over the years. However, now, under the immense temptation of Qin Shen's capabilities, she truly wanted to stay. She knew very well that Qin Shen was no ordinary person. If she stayed by his side, he would surely take her along, soaring to great heights. Come. Suddenly, Qin Shen looked over at her and took out all the equipment he had forged in his space. These are all the items I forged in the past hour. You saw the best one, I'm keeping it for myself. The remaining few hundred pieces, you can take to report. Adding the previous 100 or so, there should be about 500 or 600 in total. I remember you said that the entire Forge Master Guild, with over 1 million Forge Masters, has contributed less than 600 pieces this year? Then I alone can match all of them. You can go back and tell the higher-ups to dismiss the unnecessary personnel and eliminate those who should be eliminated. Instead of wasting money on idle people, it's better to give the money to me. What about giving me to you? Xiao Jingyi suddenly said this. Qin Shen was momentarily stunned. What did she just say? At this moment, under Qin Shen's astonished gaze, his legendary goddess senior's face turned slightly red, and it kept getting redder and redder. Before long, it resembled a ripe apple, vibrant and dripping with a charm that made one unable to resist wanting to lean in and take a bite. Yet even so, Xiao Jingyi mustered her courage, took a deep breath, and said, I said, what if I were to give myself to you? How would you feel about that? Is it possible? Qin Shen was indeed a bit dazed. He really didn't expect this goddess senior to say such a thing. However, thinking about it, it was normal. After all, who was he? With such great abilities, who wouldn't be tempted? Who could resist the allure? Who wouldn't want to claim a man like him, who was hard to find even with a lantern? So, stay calm, this is very normal. Don't you want me to stay? Xiao Jingyi then took 2 steps forward with her enchanting long legs, closely staring into Qin Shen's eyes, smiling as she asked, not only do you not want me to stay, but your words just now seem to imply you wanted to drive me away? No. Qin Shen quickly shook his head. How could I want to drive you away? Senior, please don't misunderstand me. You still call me senior? Xiao Jingyi interrupted. Don't you think that sounds distant? Think about what you just gave me in terms of outfits. Over-the-knee white stockings, black thigh-highs, tight mini skirts, and ultra-short leather skirts. Who would send these to a serious person? Since you sent them, don't you want me to wear them for you? Dare you say otherwise? Qin Shen really wanted to say otherwise. After all, how could he possibly be that kind of person? He genuinely just wanted to give a small gift to express his little sentiment. But Xiao Jingyi didn't give him a chance to explain. As soon as he opened his mouth, she interrupted him again. Don't call me senior, call me Jingyi. After saying that, Xiao Jingyi thought for a moment and added, or you can call me Sister Jingyi, got it? Qin Shen was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Just then, someone from the military arrived. But this time, they came to deliver something. 7 million enhancement stones, 1 million star-up stones, 700,000 illusionary divine stones, 400,000 heavenly meteor divine iron, and various gems totaling 34 million. In addition, there were various forging materials, amounting to 500,000 tons, and 800 billion gold coins. Without exception, all were confiscated from the homes of those in the Jiangzhou branch of the Forging Masters Guild. In other words, all were state assets embezzled by the Jiangzhou branch of the Forging Masters Guild. And this was just a portion. There were definitely more that had yet to be uncovered, likely even more than what had already been found. In any case, Jiangzhou Commander Liang Jinting, in a fit of rage, directly sent all these things to Qin Shen. 1. It profoundly indicated the military's current regard for Qin Shen. 2. It was to let Qin Shen fully exert his role, to let him single-handedly slap the entire Forging Masters Guild in the face, thus giving the military more confidence to intensify their investigations and better and faster eradicate the pests. Of course, at the same time, Commander Liang Jinting was also quite angry. There was, more or less, a bit of spite involved. After all, how much had he invested in the Forging Masters Guild over the years? In comparison, how much had he spent on Qin Shen? The key was that Qin Shen had contributed so many golden legendary level special effect equipment in such a short time. How could those useless people in the Forging Masters Guild compare to him? So why not take all the resources confiscated from the Forging Guild and give them to Qin Shen? Let's see what kind of surprise he could bring to the military. What the hell? As a result, Liang Jinting's actions indeed brought Qin Shen quite a surprise. At this moment, seeing so many enhancement stones, star-up stones, and illusionary divine stones sent by the military, Qin Shen was genuinely astonished. So many? All confiscated from those in the Forging Masters Guild? And this is just what the Jiangzhou branch of the Forging Masters Guild found? Then, how much can the entire Forging Masters Guild across the 9 provinces of Huagua find? These damn things, we still haven't unified the world in Huagua's 9 provinces, and these dogs are absolutely to blame. Kill them, just kill them all. Not only kill them, but also confiscate all their properties, execute their entire families. Qin Shen was initially excited about the military suddenly sending so many enhancement stones and star-up stones, but as he spoke, he began to feel anger rising, even murderous intent, perhaps influenced by the hostility of his various equipment, or perhaps for some other reason. In any case, at this moment, there was indeed a murderous aura stirring deep in his eyes. If there are people in or behind the Forging Masters Guild that your military dares not touch, leave it to me to handle. I can handle anyone, you just need to give me a list. I'm serious, I'm not joking. You just need to relay my exact words when you go back. Since you've sent me so many things, and chosen to trust me, then trust me completely. At this point, Qin Shen picked out a level 350 legendary quality weapon from the items sent by the military. The weapon itself had excellent attributes, although it lacked special effects. After enhancement, star upgrading, and gem embedding, it could unleash great power and serve as a formidable tool for the military to combat abyssal beasts. The military clearly intended for Qin Shen to help enhance these items by sending them along with the materials. So, how did Qin Shen enhance it? In front of everyone present, he selected a level 150 purple exceptional quality weapon with 4 special effects that he had forged himself and began the equipment inheritance. He directly inherited all 4 special effects from the level 150 purple exceptional quality weapon onto the level 350 legendary quality weapon. After inheritance, he enhanced it further, upgraded its stars, and embedded gems. In just about 10 minutes, a powerful weapon was born. Legendary level Holy Radiance Sword plus 55, level 12, 17 attack gems * 10 level, 350 attack power, 320 million plus 9, 8 billion legendary special effect 1 dark cutting. Each attack or skill will attach a 50% armor breaking effect, lasting for 20 seconds. If a second layer is stacked within 20 seconds, the duration will reset. It can stack infinitely, and after breaking 100% armor, it will convert into an increase in damage taken by the opponent. Legendary special effect 2 Rampant In Wind. All attacks or skills will carry In Wind, dealing 10% of the target's maximum health as true damage to all enemies within 3 meters. Each target hit by a group skill will trigger multiple instances of Rampant In Wind, causing damage to all enemies. Eternal special effect 3 Roar of the Demon. Critical hit chance plus 50%, critical hit damage plus 100%, and each critical hit will make the user invincible for 1 second, immune to all control skills during this time. The first attack after 1 second will deal final damage times 10. For every enemy that dies from this damage, the final multiplier will permanently increase by 1. Eternal special effect 4 Ghostly Servitude. Any target that dies under this sword will be enslaved by it, turning into a ghostly puppet with plus 100% to all attributes. The ghostly puppet will automatically appear and attack all enemies around the sword's master once the sword enters this state. If the ghostly puppet falls, it will lie dormant within the sword for 10 minutes before reviving. With this weapon equipped, who wouldn't be dazzled? This was already several times stronger than the weapon Qin Hongyu used to swiftly slay the Emperor of Fusang. Yet, Qin Shen casually handed this weapon to the military personnel. Take it to Liang Jinting. Consider it my return gift. After all, he sent me so many things, I certainly have to show some courtesy. Of course, I also want him to know that I, Qin Shen, can stand against all the blacksmiths in the country. So he doesn't need to have any concerns. Those blacksmiths under his jurisdiction, if they need to be dealt with, just eliminate them. It would be best to follow my advice and wipe out their entire family without leaving a single one behind. With my support, what does he have to fear? The military personnel were stunned. Xiao Jingyi and the 4 school beauties were also staring at the legendary Holy Radiance sword, unable to look away. They hadn't seen the attribute panel of the Day of Sin, Divine Punishment sword earlier and could only judge its eternal quality from the sword's iridescent glow. But now, they could see the attribute panel of the legendary Holy Radiance sword clearly. This item had no special effects just a moment ago, and now it had turned into 4? This is equipment inheritance? All 4 special effects from that purple exceptional quality weapon were successfully inherited? Oh my, is the success rate of equipment inheritance 100%? Not only was the equipment inherited, but it was also directly enhanced to plus 55 strength, enhancement plus 55, 12, and embedded with 10 level 17 attack gems? Oh my, a total attack power of 320 million plus 9, 8 billion? This is a true divine weapon. So terrifying, this is just too terrifying, right? Various exclamations rose and fell, and everyone present, in extreme shock, cast adoring glances at Qin Shen. It was genuine admiration, with no other feelings mixed in. After all, who could forge such a divine weapon in just over 10 minutes? This has never happened before in history. Truly unprecedented, and it will likely never happen again. Qin Shen is the god of this era. With him guarding the 9 provinces of Huagua, how could there be any worry about unifying the world, bringing everything under one banner? In the near future, Huagua might really insist on a Huagua principle, with only one Huagua in the world, no other countries. Non-citizens, even if far away, must be punished. And to conquer the world, one must first stabilize the homeland. First, eliminate the pests. Relying on a single blacksmith to sweep the globe, what's the harm in that? Ahem. Suddenly, Qin Shen coughed a few times, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Be low-key, stay calm, stay calm. I just casually showed a little skill to repay the military's trust in me. It's nothing big, really. The crowd was speechless. Do you even hear what you're saying? You casually produced a divine blade with enhancement plus 55 and level 12, and you call that just showing a little skill? Just that casual display is enough to intimidate all the great powers in the world, okay? Even those abyssal bosses, if they had any intelligence, would have to think twice from now on. This abyssal catastrophe might soon vanish into thin air. Of course, that's a bit exaggerated. After all, how could they know the true terrifying power of those abyssal bosses? Especially since this abyssal catastrophe is extremely complex. After all, the abyss is divided into 2 major factions. Qin Shen comes from the abyss, but those abyssal beasts are basically not from his faction. The abyss has split, turning this world into a battlefield. And the so-called world is not just the one Qin Shen is in now. The world he was in before his transmigration is the same. Moreover, that world had no spiritual energy revival, no universal job changes, and no powerful awakeners to combat those crazily invading abyssal beasts. It had long turned into a hell, with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Some have said that no carbon-based life form can withstand an AK barrage, and nuclear weapons can even combat deities. The result: technology is ultimately just technology, a product researched under the premise of following all natural laws. But there is more than one set of natural laws in this world. Moreover, whether gods or demons, they can directly manipulate various natural laws for their own use. Following the laws and utilizing the laws are 2 completely different matters. It's like ordinary people and lawyers. The former must be cautious and follow the rules, while the latter can use the law to do as they please. Can they be the same? The gap between technological civilization and orderly civilization is only greater. The so-called orderly civilization has many conceptual elements that can ignore all rules. No matter how many nuclear weapons you have, I can immunize against all damage with a single move. Or merge with the void. Can your nuclear weapons still harm the void? Or absorb damage? The stronger your nuclear weapons, the more damage I can absorb and convert into my own energy. Then there's damage rebound. What can you do about that? When orderly civilization faces technological civilization, it's a dimensional strike within a dimensional strike. There are no weak gods of concepts, and every being in the orderly civilization, whether they are deities or various demons and monsters, can essentially be considered a god of concepts. In this world where everyone can change their profession, every awakened individual can be said to be a god of concepts. Moreover, they are not limited to a single concept but are extremely diverse. Regardless, Qin Shen is undeniably strong to an outrageous degree at this moment. That night, when the commander of Jiangzhou, Liang Zhenting, received the legendary Holy Radiance sword with a plus 55 enhancement that Qin Shen had gifted him, he was momentarily stunned, his heart shaken. This was crafted by him? Given to me? A plus 12 enhancement with plus 55? Over 10 billion in attack power? My heavens, how am I worthy of this? A national treasure. This is definitely a national treasure level divine weapon, worthy of being a treasure of the nation. Am I worthy? It must be submitted. This thing must be submitted. I need to go in person, right now, quickly, prepare a vehicle for me, immediately. I need to rush to the capital to present this national treasure to the Regent Empress. Liang Jinting was serious. After all, how could such a +12 enhancement divine weapon be used by him? It must be handed over to the 10 war gods to unleash its maximum power. Such a divine weapon cannot be disgraced by him, Liang Jinting. Otherwise, he would bear the responsibility and become a sinner for eternity, carrying a name of infamy throughout the ages. But he did not know that this legendary Holy Radiance sword was truly nothing to Qin Shen. At this moment, with the military sending over more than 1 million star upgrading stones and over 7 million enhancement stones, Qin Shen's strength surged dramatically. First, his Heavenly Sin, Divine Punishment Sword, originally at +17 enhancement with +67, was directly upgraded to +29 enhancement with +99, and its attack power transformed from 19.7 billion plus 145 billion to 212 trillion plus 412 trillion. That's right, trillion, a total of 433.2 trillion in attack power. Each enhancement is an exponential doubling, and going from +17 to +29 means it doubled exponentially 12 times, turning from over 100 billion to 433.2 trillion. Moreover, the upgrade from +67 to +99 also required significant effort. Thus, the astronomical attack power presented was quite reasonable, very reasonable. His Abyss necklace, originally at +10, was also upgraded to +17, with health points increasing from over 50 billion to 6.4 trillion, which was also quite reasonable. This left Qin Hanyu a bit dazed, because this female war goddess had a wedding ring from a demon lord, a decorative item that Qin Shen had crafted for her, with the sole effect of binding her in a couple relationship with the creator of the wedding ring, allowing her to share 50% of his attributes. Suddenly, Qin Hongyu felt something was off and couldn't help but check her attribute panel, only to discover she had inexplicably gained over 20 trillion in attack power. Additionally, she had gained over 3.2 trillion in health points. What was going on? Who wouldn't be confused by such a thing? Of course, amidst her confusion, Qin Hanyu quickly thought of the demon lord's wedding ring. This item forcibly bound her to Qin Shen as a couple, allowing her to share 50% of his attributes. Previously, she had been shocked when she suddenly gained several hundred billion in attack power and health points, and now it was happening again? She had been too busy to find Qin Shen to ask for clarification. But now, over 20 trillion in attack power and 3.2 trillion in health points, and this was only half of Qin Shen's attributes? Then he must have over 40 trillion in attack power and 6.4 trillion in health points? Was this madness? What on earth had this kid done? Finally, the female war goddess, Qin Hanyu, could no longer remain calm and immediately set off, flying straight to Jiangbei. She was too lazy to call and ask because it was something that couldn't be clarified over the phone. She had to find Qin Shen in person to get a clear answer. Mainly, she wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of equipment Qin Shen had that could be so abnormal. In fact, she already knew that Qin Shen would definitely become more and more abnormal. After all, she was aware that this guy had come out of the abyss, but she clearly still underestimated people who came out of the abyss. She really never expected that Qin Shen could become this abnormal to such an extent. Right now, the world was in chaos, with various big bosses from the abyss and secret realms running rampant and causing havoc. There were prehistoric overlords like the 3-headed giant dragon, the 9-headed sky-devouring python of the ancient titans, and the ancient ancestor god-slaying thousand-eyed insect queen, among others. It was said that the weakest among them, the 3-headed giant dragon, had an attack power of nearly 100 billion and several hundred billion in health. Originally, she was worried and even terrified, but now it seemed that these terrifying bosses were far less abnormal than Qin Shen. This guy truly deserved to come out of the abyss. There was simply no one in this world more abnormal than him. This kid was definitely the most abnormal throughout history, without exception. In fact, her thinking wasn't entirely correct. There were indeed those who could be more abnormal than the current Qin Shen, and that was the future Qin Shen. After all, his potential for improvement was still very large, very large. That night, he took people into the secret realm of the Demon Lock Tower. He needed to level up because the Sin Divine Punishment Sword was level 150, while he was only over level 120 after his first promotion, and he shouldn't have been able to use it. He had forced himself to use it thanks to his SSR level powerful talent. But even so, he clearly felt the heavy resistance and couldn't unleash the true power of the Sin Divine Punishment Sword, let alone use it skillfully. So he had to level up, and he simply brought everyone around him along, heading straight for the second floor of the Demon Lock Tower. The people he brought included Xiao Jingyi and 4 school beauties, as well as 3 female generals, Yuan Meiyuan, Lin Xiushui, Suru, Lu Yumum, Song Yuqi, and Lang Xan with her dozen or so female assassins. Basically, he brought everyone he could. Leveling up alone was one thing, but leveling up as a group was another. It was much better to enjoy together than to be alone, and how nice it was to have such a large group. Pairs of long legs and slim waists were quite refreshing and pleasing to the eye. There was no sense of tension at all on the second floor of the Demon Lock Tower. While grinding monsters, they could admire beautiful legs, and when tired, they could casually rest their heads on a pair of lovely legs. If they were really exhausted, they could randomly pick a lucky beauty to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Wasn't that nice? Much more invigorating than lying around at home bored to death that morning. When energy was drained, and nothing felt enjoyable, one had to create enjoyment. Qin Shen had figured out a thing or two in this regard. As a result, without realizing it, his level kept skyrocketing, reaching level 150, and the 40 trillion attack power of the Sin Divine Punishment Sword was fully unleashed, and then, the second floor of the Demon Lock Tower was quickly cleared, and he led everyone straight to the third floor. The various monsters and demons on the third floor couldn't last for 10 minutes, and then he directly charged into the 4th, 5th, 6th floors. It was truly without realizing it, a night had passed. When the sky outside was already bright, he was standing on the 28th floor of the Demon Lock Tower, having just taken down the ultimate boss of the 28th floor with a single strike, and now he was resting his head on Xiao Jingyi's beautiful black silk legs, panting heavily. I can't take it anymore. Last night. No, it was the night before last. The energy I spent the night before last hasn't recovered at all. I'm really at my limit now. I'm truly exhausted. Senior sister, hurry, save me, give me artificial respiration, quick. Okay. Xiao Jingyi smiled as she leaned down, directly pressing her vibrant red lips against Qin Shen's mouth. In front of everyone, the two were openly kissing under the guise of artificial respiration. In the past, someone would definitely have called Qin Shen shameless, but now, whether it was the 4 school beauties or the 3 female generals, or even Yuan Meiyuan, Suru, Lu Yumum, and others, not a single person commented on Qin Shen's shameless behavior. After all, they had all witnessed Qin Shen's immense capabilities firsthand. In just one night, he had led all of them to the 28th floor of the Secret Realm's Demon Lock Tower. He was clearly a godlike figure. Now, each of them was, without exception, in awe of him. Not only did they not want to say a single bad word about him, but they even wanted to replace Xiao Jingyi and personally give him artificial respiration. Forget about just artificial respiration, they would even be willing to share a bridal chamber with him. Now it was no longer a matter of whether they wanted to, it depended on whether Qin Shen was willing. As long as Qin Shen was willing, they would do anything he desired. No one would refuse. It was important to note that they were on the 28th floor of the Secret Realm's Demon Lock Tower, and the ultimate boss that Qin Shen had taken down with a single strike was level 450. That was a terrifying existence that even a team of 10 battle gods would have to struggle for 10 days or half a month to slowly wear down. Yet, it was killed by Qin Shen in one blow? Perhaps they didn't fully grasp what that meant, but they knew one thing. With Qin Shen being such an enormous and towering figure, they had to hold on tightly. Missing this opportunity would mean losing everything. If they weren't careful, Qin Shen would soon be in a different world from them, and if they distanced themselves even a little, they might never have the chance to stand before him again. Standing at the forefront, even a pig could fly. Being led by a great man, even a useless person could soar to the skies alongside the sun. Now the opportunity was right in front of them. Anyone who didn't cherish it was simply foolish. And foolish to the point of being hopeless, absolutely a lost cause. Among all the beautiful women present, who could be that hopeless person? Certainly not Xiao Jingyi. Over the past 5 years, this SS-level prodigy had faced all sorts of difficulties, exclusion, and suppression. She had long been disgusted by the various social intricacies and workplace culture. She had realized one truth: often, talent and ability were not important. What mattered was being obedient to what those above wanted. If one was obedient and compliant, even without outstanding abilities, they could still rise. But if one had their own ideas, well, in short, many people at the top wanted obedient dogs, nothing else mattered. How could she, Xiao Jingyi, with her SS-level talent, become a compliant dog for a bunch of good-for-nothings? No matter what, she still had her pride. Therefore, for the past few years, she had remained stagnant at the Jiangzhou Military Combat Headquarters, even with the recognition of Commander Liang Jinting, and despite his repeated attempts to pave the way for her, she had never succeeded. Even with Liang Jinting's protection, it was still like this. Without it, she couldn't even imagine what her life would be like. But now, her turning point had come. Qin Shen's immense abilities and charm were enough to conquer her, enough to make her willingly stay by his side and do anything for him. The key was that he was definitely not one of those good-for-nothings. He could truly take her soaring into the clouds, flying straight to the heavens. Submitting to such a capable man, what was wrong with that? No matter how one looked at it, he was a million times, a billion times better than those good-for-nothings. What level are you at now? Finally, as the kiss ended, Xiao Jingyi gazed at Qin Shen with affectionate eyes and softly asked. Qin Shen's thoughts stirred, and he directly revealed his attribute panel for everyone to see. Qin Shen, level 237, second transmutation blacksmith talent, SSR level. The attribute panel displayed only these two items, while the rest of the information was hidden by Qin Shen. After all, if they saw it as trillions of health points and tens of trillions of attack power, what would their reaction be? Once they fully regained their senses, filled with excitement and fervor, wouldn't they all compete to offer themselves to him to bear children and continue his lineage? Who knows, there might even be some who would take the initiative. At that time, with so many of them and him being just a weak boy with no strength to bind a chicken, how could he withstand the combined torment of so many? Ultimately, boys like him had to be careful to protect themselves out there. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. However, his SSR level talent still shocked everyone. SSR level talent? Honey, when did you level up your talent? Long Shasha was the first to speak. Lin Anqi was the second. Showing off your talent level? Huh? Bad guy. Is this already SSR level talent? Zhao Xiao couldn't help but murmur. Since we've harvested so much earth vein essence in this secret realm tonight, wouldn't that mean you could level up to SSS level? SSS level. Everyone who heard Zhao Xiao's murmur couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. It seemed that no one in the world today had such a talent, right? That meant Qin Shen would be the unprecedented first person in the world with SSS level talent? At this point, he could almost be considered invincible. If he further leveled up to SSS level talent, then, what would happen to him? Everyone present found it hard to imagine, because such a thing was indeed beyond their comprehension. Be low-key, be low-key. At this moment, Qin Shen sat up, wrapping his arms around the exposed, delicate waist of Xiao Jingyi while also pulling the nearby cow-like school beauty Zhao Xiao into his embrace, then feigned profundity. One should be a bit more low-key. Just like me, the greater the ability, the more low-key one should be. After all, the reason the sea is vast is that it is the lowest in elevation, allowing it to accommodate all rivers. Ha! Hey, what are you all looking at me with those expressions for? Am I wrong? This is a profound truth. Why do you all look down on me? Even looking at me like I'm trash? Seeing you all like this, are you wanting to step on my face? I advise you not to, otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you. Deal with? Hearing him say this, the three cold and beautiful women, especially Lan Bingying, clearly became excited. If you're going to say that, then I'm getting energized. Me too, Lin Anqi quickly added. I really want to see how you plan to deal with so many of us. Who knows who will deal with whom? Hua Shishue, the icy school beauty, even joined in playfully. Qin Shen couldn't help but be on guard. What do you all want to do? I warn you not to mess around. No way, it feels like you're all eyeing my body. It's too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. No more resting, let's go directly to the 29th floor. Saying that, Qin Shen immediately stood up and stepped into the portal leading to the 29th floor of the secret realm locking demon tower, not pausing for even a moment. He was genuinely afraid that if he delayed for another second, he would be overwhelmed by these watchful young women and mature ladies, and if that happened, it would be a tragedy for him. He might really die here. After all, the events of the night before were still fresh in his memory, and the culprit, Lin Xiaoxue, was right among them. Just Lin Xiaoxue alone was so formidable. If she teamed up with her daughter Lin Anqi, what kind of monster would that be? So Qin Shen really preferred to continue grinding monsters. After all, the hard truth is that leveling up by grinding monsters to enhance his strength as quickly as possible is the only way. Everything else is just empty. However, when Long Shasha followed him into the secret realm of the demon lock tower on the 29th floor and heard his mumbling, she directly said, "Everything is empty? I think you're the one who's empty, Qin Shen was indeed feeling a bit empty. After all, the vital energy he had been drained of the night before hadn't recovered, and he had been exhausted for a whole day and night. Speaking of which, he really hadn't rested much. What a hard life he led. Nevertheless, after grinding all night in the demon lock tower, he had made it all the way to the 28th floor, and his gains were quite good. He was now at level 237, second transition, with both Talent 6 and Talent 7 awakened. Talent 6, 100% success rate for equipment quality enhancement. Talent 7, can upgrade equipment special effects skills. Each level increases skill effectiveness. With a 100% success rate for equipment quality enhancement, how far could he be from having a full set of god-level quality gear? Moreover, since he could upgrade the special effects skills of his equipment, How much combat power would he gain by upgrading all those various equipment effects? Combat power is like money in an ordinary urban world. Can you ever have too much? The more, the better, there's never enough. When the time comes to use it, you'll regret not having enough. Just like how money is just a number to the richest, even if they have no real concept of it, they still have to keep making money. I might not need it, but I must have it, and the more, the better, never too little. Right now, Qin Shen's pursuit of combat power was pretty much like that. Regardless of whether he would use it or not, he was just determined to keep pushing upward. Sooner or later, it would come in handy. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that, whether it was this world or the abyssal catastrophe, it was far from as simple as it seemed. There were deep waters in every aspect. In other words, even though he already possessed terrifying combat power that others would struggle a lifetime to achieve, he still felt a sense of crisis. This is called being vigilant in times of peace. Striving never stops. Anyway, he just needed to keep pushing upward. After all, he was only at level 237, second transition. Even a few hours later, when he finally walked out of the demon lock tower on the 37th floor at noon, he was only at level 288, second transition. He returned home to a bunch of sexy, white silk-clad maids waiting on him, took a shower, and collapsed onto the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Before he knew it, he quickly fell asleep under the full-body massage provided by Su-Ru and her beautiful socialite friends. This SSR-level blacksmith at level 288 was so low-key and simple, unadorned. Besides grinding monsters and leveling up, he just slept. After waking up from a good sleep, he would probably be busy with ranked matches again. With him working so hard and not thinking about indulging in enjoyment, what reason did others have not to work hard? He really should hold a global motivational speaking tour. He could use his experiences to inspire young people of his generation to strive for progress instead of lying flat and waiting for death. When Qin Shen fell into a deep sleep, he was thinking about these things, and as a result, he actually started giving speeches everywhere in his dreams. He even dreamed that the Regent Empress Shen Yuan Qingmeng wanted to personally have a child with him to reward him for his outstanding contributions to the younger generation of humanity. And then he got completely carried away in the dream. When everything in the dream finally came to an end and he woke up in the middle of the night, it was already late. In the hall, the female war god Qin Hongyu was looking incredulously at the attribute panels of Xiao Jingyi and the four school beauties. Xiao Jingyi, level 367, 3rd Transcendence Long Shasha, level 311, 3rd Transcendence Zhao Xiao, level 315, 3rd Transcendence Hua Shishua, level 308, 3rd Transcendence Lin Anqi, level 314, 3rd Transcendence Goodness. They're all over level 300 in their 3rd Transcendence? Is this the result of their frenzied grinding in the Demon Lock Tower under Qin Shen's leadership? Qin Hongyu is only at level 400 in her 4th Transcendence, and she has been putting in significant effort since the last battle between the righteous and the demonic. She seems to be in her 20s, but in reality, she has existed for several hundred years. After hundreds of years of hard cultivation, she has only reached level 400 in her 4th Transcendence. And now, Xiao Jingyi, Long Shasha, Zhao Xiao, and the others are about to catch up to this female war god who has lived for hundreds of years? Is there any justice left? Is there any law? With their speed of leveling up, how can others survive? However, while Qin Hongyu was shocked and found it hard to believe, she could also understand. After all, why was she here? She had come because the Demon Lord's wedding ring had suddenly shared 200 trillion attack power and several trillion health points from Qin Shen, and she wanted to figure out what was going on. Just relying on the Demon Lord's wedding ring to share half of Qin Shen's attributes was already terrifying. How outrageous must Qin Shen's full attributes be? Thus, with so many people grinding through the abyss and killing their way to the 37th floor, it was no surprise that so many had leveled up to over 300 in their 3rd Transcendence. To be honest, it wasn't difficult. Come on, in front of his over 20 trillion attack power, what could possibly be difficult? Forget the Demon Lock Tower, even clearing the Demon Suppression Cave, Dragon Slaying Hall, Buddha Slaughter Sea, Immortal Execution Platform, God Slaying Domain, Common People's Tomb, and the Tower of Heaven should not be a challenge. After all, that was over 20 trillion attack power. Suddenly, Qin Shen's voice rang out. He came out of the room and was puzzled to see so many people in the hall. You all woke up? And you're all gathered here? Damn! Suddenly, he noticed Qin Hongyu. Sister? You're here too? What did you just call me? Qin Hongyu said, locking her gaze on him. Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat. What had he just called her? Sister? Wasn't that correct? He hadn't said anything wrong, so why did she look like she wanted to stomp on his face? At that moment, Qin Hongyu took out the Demon Lord's wedding ring, striding forward with her long, graceful legs, bringing a waft of fragrance as she locked her gaze on him again, her red lips parting slightly. This is the wedding ring you gave me. We are bound in a couple's relationship, and you still call me sister? Qin Shen was confused. At the same time, the 4 school beauties, 3 female generals, and Lu Yumon, Son Yuqi, and others were all bewildered. Wedding ring? Qin Shen gave Qin Hanyu a wedding ring? Those in the know were fine, aware that Qin Shen and Qin Hanyu's sibling relationship was just a facade. But the innocent Lu Yumon and pure class flower Son Yuqi, who were unaware, were truly left in utter confusion, their worldview shattered. A younger brother giving a wedding ring to his sister? And they were bound in a couple's relationship? What the hell? Had Qin Shen really sunk to this level? Oh my god. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Qin Shen noticed everyone's reaction and quickly cleared his throat, hurriedly saying, "What wedding ring? Sister, don't talk nonsense, this is a costume. It's just the name of the costume that has the words wedding ring in it. It's not a wedding ring I gave you to propose. After all, I'm your younger brother." What younger brother? Qin Hongyu interrupted him. Just because you have blood relations, you think you're my brother? My Qin family in the imperial capital only values your abilities, so we helped you keep it under wraps. Did you really take it seriously? Are you that into the role? The key is, this wedding ring is a wedding ring. Is the couple's relationship bound by the order contract of the costume fake? Isn't this much more real and valid than some piece of marriage certificate? Qin Shen was a bit dazed. Could it be that he was still dreaming? A double dream? The first dream was the Regent Empress forcefully offering herself to him, and now in this second dream, the one wanting to force herself on him was the female war god, Qin Hongyu? Was he destined to be pursued in both dreams and reality? Heaven, help me! While he was silently crying for help, his eyes were nonetheless drawn to Qin Hongyu's long, graceful legs. Ultimately, his body was still quite honest. On the other side, Liang Jinting had presented the legendary Holy Radiance Sword, enhanced to plus 55, before the Regent Empress, Shenyuan Qingmeng. Shenyuan Qingmeng's gaze and expression were equally honest, showing no attempt to hide her shock and awe at this divine weapon. Although she already knew that Qin Shen came from the abyss, she never expected him to forge such a powerful weapon so quickly. At this moment, he was already comparable to 100,000 blacksmiths from the entire blacksmith guild. What about in the future? This young man's potential was absolutely limitless. The fate of the entire Huagua and even humanity would rest on his shoulders. In this case, she could indeed consider adopting Qin Shen's suggestion. That is, to eradicate the parasites within the blacksmith guild, leaving no one behind, cutting the weeds at the roots to prevent future troubles. However, not now. After all, this was a significant matter that could not be rushed. Otherwise, it could easily trigger a civil unrest sweeping across Huagua. A foolproof plan was needed, and preparations must be made. With this thought, Shenyuan Qingmeng furrowed her brows in contemplation for a few seconds, then issued a secret order to Qin Hongyu, one of the 10 war gods. All equipment, forging materials from the armory of Huagua, and all equipment and forging materials seized from the major branches of the blacksmith guild nationwide, will all be handled by Qin Shen. And, if Qin Shen needs money, give him money. If he needs anything, provide it. The strength of the nation will be at his disposal. Whatever he needs, do it without question. Trust those who are useful, and do not trust those who are not. Now Shenyuan Qingmeng was ready to take a gamble. She was putting all her chips on Qin Shen, which was far better than the countless years of investment in the blacksmith guild with little return. Just the weapon he forged, the Holy Radiance Sword enhanced to plus 55, was already enough to overshadow all the achievements of the blacksmith guild over the years, which was enough to prove her point. So what was there for Shenyuan Qingmeng to hesitate about? Meanwhile, Qin Hongyu had pulled Qin Shen into a room for a private chat. She was eager to see what kind of weapon had given Qin Shen trillions in attack power and trillions in health points. Soon, this female war god was completely captivated by the heavenly sin, divine punishment sword enhanced to plus 99, unable to tear her gaze away. She didn't even bother to glance at the equally outrageous abyss necklace enhanced to plus 17. She was entirely absorbed by the heavenly sin, divine punishment sword. However, the surprises Qin Shen brought her were far from over. Come on, sister, take out all your weapons and equipment, I'll help you enhance them. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Do you not trust me? By the way, do you have any primordial stones? I can help you improve the quality of your equipment as well. Hearing this, Qin Hongyu jolted back to reality. What was Qin Shen saying? The quality of equipment could also be enhanced? It was said that some powerful blacksmiths could indeed do this, but, as of now, there hadn't been such a blacksmith in all of Huagui or even globally. The notion of enhancing equipment quality was basically equivalent to a legend. And even in legends, the success rate of enhancing equipment quality was extremely low. Could Qin Shen really achieve this? Qin Hongyu found it somewhat hard to believe, but what harm was there in trying? As for the Hongmeng stones needed to enhance the quality of the equipment, she naturally had them. After all, She was one of the 10 war gods of Huagua's 9 provinces. What kind of materials didn't she have in her spatial ring? Of course, she wasn't like those people from the blacksmith guild who lined their pockets through various means. Everything she had was obtained by grinding in the abyss and secret realms. Soon, the punishment holy sword, punishment holy bow, illusory spirit staff, and 5 elements command flag were all laid out before Qin Chen. In addition, she took out all the enhancement stones, star upgrading stones, illusory divine stones, heavenly meteor divine iron, and Hongmeng stones from her spatial ring. Here, I'm giving you all my materials, so hurry up and show me what you can do. I want to see just how capable you really are. If you can satisfy me this time, I'm all yours. Do you think I believe you? Qin Chen shot back. You don't believe me? Qin Hongyu frowned immediately and shot a fierce glare at Qin Chen. How dare you not believe me? When have I ever gone back on my word? When have the rewards I promised not been fulfilled? Especially that SSS level spirit servant twin battle queen, that's a national treasure of the East, and now you've almost gotten her pregnant, haven't you? Cough, cough. Qin Chen suddenly felt awkward. What are you talking about? What mount? What getting her pregnant? You can just spout nonsense like that? Do you really think I'm some kind of beast? Qin Hongyu snorted lightly, walked to the side, sat down, crossed her long legs, and said leisurely, whether you're a beast or not, I really don't care. What I want to know now is just how capable you are, so stop wasting time and show me. No problem with the demonstration, but remember the rewards you just mentioned, Qin Chen reminded, and then tossed all 4 of Qin Hongyu's weapons into the forging space. Enhancement, star upgrading, gem upgrading, quality upgrading, all-around strengthening. Now that he was at level 288 after his second promotion, he was naturally more capable than before. With higher proficiency and faster speed, he could definitely be considered a master of his craft, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. No one in the world could surpass him. It was no exaggeration to say that he was now the #1 blacksmith in the world. To be honest, sister, being able to become a dual cultivation partner with someone like me, the #1 blacksmith in the world, you really aren't losing out at all. If you give me a child, that child won't lack for equipment from the moment it's born. Shut up, you. Talking nonsense while forging equipment. Can't you focus a bit? Who says I'm not focused? I've always been meticulous and dedicated in what I do, okay? With that, Qin Chen took out the 5 elements command flag from the forging space. Originally it was level 3, enhancement plus 45, with a colorful eternal quality, and an attack power of 390,000 plus 14,270,000. This was Qin Hongyu's greatest reliance when she suddenly declared war on the East and swiftly struck down the emperor and several war gods under his command. And now, in just a moment, her greatest reliance had undergone a complete transformation. It could definitely be described as a sublime elevation. When Qin Hongyu saw the current attribute panel of the 5 elements command flag, her body and mind shook violently, and her mind went buzz as she was completely stunned. 5 elements command flag plus 101, 30 level, 400 quality, divine embedded gems, level 20 attack gems * 20 attack power, 8,400 trillion plus 318 million trillion. Just this attribute panel was so complex that one could easily misunderstand it. Qin Chen had to pause for a moment to process it. 1 trillion equals 10 billion, 8,400 trillion was 8,400 million billion, and 318 million trillion. How much was that? Qin Chen was not good at math and had no real concept of such astronomical numbers, only able to understand it simply as 318,000 trillion. His heavenly sin, divine punishment sword had an attack power of just over 4,000 trillion. The gap was obvious. Now this 5 elements command flag had truly crushed his heavenly sin, divine punishment sword. After all, it was level 400, of divine quality, with 2 more enhancements, 1 more star level, and embedded with a full 20 level 20 attack gems. All these factors combined easily overwhelmed his level 150 eternal quality heavenly punishment, divine punishment sword. It was worth noting that he hadn't even had the chance to enhance his own weapon's attack gems. Instead, he had fully upgraded Qin Hongyu's 5 elements command flag first. Sister, look how good I am to you. With this divine weapon, you can crush the heavens, the earth, and even the air, sweeping the world and being invincible. Are you satisfied or not? Although Qin Chen's words sounded a bit self-praising, it was no joke. 8,400 trillion plus 318,000 trillion in attack power. Such astronomical numbers, even Qin Hongyu had little concept of them. How could she be unsatisfied? With this weapon, she could single-handedly face the entire world. It could truly be as Qin Chen said, sweeping the world and being invincible. Who wouldn't be satisfied? Anyway, after finally coming to her senses, Qin Hongyu suddenly leaped up, wrapped her arms around Qin Chen's neck, and blocked his mouth, giving him a passionate kiss. After kissing for a long time, when Qin Shen was almost out of breath, Qin Hongyu finally let him go, then held the 5 elements command flag in her hand. In an instant, divine brilliance overflowed, divine light shone, and streams of divine power surged into her body, instantly filling every cell in her body, even every molecule and atom within those cells. Divine power, that was the true divine power belonging to divine quality equipment. Having divine power was like being a god. At this moment, the female war god of Huagua, with her heart surging and waves crashing, truly felt a soaring ambition to confront the global powers with her own strength. No, not just the global powers. What was the world? It should be the powers of the heavens. She also had the confidence to sweep away all the strong from various civilizations beyond the domain, overwhelming the heavens, dictating the ages, and cutting down all the future talents. Of course, she might not really be able to do it, but Qin Hongyu truly had such lofty aspirations now, and this was the confidence that divine quality weaponry brought her. Ahem. Qin Shen suddenly coughed twice, then said softly, "The reward you just mentioned, it can't be over just like this, right?" Qin Hongyu came back to her senses, turned to look at him, and smiled, "So anxious? It seems you've been planning this for a long time? How could that be?" Qin Shen immediately showed a serious expression. "What do you mean I've been planning? Am I that kind of person? It's just that what you said earlier, I can't let you, a female war god, lose credibility, right? Don't you think?" Poof. Qin Hongyu's gaze fell again on the 35 elements command flag in her hand. In fact, this was not a main offensive weapon, its true function lay in assisting formations. Legendary special effect 1E command aura, the flag flutters, a command is given, and the troops obey. All soldiers under my command increased their attack power by 10% from this flag. Legendary special effect 2 5 elements great formation, within a radius of 1000 kilometers around the flag is the 5 elements great formation, where the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are distributed according to the rules of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams in various major areas. Enemies entering the corresponding area will be attacked by the corresponding attribute's power, with each damage being 50% of this flag's attack power. Eternal level effect 3 charge moment, active skill, wave the flag to command the entire army, granting all troops an additional 30% attack power from this flag, along with 10 times movement speed, 50% critical hit chance, 50% universal lifesteal, and immunity to control skills, lasting 360 seconds with a cooldown of 720 seconds. Eternal level effect 4 flag sacrifice. For every soldier under my command that falls, this flag will permanently provide a 1% final real-time attack power boost, and for every enemy killed by my soldiers, a permanent 1% final real-time damage boost and critical damage boost. These are the 4 major effects of the 5 elements command flag, 2 legendary and 2 eternal, making the 5 elements command flag a true weapon for team battles. The key is that the stronger the 5 elements command flag itself, the greater its impact in large-scale battles. Right now, this weapon has an attack power of over 300 trillion, and Effect 1 provides a 10% attack power boost to all soldiers, which means over 30 trillion attack power. Every soldier in a million-strong army has over 30 trillion attack power. What does that even mean? Each one is a celestial warrior, absolutely invincible, sweeping all before them. Who can defeat such a mighty army? Previously, when Qin Hongyu launched a surprise attack on Fusong, the 5 elements command flag played a significant role, contributing immensely. Now, to be honest, she already feels an impulse to declare war on all countries without notice. After all, with such a divine weapon in hand, wouldn't it be a waste not to unify the world? Who could resist the temptation of world domination? You really haven't even glanced at me, suddenly murmured Qin Shen beside her. Qin Hongyu came back to her senses and smiled, saying, I was thinking about whether to send troops to conquer the world. After taking down the countries and unifying the world, wouldn't it be true that under heaven, all lands belong to the king, and all subjects belong to the king's ministers? You could truly do as you please. At that time, you could mistreat whoever you want, and whoever you want to share your bed with would have to obediently comply. Which royal concubines, princesses, or those wealthy noblewomen could escape your torment? Hearing this, Qin Shen was genuinely confused. What was she talking about? How could such words come from the mouth of a female war god? The key was, how could this make him, Qin Shen, feel like a beast? He had never thought of doing as he pleased. What do you mean by doing as I please? I don't want that at all. I only have the country in mind. I'm not the kind of person you describe. Don't talk about the future. I've never mistreated anyone in the past either. Those rumors are all due to a disguise plan. You should know that. Qin Shen spoke with righteous indignation, but what he was really thinking only he knew. In the Central Plains imperial capital, at the Shangguan residence. This is the home of Shangguan Jie, the president of the Blacksmith Guild, a sprawling estate covering 5 square kilometers, or 5 million square meters, resplendent and luxurious. But at this moment, the Jojo Law Enforcement Department's capital headquarters dispatched 8,000 elite troops, directly storming in to raid the entire Shangwan family. What are you doing? Outrageous! Who allowed you to do this? Do you know my aunt is the old emperor's concubine? My Shangwan family is a royal family of the current dynasty. You dare! Stop it! I command you to stop! The furious roar was suddenly interrupted. Shangwan Jia, the president of the Blacksmith Guild, was held at sword point by a law enforcement officer. The officer held the sword in his left hand and revealed a confiscation order signed by the Regent Empress in his right hand, his face stern, voice cold. By order of the law, any refusal to cooperate will be met with lethal force. In an instant, Shangwan Jia felt a buzzing in his head, his face turning pale, his back chilled, sweating profusely, trembling all over. Lethal force? Is this personally authorized by the Regent Empress Yuan Qingmeng? How could this be? Why is this happening? On the other side, the aunt that Shangwan Jia mentioned earlier also wanted to know why. The old Empress Dowager of the former emperor was planning to lead people to forcibly break into the Regent Empress's palace to confront her directly. However, the 100,000 imperial guards were already fully armed and in position. By the Empress's decree, no one is to be seen today. Those who dare to intrude will be killed. As the last word kill fell from the lips of the Imperial Guard commander, swords were drawn, archers drew their bows, and various deadly formations glimmered coldly all around. All the Imperial Guards were poised to act. Anyone who dared to move recklessly would immediately face the Empress's decree and be purged as a rebel. The old emperor was the old emperor, and the old Empress Dowager was the old Empress Dowager. The former was guarding against the Abyssal generals from the depths of the tower for all humanity, naturally deserving everyone's respect. But the latter, what were those old Empress Dowagers in Yuan Qingmeng's eyes? Factionalism, collusion, mutual protection, manipulating the artisan guild from behind the scenes to crazily seize national assets. This had led to the entire artisan industry in Huagua being in a state of chaos, beyond description. It subsequently affected other industries, resulting in countless soldiers and civilians dying tragically at the hands of abyssal beasts. The parasites of the nation should have been eliminated long ago. Previously, Yuan Qingmeng had her reservations, but now, with the various divine weapons provided by Qin Shen, the entire situation was vastly different. What did she have to fear? Just the 12 enhanced plus 55 legendary Holy Radiance sword in her hand was enough to suppress all the monsters and demons. Not to mention this was far from all of Qin Shen's power. At this moment, Yuan Qingmeng was actually not in the Regent Palace, she was on her way to Jiangbei. She had brought the 5 royal treasures, the Emperor's sword, the human Emperor's banner, the classic of mountains and seas, the river map and Luo book, and the first Emperor's seal. She wanted Qin Shen to showcase his abilities and completely usher in a prosperous era for the 9 provinces. No, it was no longer just the 9 provinces. The Eastern Ocean had become the 10th province of Huagua Dongyang province, and in the future, there would be an 11th province, a 12th province. Huagua should be renamed to the Heavenly Martial Dynasty. Of course, there was no rush. Let's see if Qin Shen can restore all 5 royal treasures, and then formulate a grand strategic plan to sweep the world and unify it. As long as Qin Shen could truly restore the 5 royal treasures, then in the future, everything would be problem-free. However, the current situation was very problematic for those in the Artisan Guild who had already been imprisoned. The key was that they had not yet realized the severity of the situation. I want to see how long you can keep me locked up. I don't believe you can wipe out everyone in the Artisan Guild. Dare you? Don't you want to update your weapons and equipment? If we die, the national strength will be halved. Go ahead and try. Don't act like I've never seen storms before. I'm a dignified second transfer 274 level master craftsman, and I've lived nearly 200 years in this world. What kind of storms haven't I seen? Wasn't there a time like this decades ago? Back then, a royal princess was killed in bed by our guild's vice president, and what happened? It caused such a stir that the whole world knew about it, yet nothing came of it? I remember clearly how many people were arrested at first and how many were released later. The entire update of weapons and equipment in Huagua basically relies on us. With our weight, who the hell dares to touch us? Just wait and see, it won't be long before you have to release us. Damn, who are you trying to scare with your paper tiger? Throughout the 9 provinces of Huagua, similar sentiments echoed in the dungeons. One by one, the level 1 or 200 craftsmen were all very arrogant, especially the presidents and vice presidents of various local branches. They did not shed tears because they had not yet seen the coffin, truly unafraid at all. After all, the real purge had not yet begun, so many craftsmen were merely detained. There had hardly been anyone truly subjected to extreme punishment. It was not a trivial matter, if the higher-ups had not truly made up their minds to issue orders, who would dare to act rashly? After all, not everyone knew of Qin Shen's capabilities, and many were still unaware of his existence. Only a very few knew that the military and the Regent Empress held such a trump card in Qin Shen. How could those who were unaware not feel anxious and fearful? What if, in the future, the weapons and equipment across the nation truly lacked the craftsman's assistance for updates and replacements? Wouldn't that be the end? It would definitely lead to great chaos. Not to mention the future. Even now, things had already begun to get chaotic in parts. Quite a few powerful officials had jointly petitioned for leniency for those in the Craftsmen's Guild. Among them were naturally those who had long colluded with the guild, but there were also those who genuinely cared for the country and its people. Across the nation, in all 9 provinces, ministers were offering counsel. What kind of concept was that? The pressure was absolutely unimaginable. Only Qin Shen could relieve such pressure. Qin Shen's pressure was alleviated by Qin Hongyu. At this moment, he had just finished releasing the pressure and, drenched in sweat, was helping Qin Hongyu enhance the remaining weapons, the Sword of Punishment, the Bow of Punishment, and the Phantom Spirit Staff. It was not laborious. It only took half an hour to complete everything. The Sword of Punishment, the Bow of Punishment, and the Phantom Spirit Staff were all enhanced by over plus 100, all above 25, all of divine quality, and each embedded with 20 level 20 attack gems. The average attack power was 8 trillion, that is, 8 trillion. In addition, all of Qin Hongyu's outfits had also been upgraded to above 10. Now she truly had all her weapons and outfits at maximum strength. A complete set of divine gear. She could single-handedly declare war on any country. She could strike any armed force, and once she arrived, it would definitely be a massacre. As soon as she made a move, corpses would litter the ground, and blood would flow like rivers. I can't take it anymore. However, helping her enhance these weapons and outfits had indeed exhausted him. Panting and drenched in sweat, he directly lay down on Qin Hongyu's leg, then rested his head in her arms, deeply inhaling the faint fragrance of this female warrior, weakly saying, "So tired, I feel like I'm about to die. Hurry, give me artificial respiration, or I really might suffocate to death." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was a woman, wearing a crown and draped in a veil. Stunningly beautiful, with a grace that could topple nations. Exquisitely magnificent, yet exuding immense authority. An unprecedented aura of a superior being rushed towards him, causing Qin Shen's heart to tremble instantly. What the? Startled, Qin Shen suddenly sat up. Qin Hongyu also stood up and knelt on one knee, saying, "I pay my respects." Regent Empress. Regent Empress? Qin Shen was stunned. The person before him was the Supreme Regent Empress of the Huagui Zhouzhou royal family? Though not the emperor, she was even more powerful than the emperor. As long as the old emperor remained in seclusion, she was equivalent to the reigning empress. She actually came in person? And appeared suddenly? How was that possible? Teleportation? Qin Shen was astonished and guessed half right. It was not teleportation, but rather a form of transportation. It was one of the many skills of Regent Empress Yuan Qingmeng, but the skill was not called transportation, it was called expedition, blitz. With the intention to cover any number of targets within a radius of 1,000 miles, they can collectively teleport into a space-time tunnel and arrive at the designated location after 10 seconds. Upon arrival, they can become collectively invisible for 30 seconds, and after the invisibility is lifted, they will collectively gain a 500% boost to all attributes for 360 seconds. This is an exploration-type skill, and the specific teleportation distance and target location locking need to be explored and utilized flexibly. The deeper the exploration, the higher the proficiency, the farther the teleportation distance, and the easier it is to lock coordinates. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the teleportation distance. As long as the exploration is deep enough, one can shuttle freely across different times and spaces. This is absolutely a divine skill for large-scale warfare. As long as Yuan Qingmeng explores this skill deeply enough, she can quietly appear in the enemy's rear with millions of troops, and after arriving, they can become collectively invisible for 30 seconds. 30 seconds is enough time to accomplish many things, enough to determine the outcome of a large-scale battle. After the 30 seconds of collective invisibility ends, the group will have an additional 360 seconds of 500% boost to all attributes. If this is combined with Qin Honyu's 5 elements command flag, then even the largest scale battle would definitely be a one-sided affair. However, there is something even more powerful than the 5 elements command flag. That is the human emperor flag brought by Yuan Qingmeng this time. But at this moment, Yuan Qingmeng is not in a hurry at all. After getting Qin Hongyu to stand up, she teasingly said to Qin Shen, who did you want to give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation just now? Qin Shen originally wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, but upon hearing this, he immediately fell silent. What mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Did he say that? Was there a mistake? How about I do it? Xian Yuan Qingmeng suddenly said again. Qin Shen's face froze, and then his heart began to race noticeably. Is that spring dream about to come true? In the dream, the Regent Empress was forcefully trying to have his child, and now, Qin Shen, be honest. Qin Hongyu suddenly shot him a glare. The Empress is joking with you, and you took it seriously? Stop thinking nonsense in your heart. Damn. Qin Shen was speechless. Joking with me? He couldn't help but mutter, the monarch does not speak lightly. How could the Regent Empress joke with me? You. Qin Hongyu really wanted to kick him in the face. This brat is simply audacious. Your Majesty, you can't really be joking with me, right? Qin Chen actually asked. Moreover, his tone was very serious. Qin Hongyu was immediately furious. Brat, are you looking for death? No worries. Shen Yuan Qingmeng smiled and then walked to the side to sit down, crossing her long, fair, and alluring legs, and lightly parted her red lips. Those with great skills are bold, those who truly have the ability naturally dare to think and do. However, I want to see for myself just how capable you are, Qin Shen. I have 5 items here, each one a national treasure. If you can restore them one by one, no matter what kind of reward you want, I can give it to you. As soon as her ethereal voice fell, Xian Yuan Qingmeng directly took out the 5 items. In an instant, divine light flickered, and divine power overflowed, with 5 divine weapons arranged in a row before Qin Shen. Heavenly Emperor Sword, Divine Grade. Human Emperor Flag, Divine Grade. Classic of Mountains and Seas, Divine Grade. River Map and Luo Book, Supreme Divine Grade. First Emperor's Holy Seal, Supreme Divine Grade. The so-called Divine Grade refers to Divine Level Quality, and the Supreme Divine Grade is the Divine Level Quality among Divine Level Qualities, hence called Supreme. It is a step above the Divine Level Quality. Among the 5 divine weapons, Qin Shen had only heard of the Heavenly Emperor's Sword, but knew nothing about the other 4. He also never expected that there would be supreme divine grades above divine grades. But why can't he see the other attributes? Is each item's attribute panel really just a simple line of information? Is the rest of the attribute information hidden? Qin Shen couldn't help but ask. Shen Yuan Qingmeng shook her head, not at all. These 5 divine items have been passed down through generations from the Shen Yuan ancestors and are already damaged. It is said that they were severely harmed during a brutal battle between gods and demons in ancient times. Qin Shen, aren't you capable? Don't you harbor wicked thoughts about wanting to experience my charm? Now I give you this opportunity, just bring out all your skills. As long as you can fully restore these 5 divine weapons, I will make your wishes come true. Whatever you desire, I will do my utmost to satisfy you. How about that? How about that? Qin Shen fell silent. Did he have any talent that guaranteed a 100% success rate in restoring divine weapons? No need to think. What a joke. He had a total of 7 talents, which were related to attribute effects, gem embedding, equipment enhancement, equipment star upgrading, equipment inheritance, quality improvement, and effect upgrading. Where was the talent for weapon restoration? So how was he supposed to restore these 5 divine weapons? Perhaps in the future, when he awakened the relevant talents, he could guarantee restoration in no time. But that was in the future. What could he restore now? Like ordinary weapons and equipment, even legendary quality ones, he could repair them after wear and tear reduced their power significantly. Moreover, this didn't require a talent with a 100% success rate because any blacksmith could do it. Equipment would naturally wear out during use, and once it reached a certain level of wear, its power would decrease. For this reason, repairing equipment is a fundamental skill for every blacksmith. It's akin to a blacksmith's basic attack. A blacksmith may not necessarily forge equipment, but they will definitely repair it. Just like those car mechanics, I may not build cars, but I can certainly fix them. Any repairman is the same. The worst blacksmith is essentially just an equipment repairman. Now, here comes the key point. Previously, when Qin Shen first broke through his equipment to level 10 and upgraded it to divine equipment, a prompt appeared on his forging panel. Divine Equipment Privilege. Privilege 4, Lock Durability, Never Wear Out. In fact, there are 2 types of divine equipment. One is above level 10, and the other is of divine quality. Meeting either condition qualifies as divine equipment, both possessing divine equipment privileges. At this moment, the Emperor's Sword, the Human Emperor's Flag, the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the River Map and Luo Book, and the Seal of the First Emperor before Qin Shen are all divine equipment, with the last 2 even being supreme divine equipment. Divine equipment locks durability, never wears out, So why are these 5 divine items in a damaged state? Why are they even so damaged that their attribute panels only show a single line of information? Just now, Yuan Qingmeng mentioned that these 5 divine weapons were passed down from the Yuan ancestors and were severely damaged during a brutal battle between gods and demons in ancient times. This brings to mind some professional knowledge that the beautiful mentor Li Yanan once shared. There are no absolutes in the world. Invincible skills are not absolutely invincible, as some skills can ignore invincibility. Magic defeats magic, concepts defeat concepts, it all depends on whose priority is higher. Real damage is the same, theoretically, it ignores defense. No matter how high your defense is, as long as my skill description includes real damage, it must deal that amount of damage, regardless of whether you have an astronomical defense. However, some skills or equipment effects can provide real damage reduction or even directly immunize against real damage. This directly provides a priority that surpasses real damage. Unless the skill with real damage also has a special note, ignore all real damage reduction and immunity. That would elevate the priority of real damage even further. In the same vein, the durability lock provided by the Divine Armor Privilege 4, which never wears down, can also be broken by higher priority order powers. After all, that was during the ancient times of the war between gods and demons. Since it was a war between gods and demons, they were basically all divine armors. With all being divine armors, isn't it quite normal to have special effects that can immunize against divine armor privileges? So how is Qin Chen supposed to repair this? It's obvious he hasn't reached the level where he can repair divine armors. There's no need to even try. Without the support of talent, forcibly attempting to repair it would absolutely result in a 100% failure. Although the probability of equipment shattering due to repair failure is quite low, once it happens, it's a 100% certainty. Especially since these are 5 national treasures passed down from the Yuan ancestors. If they were to shatter because of Qin Shen's failed repair, wouldn't he be destroyed on the spot? He would probably be whipped to death by Yuan Qingmeng. What are you hesitating about? Seeing Qin Shen lost in thought, Yuan Qingmeng couldn't help but ask, is it a lack of confidence in yourself? Or is it that your abilities are insufficient? Well, Qin Shen looked up, meeting the cold gaze of the Regent Empress Yuan Qingmeng, and took a deep breath, saying, at the moment, it's indeed a lack of ability, but that's only for now. In the future, I will definitely be able to do it. In the future? Yuan Qingmeng slightly furrowed her brows. Beside them, Qin Hongyu glared fiercely at Qin Shen, gritting her teeth. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't be disrespectful to the Empress. Qin Shen was flustered. What disrespect? When I say in the future, I mean that I will definitely be able to repair all 5 divine weapons. What I need is time. After all, how long has it been since I awakened? My path is still very long, far from its end, and my potential for growth is immense. Qin Hongyu truly wanted to kick him in the face. The path is still long, and there's plenty of room for growth, so he wants to wait for the future. This brat is clearly teasing the Regent Empress Yuan Qingmeng. However, Yuan Qingmeng didn't mind and seriously nodded, saying, alright, I'll give you time. Whenever you feel your abilities are sufficient to repair the 5 divine weapons, come find me. With that, Yuan Qingmeng casually granted the Emperor's sword to Qin Shen. Keep this Emperor's sword for now. Didn't you want it before? Now I'm giving it to you. But it's only temporarily placed with you, as this item symbolizes supreme imperial authority. Anyone who sees this sword sees the Emperor. With this sword in hand, you can go anywhere without obstruction, and you can enter the capital and palace to see me at any time. No one would dare to stop you. Additionally, if necessary, you can use this sword to command any army. Even if the national commander dares to disobey the orders of this sword, you can slay him with the sword without bearing any consequences. What about the 10 war gods? Qin Shen took the Emperor's sword and asked, can I command the 10 war gods with this sword? For example, with this sword, can I make her do whatever I want? In an instant, Qin Hongyu glared at him. Are you looking for death? Do you want to use the Emperor's sword to command me? Do you want me to call you dad? Do you believe I'll kick you in the face? I was just curious, asking casually. Qin Shen's words clearly lacked confidence. Who knows if he was serious or just curious? Yuan Qingmeng, the Regent Empress, was also helpless. The 10 war gods are above the national commander. Speaking of which, I am also one of the 10 war gods. You can't use the Emperor's sword I gave you to command me, right? This brat is definitely thinking that way. Qin Hongyu ruthlessly added, if you dare to give him the Emperor's sword, he would really dare to turn it around and use it to command you to call him dad. How is that possible? Qin Shen quickly retorted, that's pure slander, Empress sister, you must not believe her. She's defaming me. Defaming? Qin Hongyu truly lifted her leg and kicked it straight at Qin Shen's face. Do you still need slander? Who doesn't know what kind of beast you are? You had the audacity to tease the Regent Empress just now, and now you clearly want to use the Emperor's sword to command me to call you daddy. Just watch how I deal with you. In fact, there are many people who want to take care of Qin Shen. Just take the top teams in the global ranking ladder competition. Not a single one doesn't want to deal with him. However, who can actually do it? If you don't play ranked, you see him like a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the moon. If you play ranked, you see him like a speck of dust against the blue sky. Top talent? Top talent is just the threshold to see him. Whenever he makes a move, he has already reached a limit that all top talents cannot achieve in their entire lives. This is a widely circulated statement online today. The he in this context refers to the ranking demon king, Qin Shen. In people's eyes, he is just a blacksmith, without any talent to speak of, but nonetheless, he is a mountain that no one can surpass. No matter how hard ordinary people try, it is useless. They can't even reach his starting point. Even top talents are the same, let alone ordinary people? In any case, Qin Shen's existence has made many people realize one thing. Many things in this world truly have nothing to do with so-called effort. But no one knows where the problem lies. If we talk about talent, Qin Shen, as a blacksmith, doesn't even have combat skills. Where does any talent come from? If we talk about equipment, it is well known that equipment is just an aid. No matter how good the equipment is, it must be paired with sufficient talent to truly unleash its power. So, how did Qin Shen, a mere blacksmith, become the ranking demon king? The key is there really no one who can defeat him? Of course, some people refuse to believe it. In fact, many top talent teams are frantically researching counter strategies. No one is invincible, everyone has flaws, and Qin Shen must be the same. That's right, after all, isn't he just a blacksmith? How powerful can he really be? We must have overlooked something to not find his weakness yet. Exactly, weaknesses. As long as we find his weakness, we can definitely defeat him. Such statements were mentioned the most in discussions among various top talent teams. Almost all top talent teams wanted to find Qin Shen's weakness. But Qin Shen's weakness was already laid out before all of them. As a blacksmith, he had no combat skills, could not be controlled, and could not be pulled. Let alone a blacksmith without any combat skills. Even the most agile assassins, once controlled or pulled, can easily be finished off. But the problem is, Qin Shen has too much health. No matter how they hit him, he doesn't die, and even the attacks from those top talent teams all miss him. It's very hard to hit him even once. All those flashy tricks are useless. How do you fight him? How do you defeat him? It can only be said that the lack of equipment greatly limits people's understanding of equipment. Equipment can truly allow someone without any combat skills to defy the heavens and change their fate, enough to elevate a person to the altar. Under the various perverse attributes and special effects provided by different equipment, it is instead the combat skills that a person possesses that become auxiliary. In fact, whether those combat skills exist or not, it doesn't matter. Isn't Qin Shen the best example? His existence seems to be specifically designed to break people's inherent perceptions. Even the regent empress Yuan Qingming and the goddess of war Qin Honyu's understanding has been shattered by him, let alone others. Late at night, Yuan Qingming left Qin Shen and then met with the beautiful and noble chairwoman of the board, Jin Yanxue. The two not only knew each other but were also quite familiar. After all, Jin Yanxue is an S-class gold eater, and her skill 1, golden account, continuously increases her gold coins automatically. Skill 2, money fanatic, allows her to double her account balance every day. What kind of concept does her existence represent? Although gold eaters are considered a lifestyle auxiliary profession, this type of auxiliary profession is the most scarce. Among lifestyle auxiliary professions, blacksmiths are the most common, while gold eaters are the rarest. Blacksmiths are everywhere, but gold eaters. Anyway, Yuan Qingming only knows of Jin Yanxue. The key point is that Jin Yanxue alone can serve as the treasury for the entire Huagua Zhouzhou. She can easily support a nation's finances by her own strength. So, how could Yuan Qingming, knowing of her existence, not be familiar with her? If someone like Jin Yanxue cannot be utilized, then she is a disaster waiting to happen. It's just that Huagua Zhouzhou doesn't want to stir up trouble. Otherwise, with the countless gold coins in Jin Yanshue's golden account, she could easily sweep through global capital and effortlessly destroy the financial systems of all countries worldwide. At that time, there would be no need to wait for the outcome of the current abyssal catastrophe. All of human civilization would be destroyed first by the financial disaster triggered by Jin Yanxue alone. As long as she plans a little, it would definitely be achievable. But she is clearly not interested in that. Instead of any financial disaster, she is more interested in the regent empress Yuan Qingming standing before her. How did you come to Jiangbei? Surely, the dignified empress didn't come specifically to see me? If I'm not mistaken, you must have just come from Qinshan, just stopping by to see me?" As she spoke, Jin Yanxue gently ran her hand over the black suspender stockings on her voluptuous legs. The lace pattern on the stockings looked very sexy and eye-catching. Shenyuan Qingmeng sat down to the side, crossed her long legs, and took a deep breath, saying, "I gave him the emperor's sword." Jin Yanxue's expression froze for a moment, slightly surprised. "The emperor's sword? Qin Chen?" "The equipment and outfits he forged are all imbued with a strong aura of evil. There's a high probability he comes from the abyss, and you actually dared to give him the emperor's sword?" "Not a high probability," Shenyuan Qingmeng corrected with a shake of her head. "He is from the abyss. I have confirmed it 100%. Hearing this, Jin Yanxue's eyes clearly deepened with thought. Although she had long suspected it, hearing the Regent Empress Shenyuan Qingmeng say it out loud felt different. After all, speculation is one thing, but being 100% certain is another. Especially now, Shenyuan Qingmeng actually gave the emperor's sword, which symbolizes supreme imperial power, to Qin Chen. What does that mean? Could it lead to some irreparable serious consequences? "Do you think I made a mistake?" Seeing Jin Yanxue lost in thought, Shenyuan Qingmeng couldn't help but ask, "Do I have a better choice? You must have had in-depth contact with him, right? Then you must know how capable he is. Who else can we rely on now?" "I really can't think of a better choice. I genuinely feel there's only this one path to take. Since there's only this one path, what harm is there in trying it out? What do you think?" Faced with Shenyuan Qingmeng's words, Jin Yanxue fell silent. Although she indeed had in-depth contact with Qin Chen, some things were indeed hard to say. After all, no matter how capable this kid is, there will always be people opposing him, and quite a few at that. If his secret of coming from the abyss were to leak, wouldn't the whole world rise up against him? At that time, there would surely be countless people wanting to kill him. Does Shenyuan Qingmeng really want to lead the entire Huagua Jojo to confront the whole world alongside him? It's clearly unrealistic. Thinking of this, Jin Yanxue couldn't help but sigh, and a complex expression began to surface in her eyes. "What are you worried about?" Shenyuan Qingmeng asked with a concerned expression. Jin Yanxue tugged at the stockings on her legs, then raised her eyes to meet the gaze of the Regent Empress, saying, "You know what I'm worried about, and you must be even more aware of the stakes involved than I am. Speaking of which, you came to find me in the middle of the night just to ask if I have any solutions, right?" Others may not understand you, but I certainly do." Shenyuan Qingmeng smiled, then fell silent. The two women exchanged glances, and a subtle atmosphere began to spread silently in the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Chen placed the Emperor's sword into the forging space, and unexpectedly, something happened. The Emperor's sword radiated divine light, causing the entire forging space to shake violently, as if two completely different forces were colliding head-on. It even revealed the hidden attribute panel of the Emperor's sword, which had been concealed due to its damage. Qin Chen was astonished and couldn't take his eyes off the attribute panel of the Emperor's sword. Emperor's sword, divine grade, level, none attack power, none divine passive 1 Emperor, true dragon emperor, supreme of the world, plus 100% critical hit chance, physical penetration, magical penetration, and forcibly robs 50% of all enemies' timely attack power for oneself upon entering combat, with this sword's damage being the highest priority divine damage, ignoring shields, invincibility, and all real damage reduction. Divine passive 2, command, slay. The Emperor's command grants the entire army a tenfold increase in all attributes. If the enemy's health drops below 30%, they will be instantly slain. For every soldier of ours that dies, the remaining soldiers will gain an additional one-fold increase in all attributes. For every 10 enemies slain, the enemy slaying threshold health increases by 1%. Divine special effect 1, ruling the world, I alone am supreme, growing stronger with each battle. The wielder of this sword gains a doubling of all attributes for every 1% of health lost, exponentially increasing, and this effect lasts for 360 seconds after health recovery. Upon entering this state, for every second maintaining 100% health, the final damage doubles, exponentially increasing, and after losing health, the doubling effect can last for 720 seconds. Divine Special Effect 2, Personal Campaign. After entering this state, the entire army's all attributes increase by 10% every second. Divine Special Effect 3, Heroic Soul. Active skill. Temporarily resurrect all fallen soldiers under your command in the form of heroic souls to continue fighting. Each heroic soul has all attributes at 1000 times their peak state when alive, lasting until the battle ends or they fall again. If they die and are resurrected again, their attributes will be 10,000 times their peak when alive, and if they die again and are resurrected, it will be 100,000 times, and so on without limit. Qin Chen was utterly stunned upon seeing this. At first glance, these equipment effects might seem just okay, but upon careful consideration, one would realize that each one is a godly skill for large-scale battles. Such a divine weapon cannot be judged solely by the personal strength it provides, but rather by its collective effect. After all, no matter how strong one person is, they may not play a significant role in a large-scale battle. In a true battle of gods and demons, who doesn't have a few invincible skills? At that time, his attack power of several trillion would surely be greatly diminished. Ultimately, it still depends on the overall team's combat effectiveness, and this Emperor's Sword truly enhances the entire army significantly. The combined effects of various divine skills are absolutely extraordinary. After all, Shinshin is not foolish. If he couldn't even see the true perverse nature of the Emperor's Sword, wouldn't that mean he had indulged too much and his brain wasn't functioning properly? However, why is the forging space still shaking continuously? What does this mean? Is the power of the Emperor's Sword resisting his forging space? A clash of gods and demons? No way, right? No matter what, Shinshin hurriedly took the Emperor's Sword out of the forging space. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something unexpected were to happen, whether the Emperor's Sword or his forging space were damaged, that would be a huge problem. By then, he might not even have the strength to cry, let alone deal with Qin Hongyu, the female war goddess. Outside, it was already bright, but Qin Hongyu was still sound asleep in bed. Who knows what she went through before falling into such a deep slumber? At this moment, Shinshin put away the Emperor's Sword and stood by the bed, staring at the enchanting face of the sleeping war goddess for a few seconds. Unconsciously, he leaned in, kissed her cherry lips for a few seconds, then lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and quickly falling into a deep sleep himself. When he woke up, it was already noon, and Shinshin found that Qin Hongyu was no longer by his side. Instead, Aunt Bai was sitting by the bed, watching him. Aunt Bai? Shinshin jolted awake and quickly sat up. Aunt Bai, you. Before he could finish his sentence, the stunningly beautiful Aunt Bai, Yufeng, directly pressed her vibrant red lips against his mouth. Unknowingly, after a while, Shinshin finally managed to escape the kiss from the alluring Aunt Bai, looking a bit flustered. Aunt Bai, you. This isn't right. You said back then that you were my mother's close friend, and now you're acting like this. What's wrong with that? Bai Yufeng interrupted with a charming smile. I'm just a close friend of your mother, not a sister. What are you afraid of? Besides, your mother told me back then to take good care of you. Now that I'm taking care of you mouth to mouth, isn't that fulfilling her wishes? Don't you like it? Humph. Have you forgotten what you did to me last time? Last time? Shinshin feigned ignorance. What last time? Which time? Aunt Bai, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Bai Yufeng glared at him, then stepped on his face. Don't understand, huh? Let's see how I deal with you. Aunt Bai, don't mess around. Shinshin grabbed her delicate foot, looking serious. What would people think if they saw this? I've already got a bad reputation. If people misunderstand me again, I'll really become a beast that can't be cleared no matter what. What's wrong with being a beast? Bai Yufeng laughed. Do as you please, without any reservations. Why care about what others say? There are no constraints, all rules can be broken. Isn't that good? Even if you're a beast, so what? Why should you care about others' opinions? Shinshin was stunned, a strange feeling rising deep within him. He vaguely felt that Aunt Bai seemed to be hinting at something, suggesting some kind of reasoning. No, could this be called a hint? It was more like a clear indication, right? Regardless of whether it was a hint or a clear indication, Bai Yufeng reached down to tug at the straps of her sexy stockings, then continued. Now, those criticisms against you are merely a disguise. Even if they were true, so what? You're so capable. Why should you be afraid? Those people can only talk. Who can really do anything to you? If anyone truly wants to cause you trouble, you can easily cut them down with a sword. 1 down, 2 down. Killing one is killing, slaughtering countless is also killing. As long as you're strong enough, what's the harm in having blood on your hands? To the victor belong the spoils. If you win, you're right. This simple truth shouldn't need me, Aunt Bai, to teach you step by step, right? With these words, Bai Yufeng unknowingly leaned closer, then pressed her lips near Qin Shen's mouth, teasingly exhaling warm breath on his face. Or do you want Aunt Bai to teach you mouth to mouth? Shinshin was flustered. How did she come back again? Can you stop teasing him so easily all the time? She was dressed like this, leaning so close, teasing him like that, who could stand it? You little rascal. Bai Yufeng laughed lightly, her charming eyes sparkling as she sat back, lifting her leg to place her silk-clad jade foot on Qin Shen's knee. Come on, help your Aunt Bai give my feet a massage. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Weren't you the one who loved giving Aunt Bai foot massages the most before? Cough, cough. Shinshin suddenly coughed, and he began to lose track of what this beautiful Aunt Bai was saying. Meanwhile, people around the world were equally confused about the current situation. More and more magical beasts were emerging from the abyss and secret realms. The beasts were rampaging, bringing devastation to the living. In many places, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. Entire cities had fallen, turning into hell on earth. Some small countries were even facing the threat of annihilation. The global populace was truly in a state of panic. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of various powers were puzzled. How did it suddenly turn into this? Is it an upgrade in the difficulty of the abyssal catastrophe? Or has the apocalypse arrived early? The key question is this man-made or what? There must be a reason behind everything, right? Man-made? That can't be possible, can it? The chances are very slim, after all. What kind of person could cause so many abyssal beasts to suddenly go berserk? Impossible? At this point, what is absolutely impossible? Perhaps this is a disaster caused by human actions. If that's the case, we need to find the instigator behind this quickly, otherwise, how can we continue like this? In fact, some had already begun to take action. After all, not everyone was completely unaware of what was happening. The old ancestors who had been in seclusion in various secret realms for years were basically aware. The rapidly escalating human tragedies around the world were undoubtedly related to the sudden emergence of that abyssal power within the borders of Huagua's Jojo. In other words, the instigator behind this was right within Huagua's Jojo. Some even believed from the start that it was the son of the abyss, or rather, the abyssal demon lord. Thus, many powerful ancestors from various factions wanted to rush to Huagua, but, without exception, they were all held back midway by the various abyssal beasts that suddenly appeared. Some were not just held back but slaughtered. As of now, nearly 100,000 monks in the Western Buddhist lands have died at the hands of the prehistoric overlord, the three-headed dragon's indiscriminate massacre. Many of them were strong figures, considered the backbone of the Buddhist sect, at levels 3 or 400. Additionally, many priests and high priests in the Nordic divine court have died from the bloody slaughter of the ancient titan, the nine-headed sky-devouring python. Numerous ancestors from South Korea's major chaebol have also suffered the brutal joint slaughter by the ancient progenitor, the god-slaying thousand-eyed insect queen, and the 18 hellish mother-son duo of bloodthirsty Asuras. Furthermore, the two superbosses, the 10 halls of Yama's demonic composite abyssal grand prize and the demonic mechanical ascendant, the divine martial emperor, roamed various places, choosing people to devour. In a short time, all of humanity felt a tremendous crisis rapidly approaching. Because of this, the global ranking ladder competition accelerated, urgently needing to select a large number of prodigies for rapid training to send to the front lines against the abyss. And how could the global ranking ladder competition avoid the ranking demon king, Qin Chun? The more intense the ladder competition became, the more research teams specifically targeting Qin Chen emerged. He is a forger, without combat skills, without any operations, not even basic positioning. He relies solely on equipment advantages for simple auto-attacks, so he is definitely not invincible. That's right, as long as those prodigy teams with decent strength do a little research on strategies, defeating Qin Chen will be absolutely easy. The most critical thing is control. We must ensure that Qin Chen is completely restrained. No matter what, he must not be allowed to get close, and this is quite easy because he has no skills. Isn't it simple to pull him back? Such remarks reached the ears of Princess Shirori Minako from the east. She had previously faced Qin Chen in battle, and her 6-day imperial sword was enhanced to plus 17, embedded with 10 level 15 attack gems, boasting nearly 50 million in attack power. And what was the result? A complete defeat. The teams wanting to overcome Qin Chen were not as simple as those people claimed. They were merely talking big. Only those who had truly fought against Qin Chen's team knew just how terrifying it was. Although Shirori Minako looked down on Qin Chen, especially since this beast had dared to kiss her forcefully the moment the ladder competition ended, she truly wished to tear this beast to pieces and feed him to the dogs. However, no matter what, she had to admit Qin Chen's terrifying strength. He was a freak, and his power was even more freakish. All she could do was condemn him from a moral standpoint. If this Eastern princess knew that Qin Chen feared nothing less than moral condemnation, and was even practically immune to it, she would surely have a complex mix of feelings. At this moment, Qin Chen was in a great mood because, although he was sweating profusely and panting heavily, he felt elated and invigorated because Bai Yufang had given him an umbrella. The Phoenix Dance in the Nine Heavens umbrella. Enhanced to plus 99 with a mythic quality of 5 stars. All attributes plus 99 billion. Although it had only one mythic special effect, that effect was to fully absorb all damage and convert the absorbed damage into energy, which would automatically upgrade when filled. 10% damage rebound at level 1, 20% at level 2, 30% at level 3, and so on. The 99 billion all-attribute bonus was not important to Qin Chen, the key was this mythic effect of fully absorbing all damage. With this umbrella in hand, he was innately invincible. Coupled with the tens of trillions of attack power from his heavenly sin, divine punishment sword, wasn't he practically unbeatable? Is that so? However, at this moment, his sister Bai Ying furrowed her brows after hearing his words, her eyes filled with suspicion as she stared at him and said, "You're this excited just because of this? You're sweating and panting because of this? Are you trying to fool me? Honestly, what were you doing just now? What else could I be doing?" Xin Shen replied seriously while massaging her delicate little feet in white stockings, "I'm a blacksmith, so naturally, I have to focus all my energy on forging equipment. By the way, isn't my current capability due to my hard work and effort? Really? Don't give me that look, girl. If I hadn't worked hard, could I have achieved such capability and success today? Don't you think I'm diligent and hardworking?" Bai Ying truly wanted to kick him in the face. She had never seen someone so shameless. Him, diligent and hardworking? All day long, he was either flirting with a few school beauties or enjoying himself with various sexy beauties. When had he ever done anything serious? He was almost turning into a debauched scoundrel. Humph, did she not know him? He had never been a good person even before awakening his profession. She just hadn't bothered to expose him back then. Since he awakened his profession, he had indeed become increasingly capable, but he had completely let himself go. He probably didn't even remember his own surname anymore. Suddenly, Xin Shen leaned closer to Bai Ying, staring intently into her sparkling big eyes, his lips almost touching hers as he said, "What kind of look and expression is that? You really don't believe me, do you?" Bai Ying furrowed her brows tightly. "Why are you, a big pervert, getting so close to me? What do you want? Are you plotting something against me? Where's the plotting?" Xin Shen said seriously, "Am I the kind of person who plots against others? Especially you, after all, you are my Bai Yi's daughter. I've always treated you like a sister, caring for you and loving you. How could I plot against you? You say this girl is always thinking about something." Suddenly, before Xin Shen could finish his sentence, Bai Ying unexpectedly stuck her tongue out and gave him a quick lick on the mouth. This left him a bit dazed. Bai Ying then smirked. "Guess what I'm thinking about?" "Guess? If you get it right, there's a reward." Xin Shen took a deep breath, inhaling the intoxicating scent of the girl beside him, and subconsciously said, "How about you give me the reward first?" "Dream on." Bai Ying lifted her leg and stepped on his chest, pushing him away, her voice softening. "You just bullied my Bai Yi and now you want to bully her daughter, right? You beast, pervert, big bad guy." There was no way Xin Shen would admit to that. Besides, how could this girl bear to say such things about him? He had kindly prepared a whole bunch of weapons, equipment, and outfits for her. Of course, the main focus was on the outfits. Girl's black and white ultra-short cheapo set, 27, quality, eternal level, all attributes plus 270 billion, damage reduction plus 99%, immune to true damage, critical damage, legendary effect 1 white silk increases attack speed plus 2700%, and the attack speed bonuses from other equipment and skills will be multiplied by 27. Legendary effect 2 black silk increases critical hit chance plus 100%, critical hit damage plus 2700%, and immune to critical hit damage reduction, with a 50% chance to trigger 270 times additional critical hit damage. Eternal effect 3 invincible soft girl, immune to normal attacks, immune to all control skills, skill damage reduction plus 80%, and each time damage is taken, it triggers 27 seconds of invincibility. Eternal effect 4 fragrant kiss, each kiss given to the creator of this set will permanently increase all attributes of this set by 2.7 billion, with no cooldown. How outrageous and perverse is this outfit? A full 27 outfits, who else could possess such things? Xin Shen had never forgotten this Bai Ying's sister. His affection for her was absolutely evident. Moreover, this outfit was nothing to him. He had prepared even more powerful ones. Holy White Silk Girl Ultra Short Skirt Set, 39, quality, mythical level, all attributes plus 88 trillion, damage reduction plus 99.9%, immune to normal attacks, critical hits, control skills, eternal effect 1 Holy White Silk, movement speed, attack speed plus 7800%, and the movement speed and attack speed bonuses from other equipment and skills will be multiplied by 78. Eternal effect 2 Holy Girl, shares 90% of the attributes with the beloved, can teleport to the beloved at any time, or swap positions with the beloved, or summon the beloved to their side, can choose to take all damage for the beloved or let the beloved take all damage for them. Eternal effect 3 Holy Ultra Short Skirt, if the beloved is nearby, real-time all attributes times 390 times. Eternal effect 4 Holy Dual Cultivation, dual cultivate with the beloved, cultivation speed real-time times 390 times, with 4 eternal effects, this could definitely be said to be the best quality among all the weapons, equipment, and outfits Qin Shen had forged. He had reserved the best for this Bai Ying's sister, yet this girl actually called him a beastly pervert big bad guy? How could she bear to say that? How could she face him? After Bai Ying finished reading the attributes of the Holy Maiden's white silk girl's ultra-short skirt outfit, she frowned again. Heartthrob? Who is that? It wouldn't be you, the big pervert, would it? Are you trying to trick me into dual cultivation with you? Qin Shen was instantly flustered. Listen to what you're saying. How would I know who your heartthrob is? How did this turn into me wanting to trick you into dual cultivation? Seriously, is this even human language? Could I be such a beast that deceives for dual cultivation? I kindly upgraded the best outfit to level 39 and gifted it to you, and you still say this about me? I don't care. You must apologize and properly compensate me. Absolutely. Apologize, compensate. Who knows what Qin Shen wanted Bai Ying to compensate him with? Maybe Bai Ying had planned this from the start, deliberately provoking Qin Shen all along. Who knows? Anyway, the people from the Blacksmith Guild had no chance to apologize or make amends now. Qin Shen's contributions alone in this recent period had already surpassed the combined efforts of over 1 million blacksmiths in the guild. How could the military possibly go easy on such a situation? In fact, the official side wasn't short on money. After all, behind the Regent Queen Shen Yuan Qingmeng was the gold devourer Jin Yanxue, who supported the entire treasury. Jin Yanxue's skill 1, golden account, increased the gold coins by her level *1 every second, and she was already over level 300 after 3 promotions, which meant she added over 300 gold coins per second, over 100 million in an hour, and over 20 million a day. This skill also had an active effect, increasing the gold coins by her level *10000 every second, lasting for 24 hours with a cooldown of 48 hours, so every 2 days she could harvest over 200 billion. Skill 2, Money Grubber, doubled the account balance instantly, with a cooldown of 24 hours, meaning she could double it every day, accumulating exponentially. What kind of concept is that? Even if her skill 3, Gold Devourer, required devouring gold coins, increasing her defense by 1 point for each coin consumed, the gold coins in her account accumulated over the years were already countless. It had long become a terrifying astronomical figure, surpassing Qin Shen's attack power of several trillion. So with her backing the entire treasury, how could the 9 provinces of Huagua ever lack money? Money was never the issue, but the problem was, the people in the Blacksmith Guild really took the money without doing any work. All day long, they just thought about cutting corners, their insatiable greed expanding endlessly, step by step, inching forward like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. As a result, the 9 provinces of Huagua had effectively raised over 1 million pests over the years. It was truly that over 1 million blacksmiths couldn't compare to just Qin Shen alone. Who would believe such a thing if it spread? Don't be fooled by Qin Shen's current notorious reputation, even if this was a false image created by his disguise plan, even if all the rumors about him were true. What he did compared to the entire Blacksmith Guild was nothing but a small fry, hardly worth mentioning. After all, no matter how reckless Qin Shen was, he was just one person. How many absurd things could he do? How many absurd things could 1 million blacksmiths do? The things those people in the Blacksmith Guild had done privately over the years had truly, long exceeded public imagination. Therefore, the official stance was now quite clear and resolute, absolutely no leniency. At this moment, all departments simultaneously received orders from the Regent Queen Shen Yuan Qingmeng. Kill! Not a single one of those from the Blacksmith Guild will be spared, regardless of identity or background. No matter who comes to plead, it doesn't matter. Directly execute them all, confiscate all their assets, and slaughter their entire clan. A bloody storm began from this point onward. Shen Yuan Qingmeng didn't care about all that. After all, she had already handed the emperor's sword to Qin Shen. Now, she could only bet everything on him, with no way back. Since it had come to this, what harm was there in taking a gamble? It was far better than allowing those millions of pests to continue gnawing at this land. What kind of equipment had those pests forged in the past? Or rather, what kind of special effects did the equipment forged by those pests have? Attack Enhancement provides a 1% increase in attack power. Critical Hit Enhancement provides a 1% increase in critical hit chance. Fury Slash increases critical hit chance by 5% when health drops below 10%. Lifesteal triggers a 6% lifesteal effect on every 5th attack. Gold Theft. Each attack has a 2% chance to steal 2% of the damage dealt as gold. Spirit Recovery restores 10% of maximum spirit value when dealing damage to enemies with health below 20%. Such things were basically useless. Compared to the golden legendary effects provided by Qin Shen, they were truly worlds apart. They were not even in the same league. Even if they were all golden legendary effects, they could be considered trash, like Deathstrike. When health is below 5%, the next attack or skill can be enhanced, increasing damage by 100% on the original damage basis. Shift and swap. When an attack hits, it applies a shift and swap mark to the target, allowing the user to activate the shift and swap skill on a target with 10 accumulated marks, instantly swapping positions. Tracking lock. Lock onto a target. For the next 60 seconds, only damage can be dealt to that target, with all damage increased by 50% until the target dies or the 60-second lock ends. This is what those hundreds of levels of official Imperial Blacksmiths produced as golden legendary effects. What use are they? At least they are not of much use, anyway. Compared to the golden legendary effects crafted by Qin Shen, they belong to the lowest tier of golden legendary effects. The key is that each of these trash legendary effects produced by the Blacksmith Guild cost a fortune, starting at over $1 billion, and required several hundreds of level blacksmiths to work together for 10 days or more to complete the entire forging project. And what about Qin Shen? In the blink of an eye, he casually produced a pile of top-notch golden legendary effect equipment, as easy as flipping a hand. The gap is truly that large. So how to choose between Qin Shen and the Blacksmith Guild? For many, it was not even a question. Although many still did not know Qin Shen's capabilities, the equipment he forged had already been distributed to many by the military. This is your new equipment. Each piece carries at least one golden legendary effect, crafted by our new Imperial Blacksmith. See, this is the true strength that an Imperial Blacksmith should have. How can those waste from the Blacksmith Guild compare? Over the past years, how much blood have those wastes sucked from us? I ask you, who can endure it? So do we need to be polite to them now? What's there to be polite about? Everyone, listen to my orders. The entire army will attack. Find them one by one according to the list, wipe them out, and confiscate all their property. Search for all equipment, forging materials, and gold, and send them all to our new Imperial Blacksmith. He will reward us with a batch of brand new equipment. With the new equipment, you will soon see a brand new Huagui Jojo. At this moment, such oath-taking conferences were being held across the country. A bloody storm targeting the Blacksmith Guild was rapidly approaching.